At the moment he was about to be killed by the Empress, the young man endured the intense pain of the cold sword piercing his heart and fiercely kissed her. It was finally over, even in death. He wanted to disrupt this woman's resolve. Just as the Empress was about to ask him why he sought death by kissing her, Su Fan's figure had already begun to slowly dissipate. On the other side, as the Spring Festival approaches in Jianhai City, every street and alley is filled with a festive atmosphere. Su Fan is lying alone by the balcony of his rented room, gazing at the fading sunset. It has been almost half a day since he came out of the world of the gods game, and he recalls everything from the past, as if that world truly existed. Everything felt so real, and each NPC had their own unique emotions. Forget it, after all, a game is just a game and cannot replace real life. After being in a daze for a long time, Su Fan let out a slight sigh. He had taken a week off from work to participate in the internal test of the gods. Now that he was back, he had to face life again. Just as he was about to go back inside, his phone suddenly rang. It was his mom calling. "Hey, Mom, I'm eating. Eat a fart. When did you start eating so early? Su Fan, I ask you, is the phone of my sister bought by you?" I said she has been going back to her room and locking the door after eating recently. If I hadn't been careful today, I wouldn't have known she got a phone. Su Fan's mouth twitched a few times, and after wiping the sweat from his forehead, he hurriedly replied, "Mom, let me explain. Things are not what you think at all. Don't talk about useless things. Your explanation is better suited for your dad. Wait until you get home to see how your dad deals with you." As Su Fan heard this, the image of himself being beaten by his father immediately surfaced in his mind. When he was young, Su Fan was very playful and loved to cause trouble, which led to him getting a beating from his father every few days. He was still thinking about arguing a few words, but the call on the other end had already been hung up. Su Fan has a younger sister in high school at home, and the phone was indeed given to her by him the last time he returned home. But he didn't expect this girl to be so careless and get caught. It's really frustrating. Su Fan let out a light sigh and returned to his rented room, which cost 600 yuan. This room had one bedroom and one living room, and the power and water were often cut off, so the conditions were really not good. Just as Su Fan stepped into the room, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness behind him, making his back shiver. He turned around tremblingly and saw a figure appearing out of thin air behind him. Before he could react, a punch came at him, knocking Su Fan to the ground. What's going on? Faced with this sudden punch, he was completely unprepared. He saw that a stunningly beautiful woman had appeared out of nowhere in the room. When he clearly saw her face, Su Fan's pupils instantly constricted. His face turned pale, his lips trembled, and after a long time, he finally managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. "Tang Yanlin. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Isn't that an NPC from the game?" Su Fan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but the woman in front of him still existed. The clothes on this woman were torn in several places, with bright red seeping out, dyeing the white clothing red, and her eyes showed signs of exhaustion. If someone said that NPCs from the game would come out and attack people, Su Fan would definitely think that person was crazy. Su Fan initially thought the same way. After all, how could a virtual game possibly intersect with reality? Until now, the girl with a cold expression standing in front of him had punched him without saying a word. Silence, an eerie silence. Su Fan could even clearly hear his own frantic heartbeat and heavy breathing. "How did you come to this world?" Finally, Su Fan broke the silence first. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Yanlin, who had a cold expression, suddenly furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes flashing with a hint of confusion, and she whispered, "Your memory is still there." Originally, tearing apart the void and traversing dimensions was something only legendary true immortals could achieve. In order to find the answer, Tang Yanlin, with her early-stage cultivation of the immortal slaying realm, forcibly tore apart the void using an extremely rare breaking the taboo talisman, following the river of time to search for Su Fan's reincarnation, just to hear his explanation in person. Otherwise, her Dao heart would be damaged, and her cultivation would never progress again in her lifetime. In Tang Yanlin's understanding, a person will lose all memories after reincarnation. Even the powerful beings of the immortal slaying realm are no exception. She was also ready to use a secret method to restore this person's memory, but to her surprise, the other party still remembered her. Su Fan was immediately speechless upon hearing this. Although he felt fear inside, he still pretended to be calm on the surface. Without waiting for his answer, Tang Yanlin's cold voice rang out again. "Why did you choose to disperse your cultivation? And why did you kiss me?" In an instant, the temperature in the rental apartment seemed to drop suddenly, making one involuntarily shiver. At this moment, Su Fan was almost losing his temper. It turned out that this woman suddenly came out to find him just for that kiss. Su Fan knew he might have gotten himself into big trouble. This woman was outrageous enough to come out of the game to cause him trouble. Should he run, or fight desperately? In that instant, Countless thoughts flashed through Su Fan's mind, but upon careful consideration, these methods seemed unworkable. If this woman really had crossed over from the game, with her celestial cultivation, she could easily move mountains and fill seas with a wave of her hand, and could even easily turn the city he was in into rubble. He simply couldn't fight back. As for running away, that is even less possible to achieve. This woman can come from the virtual world to reality. If she wants to kill him, he has nowhere to escape. I'm really unlucky. Su Fan couldn't help but show a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. The only way right now is to deceive her. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly laughed nervously. Why are you laughing? Seeing that the person did not answer but instead laughed, Tang Yanlin questioned in a low voice. Su Fan suppressed the panic in his heart, and the next moment his expression suddenly became serious. Truly a master of expression management. I laugh at this fate. Fate plays tricks on people. Tang Yan's beautiful brows are slightly furrowed. I once died, trapped in endless reincarnation, gradually forgetting everything from the past, yet I only remember one name. At this point, Su Fan looked into her eyes with determination, showing no signs of tension. Tang Yanlin felt a bit strange listening to what this man was saying. No matter how many reincarnations I go through, even if the seas turn to mulberry fields, even if the heavens and earth change, I will remain unmarried for life, just to wait for you to come in this mortal world. Tang Yanlin, just as Su Fan was brewing his emotions and was about to reach the crucial point, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang with an incoming call. Tang Yanlin's gaze fell on his pocket, her brows furrowed tightly. With a wave of her hand, a sword light slashed down, cutting off the pocket along with the phone, which emitted wisps of black smoke. All of this happened in an instant. Su Fan didn't even have the chance to shout for help. The corner of his mouth twitched. The new phone he had just bought last month was gone just like that. However, he didn't dare to get angry at all and could only continue to look at Tang Yanlin, noticing that her complexion was even more pained than before, pale and weak, her body trembling violently. You just said you were waiting for me to come. Tang Yanlin withdrew her gaze, enduring the pain in her body, and questioned in a deep voice. Now her spiritual power had dissipated, and after forcibly crossing the interface, her body was on the verge of collapse. At this point, Su Fan can only continue to act. Otherwise he is really afraid that this woman will strike him down with a sword like just now. Even if there are thousands of beauties in the world, they cannot compare to you alone. Utter nonsense. Tang Yanlin's eyes flashed with a hint of imperceptible strangeness, and she coldly said, naturally, she could not believe this person's one-sided words. After all, anyone who could cultivate to the immortal slaying realm had a very firm Dao heart. What kind of person had they not seen? She only felt that this guy was trying to fool her, and there must be some conspiracy. Now that you have lost all your cultivation, I will pursue you through the river of time and slay you 10 times in reincarnation to calm my Dao heart. Su Fan was puzzled. Was there something wrong with this woman? She had already killed him once, and now she was saying she wanted to come back and kill him 10 times. Was it just because of that kiss? Or you tell me exactly why you want to kiss me. What is your purpose? She had already thought of countless ideas in her mind, feeling that it could not possibly be as simple as liking her. If you don't say. Before she could finish the sentence, the long sword in her hand fell, her body swayed, and she finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. With the cultivation of the immortal slaying realm tearing through the void, even with the breaking the cursed talisman, she still found it hard to bear and fainted directly. Su Fan was stunned, but in his heart, he was at least relieved. If she really did run away from the game, let's leave aside whether or not this is outrageous. The key was that she had come over with all her cultivation. If she waited for it to recover before finding herself, it would not be difficult at all. Plus, she was still a devilish and ruthless person, in case she woke up and couldn't find herself, and then split Jianhai City with a sword. Then he himself would be a sinner of mankind, and he could not escape just the same. Or maybe kill her now with ruthlessness? This idea was quickly rejected by him. Su Fan did not think that his mortal body could kill a strong person of the immortal beheading realm. What to do? Su Fan became more and more entangled, pacing back and forth in the rental house. After a few long minutes, he looked down at the unconscious Tang Yanling daydreamily, and another idea sprouted in his mind. Forget it, for the sake of the future of mankind and the survival of the earth, one can only sacrifice oneself. Su Fan's ego moved up, and he intended to continue to snub this woman. Even if he was really with this demoness, he could only accept it with tears in his eyes. Su Fan made up his mind and bent down to carry Tang Yanling to the bedroom bed. A light scent of a woman's distinctive body odor spilled into his nose as he touched her up close. Chapter 3 Difficult Ancestors. After settling Tang Yanling smoothly on the bed, Su Fan crossed his arms and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This female devil is really hard to serve, actually ran out from inside to chase me. I don't know what sins I did in my past life. Looking at Tang Yanling's overwhelming face, a thought flashed through Su Fan's heart. The reason for the woman's coma, though not known exactly, was certainly related to her arrival in this world. Forcibly breaking through the world barrier, causing it to suffer a great deal of damage to its vitality, not to mention the first thing. When he thought of dueling with her in the endless sea, he had already been seriously injured by himself, and without tens of hundreds of years, it was absolutely impossible to completely heal. And now, the other party actually didn't go to treat their injuries, instead, they came to seek themselves even at the expense of injuring their roots. One can only imagine how much that kiss, how much it really hurt him. Sufan shook off his head and sat obediently on the edge of the bed, discarding the idea of continuing to think deeply. Turning his head to look at the cell phone on the floor that was shattered in half, this old buddy had just bought it last month, and the chipped pants. Thinking about this, Sufan was in a state of physical pain. Suddenly, he realized a very serious problem. Just now this demoness wanted her own little life as soon as she arrived, so how should she be coaxed when she woke up? Granted, one should be able to avoid threats to one's life by virtue of flowery language. But there is no guarantee that such a bomb will not get out of control at some point and in turn level the world. What's more, in her outfit, the original battle coupled with breaking through the boundary wall had left her clothes in tatters. It's already a little bit of springtime. What if it breaks a little more? Let's not talk about being suspected by anyone, but if you meet someone with bad intentions, pissing her off over it was unthinkable. Sufan had already begun to predict what she would look like when she got angry, definitely swinging her sword to level everything, including this city. He shivered hard at the thought. For the demoness in front of her, it was entirely possible that this could happen. For this reason, Sufan felt that he couldn't help but take precautions. With that, he struck a note. It looks like we'll have to get her a whole set of modern clothes first, and then figure out how to coax her back. Think of it as such, and say it's done. Sufan skimmed the wall clock. It was already 10:30 p.m. and the store should still be open. Changing into a pair of pants, he took the only cash left inside his wallet, locking the door to his room in one smooth motion and striding out the door. Even though the locked door couldn't trap her, it was able to prevent people from outside from going in. After all, there's a stunning beauty lying in there right now. There were only a few sporadic small supermarkets near the rental house where Sufan lived, and he wanted to go and configure a set of clothes for the demoness but also to go to a large shopping mall that was slightly farther away. Downstairs, Sufan looked at the few funds inside his pocket and sighed helplessly. Hey! The cell phone was also cut in half by this demoness, so it looks like I'll have to spend a few $100s on a new one again. And to buy her clothes, that's another big expense. How much I've suffered to save this world. After a burst of self-touching, Sufan obediently took a cab towards the city. After 10 minutes had passed, the vehicle arrived at the center of Yunhai City. With all the bright neon lights, rows of stores arranged in an orderly fashion, and crowds of people on the streets, this is the only place that can be considered a modern city compared to the dilapidated rental houses. When he arrived at his destination, Sufan opened the car door and slowly walked down from it. Since his cell phone was also chipped for the same reason, he decided that it would be better to buy himself a new cell phone before he went to buy clothes for the demoness. After all, you can't live without a cell phone in this day and age. You can lose any ID card, but you can never lose your cell phone. Thinking so, Sufan looked towards a cell phone store and hoofed it over. Looking at the wide array of brand new machines inside the store, a heartwarming expression appeared on his face. On second thought, though, reaching out and touching his parched wallet, he dismissed the desire to purchase a dream machine of love. After carefully surveying the machine for a while, Sufan rested his eyes on a $666 machine. Waiter, I'll take this one, help bring it out for me for a bit. Thinking of the purpose of first settling for a while, Sufan, with his early 20s, took a brand new second-hand phone priced at $666 in full payment alone. At this moment, he had no sense of accomplishment, but only the helplessness and sadness of having his wallet become thinner again. After coming out of the cell phone store, Sufan fell into deep thought. If you buy clothes for a demoness, shouldn't you buy a full body? If you want to buy the whole body, then the little undershirt or something to buy. Cannot let the other side just wear their own little bibs. With modern clothing, that look how out of place ah. As a professional single old dog, Sufan's understanding of women's small undershirt, most of the knowledge from the Vimeo. In real life, he had only seen it on a neighbor's clothesline. It's not like he's ever had a girlfriend, he seems clueless about such things. However, he had grown up, and although he hadn't eaten pork, he had still seen a pig run. When he wanted to buy women's products, he knew that City Beauty would be his first choice. Coincidentally, when he finished thinking, across the street, a City Beauty appeared in front of his eyes. Looking at the running stream of vehicles, Sufan decided that it was better to strive to be a good citizen who adhered to morality. Cross the street. Wait for the red light. Nothing would be more important than a small life. A few minutes later, Sufan stood in front of a City Beauty. The passing crowds all gave him sideways glances, and the whole thing made him look embarrassed. Ahem. Sufan dryly coughed a few times in embarrassment. Suddenly, a store salesman saw him. With that, he trotted up to it and gazed at him with a professional smile. Hands slightly affixed to its small stomach with a black professional wraparound dress. With just one glance, Sufan knew that this was professional. Good day, sir. How may I help you? The salesman's tone was as gentle as possible, and her expression was bright and attractive. In this line of work she had seen many people, most of them were sisters who came in pairs, or accompanied their wives and girlfriends. But now the other man had come alone, a big man, which wasn't really uncommon in her line of work. However, she did not show this surprise. After all, the customer is God. As long as the other party has a need, then she should serve with all her heart. Sufan carefully surveyed the guide from top to bottom for a while before slightly dry coughing. Ahem. That what? Do you sell women's tank tops? Chapter 4, they all seem to look good. In response to Sufan's headless question, the shopper's head drifted over a few large question marks. This is a women's store, of course they have tank tops. What's this kid asking for? Is he a nervous wreck? Or did he come here on purpose to pick a fight? But for a burst of vomit in her heart, the shopper did not show on her face. After all, she is a professional. What strange customers have met. Handsome, don't kid yourself. This is a specialty store for women's products. How can there be no women's undershirts for sale? Receiving a clear answer, Sufan was slightly relieved. Of course he knows that this is the place that sells little undershirts, but he has never been here before. Ask what's wrong with a little tension. With that, he forced himself to calm down. So, do you have any nice little undershirts for sale? Yes, handsome, we have all styles here, I'll show you around. After saying that, the guide gestured a pleased gesture with his right hand, signaling Sufan to come in and take a look. Looking at the other party's genuine face, Sufan was greatly flattered, so he held back his embarrassment and wiped the tip of his nose inside. By the way, what kind of tank tops do you think would look good on a woman with that kind of high-strung demeanor? In the face of the store's flowery, green, pink and tender clothes, Sufan's eyes simply could not see over. Tender clothing fat, Sufan's eyes simply could not see over, so he issued a soul torture. This. The corner of the shopper's mouth twitched slightly, but she didn't know how to answer for a moment. Other people come to buy this stuff and ask if it's comfortable to wear, but this guy comes up and asks if it looks good? Isn't an undershirt supposed to be worn underneath? What's so bad about it? Is it hard to believe he's a pervert? Thinking of this, the shopper's gaze towards Sufan seemed to have become not quite the same. Just as she was mortared in place, not knowing what to do, a middle-aged woman dressed in a flamboyant manner swayed her waist and walked towards the side. Looking at the name tag pinned on his chest and the mature woman's flavor, Sufan was roughly sure that the other party should be a manager or something like that. Handsome, you are buying for your girlfriend, right? Then you've come to the right place. Inside our store, we have all kinds of styles and models. Sufan looked at the guide, then turned his gaze back to the manager and spoke with forced composure. That's right. My subject isn't feeling too well today, so I'm running it for him. The manager raised his eyebrows as soon as the words left his mouth. What kind of girl has such a good life? In all the years we've been in business, this is the first time we've met a girl who came to buy something for her girlfriend. The manager pursed her lips and smiled. Her words were full of appreciation. Such a sophisticated way of dealing with people. It was no wonder she could be a manager. Sufan looked at the other party's enthusiastic attitude and swept away his previous embarrassment. Handsome, what kind of model does your girlfriend like? Let me help you pick one. Just the black one. It doesn't have to be too sexy. Black is more pleasing to look at. The manager had an expression of I understand, causing the corners of Sufan's mouth to twitch uncontrollably and slightly. Handsome, you wait here now for a moment, and I'll go pick out a few things for you to look at. Okay. When he got a reply, the manager turned around and took out some black tank tops. The styles are very different, just not quite the same thickness and lace trim pattern. Handsome, look at these. With that, he reached out and handed it to Sufan. Looking at the clothing in his hand, Sufan's hand shook slightly. It was the first time he had ever touched this thing since he grew up, but he couldn't show it, or he'd be embarrassed. Looking at Sufan not speaking, the manager narrated. Handsome, not that I blow you, these models in your hand are the top quality of this store, the sales are very good, and there are many people who buy it to ensure that your girlfriend likes it a lot. Looking at the manager blowing up the sky beside him, itching to personally wear it and show it to him, Sufan was also speechless for a while. Since he also has no experience, he doesn't know exactly how well it works. However, the touch of this one in one's hand felt quite good, very silky and soft, thinking that it should be more comfortable if the demoness wore it, right? The manager was still blah blah blah, and Sufan pursed his lips impatiently. I just want to know how much. The manager sniffed and was reserved for a moment. For this set, it's about $799 on sale, but you can get 10% off if you apply for a membership card. What? That's it? You want another $799? That expensive? Sufan was unusually shocked. He had never thought that feminine products were actually so expensive. He thought it was only $20 or $30, but after the number came out of the manager's mouth, his whole body was bad. Looking at Sufan's surprised look, the manager explained in a coy voice. Handsome, penny for penny. With this quality in our store, buy it back and your girlfriend will be very happy. The manager said while gesticulating vigorously, in a desperate attempt to sell this set of products that were slightly expensive for Sufan. Resistant to the sales pitch, in the end, after careful consideration Sufan still chose to sell the next set. After all, if you really went to buy a roadside stall, when Tang Yanling was uncomfortable in it, wouldn't she immediately cut herself? So, you can't save this money, and you can't save it. After leaving Urban Beauty, Su Fan went to purchase a few more sets of clothing for Tang Yanling, which included a JK uniform, as well as a stepmother's wraparound skirt. It's not that Su Fan likes it, but he can't resist the shopper who is too enthusiastic and keeps saying that young girls nowadays like to wear these. Unable to do anything about it, Su Fan had no choice but to accept it as it was, thinking that Tang Yanling, being a devil emperor with such a hot body, should look good in it. This trip out had taken Su Fan more than an hour in total, and it had also hitched up $5,000. Touching his wallet, which was already deflated to the point of no return, Su Fan was in a state of physical pain, which was really spending money like water. I think it took a lot of effort to save all that money. When Su Fan took a taxi back to the downstairs of the rental house, it was already 12 o'clock at night. The old rented house seemed unusually quiet late at night, and the darkness brought full discomfort. Feeling his surroundings, a sudden gust of cold wind blew by, and Su Fan shivered. Why does it feel a little cold today? It's the middle of summer. Carrying his things and feeling the dim light, Su Fan found the floor of his rental house. Slowly stepping upward. Suddenly, the lights in the hallway flickered violently twice, and then went out with a pop. Su Fan murmured, "Ha? Why is this light out?" Just as he was filled with doubt, a voice slowly sounded in the darkened hallway. "Brother, come and play with me." Chapter 5. It's no use shouting at the top of your lungs. Su Fan heard it exceptionally clearly, and he was pretty sure that someone behind him had just called out. He didn't immediately strike up a conversation, though, after all, he couldn't be sure it was called for what he wasn't. Just as Su Fan thought so, that voice from behind continued to come. "Brother, come and play with me, sis is so hot." The coquettish voice was full of extreme seductiveness. Bewitching, just like a female cat in heat, it was difficult to control the odor emanating from her body. When the voice reappeared, Su Fan heard it more truly, so he turned his head towards his back. To his dismay though, the empty space behind him, coupled with the fact that the light bulb had gone out, made it impossible to see anything. Su Fan couldn't help but tremble, remembering a rumor he had heard some time ago. 2 days ago when he went to the convenience store downstairs to buy something, the middle-aged greasy boss told him that a female sex fiend had recently appeared in the area. At that time, upon hearing this, Su Fan instantly widened his eyes. He had never seen a female sex fiend when he grew up, and was obviously very interested in this matter, so he pursued the matter further. "I heard from the owner that the relevant authorities have launched an investigation, but there is still no clue." After investigating for so long with no results, the surrounding neighbors said that the female sex demon is actually a female ghost. Otherwise, with today's technology, how could a big living person escape the net of the law? And moreover, none of the men who have been violated by her has ever seen her face. So, this thing just got more and more evil, and there were all kinds of versions. At that time, the boss even poked fun at Su Fan, saying that he was so handsome that he would probably be its target, and he didn't think so at that time. But now that he thought back, he instantly panicked. If this thing was true? Without much thought, Su Fan panicked and turned on the torch of his newly purchased cell phone, and the piercing light met the gesture. Su Fan, who had originally thought that he would find something, was greatly disappointed that there was still nothing behind him. Could I have misheard? Shaking his head, he put the thoughts he had just behind him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he was about to step and continue up the stairs. Behind his ears came a ghostly exhale, "Brother, come play with me, ah." Without waiting for Su Fan to react, a slender jade hand smoothly rested on his shoulder and gently embraced him from behind. A soul-stirring voice lingered in his ears for a long time without dissipating, directly giving Su Fan goosebumps all over his body. Suddenly, Su Fan reacted. A strange woman suddenly came out at this time of night. It couldn't be the female sex fiend that the convenience store owner said a few days ago, could it? And the other person was supposed to be a female ghost? Su Fan forced himself to stay calm, stuttering and wriggling his lips. "Little Miss, this is not good." Although his mouth said so, but the other party's haunting soulful voice, as if another wave of magic, so that his body uncontrollably hot. Su Fan's heart began to stir uncontrollably, and even his breathing became more and more rapid. The truth was that he had never had such intimate contact with any woman since he had grown so, except for that NPC, of course. Although you can perceive the truest sense of touch inside the game, but that can't be compared well, right? Kissing an avatar is nothing. Su Fan soothed himself. And now, behind him, seemingly hugged by a big beautiful woman? Granted, the other person may be a female ghost. The woman didn't care about Su Fan's words. Instead, she began to move her hands and feet, running up and down his body. Su Fan felt the other party's light caress and swallowed hard. The knots in his throat rolled up and down as if a blazing fire was burning in his body. Hero's twilight resignation, white youth head, the old man early 20s is still a place, now sent to the door, Ning Kaichen or grass, is not I Su someone cannot grass it. At this time not grass more wait for when? In the end, Su Fan was still overwhelmed by lust. Desire overwhelmed his mind and overcame reason. With those words, he was like a beast out of its cage, wantonly displaying his most primitive desire. He turned, and an exquisite face presented itself to him. The female ghost close at hand was actually so good-looking, exhaling gracefully like an orchid, a breath of fresh scent panting in a ghostly manner. Sure enough, Ning Seng does not deceive me. At the thought, Su Fan's throat rolled, and a certain place stood up uncontrollably. Such a good thing can actually let him meet. It looks like today he is going to sacrifice his virginity. The other party is a female ghost, but what does that matter? He himself is a man who won't even let go of NPCs. Right at this moment, the female ghost on the opposite side instantly Yama-lived. How could she not expect Su Fan to actually monkey around more than herself? That's not at all what she thought it would be. As an authentic female ghost herself, she specializes in harvesting male yang energy. And the ones she met were all cowards, left to be ravaged by her, but the man in front of her seemed to be completely out of his element. How dare you reverse the order? Looking at Su Fan's almost on the edge of madness appearance, the female ghost shrunk her neck uncontrollably. Don't you come over. Otherwise I'll have to yell for someone. Looking at the female ghost in front of him with a pitiful look, Su Fan became more and more excited. Scream as hard as you can, no one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. Female ghost. Damn! How did you run into such a man today, actually more colorful than yourself, knowing that you are a ghost, a little bit of fear first not to mention, but more and more excited. Look at this son. We'll have to change places or we'll meet him again. Just as she broke free from Su Fan's grip, intending to cast a spell and run away, a sense of oppression that was desperate to the extreme came. The strong feeling of suffocation pressed her so hard that she was almost on the verge of gasping for air, and her entire body instantly paralyzed on the stairs, unable to even move. What man? Actually so strong. The female ghost's heart was shocked, and a horrified look leapt onto its face. She had harvested so many prey, and thought that this group of mortals were nothing more than pigs, dogs, cows and sheep to be slaughtered, but what was this extremely strong sense of oppression now? She felt the threat to her life, as if the other party was able to make her soul fall apart with just a thought. This pressure did not have any effect on Su Fan, as he looked at the female ghost who was paralyzed to the side, her body constantly trembling as an aura of despair began to permeate her body. Panic. Despair. So the emotion showed above her delicate cheeks, bean-sized sweat running down the hair at her temples, looking extremely pained. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came out, and the female ghost exploded as if she were an inflated balloon. Immediately afterward, broken limbs flew and spilled in all directions. Not long after, the limbs began to disintegrate, turning into wisps of green smoke that dissipated into the air without leaving a trace. After everything calmed down, a ball of light appeared in front of Su Fan's eyes, and just as he wanted to reach out and grab it, the ball of light actually automatically floated toward the upper floors. And the direction to go was actually his rental house. Chapter 6, The Great Flimflammer Su Fan. The scene that was happening in front of him was truly unbelievable to Su Fan. A living person disappeared from in front of him in the blink of an eye, which was undoubtedly a break from the original worldview for him in the modern world. But after thinking about it, even the NPCs inside the game could come out. What else was there that he couldn't accept? Thinking so, Su Fan shook his head vigorously, putting some of this out of his mind. When he slowly came back to his senses, the one fluorescent-colored ball of light had already disappeared, vanishing without a trace. Just at this moment, he suddenly thought of something, hurriedly looked over in the direction of his own rental house, and then leapt to take a big stride upward and ran wildly, and while running, he fumbled for the key from inside his pants pocket. The door to the room was opened, only to see that Tang Yenling had awakened at some point, and was sitting with her legs crossed with her eyes closed, a circle of dark-colored light encircling her body. Su Fan looked straight at this without saying anything. It must be that the female ghost just now should have been killed by her, and that ball of light should have some special effect that could help her heal her injuries. Not too long after, the dull-colored light that surrounded Tang Yenling's body slowly dissipated, causing her originally pale face to become rosy with the naked eye. The aura of this realm is basically so thin that there isn't even the slightest bit of it, and you can't detect any semblance of cultivation all over your body. Suddenly, an icy voice slowly sounded in the slightly silent room, carrying 1 part inquiry, 2 parts disbelief, and 3 parts harshness. Even the air began to turn icy cold due to the sound of this voice. Tang Yenling opened her eyes, and a purple light flashed through her eyes as she was gazing straight at Su Fan. In that moment just now, her brain raced, and coupled with its cultivation, it was able to give her thousands of thoughts in a split second. She wouldn't believe half of the bull Su Fan had said before. And she's been able to talk to it so far, just out of curiosity. Although Su Fan had reincarnated to this low-ranking realm, how could he retain his previous memories? And with no cultivation at all, he was completely indistinguishable from a mortal. Of course, the reason why she had chased her to this realm was still because of the kiss Su Fan had given her when he had dueled with her back then. He was so sad and determined at the time, so willing to be disarmed by the military to kiss himself, that she couldn't figure out what was going on, and that there must be some unknown secret to it. Su Fan felt the air getting colder and colder, plus Tang Yenling's pair of stern eyes were watching him. He felt a great sense of oppression and panicked a batch inside. However, he knew that he couldn't show his cowardice, or he would be just like the female ghost just now, and become a soul under its sword. Sufan forced himself to stay calm, sighed softly, and slowly put down the things in his hands. Since he was the one who caused the trouble in the first place, he should take care of this damning nuisance himself. However, the other party was new to this world, so surely she didn't know anything yet. Thinking of this, Sufan decided to fool her again for a while. In this way, one might still be able to survive for a while longer and not be killed by it now. Besides, she was already a demoness, so stabilizing her emotions first was a priority. Sufan slowly turned around to look at her with a gentle face, and his entire aura was different. The eyes were deep and the gaze was calm, as if they had experienced the vicissitudes and sufferings of millions of years. Hey, is that why you're looking for this, right? Seeing that this female devil was not as resentful towards himself as she had just appeared, Sufan was also relieved in his heart. He knew that, at least for now, he had sort of saved his little life. In the future, it is up to you to continue to fool her. Tang Yanling's gaze gradually softened, but the chill in the air didn't decrease by half, and she just eyed Sufan, waiting for his answer. I really don't know how you became the devil Dao Empress, empty cultivation but not much of a brain. Sufan laughed coldly, his tone carrying a disdain for banter, but in reality, he was internally flustered to a batch. When Tang Yanling heard this, her eyebrows frowned slightly, but she didn't immediately get angry. She wanted to see what kind of tricks Sufan could say. Seeing that the other party's mood was still normal, Sufan continued. Your 10 million years of cultivation has really gone to the dogs. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? This realm you actually thought was just an ordinary low-ranked realm? Tang Yanling didn't reply, only her embroidered brows wrinkled deeper. This realm is the holy land of the human race, and the ancestral land of the human race. All the branches of the human race in the great millennium world went out from here, and you actually dare to speak out of turn and say that this is a low-ranked realm? Don't talk nonsense. If it's really as you said, then how could the spiritual chi here be so thin? Even a simple exhale of breath can't be done. Don't try to swindle me. Tang Yanling retorted in a stern voice, which instantly made Sufan's heart tremble, but seeing that this which didn't immediately make a move, he still forced himself to remain calm. Then with a few cool scoffs, his eyes revealed a kind of contempt. You are really ignorant. Who said that aura can determine the strength of a realm? Have you ever heard of the boundary ceiling formation? Boundary ceiling formation? Tang Yanling's expression finally changed a bit when she heard this. Watching his flimflam succeed in making the other party start thinking, Sufan sold his energy even more. Not bad, it's the legendary boundary ceiling formation. I'm sure you know that once this formation is opened, then the boundaries that have this formation will all be blocked off. People outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out, and even the aura will start to slowly dissipate between the heavens and the earth. I saw that the other man did not speak, but frowned and fell into deep thought. Sufan had a serious face as he continued to talk nonsense. In ancient times, this realm used to have an abundance of aura, and countless human powerhouses walked out, but on a certain day, a great formation was set up by a supremely powerful person, so much so that it blocked the aura. Let me ask you this, if you one day become the supreme god of the ancestral god world, and when there is no more enemy in the world, what are you most afraid of? Tang Yanling's eyes suddenly flashed, and even her breathing quickened a few points. Could it be? Not bad. You'll be afraid of being surpassed by upstarts. You'll be afraid of them affecting your position as supreme. Sufan didn't let her continue to snatch at the answer. Instead he was speaking rapidly to explain the original reason to her. Receiving Sufan's affirmation, Tang Yanling came to her senses, her eyes revealing a fearful mentality. Are you saying that this realm has been blocked by a supreme powerhouse just to consolidate its position? Sufan nodded and walked slowly towards the window, his hands behind his back. The sunlight outside the window spilled over his body, making his back look unusually depressed. Chapter 7 The Bluffed Empress. Looking at Sufan's hazy back by the window, Tang Yanling's heart was greatly stimulated. Although she had heard it all from him and had not verified it herself, the shock she had received was real. She settled down and continued to ask, what exactly is this person's realm? Tang Yanling felt bad. She was the devil emperor of the world of gods, and now that she was trapped here and heavily injured, her cultivation was less than a tenth of what it should be. If that supreme being discovered the trail, he would definitely die without a burial place. After all, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Sufan watched as the other party was successfully led astray by himself, so he decided to continue adding more fire. He is an old monster who has already lived for tens of thousands of years, having long ago achieved the supreme primordial infinite fruit position, having suppressed countless races in all these heavenly realms with the power of a single person, and even the demons, gods, devils, and the like have been massacred by him in their stead. Surprisingly so terrifying? Tang Yanling sucked in a mouthful of cool air, her face instantly turning pale, because in the world of the gods, there had never been a strong person like this, and now that she was staying in this realm that didn't even have an aura, there was actually such an existence, how could she not let her heart jump in fear? In fact, when she had awakened just now, she had carefully explored the boundaries within a 100-mile radius and found that it was completely different from the world of gods. This realm had magic treasures running on the ground, flying magic treasures in the sky that looked like birds, and many, many more that she had never seen before. Moreover, these magic treasures did not require aura to be activated, which caused her worldview to be greatly impacted. There were also human beings on the streets, dressed unusually strange, completely different from the human beings in the world of the gods in her image, and he could not even understand a word of the conversation between the words. The pronunciation was odd, but it was somewhat similar to the pronunciation from what she knew inside the ancient books. Tang Yanling murmured in a low voice, "Could it be that this place is really a high-level realm?" With that thought out of the way, she once again felt a great fear and wanted to run away from the world immediately. However, his cultivation was damaged, less than 1/10 of his original level, making it impossible for him to break through the void. An extreme anxiety haunted its mind. Suddenly, she turned her head and stared straight at Su Fan with a questioning look. "If that's the case, why did you reincarnate here, and even willingly disbanded the army?" She had always held a grudge against this guy for kissing her for no reason before, and if it wasn't for the fear of having her Taoist heart clouded and being haunted by the demons of her heart, thus affecting her cultivation, how could she possibly have followed Su Fan to this realm? The other party's sudden question had confused Su Fan. However, he was an excellent graduate with 9 years of compulsory education, and it was only a chance for him to deal with this kind of trouble, and he had already thought of a way to deal with it. You're also a character who has lived for millions of years, so you should also know that trying to break through to a higher world in the world of gods isn't a simple matter, right? Indeed, but what does this have to do with your reincarnation to this realm? Is it just to break through to that supreme realm? Tang Yanling's vermilion lips slightly opened, her gaze eyed him slyly. Ha! That's right. Knowing that I am of the human race, and that this realm happens to be the ancestral land of the human race, so I believe that the opportunity one am pursuing is definitely here. Su Fan's tone was filled with pleading, almost as if he was gritting his teeth and spitting out one word at a time. Not waiting for Tang Yanling to chime in, he took advantage of the situation, carrying a teasing look in his eyes. Isn't your own life the most important thing you should be concerned about right now? You have to know that this is the domain of my human race. Moreover, there is also a supreme being. If you are discovered by him, I'm afraid that you... Su Fan knew that the art of language lay in learning to get to the point, and with the words already spoken, he didn't say much more, instead leaving all the time for thinking to the other party. When Tang Yanling heard this, her face sank, and a quiet sense of crisis leapt out. Regarding what the other party said about this matter, she naturally knew about it, but naturally, she realized that she couldn't get out of this realm at all, and besides, there was no aura to provide for her to heal her injuries. I do have a good idea though, it's up to you if you want to hear it. You? Why are you helping me? Tang Yanling looked at him with a face of disbelief. The two were still mortal enemies who had fought to the death before. Now the other party actually said that he was willing to help her. Did he really think that she was a 3-year-old urchin? Just listen to me as I unfold the story. Su Fan paused and picked up a bottle of mineral water on the table and took a hard sip. As you know, since I dare to take the risk of military disintegration and self-destruction of 10 million years of cultivation, then there must be my reasoning. And now I'm just a mortal. If you are willing to stay by my side and protect my well-being, I'll keep you safe and sound. When Tang Yanling sniffed, she always felt that something was strange and out of place, but she couldn't tell exactly where it was wrong all of a sudden. You know, since I dared to reincarnate here, then there must be a way to keep that supreme being from knowing about it, but now I am still in a mortal body, so if I meet any other dangers, I don't have the ability to solve them. No. You go on. And you're deep in the enemy camp, it's simply a fool's errand to not be exposed, but you're lucky to have met me, and I have a way to keep you from being discovered by the supreme being. Su Fan made up his mind, since this female devil couldn't be gotten rid of anymore, he must let her stay by his side properly. This was a living bodyguard plus labor force. Besides, she has a full body of cultivation. When the time comes to get money for herself, it's not a matter of easy to get it. Tang Yanling once again fell into deep thought after listening to the explanation, because who let Su Fan speak to her heart? Now that she was seriously injured, once she accidentally exposed the identity of the demon race, she was afraid that she would be strangled by many powerful people. Therefore, before she recovered from her injuries, she decided to hold back as long as she could. There's no problem with cooperation, but I still want to know why I was kissed in the first place and why I said that inexplicable thing. Su Fan. Oh, my god. Why is this woman so stubborn? She won't let go of this, will she? Can't you give me a break? Su Fan deeply felt what it meant that his brain was about to be burned out of commission. Just because of a kiss, it can make it from rushing the game inside chase out to cut himself, and now it is even more. 3 sentences do not leave this matter. Stressed out, really stressed out. Granted, I've never kissed a girl myself. That what? About this matter we'll give you an explanation after our cooperation is over. Tang Yanling frowned upon hearing this, but she didn't chase after him again. The priority still needed to recover her cultivation as soon as possible. By the way, you said that you would help me escape the supreme being's scrutiny. What shall you do? Faced with the sudden inquiry, Su Fan sheepishly glanced at the several large handbags beside him. Chapter 8. It's a dangerous idea. Su Fan was now panicking in his heart, and panicking a lot. He still wasn't quite sure what to make of the fact that he'd taken it upon himself to go and buy her a little tank top, little pants, or whatever. One must know that the other party was a genuine Devil Dao Empress. In case she was offended by this matter, I'm afraid that it would be the sound of heads rolling off the ground on the spot. Well. Seeing Su Fan stammering and refusing to speak, Tang Yanling's eyes directly narrowed. In fact, for hiding her breath, she was also able to use it skillfully, and as long as there wasn't a huge difference in each other's cultivation levels, the chances of being discovered were almost zero. However, if the other party was one great realm higher than oneself, then this point of ability was just playing a big sword in front of the Guangong. Feeling the other party's sense of oppression, Su Fan's eyes cooed, then slowly took out the few pieces of clothing he had just bought back. Don't underestimate these clothes, this is an untold secret of my human race, it is the material of the primordial true solution, coupled with the supreme secret script of my human race, and thus drawn and shaped. Tang Yanling picked up the garment and carefully caressed it. Although these clothes had a peculiar shape and special materials, she did not detect any aura fluctuations, nor did they have any secret text formations as Su Fan had said. One of the most crucial things was that she herself was at least a Devil's Road Empress, and it was surprising that these materials were unheard of and unseen even by her. Right at the time Su Fan had gone out, she had woken up and had already used her divine sense to explore her surroundings. The group of humans were almost all dressed like this, which was exceptionally surprising when it came to her first time seeing them. I understand what you're saying, but what exactly is this? Tang Yanling held a small undershirt in her hand and shook it in front of her eyes a few times, then sent it to Su Fan. Su Fan. His heart was like a million horses, and his face was as red and bubbly as a teapot that was about to boil. And how exactly should I wear these two clumps that flop around? She was full of doubts, and it didn't look like she was wearing it on the outside. Suddenly, an aura came over her, as if she understood something. Those two oval-shaped depressions gave rise to an idea in its mind. Could this be a blouse? Her eyes widened as if they were two bronze bells, having lived for so many years, she had never seen such a style. Su Fan. And, could these be Xia pants? The two pieces of clothing that had originally been held in his hands for observation out of curiosity were flung at Su Fan's face in an instant. Su Fan. Tang Yanling couldn't accept that she was wearing this kind of thing and showed extreme resistance and impatience. Looking at the other party's appearance, Su Fan helplessly reached out and took the small undershirt off his face, and softly opened his mouth to persuade him. This clothing, it has a very powerful secret formation pattern inside. If I don't wear it, I'm afraid it will easily be discovered. No buts, just listen to me, we're partners, how could I screw over a partner, right? Su Fan had completely lost his face and began to flirt with one another. And these clothes are a whole set, only by putting them all on will the secret formation pattern be able to maximize its effectiveness. Looking at the other party with a genuine gaze, Tang Yanling finally chose to compromise. Seeing Tang Yanling agree, Su Fan continued to ride the wave of victory. It's getting late, you'd better go bathe and change as soon as possible, and when you've come out, I'll carefully talk to you about this realm in detail. Tang Yanling nodded with a face of indifference, looking down at the few pieces of clothing on the table. The colors were indeed very pretty and the styles were relatively new, but she turned over a piece of clothing in a pile and held it in her hand. Frowning, she asked, "What are these things? Why would you expose your legs, and it's also so short, so it's not like you're in bed with the harmonious, cheerful sect?" Su Fan fixed his eyes and glanced at it, and a JK uniform leapt to its surface. That what? Su Fan was dumbfounded. He knew that he shouldn't have bought any JK uniforms at all, if it wasn't for that guide. Non also, things can not just look at the appearance. Can you have reached this level of cultivation still do not understand? What am I supposed to understand? In the face of Su Fan's sudden pua, Tang Yanling always felt wrong, straight in where the wind is messy. Oh, really do not know how you are cultivating this realm? Do you not know the great world, everything? All this is the phase by the heart? If you don't think or act, then where will the demons of the heart come from? Rumble, a loud bang exploded in Tang Yanling's mind. It was as if she had instantly realized something, but that feeling was so mysterious that she couldn't touch it, couldn't grasp it. Not long after, she slowly came back to her senses, letting out a long breath, and became a little more convinced of Su Fan's words. Wooby, that works too. Su Fan's heart raced 10,000 mom. After grabbing her clothes, Su Fan led her to the bathroom. Looking at the yellowed toilet, the floor that was like glazed glass, and the rusty water heater, Tang Yanling had a very confused look in her eyes. Before she could open her mouth to ask, Su Fan explained seriously, "This is shampoo, this is body wash, and this, if you go to the left, it's hot water, and to the right." Su Fan introduced it while showing her what the various items were and how to utilize them. When the shower head sprayed dense little lines of water over, Tang Yanling found these things more and more interesting. This magic treasure went to there are still a few interesting, can there be other effects? Su Fan looked at the other party's interested appearance and coughed as he continued to open the neglect. This one can relieve fatigue and accelerate the bruises in the body to be able to recover as soon as possible. He didn't even bring a brain to almost blurt it out, so you can imagine that the ability to fool the Empress went straight up like a launched rocket. So it is. Tang Yanling nodded slightly. I'm just going to head out, huh? So hurry up and wash up and come out. With those words, Su Fan turned around and left, and just as he had taken a step, he heard a sound coming from inside. You and this seat are just in a cooperative relationship. We'll settle the previous grudges later. A sudden tingle ran down his back, and he hardened his head and forced himself to say, don't worry, I understand everything, but since you've come here, it's better to listen to me, or else. Seeing that Su Fan had started his threatening words again, Tang Yinling let out a cold snort and didn't say anything more. With those words, Su Fan straightened his back and took a slow step with his other foot. As his feet stepped out of the door, he turned back to look behind him, only to see a white mist filling his sight. Humph. Cheapskate, still not allowed to see it, like a burglar proof. Su Fan cursed and spat, making it seem as if he really dared to peek. He was sure, but anyone who really had that in mind was afraid that his head was going to go again. Chapter 9, Can I Trust You for Once? Like most women who bathe, which is perhaps a nature of theirs, 2 hours passed with this washing by Tang Yinling. Originally, Su Fan thought that the other party was just casually rushing for a few minutes, but it made him never expect that it actually took a whole 2 hours. I'm afraid the tank, which didn't have much gas in it, has bottomed out. He thought as he did. When he really wanted to cry, the gas that he had to take dozens of baths was now used up by her in one go. In the meantime, Su Fan had also gone to call Tang Yanling a few times, originally wanting her to come out quickly, but the other party seemed to not hear her at all. The white fog cut off everything, cut off sight, and cut off sound. He had no choice but to lie down on the sofa, slightly disheveled and lifeless. Until 2 o'clock in the evening, the thick white fog began to dissipate. A figure slowly walked out from inside. Whoa, this. When that sinister figure appeared in front of Su Fan's eyes, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and even his nosebleed almost spewed out, but fortunately, his determination was strong, allowing him to hold it back. Su Fan had never imagined that one day, he would actually see the titular Devil Dao Empress wearing a JK uniform in front of him. And it's still so good looking, so indescribably good that I'm afraid all the actresses and netizens on the planet won't be able to compare with it, right? The lower half of her dark purple pleated skirt and knee-length stockings, the upper half of her clean white, long-sleeved shirt, plus the 2 mountain peaks leaping up. Standing. This made Su Fan, who had never had a girlfriend in the first place, feel greatly annoyed, and the flood of power in the young man's body wanted to be released. But I can only hold it in. Can anyone understand this feeling? Please tell me out loud? This garment is really not very nice to wear, it's strangling. It's not because you're too big. Su Fan murmured in a low voice. What are you muttering? Ha? No. Nothing. She believed in Su Fan's words. To be able to cultivate to their level, what else had they not experienced? Thus she didn't think of it in a bad way. If you can break his heart with just a single piece of clothing, there is no need for you to fight with him for 3 days and 3 nights in the first place. Looking at Tang Yanling's clear gaze, Su Fan felt more and more embarrassed, but this would not affect his other thoughts in the slightest. He was sure that if Tang Yanling participated in the Miss World Beauty contest or something, there would be no one else left in the first place. If she was this beautiful, she would be able to beat the entire field by herself. After all, people's jade body is tempered, absorbed countless heavenly treasures, body proportion reached the peak of human aesthetics, skin as if swaddling a baby general blowing. Ahem. This dress suits you quite well. Su Fan tried his best to press down his restless heart, but his mouth replied with a feigned calmness. You say that this garment can conceal one's own aura when worn? But this seed doesn't feel any difference. Tang Yanling had to ask so. It was really because just now she had already studied inside the bathroom for most of the day, but still hadn't found the slightest bit as magical as the other party had said. Although it did have many lines engraved on it, there was no spiritual power at all, and it was an ordinary garment that couldn't be any more ordinary in any way. Su Fan's heart trembled as he heard this. Immediately, he got serious and gazed at her with genuine eyes. This is a secret of the human race, is not your demon race can know? I promised something, will absolutely not swindle in you, temporarily at ease to where is, and then think of other. That's just it, can I trust you for once? Su Fan, carrot. And you introduce to this seat what other secrets this realm has. Tang Yanling is half believing, but now they have to ask for him, it is not good to casually anger, temporarily tolerate him a hand just. Su Fan was too late to reply, only to hear her continue asking, you are now reincarnated and recultivated, and with the lack of aura in this realm, this seed will not take advantage of you. With that, she tossed a crystal clear fruit to Su Fan. The fruit was the size of a pigeon's egg, with a radiant light flowing from it that did not resemble anything on earth. Holy, chaos fruit? As soon as that fruit appeared, Su Fan's eyes widened like 2 bronze bells, hence the scene that almost came out of his mouth. This fruit of course he remembered, and clear but, want to participate in the early internal test occasion, it is because of eating this fruit, he can be the first than other players to break through the level. He was more aware of the importance of this item than anyone else, which was why he was so alarmed when the other party took out such an item. Immediately afterward, Su Fan held back his excitement and slowly spoke, fellow Taoist, great righteousness, such bravado then I'll take it with a grain of salt, many thanks, many thanks. After saying that, he wanted to salute Tang Yanling. Almost at the same time, Su Fan inwardly, damn. If this thing has the same effect as inside the game, then won't I make a fortune? Ahahaha, it's awesome. Looking at the other party without the slightest intention to push back, Tang Yanling smiled faintly. He believed that Su Fan was definitely not someone who took favors and didn't do anything, and for people at their level, they simply didn't care to lie. Although the chaos fruit was indeed very valuable, and even she only had one, she no longer needed it, but it was very important to Su Fan. Therefore, she knew that the other party could not refuse at all. Small sample, this is still not take you? The two people each had their own thoughts. Su Fan wanted to extract more favors from him, while Tang Yanling wanted to get the truth from the other party's heart. The two just started. I'll take the stuff, and now I'll talk to you about the rules of this realm. After obtaining the chaos fruit, Su Fan swept away his previous sleepiness and began to chatter incessantly with its dictates, which covers history, science, biology, physics, law, ethics. At 8 o'clock the next morning, an alarm bell rang, and it wasn't until this time that Su Fan realized that he had actually slept through the night. This night, he recounted all his understanding of the world with it, stuff that covered every aspect, and if it wasn't covered, then it must have been unheard of for him as well. Of course, among all the knowledge points, Su Fan said the most is the law, not to ask her to strive to be a good law-abiding citizen, but do not want her to go out and get into trouble. Time is in a hurry. The early morning sun began to whiten in the blink of an eye. The sun shines on the head of the building. The summer sun early in the morning seems to be extraordinarily enthusiastic. The streets have been crowded and bustling. Chapter 10, Brother, Wake Up. In the old residential neighborhood, a pungent aroma began to fill the air as people were starting to prepare breakfast. A stomach growling sound resounded in the empty silent room. Su Fan awkwardly glanced at his uncontested stomach before revealing a coy smile. That what, are you hungry? Want some breakfast? After saying that, he picked up his newly purchased cell phone and shook it at Tang Yanling, only to see the interface of Mei Xiaotuan appear on the cell phone interface. Breakfast? What's breakfast? No. That breakfast. Yes, would you like something for breakfast? For breakfast my seat, usually eat rather simply. Do you have any spirit clear fruits? Su Fan. Or spirit vulture meat? Su Fan. At those words, his heart was like 10,000 little lambs running wild, the kind that didn't carry dirty words in the slightest. No, none of these. Can't you want something easy to eat? If I hadn't been unable to beat her, I would have started spraying her, right? Upon learning that there was neither this nor that, Tang Yanling muttered impatiently. What the hell is there then? Big fries to eat or not? Donut? What is a donut? This seat has never heard of it. Donuts are a delicacy in this realm. Basically everyone eats this for breakfast. Do you want to try it as well? Tang Yanling stood still, not immediately striking up a conversation. Is it okay to taste it? Just do as the Romans do, okay? Forget about it, this seat has long since been discharged from the valley and is not interested in these things. After the words were spoken, the woman didn't care about Su Fan anymore, but instead, she started to meditate with her eyes closed and began to meditate and exhale. Not eating it saves me a meal. Su Fan proudly muttered so in a low voice, and then began to order his meal on his phone. A golden donut, 2 white steamed buns, plus a cup of gooey soy milk. Well, altogether, it's a pity that the demoness won't be able to savor such a delicious breakfast. Su Fan just under the order, the opposite side of the business immediately picked up. Action efficiency so fast, compared to the involution is also very serious, right? The interface shows that the writer will arrive within 20 minutes. Immediately afterward, Su Fan got up and slowly walked towards the bathroom. He intended to wash up. He hadn't slept for the whole night and was already disheveled. During this time, he had been carefully sizing up Tang Yanling. Of course, as an old man who had been single for 20 years or so, he certainly wasn't salivating over the other man's beauty anymore. He was just feeling rather apprehensive about how to proceed next. If one day the other party suddenly knew that she had deceived her, I am afraid that she would not let herself die easily, and would definitely be drawn and quartered and boiled in oil to make a lamp. The best thing to do for today is to never let her realize that she's snubbing her. As Su Fan stepped out of the bathroom, it was just as the doorbell of the rental house was pressed by someone. Not so much because he's slow in the shower, but just the self-congratulation of an old man who's been single for 20 years. Hello sir, here's your takeout. Su Fan opened the door to the room. A man covered in butter was standing in the doorway, looking at him with a smile on his face. The visitor was probably in his mid-20s, bone-thin, and with a weathered face, as if he didn't have the skin he should have at that age. Thanks. Su Fan took the takeout and respectfully got a thank you. Suddenly, the delivery boy's eyes caught a glimpse of Tang Yanling inside the house. Holy, man, you're still playing with uniforms. I don't know what to do. It's early in the morning. Su Fan. Sorry brother, I just didn't have control, don't take it personally. Brother, can you count and see if the sample size is this much? Su Fan glared at him without any good humor, and didn't explain too much. After all, at this time, the more he explained, the darker it became. Besides, he was just a stranger, so there was no need to explain at all. Well, it's all complete, no meals were lost. The delivery boy muttered in a low voice, am I the kind of person who would steal food? Handsome, remember to give a 5-star review later, haha. Your review is important to me. He put a sincere expression on his face and his tone was slightly embarrassed, as if he was still apologizing for his uncontrolled words just now. No problem, Shay. Sufan's words had not yet finished, a strong air current came, so straight to the body of the delivery boy, and then the whole person even with the lunchbox together with the staircase steps rolled away. Sufan froze in the doorway on the spot, and then he immediately reacted, turned to Tang Yanling and yelled in a low voice, "What are you doing with him? Can you not cause trouble? Who made him look at me just now, with such a lewd look in his eyes, making this seat very uncomfortable? Then you shouldn't have done it. Did I give you that long talk last night for nothing?" Tang Yanling skimmed her lips and angrily turned her head to the side, no longer making a sound. Looking at the female devil in front of him, Sufan could do nothing about it. It looked like the next days were not going to be easy. He was helplessly pathos in the bottom of his heart, and there wasn't a single thing he could do about it yet. Who let the other party be the real deal Devil Dao Empress? Sufan simply wanted to cry without tears. This woman was really not easy to serve. In fact, this couldn't be blamed entirely on her. When she herself was in the world of gods before, whoever dared to look at herself so directly would definitely have her eyes gouged out, her arms and legs cut off, and be made to suffer from the torment of the blazing fire for life. Without bothering about Tang Yanling anymore, Sufan hurriedly grabbed the door and ran furiously towards the takeout agent. If the other party was in big trouble, he definitely couldn't get out of it. "Bro, hey, wake up, bro. What's happening to me?" Confusion filled the delivery man's words. Seeing this, Sufan let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party hadn't discovered anything. "That one of the cats I have at home just now accidentally bumped into you, and then you rolled down by accident." "Yeah, but Bro, there's nothing but, here's $100, take it." The delivery man felt his condition for a moment, and as if there was no serious harm, he took the money handed to him with a face of embarrassment, grasping it with his hand in a death grip as if he was afraid that the other party would turn against him. The delivery man took the $100, patted his ass, and turned to walk down the road. Sinful, another 100 yen out. How can I live with this? Who knows what this demoness will stir up behind her? After Sufan had packed everything up, he walked towards the house with a disheveled look on his face. "You must not be so impulsive in the future. You must discuss everything with me, if not I can't guarantee your safety." Tang Yanling's tightly closed eyes trembled, and seeing this, Sufan didn't continue to look deeper into the matter, who let himself be afraid of annoying the other party as well. Chapter 11. This is a big deal. After an early breakfast, Sufan simply cleaned up, then turned his head to look at Tang Yanling who was meditating with her eyes closed. "What's that? I'm going out for a trip and won't be back until the afternoon. If you're hungry, there's still some food inside the fridge." But when the words were spoken, he felt that something wasn't quite right. Would people who cultivated immortals still go hungry? But after a while Sufan also reacted. He probably still hadn't gotten too used to the fact that the other party was an immortal cultivator, so he had treated her as an ordinary person to be polite and courteous. Seeing that the other party didn't have the slightest intention of answering him, this caused Sufan to skim his mouth in a fit of depression. "By the way, remember to never go out. The outside world is still dangerous for you." The second before his right foot stepped out of the door, Sufan turned his head and barked again, really scared. "When I came downstairs to the community, a group of grandparents were practicing in the morning or chatting and sunbathing, and of course, some couples were getting tired of each other." In response, Sufan glanced at it and stopped looking at it more. Looking at it more would chill him to the bone. The world's first virtual game, God Punisher, has ended its internal testing, and the official version will soon be online, so please stay tuned for all major players. A voice came from somewhere, and Sufan narrowed his eyes at the words. Punisher of Gods is about to launch its official service? Afterward, he immediately took out his cell phone, and all the major apps pushed out the news of the upcoming launch of God Punisher one after another. As the world's first virtual reality game, and also domestic independent research and development, the whole country is very excited and proud. Sufan casually clicked on the microblogging. This message has rushed to the first list. The heat reached more than 200 million, and is still continuing to rise. Hiss. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air, although he was also invited to participate in the internal test and knew the degree of fire of the game Exorcist God, but he did not think that since it would be such a universal heat, people who have participated in the internal beta on the hot search side are bragging hard about the demo experience of this game. You guys are the ones who don't know that this game is truly virtual reality, and the experience of life in it is simply immersive. I'm not hiding from you all. When I played it once, I don't want to come out. I have concubines in it, and my family has a lot of money. Where is it like the real world? It's just a social animal for people to spit on. More and more internal players began to join inside the chat, bragging to each other about their respective opportunities inside. The game The God of Punishment enables players to experience different lives in it, and also to fight monsters and upgrade. Sufan scrolled through the hot comments one by one and realized that the vast majority of male singles had already begun to boil. They were looking forward to the arrival of the game's public beta time. As for female players, the situation is similar. One by one, they fantasize about their Prince Charming, following their favorite person to swim in the world of the heavens. Thinking about it makes them feel romantic to the extreme. Suddenly, a thunderbolt exploded in Su Fan's mind, and a thought leapt out. Why was Tang Yanling able to travel out of the game? If she could come out, then could other NPCs come out as well? Once this thought begins to take root, it cannot be extinguished. If all the NPCs inside the world of God Punisher were able to come to this world, the sky would not be broken. Thinking of this, Su Fan winced fiercely. If the world was invaded by it, then this group of ordinary mundanes, would all be lambs to the slaughter. Closing his cell phone interface, he lost his mind for a moment, contemplating the pros and cons of it, and the future of humanity. Of course, this was all just speculation. Maybe Tang Yanling was the only NPC who could cross over. Su Fan shook his head and put all these thoughts behind him. Just as he came to his senses, a cell phone rang. Hello, how are you? Are you Mr. Su? Su Fan listened to the voice coming from the other end of the phone and answered without thinking. Yes, what can I do for you, please? It's like this, Mr. Su, this is the God Punisher game company over here. They want to do a questionnaire survey with you. Do you have time to come to this department? There is a $10,000 bonus for this event. Su Fan's heart is full of doubts. What questionnaire survey will actually have a bonus of 10,000? Could it be telecommunication fraud? Mr. Su, since your stats during the internal test were much higher compared to others, we couldn't figure out the reason through analysis on our side, so we wanted to consult you in person, and it would also help with the game's later development. How could such a good thing come to me? Still wanting to trick this lord, you're still a bit young. He hung up the phone straight away without a word, not believing any of the voices coming from the other end of the line. How dare you try to trap me with this? Do you really think I'm that honorable little princess of northern Burma? At this point, the connecting officer who was hung up on was looking helplessly at a middle-aged man in a suit. Never mind, I don't believe I can't find the problem without him, huh? The middle-aged man gave an angry cold snort, his words filled with disdain and arrogance. With those words, he turned to leave, and the linkman bowed respectfully to him. She let out a long breath as she watched the other woman disappear in front of her. Over here, Su Fan hung up the phone and headed to the company. He had originally taken several days off work in order to participate in the internal testing of the God Punisher game, and if he didn't go before, I was afraid that the director would be able to rip his head off. 9 to 6 days is so plain, but also seems to be unusually hard. The wage is not high, even if, but also let people work overtime, when it is a group of social animals. Su Fan looked in the direction of the company and ran forward helplessly. At 12 noon, Su Fan stepped on the dot and left work on time. Xiao Su, let's go have a lunch together. A man about the same age as Su Fan asked him. No, Brother Chen, I've already ordered takeout, so I'll join you next time. That man sniffed. Immediately his face did not look good. This little young man came to the company for a period of time. How can he be so unintelligent and do not know to treat the old staff to a few meals? Every time he wanted to let him treat, he always found excuses to shirk. Then he returned in a cold voice. Let's get together next time then. The words rushed away. In response, Su Fan was also teasing. Little man, still want to trap me? No way. Without much thought, he opened his cell phone interface and ordered himself a lunch at May Shout 1. Then his eyes rolled as if he had thought of something. Su Fan opened the home camera software connected to his cell phone, and he wanted to see if this demoness would do anything. The quality of the camera is not very clear, after all, it was plucked from some salty fish. It was then that the scene that sent it reeling appeared. Tang Yanling is licking a lollipop one bite after another? Su Fan? Chapter 12 You're an Empress. Gazing at Tang Yanling within the screen, Su Fan only felt that his 3 views had been challenged. Truly, he really didn't expect that the titular Devil Dao Empress would actually like this, and it seemed like she was in love with it. Tang Yanling, who was licking a lollipop, changed her usual high-cool temperament, and instead was more adorable. In a short while, a lollipop was finished by her, and then she looked left and right, and after learning that she hadn't been discovered by anyone, she continued to sit cross-legged, regulating her breathing. But all of this was caught in Su Fan's eyes. It's a good thing there's a camera or we wouldn't be able to see such a wonderful thing. The Switch actually has such a cute side. He was so happy that he immediately saved the video of Tang Yanling eating a lollipop just now. Maybe we can use it sometime. Besides, even if we don't use it, we can still turn it over anytime we want, can't we? With those words, Su Fan let out a few loud laughs. Luckily there weren't many people left inside the office at this time, or else he would have been asked what he was smoking. After a few minutes passed, he let out a long breath. It's finally done, he demoness, let's see how I'm going to fix you next time. Just between thoughts, the delivery boy had delivered his lunch. The days of being a social animal are bitter, and it happens to be a position you don't want to be in, so the torment is like years. As the curtain fell on the setting dusk, the sky was as clear as if it had been covered in blood, and the flavor of summer was very clear. Su Fan kept a close eye on the clock as he was about to leave work for the last hour. Overtime is impossible to work overtime, this lifetime don't want him to work overtime, no salary to take even if, but also to be scolded, this can't let a person endure. And company executives, every time its name is beautiful, overtime is to dedicate the company, each person accumulates a little into a lot, convergence into rivers, lakes and oceans, one day they are builders. Listening to the speeches of the leaders who snubbed the social animals, Su Fan vigorously rolled his eyes straight. He'd seen shamelessness, not this much. Overtime is not paid overtime. Is labor free to work for you? Come to think of it, I don't blame him for stomping off work every time. Su Fan, who couldn't resist the loneliness, finally waited until the moment of departure came, and directly turned off the computer without saying anything. Then as if by wind, he clocked out of work and rushed out of the office building. Downstairs in the lobby, Su Fan glanced at the bus parked not far away. Seeing that it was still early in the day, he planned to go to the city to purchase a batch of supplies, and later on, if there was nothing else he would not go out himself. That Tang Yanling guy can't leave within his line of sight, or else he'll get into big trouble, and I'm afraid he'll be unable to take it in his stride at that time. When Su Fan carried his things in a big bag and stood downstairs in the rental house, it was already getting late. I've finally gotten over it today, so I'd better stay with this demoness from now on. Su Fan on the last day of this month's shift, the comprehensive performance discounted down, the salary should be sent to him full. After all, he had never taken a vacation before, and had accumulated a number of days of vacation, which was why the company had granted him leave to play the God Exorcist internal test. And today is the last day of working hours and has submitted his resignation to the company in order to keep a good eye on Tang Yanling. Just as Su Fan fell into a trance, a grandpa in a white undershirt, fan in hand, waved at him with both eyes glowing gold. That. Xiao Sua, come here for a moment, I ask you something, but you have to answer honestly Boyle. Su Fan, Su Fan walked over after sniffing, and when he saw him with a smirking expression, he thought in his heart that the old thing was holding back some bad ideas again. Mr. Luo looked around to make sure that no one could hear him, and then he asked with a wink, is your kid hiding a woman in the house? Su Fan heard, eyes suddenly shrunk, I'm not at home, Tang Yanling ran out on their own to cause any trouble? It's over. If that's the case, I can't afford to pay for it at all. He hastily explained as a way to clear his name. Uncle Luo, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. I've been single for more than 20 years with my skills, why do I need to find a woman? Besides, a woman will also affect the speed of my gun drawing, Uncle Luo, I believe you think so too, right? Or else you wouldn't have been single until now. Su Fan's words were very heavy and did not give the Moncler outlet store face in the slightest, causing this grandpa surnamed Luo's face to turn red with anger, even his body began to tremble. Brat, what's this nonsense? How could your grandpa me not have a woman? It's not like you don't know Auntie Wang next door. Okay, Uncle Lo, I'm not going to argue with you, in any case, it's just that I don't have any women in my house. After the words, Su Fan carried the things, hot and fast running upward, leaving the old man alone in the wind messy. The moment he took out the key and opened the door, his entire body was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Su Fan, only to see the living room floor, all corners are piled up with lollipops. The house was surrounded by 3 layers of lollipops. Without waiting for Su Fan to open his mouth, Tang Yanling's slightly calmer voice came out. This seat has been waiting for you for a long time. The corners of Su Fan's mouth twitched madly for a few moments, and after putting down the things in his hands, he used his hands to peel open a passage with unusual difficulty. Big sister, what the hell are you trying to pull? Where did all these lollipops come from? He was practically crying and laughing at the moment. This woman had gotten back so many lollipops. Were they really that good? You mean this thing is called a lollipop? Nice, good name. Tang Yanling sniffed and was unusually excited, very satisfied with this dessert that she liked. Su Fan, who had been left out to the side, once again asked, so, where the hell did you get all this stuff? He tried his best to suppress his emotions, not because he was afraid of the other party's cultivation, but who let the other party be a girl? One has to remain a gentleman, right? Just now, this seat found this item within your storage magic treasure, and after tasting it, I found that it was quite good, and there was no extra within your magic treasure, so this seat used its divine sense to probe the surrounding area, and actually found that there were quite a few more, so I got them all back. Tang Yanling said slowly and indifferently, as if this matter was as commonplace for her. The truth is also true, to know that in the world of the gods, she is 1,000 people, what she wants is what she wants, if anyone dares to oppose, I'm afraid that even the screams cannot be sent out. Suddenly, Su Fan seemed to understand something. The convenience stores in the neighborhood, big and small, I'm afraid they were all ransacked by her, right? He coughed and cleared his throat. That smoky Ling, I think I should teach you another lesson. Chapter 13, An Earthly Excursion. Tang Yanling sniffed and looked at him with an odd face, unable to figure out why the other party suddenly called himself this way. It's weirdly disgusting, isn't it? She then said in a faint voice, no need, the laws of this realm have been memorized by this seat, and these things are just a matter of making some small spells, and did not go there in real body, and will not leave any traces. Seeing that this female devil refuted herself and knew that she was wrong, Su Fan decided to scare the other party. That being said, no one can guarantee that the Supreme can't probe, can they? What realm is he in that he can be known to you? Tang Yanling heard about the degree of power, so she didn't be stubborn anymore. She originally didn't want to cast spells indiscriminately, but who let this thing called lollipop? How delicious it is. Su Fan now felt annoyed at the bottom of his heart, this woman stayed by his side. I'm afraid she wouldn't have a good day. So many convenience stores in the neighborhood have lost things at the same time, and even though the number isn't that much, Naija might still call the police, and just hope that they don't get caught. In later years, the story of multiple families losing their lollipops on almost the same day was told to each other and gradually grew into a legend. In the years that followed, people inside the community organized themselves into a candy committee and made this day a day to honor the candy saint. So many lollipops, eat you to death, eat you full of cavities. Sufan looked at a room full of lollipops and was speechless. Although the other party would definitely not grow cavities, he just wanted to dislike them. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he wondered if he had become bold today, and actually dared to talk to the female demon like this. Steady, you must be steady, you mustn't drift. Since these lollipops have been brought over, I'm afraid it would be easier to reveal them if I put them back now, so keep them to yourself. The amount that filled the room, no matter how the woman ate it would be years of eating, right? Tang Yinling sniffed, pouted her lips slightly, and put away all the lollipops within the house into the storage space. Looking at the widened house, Sufan finally exhaled a long breath. It was already completely dark, and the street lights came on one after another, adding a few rays of warmth to the city. Inside a rented house, a few simple plates of small dishes were brought to the table. Skinny egg and pineapple soup, kung pao chicken, gazpacho, and more. Sufan walked out of the house with 2 bowls of rice and looked at Tang Yinling, who was still licking the lollipop. Tang Yinling, who was still licking the lollipop, did not have the good sense to say, "Are you going to eat it or not?" Tang Yinling didn't reply, didn't even look at him, continuing to eat her lollipop with an indifferent expression. Asked her words and ignored people. Now this look is kinda against the grain. High cold temperament beauty is chewing on a lollipop. The days passed like this day by day. The life of the two together was also very simple. Sufan every day in addition to eating is to sleep, really living the life of a fat boy aspired to when the social animal. He himself was able to visibly notice that his weight was creeping upward at a rate visible to the naked eye. He sleeps until noon during the day, and when he wakes up, he gets up and plays a game, flirting with the demoness from time to time, but he doesn't dare cross the line. But the other party wore JK uniforms, stepmother wraparound skirts, so that Sufan's brother, who had been single for more than 20 years, could not hold back from time to time. As for Tang Yinling, no matter what time of day or night, she was meditating and closing her eyes to regulate her breathing, basically acting like a rock except for the lollipop inside her mouth that allowed her to move around a bit. Just as Sufan was bored and fuming, a clear female voice slowly came from within the room. "Hey!" Sufan sniffed with a slight sidelong glance and saw Tang Yinling taking small steps and leaning this way. "Take me out to see the outside world." Her voice carried an imperious tone, not one of consultation, but rather as if she were ordering someone around. "No way. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. What if you go out there in case the Supreme Being notices?" Sufan did not even think about it, immediately rejected her. At home can make so many moths too, who knows once out of the still managed to hold. When Tang Yinling saw this, a hint of anger flashed under her eyes, but she didn't snap. "Didn't you say that if this sitter puts on these clothes, he can shield himself from probing? Now you are saying that you can't go out. Could it be that you were coaxing me before?" "Sufan, of course I'm not lying to you, it's just that the situation is a bit unique right now." "What's so special about it? This seat has memorized all the rules you've told me and isn't going to cast spells in front of these humanoids, so what's not to like?" Seeing that Sufan was in deep thought, she continued, "How about you follow this seat out with me and I won't talk to anyone else?" The reason she wanted to go out was to see if she could find a place with abundant aura. Now that her cultivation was less than 1 out of 10, restoring her cultivation was the urgency of the day. And within this small room, she could barely even detect half of the fluctuations in her aura, which in turn led to her healing speed being very slow. This. Sufan was dumbfounded by the question and didn't know how to answer. But on second thought, the woman had been here for some old days, and it was time to take her out for a walk and get to know a world that was still relatively new to her at the moment. Sometimes the more you suppress it, the opposite happens. However, when the time comes, she will definitely continue to fool her, saying that the place is very scary, it is a forbidden place or something, and she must not step on it, or that the place hides a supreme power, and that she can be wiped out with a wave of her hand without even a crumb left. In this way, let's see if she still dares to run around in the future. Outside the window has been completely dark down, but the neighborhood at night already seems relatively quiet. Most of the people who live here are some old people. The routine is more stable, so they are resting earlier. But at a time like this, the nightlife is only just beginning for young people. Sufan pulled open the curtains and looked at them for a while. The night market in the city center was also up and running at this time of the year. Maybe how about taking her to the night market first? Making up his mind, he cleared his throat. "It's okay to take you out, but you have to listen to me on everything, and you have to make it to within an inch of your life and stay close to me at all times. And don't talk to anyone, don't do anything I haven't given you permission to do, or I won't be able to bail you out." Tang Yinling didn't get angry as she listened to Sufan speak in a motherly manner there, because there were still a few points of truth in what the other party said. Sufan looked at the other party who didn't get stubborn with him and confirmed that the other party should have acquiesced. Originally, there was no big deal about going out, but Su Fan had to be a bit more stable. It was really this powder keg, not knowing when it might explode. What you said, this seat agrees, so can we depart now? Chapter 14, It Can Actually Talk? Zhanghai City in summer is slightly hot and dry, and it is easy to get upset. Now that he had decided to go out, then Su Fan intended to change into cooler clothes before departing. Wait a minute, I'm going to go change into a set of clothes, it's too hot to go out in this. Tang Yanling gave him a blank look, but didn't say much. Then as if she had thought of something, she glanced down at what she was wearing and mentally murmured, could it be that he had to make me wear these strange clothes in the first place just because he was afraid that I would get hot? She helplessly spat again. What kind of cultivation was she? Could she still be afraid of the heat? Not growing a brain either. Or perhaps the heat of this realm is different from the world of gods? Wouldn't it really be an accident if you didn't wear it? After all, everyone here was dressed like this. Thinking of this, for Su Fan to force her to wear this body of clothing, it was only now that she was officially compromised. Not long after, Su Fan walked out from the bedroom in short sleeves, shorts, and sandal slippers, and then waved his hand. Go! Oh wait. Are you going to go out wearing just this JK? Su Fan froze for a while. This body standard long legs, coupled with knee-length black silk, if you go out then I'm afraid that the rate of return up to 1000%, right? What's wrong with that? Isn't that what I wear here? Not to mention it's what you had to put on me. Su Fan, he murmured, when did I ever have to ask you to put it on? It wasn't the guide. What are you talking about? Su Fan had an awkward smile on his face. No, didn't say anything, you like to wear it, so wear it. Su Fan didn't have to ask her to change again, no matter what, these were all bought by him. If he forced her to change, I'm afraid that he couldn't avoid another explanation at that time. However, before going out, he still had Tang Yanling put on a duck-tongued hat, as well as a mask. It was really that this woman was unavoidably too beautiful, and if she didn't pull some tricks to cover it up, there would definitely be unnecessary trouble. When Tang Yanling asked, he vigorously swindled her and explained the function of this magic treasure. Tang Yanling will believe, but also did not refuse. After all, compared to go out these are just small things. Downstairs, the two men stood side by side. With all the old people living in the area, there wasn't much left outside and it seemed empty. However, this also happened to fit Su Fan's mind. After all, Tang Yanling's current outfit was so sexy that if that group of intelligence agencies found out about it, they would inevitably rumor that he was soliciting prostitutes everywhere. When the time comes to enter the relevant departments is small. If it affects the reputation, I'm afraid I can't find my wife. Finding a wife is the only wish of the now single man of over 20 years. Su Fan led Tang Yanling towards the outside of the street. When Tang Yanling realized something, he only saw Su Fan turn back once he took a few steps, followed by looking around again, and his eyes looked panicked. What are you doing? Did you make some enemies? Ahem. That. I was worried about your safety, that's why I acted so cautiously. In response to this inquiry, Su Fan immediately retorted that he wouldn't admit that he was afraid of that group of intelligence officers. Tang Yanling sniffed, so she didn't say anything more, even though she could tell that this kid was just talking nonsense. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two men came to the side of the road across from the rental house. If you want to go downtown, you can still take public transportation during the day, but at night you're just dropping in, and even the cabs won't come to this out-of-the-way place. This holy land of the human race of yours isn't much better, traveling with such slow mounts. Tang Yanling looked at the small cars zipping down the road and spat disdainfully. With those words, before Su Fan could answer, she was about to offer up her own magic weapon, letting this group of humanoids take a good look at what the true speed and passion was. What grass? Big sister, please don't. Su Fan saw that her delicate hands had already made a move, and in a panic, he immediately shouted to stop. In the middle of the line of sight, a bright and dazzling lightsaber was slowly floating in the air. At the same time, he bobbed his head and scouted around to make sure nothing had been seen before he breathed a long sigh of relief. Tang Yanling looked at the other party's tense appearance and thought of what Su Fan had cautioned her about earlier, so she couldn't help but soften her aura and withdraw her immortal sword. This seat forgot the precautions you spoke with me about. Su Fan helplessly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and then helplessly said, we've agreed that we can't mess around, you just have to follow me, don't do anything. Tang Yanling sniffed and bristled. The two waited for about 8 minutes or so before a white drop-top specialized car pulled up in front of them. Su Fan took the lead in opening the car door and sat inside the back row, and only when he turned back did he realize that the woman was actually still standing still, unmoved. What are you doing? Come up here. At this moment, the driver turned his head and asked, Sir, your cell phone's tail number is... Suddenly, before he could finish his words, he was drawn to Tang Yanling's figure. A pair of straight long legs, with JK uniform, any man cannot withstand such temptation. The mask is still on, do you want to play a kind of hazy beauty? He murmured in the back of his mind, youngsters these days are really good at this. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan inside, then agreed. Originally, she had planned to sit in the front row, wanting to observe the human race in this realm, but then she unconsciously remembered Su Fan's words, so she sat in the back row as well and stayed close to him. Closing the car door, Su Fan explained his tail number to the driver. Master, go to the center of the city near Changhua Avenue. The driver averted his gaze from Tang Yanling's body and gave him a goodbye, then with a kick of gas, the car rushed out. Young people's things, he did not ask more, after all, who has not been young is not. Think of when he was young, definitely more than Su Fan playflowers. Of course, these words weren't spoken, just a mental pang. Can't tell if I'm envious, jealous, or hateful. The vehicle had been traveling for about 2 minutes when the car radio made a shrill noise. Dear listeners, now urgently insert a news. This evening, the city occurred a major explosion accident, resulting in 10 deaths, 20 people were injured, and now are urgently fighting the fire. The following please listen to the details of the important news. This magic treasure is actually able to make a sound? This seat doesn't detect a fourth person, huh? Or is this the spirit it was born with? Tang Yanling frowned slightly. The entire car has been her divine sense of all-round exploration, but still cannot sense where the fourth person, and this magic treasure seems to be not born spirit to come. All of this new and strange insight was slowly refreshing her old worldview, and everything was starting to get interesting. Chapter 15, You Have to Trust Me. In response to Tang Yanling's odd questioning, the driver raised his head and skimmed the 2 people in the back row, but didn't say anything. Shoo, don't talk. Su Fan gave her a wide-eyed look and quietly whispered. Just now, the driver turned his head, which can be said to give him a big scare, but fortunately the reaction is fast. Looking at the quiet Tang Yanling, Su Fan just let out a long breath. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan with a tense face and felt bad. Then she remembered the other party's instructions and stopped speaking. The neon lights running outside the car window flashed with a blinding light, and the bustling street was approaching. The vehicle traveled for about 20 minutes or so before finally coming to the vicinity of Changhua Avenue. 2 people got off the car, looking at this bustling scene, completely with Su Fan where the rental house is not a world, all around the flashing bright lights, people come and go, a lively scene. Some people are just off work, some people are bringing their wives and children to come shopping, there are also a pair of small couples, and of course, there are also groups of young people blowing a stream of batch together. Follow me. Stay close to me. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling and slowly opened his mouth. Tang Yanling looked at this scene and was very surprised at everything. The scene in front of her eyes was completely different from what she remembered, so she was curious about everything in front of her eyes, but she didn't dare to continue to make a move because of Su Fan's words. Aha! Facing Su Fan's yell, she gave a fake yes. Within the period of time that the two were talking, the driver master had already driven the vehicle away slowly. Looking at the departing vehicle, Tang Yanling's gaze still eyed its disappearance. What a strange thing. What kind of magic treasure is it? It obviously has no fluctuation of aura, yet it can travel, as well as there were originally only 3 people, yet this seat heard the voice of a fourth person. No matter how much she suppressed her curiosity, she could never resist asking. Everything in this realm is too strange and reveals bizarre behavior, except for a few things she remembers existing, most of which are unheard of, such as cars, hot water heaters, refrigerators, and everything else. What made her even more shocked was that these magic treasures actually didn't have any aura fluctuation, but they were still able to run smoothly, knowing that inside the world of gods, wanting to have a smooth-running magic treasure was very rare. Often those magic treasures came from the hands of a master refiner, and in this realm, things like this actually abounded. At this moment, she was beginning to feel surprised, as well as wary, about this realm, and she wanted to find out the truth urgently. Su Fan looked at her and shook his head with an inscrutable expression. Don't make a fuss, these are ordinary things in this interface, take a look, it's all over the streets, there's no need to be surprised. Su Fan stretched out his right hand towards her and waved his hand to point at the vehicles coming and going and explained. Tang Yanling's face was odd. Then why don't you have this magic treasure? Do you still need to use someone else's? Su Fan. At those words, his smile instantly stiffened. This woman which pot is not mentioning which pot. He would like to dislike a sentence back to go back. If this master has money, it would have been a long time to travel in a luxury car, still need to take a taxi? But even if he knew that he disliked it, I'm sure the woman wouldn't understand, so he silently sighed and snuffed out the thought. This reason is not too convenient to tell you now, to be discussed later, do not ask too many questions. Su Fan once again put up his mysterious stance, striving to mold his image properly. There was no way he could do anything about being poor, wasn't there? He then took a step towards the crowd, opening his phone to check the news tweets as he went. A message popped up on the cell phone interface that a fireworks show would be held over at the Wanda Plaza tonight, and that there would be a lantern viewing event as well. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan, who was walking in front of her and could only follow helplessly, but she realized that the gazes of the people around her had been lingering on her body. This made her very uncomfortable, knowing that in the world of gods, all those who dared to act in such a manner would have their eyes gouged out and their tendons and souls extracted by her. However, at this time, she endured, and listened to Su Fan's admonition. Why do these people keep staring at this seat? Is it because this seat's aura is leaking? Tang Yanling sprinted to follow Su Fan, walking alongside him and muttering carefully. Don't worry, there's no problem, just trust me. After saying that, Su Fan side-eyed him with an embarrassed expression. After all, it was himself who had bought this clothing for her, plus with this perfect body of hers, anyone who saw it couldn't help but take a second look at it. Tang Yanling continued to ask, but, there's no buts, do you not trust me? We're partners, would I harm you? Tang Yanling. The two walked alongside each other for 10 minutes or so and came to a crosswalk near which a number of people were already waiting for the green light to come on. And across the street is the largest square in Shanghai City. The front is now crowded with people, crowding each other. It looks like everyone has come to watch the fireworks show. To know that after the total ban on fireworks, such a lively day is really rare. Everyone pent up in the bottom of the heart of the depressed breath, are eager to get this to express. But at this moment, the crowd's eyes were drawn to a figure. A grandmother was collapsing alone on top of the crosswalk, about 70 years old, with a head full of white hair and lax skin. She was struggling, trying to get up, but she couldn't muster the strength. Tang Yanling also saw the scene in front of her, but what made her more concerned was something else. Although the crowd in front of them was coming and going and buzzing, not a single person came forward to help the grandmother. Come on, let's go over there and check out the fireworks display. Seeing the red light jump to green in a second, Su Fan called out to her, signaling to follow him closely. As a result, after he had taken 2 steps, he turned back only to realize that the other party was actually still standing straight in place, and its gaze was fixed straight on the old man who had fallen to the ground. What are you doing? Why don't you leave? Su Fan raised his eyebrows and inquired thus. Tang Yanling didn't answer him, but looked at him for a moment longer before slowly speaking. Your human race is truly a sight to behold, so united when you were in the world of gods, and within this so-called Holy Land, you're actually so cold. Su Fan? Tang Yanling had lived in the world of gods for millions of years, and had had close contact with the human race, having been to many cities where the human race had lived, and having seen a lot of the human world. But in the middle of this realm, when an old man falls, thousands of people. Actually no one came forward to help. The degree of indifference is really mind-boggling. She did not understand how such behavior can bear the word Holy Land. Chapter 16. This is very unreasonable. Su Fan looked at the doubt in Tang Yanling's eyes, and he naturally understood what the other party was thinking. So he could only burst into a bitter laugh. Don't look at me like that. I have my own reasons. Really, I don't want to help? It's because I don't have any money. Money? Do you need silver to help people? Several large question marks popped up above Tang Yanling's head, indicating that she didn't understand. Of course you need money. If you go to help people in this realm, money is a necessity. If you don't have money, it's better not to get into this mess. Why do you need silver to help? She was puzzled and quite incredulous. It was the first time she had ever heard that silver was needed to help someone. Su Fan patiently explained to him, and also gestured with his hands and feet for a while. How should I put it, there are some old people with unusually sinister hearts in this world, and if you accidentally go to help them, there's a good chance that you'll be blackmailed by them. After saying that, he also pointed at the old man who had fallen. Like that, for example, you should see that I'm not lying to you when you look around at all these people who aren't impressed. Tang Yanling cocked her head and looked twice at the old man. These people are taking advantage of the goodness of people's hearts to make the world the way it is today, so that people have the desire to do good, but they don't dare. There's even such a thing? And I'm also telling you that the people who hold them up will then be asked to pay a lot of money, even to the point of losing their families. Su Fan patiently explained to him. When the words ended, Tang Yanling was greatly shocked. She really couldn't believe that there was actually such a thing. But she still didn't quite believe it just by hearing Su Fan say it, so then she made a one decision. This seat intends to go forward to help. At that time, if you really need silver, you help the seat to compensate even. Out of the goodness of her heart, how could she, as the devil's empress, be so merciful as to see an old man collapsed on the side of the road and go to help him? Don't even think about it, it's impossible. However, she was still very curious in her heart and wanted to personally verify whether what Su Fan said was true and believable, or they wanted to test whether these human races really had evil intentions and bad intentions. Su Fan? It's over. This woman is hopeless. Su Fan spat so in his heart that I don't have any silver. Before Su Fan could finish his words, he only saw that Tang Yanling had already peeled away from the crowd and walked towards the old man. Then he eagerly shouted out, "Big sister, I don't have any silver, I can't afford to pay for it." On the crosswalk, there was an endless stream of people coming and going, but not a single person dared to come forward to give a hand. Some children saw an old man fell to the ground, pulling their parents, wanting to let them help. The adults shook their heads frantically, crouched down, and carefully told them, "Cannot help. Help, the trouble can be a big problem." Then he did not say to buy toys, not even the school cannot go. The children shook their heads and did not understand the importance of what the adults were saying, but once they heard that they couldn't buy the toys, they all immediately dismissed the idea of going to assist them. The adults looked at the children's drooping ears and breathed a sigh of relief, and turned their heads to glare at the old man with a vicious, if not a flash of malice. If it weren't for the fact that there were children around to patiently explain, they wouldn't even look at it if they were alone. The fear of being pitched is deeply embedded in their minds. After all, there is still a large family to feed, is not it? But just then, a scene appeared that blew everyone's mind. The old man lay alone on the floor and was struggling as a tall woman in a JK uniform and knee-length leg stockings slowly walked up. She scanned down at the old man and surprisingly bent down to help him up directly. "Hey, little girl, thank you. There aren't many good people like you nowadays. It's all because of my useless old legs and my children aren't around." The old man sighed helplessly. Tang Yenling could clearly feel that the other party was indeed on bad legs and feet, and was still shaking, so I'm afraid it was indeed very difficult to stand and walk. Even so, she shook Tang Yenling's hand and thanked her excitedly. Tang Yenling? She looked at the other party and stayed straight for a moment. This didn't seem quite the same as the scenario Su Fan had described, right? Didn't you say it takes silver to help someone? But why is it only thanks when it comes to her? Isn't this old man nice? He doesn't look like one of those people who fall down and have bad intentions. The old man in front of me was obviously saying thank you from the bottom of his heart and very genuinely. Still, Tang Yenling planned to ask, that. I need to compensate you for the silver. Money? How much do I need? The old woman froze for a long moment in the face of the sudden inquiry. Old man? The old man's smile disappeared in an instant, and the words he wanted to continue were instantly muted. It was only at this point that Su Fan struggled to weave his way out of the crowd, and when he heard the two men's conversation, he realized that the old man wasn't blackmailing, and then he pulled Tang Yenling over with one hand. Without waiting for Su Fan to open his mouth, Tang Yenling's icy cold voice came out. You dare to swindle this seat? Su Fan. That. No, listen to my explanation, it's you who misunderstood. I didn't say that all the old people who fell down were ill-intentioned. Confronting an elderly person who has fallen to the ground is like a gamble, and no one knows what the other person will be like. Be conservative and stay out of trouble and you won't have to worry so much. It would be nice to win the bet and win the other guy's gratitude. But if the gamble was lost, 10,000 talents would not be enough for it to squander, and then it would not only have to deal with the old people, but also the ugly faces of their sons and daughters. So it's not that people have become apathetic nowadays, it's that people are tired, and it happens too often, so they just don't dare to go up without assistance. If you don't have that capital, don't do that thing, it's a lot of work. Is that so? Tang Yenling stared at Su Fan in disbelief, then glanced back at the old man, only to see that the other party was in great pain and his hands were trembling slightly. Little girl, you do a good deed to the end. Can I trouble you to help make a phone call? I'll give you the phone number. After saying that, the old man took out a slip of paper from inside his pocket with a string of numbers on it. Just then, Su Fan sprinted forward and snatched the note. That. Granny, let me help you fight. Su Fan looked at the unmoved Tang Yenling, so he had to take out his cell phone and dialed the number on it. It's not Tang Yenling's fault, really, what is a cell phone? She only knows that Su Fan seems to have this magic weapon too. But I don't have one. How should I call? Chapter 17, Enjoying Fireworks with a Beautiful Lady. Not long after the phone was connected, the other party is the grandmother's son, after learning that his old mother fell, immediately asked for the address to hurry to this side. The grandmother sighed helplessly as she looked down the street where people were coming and going. Hey, there aren't many caring young people like you nowadays. Come, little girl, come to me, and take this money as a thank you from me, a useless old woman. Just see her say, while from their own pockets inside the touch out a few bills, although it looks very thick, but the vast majority of them are some change, like 100 of the red head of the banknote, there are only a few sporadic just. Looking at what was handed over, Tang Yenling wondered in her heart, is this the silver ticket of this realm? If she was in the middle of the world of gods, she wouldn't give a damn about these money things, and she wouldn't even bother to help the old man who fell. Who was she? She was the devil Dao Empress of the world of gods, holding under her hand how many resources, as well as the lives of how many thousands of people. However, when she is now experiencing some of the past, but found that do good, get others to appreciate the past actually so peculiar, the heart actually began to feel a subtle feeling. This feeling was still something she had only had in her childhood, long forgotten when she became an empress, and now, this memory was slowly being awakened again. In the world of gods, those fellow demonic cultivators, as well as clans would only fear those who were stronger than them, and would only know flattery all day long. She was about to forget the last time she had been genuinely appreciated by someone. Tang Yenling looked at the money handed over by the other party, and after hesitating for a few seconds took it without a word, then turned away without looking back. Su Fan watched the other party walk away, so he had to say a few polite words to the grandmother, and then immediately chased after her, and when he walked side by side with Tang Yenling, he realized that the woman's expression that had been unchanging for years had changed at that moment. There was more than a few intriguing expressions between the brows, and one imperceptible sadness. What's wrong with you? Su Fan asked after looking at the money in the other party's hand. It's okay. Tang Yenling continued walking without looking back, then faintly returned. Still saying it's fine, look at yourself in the mirror and see what kind of expression you have now. This doesn't look like a demon supreme. Su Fan felt a pang of cuteness when he looked at the other party's little expression, so he couldn't help but tease a little. Suddenly, the air became a chill, only to see Tang Yenling's jade hand pinch, and several banknotes steeply turned into a cloud of powder. She stopped, her voice cold. It is not for you to meddle in this seat's affairs. Su Fan immediately broke out into a cold sweat on his forehead. Then there's no need to throw such a big tantrum. Only to see complex feelings mixed in her eyes, this moment was probably a flashback of something that caused her pain. Subsequently, and perhaps sensing that her behavior just now was indeed inappropriate, after calming down for a while, Tang Yanling exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In as gentle a tone as he could muster, he asked, "Where are we going next?" "Let's watch the fireworks, then we'll go to dinner, and then we'll wander around when we're done." Su Fan looked at the time. It was already more than 9 o'clock. At this point it seemed like the fireworks display was about to start. "Come on, let's take you to the fireworks stick show," Su Fan shouted at Tang Yanling. "This realm also has fireworks? It's rather similar to the human race of the world of gods," Tang Yanling murmured in a low voice, looking at Su Fan as he struggled to wave his hand, and then followed. Su Fan walked in front to open up the path, and Tang Yanling followed closely behind, but because the number of people was simply too large, the passageway that Su Fan had just opened up was blocked in an instant. Seeing this, he directly reached out and tugged on Tang Yanling's jade finger. "Come on, hold on tight, it's crowded up ahead. Where am I going to find you if I get lost later?" Without waiting for the other party to refuse, he directly tugged Tang Yanling's hand and squeezed forward with all his might. Feeling her delicate fingers being held so roughly by Su Fan, Tang Yanling's face instantly sank. But looking at the other party, it did seem like she didn't have anything else on her mind and was just struggling to walk, so she didn't get angry. Allowing Su Fan to pinch his jade hand, it was important to realize that if this scene was seen by the people of the demon race, I'm afraid that it would be a big shock. After all, the other party was their empress. If anyone dared to act like this, I'm afraid that they would have already been implicated in the 9 clans and thrashed to ashes. There is a river near the Wanda Plaza called the Neon River, which gets its name from the bright neon rainbow that spreads across both sides of the river. This fireworks display is also in the riverside, immediately 10 o'clock on the riverbank, both sides of the inside and outside dozens of circles around the crowd. Su Fan pulled Tang Yanling to finally break through the thousands of hardships and managed to break in. At this moment it seemed like he was on the verge of becoming deflated. It was really exhausting for him. "Come here, stand over here, this is a good spot." Su Fan panted and looked at Tang Yanling. Tang Yanling didn't answer him. Instead she asked in a cold voice, "How is it? Is it comfortable to touch? Still not going to let go?" "That. I'm sorry, I wasn't afraid I'd lose you." Su Fan was embarrassed, then lowered his hand amidst the other party's cold eyes. The two pushed their way through the crowd to a position almost at the front, which caused a crowd of personnel to look sideways and watch. It's really Tang Yanling's body is fantastic. It's simply the golden ratio, JK uniform with black silk, plus an indifferent expression. It was the high cool imperial lady right. They crook at each other. If it was they who could conquer this woman, even if they lived 10 years less, they would be willing to do so. In response, they couldn't help but turn their eyes viciously towards Su Fan, spitting in their hearts with jealousy as to why this beggar was able to have this beautiful girlfriend while they didn't. 10 o'clock came and went, and the fireworks display on the riverbank officially opened. Only a sound of artillery roaring could be heard, and a ball of light slowly rose up from the ground, then swayed higher and higher. The people watching are clamoring to stretch their necks, wanting to see the most brilliant moment. Suddenly, the ball of light broke through the clouds and reached the highest place it could reach. Crackle! A ball of light instantly exploded and then spread out in the sky, transforming into the most radiant don't radiate. The glittering fireworks, one after another, flashed inside people's eyes and reflected in the river. At this moment, the lights are on in all the houses, and they have watched the disappearance of the brilliant colors with an expectant will. There is a smell of gunpowder in the air that makes people notice that it's still early for New Year's Eve, but the wheel of the year is already halfway through the round. At that moment, Tang Yanling's voice slowly sounded. "Are the people here celebrating some kind of holiday?" Well. That's not true, it's just purely for the sake of looking good. It's kind of a celebration." "Celebration?" "Yeah, a kind of vain activity. Oops, this is not important. The important thing is that you can whore for nothing." Su Fan spoke so slowly. Chapter 18, You Don't Appreciate It. After the fireworks show, it was already 10:30 p.m. And the crowd slowly receded like a tidal wave. A stomach growling sound rang out, and Su Fan touched his head in embarrassment. I'm a bit hungry, let's go get something to eat." He looked at the uninterested Tang Yanling and said slowly, "Eat what?" Although Tang Yanling has long since been valley do not have to eat anything, but for the food to taste a little is also possible, especially after having eaten a lollipop like a good thing. For this dimension of the human race of the food has long had expectations. Su Fan looked around the Wanda Plaza. There were many stores as well as snacks over there, so there was no need to worry about not having anything to eat at all. Since the other party had come a long way, he should do his part as a host. Su Fan walked in front, Tang Yanling followed, and the two of them strolled around the neighborhood in a big circle, surrounded by some kind of froggy little warrior, self-service hot pot, stinky tofu, and whatnot, which made him unusually entangled. What exactly should I take her to eat? How about steak? Steak seems a bit too expensive, and a hot pot buffet isn't really appropriate on such a hot day. Suddenly Su Fan had a flash of insight and decided to take the other party to try the stinky tofu. After eating the stinky tofu himself a little more blood, take her to try the steak inside the fancy restaurant. Thought so, said Dry. Go! Take you to try the street food of this realm. Su Fan waved his hand and marched towards a stinky tofu store. The stinky tofu store wasn't too far away from the two of them, and after about 5 minutes the two of them walked up to the front of the store. Get in there! Su Fan looked at Tang Yenling, who was stationed at the doorway, and slowly opened his mouth. Just eat this? Why does it smell so bad? Tang Yenling looked at the stinky tofu store in front of her and frowned slightly. Yes, this stinky tofu is delicious, but it's one of the best in this realm. Su Fan let out a bright laugh. His love for stinky tofu was from the bottom of his heart. At first, when he first came into contact with it, his heart was extremely resistant, but he could not resist the repeated persuasion of his friends, and he finally endured the fear in his heart and tasted it. But it was that one bite that opened the door to a new world for him. He realized that something that smelled so bad could be so delicious, and since then, the love for stinky tofu has gone deep into his soul. He had also visited a few stores earlier in the day and found that the stinky tofu there was not stinky at all, which made him feel that he had lost his soul and spat at the businessmen for a while. It was with his love for stinky tofu that he chose it among thousands of other cuisines. Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan's face that was about to drool and deeply despised it. Go eat it yourself if you want to, this kind of filth is something that this seat will never put its mouth on. Su Fan? Ah, this. Why don't you try it first? It's really delicious, it just smells a bit bad at first. No, this seat will never take a bite, you'd better keep it for yourself. Hey, when it's really good, do not know to appreciate, if you take a bite, only to realize that the world will actually be so delicious. Tang Yenling didn't say anything else, and seeing this, Su Fan skimmed his mouth without saying anything more. Then he turned his head and snorted at the enthusiastic shopkeeper. Boss, make it $10. Okay. You wait a moment, handsome. The shopkeeper continued to ask as he operated. Handsome, do you eat spicy food? Add a little more spice, and yes, cilantro too. Understood, handsome. The shopkeeper replied with a smile on his face, and in a short while, a hot serving of stinky tofu was served inside a paper bowl. Handsome, do you want to pack it or take it to eat? Su Fan turned back to look at Tang Yenling, who was mortared in place, and slowly opened his mouth. No need to pack it, I'll just bring it and eat it. Okay, handsome, here's your stinky tofu, remember to be careful with the heat. Su Fan took the stinky tofu and inhaled it fiercely with an expression of enjoyment. Yes, that's the flavor, nice and good. When he finished, he gave a thumbs up toward the store. You don't have to worry about eating, our stinky tofu is a genuine Hunan product, and our family's flavor is absolutely authentic. Looking at Su Fan's face to enjoy the appearance, Tang Yenling to enough appetite, this kind of filth each other actually said very fragrant? She didn't even want to look at it, but Su Fan actually wanted to eat it? What's wrong with these people? Are they really unable to eat? But it doesn't look like it. Su Fan walked over to Tang Yenling with his bowl and took a bite of his own, followed by a happy smile all over his face. It's so good. It smells so good. Tang Yenling looked at the other party with a look of enjoyment and her expression began to shift, looking at Su Fan with trust and skepticism as she continued to savor it. Is it really that good? Upon hearing this, Su Fan immediately came into the spirit and introduced him excitedly. It has to be good, why don't you try some? Su Fan revealed an inciting expression, waiting expectantly for the other entrants to try it out. Tang Yenling wanted to taste it, but it was so stinky that she couldn't get it down, and besides, if she ate this kind of filth, if the other demon race knew about it, how would they look at her? Therefore, she rejected Su Fan's good intentions. That's just it, this seat won't eat it, so savor it yourself. After saying that, one turned his head to the side, no longer paying attention to the other. Seeing this, Su Fan shook his head and hummed with contempt. Humph. Forget it if you don't eat it, you don't know how to appreciate something so delicious. The two weren't talking, and not long after Su Fan stubbornly puckered his mouth and drank the last mouthful of soup inside the paper bowl, still with a look of unfulfilled intention. He was then splendidly embarrassed. Buy you a good meal and you won't, and you look disgusted, that's just it. I'll take you to eat something else, okay? Tang Yenling didn't chime in, because she wasn't sure if the good things the other party was talking about were just as stinky as this and other filth. Hey, what kind of eyes do you have? Didn't I say I'd take you to eat something nice? What, don't believe me? Tang Yenling glanced at him with her eyes, signaling him that it's good that you know. Looking at the other party in this manner, Su Fan instantly became anxious. Okay, how about I take you to try a steak from a fancy restaurant? With those words, he walked in the other direction, with Tang Yenling slowly following behind. A short while later the two passed a storefront and thought the greeter immediately handed a poster towards them. Su Fan fixed his eyes on it, and it read, membership promotion, couples spend 50% off the entire site. Set menu steak for only 188 renminbi and a bottle of red wine worth 288 renminbi. Here we go, get in, we'll eat this. Su Fan pointed at the steak set on top and said to Tang Yenling, is this beef? Tang Yenling looked at the poster in the other party's hand and scrutinized it for a while before asking uncertainly. After all, although beef was common, this was the first time she had seen it in this form. Chapter 19 Don't Make Trouble. Not bad, doesn't look too stupid. Su Fan nodded in satisfaction, his tone revealing praise. He had thought that this woman couldn't see what this was, but he didn't think that the other party had actually gotten it right. Hearing Su Fan's drifted tone, Tang Yenling's eyes turned cold and she glanced at him sternly, but she didn't move to anger, instead waving her hand casually. Then this is it. The The two of them were singing in unison, making the welcoming boy look blank, and he thought that this extremely well-endowed hottie couldn't read or write. But as professionals, they have their own professionalism, how can they ask such things to their face? So he put on a warm face and entertained the two. Both of you, inside please. As he spoke, he bowed and guided the two men toward the store. The two followed the staff like a leisurely stroll into the restaurant. The lighting inside is slightly dim, but still be able to see the footpath clearly, probably deliberately to set the mood. Earlier Su Fan had watched a short video which described that the lighting played inside the restaurant could make the dishes look more delicious, and would make the people who were eating possess a thought of eating. When he actually saw it for himself, he realized that it was true. The staff member guided the two to a window seat in front of them and spoke slowly. May I ask what you would like to eat, sir? Su Fan looked at the hall and realized that the seats were almost full, and most of them were couples, with a full flavor of dog food. Hearing the other man call out to him, he slowed down and looked at the catalog on the menu, and after 3 seconds stretched out his fingers and spoke. Let's have the set steak. I heard it comes with a bottle of wine. The waitress smiled a professional, polite smile. Yes sir, how rare would you like your steak please sir? Let's make it medium rare. Su Fan thought for a moment and then immediately replied, after all, he was in the movie, saw that those pushy big brothers are all wanting the sevens to come, he also learned to try. After he finished speaking, he looked across the room at Tang Yenling. How rare do you want it? Few minutes cooked? What's a few minutes rare? Do you want me to eat raw meat? That waiter, give her one fully cooked, plus extra pepper and mustard. Su Fan smiled faintly and made a point of urging the seasonings not to be put in the wrong way. The waiter subconsciously glanced at the two, full of stunned color, but also did not say much. The customer is God, how to command them to do? Well, yes sir, please wait a moment and the steak will be served to you shortly. With those words, he turned to leave. At this time, the melodious piano music resounded in the restaurant, bringing a sense of extreme relaxation, and Su Fan slowly immersed himself into it. By the way, what was that pepper and mustard you were talking about? Looking at Su Fan, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, Tang Yenling asked curiously. That. You can understand it as salt or something like that. Su Fan replied with a face full of emptiness. Tang Yenling responded. A short while later, the waiter from earlier came over to the two men's table with an unopened bottle of red wine. Sir, here's the wine for you. Do you see a need to start the bottle in first? The waitress revealed a smile as she looked at Su Fan. Open now. Yes sir, please wait. Within moments, crimson waves swirled inside the two goblets. Su Fan picked up his wine glass and took a slight sip, and as he watched the other party do so, Tang Yenling followed suit and subconsciously began to imitate as well. She took a gentle sip, and was surprised to find that it tasted quite good, a light, addictive aroma of wine filling her nose and mouth. Suddenly, Su Fan got up and said to him, You sit here first, I'll be right back. With those words, he turned around and left, but after a few steps he came back uneasily and cautioned, Don't make trouble when I'm not around, do you hear me? Facing the other party's distrustful gaze, Tang Yenling glared fiercely at Su Fan, directly frightening the other party into tightening his neck. Afterward, Su Fan ran away in a panic, leaving Tang Yenling alone in her position. She picked up her glass and shook it slowly, the red wine inside the goblet swirling in tiny splashes. This instantly pulled her thoughts far away, so far that she missed her people inside the world of the gods a little. I also don't know how the demon races nowadays. Looking at the red wine sloshing inside the goblet, this demon Empress actually began to see the world. In the midst of the world of gods, he himself was the leader of the demon race, their supreme being, and even more so, their pillar. But now she is not there, do not know the state of affairs specifically developed into what looks like, although their own as the Empress all day is very upset, but why their identity, the demon race is the most worrying thing in her heart. After so many years of fighting, it was only these few days of uneventful life that made her really let go of her heart, the original everything she had long been tired of, but she could not let go immediately. Now that she was in this realm on her own, she realized that it would be nice to stay here for a while, or at least find herself a reason to escape. She then looked at the sparkling red wine and picked it up and drank it straight down, the red lips at the corners of her mouth outlining a tantalizing smile. Miss, hello. We're out of the steak set you just ordered, is it okay to change it? Just as Tang Yenling had just put down her red wine glass, the waitress who had ordered the food came over and inquired in a low voice. No more beef? Tang Yenling had a confused look on her face. The waiter sniffed and his face showed an embarrassed expression, disregarding the fact that he had undergone professional training and this difficulty was still easy to overcome. So he had to patiently and kindly explain. No's don't have it. You watch and change. Tang Yenling waved his hand and stated the request to the waiter. She didn't know anything about steak, but she figured it would be a specific part of the cow, so it wasn't just a different part, no different. The waiter let out a long breath when he had gotten the customer's permission. That. Miss, may I ask how rare you want it? How many times is it cooked? Tang Yenling frowned slightly, she felt that eating this was also too troublesome. However, with that came the thought of what Su Fan had said when ordering her meal just now, and she subconsciously mimicked it. And then, just like earlier, have it fully cooked. By the way, remember to add a little more pepper and mustard. Attendance. Yes, ma'am, please wait a moment. When the waiter had passed, Tang Yanling muttered in a low voice. Why isn't this guy back yet? What the hell is he doing leaving me here all alone? After waiting for a while longer, Tang Yanling scanned around and realized that she had yet to see Su Fan's figure. This made her heart vaguely bad. Could it be that the other party was in some kind of trouble? Thinking of this, she expanded her divine sense to search for Su Fan. Just then a slur was heard by her. Have you seen that little at the next table? She's a real. Chapter 20, this is just a little punishment. See that little Thai hoof at the next table? She's wearing a really Thai outfit. TSK. Just looking at it makes my blood run cold, if only I could. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the person next to him. I say, can you lower your voice a little? Here is a restaurant, in case people here get into any trouble. Thing is not easy to deal with, but that body is really very good. I told you, our brothers have the same odor. We really like this type. I'll walk up to her later to steal a few pictures. You help put the wind out of the sails. No problem. Go ahead. Let's both be together then. After saying that, the two of them burst into another bad joke, not paying the slightest attention to the gazes of the people around them. As soon as Tang Yanling's divine sense was released, she heard the two of them gabbing about bad ideas, and the two of them were looking precisely at herself. When she heard the other party say the word asterisk, she couldn't stand it anymore, and her anger reached its peak in an instant. She can still understand such words, after all, in the world of the gods, describing the fall. After all, in the world of gods, the fallen. Cheerfulness sect disciples were called such. She certainly remembered such insults clearly, and the fact that these two humanoids had the audacity to insult themselves made her anger want to be unleashed. However, on second thought, killing the duo like this was too cheap, and Su Fan's repeated instructions, no divine spells were allowed to be used, and no one's life was to be taken, or else the change would be detected by more than one of the other clan's powerhouses. Humph. What an abomination. Tang Yanling was so angry that she gritted her teeth. This kill and can't kill, but can't let them off easily, or else when the word gets out in the future, does she still want to lose face as a demon empress? Just as she was thinking so, a man in a suit slowly leaned over to her side, turning on his cell phone camera as he went, looking as if nothing had happened. By the time he had just walked over to Tang Yanling's table, he accidentally dropped his cell phone on the floor, and with the camera facing upwards, he cursed in a low voice as he watched the phone about to roll down to Tang Yanling's feet. Damn, why did I drop my cell phone? The man in the suit cursed while bending down to pick up his cell phone, and that's when the unexpected scene happened. The man in the suit felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression, in an instant let his brain lost the ability to think. The whole person fell into the ice cellar inside, unusually cold and piercing. He felt death beckoning to him, and the terror revealed in his eyes could only describe the fear he felt at this moment. Combined with the conversation between the two just now, plus the cell phone dropped by the man in the suit at this moment, Tang Yanling had already reacted, and she instantly understood that the other party was trying to peek at herself, and that cell phone phallus was the evidence. She could no longer suppress the anger within her. The volcano was about to erupt, yet she also always kept Su Fan's admonition in mind. A deep purple light flickered within Tang Yanling's eyes, and just like that, the man in the suit's face became unusually ironclad. His pupils instantly dilated, his hands held his neck in a death grip, and finally he directly fell to the ground in response to the sound, his whole body twitching continuously. Immediately after that, her gaze turned to look at the other man, who had originally been immersed in joy, and just like that, with a simple mental attack, his entire body went similarly limp on the ground, twitching continuously. Faced with two sudden accidents, the restaurant panicked into a frenzy, scrambling toward the door and wondering if the check had been paid. Many people were really shocked by the scene in front of them, so it was inevitable to cause panic. Originally still in the toilet, Su Fan heard a scream outside, panicked, put up his pants and ran out. At first he thought it was an earthquake, but he did not feel the house shaking. When he ran to Tang Yanling's front, there were not many people left in the hall, only to see a man at the next table lying on the ground and constantly convulsing, while Tang Yanling's feet at this time there was also a man in a suit constantly foaming at the mouth. Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Fan didn't even need to think about it to know who did it. You killed someone? What did I tell you? He hurriedly looked at Tang Yanling while pulling and tugging on her arm, his voice an urgent and small whisper. Tang Yanling was calm and relaxed, and returned full of concern. This seat didn't kill them, it just gave a lesson. After that, there was another cold snort. If it wasn't for Su Fan's admonition, these two people might have already lost their lives. Looking at such a haughty woman, Su Fan also sighed helplessly. So what's going on with them? This seat only made them idiots, it didn't hurt their lives. Tang Yanling replied in an icy tone and patiently explained to Su Fan that her minor mental attacks were not fatal and did not cause death. But because her cultivation is too high, coupled with the other party is an ordinary person, people even if they do not die has become an idiot. The next life I am afraid that life can only stay inside the mental hospital. Su Fan is still difficult to accept. He is not just a trip to the bathroom, well, not just 10 minutes of time, how this woman will cause this kind of thing. So, he continued to pursue, but, how did they? Tang Yanling, She was also not good at stating that the other two were trying to peek at herself. She was at least a generation of demon empress, saying it out would be a bit too humiliating. Tang Yanling was dumbfounded all of a sudden, not knowing how to answer Su Fan. At this time, a manager inside the restaurant under the leadership of the waiter ran over in a panic, tired and panting. He immediately instructed his men to call the 120 emergency number. He then personally went up to check the symptoms of the two for a while, and found that there was still a heartbeat and no life crisis, before he let out a long breath and let go of the heart that had been hanging in the air. Phew! Scared me to death. Luckily it's okay or I'd be fired as a manager. The manager muttered in a small voice and wiped his arm across the dense sweat on his forehead, which had been subdued until this moment. He slowly stood up and said to the guests who were still dining, "Sorry everyone, unexpected incident, let all the customers be frightened, please don't worry about enjoying the food, the whole place will be free of charge for drinks, and the dishes will be discounted by another 50%. With those words, he bowed deeply towards the crowd, which he used to stabilize people's hearts. Still present, most of the people or some of the psychological capacity is relatively strong people. Look at the other manager to give the commitment, they did not pursue, the other party did not say it, and then 50% off, this is what a good opportunity. But suddenly, their faces became strange. The people who ran out just now hadn't paid the bill yet, had they? Then are they considered to have eaten a king's dinner? And if you stay and eat the discounted stuff, it's not bad, but compared to their freeloaders, aren't you at a disadvantage? The crowd thought so, and how it didn't feel right. Chapter 21, damn, it's being set up. Because of this unexpected situation. So the restaurant manager and the waiters were trying their best to explain to the customers, but there were still quite a few people who chose to leave. The hall, which was originally full, was only about half full in a short while. The people are talking about just fainted two people is not sudden death. After all, nowadays life is very stressful, overtime work too long will inevitably have an accident is not, or there is some kind of sudden illness. First, however, food poisoning was ruled out. After all, they'd both eaten as well, and it wasn't a big deal, and neither of them had been served their steaks yet. Looking at the fainted two people being carried by the nurse to the ambulance outside the door, Su Fan I Tang Yanling, no matter what happens in the future, you have to seek my advice, or else something will really happen and I won't be able to protect you, do you hear me? Tang Yanling turned her head and snorted coldly, but she didn't refute Su Fan. Don't worry, this seat's methods are extremely secretive and will not reveal any traces. Her tone was flat, and if she hadn't been concerned about the powerful people of this realm, she wouldn't have cared about these people's deaths. Besides, it's not customary to wince yourself, isn't it? Su Fan sniffed inside heavily. It was also fortunate that this woman still listened to her words and did not blatantly kill someone, otherwise it would be simply unimaginable, and I am afraid that the sky would be stirred up by then. By the way, you shouldn't address yourself as what this seat is from now on, it's easy for others to get suspicious. Tang Yanling frowned and said in a slightly angry tone, this doesn't work either? Why is it so troublesome? She now had reason to wonder if the other party was teasing her or not, deliberately making so many outrageous demands of her. Suddenly, a voice broke the quarrel between the two. Miss, your steak is ready, please eat. A young waiter was walking slowly with a steak and placing the plate comfortably in front of Tang Yanling. Looking at the steak, Su Fan was looking forward to, he just intentionally let the steak grilled fully cooked, and also added a lot of pepper and mustard, is to want to see the other side in addition to the ugly, and now, the good show is not about to start? The waiter was very professional in his approach and opened the lid of the dinner plate straight away. There was a welcome burst of aroma, a burnt flavor, and a strong peppery note to go with it. Try it quickly and see if it's good. Su Fan's face was filled with an expectant gaze, his eyes almost smiling like crescent moons. Tang Yanling looked at the other party's appearance, her heart immediately had a bad premonition, but she couldn't say exactly why, probably an instinctive reaction of being a cultivator. She looked at the whole steak in front of her and glanced around with her eyes, but there were no chopsticks to be found, all there was a knife and fork. How can I eat without chopsticks? Su Fan wanted to laugh out loud when he looked at his opponent's hand-wringing appearance, but he didn't dare. Before Su Fan could answer, Tang Yanling let out a cold snort. She didn't want to question the other party, wouldn't she look faceless if she did? And what kind of bull **** fine dining restaurant was this? There wasn't even a pair of chopsticks. And so it was that Tang Yanling, true to her ambition of self-reliance, quietly released her divine sense to scan the hall. She realized that people here actually ate their steaks with knives and forks, and upon seeing the way they used them, it dawned on her. So she followed suit, pretending to be skillful with a fork in her left hand and a knife in her right, slicing the beef into tiny pieces before slowly bringing them to her mouth. As a result, just after chewing a few times, her face slightly changed, filled with doubt as she looked at Su Fan. She fought back the discomfort of coughing, and her little face turned red. Is this what you call a delicacy? So unpalatable. Tang Yanling's tone was laced with a wave of anger that was so close to overturning the table. Beef chanting, what else could it be? I can't believe you're still ungrateful when you're invited to eat something so delicious. Su Fan slowly opened his mouth with a smile, and his expression was extremely intriguing. He then shrugged and continued, after all, it's human food, It's only normal that you demons can't get used to eating it. It's just a pity that so much of my food looks like it's going to be wasted. Rarely being able to see this woman suffer a defeat, Su Fan's heart was very comfortable. Tang Yenling was so angry that her jade fingers were trembling with bitterness. She suddenly realized that she had ordered this steak with the help of the other party, and the little spices added to it had been specially instructed by the other party, so it was obvious that this guy was intentionally trying to trap himself. The thought of it made her grit her teeth in anger. However, she didn't show it directly, because she also thought of another thing. Since Su Fan said that he wasn't used to eating, then let's see if he's used to eating. A short while later, a waiter once again approached with a tray. Here's your steak, sir, please take your time. Uncovering the meal, I was greeted with a strong smell of pepper and mustard that was unusually pungent. Su Fan instantly felt bad, a bad feeling coming over him. Waiter, wait. I didn't just order this, did I? Was it the wrong meal? Su Fan was still planning to struggle a bit to see if the restaurant had gotten it wrong. But who knew that the waitress smiled and opened her mouth to reply, Sir, I'm sorry, we just ran out of sirloin steak in the store, so we've changed it for you, and we've just asked the opinion of the young lady next to you as well. The waiter, true to his professionalism, subconsciously glanced at the strange couple and then offered an explanation. Su Fan. He knew that he had fallen into Tang Yenling's way, and was actually pitted by the other party against him. He turned his head to look, but he saw that the woman was covering her cherry mouth with her hand, and her eyebrows as radiant as the starry sky were bent into a crescent moon smile. A gloatingly cute look that caused passers-by to stop and linger. Even Su Fan lost his concentration in this moment. It was the first time he had seen the other party in this state. The original high and cold temperament beauty actually had such a cute side, which Su Fan had never expected. Originally, he thought that the other party was a genuine iceberg beauty who wouldn't fluctuate her state of mind for her emotions, so when he saw the scene, he was also very surprised. After Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan for a long time without making a move, she slowly opened her mouth and said, Don't you say that this is a delicacy of your human race, and that only the human race is accustomed to eating it, then you eat it for me now. Tang Yenling blinked, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. She would like to take a closer look today to see how the other party swallowed such an unpalatable thing. Su Fan. Chapter 22 Tang Yenling's Realization. Seeing Su Fan's silence, Tang Yenling continued to mend fences. Today this lady will put down the words here, if you eat it is okay, but if you do not eat it, then there is reason to suspect that you are in front of the swindle in me. As she watched Su Fan hesitate and not immediately make a choice, she simply continued to irritate him and also stopped calling herself this seat. Who says I won't eat it? It's one of the most delicious foods of the human race, how could I possibly waste it? Su Fan saw that he couldn't hang on to his face, so he simply picked up his knife and fork and cut a small piece of beef with a flourish. Looking at the pepper as well as mustard sauce all over it made his throat roll, but he was forced to look at the other man with that teasing look in his eyes. Eventually he worked up the courage to slowly bring the steak to his mouth. Suddenly, the pungent flavor of mustard was transmitted to the nerves of his brain, and the strong sensation of irritation caused his eyes to be instantly covered with tears. Cough 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 cough. Look. See, I ate it. He forced himself to endure the discomfort and pain, barely swallowing it before showing it off to the other party with a smile on his face. But Tang Yenling for all this has long been aware of, Su Fan eyes inside the dense tears, but also want to deceive who? Do you really think she's as easy to fool as a 3-year-old? Looking at Su Fan's wretched appearance, she was very happy, and in her heart, she was one to rejoice. Fortunately she was smart, or else she would be the one to be punked today. This time he tasted pain, let's see if he still dares to tease this seat in the future. Tang Yenling thought so in her heart. Seeing that Su Fan had just swallowed it, he immediately picked up the red wine inside the goblet and drank it all in one go. So she continued, since you think it's so delicious, then you can eat this plate of this ladies as well, don't be polite. Just now, Su Fan had given her the word that she could no longer refer to herself as this seat, so she simply used a title that she had heard of during her previous travels in the world of gods. Since the people of this world like to call people miss, then one might as well just refer to oneself as this miss. Su Fan froze in place for a moment at his words. Su Fan. He then revealed a crying smile and begged for forgiveness to Tang Yenling. Big sister, I'm wrong. Can you spare me? I really can't eat anymore. Su Fan looked at the 2 plates of barely touched beef on the table with a lifeless expression. It would really kill him if the other party forced himself to finish it. Originally, Su Fan still wanted to arrange the switch, but he didn't expect that he actually planted himself first today, which was really asking for trouble. Seeing Su Fan in such a sorry state, Tang Yenling felt unusually pleasant in her heart for some unknown reason. This kind of pleasure was not the pleasure of a breakthrough in cultivation, or the pleasure of having obtained some magic treasure, but a sense of pleasure from the bottom of the heart. This kind of pleasure she hadn't experienced in many years, but it was as if she hadn't been self-conscious about all this, so much so that if she were to let the other demon clan members see her in this current state, they would definitely be shocked. Tang Yenling recovered from her contemplation and questioned in an aggressive tone, then how should you count the matter of teasing this young lady? After the words were spoken, she rested her fragrant cheeks on one hand and viewed Su Fan sideways, waiting for the other party's reply. Su Fan contemplated, then summoned up the courage to reply, Then what do you think should be done? His voice was stilted and broken. After cocking her head and thinking for a while, Tang Yenling slowly replied, This young lady wants to go to the movie theater, no comment? Just in that moment when Su Fan was contemplating, her divine sense had already explored everything in the vicinity. Especially the couples in the restaurant. Everyone was discussing about going to the movie theater after finishing their meal, so she was especially curious about what a movie theater was and how it was so attractive. She thought that it might be a holy place for human cultivation. Su Fan murmured in a low voice. Movie theater. Su Fan felt incredulous, originally thinking that the other party might make some unreasonable demands, but he didn't expect that he actually wanted to go to the movie theater. With that, he raised an eyebrow and asked, What do you want to go to the movies for? Tang Yenling thought for a moment and replied in a low voice. Well, my lady just wants to go and take a look, but if it's easy to reveal her identity, then it's better not to go. She actually wanted to go to the movie theater in particular, so she was filled with curiosity, but she was afraid of having the risk of being exposed, and that made it difficult for her. Okay, I can take you. Su Fan agreed without even thinking. After all, it wasn't easy to get this woman to settle down, and if he didn't agree, and then later on made some outrageous request, he was afraid that he would only be even more headstrong. And to go to the cinema, a ticket is just a few $dozen. For this small amount of money, Su Fan is still able to take out. That's a yes? That easy? Tang Yenling was incredulous when she saw him agree so readily. Already suspicious, she speculated on whether there would be any problems or something like that. Without waiting for more, Su Fan directly took out his phone and tapped on a certain platform to check the movie tickets. What kind of movie do you want to see? Horror or romance? After flipping through the pages a few times, Su Fan found that there were actually a dozen or so movies still in theaters tonight, and there were quite a lot of genres as well. What? What are you talking about? Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan in a daze, not understanding what the other party was saying at all. Su Fan shook his head helplessly and didn't continue to explain to her. Never mind, you'll know when we get over there later. 4 movies. Just find a random one and watch it. When this matter had been finalized, Su Fan helplessly touched his uncontested stomach again. Because both of their steaks were inedible, Su Fan reordered 2 more, and this time it was a very enjoyable meal for him. Even Tang Yenling, who had been spitting out a lot of food, had her taste buds captivated by this delicious human food, which was indeed, as Su Fan had said, tastier than the food of their demon race. By the time the 2 of them had finished their meal, it was about 11 o'clock at night when they walked out of the store. Su Fan opened his phone to check the time the movie was playing and found that there were still 20 minutes left. Your human race is quite fond of bustling. What time is it now? It's actually brightly lit. The streets and alleys are full of people. The 2 of them were filled with the figures of the crowd, and as far as the eye could see there were crowds of people, a sea of people, bright lights, a peaceful look. Tang Yenling looked at the people with happy smiles on their faces, and she suddenly envied this group of mortals. They are really carefree. There's no fighting and killing in the immortal cultivation world. Although their lives were as short as a mosquito fly, they were happy, and left the fruits to be inherited by their descendants, and the flame will be carried on forever, and the legacy will never end. This is how the human race is passed on from generation to generation, forever. Chapter 23, The First Movie. Su Fan looked at the other party who looked as if he had a complicated look on his face, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Honestly speaking, you would look much better in this appearance now, not at all like the appearance of a demon empress, since you feel that living is so painful. Why do you still keep going on? If he could get this woman to change her ways and never fight or kill again, then he himself and the world would be safe. Suddenly, Tang Yenling stopped and turned her head to Su Fan. You're advising this young lady, so why did you even bother to cultivate in the first place? And why did you reincarnate into this world without resorting to military disintegration as a means of striking a higher realm? Impatience was revealed in her tone. That's for me. Su Fan was dumbfounded. He couldn't tell the other party that he just went to play a game, right? If he really wanted to say that, the other party would definitely split himself with a sword. Seeing this, Tang Yenling stopped talking with a cold snort, and Su Fan felt bad about touching his luck again as he looked at the other party's annoyed appearance. With that, both men fell silent for a moment, silent. And so, the 2 kept walking with their heads down, each with their own thoughts. The crowd on the square did not decrease because it was getting late at night. On the contrary, more and more people began to converge towards this side. Late at night, it's the young man's paradise, and among this group of young people the phrase is extolled, the nightlife has just begun. The reality is also true that during the day the air seems unusually hot due to the sun shining on the head of the building, and it is only at night that it gets better. Besides, young people's energy seems to be more active in the evening, which is why the crowd is still gradually increasing. At 10:50 p.m., Su Fan and Tang Yenling arrived side by side in front of the movie theater. I thought you wanted to see a movie, this is it. It was only when Tang Yenling heard the other party's question that she slowed down from the thoughts she had just had. Is this where the movie theater is? Yeah, this is it. Tang Yenling returned faintly. Su Fan gave her a blank look, thinking to himself, aren't you the one who wanted to come? Now this expression of reluctance makes it seem like I forced you to come. But he didn't dare to say it, because maybe the bomb would go off later. Since the 11 o'clock show was about to start, the crowd in the aisle was relatively sparse, and the two of them arrived at the box office in no time at all. Su-fan walked over to the self-service vending machine and bought the ticket, then slowly asked Tang Yenling, "What kind of milk tea do you want to drink?" "Milk tea?" She cocked her head in incomprehension. Without waiting for a reply, Su-fan asked again, "By the way, do you want popcorn?" "Popcorn?" Several large question marks once again floated above Tang Yenling's head. Looking at the other party's dumbfounded look, Su-fan instantly reacted and slapped himself hard on the forehead. "Oops, I forgot you don't understand. Forget it. I'll give you some." Tang Yenling was silent, looked around the stores selling things, and saw many people coming in and out from inside a house. Could this be the so-called movie theater? After a few minutes, Su-fan, after buying 2 cups of milk tea and a bucket of popcorn, saw that the other party was still dazed in place, and then he shouted, "This way! Hurry up, the movie's about to start." Tang Yenling was stunned for a moment, before she bumbled along. Looking at the movie ticket, Su-fan walked towards Hall 3. The corridor passage was very dark, but could probably see clearly that there were rooms on the left and right. Tang Yenling followed behind Su-fan, her nerves tightening. Could the holy land of the human race be hiding any powerful people? If you are exposed then, how can you protect yourself? Thinking of this, she slowly released her divine sense after taking a sharp breath. Divine sense covered the whole place bit by bit, and she found that there were many rooms, and that each room had many seats arranged in order from top to bottom, and at the very front of the room, there leaped a glowing wall? No, she should say a screen. A screen? Previously, when she was inside Su-fan's house and was bored, she had learned about the names of the magic treasures of this realm from the television and her cell phone. So it's no surprise that the screen can be called out. It was just that she looked at the oversized screen, and the seats placed underneath it that was puzzling. Could this be a place of pilgrimage? Saints preach from above, and the seats below are for pilgrims? Tang Yenling thought so and told Su-fan about this discovery of his. When Su-fan heard the other party's speculation, he only wanted to roll his eyes at her. "Su-fan, don't think too much, it's not what you think at all, just come inside with me and see for yourself." When the two walked into the corresponding screening room, they found it filled with people, the majority of whom were couples. At this moment, Tang Yenling realized that she had guessed wrongly, and originally thought that this place was some kind of human cavern, but she didn't expect it to be a place of entertainment. However, since he had come, and had still pulled down his old face to request Su-fan to bring him here, then she had no choice but to follow it in. The two were seated. The location is the closest to the screen of the first row, clear as to see very clearly, but not particularly friendly to the neck. But there is no way. Today there are more people to come. The back of the ticket are sold out. LOL. What is this? Shortly after Tang Yenling sat down, Su-fan handed over a cup of milk tea. "It's quite tasty, try it." After Tang Yenling shivered with her little cherry mouth, her eyes suddenly widened. "This stuff is pretty tasty. What's the name of it?" "Milk tea," Su-fan explained impatiently. "I see, and the name is quite catchy." Tang Yenling's eyes had begun to glow with gold at this point, and she wondered if she should take some home later, just like when she took the lollipop. However, as soon as this idea appeared, it was snuffed out by her because she couldn't forget Su-fan's face that wanted to eat people back then. In fact, what worried her even more was the fear of causing the discovery of the human powerhouses. Shortly after, the movie began to play on the big screen and was greeted by the words, "The Exorcist," in large letters. The Immortal Punisher tells the story of Zhang Xiaofan, a teenager from Grass Temple Village, who was enrolled under the Qingyun sect due to the massacre of his parents, meets Baguio, a member of the demon sect, and falls in love with her, and later accidentally. Tang Yenling, who had been watching the movie, was greatly surprised. She did not expect that there were actually such singable love stories among the human race, so that its originally cold and frosty cheeks gradually softened, and her heart's vigilance towards the human race was also reduced by half a point. But the cool fights and special effects inside the movie made Tang Yenling's heart flutter with fear. It was true that the human race had powerful people. It was just that they were in places they couldn't see, and she was a little more convinced about Su-fan's words. Chapter 24, Delivering the People. By the time the movie was over, it was already an hour later, and the audience was beginning to exit one after another. Su-fan turned his head to look at the uninterested Tang Yenling and slowly opened his mouth. "Let's go. It's after 12, if we don't go back there won't be any buses later." With those words, Su-fan reached out and took out his cell phone to look at the time, a little anxious in his heart. It's not easy to get a cab in the middle of the night, and the rental house is located in a remote area. Just as the two were about to leave, there was a sudden whimpering alarm outside. Immediately afterward, someone shouted, "There's a fire everyone, put out the fire." Su-fan's eyes widened as he muttered, "Holy, it can't be that unlucky." When he froze for a moment, the smoke outside had already rolled towards the inside. Seeing that the big thing was not good, he hastily reached out and dragged Tang Yenling, and was going to pull her together to escape quickly. In the face of the sudden hand-pulling, Tang Yenling was stunned for a moment, but didn't struggle, instead obediently following the other party. As a result, when the two of them had just left the screening room, they realized that there was a fire outside, and gusts of black smoke filled the room. It looks like the fire would have come from the store side and spread very quickly. Panic, the sound of screaming filled the minds of all. Fire is most horrible and relentless, and there is no place to hide if you want to escape. Just then, a middle-aged man stood up, looking at the name tag hanging on his chest. He should be the person in charge of the movie theater. He cleared his throat and cupped his hands to either side of his cheeks, taking a final sharp breath. Don't panic everyone, cover your mouth and nose. At that moment, people from several other screening rooms ran out in panic, screaming loudly and helplessly. Those who had originally planned to rush out with a bang, when they saw the scene clearly, their faces immediately turned pale. They found that the path to the corridor outside had been enveloped in black smoke and was accompanied by a monstrous fire. There's no escape. There's no escape at all. People's faces were covered with despair and helplessness. The greatest fear of fire is smoke, and many people die in fires not by burning, but by choking on the smoke. Did you call 119? Beat it, the firemen are still on their way at this point. Several staff members in charge of the evacuation also had a look of anxiety on their faces, especially when looking at the rolling smoke that swept in. Just as everyone was already in disarray, Tang Yanling, who stayed by Su Fan's side, slowly opened her mouth. Are you people actually even afraid of this kind of fire? Her gaze revealed disbelief and doubt in the human race in her reflection. However, anyone who possessed cultivation, and was still new to cultivation, was able to instantly override this type of fire. But this group of humans didn't seem quite the same as she remembered. Especially when the people around them were full of panic as well as panic, and it was just a normal fire out there that could be extinguished with a snap of one's fingers. That was why she asked it Su Fan in a tone filled with disdain. That, big sister, these are just a bunch of ordinary mortals, no cultivation at all, how can they not be afraid? Su Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his expression was extremely flustered, before continuing to speak. That, do you have a way to extinguish the fire? If we wait for the human powerhouses to come, I'm afraid they'll all be burned to ashes. Su Fan begged at her with dewy eyes. This mall is already very vast, although now some places the fire did not spread over, people can be evacuated in time is okay, but once the fire out of the road all blocked, then meet all will be death. Not to mention the cases of people being burned to death, the smoke alone can choke a lot of people to death, especially the elderly, children and women. Tang Yanling originally did not intend to care about the deaths of these people, even if they were all buried here, what did it have to do with herself? However, she couldn't bear to see Su Fan in that state, and before he had been reincarnated and disintegrated, why would he need to come to her for such a trivial matter? But now, with his cultivation destroyed, he did not have the ability to extinguish this fire himself, but instead went out of his way to beg for it. This shook Tang Yanling's heart, and Su Fan's love and care for his people made it think of his own clan. Wasn't one's perseverance for so many years precisely so that the demon race could no longer be bullied by other races? She knew that Su Fan was also truly out of options before seeking her help, or else how could a superpower possibly pull his punches over this trivial matter? After pondering for a moment, Tang Yanling slowly asked, I can extinguish this fire with a snap of my fingers, it's just that using divine spells here won't be sensed by those powerful people, right? Su Fan was speechless for a while, for the other party's vigilance he saw a new height again, but after thinking about it, it seemed like so many words were told to the other party by himself. The dark hallways were packed with people, the electric lights had long since lost their illumination, and the intense heat had melted away the transmission lines that came in from outside. Crackling explosions passed in from outside, emergency lights were now the only light, and a sense of extreme fear mirrored itself in everyone's mind. Not only here, but the whole building resounded with a wail. Mommy, where are you? Oh, I don't want to die yet, I haven't gotten a wife yet. Brother, even if we die here in this life, we'll definitely meet again in our next life. Wife, don't be afraid, I'm right here by your side. The rising and falling voices echoed in everyone's ears, some were horrified, some were calm, and different people chose different ways of coping with their emotions. Cries, wails took over, no one wanted to die, no one wanted to waste this hard-won life. At the same time there were appeals for calm and patience to comfort the fearful. There is fire extinguishing equipment in the screening room, but it's really hard to find it in the dark when your vision is disturbed. Besides, even if 1 or 2 fire extinguishers were found, what would be the point? Trying to rely on a simple fire extinguisher for a fire this violent is simply fanciful. A few young men ventured to the end of the line of sight in search of hope of survival, but they were suddenly carried away by an explosion and disappeared in the rolling black smoke. Upon seeing this scene unfold, those who had originally planned to leap into action rose and fell with trepidation. The other party's downfall was already obvious, so if he was desperate enough to rush out again, I'm afraid he would only end up dead. Suddenly, someone broke down and shouted loudly, he really did not want to die like this, although rushing out may be burned to death, but it is better than waiting for death here not. With those words, he turned around and was about to dash towards the outside. Across the street, the dark, thick smoke was interspersed with fire, as if it were an endless abyss that ignored life. Chapter 25, Let's keep a low profile. Right at this moment, Su Fan's voice sounded once again and revealed anxiety. This bit of fire is no problem at all for you. Wouldn't you be able to fix it with a wave of your hand? How much longer do you want to think? Sufan was choked by a burst of smoke and kept coughing up tears inside his eyes. Didn't you say that you can't just use divine spells? Doesn't this young lady still have to think about how to extinguish it? Tang Yenling was speechless. He was the one who didn't allow it to be used, and now he was the one who wanted her to use it. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't want to put out the fire immediately, it was really that at her current level of cultivation, a simple spell would cause a great effect. That's why she weighed the pros and cons for so long. Sufan patiently and eagerly replied. Then you'll use one that you think will have the least impactful effect, so the strongest should not notice, right? The fire outside had now spread, and Sufan's tone was unusually serious. Looking at the other man with this look, he was more sincere than at any time he had spoken to himself. Tang Yenling nodded after a few moments of thought, and the young man who had just been stimulated was now gathering his courage, intending to rush out on this. At the same time that all of this was happening to the people inside the mall, outside the Wanda Plaza, many of the people who had escaped were arranged to be evacuated in an orderly manner. From the outside of the plaza can clearly see, in the darkness of the mall building in addition to the fire in the sky, there is a rolling smoke, and the fire is still spreading rapidly. Within just 10 minutes, 5 fire engines were ready with great speed, and dozens of firefighters quickly dispersed to their corresponding positions, and the authorities received the news and arrived at the scene immediately. How's it going now? According to mall staff reports, the fire has been burning for 10 minutes and continues to grow, and there are at least 200 other people trapped on the 5th floor in an emergency situation. At this point, several of the leaders responsible for handling the situation were also in place and were starting to work their way through the scene. When he learned that so many people were still trapped, he immediately began to make arrangements for all departments to prepare for rescue work as soon as possible. Time is life, and wasting a second can have a life disappear into thin air, something no one wants to see. Departments are not responsible nor dare to delay, have organized personnel, start rescue work. Just as everyone was crowdsourced and ready to extinguish the fire and save lives, something unexpected happened to all those present. The square was ablaze with monstrous fires, and the night sky seemed so still that the stars fluttered their own light, and a fiery red patch of sky could be seen over here from a distance. Reflecting the neon light of midnight, just then a gust of wind swept in, and dark clouds spread across the sky, obscuring the stars. What followed was one lightning bolt after another, catering to the rolling thunder in the sky, and it was as if a huge gash had been torn open in the dark cloud-covered sky, and heavy rain poured down. If rain doesn't surprise anyone, this rain completely shattered perceptions. The square was dripping with water, all of which poured into the mall building, and the fire slowly possessed a receding momentum under the aggression of the rain. This rain is too strange, isn't it? Someone in the crowd murmured. In the other corner, a mother and daughter who had just been evacuated from the building were now filled with excitement. This rain came at the perfect time. I hope hubby is okay. Just as the family had just fled the building, there was a sudden accident and her husband asked her to evacuate first with their daughter. However, when they escaped from the mother and daughter, but did not see her husband's figure, originally had been anxious about her, when she saw the rain, the expression also relaxed a lot. As a result of this statement, he was disliked hard by a person next to him. Look at how you can't even get inside the building to put out the fire with just this rain. At this point, everyone reacted to the fact that it would have been fine if it had been elsewhere, and that it would have been a blessing if it had rained at the time of the fire. But not the mall building, it's an indoor fire, even if it rains, the rain can't get in. Who says we can't get in? Look everyone, the rain actually turns corners. In the face of the sudden occurrence of everything, the crowd has not had time to react, was rumbling a loud noise and attracted attention. Only the top of the burning mall building suddenly shattered open with a crack, and those rainwater gathered into a stream of water, towards the cracks to penetrate in a steady stream, followed by the entire shopping mall building inside as if it was pouring rain. Woohoo! This is outrageous! What is all this? This. Some people were hanging by a thread, some people didn't dare to believe it, and the crowd of onlookers on the outside had their eyes wide open. This scene that simply defied common sense was something that they would never forget. If the heavy rain was an accident, was the sudden cracking of the building and the obedience of the rain as if it possessed intelligence also an accident? People waited until they reacted and took out their cell phones to film the bizarre scene. But no matter how outrageous it is, it's true that the fire in the building is out and the people trapped were saved. I'm sure it won't be long before this news rushes to the top of the national hit list. Let the people who have long been asleep wake up early tomorrow morning and shout nationalism. Quick, get in there and search for personnel. Looking at the suddenly extinguished fire, the scene commanders immediately instructed all departments to seize the opportunity to search and rescue. Just as everyone was looking at the building in eager anticipation, a white light flashed away from the building like a meteor. 100 meters in the air, 2 people were flying with their swords, so fast that they returned to a certain neighborhood in the blink of an eye. Big sister, didn't I tell you to move a little less? How did you? When the 2 of them slowly landed on the ground, Su Fan's voice came from behind Tang Yenling. This is again calling out the wind and rain, and the sword splitting the building. making such a big commotion. It would not be good if someone with a good intention notices it. Not to say much, just now that scene did really give Sufan a good scare. This seat. This young lady is the supreme demon race. How can I easily help your human race? Even if I have to make a move, then I have to be imposing so that you can submit to me. Tang Yenling gave a cold snort as she pretended to be calm and spoke slowly to Sufan. In fact, just now, it was true that she hadn't controlled her strength well, but she had thought that these human buildings should be very hard. But I didn't realize that in front of her, it was like a pile of tofu milk, and I had already paid attention to it, but it would actually break into that shape. However, she couldn't lose face, which was why she was bottoming out in front of Sufan. Chapter 26, Trouble is Coming. Sufan. Looking at the other party being so middle-aged, Sufan felt speechless, but he couldn't really spit on the other party. After all, the other party had saved his life. However, once he thought that the other party was making such a big show just to act like a bully, Sufan was all over the place again, and he was very upset. Anyway, thank you for today. I'm afraid a lot of people would have died if it wasn't for you. Sufan let out a long breath and gave a word of thanks on behalf of those she had saved. In fact, Tang Yenling has already done a lot, but it is just a knife mouth and bean curd heart. Even the few people who just rushed out were also sent out by its quietly knocked out with spells, and that one young man who wanted to continue to rush was also dissuaded down by Sufan. In the end, although there were many injured people in this fire, but none of the life-threatening ones, and all of this was due to Tang Yenling. Suddenly, Tang Yenling opened her mouth and asked, "How come you haven't felt any of your human cultivators coming? Is it because there's no one stationed in this zone?" She felt curious that not a single cultivator from the human race had appeared after such a big event. She had watched carefully while in the square. The crowd in the square and on the street had tens of thousands of people, but she didn't notice any cultivator with aura fluctuations, which was strange. Didn't I tell you, this realm is closed off by the boundary ceiling formation, that's why the aura is so thin, and although there are some cultivators among the human race, most of them have gone into seclusion. Sufan panicked and explained, fearing that this woman had guessed something about the eyebrows. Tang Yenling looked deeply at this guy, but did not continue to pursue the question, but turned toward the rental house. Looking at the other party's look as if he knew everything about everything, Sufan winged his throat and rolled it. With that, he followed suit. "Wait for me, why are you going so fast?" Back inside the room, Tang Yenling walked inside the bathroom on her own, and before Sufan could say anything more, a mist slowly attacked her. Sufan didn't even need to think about it to know that this woman was bathing again. Ever since the first time, the other party would take a bath once or twice a day, to which Sufan was powerless to spit. In the past, when she was in the world of gods, in order to break through the realm, a single retreat could be tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years, and she didn't even see her taking a bath in those days, but now she actually washed every day here. Taking a shower every day was fine, but this woman actually still didn't count shampoo and body wash properly, and just in these few days, Sufan had already changed several bottles. By the looks of this, she should really like the smell of the industrial chemical shampoos of this world. Originally intended to sit down and open the cell phone, check the news of the fire in Wanda Plaza this evening, the result is that just when the screen of the cell phone was lit up, a phone call came. He fixed his eyes to see, the memo jumped to write mother and father for big words. Sufan. Iluago mom called again, is it again urging me to go home for a blind date? After all, every time Mother Superior called, there were always so many conversations about the ordinary aspects of life, and all the rest was about finding a daughter-in-law to urge for marriage. When the mother's 50 or 60 years old, but also when the 20-something, afraid that the son will be a bachelor all his life, will be single to marry a daughter-in-law. After all, their family conditions were not too good, and now if they do not find one while they are young, by the time people are also on the age and no money, I am afraid that time really have to be single for life. Sufan continued to wait for his cell phone to ring for a while before letting out a long sigh, which slowly connected the call. Hey mom. Sufan. You should hurry back tomorrow, your aunt has found you an object, she's very pretty, and she's quite nice. Don't tell me you're too busy to come back. If you don't come back, you'll never enter this house again. Hey, are you listening? Fan? Bastard. Sufan. Since Sufan wailed within his heart, the voice coming from the other end of the line changed from an initial kind word to a threat. Mom, I'm still young, there's no rush. Besides, wouldn't it be too hasty for you to do so? At least let me add a WeChat to talk first, right? Add what WeChat? WeChat can still chat out feelings? Little brat, if you don't seize the opportunity this time, don't regret it if someone else snatches it away. Just as the mother and son were arguing, the fog in the bathroom slowly dissipated away. Tang Yenling changed into that stepmother's wraparound skirt at this time and walked out from inside. Sufan? Woohoo, what kind of clothes am I buying here? Why does it feel so sensual? Sufan, who was still on the phone, looked at the other party in this attire, and a blazing fire rose steeply within him. High cold imperial sister is now true to her name, and actually looks very seductive. Chow thief who? Ahem. Sufan had actually long forgotten about the clothes he had bought for the other party at that time. They were all the ones that the shopper had insisted him to buy, so it was normal that his memory was not deep. You little brat, you dare to talk dirty to your mom now, don't you? Are you trying to turn the tables? As a result, the mom on the other end of the phone mistook it for talking to her, so it was a burst of reprimand, scolding a Su-fan bloody head, even the ears are soft down. It's your mother and father? Tang Yanling asked in a tone of uncertainty. She was surveying this dress she was wearing while listening to the conversation between the two men. Without waiting for Su-fan to answer, a puzzled voice came from the other end of the line. A girl's voice? Brat, didn't you just say you were home? This can't be blamed on him, it's really his own mom's hearing is too good. Su-fan is also extremely speechless, even this can be heard? When will I be able to meet your mother superior? And what kind of an existence is she among the people? Tang Yanling suddenly felt very curious, since Su-fan had purposefully chosen to be reincarnated in a military dissolution, the place he chose to reincarnate in was bound to be extremely extraordinary as well. Su-fan? You want to see my mom? What do you want? Could you brat, you actually hid your love from me didn't you? Seeing that he was about to lose the scene, Su-fan directly hung up the phone. He let out a long breath and looked exhausted. Phew, scared me to death, why is this woman always asking questions? Just as Su-fan thought that he would be able to solve the problem by hanging up the phone, just after 10 seconds or so, a WeChat video call hit the top of his cell phone. Su-fan looked at the caller, and for an instant, his face was covered in black lines. Finished, dead, how mom is chasing me this time. Chapter 27. Just this one time. Su-fan looked flustered, he was also on fire right now and didn't know what to do. At the same time, he was also very surprised at his mom's learning ability. Being in the countryside, he did not even know how to use a smartphone a few days ago, and now he is actually able to skillfully dial the video. Especially also shoot what sinus sound, brush the short video, simply then their own will play, and seems to have thousands of fans to come. Looking at the constantly vibrating cell phone, Su-fan's heart panicked. To answer or not to answer? Finally, he turned his gaze tremulously toward Tang Yanling. That. Sis, can you do me a favor? His tone was very low, if it wasn't to deal with his own mom, he would never have begged the other in such a low voice. What is it? Su-fan looked at the other party's clear gaze and slowly spoke with a face full of embarrassment. That. Just. Say what you have to say, don't squirm. Tang Yanling snorted coldly. With that, Su-fan took a sharp breath and eyed the other party. That. How about pretending to be our girlfriend? How about a wife? When Tang Yanling heard this, she was instantly annoyed, her face as red as a red apple. Bastard! How dare you ask the seat to be your wife? She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, itching to kill this denizen with a sword. Su-fan was already very weak, and when he saw this appearance of the other party, his heart became even more bottomless. Fake, just pretending. When he finished, he winged a glance at the other man's demeanor with his afterglow. Fake won't do, if it gets out. How should Ben get a foothold in the demon clan? Tang Yanling's face was indifferent, but a faint blush flushed on her indifferent cheeks. At first, if it wasn't for this guy's kiss, which caused her Dao heart to be unstable and she was afraid that a heart demon would appear as a result, she would never have come to this interface. And now the other side has the audacity to ask for such things. Hearing that people were unwilling, Su-fan immediately sank his face as well. Then he said frankly, Tang Yanling, have you forgotten that the two of us are now in a cooperative relationship? Isn't helping each other what you said? Tang Yanling was dumbfounded, she suddenly felt as if she had changed a lot, with more of the earth's mundane atmosphere. In the past, her Dao heart was solid and would not be affected by her emotions, but nowadays she not only talked more, even her emotions would change several times in a day. She wasn't sure if that was good or bad when she thought about it. At the time of the demon clan, everyone was afraid of her, all flattered her, no one dared to say a word, although everyone's mouth is respectful and abnormal, but in fact, they are all harboring evil intentions. Until now, she found herself becoming a lot more cheerful. Was it because of the contact with the human race? And is she still the demon empress? And is she still the supreme of the demon race? Tang Yanling became bewildered, and was even a little reluctant to believe what had happened to her all this time. With that, she ground out a small mutter. When? Really pretend for a second? Or else, it's just a simple matter of coping with my mother and father, so don't think too much about it and don't worry about it. Seeing this, Tang Yanling nodded slightly. Su-fan was relieved to see the other party reluctantly agree, and immediately connected the video call. Su-fan, this is no way. If you let your mom know that the woman in your house is not a girlfriend, I'm afraid that she will not think that she is recruiting prostitutes. As soon as the video was connected, a middle-aged woman around 50 years old was revealed inside the screen. The other party braided her hair, and a few strands of gray hair could vaguely be seen. Mom, look! Our future daughter-in-law is here. Su-fan pointed his cell phone camera at Tang Yanling as he spoke, and he had an excited look on his face as if the other party was really his girlfriend. I don't know whether the video call effect is not very good, or the other side of the age of the eyes is not very good. The old mom to the screen carefully watched a long time later, only slowly opened the mouth. This little girl is quite a looker, with clean and hydrated skin. As if she was really looking at her own daughter-in-law, mom carefully surveyed Tang Yanling inside the screen, and in her eyes, the other party was so beautiful. By the way, kid, what's your name? After seeing that her son had really made a girlfriend, the mom who had originally cursed at Su Fan suddenly became joyful, revealing a pleased smile. That. My mom and dad are asking you your name. Don't talk in your messed up dialect. If she asks you something, just give her a brief introduction, and don't say anything else. Su Fan quietly ambushed the other party's ear and said, telling her not to talk nonsense, or else it would not be good to scare her mom later. Tang Yenling blankly glanced at Su Fan before staring at the screen, her expression expressionless and indifferent as she slowly opened her mouth. Auntie good, this young lady's name is Tang Yenling. That auntie, how old are you? Mom? Whoa, what are you doing? I told you to say the name. What the hell are you talking about again? Su Fan had completely collapsed. What was the other party doing? Tang Yenling turned her head and gave him a fierce blank stare, saying without a good grace, didn't you say introduction? And now you won't let this seat speak? And actually can't even address this young lady? Su Fan quietly and silently leaned over to its ear again. That. You de-introduce this lady and reintroduce her, remembering to put a smile on your face and soften your tone. Tang Yenling was furious. I don't speak in this tone. To have her, a clan supreme, play the role of a good girl was. It's kind of hot. Su Fan's pretentious way of speaking gave her goosebumps as she watched. Looking at the other party squirming with a reluctant look on his face, Su Fan then thought of another idea. So, is it okay to use a more natural tone of voice? Emotions. You smile? So, I'll try then? After Tang Yenling brewed emotions for a while, she looked down and re-looked at her mom inside the screen. Her lips were slightly parted in a manner that made her want to speak, and several times she tried to speak, but could not. That. When it is really upset dead, see a person is still so troublesome, before only other people see her, nowadays they actually have to pretend to other people. Oops. This girl is shy, isn't she? It's nothing, auntie is also a veteran. The old mom may have sensed Tang Yenling's situation, knowing that she wanted to talk but couldn't, so she immediately understood the reason and came to relieve her. After all, mom was there at the time and knows the nerves that come with meeting parents for the first time. Mom continued, that. The girl's name is Smiling, right? What kind of work does she do? Although Tang Yenling is 1,000 people on the Demon Supreme, but suddenly faced with this situation but also inevitably do not know what to do. Chapter 28, A Thunderbolt from a Clear Sky. Maybe Tang Yenling is too beautiful, the mom seems not too assured afraid Su Fan was cheated, so she got to the bottom of it. After all, she didn't believe her son could find such a beautiful girlfriend with such a perfect body. And your own son? What's there? Although his looks are still passable, but he needs no money and no house. Su Fan sat down next to him, and once again winged his way closer to Tang Yenling's ear and spoke quietly. Just say you're in sales now, the kind that specializes in selling houses, and a little more natural expression, yes, that's it. After all, a temperament like Tang Yenling's was either a dare model or a star, and once again, a little bit of sales. Come to think of it, one couldn't possibly find a celebrity or a model as a girlfriend, could one? Only sales would be the most suitable. Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan's pleading face, and she really had a huge headache. That. I'm in sales. Tang Yenling gritted her teeth and softened her tone quite a bit, the only way to sound gentler. Mom frowned, her brain racing. Sales? That's selling things, right? Although I don't know much about it, I can see that you're a nice girl, and I like you very much. Mom didn't look like it was the first time she had faced this situation, so she had a lot of experience. After Jetlink asked a few questions, the conversation suddenly turned and started praising her in various ways. It is also the sudden sentence of praise, so that Su Fan almost fell to the ground. Mom, where to see out of her face? Su Fan suddenly snatched the cell phone and smiled awkwardly at his mom. That. Mom, we have something to do, so we'll hang up now. Without waiting for his mom to say one more word, Su Fan directly hung up the phone, then ruthlessly wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. He panicked in his heart, afraid that if his mom asked one more question, he would be exposed later, and hanging up the phone was the best choice. He then turned his head to look at Tang Yenling, and the other party was in deep thought for some reason. Suddenly, she spoke. What exactly is the cultivation level of your mother-sama? Tang Yenling raised an eyebrow, looking a little odd in her tone. She doesn't have any cultivation, she's just an ordinary mortal. Su Fan didn't continue to fool the other party this time, but said the honest truth. After all, Mom's appearance wouldn't be a cultivator by any means, and it was estimated that she couldn't be swindled either. So it is. Tang Yenling nodded and didn't continue to pursue the question, but instead got up and wanted to go back inside the bedroom. What's wrong? What's wrong? Watching this woman suddenly become so eccentric, Su Fan felt flustered in his heart. He wasn't sure what kind of bad ideas the other party was holding back, so he hurriedly called out to her. It's. Tang Yenling's tone became unusually calm, and after a long moment of hesitation she slowly sighed. Hurry up and take your mother-sama to look for the great powers of this realm. Go early, perhaps there is still a chance to heal. She is now terminally ill and her days are numbered. I'm afraid that in a few days she will. As soon as these words came out, Su Fan was as if he had suffered a bolt from the blue, and in an instant, his mind became blank as he stood frozen in place. How could this seemingly nice person turn out like this? His own mom had never been sick before, so why was it so sudden? Sufan slowed down, his tone began to tremble, and even his eyes were filled with panic. How did you know? And what disease do you have? Looking at Sufan's flustered expression, Tang Yanling slowly spoke. It's actually not a big problem for cultivators, but it's a different story for ordinary people, for whom such a disease can be fatal. Tang Yanling didn't scare the other party, but rather explained all the real situation to him. A minor illness or disaster like this, the cultivator himself would only need to perform a slight spell to be able to get well. The air was quiet for a moment before she continued to speak. Just now a short observation, originally wanted to check the cultivation of your mother and lord, but after a moment of clues from this seat but did not expect. Before Tang Yanling could finish her words, Sufan darted in front of her. Then in a begging tone, he opened his mouth and inquired, can you come back with me? Looking at Sufan, who had such huge mood swings in front of her, Tang Yanling was stunned for a long time. She had never seen the other party reveal such a look, nor had she ever seen him begging for himself. Doesn't he know the difference between immortal and mortal? Cultivators' most taboo is to cut off the mortal affection. Affection mixed inside the 7 feelings and 6 desires is not conducive to the improvement of the realm. On the contrary, it will become a hindrance, breeding the heart demon. And the deeper the attachment to the mundane, the tighter the shackles you meet when you break through. This matter is really important to me, and I hope you can help me. Sufan once again opened his mouth to beg. He knew that with Tang Yanling's cultivation, wanting to save a mortal was as easy as a slap in the face. If he could have the same cultivation as Tang Yanling in the real world, not to mention saving people, it would be easy to prolong mom's life for 10,000 years. But now is not in the game. He is even a common mortal, where to cultivate. Thus, he can only turn to Tang Yanling for help. Tang Yanling did not immediately speak, she just looked at Sufan, at this irredeemable person. What kind of cultivation was he once? But he was a supreme powerhouse who was able to fight against himself, and now for the sake of a mortal, he was actually willing to be haunted by the demons of his heart. She didn't understand. She really didn't understand. How could the original one who was the most powerful person become like this nowadays? Seeing her hesitation, Sufan pondered for a moment and patiently continued to speak. The place where my old mom lives is isolated from the hustle and bustle, and is known by others as the Cave of Heavenly Bliss. Because of the reason of residing in the deep mountains, the spiritual chi is thought to be more plentiful, and will be able to help you recover your cultivation as soon as possible. In fact, this sentence is not Sufan blindly. His hometown is located in the northwest border of Azhou, is the backyard of Azhou province. It's rare, the terrain is steep, green trees, is really a place of heavenly spirit. It is rumored that near Zhangjiaji, there are still people who have found traces of apes, and that there is a big revival of Taoist temples there, so there might really be people who cultivate immortality. But for sure, the feng shui there is really good and it is a great place for a peaceful old age and a summer vacation. Tang Yanling sniffed that there would actually be a spiritual chi present there, and immediately revealed an expression of excitement. Is it true what you say? She had already explored thousands of miles around and found that the auras were all so thin that they were almost non-existent. If there really was the place Sufan had mentioned, then she would definitely be willing to go. It will definitely be better than here, though not to a very high degree, but it's better for you to see it for yourself. Sufan replied after thinking for a while. After all, he couldn't detect the aura fluctuation himself, and was only able to make a rough guess. Chapter 29, Dreams. Listening to the other party's general introduction, Tang Yanling also hesitated for a few seconds. She then agreed and didn't say anything about what Sufan would do if he cheated her. It wasn't really hard to guess what Tang Yanling was thinking. She just needed a reasonable excuse as a way to take care of Sufan's emotions. She didn't want to see a supremely powerful man abandon his original self-respect for the sake of a mere mortal, and she didn't want Sufan to pull down inside and beg for herself. Because how does she not understand, although she mouths to teach each other to cut off the mortal silk, but think about the beginning of their own it. Now that we've decided to go, when do we leave? She knew that Sufan was in a hurry, so she fought to go there earlier so that she could also see if there was an aura or not. Sufan pondered for a moment and immediately returned, the sooner the better, tonight at 5 o'clock, when the moon is dark and the wind is high, I think it won't attract others' attention, in that, we'll go back with the imperial sword. Due to the present city, the distance from home is relatively far, and transfer is not very convenient, plus their own mom's things, the sooner you go back the better. If Tang Yanling was allowed to fly with her sword, I'm afraid that she could arrive in the blink of an eye, and by the time she waited to go over, the people inside the village probably hadn't woken up yet, and she wouldn't be detected by the don't. Not to mention saving money on tickets. A sword? Okay. For Sufan's request, Tang Yanling did not refuse, although she also knows that the royal sword is likely to be found by other ethnic powerhouses, but since the other party is so anxious also had to first temporarily go along with him just. Therefore, Tang Yanling didn't say anything more and casually agreed. She was just a little curious as to why she didn't sit on the magecraft that had just run on the ground, but she didn't ask. After the two men had conferred, they were quiet and waited for the fifth watch to come. Tang Yanling returned to her room to continue meditating, while Su Fan went to wash up and slowly fell asleep on the sofa. For the illness of the old mother, only with the help of this woman, then one need not worry. Just after falling asleep for a while, Su Fan had a dream. He hadn't had a dream for a long time, and this time the dream was so real. In the middle of the dream, Su Fan was in a vast heaven and earth, with huge, terrifying beasts crawling on the ground, their sky-covering figures causing one's soul to tremble unceasingly. A huge sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. A pair of wings that covered the sky suddenly instantly moved from that end of the horizon to this end, even as the sky darkened. Su Fan stared blankly at what was in front of him. Suddenly, the earth began to crack, a huge crack appeared in the sky, and countless demons and devils invaded towards this world with their teeth and claws open. They wantonly slaughtered all creatures on this land, and wherever they passed, rivers of blood flowed and corpses and bones piled up. The whole heaven and earth is just like the earth's condensed milk in general. As far as the eye can see are corpses everywhere, without the slightest bit of vitality. However, Su Fan could only stare at all of this. He couldn't move a muscle, only his brain was able to think. Everything that happened in this world was in his eyes, and it was as if he had opened God's perspective, looking down on everything. The sounds of fear, the cries, the shouts, the ghostly excitement, all of it was so clear as if he had experienced it himself. He didn't know how long it had been, but Su Fan gradually calmed down, and he realized that many of the ghosts and monsters that he had seen were the ones that he had seen inside the game of Exorcist. As he was panicking and helpless, a bloody old man slowly rose from the plasma, hunched over with a cane in his hand, and hobbled step by step towards him. Su Fan looked at the figure that was getting closer and closer. He wanted to see the other party's face clearly, but he couldn't see it clearly. Just as the old man walked up to him, Su Fan could even feel the other party's breath. The old man's lips were slightly open and he struggled to say something to him, but Su Fan couldn't hear him clearly. Just then, a voice came, and the dream world suddenly shattered into millions of pieces, shooting off in all directions and disappearing. "It's 5 o'clock, time to go." Voices came from Su Fan's ears, and it was only then that he woke up. Feeling that he was covered in sweat, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. "What's wrong with you?" Tang Yenling looked at him in this manner and asked with strange eyes. "No, nothing, just a dream." Su Fan shook his head vigorously and finally slowed down, then squeezed a smile out of his face and said to Tang Yenling, "You're at least an Emperor Realm cultivator, and your Dao heart is actually so fragile that it would actually be affected by a dream." Tang Yenling couldn't help but mock. After all, people who cultivate don't dream. Saying that out loud would have to be laughed at and die. Su Fan immediately became unhappy upon hearing this, and then said in annoyance, "Fellow Taoist Tang's state of mind doesn't seem to be very stable either. As an Emperor Realm cultivator, with such a large emotional up and down, the change of character seems to be a bit too fast, right?" Tang Yenling's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her lips lightly parted. "What makes you say that, fellow Taoist Su?" The corner of Su Fan's mouth sketched out an intriguing arc, and then he turned his cell phone on, and a video jumped out and began to play. Only to see in the middle of the picture, Tang Yenling dressed in JK uniform, all over the body to measure their own body, not a moment later and ran to the refrigerator in front of the refrigerator. The refrigerator door opened and closed and opened. Then he fished out a lollipop from somewhere and carefully tasted it like a curious baby. The moment the lollipop was in her mouth, her cheeks, which were originally cold as ice, became as happy and joyful as a little girl's in an instant. A look of joy leapt onto her face, and probably feeling that no one was around, she began to let herself go and disregard her image. "Tang Yenling?" Su Fan looked at the other party's dumbfounded little expression and just burst into laughter. "Ahem, fellow Taoist Tang, what explanation should you give?" Tang Yenling was dumbfounded. Obviously she had already used her divine sense to investigate the surrounding area and did not find a second person. Originally there should not be anyone who would have discovered this matter, but now. I didn't realize that our demon Empress had such a cute look." Su Fan tucked his cell phone back inside his pocket, afraid that the other party would give him another chop, and then said with a burst of squeezing, It's. Tang Yenling only felt like she couldn't find a crack in the ground. She no longer dared to look directly at a hateful man. If that look just now were to be seen by the people of the world of gods, then she would never be able to raise her head and be used as a talking point after dinner for the rest of her life. Because in everyone's eyes, she was a ruthless, murderous demoness. She never gave anyone a good look either. But today, Chapter 30, a short story on a flying sword. Looking at the other party's embarrassed face, Su Fan also gave a dry cough in embarrassment. I forgot to tell you that this room is also my magic treasure, so I'm able to know all the things that happen inside when you don't use a special shielding spell. Su Fan pretended to be mysterious and winked at Tang Yenling. In fact, he intentionally added a special barrier, otherwise that is to say that even the other party can see the bath. I'm afraid that time this woman is another sword/over. After Su Fan finished his explanation, Tang Yenling's face immediately sank. She then fixed her eyes searingly on the other party, a look of impatience on her cold, frosty cheeks, and slowly spat out a few words. "Did you really forget? Or did you leave it out on purpose?" "Of course I forgot. How could I intentionally peek? Besides, there's nothing to look at." Su Fan's voice was still full of energy at first, but by the time he got to the last sentence it seemed to be low, and he felt unusually weak. "Really?" Tang Yanling was still pursuing the question, not giving the other party time to think at all. Right, it's getting late, we'd better depart soon. Su Fan didn't want to dwell too much on this topic with her. By the time he accidentally blurted it out, he was afraid that the more he described it, the darker it would get. After Su Fan simply packed up for a while and brought along the necessary things, the two of them immediately set off while it was still light. In the middle of the quiet night, the brightly lit streets seemed unusually quiet, with only a few scattered figures still roaming the streets and alleys. Suddenly, a flash of beautiful white light shot out from a neighborhood and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. High in the sky, two figures stepped on windswords and rode the wind. Su Fan stood at the back, tugging Tang Yanling's corner with his hand. Although it wasn't the first time he had stepped on a sword, it was inevitable that he would still be flustered. Real life is not like the game, there is no chance of respawning. Once they hiccup, then I'm afraid that the hiccup really hiccup. Tang Yanling knew that the current Su Fan did not have a cultivation level, so she had purposely built a protective shield around him to isolate the biting cold wind outside. Only this made Su Fan feel better for a while. In fact, his worries were all redundant. On the sword he was trying to fall without necessarily falling. Because after all, there is Tang Yanling standing there, just flying in the air to say that I am afraid that it will be appalling, and Su Fan is just shy of life. In order not to be monitored by the high technology of this world, Su Fan also gave a special instruction. You add a spell formation, or it'll be bad if a human powerhouse finds out. Of course, this kind of thing actually does not need him to worry at all. What kind of person is Tang Yanling? This a little bit of experience or not? She didn't refute the other though, as she pondered something else. After catching her thinking for a moment, a voice slowly rang out, revealing a soul-shivering danger in its tone. If you dare to spread the word about this, I will not die with you. Don't worry, you just put 10,000 hearts. I absolutely will not pass out half a word. This matter will absolutely rot inside my stomach for the rest of my life. Only you know and I know. There will absolutely not be a third person to know. Su Fan patted his chest and assured Tang Yanling with a genuine look on his face. Suddenly, he didn't know what wind he had drawn again, as if he had uttered an impulse that made Tang Yanling almost want to kill and kill. Actually, you're kinda cute with that look. Tang Yanling? Shut up. Do you believe I'm going to throw you down right now? After the words were spoken, the sword body began to fluctuate violently, and the flight trajectory no longer ran smoothly, but instead, it sharply began to fall from a high altitude at a rapid pace, and Su Fan was nearly thrown out. Big sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Su Fan sensed that the other party seemed to be really angry, and panicked a batch in his heart, although he probably wouldn't be thrown down by the other party. But who knows if there are any eventualities. When the time comes, you won't even have a chance to regret it. After this time, Su Fan decided that it was better to strive to be a quiet and beautiful man, never talk nonsense, or his own little life is important. Looking at Su Fan's appearance of admitting defeat, Tang Yanling snorted coldly, not intending to forgive the other party for this, and the fall of the sword did not stop. Oof. Su Fan made up his mind that he would never be able to joke around in this kind of situation next time, but being able to make Tang Yanling suffer was something he was happy to see. But now the biggest problem is that the sword is still falling. This is thousands of meters high. This woman will certainly not die in the fall, but what about himself? Through her perception, Tang Yanling was just bursting with joy when she saw Su Fan's pale face. No, we have to find a way to save our little lives. Su Fan murmured in his heart. The flying sword broke through the clouds, and Su Fan was able to clearly see the brightly lit city below, and it was at this moment that he had an idea. I'm sure I'll be reduced to mush if I fall, but what if I hold this woman? Once the idea popped up, it was all over the place. Saying yes, feeling the breath of death, Su Fan hugged Tang Yanling's waist. It had to be said that a woman's aroma was innate, especially someone like the other party who practiced cultivation, exuding a strong fragrance all over her body. Just as Su Fan wrapped his arms around Tang Yanling, a scent ran straight to his nose, a scent so wonderful that he forgot the sadness of being about to turn into mush. This aroma is not the smell of shampoo and body wash, but an all-natural girly body odor, which is actually the smell of hormones. Feeling her waist being held, Tang Yanling's entire body stiffened on the spot. It was obvious that she was not expecting this maneuver from Su Fan. A wave of annoyance was then about to erupt, and she was subconsciously about to fling the other party away from her, causing her to fall from a high altitude and die on the spot. You denizen, why don't you let go? Tang Yanling shouted angrily. No, I won't let go. Su Fan also with her on the strength, killed him will not let go. Well, this let go a little life may be gone. I say again, get the hell off. No, I won't let go. I won't let go even if I die. Hearing the other party's words, Su Fan wrapped his arms around him a few points tighter. Tang Yanling was infuriated that after her repeated warnings, the other party not only didn't let go, but instead increased her strength. Both hands held each other, holding her tighter and tighter around the waist, as if that was the only way he could have more security. This made her slowly recall the moment when she had dueled with the other party back in the middle of the world of gods. The other man resolutely lunged for his sword before dying, and then kissed it deeply. That kiss was so biting and irritating. Chapter 31, Fading into Reincarnation. At this moment, Tang Yanling actually began to hesitate. She was a mess in her mind right now and didn't know what the hell was wrong with her. No way. Absolutely not. Tang Yanling, your Dao heart must not be messed up. After a period of struggle within her heart, Tang Yanling finally regained her composure, and the trace of dissimilarity that had just stirred up in her heart also vanished. After she had calmed down, her eyes glazed over, and the flying sword stabilized, shooting out in accordance with its inherent trajectory. Just then, a silhouette was thrown down from the flying sword. Holy, is this woman really that ruthless? Help me, help me. Su Fan felt the sound of the wind pouring into his ears, and his heart had long since panicked into a frenzy, but he calmed down slightly after a while. He knew his opponent would never just drop him like that, he just wanted to teach him a lesson. Still, he himself had to act like he was unusually scared, thus arousing the other person's sympathy. Miss Tang, I know I'm wrong, let me go. The whistling cold wind blew coldly, causing Su Fan to eventually compromise. Tang Yanling's tightly frowning eyebrows also sniffing the words to ease down. She also does not have to put the other side to death, just want to give him a lesson. Now that Su Fan had started to beg for mercy, then he himself would just let it go. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, Su Fan shouted, "Big sister, you are at least a clan supreme, is it really good to treat me like this?" He slowly closed his eyes and waited for the sound of his brain exploding. Right at this moment, Tang Yanling waved her jade hand, and Su Fan's falling body instantly stopped on the spot. Feeling his stopped body, Su Fan turned his head to the side, when he saw that he was only a few centimeters away from the ground. His heart suddenly stopped beating, and it was a long time before he slowly came back to his senses. This witch, when she was really ruthless, she almost lost her own life. Sweat had long since soaked his clothes, and even though he had walked through the gates of hell once, Su Fan still couldn't help but spit. However, he did not say these words out loud. If that demoness heard him, he was afraid that he would really die on the spot. Humph. Be good. Tang Yanling's icy tone slowly reached Su Fan's ears. No. I know, big sis. After a while, Su Fan was once again received on top of the flying sword, and looking at the frosty-faced Tang Yanling, he didn't dare to open his mouth immediately. Tang Yanling was in deep thought. Where had she been hugged like this in the past 10,000 years? Simply bold and lawless, if he was still in the world of gods, he would definitely have to be immortal with him. At this moment, she suddenly felt curious as to why the other party was cultivating, and why they were willing to be disarmed. Was it for the sake of immortality, or for the sake of guarding the human race? And what exactly did his kiss mean? Tang Yanling couldn't figure it all out. This man was too mysterious. She actually couldn't gain the slightest insight into his mind. With that, she couldn't help but ask, I want to know exactly why you went through the trouble of reincarnating into this world. Was it to seek the chance to break through the Emperor realm, or to explore the secrets of your human race? Tang Yanling was very curious about this, but through Su Fan's behavior in the past few days, the other party didn't look like a cultivator at all. It was said that the Great Tao was merciless, but this man's body revealed the 7 emotions everywhere, and even he himself was subliminally affected by it. Faced with this question, Su Fan was also dumbfounded by the question, as he still really didn't know how to answer it. But this woman revealed a clear gaze, looking at herself with an expectant face. Su Fan felt an abnormal headache. Why are there so many things? But he didn't show it, instead he fell into deep contemplation. Of course this contemplative look was only shown to Tang Yanling. In fact, he was rapidly organizing his language in the middle of his brain to see how to continue fooling the other party again. A moment later, Su Fan smiled faintly, his eyes showing softness as he quietly looked at Tang Yanling. You ask me why exactly? Do you really want to know? Tang Yanling nodded slightly. Su Fan smiled to himself and skimmed his head, leaving behind a back full of vicissitudes. I'm here to stay with my beloved for a long time and never suffer from reincarnation after that. Beloved? The pain of reincarnation? Tang Yanling's head was full of questions, not knowing what the other party was smoking, but she still patiently continued to listen to the other party's unfolding story. This realm is not governed by rules, and after one's death it is better to be reincarnated, therefore, I am here to wait for my wife. Wife? You have a wife? But why did you even kiss in the first place? She did not finish her sentence, for there was an inexplicable sadness in her heart, which came at an unusually strange time, and which she herself had not yet perceived in the slightest degree. Then, after a pause, she spoke in a deep voice and asked, Are you saying that your wife is in the middle of this realm? Su Fan's back revealed a sense of depression, followed by a sense of desolation. He slowly shook his head, as if his entire person had instantly aged a dozen years. No, but when I finally step into that supreme realm one day and ascend to the top of the 10,000 realms, I will find a wife at that time, and then I will be with her for a long time, and I will not enter the cycle of reincarnation, guarding her for the rest of my life. After the words were spoken, Tang Yanling remained speechless for a long time, staying straight on the spot. Even the flying sword trembled a bit due to the ups and downs of her emotions. These words of Su Fan's, how she heard them was outrageous, it was just too unbelievable. The supreme realm, this unnameable realm, had not even appeared in this era. And the other party actually used this as a goal, wanting to impact that elusive and powerful realm. Among the world of gods, although there were quite a few Emperor realm existences, there wasn't anyone who dared to pry into this realm. From the canonical texts passed down from the previous epochs, the Supreme Realm hadn't appeared for many epochs, and for ordinary cultivators, it was simply unheard of. Tang Yanling had also heard the previous Demon Emperor talk about it when he received the inheritance of the Demon Clan's empire. There were so few rumors about that realm, as if it was not of this earth at all, that she wondered for a moment if there was such a realm at all. Whether it is true or not, no one even knows or has seen it. Perhaps it will only be known to the world once it actually arrives at that goal. So that's why you want to achieve the Supreme Realm? It's so that you don't enter the cycle of reincarnation to be with the one you love? Tang Yanling suddenly felt that this reason was very funny. It was too much of a child's play, wasn't it? Su Fan dryly coughed a few times. Ahem, that, if I really reach that realm, I don't mind taking you as a concubine. Su Fan's face was confident, his mouth was full of words, and he was simply unconcerned. Just as his words had fallen, a stern killing aura suddenly struck. Su Fan only felt a cold chill on his back, his forehead was covered in a dense cold sweat as he slowly turned his head. There was a sword glowing with a cold aura right behind his back, resting on top of his neck. Chapter 32, It's Just a Joke. Su Fan's face twitched slightly for a few moments as he felt a burst of cold air wafting out from above. He could sense that the other party was serious, and if he didn't concede at this point, big sister, just kidding. Su Fan immediately conceded and pretended to be innocent, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind that he would definitely teach the other party a good lesson one day, and that his cultivation was far superior to hers. When the time comes, she must be taught a good lesson, and be taken back as the lady of the house. Look at the other side of this body, this temperament, pulling out everywhere is doubly dignified, right? Let's see if she still has this condescending look when the time comes. What are you full of nasty mirth again? Tang Yanling skimmed at Su Fan, and when she saw his snickering look, she knew that this kid was holding back some bad ideas again. Tang Yanling let out a cold snort, scaring Su Fan. No, it's nothing. Fortunately, this woman was still adhering to peace and did not use her divine sense to probe his brain, otherwise what he thought was known by it. I'm afraid that tomorrow's sun would not necessarily still be visible. With that, Su Fan snapped out of his contemplation and looked at the sliver of morning sunlight in the east. The sun was about to rise. He immediately adjusted his emotions and spoke slowly to Tang Yanling in a serious manner. Eldest miss, let's hurry up when the sun rises later, the probability of us being discovered will be much higher. Tang Yanling did not refute the other party because Su Fan was telling the truth. So she raised her hand to release her spiritual energy and pinched her hands together, and the flying sword steeply increased its speed and shot off in a certain direction. Along the way, the two didn't say anything more. The atmosphere was unusually awkward, kind of like two angry little couples in general, each gambling and ignoring the other. Not long after, Tang Yanling slowly landed down in a direction that Su Fan was pointing at. What comes to mind is a cluster of ancient buildings of varying heights, and this remote corner is Su Fan's old home. Let's stop here, let's have breakfast and then we'll take a cab to the inside of the village later. This town is called Phoenix Town. Rumor has it that the skeleton of a suspected phoenix was found here back in the day, and at that time it also caused many famous archaeologists at home and abroad to come to explore, and at that time it set off a wind of talk internationally. The Chinese thought it was the skeleton of a phoenix, while the West said it was the skeleton of a pterodactyl, and the two sides argued endlessly. With the passage of time, the topic slowly faded. But this town was a hit and spread around the world and beyond. It was from that time that the town of Phoenix began to be renewed, and the children born here were exceptionally bright. The tourism industry also began to develop from that time. The ancient courtyard brings a great degree of comfort, and the air here seems to be extraordinarily fresh, and there seems to be a sweet smell. That's why the number of people coming here to play has exploded. The two searched for a deserted place and slowly got down from their flying swords. Come with me, there's a breakfast place over there that's delicious, 100 years old. It wasn't too far away from Su Fan's old family, about a dozen kilometers away. If one were to fly directly with a sword and suddenly barge inside the village with a sister in tow, then he or she would inevitably be suspected. When the time comes, not to mention scaring everyone, I am afraid that the authorities will catch us, and then it is neither a good idea to run away nor a bad idea not to run away. Since there is only one way into the village, whoever enters the village will be discovered. If he appeared inside the village out of nowhere, what should be the explanation? Is it hard to say that he came from the back of the mountain? Tang Yanling's tone was indifferent, her voice without the slightest bit of emotion. When Su Fan and Tang Yanling arrived in front of a breakfast store, a burst of aroma came to his nose, and he fiercely inhaled a few large mouthfuls. It's still the flavor of the buns back home. Feeling the familiar streets, the comforting air, he felt an extra relaxation of mind and body. Just then, a voice came slowly from behind. You? Aren't you Su Fan? When did you come back? Su Fan listened to this voice and suddenly felt very familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. Until he turned around for a moment and thought, and what leapt into his eyes was a wonderful woman about the same age as him. The girl was carrying a grocery bag with a pair of double ponytails. Her face was full of youthfulness, not exactly good looking, but it could be called a sign. You're Tang Kaimoth? Su Fan looked at the girl in front of him who was full of smiles, and he thought for a while before saying a name that he wasn't quite sure of. Su Fan hurriedly waved his hand. Oops, there's a gross amount of money. I haven't seen you in years, and I feel like you've gotten prettier. The smile on the girl's face grew brighter and brighter, as if she was happy that Su Fan was still able to recognize her, or maybe it was because the other party complimented her for being prettier. After so many years of not seeing each other, the heel of the first time is so big now, so much so that I almost didn't recognize him. Su Fan laughed awkwardly as a way to express his emotions. The two were not classmates, but just playmates who played house together as children. Su Fan was going to be about 2 years older than the other party, and no matter where Su Fan went, the other party would always be like a follower, unable to shake him off. At first, she clung to Su Fan all day long, chasing after him and shouting that she wanted to marry him when she grew up. Later, due to family reasons, Tang Kaimoth followed her parents and transferred to the city, while Su Fan stayed in the town, and since then the two had fewer and fewer chances to meet. I just didn't think that after so many years, the other party actually didn't change his appearance, and he was still as quirky as when he was a child, and the other party was still able to recognize himself at a glance. This made Su Fan feel incredulous. Just then, Tang Yanling's figure fell into Tang Kaimoth's gaze. She was able to sense that the other party possessed a not-so-similar relationship with Su Fan, as the other party stood by his side for quite a while. Not only did she have a great body, but her face was also exceptionally beautiful, just like a big star coming out of the TV. It's so unreal, so dreamy. She had never seen such a beautiful woman in real life, as if a fairy from the sky had descended to earth. Tang Yanling saw her as well, and sensing her gaze that wasn't quite the same for Su Fan, she slowly paced next to him. What? Do you know each other well? Tang Yanling suddenly asked, her tone filled with a bit of hostility. Su Fan smiled awkwardly and then replied, that. An old friend that I've known for many years. Chapter 33, just an old acquaintance. An old friend you haven't seen in years? Tang Yanling murmured in a small voice. What? What are you muttering? Su Fan didn't hear what the other party was saying clearly, so he asked. Tang Yanling didn't answer his inquiry, but instead turned her head to look at Tang Kaimoth. Tang Kaimoth felt the other party looking herself up and down, seeing a wave of aggression in her eyes. She then directed her gaze at Su Fan. Van. Brother Van, who is this? Although Tang Kaimoth was already convinced in her heart that the other party was Su Fan's girlfriend, but seeing that he didn't answer, it was not good for her to ask directly. She's just a friend of mine, yeah, just a friend. Su Fan didn't know what was wrong, and stammered his answer. As a result, before he could finish, he was suddenly startled by a voice next to him. Only to see Tang Yanling break into an eloquent speech. What friend? It's a girlfriend. And a small, forced-looking smile spread across her face. Su Fan? Su Fan put his own arm over her and gave her a wink. I see, I told you, so it's Fan's girlfriend. Hello, I'm Fan's neighbor, my name is Tang Kaimoth. After introducing herself, Tang Kaimoth somehow felt a trace of loss, but quickly recovered her expression and came forward to get acquainted with Tang Yanling. Suddenly, Su Fan snapped at Tang Yanling within his own mind. Su Fan, sister, hey, what are you playing at? He cried and laughed, and had no choice but to send a message to the other side. As early as some time ago, Su Fan had already absorbed the fruit that Tang Yanling had given him, and subsequently had Tang Yanling teach him about sound transmission through space, and now he was able to utilize it. Tang Yanling, after this seat's observation, this woman has developed a love for you. In order not to destroy your heart to seek the way, I have to commit myself to help you out, pretending to be your Taoist partner, as a way to dispel her determination. Are you not prepared to thank me? Su Fan? What the hell do you want? Su Fan cried out in the bottom of his heart for a while. This love of his that he had run into for a good reason was just snuffed out by her. But his cries Tang Yanling simply couldn't hear him. If he didn't take the initiative to transmit his voice, none of what he was thinking or thinking would have been insightful to anyone else. Unless the other party's cultivation is particularly high and is forcibly probing your brain. By the way, you're out this early in the morning, are you here to buy groceries? Su Fan squeezed out a raw smile on his face. He knew that if he didn't change the topic immediately, then he and the other party would be even more embarrassed. But he didn't refute Tang Yanling's words. Since it was just now dawning, around 6 o'clock, to be able to come to town so early in the morning, he must have left before dawn. We are all adults, and there are things we can understand without being told. Therefore, Tang Kaimoth was naturally able to understand that Su Fan had intentionally diverted the topic of what he had just said, so he did not continue to mention this matter. Tang Kaimoth looked at what she was wearing, and then looked at Tang Yanling's clothes, and an inferiority complex arose. He probably didn't deserve Brother Fan. How could he compare himself to that powerful sister with his village girl appearance? She smoothed a few strands of her hair in front of her forehead and hooked them all behind her ears with her pinky again. She then sighed slightly and spoke slowly to Su Fan. I have to go to work later, so I came out early in the morning to buy all the groceries, and you know how my mom is. Is Auntie getting worse again? Su Fan was aware of the other party's family situation, and originally knew that it wasn't good to ask more about this kind of thing, but after all, both of them were neighbors and playmates from childhood, so he thought about it and opened his mouth. He vaguely remembers that when he went home for New Year's Eve last year, he heard his own mother talk about this matter. Tang Kaimoth's mother's legs, due to years of hard work, coupled with rheumatism, now can't move freely, so serious that she can't get out of bed. Looking at Tang Kaimoth's appearance nowadays, it should be getting more and more serious, otherwise she would have to go to work as well as come out so early to buy groceries. For a girl, it's really very hard work. Originally, as a rural person, eat vegetables, such things would have grown their own can, but there are other people out to buy their own, when it is not easy. This is because when Tang Kaimoth was young, her father had an accident and subsequently died, leaving the orphan couple to survive on their own. Plus, there weren't many relatives in the village, so there wasn't anyone they could rely on. Hey, it's pretty much the same as before, I can't work, so I just stay home every day. Tang Kaimoth sighed softly, her eyes revealing a sense of worry, though her face still beamed with a bright smile. She didn't want to pass on her sadness to others, she was a good girl with a good heart. Without waiting for Su Fan to speak, Tang Kaimoth continued, Brother Fan. It's getting late, so I'll go to the market first, let's get together again after I get off work. It was obvious that she actually couldn't bear to part with it, after all, there was nothing wrong with the two of them chatting a bit more after a long time of not seeing each other. But Tang Yanling appeared here, and in the capacity of the other party's girlfriend. It wouldn't be good for her to continue staying longer, so she had to find a reason to leave. Okay, we'll get together sometime, so go ahead and get busy. I just happen to be making a trip home as well, so I'll come over when you're off work, just in time to visit my aunt. Su Fan didn't stay the other party much, after all, Tang Yanling was here as well, and besides, the other party's appearance seemed to be really busy. See you later, Van. See you later. Tang Kaimoth smiled, her smile was so bright and moving, possessing the most unassuming and unadorned face, with pure eyes unsullied by the world. The two said goodbye to each other and headed off in different directions. Su Fan sighed slightly as he looked at her increasingly distant figure until the other party disappeared in front of him, while Tang Yanling, who was next to her, took it all in, and started mocking with a face full of disdain. Fellow Taoist Su, I see that you're really too dusty in your Taoist heart to tell the difference between light and heavy. Hey you, I didn't say I liked her, where did you see that? Su Fan did not have the good taste to spray back, besides, he did not say that he liked her off. What's wrong with this woman? He had just recalled the old days, when the two of them were young, childhood sweethearts, and spent every day without a care in the world. Come on, let's go get breakfast, do some shopping then hit the road. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Fan urged at Tang Yanling, who was too lazy to continue to fool around with this woman. Chapter 34, a little too big for its own good. Soon the two of them entered inside the baozi store together, and the aromatic baozi made Su Fan's mouth water. His favorite is the soy meat buns, which are filled with a big pile of filling that makes for a great meal. Compared to other tourist cities, the prices in Phoenix Town are considered very cheap, and although it has attracted many developers, the majority of stores are run by locals. The developers were able to fool the outsiders, but they were not able to look at the local natives. And most of the stores owned by locals are affordable, like this bakery. Su Fan clearly remembered that he had loved buying buns from this store to eat since he was a child, and that he only liked to eat buns from this store as well. This also led to a good relationship with the uncle and aunt of the bakery, and everyone in their family knew Su Fan. A jushi, 6 meat buns with sauce, to be packed ha. Okay, you wait a moment, I'll put it on for you. The owner was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, all dressed in white, even his apron and the hat on his head. He busied himself while filling the buns for Su Fan. Not long after, 6 buns were handed to Su Fan. Guest, your bun is ready. Uncle was too busy to take a closer look at Su Fan because he was too busy. Uncle, how much is it? Su Fan stared at the busy middle-aged man and asked in a calm tone. $1 apiece, $6 total. Su Fan took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat QR code and directly transferred it. WeChat arrives at $6. Take care, guest, it's delicious, come again. Seeing that the other party continued to be busy, Su Fan finally couldn't hold his tongue. Then he cried out affectionately, Uncle Wang, don't you recognize me? Uncle Wang, who was still burying his head to bag other customers, immediately raised his head when he heard that. He looked at the young man who had called him, his face was so familiar, but suddenly he couldn't name the other man. When the 10 seconds or so had passed, Uncle Wang's eyes gradually brightened. Are you, Su? Before Uncle Wang could finish his words, Su Fan snatched the answer with a smile on his face. Yes, Uncle Wang, I'm Su Fan, do you still remember me? It's Su Fan, long time no see, how have you been? Hey thanks to Uncle Wang, it's pretty good. Su Fan wrapped his hand around his head with a silly smile. Uncle Wang looked at Su Fan's appearance. The more he felt that the other party had grown more handsome, this child was the one he had watched grow up, and now that he had become an adult, he felt very gratified. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Uncle Wang fished out several more buns from inside the bun cage. He then handed it to Su Fan and smiled brightly at him. Come, little Fan, take these buns for the road and eat them, these are your favorites. Uncle Wang, no need, I have enough to eat with these. Su Fan waved his hand, signaling that he had had enough. I give you, just take it. It's just a couple of buns, that's all. Seeing that he couldn't resist, Su Fan gladly took it. Alright then, I'll thank Uncle Wang in advance. Su Fan revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Uncle Wang's words changed, then continued to ask, "You're back to see your mom, right? I don't know how she's doing these days, remember to say hello for me when you get back." Su Fan nodded. "Good Lo Wang uncle." The old king of the Baozi store is related to Su Fan's mom's family, and there are some thin blood relations to say the least. The two men exchanged a few more pleasantries and finally bid each other farewell. Su Fan and Tang Yanling walked on the road, looking at the quaint old town, feeling a warm current welling up in their hearts. No matter how wonderful the outside world is, it's not as real as your hometown. After a while, Su Fan carried two big carp in his hand, and he felt like buying some vegetables to go home and make up for his old mom at home. Although the rural areas nowadays are not short of food, but for seafood products are not too often eaten, the vast majority of families are eating local pork. After all, their own home can be farmed. Su Fan then remembered that his mom liked durian, so he came in front of a fruit store. He scanned the area with fixed eyes, eventually spotting the durian inside a corner. "Boss, how much does this cost per pound?" Su Fan pointed to the durian standing in the corner. "Looking at the quality is not bad, the head is quite full." The head is quite full. But with fruits like these, you can't count on the surface color alone. Inside is whether it's good or not, remains to be seen. The owner is a middle-aged man with a big belly, a bearded face, sandals on his feet and a fan in his hand. $45 a pound. Su Fan's eyes instantly widened as he looked at the other party incredulously. "So expensive? Why don't you go rob the money?" I say you kid how to talk? If you don't want it, hurry up and leave, don't affect my business." Su Fan raised his eyebrows. He remembered that when he was in Jianghai City, the fruits over there were very cheap, even the average price of fruits like durian was only about 20 out. And now that it's over here, the prices are actually so outrageous and it's not even in the winter. Su Fan also felt that his tone of voice was too impulsive, and then apologized. Uncle, it was my tone that was bad just now, it's just that your price is really outrageous." The fruit store owner looked at Su Fan and apologized voluntarily, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. "Boy, not that I'm telling you, but this fruit of ours is from..." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Fan. "I heard him speak in the local dialect." "Okay, uncle, I'm not a foreigner, I'm just returning to my hometown." "You reopened the price." The owner's eyes lit up for a moment as he sniffed, and then he revealed a smiling face of embarrassment. "Oops, that's $10 cheaper?" he asked tentatively, waiting for Su Fan's answer. "Alright, that's it then." Su Fan was able to hear that this boss was an outsider, just here to do business. And outsiders love to rip off people, but most of the people they rip off are foreign tourists, and at that time, looking at the dress of Su Fan and the two of them, they thought that they were here to travel. For the locals they still have a light hand, after all, but also to continue to do business here is not. The strong dragon is not a snake. This is the way of the world they still understand. He then turned his gaze to Tang Yanling and transmitted his voice to her. "Use your divine sense to probe and see which one is cooked." Tang Yanling? Since Su Fan's cultivation level was still very low now, he wasn't able to utilize his divine sense yet. Su Fan's request made Tang Yanling look caught off guard, and even her iceberg beauty couldn't help but shake the corners of her mouth. "You're actually asking me, the titular demon Empress, to use my divine sense to pick out fruits for you?" Probably only Su Fan was able to come up with this bad idea, but when the word got out, she really couldn't afford to lose this person. Chapter 35, Not Following the Rules. Tang Yanling looked at this fruit that was covered in thorns and had an unpleasant odor escaping, and just frowned for a while. Su Fan saw that people refused to do so, so he didn't continue to insist. After all, when he first came into contact with this smelly guy, there wasn't a single person who didn't hate it. He then took it upon himself to look to the left, not to the right, and then with his meager experience to try to pick a good quality one. Just then, Tang Yanling pointed her finger at a durian closest to Su Fan. "Just that one." Su Fan sniffed and instantly picked it up, turning his head to smile at Tang Yanling. He, looks like you still care about me." "Who cares about you, off?" Su Fan. However, listening to the other party's tone that was like that of a little girl, Su Fan suddenly felt unusually cute. The two didn't say any more, and Su Fan hugged the durian and shouted at the boss, "Boss, I'll take this one." The middle-aged man took the durian from Su Fan and weighed it in his hand. His brows frowned, but he didn't say anything. He then placed the durian on top of the electronic scale and a few big red numbers jumped out at him. 9 pounds, 3 tails, let's say you're 9 pounds. The boss glanced at the numbers on the electronic scale and said to Su Fan. Just as he turned to get a plastic bag for him, Su Fan yelled, "Boss, wait. You won't have a problem with this weighing, will you?" Su Fan hurriedly called out to him. "We're dealing in good faith. What are you talking about? You sprayed me right away, and now you're doing it again. You're purposely looking for a fight, aren't you? Not to brag to you, I, Zhang, have been in this area for some years now. Who in the neighborhood doesn't know me? Now you're smashing my signboard by saying that." The boss was on fire and couldn't help but confront Su Fan. At the same time his loud voice attracted a lot of watchers. "Boss, you're just being careful. My dad bought me a couple of bananas here the other day and when he went back to weigh them they were 2 tails short." "That's right, I was short yesterday too." A few people among the surrounding crowd cursed and opened up at the fruit store owner, who was also a group of victims. Smears, you are pure smears. The owner turned his head and chortled loudly. There was a little girl of 8 or 9 years old among the crowd that was shouting just now, and when she saw that the owner of the fruit store had a fierce look on his face, she was immediately scared and took 2 steps back, and finally bumped into her own mother's body. Her mom was also shocked to see the other looking like that. Kids don't talk nonsense. She then pulled the little girl through the crowd and quickly walked away, no longer spectating. Su-fan looked at everything in front of him, and it was already clear in his heart. He then smiled and placed his cell phone on top of the electronic scale, and a few large red fonts momentarily jumped around a few times before settling at around 0.4. Su-fan raised his head to look at his boss, and then turned his head to scan the crowd of onlookers. This cell phone of mine is only 0.2 kilograms and this electronic scale actually weighs 0.4. This action made the boss look instantly frozen in place. How could he not expect to run into such a serious person today? Although his heart panicked a batch, but he still red-faced and thick-necked roar. This is the weighing suddenly appeared problems. The original is not so, weighing broken. How can I blame me for business dishonesty? Su-fan narrowed his eyes. You said I'd buy it if your weighing was accurate, but it's not accurate at all. The owner, seeing that he couldn't make it up, then began to drive the crowd away. Okay, I'm not selling. I can't afford to mess with it, but I can't hide from it. Seeing more and more people around, the fruit store owner knew that his reputation would definitely be affected if he continued like this. As he was scrambling to retrieve his stall, he suddenly bumped Su-fan on the shoulder. A clear-eyed person will know is to give him a downward spiral. Looking at Su-fan with thin arms and legs, one of their own can hit him several at once. Tang Yenling stood by the side and witnessed the whole process. She felt puzzled as to why Su-fan didn't teach the other party a lesson. Just then, a scene appeared that no one had expected. Puff! A silhouette suddenly collapsed in response, and as the crowd fixed their eyes on it, it turned out to be none other than Su-fan, who had been bumped into by the owner of the fruit store. Look, that guy fell. Oh my god. What do we do? He seems to be bleeding. Call an ambulance. There was a commotion as everyone looked at the scene in front of them. Only Su-fan saw a lot of blood coming out of the corners of his mouth and nostrils, and was convulsing all over his body. The way his eyes were white and his 10 fingers were cramped was so scary. Faced with Su-fan's sudden collapse, Tang Yenling was also startled. Her first thought was that Su-fan had been sneak attacked by someone. It shouldn't have been the fruit store owner. After all, it was just an ordinary person in her eyes. But just who it was she hadn't realized for a moment, and if she used her divine sense to probe, she was afraid that she would be in danger of being exposed. Thinking so, she immediately leaned forward to check how Su-fan's injuries were. After being close enough to pass through the observation, a scene that made Tang Yenling's eyes fall wide open appeared. She was able to clearly feel that Su-fan was having a slight bleeding caused by the spiritual energies in his body colliding with each other, and this little bit of blood was simply like spitting a mouthful of spittle to a cultivator. So she felt unusually surprised at what the other side was trying to do. Just then, Su-fan transmitted his voice to her. Quickly tell the boss that he bumped me off and then ask him to pay for it. After getting the voice transmission, Tang Yenling finally understood. So this kid was blackmailing people. Since it is a society of law, it is better not to have things like fighting and killing. Besides, there are so many onlookers around, it is not good to spread the word when the time comes, so Su-fan simply staged this play. Although Tang Yenling was embarrassed, she was, after all, on the same side as Su-fan, so she had no choice but to cooperate. My boyfriend spit up blood when you hit him. What do you think we should do? Tang Yenling glared angrily at her boss. Her acting skills were superb. Boss? You two are getting a kick out of this, aren't you? I've seen a lot of people like you, and I'm telling you, don't give me the nose. Obviously, the boss is experienced in dealing with this kind of thing and he doesn't fall for it at all. Su-fan, who was lying on the ground spitting out blood, looked at this scene, intending to continue transmitting to Tang Yenling to teach her how to deal with the situation behind her, but suddenly he felt that something wasn't quite right. Only to see the boss, who had a cross face just a moment ago, suddenly change his face abruptly. In a change of mood, he piled a smile on his face and took out a bunch of bills and handed them over. Not done yet, he turned around and went to get several more durians bagged and placed them in front of the two. In the face of all this, Su-fan was confused, and even he couldn't figure out what the boss was doing. Su-fan. Chapter 36, The Su Family Village. Su-fan then aimed his gaze at Tang Yenling, who stared at him with wide eyes and a puzzled look on his face. What are you doing? What are you doing? Tang Yenling, I'll just cast a slight spell on him, it won't damage his body. Tang Yenling cast a spell on the boss. For a cultivator like her, a little spell would not be a problem at all. There's still this kind of operation? Su-fan's face was astonished. He didn't expect the other party to act in such a manner. Although I have played the game of the World of God Punisher before, I have never heard of this kind of spell, so it is not outrageous to be curious. But as things were, he didn't say anything more, and directly pocketed the pile of money and a few durians handed over by the other party as if nothing had happened. Continue to control him and make this black-hearted boss distribute the fruit to others. The thought of the other party's fierce and vicious expression made Su Fan's head spin. Looking at the other party with this look, he was surely prospering everywhere and bullying those who were weak. Therefore, Su Fan gave the other party a lesson today. Tang Yanling sniffed and frowned slightly. Do you really think I'm your servant? What's the point of calling me as you please? Obviously, Tang Yanling wasn't very happy about it. After all, it was just a slight punishment just now to give Su Fan a bad taste in his mouth and had just offended himself. But now Su Fan actually ordered himself and had to teach the other party a lesson. This was not going to sit well with her. Not to mention her relationship with Su Fan, but this crowd had nothing to do with her at all, so why was she helping them? Seeing that she refused, Su Fan didn't insist anymore. Mainly because the others hadn't done themselves any favors when he'd just been beaten up, caring about how hurt he was and having to call an ambulance. Without further ado, the two turned to leave. But just then, the fruit store owner, who originally stayed put, suddenly went crazy and generously sent fruits towards the crowd, with a happy smile on his face. Not too long after, a large pile of fruits were sent out by him, only but this scene Su Fan didn't see it. The two walked slowly down the street, idly walking as if they were a real couple. Not much later, the two stopped in front of a bus stop. Just then, a tricycle slowly drove by. Su Fan reached out and stopped the tricycle. The tricycle showed a reddish exterior and could probably seat about 4 people inside. Master, how much is it to go to Sujia village? Su Fan stared at the tricycle driver with an amiable gaze. $50. Slightly contemplative, the master slowly stated a number. Su Fan roughly calculated that this place was quite far away from the Su family village, and it was not too good to take a taxi, so he was able to accept such a price. But he certainly wouldn't give a penny more if he could cut the price. The two haggled some more and the price was finally set at $38. In the tricycle, the two of them drove out of Phoenix Town, and the scenery outside was beautiful. Su Fan observed the surroundings and felt inexplicably emotional in his heart. In this remote corner of the world, it's not easy to get out of the house. Let's start with the fact that the road is a problem. Small cars can barely drive away, but large trucks within the simply do not want to move half a point. The muddy roads were so bad that no matter what vehicle came along it was afraid to drive too fast. At this moment, Tang Yanling, who was sitting next to her, slowly spoke. The aura here will indeed be a bit denser, only it's still very thin. She looked uncomfortable as the tricycle swayed for a moment. If it wasn't for Su Fan's insistence, he definitely wouldn't have sat on this kind of magic weapon himself. The slightest experience dared not be there. See, I didn't lie to you, right? This place is sparsely populated and is definitely considered a treasure on Earth. Su Fan couldn't help but start praising his hometown. No matter how far you go, you can't stop thinking about your hometown. It's fine how you spit it out yourself, but you'll never let an outsider preach half as much. But for all of this, Tang Yanling didn't listen to the slightest bit of it, but instead looked at the distant mountain peaks with a delighted expression. Don't talk to this young lady, just send a direct message if there's something. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw the other party suddenly disappear from sight, leaving a flash of photoelectricity to slowly dissipate. On top of a high mountain on the opposite side, a figure leapt to the top. Su Fan? This woman, just like that? Doesn't even inquire about my opinion? There's nothing to inquire about yourself though. Su Fan cursed and spat out a sentence, but seeing this, there was not the slightest thing he could do about it. He guessed that the other party had most likely discovered the place of rich spiritual chi, otherwise they would never have been so moved. And then they didn't pursue the matter any further. But now there was a problem, and he didn't know how to decide. A living person suddenly disappeared from the top of the tricycle. How should I explain to the master later? Just as Su Fan was thinking so, the tricycle master was humming a little song, swaying along with the car music. Half an hour later, the tricycle rattled along in front of a village entrance. Sujia village is here. Young man, this is your girlfriend, right? Is this the first time you've brought her back to meet the parents? The uncle who drove the car had just stopped, so he felt out a box of cigarettes from inside his jacket pants pocket, and then directly lit it up and smoked it to himself, while asking Su Fan a question. Just then he turned his head to look behind him. It didn't look good, but it startled him. There's actually only one person back there? He remembered that there were two of them, right? Why was there only one boy now, and where was the other girl? If the other person was getting out of the car, he or she would definitely be aware of it. But the vehicle has been traveling for so long, no one has gotten out of the car at all, right? He was still sure of his memory, definitely not at the point of Alzheimer's disease, or he wouldn't have gotten out of the car. Without waiting for him to think more, the lad spoke slowly. A Jushi here, fair money. Su Fan saw his stunned expression, and then, fearing that the other party would think too much, he hastily stuffed the other party with fair money. Uncle? How can this living, breathing person just disappear? He scratched his head and thought no more about it. Sujia village did not cover a large area, and there was only one road at the entrance of the village for traveling. There were only 100 or so households, with one house in the east and one in the west, spread out in a starry pattern. Su Fan got out of the car and saw an old man just as he entered the village. Third master, you're playing chess? You who, it's little Fan who's back. Remember to come over and play a game with me later. How's your health these days, second master? Aya Xiao Fan ah. You're finally back, you've missed master to death. The sound of greetings is endless, the countryside is like this, every family is related to each other, just meet a person to say hello. Otherwise, you'll look rude and have people gossiping. Chapter 37. No, let me explain. Xiaofan, what's inside your bag, is it something delicious for your mom? Just then, a voice came. Su Fan turned around to see that it was his brother from the same clan. Little Four, you're just in time, I've bought some durians here, take one back and eat it. Shouting at the other party, Su Fan reacted to the fact that he was still carrying a few durians on his back. Not long after, the durians were distributed to several people, and Su Fan was left with only 2. Thank you Van. I a little fan, how can this be good? The crowd each used their own words to thank Su Fan. No, everyone hurry up and take it home, I'll go back first too. With those words, Su Fan walked towards his house. Inside their family, only their own mom likes to eat durian they all avoided it. After a few minutes had passed, a small farmhouse came into view. The small courtyard was surrounded by a small river with a turquoise flow of water. Su Fan's ancestors, before, was also a famous family, appeared a few in the imperial court as an official big shot, but until their generation, gradually people withered, no longer before the prosperity. The legacy has been passed down to such an extent that the treasures and whatnot have long since disappeared, leaving only this old mansion. In front of the old mansion there is an acacia tree and a laurel tree, 2 trees that mirror and blend into each other. Su Fan looked at the old house in front of him, and a warm current slowly flowed through his heart. With that, he shouted, Mom, your son is back. As soon as the words left his mouth, a girl with 2 pigtails quickly rushed out of the old house. The little girl was adorable, with a fleshy face that made you want to go up and give her a squeeze. Elder brother, what are you doing back here? The girl asked with a happy clear child voice. Her own brother usually only come back in the summer and winter vacations, and after work only once in the new year. But why did she suddenly come back this time without saying hello? She couldn't figure it out, but these things shouldn't have been her concern in the first place. With that, he didn't think much more about it, but went up to drop on Su Fan's body like a wombat. Su Fan replied slowly with a soft face as he ran his hand over the other party's small head. Of course I missed Nyonya, that's why I came back. I don't believe it, old brother lied. Nyx turned her face to the side and spat with a look of disbelief. Nyonya, of course old brother came back to see you. Nyonya, good boy, old brother brought you delicious food. What's good? Su Xiaodai immediately let go of Su Fan's arm at his words and looked at the other party with a curious expression. Su Fan patted the backpack behind himself with his hand, then slowly said, Come on, Nyonyo, let's go inside and take a look at it. With those words, Su Fan held Nyonyo's small hand and walked towards the inner room. Nyonyo's name was Su Xiaodai, and she was not Su Fan's real sister, but the child of his great-uncle's family. The main reason to ask why one's great-uncle's children are here is that the 2 great-uncles are always on the go and it's hard to take care of Nyonya. Besides, his own grandmother wasn't very well and couldn't take such a small child with her, so Nyonya was hosted at their house. Just as these 2 had stepped into the threshold, a silhouette slowly appeared. Su Fan looked up and saw that his old mom was standing in front of him. Mom, I'm home. Su Fan's face was filled with a happy smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Mom had seen someone talking outside and was going to come out to see who it was. But when Su Fan appeared in front of her, she could not help but feel a burst of surprise. After all, last night just call is still in the city of Jianghai, and now it is at the doorstep. How can it be so fast to run back? It wasn't until she saw Su Fan with her own eyes that she believed her own eyes that she really wasn't dreaming. With that, Mom laughed and cursed while giving Su Fan a slap. Brat, why are you back here? Weren't you still in Jianghai City last night? Ahem. That, Mom, I actually arrived in town last night, I just wanted to surprise you. Su Fan touched his head with an embarrassed expression. He had already thought of a pretext for this matter, so he blurted it out directly. With those words, Mom didn't bother with him, but instead glanced her head towards the back of Su Fan. A sense of anticipation was revealed in her eyes, already a sense of joy. However, after observing for a while, her face instantly sank when she didn't see anyone else's figure behind Su Fan. Brat, where's your girlfriend? How come you didn't bring it back? Su Fan. He wiped the sweat from his forehead without embarrassment, then stammered, that, she was left behind in town by me. Su Fan spat in his heart. Could it be that he, his own son, was still no better than an unmarried daughter-in-law? What did you do, brat? Why don't you hurry up and go get me back? Mom's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip ink as she cursed and yelled at Su Fan. Can I go after lunch? Su Fan's voice was small and thin, but he still spoke with patience. Now it was almost lunchtime, and Tang Yenling didn't know where she had run off to, and even if she went to look for herself now, she wouldn't be able to see anyone at all. Mom's eyes glared, revealing a strong murderous aura, causing Su Fan to shrink his neck. Su Fan. It was obvious that Mom was not happy. Her daughter-in-law was really going to be more important than herself as a son. In her opinion, it was not easy for her uncontested son to find a date, but he was actually left behind in the town. I have been looking forward to a daughter-in-law, but the other party is so dangling and not at all competitive. Without waiting for Su Fan to open his mouth, Mom directly tugged on Su Xiaodai and pulled her in. Then he turned and closed the door with a bang. Only a voice came from Su Fan's ears. "Dai, come in with me, leave your brother alone. Brat, I'm telling you, don't enter this door unless you can see my daughter-in-law." Su Fan. He had a helpless face. It looked like this old mom of his was crazy about her daughter-in-law. Thinking about it, it is true that it is not easy to get a daughter-in-law in the countryside. However, the most irritating thing was that Su Fan had actually lost his girlfriend who had been hard to come by. In the countryside, once a boy does not study, the first thing is definitely being urged to marry. Once the age of 30 years old still do not have a daughter-in-law, then it will definitely be used by other people as after-dinner talk, and it is not what good words. That's why Mom is so anxious, afraid that this early 20s do not compete son bachelor. At this moment, only Su Fan was left alone in the wind at the spot, and he wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he didn't know how to do so. Chapter 38 Don't enter without a daughter-in-law. Su Fan dawdled for a while before his mom opened the door for him. He didn't dare to say anything about it. After all, the Mother Superior's intimidating power was there. "By the way, Mom, where did my dad go?" "Ran away to your uncle's house to play mahjong." Seeing that his mom was in a bad mood, he didn't dare to ask anything else. Then he put down the bag with a bright face and took out the durian. At the same time, he fished out his cell phone and called his dad, telling him that his son had returned. Su's father, who was originally in the middle of a heated fight, immediately left his good brothers behind and dashed over towards his home after learning that his son had returned. After only 10 minutes had passed, an upright figure appeared in the old courtyard. Dad's name is Su Xiaoyun. He looks like he is in his early 50s, he has a beard, and his kind gaze reveals a sense of confidence. To say where the source of his confidence is, it is probably because his name makes it so. He was dressed in a short white shirt with slippers on his feet. His height of 1 meter 8 or so exceeded the majority of people in this piece, and his kind face brought people an extreme sense of cordiality. Without waiting for Su Fan to speak, Su Xiaodai directly rushed into the other party's arms. "Uncle, you're back." Seeing her dad come back, she was more excited than she was, so it was obvious that her dad usually loved her very much. "Son of a, why did you suddenly come back? You're tired from the car ride, hurry up and come inside, let your mom make you some good food." Su Fan's ears instantly softened. His own mother just now was not allowed to enter the door. How could she make him good food? That. Dad. By the way, brat, not bad. I heard from your mom that you even have a date? Not waiting for Su Fan to continue, Dad then snatched the topic. "Where is the little girl? Bring her out and let's take a look." TSK, 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 TSK. Su Xiaoyun's face was so excited that he was already fantasizing about holding a grandchild soon. "Su Fan." Just as Su Fan fell silent, a grumpy voice suddenly rang out. "Su Xiaoyun, look at the good son you've raised. He actually left his girlfriend in town and sneaked back himself. Look at this is what people do." "Su Xiaoyun?" He immediately widened his eyes, revealing an appearance of wanting to eat someone as he roared at Su Fan. "Brat, you used to love losing things, now you actually dare to leave my daughter-in-law outside? Dad really can't stand it anymore. He can't lose his daughter-in-law of the Su family like this. Hurry up and go to town and pick up my daughter-in-law. I'll have your mom cook a few good dishes to pick her up and clean her up." Su Fan. He felt that these words were familiar to him, as if he had heard his own mother say the same thing not long ago. What the hell this comeback trip is to suffer this kind of treatment. He did not seem to be like this before now how will be parents together dislike. "Brother Van, have you brought your sister-in-law back?" Su Fan sniffed and his face twitched a few more times. Why was a whole family of people, all staring at his girlfriend? However, he wasn't without a solution. Even though he couldn't find Tang Yanling's figure, they had already established a voice transmission connection long ago. He then called frantically inside his head. "Big sister, where are you? Hurry up and come to my house. Help, please." He was on the verge of tears. It was just that this family was so horrible that they wouldn't let themselves in without seeing someone. Just as he was about to move to personally go out and look for Tang Yanling, a pleasant voice slowly sounded. Tang smiling, "What is it? Such a panic look. Could it be that this seat has been discovered?" "Su Fan, big sister, hurry up and come to me. There is something important. Later, but if you come a little later, I am afraid that my little life will be lost here." Tang Yanling's brows furrowed deeply as she sniffed. Su Fan actually turned toward her for help. Could it be that he had provoked some great power? Otherwise he would never have been so panicked. This was the first time he had seen the other party in this state. "Tang Yanling, what exactly did you meet? Were they thugs, or were they someone else's strongest?" "Xu Fan, neither. It is my mother and father who want to meet you." Tang smiling? Because Su Fan lost his girlfriend on the road, Su Dad Su Mom did not even give him a meal. He swept him out of the door before going to town to find Tang Yanling went. According to their words, if they don't bring back their daughter-in-law, then he won't be able to enter the house. Before he left, he turned his head to look inside at his loving parents and realized that they were feverishly and carefully cleaning the house, and that the fowl in the yard had begun to call for help. Su Fan's heart spat. This own son was not as important as an unmarried daughter-in-law. But he didn't bother with these things, who let his old mother and father love him, and wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to find a daughter-in-law? In fact, the most fundamental is, Su Fan this time back to the reason, he is trying to let Tang Yenling to help their own old mother's disease to the treatment, only then is considered a real family reunion, happy. The inside of the village was crowded with people, so he decided to go outside the village and make another transmission. When they arrived at the village entrance, Su Fan told Tang Yenling where he was and told her to hurry over without further delay. Originally, he thought that this woman would immediately appear in front of him, but the sun was about to set and he had not seen the slightest trace of that woman. Because Su Fan has been out for a long time, coupled with the urgency for his daughter-in-law, the family inside the mother and father each called to urge 3 or 4 times. Seeing that the sun was about to set and their son had not yet brought his daughter-in-law back, it made them want to yell at the brat more and more. Summer twilight is very beautiful, especially the evening sun in the countryside, a piece of cloud like Dansha. People cannot help but appreciate this beautiful picture. But all of this is beautiful, cannot enter the eyes of Su Fan. He is now very anxious. That woman has not seen a hair now. So he transmitted his voice more and more urgently, and just when he thought he would have to wait until dark, a stream of light flashed and landed in front of him. Just as Su Fan raised his head, wanting to urge her to hurry up and follow him into the village, the scene that met his eyes made him jump. At this time, Tang Yenling were still at the beginning of the stepmother package hip dress, but in a Chinese dress. That flowing outfit caused Su Fan's eyes to lose focus for a moment. The 3000 green silk was tied up high, and the glazed hairpin was inserted into the middle of the hair. Curved willow leaf eyebrows, shallow cherry lips, eyes like stars, nose like hanging doll. The snow-white skin fit tightly with the inner shirt, making it look even more like a beauty coming out of a painting. Su Fan felt that compared to the previous package hip dress to look at least 100 times more than. Besides, Tang Yenling originally have this a temperament. How did you get this outfit? Chapter 39, the Su family boy has brought his daughter-in-law back. Su Fan was shocked. This woman just went out for half a day and came back with her whole body clothes changed? But he clearly remembered that the other party did not have any money on him, so the clothes would definitely not be bought. Besides, Phoenix Town did not have such clothes to buy. The first thought that came to his mind was that the other party had gone and stolen it, which made Su Fan's head spin. That Ben borrowed it and will return it later. Tang Yenling paused, obviously also have a little bit of heart to come, but now they absolutely cannot show their cowardice, otherwise Su Fan will definitely say her again. So she kind of justified the look. This most of the day Tang Yenling are sucking aura, only one accidentally pumped too much, which led to landslides, but the good thing is that the place is deserted, and did not cause any casualties, only some small animals cannot escape from this man-made disaster. After she had absorbed almost all of her spiritual energy, she continued to use her divine sense to search for other peaks that possess spiritual energy. But as she swept, she found a great place in a town not far from Phoenix. There was a big Comic-Con being held there today, and it was very crowded, and just as she was planning to skip it, a set of clothes suddenly caught her eye. She then showed up at the Comic-Con venue and saw that the dress was quite nice, so she loaned it out. Borrowed? Where did you go to borrow it? Why did the other person lend it to you? Su Fan came with a trifecta of questions, naturally not believing the other party's bull ********. With that, Su Fan felt out his cell phone and took a picture of her, then searched with his browser to see if this dress had the same model. As a result, without looking at it, it made Su Fan directly startled. This body of Hanfu is handmade crafts, the cost is extremely high, reached hundreds of thousands of dollars, and only this set will never be sold, can only allow others to visit, but now Tang Yenling actually wore on the body? That. Missy, can we discuss one thing? Su Fan sighed helplessly. He knew that nowadays it was impossible to make the other party take off this clothing. But if you wear it out and someone with a heart of gold sees it, I'm afraid you'll be in big trouble. What is it? Tang Yenling frowned slightly, looking disdainful of Su Fan's fussing appearance. There's no problem for us to wear these clothes now, but after we go back to the city with me, can we change them? Sujia village is full of old grannies and old men, who probably don't have any concept of this clothing, but will just think it looks good. However, once back inside the city, this outfit will definitely be discovered by people who are interested in it, and then it will not be easy to solve the problem if it causes trouble. We can't put Tang Yenling out and kill them all, right? Tang Yenling didn't get angry. Instead, she blinked her eyes in Su Fan's mold, then smilingly replied, well, it's okay, so let's talk about it when we get back. Su Fan? That's a yes? It doesn't seem to be going according to script. According to the original script, shouldn't the other party have rejected it harshly? And now it was actually so well behaved. What was going on? In fact, it was fine for Tang Yenling not to be like this, but once he was like this it made him look more and more weak, and a bad premonition suddenly struck him. Without waiting for Su Fan to reply, Tang Shi walked towards the entrance of the Su village on her own, while admiring the beautiful scenery nearby. The sunset twilight began to reflect the people going home. The cicadas in the field stretched the thoughts of returning home. The two of them walked on the road. The moment surprisingly seemed so beautiful. In the evening, two figures slowly appeared in front of the crowd. At the entrance of the village the electric light had been turned on by this time, and there was a stone table under the big old acacia tree, where several old people were enjoying the cool breeze. When they saw Tang Yanling's appearance clearly, they were shocked to be heavenly beings. They had never seen such a beautiful girl in their lives. Little Suzy has made a fortune, huh? Bringing back such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Everyone, come see, this brat Su Fan has abducted a great beauty back. How pretty, I don't believe it. Anyway, it's 11 million times prettier than your mother-in-law. That guy. At the same time, the whole village has exploded, 1 by 10, 10 by 100, not long after the whole village knows Su Xiaoyun's son abducted a beautiful daughter-in-law back. Nowadays, the communication equipment is developed, even the old people will use WeChat and shoot short videos. Not a moment later even the members of the village of the Su family of foreign workers know that Su Fan has found a daughter-in-law. Envious gazes had sharply reddened their eyes. Why was Su Fan's wife so beautiful? The two of them had been stared at by the crowd ever since they had come in from the entrance of the village, which made Su Fan, who was originally a social cow, look very embarrassed. When he bumped into a relative who struck up a conversation, Su Fan could only greet them with a smile. As for Tang Yanling who stayed next to her, the only thing Su Fan asked of her was not to speak, just not alone. Su Fan wasn't afraid of anything else, but was worried that this woman would speak out of turn and say something that others wouldn't be able to understand, causing unnecessary trouble at that time. Su family's old mansion, Su Dad and Su Mom followed by Su Xiaodai had already waited at the door. They naturally heard that Su Fan had brought a daughter-in-law back. Just a second ago there were relatives calling to congratulate them, saying that after Su Fan marries his daughter-in-law, they'll be enjoying their blessings. At that moment, there was still the phone ringing, but the two of them couldn't care less. I don't want to answer this call, but my daughter-in-law must be well entertained. Excited hearts, trembling hands, the two old men are worried enough about whether Su Fan can find a daughter-in-law. Now that we are about to meet, how can we possibly hold down the excitement? Just as they were gazing expectantly at the village intersection, two figures slowly walked over. Without waiting for Su Fan to enter, Su Dad and Su Mom directly greeted Tang Yanling. Aya, little daughter, come over here, you're exhausted from the journey, aren't you? I'll personally clean up this brat when we get back later. How could I leave you behind in town? Mom was the first to walk up, directly pulling Tang Yanling's arm and bringing her towards the house. When she turned around, Mom even gave Su Fan a hard scrape. Su Fan? Su Dad also hurriedly followed up after kicking him, and even Su Xiaodai kept a close eye on Tang Yanling, not moving away for a moment. The originally lively scene was now left with Su Fan alone in the wind. The entire family shushed Tang Yanling, leaving him alone and unattended outside the house. What a sin, is there any justice left? He sputtered sadly alone, then asked in behind the crowd as well. Chapter 40, Gaining Ground. The crowd entered the house and it was peaceful. Only to see Suma pulling Tang Yanling said with a soft face, Aya girl, quickly come here and sit down, this journey can make you exhausted, it's all because of that brat of our family, actually left you behind in the town. Girl, don't be angry, see if I don't clean him up a bit later. Inside the living room, a few people had just taken their seats, only to see Su Fan bumbling in. The gazes of the crowd were all placed on him in an instant, scaring him so much that he didn't dare to speak at all, just awkwardly staying there without daring to move a muscle. Ahem, brat, come here. Su Fan walked over slowly, looking at his mom's fierce face, only to feel his teeth fighting. Brat, how do you think I should handle you better? Letting a girl be left on the road by you, what the hell is going on in your head? Next to him, Su's dad was chiming in. That's right, you bastard, our old Su family's daughter-in-law was almost lost to you. Su Xiaodai looked at Tang Yanling's beautiful face and also nodded her head straight in vigor. Su Fan, I didn't mean to. Su Fan's voice was very, very small, so small that it was almost inaudible, and he panicked as he turned his pleading eyes to Tang Yanling. But then he realized something was wrong. If he let the other man talk, who knows what shocking words he would say, then he shook his head in panic. Tang Yanling watched the other party's performance without any expression on her face, but instead, the corners of her mouth swept past a smile that onlookers couldn't detect. She didn't expect that a strong opponent who could fight herself in the world of gods would be so afraid of these mortals. Mom's anger deepened by 2 points as she looked at Su Fan's appearance. Brat, what are you comparing? They then left Su Fan alone, and instead looked their heads toward Tang Yanling. For her this dress, if put in the past, Mom and Dad probably have to diaphragm for a while. But now is different, in the network more and more innovation today, short video has long flowed into thousands of households. Dressed like Tang Yanling there are many people, so they feel that this should be the trend of young people nowadays, so they also slowly accept, no longer make a fuss. Tang Yanling, did you tell her about me wanting to heal your mother's wounds? Why else would you be so enthusiastic? In the voice transmission, Tang Yanling's tone seemed a little confused. She did not understand clearly what she has not yet done. The other side actually treat themselves like this. Su Fan, no, I didn't say anything, they just think of you as my good friend. Tang smiling, a good friend? Are you sure? Su Fan, yeah, we're just good friends. Looking at Tang Yanling's gaze, Su Fan felt a wave of embarrassment, and he was too embarrassed to tell the other party the truth. If not, maybe the other party would turn around and slip away. Just as the two of them were transmitting their voices, next to them, Suma slowly spoke. That's right, daughter, your name is Tang Yinling, right? Come, Su Fan bought some durians, try them. When the mom handed the plate over, Tang Yinling did not make any moves. Daughter, are you not a fan of durian? Suma asked curiously, her eyes looking a little strange. Even Su Dad's eyes gradually shifted a few points. In their mindset, the girl's first time to come to the man's house should be to understand some of the rules. And now instead, like a demented child, he doesn't move or say a word. This couldn't help but give them reason to suspect that Su Fan was not just finding a girl anywhere to come back and deceive the two old men. Su was sweating profusely, and then said in a voice transmission, you quickly take it off. Then say thank you, auntie, what are you waiting for? Tang Yinling, this seat has never said such a thing to anyone, don't give me an inch. Su Fan. Tang Yinling still wanted to struggle for a while. As a demon supreme, she had never said thank you to anyone. Seeing the situation, Su Fan hurriedly ran to this woman's side, then picked up a piece of durian and fed it to her lips. Tang Yinling. Smelling the odor wafting between her nostrils, she glared at Su Fan angrily without any good reason. Su Fan, it doesn't smell right, but it tastes good, open your mouth. Su Fan naturally saw the other party's urge to hack himself to death, which was why he immediately transmitted his voice. But thinking that this was inside the other party's home, she didn't have the heart to get really angry. Tang Yinling looked at the other party's expectant face, and she wasn't sure if the other party was really swindling herself. But it was done, and she thought it would be good to try. So it was that she reached out and took the piece of durian flesh, subconsciously licking the lingering flavor with her tongue. Originally stinky smelling, I didn't realize the fruit would actually have a mildly sweet flavor? And the flavor feels okay? Meanwhile, several pairs of eyes inside the house were dead set on her. Why don't I try another bite? Tang Yinling's heart suddenly came up with such an idea. Because poisoning was completely ineffective for her, there was only the difference between hard to eat and delicious. In the midst of the crowd's expectant gazes, Tang Yinling eventually agonized for more than 10 seconds, and then carefully took a bite. Originally just to the mouth when the unpleasant odor straight to the nose, but just a mouth, that's soft and sticky, but also quite good? The world of the gods, vast and boundless, I do not know how many strange flowers and fruits, but I have never seen this kind of bad smell, but eat very fragrant fruit. After swallowing the first bite, Tang Yinling picked up the rest of the durian and continued to take a bite, and from her expression, she was able to tell that she was enjoying herself exceptionally. Suma looked at the slight pleasure that spread across the other's face, then slowly said, so this daughter is afraid of being shy. Mom was very happy and changed her expression from before. Thanks. When Tang Yinling finished eating the whole durian meat, and looked at this family's enthusiastic gaze, suddenly felt a wave of cordiality came, and even unprecedentedly said thank you. All of this, Su Fan is actually in the eyes. He did not expect the other actually will say thank you 2 words, which really shocked him. But the expression on the other woman's face couldn't be fooled, and there was no need for her to put on airs here. Maybe it was her own parents who had infected the woman, touched the softness in her heart. Su Fan thought so, and had a more profound mold for Tang Yinling. A demonic supreme being, now under her own assimilation, no longer seemed so unsympathetic, and she gradually learned to get along with people. Chapter 41. Suma looked at this shy little girl and simply liked her more and more. Daughter, come on, have another piece. If you want to eat it in the future, let this kid Su Fan buy it for you. Mom said, directly on the desktop, that a large plate of durian all into the front of the Tang Yinling, as if she was afraid of her hungry as if. Good. Okay. In the face of such enthusiasm, Tang Yinling suddenly also seemed at a loss for words. The previous majesty and ruthlessness all turned into bubbles at this moment, like smoke, disappearing. Even she herself felt unusually shocked, and even questioned whether or not her Taoist heart was solid, and why her emotions had changed so drastically after coming to this realm. It is important to realize that in the long years before this, a situation like this had never happened before. She suddenly remembered her own miserable life. She was originally a human race, but in the end, she became the supreme demon race. It was really ridiculous. After savoring the refreshing aroma of durian in her mouth, and looking at the voices of the people in front of her as they talked and laughed, Tang Yinling's brow suddenly became a little more sad. It couldn't help but remind her of her original broken family. If it had been the same way back then, I'm afraid she wouldn't have fallen into the devil's path. Let's go down a different path in life from here on out. Originally, these things had been wiped out by the relentless years, and gradually the memories began to get fuzzier and fuzzier. However, after experiencing everything now, that originally broken and fuzzy memories actually attacked again, and the past scenes have flooded into her mind. When he was a child, Tang Yinling was born inside a distant human tribe, and inside the big tribal family, there were many children in every household. And she was third in line, with 2 older brothers in front of her, and several younger siblings behind her. Inside those days, long past the matriarchal clans, women didn't have much of a place inside the tribe. It just so happens that she is a girl again, and the misery begins with her being a girl. In the era of the Meals on Wheels, the men went out hunting while the women took care of the housework and gathering. Men of that era, in their worldview, believed that men were the only ones who could stand alone and support a family. And women just need to stay home and raise their children and live the rest of their lives. Even in some horrible families, because the first few births in a row were female, the unforgivable father actually dropped his daughter on the spot. Tang Yanling grew up in such an environment, without the love of her parents, without the gentleness of her elders, only to be bullied by her brother, and to be guarded and envied by her sister. Inside her ignorant perceptions, her grandmother was probably the only person who treated her better. This should have gone on forever, but suddenly one day a group of horse thieves broke into the seemingly peaceful tribe. In the midst of all the killing and looting, my father sent my 2 older brothers away in a hurry on a crate cart, but only because he thought the girls would slow down their journey and rations. In a time of war and disorder, there is nothing wrong with such a choice. Women are just slaves and monetary units to be bought and sold by men. If you lose your wife, you can buy another one. If you lose your daughter, you can have another one. As long as the male members of your family are alive and well, it's good, because they can pass on the flavor in the blood. It was this notion that was deeply engraved inside Tang Yanling's soul, allowing her to chronicle countless years. After her father ran off with her 2 brothers, and her grandmother and mother died trying to protect their sisters, she had made up her mind about one thing since that time. She was going to prove that her father and the elders were wrong, that the world was wrong, and she was going to break this broken world and overthrow it so that she could run it the way she wanted. Why should girls not be treated well? Why should girls be bullied? Why should women be inferior to men? Why does the world's eyes treat these suffering women so badly, and what makes men think that way? Then later, a few of her sisters drifted away from her, and alone she escaped many a chase. Just one night, lost, she met a demonic monk, her master. This devil cultivator originally intended to kill her to refine her soul, but suddenly realized that the other party actually possessed the spiritual root for cultivation. The accompanying piece then decided that it was intended to be groomed to help him with some of his troubles when he grew up. With that, her master, who was a devil cultivator, had taught her from a young age how she should approach this world of ruthlessness and determination, and that she shouldn't be blinded by the mundane, and that only in this way would she be able to go to the top of the world. It was the same phrase that she had memorized for countless thousands of years, and she did practice it. The old ties of kinship and blood had long since been turned into yellow earth, while she had lived through countless years alone. In such a state, 10,000 years rushed by, accumulating tired white bones behind her, countless wrong souls, struggling from blood and fire, and eventually she became the supreme of the devil's way of 1,000 people. But nay, having a position, she is the one who suffers alone. Oh lonely years. She alone faced them. By the end of the day, everyone around them was gradually dying, and there wasn't even anyone to talk to. What's the matter? Did Auntie say something wrong? Seeing Tang Yanling's expression was not down, Mom took her hand and asked in a kind tone. No. Tang Yanling quickly came to her senses, and the flash of distant memories just now was gradually hidden inside her deep memories. She rearranged her emotions, then her face broke into a faint smile. I don't know why, but there was an inexplicable pang of peace in my heart when I spent time with this family. It was a life she hadn't experienced in a long time, and the warmth eased into her heart. It's good that you're fine, and don't eat too much durian. Auntie will make you something delicious later to pick up the slack. Mom is very happy. This little girl is so beautiful, and so lovable. After saying a few more words to the crowd, Mom turned around and went back inside the kitchen. And Pops opened his phone on the side, swiping the short video. He is a man's family, although for his daughter-in-law is very fond of, but there is not much to say. By now it was nightfall, the setting sun had long since arrived below the horizon, and since this was a mountainous area, the sun had long since disappeared. Lights began to come on in every home, slowly illuminating the dark mountain village as if it were a starry night. Su Fan looked at the crowd as they all had their own business to go through, so he quietly called Tang Yanling out. Crossing the wooden threshold, the 2 men made their way outside to the courtyard, one after the other. 2 large trees swayed their shapely bodies and stood in the heat of the summer. The branches of the tree refracted the shadows and cast them over the 2 men's bodies. Chapter 42, Natural Spiritual Roots. Su Fan and Tang Yanling stood side by side, and after a long period of silence, Su Fan was the first to speak. What happened to you just now? Is there a problem with your cultivation? Does it need to be tight? No. Tang Yanling returned coldly, unable to see the slightest emotion present. And why is that? Did my mom just upset you? Don't take this to heart, the older generation is like that, always asking questions and nagging. I sometimes find it annoying. Su Fan was afraid of upsetting this woman, who knew what she would do in a fit of rage, and it was always right to take a precaution in advance. When did I say I was upset? Where did you get that from? Tang Yanling glanced at him and faintly replied back. That. It's fine as long as it's okay. By the way, when do you plan to treat my mother's injuries? Su Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and changed the topic immediately. Healing? Heal what? She raised an eyebrow and asked directly in return. Didn't you say last night that you were terminally ill, and if you don't save the person you can just... Seeing that the woman in front of him was pretending to be confused, Su Fan instantly became anxious. He was really afraid that this woman would turn her back on him. He had no problem, but his mom was sick. Tang Yanling looked at the other party's appearance and secretly rejoiced in her heart. After she pretended to think about it, the corners of her mouth slightly curled into a devious smile. You mean? Yes, yes, yes. That's right. Tang Yenling deliberately lengthened her voice in anticipation of Su Fan's answer, and sure enough, Su Fan did not let her down, and directly and eagerly began to snatch the answer. If that's the thing you're talking about, then I finished it just now. Su Fan sniffed, and his old melon froze on the spot. He then immediately reacted and asked in surprise, "You said it's been treated? But just had a look at it when I was inside the house. Your mother has a strange disease. If there has to be a name for it, this realm probably calls it cancer?" Cancer? Su Fan sniffed, immediately scared sweat hairs are upside down. How he did not think that his mom actually got cancer. Cancer, unlike other diseases, has essentially no cure once diagnosed. The thought of such a thing made his heart flutter. Are you sure it's cured? The physical condition is not promising, but I did manage to cure her already. Tang Yenling's tone was obviously a bit smug, saying that a small matter like this would simply be difficult for her to have any emotional ups and downs, but she just didn't know why, but she actually felt very happy. Not waiting for the other party to reply, Tang Yenling continued, "Just now when your mother-in-law tugged on my hand, I had already remodeled her body all over, and now her body is like a newborn, and the so-called roots of her illnesses have all been cleared away." Such an illness might be a big problem for mortals, but for a high-realm cultivator like Tang Yenling, it was nothing at all. Wanting to heal, she was able to not even use pills and spirit herbs. After all, the difference between the bodies of cultivators and mortals was not a little bit. Listening to Tang Yenling's eloquent appearance, Su Fan's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Then a pleasing smile immediately surged on his face as he looked at Tang Yenling and said in a serious manner, "Fellow Taoist Tang, 1,000 words can't withstand your kindness this time. No matter what, I have to thank you for this, many thanks." After he finished speaking, he respectfully performed a large salute towards Tang Yenling. There was no more dangling in this moment, there was just full of grace. "It's not your turn to thank me. Didn't your mother-sama say that she's going to treat me well tonight? She made so many delicacies, so consider it as a thank you already." Tang Yenling pretended to be angry and coldly grunted, and a long-lost faint smile appeared on her face. 10 million years of cultivation were like the passing of a white horse, and in the blink of an eye, he was left alone. After so many years of being alone, I suddenly realized that an ordinary life like this one is actually quite good. Since following Su Fan to this world, Tang Yenling realized that she had really changed a lot. Less cold and more human. She wasn't sure if that was good, but it seemed to feel pretty good right now. "Brother, pretty sister, why are you all outside?" Su Xiaodai bumbled over to the two and slowly opened her mouth to ask. Talk to your future sister-in-law about a little secret between us." Su Fan's eyes rolled for a moment before he snickered and laughed. Su Xiaodai sniffed and tilted her head curiously, not understanding what the other party was referring to as a little secret. However, Tang Yenling heard differently. She turned her head and scraped Su Fan fiercely, causing the other party to shrink her neck. "Brother, what's the secret? Let me hear it too, okay?" Su Xiaodai once again inquired in a milky voice, hearing Su Fan's heart about to melt away. Tang smiling, "Is this your sister?" Just as Su Fan was planning to explain, Tang Yenling's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked up, but saw that the other party was eyeing Su Xiaodai with a strange light revealed in his eyes. "Su Fan, how should I put it, it's kind of my sister too. Tang Yenling, this woman, physique, is a natural-born spiritual root, don't you notice it? Su Fan?" Hearing the woman's voice transmission, Su Fan froze for a moment. He had never thought that Su Xiaodai was actually a heavenly-born spiritual root. The spiritual root was rare in all cases, and it just appeared in front of him, and it was also his own sister? It's a pity about this good spiritual root. Tang Yenling sighed slightly, being born in such a final era, where aura was scarce and almost non-existent. Even if she possessed a supreme spiritual root, what could she do? It would be fine if the other party was born in the world of gods, it would definitely be fought over by the major powers, but nay here. Su Fan, even so what, this realm aura thin, cultivation or not cultivation, and what difference? It would be better to let her have a peaceful life than to go through the fighting and killing in the cultivation world. Tang Yenling also knew this and could only sigh helplessly. Regret is definitely regrettable, but there is no way out, unless it is possible to break this piece of heaven and earth and recreate its former glory. If the aura of this realm continued to be so thin, even she didn't know if she could still break the boundary wall and return to the world of gods. Now we can only take one step at a time. It's better to treat the injuries before saying anything. At that time, the human race should probably have no one other than that supreme being who would be her opponent. Then he would join Su Fan in searching for the opportunity to break through to become supreme. Just as they were each silent, the voice from inside the house slowly sounded, and Mom called them in for dinner. Chapter 43, A Bed. Inside the living room, a large table full of meals, chicken, duck, fish and meat, as well as a variety of farm-grown vegetables had already been set up. The people have been seated, and Tang Yenling was arranged to Su Fan and Mom in the middle. There is no other meaning, mainly because the mother wants to give her food just, who let this daughter so much love it. A dinner down, Su Fan found that this woman's appetite is really scary, before also said that he does not eat, now so bold, really let Su Fan open his eyes. Tang Yenling ate 5 bowls of rice one after another, and also ate a large portion of the chicken, duck, fish and meat. Even the vegetable category was about to be oohed and awed by her. This caused the family to be dumbfounded, not realizing that this seemingly lean girl could actually eat so much. But this can make mom happy bad. In her ideology, the girl's family is to be able to eat, can eat is blessed, so that the baby has. A dinner ended in such a burst of laughter, with several people soothing their full bellies in the living room, and mom alone still busy. Mom worked most of the day and finally cleaned out her room. The house was naturally for the two to rest at night, but there was only a bed, not even a couch. It's getting late, so get some rest. Mom, with a happy smile on her face, said to Su-fan with a wink. With those words, he turned and locked the door to his room. Su-fan, I'll sleep on the bed. After all, I need to sleep, and you're going to meditate and cultivate anyway, aren't you? Why don't you sleep on the floor? Su-fan felt a pang of embarrassment in his heart as he looked at a bed that was just big enough for two people to sleep on, but after thinking about it, he came up with this great idea. No way. I don't want to. Tang Yanling blankly glanced at him, then jumped onto the bed by herself before sitting cross-legged and starting to cultivate. This kind of operation directly let Su-fan hard to get up. He can't run out to tell his mom, this future daughter-in-law not with him in the same room, right? When he had just pushed them in, his face was full of anticipation, and he couldn't wait for the two of them to be able to create a grandchild as fast as they could. Su-fan's throat rolled for a moment, then he gathered his courage to look at Tang Yanling. How about we split it in half? Neither is allowed to cross the line, and you are definitely not allowed to think anything of me. Su-fan suddenly opened his mouth and then rolled onto the other side of the bed. You think you're some kind of meat and potatoes? I still think ill of you. It's not like I've never seen a man before. Tang Yanling just felt a burst of amusement when she heard this, just how thick this guy's skin was. How dare he confess that he would go and provoke her, really thinking that she was some kind of a modest devil cultivator. Outrageous, just outrageous. Ahem. Let's just joke about it, not so much ha. You keep practicing and pretend I don't exist. Su-fan smiled and casually joked, picking up a pillow and placing it between the two to separate the positions. It wasn't long before grunts began to ring out. Tang Yanling clearly felt the other party's even breathing. I really don't know what's inside your head. It seems so simple, but it's so complicated. She slowly opened her eyes and turned her head to examine the other woman carefully, murmuring softly. Seeing that he was curled up at the moment, with a very thin quilt covering his body, exposing the upper half of his body, his brow was slightly furrowed, as if he was having some kind of dream. Tang Yanling then came up with an idea. She wanted to go inside the other party's dream world to take a look. As soon as this thought appeared, she couldn't control it. She knew that nowadays the other party's cultivation was still very shallow, and she would definitely not be discovered if she sneaked in silently. Besides, this man was just too curious for her, and she really wanted to know what secrets the other party was hiding. Only one more thing occurred to her. Though the other's body was still weak, the soul shouldn't be as well. One should know that the other party was previously a great cultivator of the same realm as her, and no matter what, they also had secret treasures to protect their souls. Moreover, the soul must have been quenched very powerfully long ago. In case it was discovered, how could he explain himself? After pondering for a long while, Tang Yanling finally couldn't help herself. The strong battle of ideas finally lost out to curiosity. She lightly bit her red lips, her brows slightly furrowed, and she directly performed the creation dream realm, such divine ability, her consciousness slowly diving into Su-fan's dream realm without a sound. The world of light is like traveling through time and space, and everything around you seems bizarre. Tang Yanling's consciousness had just entered Su-fan's dream world afterward, when a new world suddenly appeared. She was pretty sure that she had come in and had not been detected by it. What kind of dream is this? Tang Yanling murmured. With a murmur, she slowly turned her head and surveyed the world carefully. What came into view was a bustling street, with the appearance of cars and horses, appearing to be very lively. Now it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and the crowds coming and going were about to flood the road, but only Su-fan, the dream maker, was missing. Tang Yanling frowned. It couldn't be that this was just a scene, it wasn't the main dream realm at all? Just as she was puzzled, two figures idly passed before her eyes. She fixed her eyes on it, and it jumped out at her that it was Su-fan as well as the other her? What's going on? Su-fan actually dreamed about her? Su-fan and Tang Yanling in the dream world seemed to be a couple. The two of them were holding hands and strolling around with a happy look on their faces. Asshole. No wonder this guy was smiling so lewdly. Is he dreaming about himself? As the world says, daydreams and nightmares, this guy must have been hitting on her for a long time, but apparently it was so well hidden that even she hadn't detected the slightest bit of it. Tang Yanling was now angry and had made up her mind to decide to teach him a good lesson. However, at this time, she didn't just chop the dream into pieces, she was curious as to how exactly the two came together inside the dream. Frowning with suspicion, Tang Yanling slowly followed behind the two as she planned to find out what was going on. The dream world was bustling with people, so crowded that it was difficult to even move your feet. But Su-fan and Tang Yanling in front of them seemed to have a magical power in them, but anyone in front of them would automatically get out of their way, and a real crosswalk was made. The two of them walked out a good distance without much effort, but Tang Yanling's original self behind them didn't have this kind of treatment. There were a lot of people, so many that she almost had to lose track of the two. But she was also very persistent, and stayed close behind without taking her eyes off for a moment. Chapter 44, Enjoying Fireworks with You. Su Fan and the two of them arrived in front of an unusually bustling milk tea store with a crowd of people at the entrance. But when the figures of the two appeared, they all stepped aside to the side. For everything in front of him, Su Fan seemed like he didn't even pay attention to the general. He only felt that this world should be like this, how he felt happy just how to come. Sweetie, what kind of milk tea do you want? Su Fan shouted at Tang Yanling in a gentle tone, his eyes filled with a doting look. Brother, I want to drink brown sugar pearl milk tea. Okay. Tang Yanling tugged at Su Fan's arm, swaying wildly for a while as Daddy sang and whined and pouted at him. Su Fan carefully scratched her nose with his hand, signaling that there was no problem. He. Standing not far away, Tang Yanling's original body looked at the scene in front of her. She was about to go mad with anger. She was really broken. Why did she let her see herself like this? Tang Yanling couldn't believe it. If she really turned out to look like this, then what the hell? What's she doing? She's pandering to a man. The fact that she would even use that tone of voice was disgusting. Is this still her? Although this was an illusion created by Su Fan's dreams, looking at the other party's appearance that was exactly the same as her own made her feel a pang of discomfort. Just when she was planning to make a move to resolve all this falsehood, she only saw Su Fan patiently whispering, "Baby, don't drink too much, look at how much weight you've gained recently. You'll be blaming me again when you gain weight. Though I'd love it no matter what the baby turns out to be." Tang Yanling. She was now angry that the other party wouldn't even let her drink milk tea? And said something about how she would not look good if she gained weight? Leaving aside the question of whether or not this is the real world, even if it is, does being fat get in his way? Humph. Brother, you don't love me anymore, I'm just having a few sips of milk tea. Besides, does it mean that my brother doesn't like it anymore when people get fat? Am I your little cutie or not? Of course it is, baby, I love babies the most. Su Fan wrapped his arm around her shoulders and directed a burst of sweet words at the direct. Seeing that the other party still hadn't subsided, Su Fan's eyes rolled, then slowly said, "Baby, I've prepared a surprise for you today." The man sniffed and instantly widened his eyes, turning his head expectantly like a curious baby. "What's the surprise? I just tell me. Don't be in a hurry, baby, come on, go somewhere with me." With those words, he held Tang Yanling's small hand and headed out. On the other side, Tang Yanling watched the two of them goof off for a while. However, for some reason, she actually didn't directly chop up this dream realm, but followed over with a curious mind. She wanted to see what tricks this brat Su Fan was going to pull. Through the sea of people and over the busy streets, the two men held hands and came to a white sandy beach. The stars twinkled brightly one after the other in the night sky, and it was now after 10 o'clock at night. The beach was still crowded, but mostly with couples. They leaned on each other, cataloging each other with affection, looking deeply into each other's eyes. The sea breeze blew in gusts, ruffling the tresses of all the people, and then swept back across the beach toward the darkness of the uninhabited night. Such a beautiful scene, so that the original tense heart gradually eased down. The mind seems to have been purified in general. Where's the surprise you were talking about? Why did you bring me here? Tang Yanling hugged Su Fan's arm tightly, her head resting on top of his shoulder, before she sweetly cried out, "Baby, take it easy." Su Fan comforted the other party and sold a mysterious look on his face. "Let's walk a little further and you'll see when we get to the place." The two just walked aimlessly, leaving a few faint footprints behind them. Time passed little by little. The time in the dream world is passed very quickly. How I came to 11 o'clock 50 something at night. Where exactly is the surprise you were talking about? Obviously, Tang Yanling couldn't wait. The long wait made her feel that the other party was cheating on her. The puffy little face reveals a charming visage. "Baby, there's still a few minutes left. Just wait a little longer, okay?" Su Fan stroked her hair, signaling her not to be in a hurry. The two just snuggled up to each other, gusts of sea air swaying in their faces. Suddenly, the clock struck 12 on the dot with a heart-stopping clang. Dang! 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 12 knocks in succession. Just then, a brilliant flash of light somewhere along the coast rose up into the sky, then exploded and scattered everywhere around. Only a human pattern was reflected in the middle of the night sky, and the appearance of that human silhouette was clearly Tang Yanling herself. Tang Yanling stared blankly at all of this, her eyes lost for a moment. Suddenly, a second ball of light also rose into the air immediately afterward, and then exploded. This time it's two love hearts. They are strung together and not separated from each other, representing longevity. "Baby, do you like the gift?" Su Fan looked at the other party's lost look and whispered softly in her ear. Like, ni. Tang Yanling slowed down and nodded her head vigorously, only to see crystalline tears glistening in her eyes. It was tears of joy and happiness. "As long as my Linger likes it, I'm satisfied." "Linger, don't cry, brother will be heartbroken." Ni, you're so good to me." Tang Yanling's tears were falling down uncontrollably. She felt like the happiest woman in the world at this moment. She was well loved and she had a man who would give her the world. Su Fan's heart trembled with pain as he looked at the other party in this state, then he snuggled her into his arms and held her tightly. At the same time, Tang Yanling's original self, who stayed in the distance, took in the scene in front of her, and at first, she was also stunned by Su Fan's fancy maneuvers. But after hearing the meaty words of the two men, she was uncomfortable again, and her heart was burning as if in anger. She wanted to split this brat with a sword. This asshole thing is too much. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because this is a dream world? To even have the audacity to visualize her character in this way is downright deceptive. The one who called out to her brother in the middle of the dream, and the other's pouty appearance made her feel sick for a moment when she saw it, but that skin was just like hers. Tang Yanling even wanted to rush out and strangle the other party as a way to vent her hatred. Chapter 45, This Life is Because of You. Tang Yanling was now like a bomb that could explode at any time, but if she had the slightest flame, everyone would be buried with her. No, this denizen must be made to pay, he must not be cheapened just like that. No sooner had that thought risen than her true form penetrated into her own body in the dream world and wrested control of it, intent on giving her asshole a little credit. He's not a good guy to mess with, and he's going to show him why the flowers are so red. But who would have thought that not long after she had just seized control of her body, before she had time to organize her next thoughts, she would only see a large face reflected in her eyes. Su Fan closed his eyes with a deep look on his face. Well, let go. Let go. At this moment, Tang Yanling's entire body froze. Her body was like a frozen corpse, not daring to move a muscle. Her head was even more like a paste, and one that was about to be burned. The memories of the scene in the endless sea at that time once again flooded into his heart, and this strange feeling was truly marvelous, even a few points stronger than at that time. Soft and woolly, thoughts seemed to float above the clouds. Her whole body slowly went limp as she couldn't make it to the soles of her feet. Tang Yanling could clearly hear the sound of her heart beating, and it was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to burst out. It was truly a marvelous experience, one she had never experienced before this. Wanting to be that supreme devil emperor, how could she be allowed time to experience love affairs? Why is that? Tang Yanling cried out so much in her heart, but how could she not cry out? She tried to fight back, but realized how she couldn't muster the strength, or rather she was conscious of being submissive. The two of them just embraced and kissed, even forgetting the passage of time and that there was a world. They forget who they are and just know that the person they are hugging is important to each other. The whole world seemed to have disappeared, and they were in the middle of a galaxy with nothing else around them and nothing that could disturb them. The years are like running water, you can't hold on to them. Su Fan and Tang Yanling had forgotten each other's true identities, and after so many years the two had long since gotten married. And he had a lovely daughter, which Su Fan loved so much that he hugged her all day long. And Tang Yanling couldn't stop smiling at the corners of her mouth as she looked at the cozy scene in front of her. At this time she felt very happy. She doesn't have the memories of the demon Empress anymore. She's just a normal, ordinary person, but she has a perfect family. At this time, Su Fan was a company employee, when the two were married was held in Sujia village. It wasn't particularly grand, but relatives from a dozen miles around came to congratulate them. The crowd looked at Tang Yanling's delicate face and revealed a satisfied smile. They were also happy that Su Fan was able to find such a beautiful daughter-in-law. On the day of the wedding, Su Fan's parents quietly shed tears. This indomitable son of theirs is now finally married, and they feel very relieved. The banquet that day lasted until after 12 o'clock in the evening, and Su Fan was so happy that he toasted to everyone. He didn't know why he could drink so much, but he was just very happy. After everyone had left, Tang Yanling held him by the shoulders and slowly placed him on the bed, only to see Su Fan's mouth open and close as he slowly said, "Linger, I'm so happy today that I finally got my wish to marry you." Tang Yanling looked at the other party's silly appearance and shook her head in a good-natured manner. "Foolish brother, what are you talking about? Didn't we agree to stay with each other for the rest of our lives?" The night was getting deeper and deeper, with only a few cicadas rising and falling in bursts outside the window. In the blink of an eye more than 20 years had gone by, and Su Fan and Tang Yanling had also entered middle age. The youngest daughter born to the couple at the beginning of the year has also started working, and the two of them worked during the day and cooked together in the evenings, followed by outings for walks. A cozy life filled their spots, and over the years, Su Fan worked hard and finally bought a property. But instead of living there himself, he gave it to their only daughter. Tang Yanling also meant the same thing. For the two of them it didn't make a difference where they lived, as long as the people around them were still there. After so many years had passed, their bond grew deeper and deeper, and they hadn't even had more than one fight. At most they would debate over certain points of view that didn't agree with each other. Because Su Fan had made a promise back then that he would never be mean to Tang Yanling even once in his life. A wife of your own choosing, of course you love her. He loved each other so much, to the bone. The autumn wind blows slowly and the golden maple leaves sway. It's fall, and it's gradually starting to get colder outside the window. Many years had passed, and Su Fan and Tang Yanling had long since filled their heads with gray hair. The faces have also aged, and the wrinkled skin can vaguely tell how youthful and beautiful the two were when they were young. On the streets of the neighborhood, Su Fan leaned on his crutches, hunched over, and slowly straightened his body. "Linger, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast?" With a pale voice, Su Fan shouted at the people in front of him. "Brother, your body isn't working now off. I thought you were alive and well back then, Tang Yenling said as she slowly turned around to look at the other party. Oh old companion, the most important decision of my life was to meet and marry you. I have not accomplished much, but I have you, I have our daughter, and even if I die now, I will never complain. Su Fan smiled brightly. By the way, brother, I've been having a dream a lot lately that I was some kind of demon empress when I was young. Brother, do you think it's funny? Su Fan slowly shook his head even as he listened to the other party's words. Linger, I think you're really confused. What else is a demon empress? I'm still the supreme human. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. After a few laughs after that, he coughed hard again. In the blink of an eye another few years had passed, and Su Fan was lying in his hospital bed with a happy face. He held Tang Yenling's hands in his hands and said with a smile and breathless voice, Linger, thank you for accompanying me throughout my life. Because of you, my entire world has an extra rainbow. Linger, if we have an afterlife, I will definitely seek you out again, no matter where you are. When those words were finished, Su Fan's voice ended abruptly. Tang Yenling sobbed uncontrollably as she made a strong effort to tightly tug on the other woman's hands. Ka-ching! Suddenly, a sound of breaking glass rang out. The entire world instantly became fragmented, and Tang Yenling looked at the dark void with a puzzled look on her face. Just then, the memory of the brain being blocked instantly attacked. Her dream, waking up. Chapter 46. Su Fan's dream world suddenly became fragmented at this moment, and everything went up in smoke. The only thing left within the silent space was Tang Yenling's weeping, which drifted in the ethereal environment for a long time. She cried hoarsely, her creased skin finished with soaking. The withered old face looked unusually sad. She had lived with Su Fan all her life. But now that the other woman had left her behind and was far away on her own, her heart spasmed. Just as she wanted to end her life and follow Su Fan on the road, the sound of dreams shattering came to her, and she looked dazed as she looked at everything collapsing around her. Just when she didn't know what to do, blocked memories came stepping to her in droves. In an instant she remembered who she originally was. She was the Demon Empress, the Demon Supreme. In the middle of the real world, the two opened their eyes. There was a confused look in his eyes. This dream was so real. Geez, I'm going, suffocating me. Su Fan naturally didn't realize just how serious the dream just now was. For him it was nothing more than a dream. And the dream was on the verge of being completely forgotten the moment he woke up. All he knew was that he ended up with the other man. And bits and pieces of it had somehow gradually begun to seal up, so that he couldn't recall the slightest bit of it at all. Feeling the sensation of his lower half about to explode, he rolled over and got up from the bed, then tried to run furiously for the restroom. He's going to fix it, but it's holding him back. For him, waking up from a dream was just that. He only felt that he had just had a shameless dream, and it wouldn't affect things in reality at all. In fact, waking up he was still very weak. After all, he had kissed this big devil, and it seemed that he had a daughter with the other side? He shook his head and didn't think any more about it. It was better not to tell the other man about this dream, or else it's a sword coming at your head later. As a result, just as soon as this idea popped up, he sensed that something was wrong. The anger suddenly became oppressive, almost affecting Su Fan's breathing. According to his own perspective, if it wasn't for this piss holding him back, he would have still not woken up at this point. He had just gotten out of bed and was about to make a mad dash outside when he suddenly felt a cool air coming from behind him and he slowly turned around. Su Fan! Only to see Tang Yenling sitting cross-legged on the bed, sweat the size of soybeans rolling down her forehead and wetting her hair. Eyes wide as if they were in some kind of shock. His face was so pale that it made Su Fan think that the other party was practicing to the point that he had almost gone off the deep end. Are you okay? Su Fan patiently and carefully inquired. Tang Yenling's expression was sad, and a few tears could still be seen in her eyes, circling strongly within. But it didn't flow down, and this was the first time Su Fan had seen such a pathetic look. Her lips were slightly parted, intending to say something, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to speak. She then subconsciously reached out and touched her cheek, the lingering memories all within her mind. It was a memory that belonged uniquely to her and Su Fan, from their marriage to the birth of their daughter, and then finally the two of them growing old together and watching Su Fan until he breathed his last. Her heart was as hard and painful as a knife, and that dream was so real. Even though she didn't remember who she was inside the dream, she still felt a pang of heartache when she woke up after the dream had passed and her memories were recycled. The originally solid Dao heart began to loosen at this moment, becoming gradually chaotic. You couldn't have gotten sidetracked while practicing, could you? Su Fan frowned. At this moment in time he actually began to worry about the other party as well. I'm fine, don't you touch me. He was just about to step forward to give the other party a hand when he only saw Tang Yenling slap his hands away in annoyance while shouting out in a mournful voice. From the tone of her voice, one could discern that she seemed to really have a problem with her cultivation, and it was accompanied by an agitated and irritated mind. When these words were shouted out, Su Fan was startled, so he hurriedly took a few steps back, thinking that he hadn't said anything in his dream just now. Had he? Could it be that the other party had heard it? Why else would she look like this? But he didn't do anything to her. Su Fan couldn't figure out which part of the process had gone wrong. The Tang Yanling in front of her seemed to be suffering great pain. Her face was pale, without the slightest trace of blood, her eyelids bearing weight and drooping downwards. Right at this moment, she suddenly got up, and her speed simply made Su Fan unable to dodge in time. Only seeing Su Fan being led by the other party's collar, she spat out a few words in a shaky tone. Why? Why on earth? Why do you want to destroy my Taoist heart? Su Fan? The sudden words made Su Fan instantly confused on the spot. Was this woman suffering from hypochondria? Perhaps sensing that there was something wrong with her emotional state, Tang Yanling's originally clenched hand began to slowly loosen. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan's bewildered look after that, but actually calmed down slightly. Everything in the dream was so real to her, but Su Fan seemed to have forgotten? As soon as this thought appeared, it was like a weed blown by the spring breeze, unable to stop growing upwards. Su Fan still wanted to open his mouth to say something, but looking at the other party with such a look, he couldn't immediately open his mouth to inquire. And the intention was to wait for the other person to calm down for a while on their own. After a long time had passed, Tang Yanling's Dao heart gradually stabilized, and she slowly let go of the hand that was tugging on Su Fan. What's wrong with you? It's just a dream. Why are you so angry? I'm fine. Tang Yanling adjusted her emotions for a moment, then faintly returned. It's good to be okay, it's good to be okay. I'd be heartbroken if anything happened to you. Su Fan saw how serious the atmosphere was, and then he couldn't help but snicker and say, why does it hurt? Tang Yanling's eyebrows frowned slightly as she stared tightly at the other party, as these words made her recall once again the life and death parting of the two of them in the middle of her dream. Well, because I care about you and don't want anything to happen to you. Su Fan was dumbfounded, then smiled embarrassedly. Care about me? Tang Yanling was filled with shock as if she had heard some incredible words. Ahem, although you, the big devil, don't have too good a temper, but you don't seem to be very bad inside. It's just that you don't like to face your true self, always hiding it, always having a cold exterior, burying your truest self. After pondering for a moment, Su Fan slowly gave her an answer. Chapter 47 This is. In fact, these words of his are not nonsense. After so many days together down, he can really feel the other side of the heart is actually very soft. It's just that she's been deliberately hiding it, or not willing to accept the other side. You should just smile more. You can't keep a straight face all day. You look good when you smile. Su Fan looked at the other party's dumbfounded appearance and continued without waiting for her to answer. Tang Yanling looked up at this man who was a head taller than herself, and her eyes suddenly became mesmerized. In the past, when she heard appreciation and flattery, she would only feel that those people were hypocritical and disgusting, but this man at the moment was not quite the same, and when he said it out of his mouth, she would instead feel warm at the bottom of her heart, and even feel a hint of pleasure. Yeah. Tang Yanling smiled and responded with a smile. Su Fan was slightly stunned. He had never seen such a smile on the other party's face. Clear and beautiful. Instead of answering immediately, though, he turned around and ran outside the house because he just couldn't hold it in anymore. Maybe it's time for me to make my own decisions in my life. Looking at the other party's departing figure, Tang Yanling murmured in a low voice. She then turned around and went back on top of the bed, not even meditating anymore, but just lying down along with the position drawn for her. This was followed by leaving Su Fan's spot empty, ensuring that neither would cross the line. Lying in bed, her thoughts gradually began to drift again. She'd forgotten how many years it had been since she'd laid like this, and how long it had been since she'd gotten a good night's sleep. After she had been taken away by her master, she had been cultivating day and night all day long, and the backlog of so many years had finally caused her to feel a wave of exhaustion. After a long time, Su Fan returned. Looking at Tang Yanling, who had already fallen asleep long ago, he didn't disturb the other party. Instead, he tiptoed slowly up to his half of the table, thinking to himself that he hadn't realized that this demoness had a day of fatigue. It's kind of fun to watch her sleep, it's so cute. Su Fan was in such a state, and with that, he slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, the sky had just turned a shade of fish belly white, and the sound of chickens crowing inside the village had already begun to echo throughout the village. Perhaps it was because Mom felt that the two must have exhausted their bodies last night, so she got up early in the morning to prepare breakfast. It was a big table full and very hearty. The two didn't say another word that night as they both fell into a deep sleep. When it was 7 in the morning, Tang Yanling slowly opened her eyes. Su Fan had already been awake for a while, but he didn't get up right away. Instead, he carefully measured the other party's face again. The moment Tang Yanling opened her eyes, all four of her eyes were facing each other, causing Su Fan to feel embarrassed for a while. What are you looking at? Tang Yanling asked. No. Nothing, hurry up and get up. My mother superior has prepared breakfast. With those words, he rolled onto his back, and when he was on the ground, he looked back at his rising opponent. Surprisingly, he felt as if Tang Yanling had changed, becoming as if she wasn't quite the same, but he couldn't say exactly why. The two of them went out of the bedroom door together, and the other actually took the initiative to call his aunt and uncle, even without any sense of incongruity, which caused him to be in a trance for a while. Is the other party really the feared demoness? At the same time, it brought back memories of his dream last night. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have had this life with the other last night inside his dream. But no matter how much he thought back, he couldn't recall. Su Fan shook his head, throwing all these distractions out of his mind. Then looking at his own mom, he slowly said, "Mom, later on, Xiaoling and I still have things to do to go back to the city, so after breakfast later on, we'll go to the town to take the car and leave. It's just back. Why are you thinking of leaving?" "No, absolutely not." Mom sniffed sternly decided down, his son is not easy to bring a daughter-in-law back, this only live a night to leave. How does that not make her angry? In fact, Su Fan did not want to leave home so soon, but she was afraid of what Tang Yanling had caused. If Mom and Dad, or anyone in the village, saw it, it would not be easy to deal with. But Mom had this attitude again, and for a moment it made his head spin. At this time, Dad saw Su Fan's helplessness, and then opened his mouth to solve the problem. "I know you young people are busy, but are you still coming back together for the new year?" Su Fan was dumbfounded for a while, and he couldn't tell if Tang Yanling would come back with him by then. He then turned his head to look at Tang Yanling, and the two of them locked gazes, not waiting for Su Fan to continue speaking, only to hear Tang Yanling graciously reply, "Come back. Definitely come back." Su Fan. He was a bit surprised. What was this woman up to? "I can't believe I agreed to do it for him first." "Good, it's good to be back. When you guys come back, we'll discuss organizing a banquet for you." Mom was so happy to hear that. It comes and goes. The trip home was almost sort of resolved, and his own mom was cured. It was after 8 o'clock after the two had finished breakfast. Originally, the mom had to bring some local specialties to eat inside the city, but they were all rejected by Su Fan. He told his mom that everything is sold in the city, so he doesn't have to worry about the two of them not eating well. But Mom is not happy. She thinks that the vegetables in the city are pesticide-induced products. How can they be as good as homegrown? In the end, after the two of them pushed and shoved for a while, Su Fan had no choice but to accept a few eggs. At 9 o'clock, the two of them officially embarked on their journey to Jianghai City. When he had just left the house, Su Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He always felt that there was something that he had forgotten, but he couldn't recall it. He shook his head, thinking that he must not have slept well last night, or else why did he always feel like he'd forgotten something as soon as he woke up? "Thanks for this one." Outside the house, Su Fan sincerely thanked Tang Yanling. The corner of Tang Yanling's mouth hooked up in an arc and she didn't say anything. She herself didn't understand why she was helping this group of mortals one after the other. But spending time with them actually relaxes the mind and body. Su Fan looked at the other party's little expression and deliberately made a weird face. "Why do I think you've become different from before, as if you're not you anymore? Where is all this nonsense? Do I still need you to say more about what this seat wants to do?" Tang Yanling snorted coldly, a disdainful look appearing at the corners of her mouth before she raised her hand and summoned her flying sword. "Are you coming up or not? Later this seat will leave you here alone." Seeing Su Fan still frozen in place, she opened her mouth once again to reprimand. Su Fan didn't feel the other party's impatience when he heard this, but instead felt more of a human touch. Coming. Chapter 48, Not on Purpose, can you believe it? As soon as Su Fan jumped onto the flying sword, Tang Yanling immediately charged out with full power aiming in one direction. Originally, he hadn't even stabilized himself yet when he was attacked by a sense of pushing back, directly frightening him so much that he subconsciously lunged towards Tang Yanling's body, and his hands were grasping just above his opponent's breasts. Su Fan, Tang Yanling? The air seemed to freeze in an instant, and Su Fan awkwardly stiffened on the spot. Even Tang Yanling didn't expect this kind of thing to actually happen, then her pretty face turned red and she growled in annoyance. "Are you still going to fight this pair of pig's hooves or not?" Su Fan sniffed and was really embarrassed. Would you believe me if I said I didn't mean it? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, what matters is that I'm about to eliminate these pig's hooves. Tang Yanling frowned slightly and said in a cold voice to Su Fan without any good humor. "Well, okay ha." Su Fan winced, then carefully removed his hands. After Su Fan had stabilized, the speed of the flying sword became even faster. By this time, though, he was no longer afraid of falling. Su Fan held his hands in front of him to take a closer look, and then held them in front of his nose to take a deep breath. A fresh scent assaulted him, just for a moment, and it haunted him. Just as he was still planning to immerse himself in it, suddenly a cold longsword slowly rested on top of his neck. A gust of cold air swirled around the body of the sword, so chilling that Su Fan couldn't help but tremble. He slowly turned his head and looked at Tang Yanling, who had an icy face. "Do you not want this head of yours too?" Tang Yanling was not only angry this time, but also annoyed. A shyness was actually revealed in the cold gaze, but this shyness was quickly hidden from her. Why does the other guy always act like a denizen who likes to take advantage of her when he has something to do? It made her recall last night's dream, and the strange feeling struck again. A ham if I just subconsciously wanted to smell it, would you believe it again? Su Fan shrunk his neck and murmured in a low voice. "Fellow Taoist Su, nonsense, this seat will not talk to you more. From now on behave yourself. When the time comes don't say that I don't remember my old feelings." Poof. As the words left his mouth, another cold snort came out. She then swatted away her longsword and never looked away from him again. "Su Fan, He cried out helplessly in his mind. He hadn't wanted to take advantage of her in the first place. I'm just curious. Besides, it's not like I'm going to lose any meat if I touch it. Even if she did lose her flesh, it wasn't like she wouldn't grow it back if her cultivation level was that high. However, these words he only dared to masturbate alone. If this female devil knew about it, I'm afraid that his little life would really be lost. The speed of the flying sword was very fast, crossing over the mountains in an instant. The early morning sun shone on this vast land, and the sun high in the sky was a bit harsher. There was less cloud cover, allowing the sun to shine right through. Sufan sat aimlessly in the center part of the flying sword, his hands propped up on his head as he looked at the beautiful picture scroll, not knowing what he was thinking. Tang Yenling in front of the end of the sword also lost her gaze for a while, not knowing if she was missing the clansmen of the world of gods or recalling the little episode just now. Not long after, the flying sword came to a group of mountains, where there was not a single family within 100 miles. The beauty of the primitive forest made one realize that nature was so majestic, and right at this moment, Tang Yenling frowned slightly. Even the speed of her flying sword dropped instantly as she carefully surveyed the few mountains in front of her. Without Sufan's consent, the flying sword flew straight toward the place where her gaze was. Where are you going? Sufan watched the flying sword deviate from its orbit, then asked with a face full of doubt. Tang Yenling didn't care about him because she was still angry. I'll give you this, next time you don't consult with me, I'm going to be very angry. Shut up. Without waiting for Sufan to finish, Tang Yenling directly interrupted him. Oof, little women really love to hold grudges. I'm not all. You're not finished, are you? Tang Yenling turned her head and glared fiercely towards her. Sensing the other party's angry appearance, Sufan didn't dare to open his mouth again. Women are animals that can't be messed with. They get angry when they don't move, and they've already apologized. Not too long after, the flying sword came to the foot of a mountain. Come down. Sufan. Can't you talk about things? Why are you so grumpy? He spat in the back of his mind. Tang Yenling said to Sufan in a commanding tone. He didn't dare to say anything again, then jumped down slowly. Everything around us was so primitive, a vast expanse of trees in the middle of nowhere, towering straight up into the clouds. The two stood under the tree, looking unusually small straight away. Summer temperatures are thought to be very hot, but here instead of feeling the slightest bit of heat, and there is a little bit of coolness. Flowers and grasses are scattered around like a fantasy land. Sufan had never seen such a scene in the real world before, so much so that it made him feel as if he was back inside the game. He clearly remembered that inside the world of God Punisher, forests like this possessed a lot of them, and at that time, he himself had gone through thousands of battles, big and small, inside before finally managing to escape. However, nowadays, there was actually such a heaven and earth in the middle of the real world, which really made him feel very surprised. What is this place? Unable to resist his loneliness, Sufan turned his head to look at Tang Yenling and slowly opened his mouth, his eyes revealing a sense of curiosity and incomprehension. In the face of the inquiry, Tang Yenling didn't speak immediately, instead asking rhetorically, is there anything you don't know about this realm? Her tone was tinged with disdain and derision. That. Who said I didn't know? I was just distracted and not paying attention. Sufan was very weak, but he couldn't lose this face, so he disliked it. What the hell do you want when you stop here? This place possesses a faint aura. There might be a relatively large spirit vein present. Tang Yenling looked around, then came to a conclusion. Aura? Why am I? Sufan didn't say the second half of his sentence. After all, his current cultivation level was low, and not realizing it was a shameful thing. Tang Yenling didn't care about her anymore, but instead took it upon herself to start releasing her divine sense to explore the mountains. In fact, when she was on top of the flying sword just now, she had already probed it. But it was as if there was a prohibition here, cutting off her probing. But the aura she did feel, and since she wasn't sure, that's why she decided to come down and survey the area. The surroundings were beautiful, but they didn't catch her eye at all. These flowers and plants didn't have any allure for her. These flowers and plants did not have any allure for her. On the contrary, it was Sufan, who stayed by the side looking left and right, as if he was a curious baby. Chapter 49. This is a treasure. Right in the midst of Sufan's aimless idling, suddenly, an explosive sound came. Rumble. He was startled and alarmed for an instant, and turned his eyes in a panic in the direction from which the voice had come. Over there, Tang Yenling was standing in the middle of a puff of smoke, her skirt fluttering in the wind proving that this matter was indeed her doing. Sufan crawled and rolled furiously towards her, then roared with wide eyes, "What are you doing? Do you have to make such a big scene?" Tang Yenling cocked her head and glanced at him, frowning slightly. "This seat more and more feel like you seem to be in need of a beating. What is this seat going to do? When is it your turn to discipline? You woman, what do you mean? Don't forget that this is the ancestral land of the human race. I'm not afraid that you'll attract the attention of other powerful people." Sufan instantly came to a violent temper as well, and without showing the slightest bit of cowardice, he blurted out at the woman. At those words, Tang Yenling wasn't disliking him. The other side does make a good point, but it's my own heart that's in a hurry. Originally, the aura in this realm was low, not to mention the possibility of a spiritual vein existing here. To know how this did not make her excited? although he himself had some heavenly treasures and elixirs inside his mustard seed space. But at that time, when he broke the void and came here, the vast majority of it had already been destroyed. If she didn't save some now, she wouldn't really know what to do without them for emergencies when the time came. Without caring about Su Fan anymore, Tang Yenling waved her sleeve again, and the smoke in front of her slowly dissipated. As the smoke dissipated to nothing, a huge hole appeared in front of the two. The hole was smooth, as if it had been artificially polished. The diameter would probably allow 4 people to pass through side by side, and a faint light was flickering inside. Inside the pitch-black hole, a little bit of light was spread out between the places, as if the stars in the sky were shining slowly. This is the spirit mine that was discovered? Su Fan turned his head to look at the silent Tang Yenling before opening his mouth to ask. The woman with the high and cold temperament was not interested in talking to this person who had been hanging around all day, and she did not answer Su Fan. After pausing in place for a moment, she stepped towards the entrance of the cave. As he watched the other party walk farther and farther away, Su Fan could only sigh helplessly, and then followed behind with his butt. After about half a quarter of an hour had passed, the two finally entered the inside of the cave after a difficult hike. Inside the curtains was a huge chamber with a huge glowing object in the dome of the chamber. The fluttering light makes it seem as if the heart is usually breathing. When Tang Yiling's gaze met the ball of light with her speech eyes, she instantly widened her eyes. This is Chaos Crystal? Tang Yenling looked at it, and then opened her mouth in shock. She had lived for so many tens of thousands of years, what heavenly materials hadn't she seen? Originally, among her mustard space, she possessed countless heavenly treasures, but only a few existed nowadays. And the contraption in front of her, which had called the Chaos Crystal, even she had never seen before. Because this thing was just too rare, the world of gods might have it, but it hadn't appeared even once in countless thousands of years. Even the rumors had never been heard, and Tang Yenling had also spied its figure above the ancient texts. If the Chaos Crystals appeared in the world of gods, I'm afraid that all the major sects, even the major holy places, or old monsters that had lived for countless thousands of years would snatch them up. At that time it would definitely not be as simple as a bloody storm, even the heavens and earth would be shattered, I'm afraid. The order of the entire world of gods would certainly be turned upside down. Now, the legendary treasure appeared straight in front of her like this. As a demon empress, she also had a shortness of breath and appeared unusually agitated. Su Fan looked at the other party's strange expression, then frowned and inquired. Why do you have to get so excited about just this one thing? Tang Yenling sniffed and turned her head to glare at him. Are you out of your mind? This is a Chaos Crystal. She gave Su Fan a blank look without any good humor, while the excitement within her heart had long since become unspeakable. The Chaos Crystal, also known as the Chaos Jewel, was formed from the gathering of Chaos Chi at the time of the opening of the heavens. Its rarity could be ranked in the top few places of heavenly materials. Especially since this one in front of them was actually so huge, knowing that the existence recorded above the tome Tang Yenling had read was only the size of a thumb. And that one Chaos Crystal, at the time it appeared, was so big that the heavens crumbled. If this one had been discovered by the people of the world of gods, Tang Yenling thought of so, and a chill ran down the back of her neck. This world was too huge, and although she was the demon empress, she was just a child's house compared to other old monsters that had existed for countless thousands of years. Su Fan's eyes were filled with disdain as he listened to the other party's excited tone. This stuff, I've had several of these before, what's the surprise? Tang Yenling sniffed, her face full of disdain, then snorted coldly. If you think I'll believe your bull asterisk. The Chaos Crystals haven't appeared even once in countless millions of years, so where did you get them from and how do you have a few of them? The words were full of flirtation. If Su Fan said that there was some other heavenly material she would still believe it, but with this thing in front of her, she wouldn't believe half of it even if she broke her head. Fine, if you don't believe it, forget it. Su Fan was too lazy to bother with her, but it was true that he himself couldn't tell the other party where he got the Chaos Crystals from. After all, this was related to the game of God Punisher. When he was still a novice, he had inadvertently broken into a piece of heaven and earth, and it was there that he had obtained several Chaos Crystals. At that time, the game system told him that this was a hidden reward that only 1 in 10 million could get. Su Fan sniffed at that time, but he was also happy. After all, in this way he was counted as a 1 in 10 million treasure collector. And it was because he possessed the Chaos Crystal that he unlocked the title of Master Collector. That what? Since you like this thing so much, it's all yours. Su Fan spoke slowly to Tang Yenling. Tang Yenling sniffed, revealing an incredulous expression. Are you sure you want to give me all of it? You don't want any for yourself? Chaos Crystals get value, she knows better than everyone, and Su Fan actually doesn't take a penny. What kind of medicine is in this gourd? Is it true, as he said, that he possessed several of them before? Once the thought took root, it appeared in the center of her mind with a vengeance. And the heart for Su Fan, this mysterious man, even more confusing. I've said I'll give it all to you. Why, you're still not happy about it? What a look. Feeling the other party as if they were looking at a little cutie. Gaze, which changed into worshipful eyes in an instant, it made Su Fan vigorously cry out that he couldn't stand it. Chapter 50. Are you sure you don't want it? You really don't want to split hairs? Su Fan shook his head once again. Don't you regret it when the time comes? Even though this is something I discovered, you are after all one of the witnesses, so I should be the one to share a portion of it with you, but since you don't want it, then I can take it all? Su Fan nodded. I've said I'll give it to you, why are you still being so maudlin? It's not like your character. He didn't have the good sense to glare at Tang Yenling with a burst of contempt. If she knew that there were more, even more amazing treasures when she was doing the novice quest, would this female devil be so angry that she would vomit blood? Seeing that the other party was so insistent, Tang Yenling also stopped inking. She then turned her head to look up at the slowly glowing treasure, and she could hardly rest her excitement. With a light jump directly to the side of the chaos crystal, she floated in midair, scrutinizing the item in front of her that was like sheep's milky jade. It possessed a strange texture on it that did not seem man-made and could only be formed by the greatness of the opening of the heavens and the earth. These textures on the surface of the chaos crystal were natural formations that could isolate the probing of divine sense. Otherwise, she would have been able to spot the other party when she was on the flying sword at that time. Now close to see, this and the legend of the magical treasures, among them is a great feast for the eyes. And it was about to belong to her, then she sat cross-legged in midair and raised an eyebrow at Su Fan. You protect me here while this seat refines it. The words revealed a sense of unquestioning, as if they were orders. Those who had been in high positions for a long time, this was the aura they carried, and it was simply not something that could be changed at will. Looking at the other party's eager gaze, Su Fan nodded, indicating that he knew. He then looked for a rock that looked fairly flat, and directly sat down on his butt, and turned his gaze to Tang Yenling in midair. In midair, Tang Yenling eyed what was in front of her, then slowly closed her eyes, leaving all distracting thoughts behind. One could only see her hands strangling, and her gestures were dazzling in their tediousness. Not long after, a murmuring sound began to rise within the cave. It was as if it was a Tao sound that came from the distant past, and the profound complexity of it was simply not something that an ordinary person would be able to understand. The sound is long and deep, only to hear someone murmur, and there are demonic beasts howling, or the grandeur of 1,000 worlds, flat beings. Not long after, Su Fan slowly closed his eyes as he fell asleep listening to the voice, and had a very long dream in which he stood in the middle of a void. There was nothing around, all chaos, no light in sight. In this way, I don't know how many years have passed, maybe a few hundred, maybe a few thousand, or maybe countless epochs have changed. Time has long since ceased to be a unit here, and there is only endless dark space. Even darkness is a synonym, because originally it wasn't dark here, it was just a name borrowed at one time because I didn't know how to describe it. The feeling was marvelous, as if he was in every part of this heaven and earth, and he was God, able to observe everything. But it was impossible to act, even the thoughts were imprisoned. He could sense the workings of the world, but he couldn't change it. In this way, many more years passed, and a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked through the heavens and earth. From one end of the world, it cleaves to the other. The blinding light prevented him from opening his eyes at all, or maybe he just didn't have eyes nowadays, it was just a feeling. He watched as the world was torn apart, half of it floating upward and half slowly sinking below. It was an opening of greatness, and he was now witnessing it happen. Just as he was watching the heavens and earth slowly take shape, a voice suddenly rang out. Ha! A huge eye peeked out from within the crack and was looking straight at Su Fan. This eye was even more massive than the entire chaos world, but no matter how vast the space was, in the midst of this eye, it all seemed abnormally small. Su Fan was targeted by this eye, and in an instant, even his soul seemed to be frozen down. He couldn't shift his senses because it had all been controlled. It's an interesting little guy. Ancient and low Taoist voice echoed in Su Fan's ears, and this Taoist voice was like a thunderbolt, causing his soul to tremble with vigor. He didn't know what kind of language it was, but somehow he was able to understand it. After the huge eyes lingered on Su Fan's body for a moment, they directly disappeared, not being able to detect the slightest trace. Only after the other party had completely left did Su Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Without waiting for him to think much, the entire world began to turn upside down. One could only see that half of the chaos that had originally been split in half had evolved into the sky, and the other half had evolved into land. And above the sky, many stars leapt and flourished, and many green plants appeared above the earth. This world possessed a timescale from this moment, and another unknown number of thousands of years passed. The earth is alive with running beings, clamoring, roaring, and giving vent to their most primitive desires. They screamed and roared and gave vent to their most primitive desires. The seeds of life begin to have legs from this moment on, and with them are sown everywhere within reach. Another unknown amount of time passed, and a few scattered figures began to appear in the starry sky. What exactly they were, Su Fan couldn't call out, except that their power was enough to destroy any star. Great power was stored up in this tiny body, exploding with a terrifying power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Time passed aimlessly like this, and it originally possessed a scale, but in front of Su Fan it seemed to have no meaning of existence at all. The tide rises and falls, the stars break, and all of it means nothing to him. After another countless thousands of years, Su Fan sensed a group of beings fighting, a battle that had been fought for a long time, so long that it seemed as if he was about to fall asleep. Just when he thought he was about to fall asleep, the entire world began to shake violently, and with it, it began to collapse into oblivion. The aura of extinction swept over the world, and everything in the entire world was gradually dying. There were cries, shouts, and saddened voices. All life wept, the sky shed blood-red tears, and the earth cracked into countless fragments before slowly being erased from existence. In this way, the original vibrant world was annihilated in the midst of chaos. The entire world had once again become an unnameable state, and Su Fan seemed to be experiencing all of it personally. He could feel the loss of life, so great that he was grieving, but there was nothing he could do about it. And all of this was like his own child to him, and he wanted to save everything, but there was nothing he could do at all. Just as the world fell silent again, the distant and ancient voice came again, buzzing. It's time for you to wake up, boy. Suddenly, Su Fan opened his eyes. Chapter 51, A Shocking Change. A great dream is awakened, and a thought is transformed into a vicissitude. Su Fan fluttered his eyelashes slightly, then slowly opened his eyes. He felt like he had a splitting headache, even his soul seemed like it was about to break. Covering his head, he made the ground tap. What he had just experienced in the middle of the dream was so real. So much so that it made him feel as if he had experienced it himself. Confusion was revealed in his eyes. In this moment he couldn't remember who he was or where he was going. After he raised his head and scanned everything around him, a delicate figure appeared in midair. It took a long time for the memories to come flooding back, and he finally recalled them. His name was Su Fan, and the scene just now was nothing more than a dream. Strange, who the hell was that voice at the end? Su Fan touched his cheeks so as to clear his head, then murmured in a low voice. He didn't understand why he was having such a dream for no reason at all. All that was in the dream was so real that it seemed as if he had actually spent long years. In fact, Su Fan didn't even know that he had just returned to that era of the opening of the heavens for real. And the experience so and have left a memory, traces of which are in his soul. Inside a young body now resides an ancient soul. But all of that was buried deep among the shackles of memory, and now he was the same man. Looking at Tang Yenling in midair, he shook his head, discarding the strange dream he had just had. In midair, Tang Yenling's refining stage was already a large portion of the way through, and it was believed that it wouldn't be long before it was completely successful. The distance was so far apart that Su Fan couldn't see clearly how the other party was actually doing, yet he could still vaguely feel the other's slightly trembling body. Su Fan knew that perhaps it was still because the other party's cultivation had been destroyed and this chaos crystal was so huge. It would definitely be very tough to completely refine it. But he could only watch and do little to help, and could only pray that the other party would succeed as soon as possible. Su Fan felt bored, and then slowly got up, eyeing how strange everything around him was. It is important to realize that in this world, there has never been any news about someone discovering a mysterious crystal. The things in the game world, now shining into the reality, will indeed make people feel surprised abnormally. But even Tang Yenling, an NPC, was able to come out from inside the game, so what was there that he couldn't accept? Thinking so, he walked towards the rest of the cave, his eyes revealing a curious gaze. On Tang Yenling's side, it had now entered a white-hot stage. Her torso shook even more, her forehead covered with sweat the size of soybeans, dripping down one after another. Her lips were white, and her eyelashes were fluttering terribly. Worthy of being a legendary chaotic crystal, it really isn't so simple to refine away, she said so mentally. Although I had noticed it for a long time, it was still exceptionally difficult when it was actually touched. She was not allowed to continue thinking about it, it was now at the most critical stage. She then devoted her entire mind to this chaos crystal, and distractions would only affect her progress. Time passed by, and before you knew it, it was night. The mountains were deserted, with only the hissing of birds and beasts, and the symphonic music of insects. The sun sets and the stars shine, and the Milky Way reflects the light, illuminating the mountains in a way that makes it too late to discover them. A full moon hung high in the sky, resembling a silver disk hanging high in the sky. Outside the cave, Su Fan was enjoying the warm breeze and admiring the mysterious world. The surrounding flowers and plants somehow actually competed to emit light, a burst of fluorescence spitting out from among the petals. Su Fan felt marvelous, so he went up and picked a few. But before he could take a closer look, the roots of the uprooted. The flowers that had been plucked from their stems just slowly withered in the midst of his hands. There was no warning, no outside force. It's like they can't get away from the land, and once they leave the place where they grew up, they immediately fade away. It's strange that it withered so quickly. Su Fan looked at the few withered leaves in his hands, looking unusually puzzled. Then with a flash of light, he seemed to remember something. The corners of his mouth slightly arched into an arc as he pinched his hands together and a very weak spiritual energy escaped from between his fingers. Suddenly, this aura shot straight toward the other well-grown flowers. The luminescent flower was chopped off just like that, but instead of falling to the ground, it was slowly lifted up by the aura. Over here, tiny beads of sweat broke out on Su Fan's forehead, his lips trembling slightly as he carefully controlled the output of his aura. It looks like the cultivation level is still too low to even hold a flower. He shook his head helplessly, lost in his own incompetence. However, despite this, the flower wrapped in aura always floated tremblingly in front of Su Fan. The flowers were fluorescent on top and looked exceptionally magical. He looked at the flower and a look of pleasure came over his face. It's just as I thought, these flowers can only be nourished with spiritual energy or they will wither instantly. Just as Su Fan was feeling happy about his discovery, a loud sound came from within the cave. Bang! Then there was a sound of rocks rolling down, and Su Fan turned his head back in panic. But he didn't find anything, and when he calmed down and thought about it for a while, he suddenly reacted. That demoness Tang Yanling was still inside the cave. Was there a problem with refining? Not being able to think too much, he directly dropped the flowers and ran wildly towards the inside of the cave with a few big strides. Inside the cave, in the middle of a wide cavern, Tang Yanling's refining had originally reached the most critical point, and it looked like she was so close to completely refining the chaos crystal. However, right at this moment, the inside of the chaos crystal suddenly seemed unusually violent for some unknown reason. After fighting against it for a while, she still ended up failing due to her lack of cultivation. The very moment she was revolted by the chaos crystal, she fell from midair in an unsteady manner. Above the pale lips, a line of blood leapt out and slowly flowed down the corner of his mouth. Bang! Before she could hit the ground, the chaos crystal suddenly exploded, and the strong shockwave threw her hard into the distance. And it hit the ground dead center. The moment it hit the ground, another mouthful of blood spurted out furiously. It was too late to think about it, and her consciousness began to slowly fade away. Finally, the eyes closed and he just passed out. The only thing left in the cave was the gusts of smoke that hadn't dissipated yet, as well as the chaos crystals that were slowly rotating in midair and glowing with light. Fixing his eyes on it, 1/10 of the area above the chaos crystal was dyed a dark purple color. Chapter 52, I'm not a bad person. The situation inside the cave appeared very suddenly, so suddenly that Tang Yanling didn't react at all. Originally, she thought that she was capable of refining the chaos crystals, but she didn't expect that there would actually be an accident. If it was the case that the original cultivation had not been damaged, then this time it definitely possessed 100% certainty. But who let her cultivation nowadays is only less than 1 in 10 of what it was back then. So it was under these circumstances that she planted this big one, beyond the cave. When Su Fan heard the sound coming from inside the cave, he couldn't think too long before he immediately darted toward it. Within a short while, Su Fan arrived at the cave where the chaos crystals were located. And when he arrived, the smoke inside hadn't completely disappeared. Sis? What are you doing? Su Fan shouted out in a slightly anxious manner. However, no one replied to his inquiry, and with that, Su Fan looked even more flustered. Not caring any more about the unclear sight ahead, he touched the smooth cave walls and eased his way forward. Originally, the cave possessed chaos crystals inside, which were actually quite bright. However, due to the fact that 1/10 of it had already been refined by Tang Yanling, the chaos crystal glowed with a dark purple light, thus making the sight inside the cave room not very clear, and only able to make out some vague approximations. Su Fan slowly groped around. He felt as if he had already traveled a long distance, but it seemed as if there was never an end in front of him. He loudly continued to call out to Tang Yanling, not stopping for a moment, but the other party didn't say anything back at all. Throughout the entire empty huge courtroom, only Su Fan's voice alone echoed. With that, he continued to feel his way slowly in all directions, and just then, something seemed to trip him up in front of him. Ouch! Su Fan fell in response, pouncing on the thing in an instant. What a thing to trip me up! He didn't have the heart to curse. Then he intended to grope his way up and continue looking for Tang Yanling. But when he put his palm on it, it gave him a shock. All he felt was a touch from inside his hand, soft and rubbing. Not only that, but there was a scent coming out of that object. And the scent, it seemed like déjà vu. He thought for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, Holy, Dawn? Old Dawn, are you alright? What happened? Su Fan was sure that it was the other party who had passed and began to shake her vigorously. But no matter how much he shouted and shook, Tang Yanling seemed as if she didn't hear him at all. Seeing this, Su Fan also felt at his wit's end. Tang Yanling had probably passed out, and the reason for the coma might have something to do with that chaos crystal she had mentioned. This woman is really something too. She's already injured herself and she's still so impatient. It really worries me. Su Fan sighed helplessly. It was just that things had already happened and he could only take one step at a time. He then fumbled for his cell phone and turned on the flashlight function. He wanted to take a closer look to see if there was any obvious trauma present on the other side. Within moments, the torch lit up and the dimness jumped into brightness. He shook the light at Tang Yanling for a while and looked at her carefully from top to bottom. Then it was back to touching her here and there. By the time he had finished looking over the pass, he didn't find any obvious trauma. No, I should say that I didn't find any place with wounds. Is it hard to get internal injuries? Inside the clothes? But inside the clothes, we cannot directly do it after all. We are a young man. How can we get a daughter-in-law if it is publicized in the future? Su Fan looked up to the sky and cried out in sorrow. But now the situation was urgent and he didn't know what the other party's specific situation was. So he didn't hang back. Seeing this, he immediately sprang into action. Su Fan placed his cell phone back to back on top of the cavernous ledge to make the view appear better. He then bent down, body, slowly picked up Tang Yanling and had her lean against the side. It was too late to think about it, and he began to remove the other man's shirt, wanting to check for any obvious trauma inside. Just as his hands touched the other party's neck, Tang Yanling's brows trembled slightly. Without waiting for Su Fan to react, Tang Yanling opened her eyes. Awkward. The scene was unusually awkward. Even the air seemed to have frozen, because Su Fan had also just raised his head at that moment, and was about to make his next move when Tang Yanling actually opened her eyes. Now that his four eyes were facing each other, Su Fan faintly quivered the corners of his mouth. His hands were now frozen in mid-air, neither moving nor not moving. What do you want? Tang Yanling's weak voice came out, obviously expressing deep skepticism towards Su Fan's current actions. But at this point she was too weak to teach her opponent a lesson. No. It's not what you think, ha. Su Fan hastily waved his hand, signaling that he definitely did not have any ill intentions. You. Don't look at me with those eyes. I, Su, am never the type to take advantage of someone's danger. Seeing the other party's frown deepen, Su Fan was clearly flustered. You just what? Tang Yanling's weak voice came out once again, as if she was going to pass out again if she opened her mouth to say one more word. Just now, I heard an explosion outside, and then I rushed in. When I had come in, I realized that the light inside the cave wasn't as bright as it had been, and there was more smoke that I couldn't see, and I called out to you a few times, but you didn't answer at all. And then I got worried and I have internal injuries, there's nothing serious inside, don't you dare try to move me. Before Su Fan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tang Yanling, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he fell unconscious once again. Su Fan, is this woman really okay? But she looks so serious, why else would she pass out again? Should I still look? At that thought, he shook his head fiercely and immediately discarded the idea. If the other side knew about it, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to die. But now that Tang Yanling was unconscious again, what should he do? Call the authorities? But what to explain? What was the purpose of a man and a woman coming to this place, and besides, even if they did manage to get here, what time would it be? It's 100 miles in the middle of nowhere, so maybe you can't even find them. Maybe by the time he found it, Tang Yanling would have hiccuped long ago. But having said that, he didn't want to let go of this last hope. Su Fan immediately fumbled for his cell phone and turned on the screen. He was going to shake people. Just as he was about to call the emergency services, he realized that his cell phone had no signal at all. Su Fan? Chapter 53, The Ancient Tree. Su Fan froze on the spot as he looked at his cell phone that had no signal at all. Because of his professional counterpart, he knew that calling for help was essentially hopeless. Normally a cell phone without a signal is actually able to make an emergency call, even without a SIM card in it. But all this is based on the premise that there is a base station nearby, and nowadays there is no one in a 100-mile radius, so how can we talk about a base station? How can you make a call without a base station? That's why he's so disheveled. But it was done, and he didn't continue to complain about it. The road is made by man, even though he has a mountain of swords or a sea of fire in front of him. Even if the two of them end up dying in the end, it will still be able to be a pair of lovebirds who died in vain. It's just that my mom and dad will have a hard time for a long time, but there's still Su Xiaodai, isn't there? Two old men with a child by their side. Maybe they'll be able to walk out soon. Thinking so, Su Fan shook his head vigorously, leaving all these distracting thoughts behind. Nowadays, he couldn't allow him to think wildly. The most important thing right now was still Tang Yanling's state. If she was able to wake up, it would be easy as pie to walk out. Su Fan looked at the unconscious Tang Yanling and sighed helplessly. Demoness, the two of us are now considered to be in a difficult position, haha. I hope you're not in any serious trouble. With those words, he looked down again to carefully observe the other party, only to find that Tang Yanling was shivering all over. Su Fan frowned as he slowly placed his hand on top of the other party's cheek. Instead, he found an icy cold touch that instantly attacked him, and he tried to frown a few points deeper. Why are you still cold? What the hell just happened? Su Fan's face was filled with a puzzled look, although he didn't know why the other party was like this, but he knew that the situation was more critical nowadays. It's just that there's nothing he can do about it. He was just a little rookie, and it wasn't like he had any elixirs for the other side to take. The thought of this made him even more anxious. But just being in a hurry wouldn't solve anything, and suddenly he had a flash of insight. It looks like you're cold, why don't I build you a fire to keep you warm? Su Fan murmured in a low voice to Tang Yanling, although the other party was already unconscious, but the inquiry that should be made, still could not be missing. The word was out, and he said he'd do it. Hey, Demoness, wait here for a minute while I go out and find something I can burn. He took off his jacket, then covered Tang Yanling's delicate body. Then he slowly got up, and after carefully staring at the other party for a while, he turned around and walked out the door without the slightest bit of procrastination. Due to the urgency of the situation, and not knowing how Tang Yanling's specific situation was nowadays, he could only collect materials as soon as possible and build a fire for the other party to keep warm. When Su Fan had left, this bizarre scene was happening on top of Tang Yanling's delicate body at the moment. Only to see that the chaos crystal, which was originally in mid-air, was slowly devouring the dark purple light with the remaining range that was flooded with light. And after the dark purple glow disappeared, a greenish smoke peeled off of it. It curved and swayed its figure, then darted towards Tang Yanling's 5 orifices. Su Fan, who had arrived outside the cave, was currently standing at the entrance. He scanned his surroundings quickly with his eyes, checking for any items that could be set ablaze. Just as he was searching, a huge ancient wood appeared in his eyes. This ancient tree was unusually huge. The entire trunk of the tree took on a color as if it was black gold, while there were flowing textures on it. At the moment it was flickering with a faint glow, the light rising and falling at a specific frequency. Just as a person breathes, a breath is only seen to produce the breath of life. Ha! He eeped softly, for beneath the trunk of the tree, dried branches were scattered for a moment. When he took a few steps forward and finally got a good look, his heart burst with joy. Materials this is not. Su Fan clapped his hands together, a pleasant expression appearing on his face. Now that you have a goal, you should act on it immediately. The ancient tree wasn't very far away from him, about 100 meters away. He locked onto his target and just ran straight and wild in that direction. There was nothing else within range of him and the ancient tree. Not even the flowers that were glowing just now. There was just a dark green grass, which wasn't very deep, maybe just 2 or 3 centimeters high. As Su Fan ran forward one step at a time, a very splendid scene was left behind him. Only the footprints that he had stepped on were glowing white like lighted bulbs. The light then slowly rose into the air and gathered in midair to form a ball of light. And this ball of light, following closely behind him. But all this strange thing, Su Fan didn't even notice. He only had one goal in mind right now, and that was the tree branch not far away. As he stepped on more and more footprints, the ball of light gathered behind him grew larger and larger. Just as Su Fan was only a step away from the tree branch, he sensed what seemed to possess something behind him. And a sense of weakness instantly spread throughout all parts of his body, and he felt suddenly so tired. Even his eyes were barely open, and goosebumps covered his skin on the back of his neck. Then he plucked up his courage and slowly turned around, trying to see if any horrors had appeared. But to his dismay, the moment he turned his head, the ball of light suddenly vanished without a trace. Looking at the empty everything behind him, Su Fan's taut nerves finally loosened up. He let out a long breath, his heart pounding wildly at the sensation. Seeing nothing behind him, he then turned back and continued toward the branch. Just the moment he turned his head back, the feeling of weakness from earlier struck again, and a numbing sensation in his back followed. Even the hairs of his own sweat stood on end, he clearly noticed. He then turned back with another jerk, but this time it was the same, and he didn't find anything. Strange. He murmured in a low voice, his tone revealing doubt and confusion. It's better to pick up these things over and leave, this hellhole is too weird. The thought of it made him wince all over again. At this moment, the heavenly ancient tree was standing in front of Su Fan. The two are nothing compared to each other and there is no comparison. The truth was that the tree was so huge that even the leaves growing on it were several rounds larger than him. But now it was too late for him to think about it. Tang Yenling was still waiting for him inside the cave. Su Fan shook his head, forcing down the feeling of weakness he felt just now, and then slowly bent down and extended his right hand toward the dead branch on the ground. At that moment, there was a sudden change. It's a shocking change. Chapter 54, Transcendence. Just as he bent down and was about to pick up the dead branch, he felt only a slippery sensation on his back, and with a cold wind gently blowing around his ears, Su Fan only felt his scalp tingle. Just now has actually detected that something is wrong, now it is more clear to be able to experience the cold air. He swallowed hard, his fingers trembling slightly. Without Tang Yenling by his side, he really couldn't experience any sense of security. Just then, the dry branches gave off a faint light as well, with the ripples undulating in a burst, as if they possessed life. Su Fan was already very clear that something definitely existed behind him, but he didn't have any weapons, and besides, his strength was so low. Definitely not a sitting duck though. He decided to make the first move, and the weakness he had just felt he finally slowed down, not because his body was too tired and sleepy. Rather, it was this contraption behind himself that was constantly absorbing his life breath, and that was why he was so weak and frail. At this moment, underneath a huge tree, there were two figures facing each other one after the other. No one dared to make the first move and reveal a breach, only to see that behind Su Fan, a strange species with fluorescent light was slowly sticking out its tongue and placing it on the edge of his earlobe. And this strange species happened to emerge from the very same ball of light just now, which was now slowly beginning to dissipate. Presumably all of its energy was absorbed by the species. Su Fan, who was in front of the monster, was now suffering, even his forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. The unknown is full of fear and uncertainty for humans. This was the case for Su Fan nowadays, even though he didn't know what the hell this guy was, but the other party was definitely running towards this old life of his. Suddenly, a warm breeze blew by, and Su Fan directly bent down, picked up a branch on the ground and drew it behind him. The quickness of its reaction was unprecedented for him. Sure enough, only when faced with a threat to one's life can one explode with infinite power. As he swung the branch backward, he also channeled aura into it one by one. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he would still have to make him suffer a serious injury. But this was just his wishful thinking. How could such a low cultivation level cause any harm to the other party? All of this was actually known to Su Fan, but what could be done about it? It was just a matter of building up his courage. Just as the withered branch flew backward, the light flowing on it suddenly gave off a burst of divine might. It was as if those lines were activated all at once, running according to some inherent program. Su Fan looked at what was in front of him and thought that it was caused by his spiritual energy, so he didn't think much about it. The dry tree branch, having been activated, steeply seemed to have increased in strength, and it just straightened up and lashed towards that species. Pop! Horse! Two voices in succession instantly echoed through the valley. With just that one blow, the monster let out a sharp, stinging sound. Before Su Fan could whip a second time, he disappeared in a flash, sweeping his black smoking body to escape. Su Fan hadn't even gotten a good look at what exactly the other party was before he suddenly disappeared like that. He blinked in disbelief. Am I that good anymore? Su Fan cocked his head, full of certainty about himself. Then he brought his hand up again and glanced at the branch in his hand. The dry branches seemed to be given life at the moment, and the lines on them were undulating up and down. The flowing mold brings a strange sense of mystery. Could it be this thing? Su Fan murmured in a low voice, his tone tinged with incomprehension. It looks like a good one. If I didn't have it today, I'm afraid I'd really be in deep. AI, how the hell is that woman? When will she be able to wake up? If she doesn't wake up, I don't feel safe. He shook his head helplessly, nostalgia for Tang Yanling filling his heart. Originally, he had planned to carefully study the branch in his hand, but now Tang Yanling was still alone and unconscious inside the cave. He felt that he couldn't delay any longer, and if something else came up that was troublesome, he simply didn't know how to face it. He then turned down and picked up a pile full of branches. He decided to bring them all back and build a fire for Tang Yanling to warm herself with. The night was even more silent, and only the stars in the sky allowed for a hint of security. The valley has been full of silence at this time. There is no sound, even the sound of the wind blowing the leaves are not the slightest. The glowing flowers were no longer so colorful, and slowly went out as the night wore on. At this time, within the cave cavern, Su Fan piled up all the branches he had just carried back, and after setting up his stance, he planned to light a fire. He fumbled inside his shirt pocket for a while, a puzzled gleam revealing itself in his eyes. What am I touching? I don't even smoke. What am I touching? And where did I get a lighter to touch? He felt as if he'd been stupid. How could he carry something like a lighter around when he clearly didn't smoke? But no sane person would, and he certainly is sane. Su Fan sighed helplessly. He was still really affected by the group of old men at the village entrance. All day long, he had a pipe in his mouth and a lighter in his pocket. He remembered that after being severely beaten by Su Zhaoyun for smoking when he was a child, he had never touched the thing since then. And storing a lighter in my pocket was a habit from that time that I still haven't broken after all these years. In fact, Su Fan had forgotten one more thing, and that was that a lighter was needed to start a fire in the countryside. The countryside is not as well equipped as the city, so even cooking requires burning firewood, and the better off will buy some coal. Su Fan's family even burns firewood. I remember in elementary school, everyday breakfast is to make their own fire to do. And lighters were carried inside the pocket all day long during that period. After groping all over his body, Su Fan still didn't find the figure of the lighter. He looked at the pile of firewood on the ground and didn't know what to do. Besides, Tang Yanling seems to be very cold now, so when the fire is lit, it can also warm her up. After a long time had passed, a flash of light appeared in his mind. A dazed look flickered in his eyes before he gave himself a hard slap on the forehead. Go, look at this memory of mine. Can't we use spiritual energy to make fire? What more do we need a lighter? How is that for a walking life sharpener? Su Fan Gugu began to fool around, looking at the pile of firewood under his feet, the corners of his mouth slightly sketching out an arc. Chapter 55, Getting Better. Su Fan took a deep breath, and after his breath settled down, he decided to cast a fireball spell. The fireball technique was considered an introductory spell for low-level cultivators, and it wasn't very difficult to learn. However, Su Fan hadn't really studied in real life, nor had he ever asked for such a spell from Tang Yanling. According to his thoughts, if he took the initiative to beg, then wouldn't he be exposing his previous image of pretending? One must know that his persona in front of Tang Yanling was that of a great cultivator of the same realm as him. And how could being a great cultivator not know this kind of low-level spell? But although he has not learned, but now he has some aura in his body and by possessing aura, one is able to exhale and breathe, thus practicing spells. It's really not that hard to learn spells. After all, Su Fan was a player who had played the game God Punisher and was still the best in it. In the midst of the world of gods, one would be able to practice those spells and thus fight. Guess it's okay in real life? Su Fan thought so and then revealed his excitement. If that was really the case, then from now on, one would no longer have to look at this demoness in the eye. As long as there was enough aura, according to his enlightenment, it wouldn't be easy for him to surpass the other party? He was fantasizing inside his head for a while, with a demented look. If Tang Yanling saw him, he would definitely think that the other party had gone off the deep end and turned into an idiot. Su Fan wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth as a strange gaze flooded his eyes. Maybe all of the feats from the God Punisher game will be able to be cultivated. Saying that he would do it, he closed his eyes immediately afterward, and after calming his mind began to recall those massive feats. For some unknown reason, when Su Fan was in his soul world, he felt something different. He had come in once some days ago, and then there hadn't been this strange feeling, but how was it different now? Su-fan's soul see. The whole world was filled with purple smoke, and behind the smoke were stars and stars that were still developing. And the raw materials for the construction of the entire soul sea were these very stars. He was able to clearly feel that his soul domain degree was hundreds of times greater than before. And this was only the range that he could perceive. In the places that he could not perceive, it seemed that there were even more vast lands. But these were not the most important things at the moment. The priority was to find the fireball spell. Directly below the Sea of Souls, it possessed a place where memories were stored. As opposed to calling the top the Sea of Souls, the bottom is actually more appropriate for that designation. For it is underneath that an endless ocean truly exists. The original ocean appeared unusually calm, and when Su-fan's realization had come in, the mind storm that had been set off had stirred this calm sea water into ripples. The sea is made up of a tapestry of memories that play on a loop, scene by scene. Every time a wave hits, the screen randomly switches a bit. The sea was so wide and seemingly endless that Su-fan was not able to visualize all of it. The seawater directly below his body was at that moment reflecting the closest thing to his memory. Just then, a fragment appeared within Su-fan's line of sight. He immediately sank down to the scroll of memories, then rattled his fingers. The original picture, which was like a picture, became fluid all of a sudden, like a paused video that was suddenly turned on the play button. As Su-fan looked at everything in the picture, he only felt coldness behind his back and slowly descended to the ground accompanied by a cold sweat on his forehead. Although nowadays he was not able to have these perceptions, but it was really that what happened in the picture was too shocking to the point. In the center of the screen was what happened just now when Su-fan went out to look for firewood. And all that was then is now very clearly before him. Things that were not clearly seen just now were able to be discerned. Time back to when Su-fan was searching for firewood. At that time, he was traveling towards the ancient tree in the sky, and behind him, the footprints that his feet had stepped on were slowly rising up in a burst of light. As the light gathered more and more, it finally leapt to form a fluorescent-colored ball of light. From the image, it could be seen that the ball of light was carefully absorbing some kind of aura above his body. Su-fan didn't know what exactly that was, but judging from the feeling of weakness just now, it should be the origin of life. And after the ball of light absorbed for a while, a human-faced, snake-bodied figure slowly peeked out from inside the ball of light. In the end it also turned the entire ball of light into its own sustenance and absorbed it all. When the ball of light had been completely absorbed, it turned its gaze back to Su-fan's back. Right at this moment, a scene that caused goosebumps to rise straight up on Su-fan's body appeared. That monster even directly spat out its tongue as if it were a snake's letter, and then reached the back of Su-fan's neck. It undulated up and down as it licked. It licked Su-fan's earlobe, and a sticky liquid flowed from the top of his tongue, dripping slowly from top to bottom. Su-fan did notice something at that time, but when he turned his head, he saw nothing. Not to mention the strange slime that is now available. He remembered that after he had swung a bat, his opponent had dissipated like smoke. But there is no scene like the one that appears in the picture today. Is it hard to believe that the other party is a soul body? Su-fan murmured in a low voice before arriving at this guess. But he had no proof of that, and still had too little insight to judge it properly. But he was sure it probably wasn't that far off. At that time, he didn't see the other party's figure clearly, but now it was very clearly floating in front of his eyes. He wondered why this was so. Were all practitioners capable of this? But he had never heard of it at all. To know that when he was in the game of exorcism, there was no such operation. He couldn't figure it out, then shook his head and left all these distracting thoughts behind. It was better to wait for the demoness to wake up and then ask. Su-fan discarded the thoughts he had just had, and then turned his gaze to other regions. He could distinctly feel that the closest ones to his present day were the most recent memories. And with his present day as the center of the circle, spreading out in all directions are even more ancient memories. The sea area was so vast that even Su-fan didn't know where the end was. And what really exists in those unknown territories? Is it a blank slate, or is it a memory of his past life? So the memories of his past life, is he still able to see them nowadays? Or is it shackled by the chains of memory, or is there no such thing as a past life? All of these were like castles in the air for the present-day Su-fan. Just live in the moment, why bother with so many things, don't you get tired? Su-fan thought so. He didn't have the energy to know that much of interest. Even if they did, I'm afraid it would just be curiosity about what kind of person this soul was before this. Chapter 56. It's not that hard. Su-fan didn't think much more about it. His most pressing task now was to come and search for the fireball technique. I don't know what the reason is, but the spells that Su-fan remembered clearly in the game Exorcism have actually all been forgotten nowadays. It was important to realize that these simple spells were at his disposal for him being in the middle of the game world. But until he had passed from returning to the real world, he himself had not taken away the slightest bit of anything valuable about it, other than remembering what had happened and knowing the composition of that world. Just as you can play the game, yet don't understand the program that runs it, the two are different from the source, so how can they be synchronized? And with this frowning look on Su-fan's face now, he probably hadn't thought about it. If he knew about it he should be spitting blood. Such a simple question actually did not manage to figure it out, and even at one point made him think that he had not become stupid. In the vast ocean of memories, it is not easy to find something, and it is also something that you didn't care about before. Looking at the rippling sea, Su-fan only felt the desire to cry. Help! There are so many, when the hell am I going to find them? There were no shortcuts, and after sputtering a sad sentence, he plunged into a sea of work immediately afterward. He directly dispatched his memory scale to the time when he had just entered the game of God Punisher, a time when he was still in the novice quest stage. Having an approximate range, it is thought that the speed can be faster. Su-fan looked over the images bit by bit from the moment he entered the game. Upon seeing the clips again, he rediscovered a lot of interesting things. But these things were points he hadn't paid attention to at the time, and now he looked at how gross he had been at the time. Just let him vigorously spit out why this guy in there is so stupid. The fact that he didn't even understand this left him speechless for a moment. But then he suddenly slowed down, and the man in the picture seemed to be himself? Su-fan. Looks like he does have a problem with his brain lately, otherwise how could he even spit on himself? Time passed slowly, and Su-fan didn't know how long had passed. The passage of time in the Sea of Souls was different from the outside. Long hours may have been spent in this, but in reality not even a single breath was taken. His figure was now standing at the bottom of the Sea of Souls, the realm of the tumbling waves. He hadn't known how long he had been searching, and a wave of exhaustion assaulted his entire body. Just as he felt like he was about to hold on, an image flashed past his eyes. Wait a minute! Why did that thing that just swung by feel so familiar? With that, he panicked and dialed the screen back, and when it finally stopped, a few large words jumped out at him. Fireball art. In the middle of the screen, just above the cover of a book that was glowing yellow, the three big words Fireball Technique were engraved. Finally found you, but put also almost killed. Su-fan wanted to cry, it was just too hard. The original search for his own memories, thought it wouldn't take long. But again, for some reason, all of these memories actually disappeared into the mind. Then wanting to find them, he had no choice but to come to the Sea of Souls. Coupled with his low cultivation level, it was still somewhat difficult for him to search for a sealed memory in the middle of the vast ocean. Su-fan stabilized his mind, then gently tapped towards the middle of the screen. As far as the eye could see, it leapt as if it were a video playback. Seeing Su-fan holding the book at first, he slowly opened it after caressing the yellowish cover for a while. The eye is open to a bit of introduction. Fireball Opening Catalog, Introduction to Fireball Feats, Fireball Rules of Operation, Fireball Opening Tips, Fireball. For practitioners, the lowest order, simplest spells are actually lengthy. Perhaps these words were not a problem for those who possess spiritual roots, but for ordinary people, they were profound articles that were difficult to read. So the word difficulty actually has different divisions for different levels. Su-fan carefully flipped through the densely printed book, his face not showing any impatience of mind. He was looking at it faster and faster, even faster than he had looked at it before. Not too long after, all the spells of the Fireball Technique had been firmly memorized in his mind. That's it? That's too easy. Just now, while looking through it, Su-fan had already completely learned the Fireball art. It was important to realize that he had learned this for a long time when he was in the middle of the game God Punisher. Therefore, now that he was able to learn so quickly, he completely attributed it to just revisiting old memories, and didn't even think in terms of his own divine soul. For him, even if the divine soul was more powerful, so what, it wouldn't affect his cultivation at all alright. It was precisely this neglect that would cause him great doubts at some time in the future, but these were just afterthoughts. Now that Su-fan had completed his task and found the spell for the Fireball Technique, then he had to raise the fire for Tang Yanling as soon as possible. The other party was in such a weak state, it was only right for a big man like himself to take care of her. Thinking of this, Su-fan's consciousness gradually returned to reality. As he opened his eyes, he slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. Finally got the hang of this thing, next it's time to light the fire. Su-fan looked down at the pile of withered branches under his feet, and now the light had long since stopped flowing from above. However, Su-fan didn't care about this and did what he said he would do. Only Su-fan took a deep breath and sank his natty chi into his dantian, allowing himself to reach a state of equilibrium. The eyes then glazed over, revealing gusts of arcane light from within. With his hands clenched, a tedious gesture was drawn out on his hands. He was seen reddening his cheeks and his forehead was bulging with veins. Then slowly channeled the aura from inside his body. The aura turned slowly between its fingers, illuminating strange textures. Suddenly, Su-fan released a little more spiritual energy, and the originally calm air leapt to be lit by a flame. The flames took on a fiery red glow, and a gust of lavender light lingered around it. It scurried up and down, the interior not looking too smooth, as if it would go out immediately if one didn't pay attention. Holy, big brother, don't you dare put it out for me, ha! Su-fan cried out strangely, his tone filled with horror. Without waiting for much thought, he directly shot the fireball towards the dry branches that were piled up. The fireball slowly traced along the air, and the intense heat caused the air to ripple. Right at this moment, a scene appeared that made Su-fan feel as if he was on the verge of an attack. Chapter 57, The Awakened Tang Yanling. only to see that the originally pitch-black withered branch actually manifested a burst of green light after being touched by the fireball. The green light looked demonic, and skeleton after skeleton floated out of it. Su-fan looked at the scene in front of him with a shocked expression. It was just too unbelievable. He also knew that these branches would have strange functions. After all, he had just fought off the monster with its help. These dead branches appeared so ordinary when they were not in contact with spiritual energy. Just like the vast majority of dead branches, they were not at all noticeable. But once you have spiritual power into your body, then it will immediately emerge with a different luster. Su-fan frowned and stepped back. The skeleton let out a shrill shriek that made it seem as if one's eardrums were about to burst open. However, as the spirit fire burned, gradually the figure grew fainter and fainter, and then slowly dissipated. There was no trace of it, as if it had never appeared at all. Several large question marks floated above Su-fan's head. Originally he thought that he had accidentally gotten into some trouble again. But now it's just gone? Without waiting for him to think too much, the withered branch that was ignited by the spirit flame erupted into a burst of heat in an instant. The fire was unusually large and accompanied by a few wisps of smoke rising into the air, as could be discerned from the naked eye. He fixed his eyes and scrutinized the traces of the dead branches being burned, but an incredible scene appeared. The withered branch was not ignited by the spirit fire, though it still erupted into a burning momentum. It was as if there was an air barrier between the two, and the spirit fire was attached to its surface to burn. Looking at everything in front of him, although there are still many unknowns, but nowadays he can't even think about it. The most important thing at the moment was still Tang Yanling's injury, now that the other party had passed out and was emitting a gust of cold air. This made Su-fan very worried about what he would do if the other party accidentally hiccuped. It was 100 miles of deserted and uninhabited land, and it was simply unlikely that one would want to walk out alone. Moreover, there were unknown mysterious existences, and Su-fan believed that if he were to go out alone, he was afraid that it wouldn't take more than half a day for him to disappear from this world. Therefore, he still cared a lot about Tang Yanling's state. Now that the fire had been raised for her, Su-fan glanced at Tang Yanling. It didn't seem like a good idea for the other guy to just lean on top of the wet cave wall. He sighed helplessly, then slowly walked over to help Tang Yanling lean towards him. Then he took off his jacket again and covered the other man's body. The two of them leaned their shoulders against each other, and Su-fan placed the other's head smoothly on the place of his neck again, hoping that Tang Yanling would be able to sleep a little more comfortably. Looking at the fire in front of him, a sense of exhaustion instantly passed through his body. Su-fan's eyelids, which were strongly supported, also drooped at this moment. A grunt then resounded within the empty cavern. Both fell into a deep sleep, though the other was unconscious. Su-fan felt very cozy at this moment, and his taut nerves slowly loosened up at Tang Yanling's appearance. There was no sound from the cave, everything seemed to be quiet. Even the fire didn't erupt with the sound of firewood exploding as it radiated a burst of warmth that lit up a corner of the cave. Above the cavern, the chaos crystals hanging high above had dispersed a large portion of the dark purple light by now. The moment Su-fan returned, something it had absorbed from Tang Yanling had stopped. Maybe it's fear of the living, or maybe it's already full. With that, everything within the cave fell silent. All there was a pile of burning flames, two figures relying on each other, and the strange jewel in midair that gave off a burst of light. Time just ticked by, and before you knew it most of the night had passed. Just then, Tang Yanling's eyelashes gently fluttered a few times. Within moments, she opened her dazed eyes. Why can't this seed use its strength all over? Tang Yanling frowned and murmured in a weak voice. Only after she had calmed down a bit did she begin to survey where she was. All she could see was a pile of flames blazing before her eyes, and she herself was currently lying in someone's arms. She had a strange expression on her face, her brow furrowed. Then slowly bobbing his head, his eyes went to the side. It was a shock not to look at it, but to look at it. She didn't know when she had laid down on Su-fan's body, and the two of them were still in such an intimate state. Tang Yanling was annoyed. What had this denizen done? How dare you be so bold as to treat her so lightly? One must know that as the titular demon Empress, when had she ever been touched by a smelly man in such close proximity? Just as she was burning with anger, she wanted to push Su-fan out. Su-fan also slowly opened his eyes. This sleep was very comfortable for him. It was as if I had never slept so well before, and my whole being was nourished. Before he could even begin to survey his surroundings, a strong feeling of pushing back instantly struck him. Only a loud scream could be heard as his body slammed dead on top of the cave wall not far away. Bang! When he grimaced and came to his senses, the scene in front of him really made him gasp. Next to the fire, Tang Yanling had stood up and was eyeing him with a chilling expression. The eyes revealed a gust of murderous aura, as if one did not pay attention, he was going to become the other party's soul under the knife. Su-fan raised his head, his eyes staring straight at the other party. When he saw Tang Yanling standing upright not far away, he rubbed his eyes and then carefully looked around. The familiar scorn, the familiar murderous aura, and that familiar cold as ice. It was only at this point that he was finally convinced that this was not a dream, and that Tang Yanling was now standing intact in a corner not far away. Afterward, Su-fan was so excited that he slowly got up even as he crawled. You're awake? Is your body okay? His gaze was sincere, and he inquired to Tang Yanling in language that dripped with concern. Tang Yanling's eyes flinched, her brows furrowed. What did you do? That. Tang Yanling didn't give Su Fan the chance to continue speaking. It was really because the scene just now really didn't make it feel too good. Her own hallowed demon Empress would actually fit tightly with this human brat. If it got out, what face would she have to face the world in this way? Regardless of what had happened or what the reason was, Su Fan should not have touched this sacred body of hers. You'd better explain, or today is the day you die. Su Fan's heart was like a million horses racing. He wanted to explode. Just now he was about to explain himself, who let her interrupt down. And now he's putting on an attitude that he can't wait to eat him. Is this how he treats her savior? Su Fan. Chapter 58. Turning the other cheek is faster than turning over a book. Looking at the other party in this manner, Su Fan was also helpless. Originally wanting to say something, he felt unable to open his mouth again. It was really Tang Yanling's condescending demeanor that annoyed him. He had worked hard and diligently to take good care of her, not realizing that what he had gotten in return was actually a situation like this. Su Fan was broken-hearted, as if she was an aggrieved little girlfriend having a tantrum. He bristled and turned his head to the side. Ha? What? I didn't know that. Su Fan said the opposite, his face revealing stubbornness amidst his aggression. Tang Yanling? She didn't realize that she had originally questioned angrily, but what she got in return was the other person's anger. Is this script a mistake? Or is it really her problem? But I obviously did not do anything, not just knocked him out. It is not really a big deal, right? Although she did pass out and didn't know anything, she did wake up lying on top of the other person. With this lone man and woman, and her unconsciousness, how could the other party not do something out of the ordinary? You know that in each other's dreams it's... When she thought of that dream of that other person, her pretty face flushed and she looked extremely squirmy. However, the other party was now as if she was a little girl, and Tang Yanling's expression eased slightly. But the momentum couldn't be loosened. She then stammered and continued, so, then what, you explain it properly. Tang Yanling had done her best to pull down her face. If not for this appearance of the other party, she wouldn't have loosened her tongue so easily. She then swept her gaze around, looking at the slowly rotating chaos crystal in midair, and there was just a wave of helplessness within her. If it weren't for the fact that her current cultivation was less than 0.1%, how could she have fallen so low? Su Fan didn't continue to put on airs when he saw that the other party was finally relieved. Then with a dry cough, he spoke in a calm manner. Ahem, you still have the nerve to say, if it wasn't for me saving you, I'm afraid you'd be dead by now. Su Fan was babbling up a storm, his face was not red and his heart was not jumping, bluffing Tang Yanling. The other party's brows furrowed for a moment as he heard Su Fan's words. Is it really like the other side said? But why doesn't it feel right? Where did that come from? Tang Yanling eyed the other party. Not far away, Su Fan casually patted the dust on himself, then paced back and forth, his face filled with arrogance. You accidentally fainted to death at that time, and your body exuded a gust of icy cold, even your breathing was weak. It's as if a single slip of the tongue will be like a candle in the wind, and the body will die. The corners of Tang Yanling's mouth twitched as she listened to the other party's words. I was outside the cave at the time, and all I heard was a loud explosion coming from the cave, and I, who was still enjoying the view, rushed towards the cave in an instant. It was so dark in the cave at that time that I couldn't see anything at all, and I cried out, trying to find you. But you didn't answer at all, and the anxiety spread over me instantly. Hearing this, Tang Yanling's small face slightly reddened, looking extremely awkward. However, she didn't open her mouth either, but instead, her gaze softened down to stare at Su Fan across from her. Looking at the other party's appearance, Su Fan became even more complacent in his heart. It looked like he had the right strategy. As far as this demoness was concerned, she had to be lulled into a false sense of security. He then cleared his throat and continued to huff and puff. I groped my way slowly, tripping and falling on my face at every step, but I didn't give up. I was going to find you no matter what dangers lay ahead. And so it was, and a good while passed, when suddenly my fingers touched a soft body, and as I leaned over to get a better look, you had passed out. At that time, you were radiating a gust of icy coldness, and I felt that you were very cold, and then went out to look for firewood to try to keep you warm. Hearing this, Tang Yanling skimmed her head to look at the blazing flames. You are unaware that this place holds great horrors and is right in the cave dimension. Su Fan's back was still chilling one after another when he thought of this, and even his neck shrank. He then let out a long breath of turbid air, and after he had calmed down, he continued, I was attacked by unknown creatures outside the cave, and even my life essence was absorbed for the most part. I don't regret it though, it's all for you, the one I want to protect in my heart. As he said this, he began to get emotional, and circles of tears rolled out of his eyes. A face of deep emotion surfaced on his face, so passionate and moving. Tang Yanling looked at the other party in such a state, and a warm current surged into her heart. She hadn't thought that Su Fan had actually made such a huge sacrifice for himself. But that mood comes and goes quickly. She was a demon empress, how could she be compelled by this smelly man in front of her? Then, a glare was revealed in her eyes. Are you telling the truth? Do you promise that you have not swindled me? Tang Yanling eyed the other party with an undeniable look. In fact, nowadays, waves had long since rolled over within her, and everything in Su Fan's dream world slowly surfaced before his eyes. Emotions that had been trying to be forcefully suppressed jumped out at me in no way at all. As a hallowed great cultivator, she was actually unable to suppress such feelings, which was truly torturous. Su Fan became even more complacent inside. He knew that he had struck down this set of combinations. Even a steel and iron woman would be taken by him, and thinking of this, the corner of his mouth slightly curved out an arc. Since you refuse to believe it, there's not much I can do. I thought I was in love with you, but you're so cruel. Su Fan was still increasing his output. He wanted his opponent to be completely taken down by himself. But apparently he was overthinking it, or perhaps overdosing. Only to see Tang Yanling steeped in anger, and he gave him a reprimand. Shut up. If you dare to say something about a denizen again, this seat will take your dog's life. Su Fan? He felt unbelievable. How could this woman change her face when she said she would? Just a moment ago, they were all touched. How come in just a moment's time, they want to fight and kill? Su Fan felt bad. Were all women so difficult to serve? Looking at the other party with this annoyed look, he didn't dare to continue the show. He was sure that if he dared to say another word of nonsense, the other party would definitely strike. As soon as he thought of that, he immediately smiled fawningly, not to mention, but that's really how things came to be. What did you say? Tang Yanling glared her eyes down as if Su Fan would immediately strike if he dared to say one more word. Su Fan looked at the other party who didn't look like he was joking, then shrunk his neck and stopped speaking. Chapter 59, Phoenix in the Wutong. Tang Yanling watched as the other party stopped talking, finally feeling her entire nerves relax. Although there was indeed a sense of touch within her just now, she could not show it. As a cultivator of her status, how could she be tripped up by ordinary childish feelings? These superfluous thoughts would only become nothing more than a demon in her mind on her path to seek the way, and would not benefit her one bit at all. The two weren't talking about what they had just said, and the air seemed slightly awkward. The chaos crystals within the cave had long since absorbed all of the dark purple light, and released an even brighter aperture than when the two had first entered. The whole space was illuminated as if it was daytime, and moreover, it was in such a dark environment. Next to Tang Yanling, the bonfire was still blazing, and the flickering embers jumped around beautifully. Right at this moment, Tang Yanling slowly came back to her senses, looking at the flames scurrying in front of her, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes. Where did you get this wood? She frowned and pointed to the campfire in front of her and spoke slowly. These? I'm telling you, it's for these things that I... Su Fan took a look at Tang Yanling, once again took the initiative to ask, and then became interested again, intending to give the other party a good talk about how arduous he was. Shut up and make it short. Tang Yanling eyed Su Fan, knowing that once she let him continue to force beep lie, he would surely be selling all kinds of misery again. So it was ordered to it, allowing Su Fan to skim over the unimportant things. What's with the yelling? If I hadn't saved your life. What are you whispering about? Did you answer what I asked? Su Fan conceded defeat and then explained to his opponent what had just happened. As Tang Yanling listened to Su Fan's experience, the luster in her eyes grew thicker and thicker, and even her breathing began to catch. After half a quarter of an hour had passed, Su Fan finally finished the perilous experience he had just had, and then exhaled a long breath of turbid air. For this experience, how can he not forget, if not when he was in a hurry? I am afraid that now has become a dry corpse. He winced at the thought. After Su Fan had finished speaking, Tang Yanling seemed to have finally remembered something. She turned her head to eye the other woman and spoke sharply. Are you telling me that all of this stuff was found outside? Su Fan nodded with a confused look on his face. And you say that there's a gnarled old tree right out there? Su Fan nodded vigorously once more. Why, what's the problem? Could it be that you think I'm lying to you? The corners of his mouth twitched, thinking that the woman in front of him had a lot of heart. Receiving an affirmative reply, a light flashed through Tang Yangling's eyes, and even his expression became unusually wonderful. Does fellow Taoist Su know what this is? She pointed at the bonfire on the ground and spoke slowly to Su Fan. What? It's true that these branches aren't anything mundane, but so what? Tang Yanling's eyes showed disdain, followed by a cold snort. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? This is the Wutong ancient tree, a legendary divine tree. Look at the patterns flowing above these branches, aren't they tedious? Su Fan nodded in recognition. No one knew better than him that the power of these withered branches was so great. Tang Yanling looked at the other party's appearance, then took a deep breath. The sycamore tree is the habitat of the phoenix. Legend has it that the phoenix has a noble character and will not drink unless the morning dew, will not eat unless the bamboo is tender, and will not perch unless the sycamore is 1,000 years old. When Su Fan heard this, a thump sounded within his heart. Are you saying that the tree outside the cave is most likely a sycamore tree? That's right, and it's even a 10-million-year-old ancient sycamore tree. A gleam of arcane light was revealed in Tang Yanling's eyes, and a feeling of greed surfaced in her. If a field has a sycamore tree, then a phoenix will surely exist. While the phoenix had long been extinct for several epochs amongst the world of gods, it was because of the appearance of a piece of debris suspected to be a phoenix skeleton the other day. Surprisingly, it caused the great powers of all parties to take action, and at that time, they fought so hard that the sky fell apart. Originally, she still wanted to participate, but once she thought of the cultivation of the great powers, Tang Yanling held back. In the end, due to negotiations between all parties, the flames of war were eventually extinguished, allowing them to take turns in comprehending the phoenix remnants. And now, in front of Tang Yanling, there was the possibility of a true living phoenix. How that didn't shock and amaze her. With no time to think, Tang Yanling tugged on Su Fan and said in an eager tone, "Quickly, take me out to take a look." Su Fan slapped off the other party's jasper-like arm, then pursed his lips towards Tang Yanling. "Look how you are in condition, and you're going out. I don't think you can even walk." When Tang Yanling heard this, the pause in her eyes shrank. With that, she began to work on her energy, letting her aura walk through the circumference of her body for a while. When the aura was unobstructed and her cultivation had actually recovered a tiny bit, a hint of surprise flashed across the bottom of her eyes. Not only were all of her injuries that were originally backfired by the chaos crystal healed, but her cultivation had also recovered quite a bit? Tang Yanling couldn't figure out what was going on here, but she wasn't willing to be weak in the face of such a rude lecture from Su Fan. "What does it matter to you how injured this seat is? Su Fan. He really can't stand this woman in front of him, how the temper is so big, and can't talk properly, how to rush dry." However, he still patiently explained to him, "I'm not concerned about you. You are not aware of how serious the situation was at that time." It was so cold and breathless looking that it was a pang of worry. Tang Yanling eyed the other party's sincere expression, her heart softened again, so she wasn't annoyed. "Ben, this seat has recovered from its injuries, there is no need to be concerned." After saying that, she still looked not too good. After all, let her apologize is impossible to apologize, give the other party a step down is still possible. "Are you really okay? It was also serious just now, this is getting better a little too fast, isn't it?" Su Fan's tone revealed a sense of incomprehension, it was just too unbelievable. A man who was seriously injured and critically ill was healed in the blink of an eye? What Su Fan didn't know was that as the two of them passed out, a strange scene occurred within the cave. At that time, the sycamore branches were scorched by the flames, emitting gusts of smoke. The smoke seemed to possess a consciousness, following the rising flames and drifting up. It then scuttled towards the pair's noses, and it was that smoke that healed both of their injuries. It allowed Tang Yanling's severely injured body to heal so quickly, and it also allowed Su Fan's absorbed life essence to be replenished. And all of this was obviously unknown to Su Fan. How can one live an ordinary life in such a strange world? It would be a life wasted if it did not radiate the most fiery light. Chapter 60, The Tip of the Iceberg. The world is as big as it is, and there are still worlds where cultivators exist. For them, no matter how exotic, it's nothing more than a family affair. Quite the contrary, it's the real world that makes them feel like a world away. This was why Tang Yanling seemed so shocked after coming to this world for the first time, thereby creating a strong sense of impact on her worldview when the chaos crystal appeared in this interface, as well as the 10-million-year-old sycamore wood. The excitement was hard to describe in words. As a high-ranking cultivator, emotional ups and downs like this were rare for her. Of course it didn't include the bits and pieces with Su Fan after coming to this world, and these light and strange things, but for Su Fan possesses a great stimulus. First of all, he was a modern man, for cultivation only existed inside novels and TV dramas. And the closest he's ever gotten to really getting close was probably just the game of Exorcist. Upon learning that he was in a civilization that actually had items from the cultivation world, his heart began to flutter violently. Could it be that the era of aura recovery was coming? If that was the case, then he must seize this opportunity. After all, Tang Yanling's thigh was to be held firmly. If once the global aura is revived, then it will be devastating for the world. When the power of the individual is sufficient to match that of a hot weapon, it is only a matter of time before the old order is shattered. When the time comes, if you don't have the power to override everyone, you can only be treated like a fish in general. Just as Su Fan was in a trance, Tang Yanling spoke again. "Would you like to take this seat to it?" Her eyes glazed over and she said to Su Fan in a commanding tone. Su Fan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pointed his finger at the chaos crystal above the two men's heads, only to see that the chaos crystal had already erupted with an even brighter light at this time than when the two had just entered. Luminescent green filled the entire cave within, illuminating as if it were daytime. He then slowly sank his breath and spoke slowly. "Are you still going to have this thing? Wait for the seat to go out and observe for a while before making a decision. Sooner or later, this fellow will be in this seat's pocket." Tang Yanling's tone revealed a sense of confidence. The chaos crystals would be stored here first, and no one would want to take them away except her. "And then? Well then, since you have that confidence, then I won't advise you." Su Fan looked at the other party's appearance and didn't continue to persuade him. He then walked ahead of himself and shouted at Tang Yanling, "Aren't you going to look at that wood? Why, don't you want to go again?" Tang Yanling didn't reply, but followed suit and took a step as well. The two just walked along, neither continuing to speak. It was really that nowadays Su Fan's nerves were taut again, and the previous scene of crisis still made him feel great fear even now. Even though Tang Yanling was now by his side, this fear was not something that would go away so easily. Therefore, although he forced himself to walk ahead, he was actually panicking inside. As he approached the entrance to the cave, he put his footsteps softer and softer, taking shorter and shorter steps. Originally, the two were extremely far apart from each other, while at this moment, they were almost walking side by side. Can you walk faster? Why are you so abrasive? Tang Yanling impatiently blanked the back of Su Fan's head. Ahem. I'm not afraid that you've just recovered from a serious injury and your body hasn't slowed down yet. Su Fan also felt a bit embarrassed, but who let him have a thicker skin? So a random excuse was made. When Tang Yanling heard this, her brows furrowed a few points deeper before she lashed out in slightly meaner words. You're afraid of the guy outside, aren't you? How? How? Su Fan sniffed and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Although he was indeed panicking inside, his mouth had to remain hard. He remembers when he was in high school, entering military training, and the instructor at the time said something that stuck with him. Men, you can't say you can't. Ever since then, Su Fan had made this his lifelong motto and aphorism, and it was a constant reminder to him. As a man, you can be shameless, but you can never admit defeat. Tang Yanling looked at such a molded bearded hair, and her heart couldn't help but soften. Since the other party was able to take the risk of going forward to look for something that could keep her warm, that alone had actually made her appreciate it. However, she was a demon empress, and her tender side should never be shown. Your cultivation is low now, it's normal to have concerns, but don't worry, if you really need any danger, this seat will take action. Tang Yanling's tone was indifferent, carrying no room for doubt. Su Fan heard the other party's words, and only then did he slowly let out a sigh of relief. Not long after, the two stood at the entrance to the cave. A gust of warm breeze blew, making the tresses of both of them flutter and hit. An unusual feeling came from this. See, that's the tree. Su Fan pointed his finger at a giant tree not too far away from the two of them, towering into the sea of clouds, and not able to reach the crown of the tree at all. Tang Yanling followed Su Fan's finger that pointed over and was in a trance. She was in the demon clan before, also looked through many books, also from the above to understand the story about the phoenix and the sycamore tree. But the canonical books have never recorded such a huge sycamore ancient wood. I'm afraid such a huge trunk is just the tip of the iceberg. She couldn't help but feel a chilling aura coming over her. This realm actually possessed these magical items. Could it be a hidden place for other great cultivators? And it was very possible that they had intruded into a secret realm right now, and if that was the case, then wouldn't they have been detected a long time ago? Tang Yanling winced fiercely at the thought of such a thing. A terrified gaze was revealed in her eyes. Once all the speculations in front of her were established, then she would definitely be suppressed by those human powerhouses, and would even be exterminated. In an instant, though, she sank that hanging heart. Then he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the worry within his heart lessened a little. If it was really as she had guessed, when the two of them had just come in, they would have already been killed by it. And now they were all alive and well, and even their original injuries had healed a few points. This caused Tang Yanling to finally come down with a sigh of relief. This seat has just observed carefully. We have entered a secret realm. A brilliant aura flashed within her gaze as she slowly said to Su Fan. Secret realm? What secret realm? Tang Yanling didn't answer positively, but instead stared at the ancient sycamore tree with a burning gaze. If it's a secret realm, why didn't you realize it when you first came in? Su Fan inquired with a puzzled tone. Chapter 61, Difficult Choices. Tang Yanling's tone revealed confidence, and said in an urgent tone, when the two of us came in, I actually sensed that this place was not ordinary. What does that mean? Su Fan revealed a puzzled look, but he didn't notice any difference. Take a good look around. Is this place the same as when you first came in? In the face of Tang Yanling's inquiry, Su Fan skimmed his head, then carefully surveyed the heaven and earth. Steeply, the pupils in his eyes shrank, and a feeling that stimulated his mind and soul came upon him in this regard. The scene that met his eyes was long ago different from when the two had first entered. Following Su Fan's gaze, he slowly scanned the heavens and earth. The originally staggered 100,000 mountains had now disappeared, and instead, even taller mountains stood once again. And even the previous vegetation was refreshed with more things he had never seen before. Between these mountains, there were also many wild beasts hissing and roaring, coming one after another in bursts, directly shocking Su Fan's eardrums to the point of pain. In that 10,000 feet high sky, there still existed a white and flawless bright moon. This bright moon was several rounds larger than the one outside, and it hung high in the sky, sending its light straight into the mountains. Su Fan's heart was so shaken that even his body began to tremble. This is. His tone appeared to stutter, then he raised his hand to rub his eyes vigorously. By the time the hands were lowered, there was not the slightest change as far as the eye could see. He has only now come to terms with the fact that he was not dreaming. This is the secret realm I spoke to you about. Now you should believe what I said. Su Fan fell silent and did not immediately answer the other party. He didn't know there was such a side to the world he was born and raised in. Such a bizarre scene was considered to have truly shattered his worldview. Still, he was reluctant, trying to grasp at it as if it were the last straw. You said we're in a secret realm, so there must be a way for us to go back, right? This shouldn't be our original world, right? No, you're wrong, this place is the original world, and the fact that he's not visible to the world is actually because he's been stripped down and thus blocked off. And you just asked if it would still be possible to return to the original world. I can't guarantee that, but perhaps there is some chance. Tang Yenling faced Su Fan's inquiry and then slowly replied without being condescending. Hearing the other party's comforting words, Su Fan's hanging heart finally sort of let go. As long as he could go back, it was good. But Mom and Dad would be worried if they couldn't reach him for a long time. Now he thought of nothing else. Being able to get out was his only plea. Although he had already embarked on the path of cultivation, and the aura here was very abundant, if he could sink his teeth into it, his cultivation would definitely grow by leaps and bounds. But for practitioners, a meditation is years and decades. By the time he had accomplished his cultivation, he was afraid that his own family would have long since been turned into a pile of yellow earth. It was hard to suppress that urgency at the thought of doing so. Big sister, are you sure or not, if we can't get out? Tang Yenling looked at the other party's eager face, then frowned with a look of impatience. What exactly are you worried about? This place is full of spiritual chi and has so many heavenly treasures. If you cultivate here, your cultivation will only grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. But, there's no buts. This seat knows that you're worried about those mortals. Once you're on the boat of cultivation, you should cut off the red dust and not let the world trip your feet. You don't understand a thing, you cruel woman, you don't understand anything. Su Fan lost control of his emotions and roared loudly, his eyes still glistening with crystallized tears. Tang Yenling looked at the other party's appearance, and inside her heart, she instantly softened. It wasn't that she didn't understand Su Fan's emotions, only that she thought that cultivating properly nowadays would be the greatest help to him. The outside world's aura had dried up, and this place possessed such abundant aura. If the other party sank his heart and cultivated well here, it was only a matter of time before he wanted to reach the realm he was in. She knew that the other party could not cut through the mortal enmity, especially the hurdle of kinship. Tang Yenling actually felt it deeply, and she was very happy inside Su Fan's home. Early memories came flooding back to her, and it was then that she thought maybe it was time to change her life. But nowadays, she didn't think so. It was because there was sufficient aura here to heal down her injuries. Nowadays, she possessed two voices inside her and was in the middle of a heavenly battle. One of the voices said, "Don't mind this brat, nowadays your cultivation is the most important thing, it's better to seize the moment to heal." Another voice then argued with it, "No, you should listen to Su Fan, have you forgotten what happened at his house? Have you forgotten the vow you made? You should make a break with your previous self and start a new life, you're tired." Tang Yenling only felt an abnormal headache, as if she was about to explode. She didn't know what to do, which voice to choose, was more than she could hold. Su Fan looked at the other party's tangled appearance, and hope suddenly burned in his heart. He then continued to persuade, "Big sister, my good sister, let's go out." His eyes pleaded and his words revealed a plea. But Tang Yenling didn't answer him right away, instead frowning for a while and soothing for a while. Su Fan rolled his eyes, and in an instant, an aura appeared within his mind. With that, he slowly put his hands behind his back and took 2 steps towards the front, an unusually calm voice coming out from his mouth. "Fellow Taoist Tang, I know exactly what you're after, this place is indeed full of aura, but what can you do about it?" Tang Yenling finally came back to her senses when she heard his words, staring at him with a deadly stare, waiting for the next words. Seeing that the other party had finally shifted his attention to himself, Su Fan secretly let out a cry in his heart. Immediately afterward, he continued, "You should know that this place is by no means ordinary, and if you don't pay attention to it, you are likely to bury your life. It's fine that this place is a secret realm, but is it the hidden place of any human power? Have you ever thought about this?" When Tang Yenling heard this, the pupils in her eyes suddenly shrunk. This speculation of course she knew, but the two people came in already so long, the other did not make a move. Seeing that his words had worked, Su Fan immediately continued to scare the other party. "You think we've been in here so long and no one's made a move, right? In fact, these are just the rules of this realm, for people who have no intention of intruding, as the master is not able to just go out and exterminate them." "Why?" Tang Yenling asked, filled with doubt. "The rules of this realm state that there will be no punishment for not touching another person's belongings. Do you still remember the chaos crystal within the cave? Were you revolted by it while refining it? That was merely a warning to you." Su Fan carried his hands behind his back, his gaze distant. Chapter 62 The purple breath comes from the east. Chaos crystals. Tang Yenling sniffed and murmured in a low voice. Having Su Fan say so, she also felt a pang of fear. After all, at that time, when refining the chaos crystals, the danger encountered was in no way inferior to breaking into a ghost gate. At that time, she had her doubts, even if her cultivation was less than 1/10 of that, but it would not take so much energy to try to refine something that had no spirituality. However, it happened to go against his wishes. Not only did he not refine the chaos crystal, he was also seriously injured by its backlash. And I don't know how, after waking up from a coma, all the injuries on his body miraculously recovered. It all filled her mind like a fog for a long time. Could it really be as Su Fan had said? Could it be that all of this was a warning from a certain mysterious mighty cultivator? She followed Su Fan's thoughts as she slowly thought about it all, and then couldn't help but feel a tingle in her scalp as well. If that's the case, then the most important thing right now is to get out of here. Seeing Tang Yanling's brows furrowed to the point of dripping, Su Fan also knew that he had overdosed. But he really had no choice. This woman's ambition was too strong. If he didn't bluff her a bit, he didn't know what would happen. He cleared his throat and sighed slightly. What I just said, I'm sure you know what's at stake. Tang Yanling ghostly nodded along, affirming the other party's words. In that case, we'd better find the exit as soon as possible and hurry to leave. Su Fan turned his head, his eyes filled with vicissitudes and depth. Yes. Tang Yanling looked at this appearance of the other party, and her heart was bowed down by it. Coming to this strange realm all by himself, if one didn't pay attention there was a chance that he might become the death of a human cultivator's sword. And as the demon Empress, she had experienced many killings between life and death. In the parting of life and death, the most crucial thing is to attack its state of mind. If a person's state of mind collapses, then it is not far from death. With that, she immediately forced down her restless mind. However, she turned to Su Fan and spoke cautiously as if she remembered something. But what about the chaos crystals inside the cave? There's also this sycamore ancient tree. These two things were really tantalizing to her. It was too much of a temptation, which was why she wanted them so desperately. Faced with the sudden inquiry, Su Fan was also at a loss as to what to do all of a sudden. The other party wanted these two things, he knew it, but how to round off the lie he had just told? Leaving aside the fact that there were no hidden masters here or not, even if there were they hadn't actually found them. For this point of confidence, Su Fan still had it. The space here was so vast that as far as the eye could see it even made him feel that he had come to another planet. However, looking at Tang Yanling's look of reluctance, he ended up being ruthless and soft. Immediately afterward, a flash of light appeared in his mind, and he spoke slowly to it. I have a way for this, I'm sure I can make you successfully take in these two things, but it's only once. Su Fan's words carried an unquestionable tone without the slightest hint of negotiation. Really? Are you not trying to swindle this seat? Tang Yanling's showy face crossed, indicating that she didn't quite believe the big pie Su Fan had drawn. Of course it's true, have you forgotten who I am? If I didn't have any certainty, how would I dare to reincarnate into this realm? Su Fan kept on continuing to fool the other party. His face was not red and his heart was not jumping, so that those who didn't know him really believed in what he said. Then tell this seat what the solution is. Tang Yanling was unforgiving and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Heaven forbid, you'll know when the time comes. He smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, as if he was already 10 times more secure, and spoke calmly to Tang Yanling. Seeing that the other party was so confident and didn't seem to be able to ask anything, Tang Yanling didn't insist anymore. The air was just quiet, with only gusts of fresh wind blowing. Not long after, the sky had become brighter and the huge full moon had disappeared. The warm sunlight shone on the two of them, giving only the ultimate enjoyment. Looking up along the horizon, a sun identical to the outside world was slowly rising. Su Fan didn't know if both worlds were this one sun. Maybe they were, maybe they might not be. But these were nothing for him to care about at all. Just then, a wisp of purple smoke drifted up along the sun. And the sun, according to the usual thinking, was rising from the east. Su Fan frowned. Why did this image seem like he had heard of it somewhere and was very familiar? Tang Yanling also stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of her. She had lived for so many thousands of years, but it was the first time she had seen such a strange sunrise. Her cherry-like lips parted slightly and her eyes widened as ancient memories began to resurface. Strong sensations stimulated her brain. The sun was shining, and it wasn't long before the sun had revealed itself in its full glory. Around its disk, it possessed a wisp of purple smoke floating around, and it was flooded with gusts of sound like thunder, flashing as if the sky was about to fall. Without waiting for the two of them to return to their senses, the mountains began to start shaking unceasingly between them. Even the ancient sycamore tree that towered into the clouds and smoke rustled and swayed as if it possessed something that could attract its precious nutrients. Suddenly, a hissing of beasts passed from one side of the mountain to the other. Immediately afterward the mountains were all chorus of wild beasts playing and singing to each other, and the birds of prey flew one after the other towards the sun. The whole world seems to have panicked, with no exceptions for any species. Right at this moment, the Su Fan duo felt a stirring and longing within their hearts. Greedy lust. Desire filled the duo's minds as a strange scent wafted in from the east. Tang Yanling felt all of this, and suddenly a few words popped out of the corner of her mouth. This is purple breath. Her eyes were wide with disbelief, as well as anxiety inside. Purple breath? Yeah, that's right, I remember. After Su Fan heard the other party's words, he finally remembered something that he had just forgotten. Due to Su Fan's college major, he was interested in Taoist culture, so he learned a lot of secret stories. And there is an allusion to the purple breath. Legend has it that before Laozi, the founder of Taoism, crossed the Hanga Pass, the pass's magistrate, Yin Shi, saw a purple aura coming from the east and knew that a sage had crossed the pass. Then, sure enough, Lao Tzu came riding a green ox, hence the allusion to this as a metaphor for good fortune. Now right in front of Su Fan's duo, they actually saw the strange sight that was rumored to be there. And with the bursts of sound emanating from between the mountains and the throbbing within the two of them, he was finally sure of one thing. Chapter 63, Truth? The purple breath comes from the east, signifying an auspicious omen. While in the middle of the cultivation world, purple chi was the most difficult treasure to obtain in heaven and earth. If the purple chi was refined and absorbed, then for one's own battle power, one could definitely break through to a new height. Tang Yanling, who stayed beside her, had long been dumbfounded, knowing that she was a demon empress. What kind of great storms hadn't she seen? As a great realm cultivator like her, ordinary treasures would simply be difficult to stir up the agitation within. But this period of time has really refreshed her worldview, to know that the chaos crystal, sycamore tree, as well as in front of these purple gas in the world of the gods are millions of years of legends. And in this realm all of them existed, as if they were rotten cabbages thrown in the streets and alleys, without anyone caring at all. It was unbelievable, and for a moment it gave her chills. Thinking about what Su Fan said to her at the beginning, this realm was the holy land of the human race, possessing a supreme and unparalleled chance to break through. At that time she wasn't too convinced and thought the other party was just fooling herself. And the outside world didn't have the slightest aura, and she had never seen any human cultivators. At that time she fell into a deep suspicion that in fact this realm was just an ordinary mortal world. But after the two of them broke into the secret realm, she realized how ridiculous her thoughts really were. How could these things exist if there were no human powers? Don't be much of a physical object, even if the wind and rain of having these treasures here spreads to the world of the gods. I'm afraid that those hidden powers will break through the void and come to this realm to burn, kill, and loot. Su Fan, who was beside him, looked at the sight of the dazzling mountains, and his heart turned over. He murmured, "So it's all true." Immediately afterward, his face began to pale without the slightest trace of blood. Tang Yanling heard his murmur, then finally slowed down, a pair of beautiful eyes staring tightly at him, anticipating the other party's next words. She knew that Su Fan must have understood some secret story that she was unaware of. Suddenly unable to exert any strength in his body, Su Fan staggered backward a few steps, and when he didn't stand still, he almost fell over. But he shot up again and turned his head to Tang Yanling. "Now, what I said before, you probably finally believe it, right?" His gaze was distant, as if he had experienced countless years. Tang Yanling didn't open her mouth, but acquiesced. Only Su Fan could be heard continuing to speak. "These secret realms are just one of the places in this realm, and there are countless secret realms like this, large and small. And you know what that means, and now you won't suspect me of swindling you anymore, will you?" With those words, Tang Yanling finally nodded. Nowadays, she felt a burst of fear for her previous recklessness, and if Su Fan hadn't been stopping her, I'm afraid that she would have already been exterminated by the human race's great powers. Su Fan looked at the other party's appearance, inwardly a burst of dark pleasure. "On this? I'm still not going to pin you down." Plans were already being made in his mind to keep this woman around and to be his free labor. Su Fan burst into a fit of maniacal laughter inside his own inner world, because those words just now were all him swindling the other party. What chaos crystals is just a prop inside the game of exorcism, what sycamore tree is just a green plant that is found in the streets and alleys, and what purple gas is just a thick fog in the morning sun. And what a legend, also just a legend, when not true. For Su Fan, although these sights in front of him brought about a great impact, he was not moved at all. I don't know if it's unacceptable or if he really doesn't care, it's all even. He himself might not understand. He was terrified that this heaven and earth really possessed hidden human powers. He was afraid that he was prophetic. He was just an ordinary person who happened to be fortunate enough to participate in the internal testing of the game God Punisher, and he happened to experience the fun of becoming a cultivator. Although I just started to play very cool, in which constantly upgrading and fighting monsters, sitting on $1 million, hands wrapped around the beautiful mother. But all that he knew was fake, just a plot necessity inside the game, and those people were NPCs as well as other players. Even if he died, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of pity, because there would be no real death at all. That's why he's having so much fun and spontaneity. But when he returned to reality, the NPCs inside the game actually came one after another. This completely shattered his original worldview, and you can imagine the shock of a normal person seeing a game character appear in front of them. It is nothing less than a worldview that becomes instantly fragmented. As a result, he was faced with this absurd world, and the sky had long since turned upside down inside of him. He had a lot of guesses in the back of his mind, but he didn't even dare to think about them. With that, he eyed Tang Yanling, speaking slowly to it. "Do you have any ideas now?" Tang Yanling frowned at the words, and when she knew the truth of it all, she actually began to cower as well. Su Fan just stared at the other party. He actually wanted to return to an ordinary life. What with all the fighting and killing, he didn't even want to bother. After a long time passed, Tang Yanling let out a long sigh. "This seed is willing to go out with you, but this seed is really not too willing." She pointed at the light and strange scene in front of her, and the greed that she couldn't hide at the bottom of her heart surfaced above her face. Now that her cultivation had not been restored, if she wanted to defend herself then she must have sufficient combat power. And this secret realm has so many heavenly treasures, it is hard not to let her be moved. If she can get one, her cultivation will surely grow by leaps and bounds, and reach that profound realm as soon as possible. Su Fan looked at the other party's expectant gaze, and his heart, which was originally intended to be ruthless, gradually softened. He then thought for a moment and slowly replied, "You can take what you want, but you can only take one. If you take more, I'm afraid there will be big trouble." Receiving the other party's affirmation, Tang Yanling's originally dark gaze brightened in an instant. The attraction of these heavenly treasures for her was just too great, and if something within reach were to pass away just like that, she was afraid that her heart would really drip blood. "What are you going to take away?" Su Fan's voice came again, and this time, it made Tang Yanling tangle up. What a tough choice. She wanted everything but could only have one thing. Su Fan just calmly looked at the other party without speaking, waiting for Tang Yanling's choice. She thought carefully about what treasures were the most important things to her nowadays. Time passed by minute, the sun had risen to mid-air, and the purple aura gradually began to dissipate. And Tang Yanling was still in the middle of a celestial battle. Chapter 64, It's part of the plan. The midday sun hung high in the sky, shooting straight up. The two had been silent for a good long while, and even the air seemed unusually quiet. Right at this moment, Tang Yanling's vermilion lips lightly opened. This seat wants sycamore wood." Su Fan cocked his head and glanced at the other party, revealing a puzzled expression. "Why?" After Tang Yanling made up her mind, it seemed as if her entire body was much more relaxed. Then she explained to Su Fan, "Haven't you ever realized the peculiar efficacy of the sycamore wood?" When Su Fan heard this, his pupil suddenly shrunk. He did know that the sycamore ancient would possess strange functions, but it didn't seem to be as useful as the other two things. Seeing the other party's puzzled appearance, I only heard her continue, "Do you remember what happened at the time of the cave?" "Of course I remember. You were basically dying at the time." "Yes, indeed, so that is why this seat chose the sycamore wood." But, without waiting for Su Fan to open his mouth, Tang Yanling continued immediately afterward, "Aren't you curious as to how exactly this seat's injuries were healed? Could it be it's the reason for the sycamore ancient wood?" A smile flashed out of the corner of Tang Yanling's eyes. It was indeed as Su Fan had guessed. At that time, the two were unconscious within the cave after the sycamore ancient wood was lit by the spirit fire, and then emitted a burst of smoke. And those fumes are the best holy medicine for healing. In fact, I found out on the occasion of waking up that the Wutong ancient wood possesses the effect of healing wounds, just that I didn't say anything to you at that time. After all, this seat is only skeptical. But when this seat has come out with you, and truly seen the legendary Wutong ancient wood, the heart has become even more firm in this idea. Back then, when Tang Yanling was looking through the canonical books, she remembered the efficacy of the sycamore ancient wood very clearly. Although ordinary ancient wood did not have the effect of healing injuries, then what if it's been bathed in phoenix blood? The phoenix, one of the most sacred beasts of the past. There were rumors about it that resounded throughout the heavens and the worlds. And phoenix blood is precisely the miracle medicine for curing diseases and injuries. And this sycamore ancient wood might have bathed in phoenix blood and subsequently been nourished. That was why it had such a miraculous effect, being able to heal Tang Yanling's injuries and replenish Su Fan's life essence. After 1,000 words, Tang Yanling finally made up her mind after much deliberation. Looking at the other party who was so insistent, Su Fan then remembered something as if he had also remembered something. After having his life essence absorbed by the monster, he felt unusually tired. But after sleeping inside the cave, he looked radiant and did not feel the least bit uncomfortable. "Are you really thinking about it?" He frowned and stared hard at the other man, as if he wanted to see what the other man was most truly thinking. "Aha!" Tang Yanling then nodded in response to Su Fan's inquiry. "Then let's look for the exit as soon as possible after you recover the sycamore ancient wood." Su Fan couldn't wait to get out. This place was too depressing, and it was the unknown environment that made people the most fearful. And those conjectures of his own just now, he dared not continue to think deeply about them, because it was too intimidating. Tang Yanling slowly nodded. The two of them no longer said more, set a goal, then immediately started. Just after Tang Yanling had taken a few steps towards the sycamore ancient wood, she then seemed to have thought of something. She slowly turned around and spoke to Su Fan. "Is it really alright to take this ancient tree in? It won't lure out the owner of this secret realm, right?" Tang Yanling was also very clear about the current situation. If one wasn't careful not to mention refining the ancient wood, the possibility of being revolted was also extremely high. The corner of Su Fan's mouth twitched slightly as he listened to the other party's inquiry. This woman is really troublesome. Why wasn't she like this before? Now she's a mother-in-law. Su Fan had reason to wonder if the other party had changed. Otherwise, why had it become so cowering? Where was there any semblance of a demon empress? Afterwards, Su Fan seemed to have remembered something. Could it be that the other party was intimidated by himself? He shouldn't be. Does he, Su Fan, have such a great ability to fool people? He shook his head fiercely, throwing all these unrealistic thoughts out of his mind, and stopped thinking about them. And then he eyed Tang Yanling's clear eyes and nodded as he slowly spoke. I think it's better not to. Don't you know how much you weigh nowadays? Still wanting to recover such a large ancient tree is simply whimsical. Tang Yanling? Su Fan looked at the other party's annoyed appearance, and a pang of weakness ran through his heart. How about, you might as well pick up some of the dry branches on the ground. I think those branches are quite useful. Besides, it's not too good to take more. If we cause the secret realm master to be unhappy, neither of us will be able to leave. As Tang Yanling listened to the other party's analysis, her face was also a shade of green and white. Su Fan's words do make sense. Money is nothing, or life is the most important. Making up her mind, she left quickly without looking back. Su Fan looked at the other party's fading figure, and a stone within his heart was finally released. This ant is finally settled. If he continues to stay here, he can't guarantee that he will go crazy. Originally did not expect to swindle each other's words, actually will become a reality. How does this not let his worldview get shaken? He was originally an ordinary person just living a small life from 9 to 6, now actually involved in these strange secret history. Think so, he was a big head up. There was a thought in the back of his mind that he didn't tell Tang Yanling, because even he now suspected that there was a high possibility that there were human mighty cultivators hidden in this world, only that they did not reveal themselves to the people. The most important thing right now was still to get out as soon as possible and not to invite any trouble. Tang Yanling had already walked a long way, but she sensed that Su Fan did not follow her up, and then she loudly scolded, "What are you doing staying there? Why don't you hurry up and come over? If some weird species appears again, don't cry to me for help again then." "When have I ever cried my nose off?" Su Fan was stunned for a moment at his words, and rolled his eyes widely before bumbling along. Tang Yingling looked at the other party, a big man who actually possessed such a shy side, and without being able to hold back, he giggled out loud. Only this was all done in the instant she turned her head, and didn't let Su Fan see half of it. She's been pretty solid about her persona. High and cold, bloodthirsty, is in front of outsiders look. In fact, the inner of the middle of Tang Yanling is still very tender. But none of this could be discovered by anyone else, or else the other guys would think that as a demon empress she was easy to bully. Chapter 65 Surveillance. After Su Fan caught up with Tang Yanling, the two of them just happened to be standing in front of a large pile of dead branches of the ancient sycamore tree. This ancient tree has existed for an unknown number of years, but there doesn't seem to be many branches on the ground. Su Fan narrowed his eyes and pointed his finger at the dead branches and leaves as far as the eye could see. Faced with Su Fan's inquiry, Tang Yanling also frowned for a while, and she couldn't figure out why. Just then, the two men turned their heads to eye each other and, with wide eyes, said at the same time, almost in unison, "Could it have been taken?" If that was really the case, then they might be under the watchful eye of the other side nowadays. In that very instant, goosebumps rose up on the backs of both men, each seeing the fear in the other's eyes. It was important to know that Tang Yanling was a great cultivator, and the last time she lost her temper like this moment was already unknown. It was just so appalling that even she couldn't help but tremble. The great cultivator of the human race was actually as terrifying as this, with these strange treasures lying around everywhere. No one would be so if they didn't possess terrifying strength. She eyed Su Fan, her eyelids twitching. "So, is that still taking?" It was the first time Su Fan had seen the other party looking like this, and his heart felt unusually surprised, expecting that it might have been a huge shock to his worldview. He then settled down and took a deep breath before saying, "It's fine, take some, just don't run out." Why did Su Fan dare to make this decision? Because not too long ago, he had picked some up himself to keep warm, and the other guy hadn't made a move then. This showed that a little bit of something would not be a problem at all for the other party, thus also reflecting from the side that the other party should not be a bloodthirsty slaughtering person. And why Tang Yanling wasn't a threat to his life either, he could only attribute it to being that mighty cultivator's high-handedness that couldn't see past this little minion. Receiving Su Fan's affirmation, Tang Yanling's originally nervous mind was finally suppressed. And from this moment, the heart's dependence on Su Fan began. No more thinking, Su Fan quickly walked a few steps forward to select the dead branches, too big not, too small also do not see. He picked some just take advantage of the guy. After all, this thing can be used as a weapon, and it seems to be quite powerful. Standing next to her, Tang Yanling channeled her aura, wanting to use her spells to take all the dead branches scattered on the ground into the mustard seed space. But just as she channeled all of the dead branches in front of her, she realized that she couldn't open the mustard space. And as if she had lost her senses, she wasn't able to perceive the positioning coordinates of the mustard space anymore. It was as if the other party had been erased, which caused her to blush for a moment. Drops of sweat the size of soybeans rolled off his forehead in an instant. Su Fan was still selecting, just as he turned his head to show off to the other party that he had just found a weapon that was in his hands. A strange scene appeared, only to see Tang Yanling's spiritual energy disorganized, her lips whitened, and even her gaze dimmed. The withered branches of the sycamore that were originally going to be contained by it were also slowly swaying without being controlled by the aura. He stood up, his brow furrowed in eagerness as he asked, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Tang Yanling was lost in thought for a moment, as if she hadn't even heard the other party's inquiry. Su Fan knew that something must have happened when he looked at the other party with such a disoriented look. He then scattered the sycamore withered branches as soon as he could, and again clasped the other's jade arm with both hands. The words were full of concern. "Tell me, what happened? Wasn't it all fine just now? How come this moment?" Without waiting for Su Fan to finish, Tang Yanling sensed Su Fan shaking and then turned her head to eye him. "I can't reach my mustard space. Tang Yanling's tone was tinged with sadness, as if she was a person who had been abandoned by the world. Mustard seed space? If it's gone, then it's gone, why all the emotional ups and downs? Although it hurt him to look at the other party in this state, he couldn't help but spit for a while. He thought it was a big deal, so it wasn't just a mustard space. Just then, it was as if he reacted to something. Eyes also glazed over for a split second, and repeated the inquiry several times to the other side. You mean the mustard space is out of contact? The same coordinates where you store everything? At those words, Tang Yanling lost even more of her essence, looking unusually disheveled. She then slowly nodded, signaling that Su Fan's guess was completely correct. Su Fan's heart was also very hard to bear as he looked at the other party's listless appearance. Although the treasures inside Tang Yanling's mustard space had been destroyed for the most part, there were still some left after all, weren't there? But now she couldn't actually open it. How could this not alarm her? Knowing that all her belongings were inside, how would she return to the world of gods without those things? Was she really going to end up in this realm, alone? Should she just keep living a life of misery? But she wasn't what she wanted at all. In an instant Tang Yanling's emotions rose and fell violently. She was desperate and resentful. And the object was Su Fan in front of him. If it wasn't for the other party kissing himself in the first place, how could she have come alone to such a dangerous place? Regret filled her mind. Su Fan looked at the other party's out-of-place appearance, as if he was on the verge of losing control of the demonic energy in his body. He was also secretly anxious in his heart. If he didn't pay attention to the other party's body being dominated by his emotions, then what was waiting for him was death. Just as Tang Yanling was about to explode immediately, Su Fan's gentle voice slowly sounded. Fellow Taoist Tang, you should feel a little more at ease first. Maybe the mustard seed space is just isolated by the Great Formation here? Just now you said you couldn't locate the coordinates, so isn't it possible that it's still there and just won't open? Tang Yanling listened to the other party's soft voice, and somehow, the demonic aura actually began to slowly dissipate away. The originally dark eyes gradually became clear. Not too long ago, she returned to her original appearance, only at this time, she even appeared to have a pitiful look. Are you telling the truth? She inquired uncertainly, trying to grasp at it as if it were the last straw. Of course, when have I ever cheated on you? Su Fan's gentle voice sounded once again, and one by one, he comforted the other party. In fact, he also panicked a batch in his heart. The other side of the mustard space was destroyed or not destroyed, he did not know, but his own do not do something, then, small life will certainly be gone. Thus he had no choice but to harden his heart and speak his guesses to Tang Yanling. Even if the mustard seed space was really destroyed by then, at this time he could still live for a while longer, wasn't it? At least he didn't have to die in this hole of a place in vain. Chapter 66, The Bullied Su Fan. Tang Yanling looked at the other party's gentle smile, and a warm current surged into her heart. Somehow, it seemed as if Su Fan's words had a magical sound to them, unconsciously putting her at ease. Afterward, she barely pulled out a smile and said gently, in that case, let's check it out after we've gone out. When those words had passed, she immediately opened her mouth to Su Fan again with a murderous aura. If the mustard seed space is really destroyed, this seat will burn with you. Su Fan. This woman is still really, how can she be so moody and changeable? It doesn't even look like being a cultivator, right? Su Fan spat for a while, but he didn't dare to say it. With those words, Su Fan turned his head to look at these sycamore withered branches in front of him, his brows deeply furrowed. If these guys can't be stowed away in the mustard space, then what should be done? If the mustard seed space couldn't be used, then the storage magic treasure definitely couldn't be used either. Thinking of this, Tang Yanling really did test again, and the results were predictable and completely consistent with the two men's guesses. Since one couldn't use space to fit these treasures in, then it must be a rule set down by the owner of the secret realm. He didn't want his treasures to be looted by outsiders, but he gave permission to carry them by virtue of outside forces. This seemed like the other party was indeed a gentle person. After all, he didn't directly exterminate the two of them as soon as they barged into this place. From here, the owner of the secret realm should also acquiesce to the invaders taking some benefits, just not more. It's just that you can't get much with just two hands. In fact, for Su Fan, it was useless to have more of these contraptions. He only needed a handy weapon himself, and to say that he was still able to heal his wounds was just a few more sticks at most. Besides, he couldn't use up all of these alone, could he? The outside world possessed fixed rules of operation, and there was very little fighting and killing. Unlike the world of the gods, where one buries one's life all day long in order to grab treasures. But Tang Yanling didn't think so, for her. Now that she was supposed to be deep in the enemy camp, danger could appear everywhere, and her cultivation hadn't fully recovered. If one day she was discovered by a human powerhouse, the only thing that awaited her was to keep fighting. And as long as the fight is surely possible to be seriously injured, and these things in front of you are the things that will save your life when the time comes. Gather more, when the time comes, you can live a few more days yourself not. Both of them possessed their own minds, but neither of them singled them out. Su Fan stopped when he saw that he had almost picked up, looking at a uniquely shaped dead branch inside his hand. There was just a burst of darkness within him. The dead branch that was favored by him, it's too much like a sword. Although the overall appearance was pitch black, Su Fan knew that once this thing was injected with spiritual energy, it would burst out with a very strong power in a matter of moments. Look at that monster at that time to understand, originally low strength, after holding this branch in hand, he was simply invincible. What demons and monsters will die on top of this weapon of his? It is the wish of all men to own a supreme sword. Even if you can't really take it out to duel with someone, holding it in the palm of your hand and playing with it will make you feel good. Right at this moment, Tang Yenling looked at the other party who had finished collecting, and raised an eyebrow. Then an aura sprang up in her mind, and even looking at Su Fan's figure was filled with color. Only her icy voice could be heard coming from her, with a few hints of command. You take more, you can carry it on your back if you can't hold it later, in any case take as much as you can. Su Fan? Why? That's all I have enough of. Su Fan's eyes revealed a puzzled expression, not understanding why the other party was being so. This seat gave the word, you just copy it, where's all the nonsense? Tang Yenling explained to him without blushing. Without waiting for Su Fan to finish, her eyes turned cold. What? No. Willing. Su Fan looked at the other party with such a strong attitude, so he couldn't continue to refute anything. It's just a few dead branches, just take a few more, and you, a man of honor, won't bother with the other side. But then he seemed to remember something, and Su Fan knew that the other party definitely wanted him to be a toolman. This guy originally treasures her as well as destroyed a large part, now the mustard space exactly what state is also still hold unsteady. That's why I plan to carry more sycamore ancient wood out, and it's not good for this woman to tell herself explicitly. If she couldn't use her mustard seed space and storage bag, and wanted to take more treasures, Tang Yenling only had 2 hands. Su Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, so he did not continue to argue with the other party. He actually didn't mind doing a favor if they were actually useful to it again. But when I think of the other party, if their cultivation is restored, will they not be as easy to control as they are now? If that was the case, Su Fan felt that it would be better not to let Tang Yenling's cultivation recover. It's best to fall down in a burst like this, the only way to not have any impact on the outside world. Let's not talk about her current emotional problems, if one day, for whatever reason, she split the planet with a sword. I'm afraid that he, Su Fan, is 1,000 years of sin, even his home is gone, so where can he go? However, these hadn't happened yet, and Su Fan wasn't in a big hurry, it was just some thoughts. Feeling the other party slowly releasing pressure, Su Fan felt that he had no choice but to do as he was told now. When the time comes to go out and have a good talk with the other side, make sure you reinforce the steel seal of the other side's mind again. The power of life and death of mankind was now in his hands, Su Fan. And he will hide his credit and fame to protect the lives of billions of people. Thinking of this, Su Fan was touched to the core by his own windy and bright payment. In fact, he did not want to be like this, really in order to stabilize this female devil in front of him. The world does not know how much pain and suffering he has paid, and he will guard the world as the unsung hero. Just as the corners of Su Fan's mouth cracked into an arc, slightly mirthful, he saw Tang Yenling roar. What are you doing? Why don't you get to work with that stupid grin on your face? Su Fan! Tang Yenling's shout yanked him out of his thoughts, which caused him to roll his eyes for a moment. It was really hard for him to live with fear and trepidation when he spent the whole day with this demoness. But on second thought, he was the only one who could accomplish such an honorable task as this. Without further thought, Su Fan continued to pick up the dead branches of the sycamore tree. Over here, Tang Yenling looked at the other party's appearance, and in her heart, she felt unusually soothed without knowing how. It was as if the sense of crisis that was pressing on the top of his head had been dissolved, so it turned out that bullying Su Fan could be such a pleasant mood. The corner of her mouth smiled slightly. If Su Fan knew about this thought of the other party, I'm afraid that she would jump up on the spot and curse her mother. Chapter 67, Escape. Time passed like this, minute by minute, during which Tang Yenling once again tested a few times to see if she could locate the coordinates of the mustard seed space. But all her attempts failed her. No matter how hard she tried, the coordinates seemed to have disappeared, leaving her unable to feel any trace of them at all. Thinking of this, Tang Yenling had a higher guess as to the cultivation level of the secret realm's owner. It looked like there were many more hidden powerhouses that the human race possessed, or else Su Fan wouldn't have told her that this was just one of them. He was now in the tiger's den, and his only hope of self-preservation was in Su Fan's body. As she looked at Su Fan, who was in the process of tying up the dead branches, there was just a burst of fascination in her eyes. He came after the other party because of a kiss, and originally wanted to return to the god's world immediately. But now the two of them were actually tied up on top of a warship, which made different emotions well up in the bottom of her heart. And she actually married the other party in Su Fan's dream, and even had a child, and in the end, the two of them grew old together and spent an uneventful life. Now looking back at all this, Tang Yenling actually feels that such a day is actually quite good. There's no fighting, no scheming, just the ordinary life of ordinary people. By the time she slowed down, Su Fan had already tied all the withered branches on top of his back, and even his hands were not free, they were also full of sycamore branches. Tang Yenling looked at the other side of this appearance, could not help but smile, cold as frosty face, as if all melted away. What are you laughing at? You don't take it yourself and you're oppressing me. Su Fan let out a cold snort and opened his mouth to spit at her without any good intentions. Tang Yanling eyed the other party, looking at his appearance. She actually felt unusually cute, so she didn't continue to dislike him. Then he composed himself and said slowly, "Well, we should go. Do you have any idea how to get out?" Su Fan rolled his eyes straight up one by one. If it's consistent with what this seat expects, then it's definitely possible to get out. Tang Yanling's words were filled with full of confidence, not knowing if she was encouraging Su Fan or herself. "So tell me how we're going to get out of here." Su Fan walked over with the withered branch twisted on his back, as if he were a small penguin. Tang Yanling didn't open her mouth immediately, but instead turned her head to look into the mid-air not far away, her gaze ghostly, and then a brilliant aura flashed by. Su Fan followed the other party's line of sight and also looked over, only his back was backed with sycamore branches, making him look unusually uncomfortable. As the hours passed, the sun slowly crossed the sky, leaving a long trailing trail. Just then, Su Fan's brain buzzed. He understands. He understands everything. Did it go out from there? Su Fan pointed with his head toward a certain place in midair, and the space that was pointed at was slowly tearing open and opening at the moment. Tang Yanling smiled and didn't open her mouth, instead staring intently at the space that had been torn open. Su Fan looked at the other party and didn't say anything, proving that his guess of 8-9 was definitely correct. He then instantly felt the sound of his heart beating wildly, excitement surfacing above his face. They were finally going to get out and not have to stay in this place where there were threats everywhere. Neither of them spoke again, but instead, they stared at each other with wide eyes, not even daring to take a breath. As time moved on, the cracks became larger. After the crack widened to a certain extent, only a piece of sky was actually reflected from within. The sky inside the crack was unusually blue, and there weren't any clouds in the sky. Su Fan looked at the sky with an unusually excited mood, knowing that that was the outside world. It's just that somehow, the two of them actually didn't notice this bizarre scene when they came in yesterday. When the crack stopped spreading, a gust of wind blew in from outside the crack, and also swept a lot of dirt and dust. The two fixed eyes actually found a lot of animals were carried in. Afterward, they turned their heads to look at each other, and with their four eyes facing each other, they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. However, none of them opened their mouths. It was not too late to save some words for after they got out. After all, they were still in a dangerous situation now. After another moment had passed, nothing more was being accreted into the crack, and it had begun to slowly shrink. Tang Yanling immediately sacrificed her flying sword and shouted at Su Fan, "If you don't leave now, when will you wait?" Her beautiful eyes were glazed over, and she looked like she was ready to strike. Su Fan carried the withered branch on his back, looking at the flying sword floating in front of him. His mind was lost in thought for a while. Without much time to think, he also then tiptoed up to the flying sword. After feeling Su Fan come up, Tang Yanling immediately released her mana and pinched her hands together, only to see a cumbersome array pattern appear in the air. She then used her jade finger to gently point, and the flying sword quickly broke through the sound barrier like a rocket and strung out just like that. The speed was the first and only time Su Fan had ever sat in so many flying swords. He was so unsteady that he almost fell. Fortunately, his eyes and hands were quick, and he held Tang Yanling's surplus waist in a deadly grip. Feeling the touch coming from her waist, Tang Yanling's face reddened and she was about to seize up. However, as soon as he thought that it was still important to escape quickly, he also let Su Fan continue to hold on. Only his face appeared a little redder, even behind the roots of his ears became fiery hot. Su Fan's heart swam as he felt the touch coming from his palm. The sycamore ancient wood that he was holding in his arms had also been lost to him just now, but Su Fan wasn't heartbroken. Don't force what you can't take away, count how much you have, just later Tang Yanling will definitely be heartbroken. The speed of the flying sword was fast, but the crack in the sky seemed far, far away. They had been flying for about half a quarter of an hour or so, but they were still no closer to the exit. Gusts of gusty wind blew against the protective shield outside this flying sword, forming a bubble of air as if it were a bullet. Right at this moment, Su Fan shrugged his nostrils, and a fresh fragrance was transmitted to his cerebral nerves. Unconsciously, he directly pressed his entire face on top of Tang Yanling's back, and then took a sharp breath. The refreshing fragrance spread through his cerebral cortex in an instant. It was an exceptionally peculiar feeling, and he felt as if his entire being had been sublimated. Feeling a sudden burst of coldness coming from her back, Tang Yanling knew that it was definitely Su Fan who was up to no good. So she became infuriated and snapped at Su Fan, "Brat, what are you doing? Believe it or not, this seat will throw you down." Tang Yanling was angry, but for some reason she felt a little shy. Although she said that she would throw the other person down, she didn't really do it. However, her entire body had stiffened in mid-air, and even the flying sword that was being urged was a bit unsteady. Right at this moment, Tang Yanling's eyes were suddenly filled with a burst of blinding light. Chapter 68, The Return. The light was so blinding that one lost sight of it for a split second. Tang Yanling covered her eyes with her slender jade hand, but it was no use at all. Instant blindness left it unaware of where exactly she had come to, and as she struggled to see clearly around her, a warm breeze slowly cut through her hair. As for Su Fan, who was behind Tang Yenling, a large face was then plastered behind the other party's one like a water snake's waist. That's why he wasn't affected in the slightest. Feeling the sudden rapid beating of this woman's heart in front of him for a few moments, he lifted his head to observe everything around him in confusion. Su Fan's face initially looked very dumbfounded before a sudden smile surfaced on its face. The excitement was unmistakable. They had finally escaped with their lives. Look, we two actually came out. Su Fan held Tang Yenling's waist and shook it vigorously, and at this time, Tang Yenling's vision gradually recovered. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, then leapt to a flash of arcane light. She also let out a long breath when the mountains filled her gaze. Yeah, finally escaped. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. Because Su Fan's grip on her waist was still shaking for a while, it made her face instantly go cold. How much longer are you going to hold it? Believe it or not, this seat will cut off these hands of yours. Tang Yenling's tone was slightly angry, and there was a dark murderous aura in her brows. That. I think we're just too excited. Su Fan casually made an excuse for himself and didn't say a word about what had just happened. Without waiting for Su Fan to let go of his own hand, Tang Yenling gently pushed Su Fan away with a wave of her sleeve. A cold grunt followed, signaling his displeasure. Su Fan, who had been pushed to the side, looked at the scene in front of him, an embarrassed expression leaping onto his face. Along the way, neither of them were speaking. After all, it was indeed embarrassing just now. Tang Yenling pinched her hands together and a bolt of mana once again struck within the flying sword. Replenished by the power, the flying sword's speed was even faster, and in an instant it broke through the clouds and disappeared in front of its eyes, leaving behind only a slowly closing spatial rift. Not long after, Yunhai City, a certain rental area. Only a bright light flickered for a moment, and suddenly it came weaving through a sea of clouds, and then came to a smooth stop in a hidden corner somewhere. Fixing their eyes, it was the Su Fan duo. Tang Yenling rose in a single bound, and then landed on the ground with a light and graceful figure. What's the dilly-dallying for? Why don't you get down here? She glared at Su Fan without a good look. What's the hurry? Can't you see I'm carrying all this stuff? Why don't you try? Su Fan also directly hardened back, without the slightest bit of fear. Now that he had come out and didn't have to face the Great Terror anymore, it wasn't simple to clean up this woman in front of him. With those words, Su Fan was seen tiptoeing and slowly climbing down from the top of the flying sword. It wasn't that he didn't wait to jump straight away, it was just that he was afraid these sycamore branches on his back would poke him in the ass. A little poke in the butt is no big deal, but being the sassy person that he is, how can he let his baby butt get hurt? After Su Fan had come down, he pretended to carefully pat the dust around him, as if he was a wanderer returning home, finally returning home in his clothes. Tang Yenling looked at the other party's comical scene, her eyes only a-blanched, then she waved her sleeve hand to collect the flying sword. The two were located not too far from Su Fan's rental house, and as for why they landed here, they were of course afraid of scaring the other neighbors. Without further ado, Su Fan took the lead and walked ahead, slowly moving forward along the narrow walkway of the neighborhood. They had thought that this place was remote enough, but when they happened to step out of the passageway, they bumped into a grandpa head-on. Yo-ho Xiaofan nah, where have you guys been? Why are you still carrying rotten wood all over your back? The Moncler outlet store head is full of white hair, skin sagging, but a pair of eyes are shining. Su Fan. He was confused by the question for a split second and didn't know what to answer. Is this your girlfriend? The little girl looks quite standard Without waiting for Su Fan to open his mouth, Moncler outlet store his eyes flickered, and then he looked at Tang Yenling, who was at the back of the room. Right at this moment, Su Fan's brain spun rapidly and eagerly opened his mouth to reply. These are the materials my girlfriend needs, she's a costume designer. Su Fan perked up without blushing, as if Tang Yenling was really a designer. Moncler outlet store snorted with a kind face. Designers? The ones who make clothes, right? Yeah, right. Not waiting for the other party to continue getting to the bottom of the matter, Su Fan grabbed the right to speak and continued to speak. Why is Master Go out for a stroll so early today? It's still quite hot. He took a few quick steps to get in front of Master Go and talk to him in a friendly manner. Go lived in this neighborhood. Su Fan every evening after work will see each other in the neighborhood exercise. Summers in Ganghai City are actually quite hot, so the vast majority of older people come out to relax after sunset. The oldest man likes to play cards and chess, while the older women gather for a square dance. Although the facilities in the neighborhood are relatively old, this group of elderly people still live a relatively comfortable life. They are basically laid-off workers who receive their retirement pay every month, and compared to social animals who work from 9 to 6, their lives are not much more comfortable. In the face of Su Fan's sudden grab for a change of topic, could it not ask too many questions? We're all men, we've all been there. What to say and what not to say, being a pretty boy in his youth surely knows. Your Auntie Zhang asked me to go out for a stroll, and I'm not doing anything, so I just accompanied her. Said so, Gu showed a picture of a coy smile. That's a good feeling, we won't bother you anymore, Master Gu, you should go to your appointment. Su Fan squeezed his eyebrows for a while, signaling that he understood it all. This made the already not so nice Gu look even more coy. Then we'll go first With those words, the two men dispersed. Su Fan watched the other party's departing silhouette, meaning pfft, and laughed. This Gu and Zhang are now single, and both of their old partners have long since moved away from them. Earlier in the day, Su Fan had heard rumors, and he didn't expect that the two were really in a situation. Thinking of this, Su Fan silently sighed. This second grandpa is on the verge of having a second spring. When will it be his turn? To say that Su Fan is talented and elegant, but why cannot find a girlfriend? Thinking so, he turned his head to look at Tang Yanling again, and then he shook his head for a moment. With such a drag around, it looks like the search for a date will have to be put off. When Tang Yanling felt the other party's strange gaze, the discontent in her heart immediately surged. What are you looking at? Su Fan. Chapter 69, Deep in the Tiger's Den. In the face of Tang Yanling's sudden disgruntled inquiry, Su Fan had no choice but to skim his lips. No. Nothing. He had an embarrassed smile on his face, trying his hardest to hide what he had just thought. If the other party knew that she disliked her, I'm afraid there would be another bout of cursing. Just by looking at your lewd face, I know you must not have any good intentions. Tang Yanling snorted coldly, expressing her dissatisfaction. She also heard just now, this guy and that human old boy a burst of muttering, do not know to hold what bad idea is it. And the old boy had skimmed her a few times at the time, so if she were to say that the two were fine, she wouldn't believe it for a second. Do you not believe me? Su Fan forcibly suppressed his heart's weakness and spoke to Tang Yanling in the right line. Humph, this seed is also too lazy to care about your idle matters, but if the idea hit on my head, be careful, I cannot spare you. Her beautiful eyes crossed, and she admonished Su Fan. I am Issy, you can just relax. Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's just hurry up and go home. Seeing that if this momentum wasn't resolved, he was sure he would still talk out of turn, so he immediately changed the subject. With those words, Su Fan walked towards the front first. After a few steps, he realized that Tang Yanling still hadn't followed, and then he hurriedly burst into a fit of annoyance. There are not many people outside at this time. When there are more people later, if they meet again, how should I explain to them? Big sister, I really know I'm wrong, let's just hurry home. Watching the other party beg in a low voice, Tang Yanling then felt a wave of relief. She then held her head high with a haughty little look in her eyes as she finally slowly got to follow. Looking at the other party who was finally willing to go home with him, Su Fan silently let out a sigh of relief. In the bottom of his heart, he thought that this woman was really too annoying. Not long after, the two returned to the rental house. As soon as she opened the door, Tang Yanling pushed past Su Fan and walked straight towards the room. Su Fan. Big sis, why are you in such a hurry? Su Fan said to him without any good humor. But Tang Yanling didn't answer these words, instead she ordered him, don't hurry up and come in. Bring me the sycamore tree branch. Su Fan was speechless for a while, it looked like he couldn't have a good chat this day. But he didn't dare talk back, after all, more is better than less. The interior of the house was the same as it had been when the two men had first left yesterday, and there was no sign of any movement. Tang Yanling first observed with her sight, and then swept through her surroundings with her divine sense. It was only then that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was good to be careful when coming to this strange realm. Vigilance had long since penetrated into her life, or else she would not even know how to die if there was an accident. Seeing that there were no problems, she climbed straight onto the bed, then closed her eyes and meditated cross-legged. Su Fan carried the sycamore branches on his back and bumbled his way to the bedroom, then painstakingly unloaded them all. Only a few crashing sounds could be heard, and the dead branches of the sycamore were scattered all over the ground. Su Fan wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand, followed by panting and shouting, all brought in for you, look after yourself. Tang Yanling's eyelids twitched, then she swept with her divine sense. Her eyes glazed over and her voice was icy cold. Is that all? What about the rest? Tang Yanling's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. It was clear that when the two of them first set out, the number of dead sycamore branches was much higher than on the ground today, and Su Fan still had an impatient look on his face, which caused her to erupt in anger in an instant. She hadn't realized it when she was on the road just now, but when she did find out that that was all there was, she was really pissed off. Auntie, that's all there is, I don't have a private stash. Su Fan immediately cried out in injustice, he really didn't hide the rest. Besides, there's nothing left. Then why are these the only ones left? Tang Yanling's gaze was dead set on Su Fan, as if he would certainly stir the heavens if he didn't give her a satisfactory answer. As the words reached his mouth, Su Fan didn't know how to explain. If it had to be brought up, the other party would surely get mad right away. After all, when he was on top of the flying sword just now, he was. Thinking of this, Su Fan felt a pang of regret. What? Can't say it? Tang Yanling's brows furrowed deeply, not at all satisfied with Su Fan's answer. It's not that, it's just. Looking at the other party's appearance, Tang Yanling was on fire. Then she spoke slowly again. Then while on top of the flying sword. Yes, it was on the flying sword, and I lost it by accident. Oops, I was careless too. Su Fan had a moment of weakness. Originally he was afraid that the other party would mention the matter on the flying sword, but he didn't expect Tang Yanling to actually say it first. Good riddance, huh? Tang Yanling opened her eyes and scraped him fiercely. Big sister was really careless just now, and I want you to promise me that there definitely won't be a next time. Saying so, Su-fan immediately followed by immediately erecting his right hand, with the appearance of swearing to heaven. Just remember, and never let this seat say it a second time. With those words she slowly had to close her eyes, her insides had actually been turning over. I don't know why, but when Su-fan said that he wouldn't touch her again, he actually felt a little bit lost. This, coupled with Su-fan's determined look, also caused her a bit of heartache. Why this was the case, Tang Yanling couldn't say. It was true that this man was somewhat mysterious, but the other party was a human race after all. Instead, she was a demon empress, so how could she possibly cultivate with the other party? Thinking of this, she deadened this restlessness in her heart and forced it down. A fruitless future was not something she would even hope for. I'm just working with him, why do you think so much? Su-fan looked at the other party with a dumbfounded expression, watching the other party close his eyes and molest, and didn't dare to continue disturbing, then turned around and slowly retreated. Upon arriving at the door, Su-fan again subsequently brought the door shut. He sighed deeply in the bottom of his heart, he had created a sin. Having an ant by his side was on the verge of killing him. But it's done, and one can only serve it well. Indoors, Tang Yanling sensed Su-fan, who was slowly leaving, and then quietly opened her eyes immediately afterward. She glanced at Su-fan outside the door, her heart confused. As a cultivator, she should have abandoned the mortal world, but now she was falling deeper and deeper into it. She felt a headache at the thought of it, and wondered to herself what she should do if she continued like this. But now can only be so, after all, alone deep into the tiger's den, can hold life even good. Chapter 70, The Unknown Side. Tang Yanling didn't think any more about it, but shifted her sight to the pile of dead sycamore branches on the ground. The dead branches of the sycamores scattered all over the place were exchanged for a burst of ghostly light, only it seemed very, very dark. If it was an ordinary person without cultivation, it would be difficult to detect it at all. However, for Tang Yanling, who was at a high level of cultivation, all of this concealment in front of her was like a void, as if it didn't exist. She slowly stretched out her slender jade hand, then pointed towards a withered branch. Dark purple aura lingered on its fingers, looking exceptionally good. Suddenly, the withered branch that had been pointed at darted straight toward Tang Yanling, then stopped smoothly in front of it. Looking at the flickering ghostly light above the withered branch, a look of surprise flashed within the bottom of her eyes. Only a fascinating halo surged above the withered branch, and the halo seemed to flow slowly along the natural formation pattern. The flowing array patterns were arranged in a fixed order, as if they possessed some kind of law. Immediately afterward, Tang Yanling narrowed her eyes and slowly released mana from within, shooting it towards the strange pattern. The ripples that had come into contact with the spell suddenly erupted with an intense light which instantly penetrated the window. From the outside, the entire rental house was wrapped in a dark purple glow. By now, there were quite a few people out in the neighborhood to spend their time. Upon seeing the light that shot out of one of the rental houses, they stared with wide-eyed curiosity. "Ha, isn't that location Su-fan's house?" An old man asked uncertainly to the man beside him as if he recognized something. "When you put it that way, it seems true." The other promised to hold a cigarette, a few words slowly spitting out of the corner of his mouth. "I heard Master Gu say just now that this kid seems to have found a pretty girl, and I don't know what he's up to." "What? That brat Su-fan actually found a date? I also said that I would introduce my granddaughter to him in a few days. Hey, what a pity." "Yes, Xiao-fan treats people gently and is motivated. Such a good boy is not often seen nowadays." The crowd, listening to the conversation between the two, nodded their heads straight in agreement one after another. After all, Su-fan's image inside the neighborhood was indeed as they said. He is honest, loyal, and caring. If Su-fan were here, I'm afraid he would have been on the verge of flying into the sky. After all, it's still cool to be complimented by so many people. But if he were to learn that there was a grandpa who wasn't going to introduce his granddaughter to him because of Tang Yanling, I'm afraid he would immediately pound his chest. The light also just flickered for a while and then disappeared, and the crowd didn't care anymore, each slowly dispersed. Inside the living room, after Su-fan had come out of the bedroom, he directly collapsed onto the sofa. He thought back to the experience of Do Not Enter the Secret Realm, and it made his scalp tingle. He himself was just an ordinary person who experienced the joys of cultivation because of the internal testing of the game God Punisher. But it was also because of this that Tang Yanling appeared in front of him. An NPC he can still accept a little. After all, the other side does look quite watery. Put around to feed the eyes is also quite good. However, when entering the secret realm, all of these thoughts changed. After actually coming into contact with death for the first time, his worldview is shaken to the core. A game is a game and reality is reality, and the two simply don't mix. Especially when he was facing the danger alone in the secret realm, Su-fan felt a great fear. That unknown creature came so close to killing him. If I had not reacted quickly at that time, I am afraid that I would have been turned into a shovelful of yellow earth by now. Thinking of this, he made up his mind that from now on he would definitely carry a sycamore ancient wood with him at all times. It was the only way he could feel even remotely safe. Although Tang Yanling was by his side, but in case something like last night happened again at some point, I'm afraid that by that time he would really be screaming for help. Just as he was lost in thought for a while, an intense light suddenly erupted from within the bedroom, directly shooting him blind instantly. When the glow faded, it took him a while to get a good look at everything around him. Feeling his eyes gradually recovering, he jolted to the bedroom and threw open the door with a flourish. A burst of eyes revealed a look of horror, as well as shock. "What are you doing, Auntie?" Su Fan roared loudly, looking at the other party with an angry face. "Tang Yenling." She looked up at the other woman with a confused look on her face, only to see her lips slowly spit out a few large words. "This seed is fine." Tang Yenling was also shocked just now, originally thought that there was no big deal, looking at the plain and simple withered branch, actually broke out such a horrifying scene. Su Fan, oh, how come the script didn't feel quite right for Yakko? He was originally planning to throw a fit, but looking at this petite and cute appearance of the other party, he actually softened his heart in an instant. Tang Yenling's confused little expression actually made him, a straight man of steel, feel unusually good looking, and he couldn't help but want to love it. "Su Fan, when it's really okay, is there any place that's hurt?" He eyed the truth and blinked at it. "This seat said it's fine, why are you still talking more?" Sensing that she was out of her element, Tang Yenling turned her eyes cold. She was indeed shocked just now, but it was not a look she wanted anyone else to see. And the thought of Su Fan's dead look of concern just now sent a wave of goosebumps all over her body. Because it was just too disgusting, she was disgusting Su Fan at the same time as she was disgusting herself. Thinking that she was a demon empress, how could she reveal such a side in front of others? It made her feel like she had lost all her face. I wasn't looking at you. That's enough, stop talking and get the hell out of here immediately. Su Fan? What the hell is wrong with this woman? What's with the fire? Su Fan's face involuntarily twitched at his yelling. Tang Yenling was actually very tormented right now, her face turning blue, her forehead veins slowly rippling. Even his eyes revealed a gust of fury, and at this moment, he was staring at the other party with a deadly stare. The air just got so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After a roughly half a moment of silence, Su Fan also let out a cold snort, and then took a big stride towards the door. When the time came to go out, the door of the room was brought hard and harshly again. Only heard bang, a loud sound slowly echoed in the room. A long time did not dissipate. Upon arriving within the living room, Su Fan huffed and puffed as he lay down on the sofa, his heart filled with a sense of grievance. He was clearly concerned about the other party, and Tang Yenling didn't appreciate it, which made it especially hard for Su Fan. However, he then turned around and recalled the other party's appearance just now, and he revealed a lewd smile again. Tang Yenling can actually be so cute. Chapter 71, Ancient Mysteries. Tang Yenling watched the other party return inside the living room before the cold look on her face eased. Afterwards, she slowly exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, and then she cast away all of these mixed thoughts to all over again. The sycamore ancient wood that had just erupted with a strong glow was now slowly floating in front of her, spinning in a circle. Tang Yenling's heart flashed with a hint of doubt, how this contraption seemed to be not quite the same as what was recorded in the canonical books. It was true that she had followed the introduction inside the tome, but there was a world of difference between the two. It made her wonder for a moment if she had made a mistake in her memory or if there was something wrong with the canonical records. Subsequently, Tang Yenling's brows furrowed slightly as waves rolled within her mind, and she wanted to discover the secret. Just then, there was a flash of light in her eyes, remembering how the two of them had just woken up when they were in the cave. Granted, at the time, all of her attention was on Su Fan's body, and she didn't pay much attention to the fire scurrying next to her. However, as a high-ranking cultivator, she would definitely observe the environment she was in very thoroughly as a proof of the safety of the environment she was in. The sight returned to within the cave cavern. At that time, Tang Yenling woke up with a burst of confusion, and the first thing she did was to turn her gaze to Su Fan, and was very angry, asking if anything had happened between the two. And it was as Su Fan replied that she looked out of the corner of her eye at the pile of burning sycamore ancient wood. Looking at the dark sycamore ancient wood slowly burning, and there was a dark pattern flowing above the black branches. The patterns appeared unusually complicated, and even she felt a hint of surprise at the time. As a demon empress, she was naturally very knowledgeable, but after looking at the sycamore ancient wood, the first time she was also filled with doubts. Dead branches of this shape, she had indeed seen similar ones, and there were a whole lot of them wherever she was. But those are just some ordinary wood, and the difference with the one in front of me is the color of the light flowing on it. On top of the ripples that were ignited by the spirit fire, there was actually one skeleton after another glowing. It was important to realize that these were things that Su Fan had not seen, as the flames had been burning for a long time. And at that time, when Su Fan discovered these skeletons, it was only when he had just lit this pile of dead branches. And all the way to the end, he didn't see the terrifying skeleton figure appear again. But Tang Yenling was different, her eyes were able to see into everything in the world, nothing could escape her. However, this was only limited to the time when the cultivation level was not suppressed and the domain in which it was located was the time when the rules of heaven and earth were in place. However, whenever there was a change to a field with alternating chains of order that she was unfamiliar with, even if one possessed such a profound cultivation level as hers, one would definitely not be able to see through those cumbersome esotericisms. After all, she hadn't seen the Chaos Crystal in the first place, and the rules of heaven and earth of the Chaos Crystal she was sure had been altered by a certain mysterious powerhouse, so it was only natural that she hadn't immediately discovered the trap. But not so with Sycamore Deadwood, the two are not equal in value. After all, no matter how profound that mysterious powerhouse's cultivation was, he would never be so boring. Put order chains on all the dead branches that fall from the sycamore trees. Tang Yenling had this confidence. After all, she was also very aware of the thoughts of the strong. Back to the present. The slowly rotating sycamore withered branch is also the same, after just bursting into a burning light, now actually slowly fell silent, as if the energy inside needed to be replenished. Strange, these lines seem to possess a fixed formation? She murmured, uncertainty in her tone. Afterwards, she learned her lesson and didn't inject any more mana directly inside the withered branch. Instead, she followed Su Fan's example of moving towards the interior of the cave, only to see a wave of her sleeve. A scurrying fire appeared in her hand in an instant, and she gently waved her sleeve again, only to see the dark purple fire slowly flowing towards the withered branch, following a fixed track in the air. Just then, an intense heat wave hit, only to see the flame ignite in an instant just as it touched the withered branch, and the luster that flowed above the lines gradually transformed into a dark purple color, followed by the speed of the flow suddenly speeding up quite a bit. Without waiting for Tang Yenling to think more, the withered branch had another reaction that made her eyes light up. Just as her eyes were dead set on the withered branch's reaction, several shadowy skeletal figures scurried out from among the embers. They struggled violently, as if they were suffering from the torment of the blazing fire, with a look of pain that caused a pang of heartache. But all of this for Tang Yenling, she couldn't turn any waves. Because she was already very strong inside, she was basically unaffected by the outside world. The sharp hissing of the skeleton erupted, as if it possessed a gust of magic sound, so that people couldn't help but poke their heads inside. Seeing this, Tang Yenling's eyes glazed over, erupting in a burst of intense arcane light. And this arcane light shot straight into the top of the skeleton that hissed miserably within the flames, and just in an instant, the skeleton stopped hissing. From its original ferocious appearance, it began to cower as if it had suffered a great suppressive force. They don't have any spiritual intelligence, but they can feel the pain of death. Tang Yenling observed the strange scene in front of her, but inside, she had long ago turned over a wave. These things in front of her, she said she had never seen them with her own eyes, but as someone who had lived for tens of millions of years, she had heard rumors. Earlier, it was still among the world of the gods. At that time, Tang Yenling was looking through a secret scroll. Above the ancient and simple face scroll, a scene similar to it was recorded. The volume of Foreign Beasts said, in the ancient times, there was a country named Wum Country. All the nationals were made up of sorcerers. They held a green snake in their right hand and a red snake in their left hand, which was very weird looking. In the territory of Wum Country, there was a mountain of Dengbao, which was a passageway for sorcerers to come back and forth to the heaven and the earth, and they passed through the passageway to go to the heaven and convey the demands of the people on the earth to the emperor of the heaven, and then they returned down to convey the will of the heavenly emperor to the people, and that their sorcery is so unfathomable that they are known as the ancestors of sorcerers. Tang Yenling slowly snapped back from her distant memories, and her frown deepened. At that time, when she was looking through the secret scroll, she was very attentive, and basically all the records were still within her mind. Rumor has it that the people of Wum do a bizarre form of sorcery where they sacrifice living people to totems. A totem can be any object in the great world, and they transmit their own grand wishes to it through rituals. And those who are sacrificed alive, even their souls will be forever imprisoned within the totem, suffering daily from the torment and destruction of the flames. Their methods are so brutal that they have thus incurred the mobbing of other righteous people. In this way, a generation of sorcerer ancestor land fell within the great thousand worlds. Chapter 72 The Truth Behind AI. Such a powerful kingdom can have its traces completely erased. Even history rarely records it, when it is really the heartlessness of the heavenly Tao. Tang Yenling let out a long sigh, then slowly spoke. In fact, what the Wum kingdom did, for her as a person of the demon race, there was no aversion, instead there was a slow admiration. After all, the demon race was such a chaotic race that they only worshipped the strong and didn't care how serious the crimes committed by the other party actually were. Then again, how are the demons not actually such people? By the way, to reach the goal, a few dead people won't make any waves at all. In those barbaric times, whoever had the biggest fist held the power of speech. In the era of either you die or I die, being merciful to the enemy is digging a grave for yourself in advance. And the reason for the eventual destruction of the Wum kingdom, if Tang Yenling's guess was good, was probably the joint annihilation of the other tribes. This was because the strength of the Witchham kingdom at that time was simply too powerful, so much so that it caused other races to have a bout of trepidation. That's why there was the destruction of the Wum kingdom, and a generation of great and vast people disappeared into the dust of history. Tang Yenling shook her head fiercely, a helpless sigh resounding in the bottom of her heart. If the demon race had mastered such heaven-destroying spells, the other races would surely join hands against them as well. And the secret techniques of the Witchham Kingdom in the past were now in front of her, so how could she not be moved in order to prosper the demon race? However, she still had a doubt. Why would the secret method of living human sacrifice of the Wuhan's kingdom, which had long since disappeared in the course of history, appear in this realm? Tang Yanling fell into deep contemplation, and then an aura appeared in her mind. A sudden blast of cold swept through her, passing through all parts of her body. Tang Yanling couldn't help but shake a few times, her eyes revealing a terrified expression. Could it be that what Su Fan said is true? This is the face where the human race originated? It was really that this matter was so appalling that even her worldview was strongly shocked. When Su Fan said these things to her, she thought that the other party was swindling her, and did not think much about it, but when all the truth slowly surfaced in front of its eyes, she realized that she was the frog at the bottom of the well. The nationals of the One Kingdom are of genuine human blood, and they are just a branch derived from the human race. If we trace the source, the origin of the witch, then the Taoist art is even longer. Thinking of this, Tang Yanling's forehead began to break into a sweat as if it was the size of a soybean. She still remembered Su Fan's words not long ago, that secret realms like the one that trapped the two existed many more above this realm. Now that she remembered the other party's words full of concern, besides feeling unusually surprised, she was also filled with more and more admiration for Su Fan. What exactly was this man's status and how did he know so many secrets? And every time he spoke to her, he didn't shy away from it in the slightest. There is no fear that he has overheard these secret stories that are enough to shake the world. Originally Tang Yanling felt that Su Fan was just a simple person. However, it did not occur to me that the other side is covered with a thick fog. They want it completely set aside, according to the present appearance seems to be simply impossible. This matter was too shocking, even to her cultivation level, it seemed as if she could not bear it. But who was Tang Yanling? She was a demon empress who had fought her way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After forcibly enduring the agitation in her heart, she gradually regained her calmness in her gaze. Didn't think much about the other, the most important thing right now is still these sycamore withered branches in front of them. Just as the dead branch slowly burned with time, a faint aroma wafted out from within. The aroma seems to have a shocking power, seducing. The aroma seems to have a power to shock people, seducing them and stirring up a strong desire in their hearts. But all of this was suppressed by Tang Yanling as she carefully absorbed the faint smoke, letting it pass in through the pores all over her body, and it was the moment the smoke entered her. The dark wounds that he had originally suffered began to be slowly healed, and even his cultivation that was originally less than 1 in 10 was beginning to slowly recover. And it wasn't until this moment that Tang Yanling's look of surprise dissipated. Originally, she thought they were all illusions, but after she tested them out for herself, she realized it afterward. These sycamore ancient woods are truly as canonized. After feeling that these sycamore withered branches still had a big secret, Tang Yanling's entire body looked radiant. Just then, she watched as the lingering smoke slowly drifted around the chamber, and her heart was unusually happy. She then raised her hand and waved away the hidden formation that had isolated the outside, and spoke to Su Fan, "Fellow Taoist Su, why don't you come in for a moment?" Her words seemed unusually calm and carried some cheer. The reason why the light from the sycamore withered branch had penetrated out earlier was actually because she hadn't set up the formation in the first place, because she was just too curious and didn't feel that there was any trouble at the moment, so she had done that act of putting the cart before the horse. And when she realized this had passed, she immediately rearranged one after Su Fan had gone out. Su Fan was at this moment limply lying on top of the sofa with a listless face, his eyes slightly hollow and without the slightest bit of charisma in them. But suddenly, a clear voice slowly echoed in his ears. Only to see Tang Yanling calling affectionately to himself, he immediately bounced off the sofa with a bow. Immediately after straightening his clothes, he bumbled towards the bedroom. Not long after, Su Fan arrived at the bedroom door. With a look on his face, he asked, "What is it, Missy? What's the matter with calling me?" Tang Yanling cleared her throat, then said with forced composure, "What else can this seat call you for? Of course it's for the sake of fellow Taoist Su's injuries." Su Fan? He had a confused look on his face. Was this woman off her meds? Why didn't she feel quite right? But he didn't say it out loud. The other party was actually quite cute in this petite look. Su Fan also felt cheap. Tang Yanling was indifferent to him and he would gossip about others. And as the other man came down gently, he felt as if his persona had collapsed. This gentle and soft appearance, where does it still look like a hallowed demon race empress? However, Tang Yanling was so good looking that no matter what the other party's attitude was, he, Su Fan, found it very eye-pleasing. What exactly is the matter? Su Fan also patiently and slowly inquired, without the slightest hint of impatience on his face. Do you still know what this seat said to you when you were in the secret realm? What? Several large question marks popped up on Su Fan's head, and even his eyes were filled with confusion. Chapter 73 Conversation. Seeing that the other party seemed to not remember what she had said at all, Tang Yanling instantly became annoyed as well. Back when we were in the secret realm, do you know why this seed had to pick these sycamore withered branches? Of course I know. Su Fan noticed that the other party's tone didn't seem quite right, and then he replied in a calm and dignified manner. If fellow Taoist Su knows, then why would he have lost the others? Su Fan was very weak. He really didn't want to mention what happened on the flying sword. Who knew that the female devil who was smiling and laughing 1 second would immediately flip her face the next? Seeing that the other party didn't continue to speak, a biting cold aura flashed through Tang Yanling's eyes. "What's the matter on the flying sword? This seat will leave you alone for now." She paused again when she finished speaking, and then continued speaking immediately afterward. "This seat called you in just to talk to you about this Wutong ancient wood. Do you remember what happened within the cave back then?" This. Su Fan didn't answer immediately, but instead frantically collected the words spoken by the other party within his mind. All of a sudden he wasn't sure which thing Tang Yanling was talking about, and if he accidentally provoked the other party again, then he definitely wouldn't have a good look on his face. After he had contemplated for a while, he suddenly looked at the withered branch of the sycamore in front of the other party, and then a look of disdain appeared on his face. "Of course I know, not just about the Wutong withered branch thing. What's the matter? Why don't you understand something? Actually still need to come to ask me?" Su Fan began to fool around, looking. "Not bad, this seat is to discuss the matter of the Wutong ancient wood with you." After saying that, she stared at the other party closely again, waiting for Su Fan's next words. "Fellow Taoist Tang, don't look at me in such a way. Both of us were unconscious at the time, besides I was trying to save your life." Su Fan disliked back without a good mood. Having moved this matter out himself, he didn't believe that this woman would still be angry with him. "Tang Yanling, what's the matter with this man? Doesn't he just build himself a fire, need to hang on to it all day?" But it was true that the other woman had saved her life, and then she compromised. "This seat is not going to talk about anything else with you. Let's talk about the matter of the sycamore ancient wood." Okay. Looking at the other party's oily appearance, Su Fan was also out of ideas and patiently listened to the other party's next words. "Don't you find it strange? This seed was severely injured by the Chaos Crystal's backlash at that time, and you were sucked out of your life essence by the bizarre unknown creature. So how did the two of us recover?" Su Fan's eyes darted around as he listened to Tang Yanling's inquiry. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and replied, "Isn't it just the cause of the sycamore's withered branches? There's no need for you to say these." In the face of Su Fan's unkind dislike, Tang Yanling actually had a rare lack of anger. "Not bad, indeed, and the reason why this seat called you in is that I want to share these treasures with you." Su Fan? His gaze was strangely tight on the other party, his eyes revealing an unbelievable look. "Why are you looking at this seat like that?" Tang Yanling frowned, for Su Fan's eyes made her very uncomfortable. "No. It's nothing, it's just that I feel like you've changed your nature, and you're not quite the same as you were before." Su Fan didn't explain too much. After all, today's Tang Yanling was really different. The other party would actually be so kind as to share the sycamore withered branch with him? Where is all the nonsense? Since this seat called you in, then it will definitely not go back on its word. Okay. Su Fan eventually compromised, and since it was the other party's good intentions, then he should not push back. Just meditate at the entrance. The smoke emanating from these ancient sycamore trees can cure hidden illnesses and grow cultivation. After the words were spoken, Tang Yanling didn't say any more, but simply closed her eyes. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling with a confused expression, but he didn't ask anything more, because just now, he had also inhaled a few puffs of smoke into his body. He actually found that his cultivation seemed to have grown quite a bit, which made him very surprised up. Without thinking much more, Su Fan headed towards the position Tang Yanling had pointed out and directly sat down on his butt. Then he began to meditate and regulate his breathing. The air just got so quiet it seemed like a pin drop. The smoke emanating from the withered branches of the indoor sycamore slowly dispersed in the surrounding area, appearing as if it was a fairyland. And with that, the formation that isolated the outside began to slowly close. Tang Yanling exhaled and incorporated it into her dantian, sinking down into her thoughts about the withered branch of the sycamore. Nowadays, for her, only recovering her cultivation was most important. The sycamore withered branch was ignited by its spirit fire and burned so vigorously that the smoke released from just this one was comparable to the amount of smoke Su Fan had released from a whole pile last night. I think it should be related to the cultivation level that one is in, and the flames that are catalyzed by different cultivation levels have slightly different differences. The stronger the spirit power, the better the effect of the smoke released by the sycamore withered branch. It was just that Su Fan hadn't found out about it at all, and even if he did, it didn't mean anything to him. The vast majority of the sycamore smoke that filled the room was absorbed by Tang Yanling, who seemed like a giant whale, wantonly and greedily devouring them. And only a few trace amounts of smoke were absorbed by Su Fan, but even these trace amounts of smoke seemed to be very sufficient for the present day him. After all, no matter how many resources are available, it's still important to take one step at a time and move forward slowly. It's a long time to fix something that you don't want to eat in one sitting. Both men went about their own business, neither interfering with the other. In fact, for Tang Yanling, being able to let Su Fan come in and be in the same place as herself to cultivate was the greatest trust for him. After all, when she was in the world of the gods, she hadn't behaved like she did now. It was important to know that in that world of burning, looting, and doing nothing wrong, no one around her could be trusted, and even after Tang Yanling had become the demon Empress, none of the people around her were her beloved. Even those closest to you are likely to stab you in the back. You'll be stabbed in the back. And, even if the cultivation world is treacherous. However, Tang Yanling had not spoken to Su Fan about any of this, and although she was unsympathetic on the surface, she was actually very soft in her heart. It was only that she hadn't realized all of this herself. She just felt that Su Fan could get along and had saved her without any regard for her life when she was in the middle of the secret realm. Time passes slowly, the sun sets and the moon rises, and before you know it, it's evening. Outside the window, the lights of the neighborhood brightened up one by one, lighting up the entire rental area as if it were daytime. Grandmothers and fathers are scrambling to come out for a walk at this time, with happy smiles on their faces. The days of old age are so free and comfortable. Chapter 74, Mustard Seed Space. Zhanghai City, somewhere in a rented house. The smoke emanating from the ancient sycamore tree became thinner, and then slowly began to dissipate. Right at this moment, Tang Yanling opened her eyes and flashed out a mysterious light from within them. After most of the day's healing, her cultivation had also been greatly restored, and her entire body looked more and more ethereal. A dusty aura lingered on its body and did not dissipate for a long time. Tang Yanling's eyebrows were lightly raised, her vermilion lips slightly opened. Worthy of being a heavenly treasure, it is indeed a few points more useful than a panacea for healing wounds. She then turned her gaze to Su Fan, only to see that the other party was still exhaling and breathing, and his cultivation was also vaguely breaking through. Looking at the other party who was still cultivating, he didn't directly forcefully wake him up. For cultivators, seclusion is all about purity, and if they are disturbed by the outside world, I am afraid that they will go off the deep end on the spot and lose their cultivation. Tang Yanling retracted her gaze, and then immediately looked at the ancient sycamore tree in front of her just for a while out of her mind. After burning for most of the day, the energy of this section of sycamore ancient wood had already consumed most of it, but it still had an extremely strong effect. The ancient sycamore tree in the secret realm is suspected to have been bathed in phoenix blood, which is why it has been nourished, appearing not very similar to the records inside the canonical books. Tang Yanling alone murmured in a low voice, but it seems like there is a fog in here, cannot let go to the clouds to see the fog. This ancient sycamore tree had not only bathed in phoenix blood, but it also had traces left by the Wom kingdom on it, and it is as if the nation of Wom has made it a totem and given it the benefit of sacrifice. These sycamore ancient trees still have the mark of the Wom kingdom on them, and I don't know whether it's good or wonderful. If it's tainted with karma from this, I'm afraid that it's not worth the loss. Thinking of this, Tang Yanling was a headache, after all, cause in effect this thing is mysterious and mysterious, not so good to figure out. But nowadays he was out of options, with limited resources around him, he could only resort to these guys if he wanted to return to the top again. Since there was still some sycamore ancient wood that hadn't been used up, it was better to put it away as soon as possible. With those words, she subconsciously tried to open the mustard space, and it was at this moment that Su Fan slowly opened his eyes with it. When did you wake up, and why didn't you call me? Su Fan raised his head to look up at Tang Yanling on top of the bed and slowly opened his mouth, and it was only at this point that he realized that the other party was really kind. After all, his cultivation had indeed grown by a large margin, so even his speech seemed much gentler. Tang Yanling didn't answer this statement, but instead asked in return, when you were in the secret realm, you told this seat that the mustard seed space was most likely shielded, right? That. Yes, indeed. Why, have you already tried to open it? As Su Fan sniffed, a chill ran down his back, and even his forehead began to show a lot of cold sweat. Still, he forced himself to remain calm and spoke slowly and unsteadily in reply. No, this seat has not yet been opened. This seat wants to witness this moment with you. If by then the mustard seed space is still the same as when it was in the secret realm, let's see what else you have to say. With those words, Tang Yanling's gaze instantly sank and tightened on Su Fan. Su Fan. He cleared his throat, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, but he continued to speak in reply. That. Big sister, just relax. There's absolutely no problem. Tang Yanling snorted coldly, her tone slightly angry. It had better be, if not, don't blame this seat for not remembering old feelings. With those words, she began to locate the coordinates of the mustard space. Only a cumbersome gesture began to dance with his 10 fingers, and a dark purple glow flowed from it. Time actually passed very quickly, only for Su Fan it was like years. After all, he didn't know if the mustard space was really intact. Nervousness began to fill his mind, but he didn't dare show it. Just as he pondered whether he couldn't locate it and planned to find other phrases to excuse himself, Tang Yanling's originally deeply furrowed brow slowly relaxed with it. Just a moment ago, she was also filled with apprehension locating the coordinates of the mustard space, originally thinking that there was no hope. But who would have thought, actually really let her open it, and the remaining things inside, without any damage or loss. In fact, all these worries of hers were redundant. Mustard seed space was an independent space opened up by a great cultivator with his own abilities. They are not connected to the outside world in any way and are certainly not subject to outside interference. Even after a person's death, without the coordinates he had positioned himself, he would never be able to find the entrance to the mustard seed space. Even cultivators whose cultivation level was a few great orders higher would not be able to open it. Tang Yanling was actually very clear about all of this, but she just secretly felt a burst of fear. Her state of mind was no longer like the sprightly demon Empress from before, and she was also more humane. And after being tainted with more of the mundane worldly aura, it would make it impossible for the cultivator to continue to keep his mind at peace. Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan with an expectant gaze, then slowly spat out a few large words. It's okay. When Su Fan heard this, he let out a huge sigh of relief, secretly shouting in the bottom of his heart, this hurdle has been dodged. I don't know what else will happen next, I'm really walking on thin ice, and I have to rely on great perseverance every step of the way. It's good that it's still there, see, I told you there was no problem. You still don't believe me. After relaxing his mood, Su Fan also began to hoop-pinch, his eyes revealing the confidence of a supreme powerhouse. It was as if there was nothing in this world that he didn't know, and the dejection was overwhelming. Tang Yenling looked at the other party's beaten look and then glared fiercely at him. Now that you're awake, get out of here. As she spoke, she received the other ancient sycamore trees scattered on the ground within the mustard seed space. Just then, Su Fan ran over in a panic and spoke in a slightly hurried tone, save one for me, I'm useful. Tang Yenling just looked at the other side, also do not know who initially said for these things have no interest, now actually want to go back. However, she was too embarrassed to refuse the other party, after all, these sycamore ancient woods were carried out by the other party. Thinking of this, Tang Yenling waved her sleeved hand again, and the ancient sycamore wood that Su Fan had originally looked at appeared and slowly floated in midair. Su Fan grabbed it with an excited hand, his face beaming with happiness. Tang Yenling eyed Su Fan's appearance, and her tightly frowning brows then eased. I didn't realize that this mysterious man had such a face. Sensing that the other party was staring at him, Su Fan also lifted his head up to look over. It's getting rather late, so why don't I take you out for another stroll? Just in time for a bite to eat. Chapter 75, Trivia Outside the Window. As the day grew late, Tang Yenling changed out of the expensive Chinese dress at Su Fan's strong request, and subsequently put on the eye-pleasing JK uniform. Downstairs in the rental house, Su Fan had a horny look on his face as he carefully surveyed Tang Yenling's figure. There was an expression of surprise in his eyes, and he still felt that the other party wore this outfit more appropriately. If I had to ask why, it's probably an aesthetic of contrast. The other party was a demon empress, and should have been a resolute and decisive existence that was talked about. And now after wearing a JK uniform, actually looks unusually pure and moving. The contrast was so great that it made Su Fan dizzy for a moment. What are you looking at? Is there something dirty on this seat? Tang Yenling draped a head of hair, her vermilion lips lightly opened as she inquired to Su Fan. No, didn't see anything. Not looking at anything and staring at this seat for a while? That being said, Tang Yenling frowned slightly. She always felt as if the other party was taking advantage of her, but she couldn't get any evidence for a while. Oops, never mind all that, let's go into the city first. Without further ado, Su Fan walked towards the distance without looking back. Seeing that the other party didn't admit it, Tang Yenling didn't bother anymore. After a while, Su Fan took a cab, and as soon as he sat in the car, Tang Yenling's eyes were filled with curiosity. She had discovered the existence of the fourth one again, but once she thought of Su Fan's explanation some time ago, she didn't ask much more about it. When people were outside, they always had to be on guard, or else they would be heard by people with a heart of gold and invite trouble, which was not what she wanted. Just like that, she actually seemed very honest this time, causing Su Fan to keep staggering up. Deep down inside, I actually appreciated Tang Yenling up, this woman as long as they do not give themselves a problem on the line. Vehicles slowly toward the city line, although it has been dark for a long time, but the vehicles on the road Mercedes-Benz, not the slightest decrease. Tang Yenling leaned her head against the window and carefully surveyed this dreamlike world. This realm not only possessed reclusive powerhouses with high cultivation, but even the ordinary human race's life trajectory was not quite the same as that of the world of gods. If you can't go back, do you really want to stay in this city that is like a steel torrent for a while? She couldn't help but frown again at the thought. But the view out the car window caught her eye again for a split second, the brilliant neon lights flashing with eye-catching splendor. She looked at the rush of vehicles and one small electric stove after another just for a moment. Just then, a light rain suddenly fell in the middle of the sky. The summer rains were slightly more ferocious and not long after turned into a more violent downpour. One by one, raindrops the size of soybeans dripped from the sky, crackling against the shell of the vehicle. And right at this moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of its eyes, only to see a man and a woman standing leaping amidst the pouring rain. They did not carry any rain gear on their walk, and the two of them looked unusually miserable, dripping wet. The rain was so heavy that it caused the vehicle traveling in front of it to fail to brake, thus causing the crash. A car that had been heading indoors was stuck in the middle of the road in the pouring rain. Su Fan looked at the non-moving vehicles and poked his head out to the driver, asking, "Master, is there a traffic jam?" It's not like they were in a hurry, but it would have been hard to stay in the car for a long time. The driver picked up his cell phone, cursed and said something to it, then turned his head to Su Fan and said with a smile, "Why, it's alright, it's just that there's a car accident in front of us, it'll be fine in a while, it won't delay you guys from going to the city." After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at Tang Yenling again, making an expression towards Su Fan that he understood. Su Fan. Originally he wanted to explain that the two were not going to a room. But I thought it was not necessary, we are all casual acquaintances, why say so much? The driver looked at Su Fan's darkening face and became more and more certain of the evil thoughts within his heart. Who hasn't been young? Think about when he was young, it was left and right. But since marrying his own tigress, he hadn't even been to Footwash once, and every time his buddies called and asked him to go out for a get-together, the tigress always had a fierce look on her face. However, out of professional ethics, the driver did not dare to ask again. After all, if you provoke the customer unhappy, a bad review will make him lose most of the day's wages. Tang Yenling didn't care about the two people's conversation, as all of her eyes were on the pair in the pouring rain. The two were lovers, probably in their early 20s. The moment the downpour came, they were taking a walk down the road, hand in hand. And a sudden downpour of rain breaks the romance the two had been enjoying. The boy was afraid that the girl would get cold, so he took off his jacket and used it to cover both of their heads. Right at this moment, Su Fan and his duo's vehicle slowly stopped in front of them. The boy, whose name was Zhang Yi, assisted the girl to the edge of the vehicle, then reached out and gently tapped a few times. A few more begging words popped out of his mouth. Brother, can you take us to a ride? It's raining a bit hard outside, and my girlfriend is on vacation, so I'm afraid she'll catch a cold. The driver listened to the begging outside the window and didn't speak immediately. Instead, he turned his head to the Su Fan duo behind him. His tone seemed a little wary. After all, the two behind him were the customers, and it was only right that they should be consulted first. Su Fan didn't open his mouth immediately either, but turned his head to look at Tang Yanling. He actually wanted to help others. After all, he originally possessed a kind heart. Only to help or not to help have to be based on Tang Yanling's permission. He was also afraid that these ordinary people rushed her. When this woman a violent temper, he is very difficult to resist. Tang Yanling had actually been moved to compassion after she heard the first knock, except that as a demon empress, she was dead set on saving face. It couldn't be that she, an otherwise cold-blooded hearted person, had suddenly become kind. What's more, Su Fan was still beside her, and she didn't want the other party to look at her as a joke. And just like that for a moment, Su Fan seemed to have read the other party's meaning, so he followed up with a symbolic opening of his mouth to inquire. Let them in, that girl doesn't seem to be in very good health, I'm afraid she'll fall into some hidden disease if she gets cold. After Su Fan finished speaking, he carefully glanced at Tang Yanling's reaction again. Only she didn't speak up or object. It was only until this moment that Su Fan slightly sighed in relief down, so he hurriedly said to the driver, Master, take the two of them with you. It's raining heavily outside. The driver sniffed and nodded vigorously, then quickly lowered the front right window, followed by yelling out to the outside. Hurry up and get up here. Don't catch cold, young man. Chapter 76. Outside the car window, Zhang Yi received an affirmative reply from the driver and was filled with joy. He knew that the other party must have communicated with the passengers on the bus or they wouldn't have let them on. With that he scrambled up to the front window and spoke gratefully to the driver. Master, thank you. Immediately after that, he shifted his gaze back to the Su Fan duo behind him and nodded at them in appreciation. Thank you, handsome and beautiful man. With those words, he ran straight to the back door and slowly turned the handle. Just then, Su Fan tugged on Tang Yanling. Come over here make room for someone else. Tang Yanling raised her head and glanced at him, but did not speak, instead moving her body directly towards Su Fan. Immediately afterward, she pressed her body tightly against Su Fan's, and a fragrance ran directly into his nostrils. It was too late to think about it, and the car door was opened by Zhang Yi. He held out his right hand cautiously, fearing that the object would hit the roof of the car. Zhang Yi's eyes were full of this girl, smiling with a happy face. Once the other man had gone completely up, he carefully closed the door and then ran to the passenger seat. Because the girl was so well protected by him, she didn't get wet in many places all over her body, but he was a different story. Looking at his wet appearance, he also felt very embarrassed. Master, why don't I just skip the ride for now, and you can just help me get my date to the city? It's okay, come on up. If it's wet, no big deal. The driver is also a righteous person, looking at the other side of the body as if the appearance of the soup chicken, also do not mind the other side will be dirty their car. Master, it's still not necessary, you guys go first. After saying that, as if he had made up his mind, he directly closed the car door. He had already brought trouble to the other side, now how could he bear to soil the other side's vehicle? Just as he was nodding and thanking the crowd and getting ready to leave, the driver called out to him. Hey, young man, you wait, I have a piece of plastic bag here, pad in the car on the line, you do not go It's raining so hard, it's not good to catch a cold. At this time, Su Fan also poked his head out and shouted at Zhang Yi, brother, come up here. And his girlfriend also revealed a very sour gaze and shouted at Zhang Yi, brothery, if you don't come up I'll go down to accompany you. With those words she was about to drive the car down the door, crystal tears brimming in her clear eyes. Zhang Yi sniffed and scrambled to the position of the rear window. Xiner, you can't come down, you weren't well in the first place. Brothery, then hurry up and come up, I don't want to see you alone in the pouring rain. Zhang Yi, who was standing in the midst of the rain, directly wiped a handful of water droplets on his face with great force, then replied loudly, yes. After about a half a morning, the originally congested vehicles began to slowly drive forward past one after another. Inside the car, none of the four spoke first, and the air seemed a little awkward. Just then, Zhang Yi, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, spoke, thank you master, and thank you both. He turned his head and nodded at the Su Fan duo. The girl sitting next to Tang Yanling looked at the several people, and a warm current surged within her. Immediately after that, she also started to thank Su Fan and the others, and then stared at Zhang Yi's face with warmth in her eyes. The girl's name is Feng Yingying, the daughter of a local real estate tycoon. However, when she was 2 years old, her own mother died of an illness. Children without the love and care of their mothers are very poor, although Feng Yingying's father was very heartbroken, but due to the family marriage, his father eventually remarried a daughter-in-law. The new stepmother, on the other hand, is not very nice to Feng Yingying, but on the contrary, she is also trying to bully her in every possible way. When her stepmother had just met Feng Yingying, she had treated her with all her heart and soul. But as time passed, when she married into the family, nothing seemed quite the same. Feng Yingying sensed the other party glaring at her all day long without good humor and with a fierce look, when little brother. After her younger brother was born, days like this seemed even more prevalent. The stepmother who had originally shut up about Feng Yingying's dad actually dared to reprimand her to her face. Although Feng's father has discouraged him many times, his stepmother continued to intensify her efforts as if she didn't even hear him. Even her little brother, who is a few years old, younger brother is also under the influence of his stepmother, all day long abusing her as a motherless child. Every time this happened, Feng Yingying washed her face with tears, and even her eyes did not know how many times she had cried and swollen. Under pressure, she finally escaped with Zhang Yi one day, and Zhang Yi is living next door to her house. To put it in perspective, the two men's fathers are still rivals in the shopping mall, and the industries involved in each other are similar, so the relationship between the fathers has never been very good. But none of this can affect the relationship between Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying, who have been childhood sweethearts since they were young. And because Feng Yingying didn't have a mother, Zhang Yi's mother also loved her very much, treating her like her own daughter. Whenever Feng's father was not at home, Feng Yingying would sneak over to Zhang Yi's house to play, thus building a deep bond. And this time the two were the ones who escaped in pairs, because Feng's dad actually negotiated a marriage for Feng Yingying, the machinations of which were of course fanned by her stepmother. Although he could not afford to marry off his precious daughter, but listening to his wife's persuasion, he could only compromise. When she learned of this news, Feng Yingying immediately told Zhang Yi. So then the two escaped in pairs, not wanting everyone to find out about them. Su Fan looked at this clear-eyed girl, his heart was also very surprised. In this era there were still such naive girls, when it was really rare. She was wearing a set of long, white dresses embellished with some small lavender flowers, and her rain-soaked hair was draped over her head, making her look unusually pathetic. Immediately afterward, Su Fan turned his gaze to Zhang Yi, whose short, capable hair gave him a radiant look and made him appear very energetic, dressed in a clean white short sleeve that framed his masculine torso. Just as Su Fan was sizing up the duo, Tang Yanling's gaze wrinkled slightly as she transmitted her voice to Su Fan. Tang Yanling, there is something wrong with this girl's body. Facing the sudden sound transmission, it directly startled Su Fan, and he thought that something big had happened. However, the other party said that the girl had a physical problem, and he frowned with it. Su Fan, what's wrong with her? What do you see again? Su Fan looked up at Tang Yanling suspiciously, waiting for the next words. Tang Yanling, this girl has a strange disease that will kill her. With those words, Tang Yanling didn't continue to speak. What did the lives of these mortals have to do with her? And she had only spoken out to Su Fan because she was merely curious about such diseases. After all, in the world of gods, there was no such strange disease as leukemia. Chapter 77, What's Wrong With You? Su Fan looked at this clear-eyed sister and felt bad in his heart that such a young body had to suffer from illness. Su Fan, is it hard to treat her disease? Su Fan once again opened his mouth to Tang Yanling and asked, after all, if there was a chance, he still didn't want to see a living life disappear in front of his eyes. Tang Yueling, it shouldn't be too much of a problem if she wants to be treated and cured, but she's already in the later stages. Su Fan, late stage? Wouldn't that be? Su Fan didn't open his mouth to continue on. If the treatment is very difficult, it's better not to try. It's hard to say if he can get out of it at that time. Su Fan then exchanged the symptoms of the disease with Tang Yanling, and when he had finished listening, he had a general idea within his heart. With that, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and transmitted his voice to Tang Yanling once more. Su Fan, this strange disease is called leukemia in this realm. Tang smiling, leukemia? Tang Yanling, how is it that there are so many difficult diseases in this realm, some of which I have never heard of when I was in the world of the gods? Tang Yanling frowned slightly, as if she possessed a great interest in these diseases. Su Fan, this realm actually has many other difficult diseases that specialize in destroying the bodies of these mortals so that they are not able to cultivate. Tang Yanling, this. With that said, she also finally realized what Su Fan meant by what he said. All of this must have been a backhanded trick left behind by that supreme being as a way to further deepen the trick of these mortals not being able to cultivate. Tang Yenling was greatly shocked within her heart. This person was really vicious. In order to consolidate his position, he has abandoned the lives of these people of his own race as if they were nothing. From this, she remembered the days when she had been the most demon empress for so many years. Although she also looked down on the lives of mortals, seeing them all as nothing more than ants, she had never been so cruel. Doesn't it still go back to the root of the problem, which is to make one's own community strong? And the supreme being of this realm actually directly cut off the path of cultivation for those who came after them, not only draining the aura, but also causing them to suffer from diseases themselves. She couldn't help but feel a pang of trepidation rising at the thought. Su Fan looked at the other party's pale face and realized that the other party must have been fooled by him, so he was greatly satisfied inwardly. However, he still pretended to be concerned and asked Tang Yenling, "Su Fan, what's wrong? I see you don't look too good." Tang Yenling hadn't slowed down yet, and an expression of horror was revealed in her eyes. Tang Yenling, nothing. Nothing. The implications of this matter were just too great, and she didn't dare to continue to think about it deeply. Seeing this, Su Fan's heart has already smiled. On this still do not take the other side to pinch, then he is not Su Fan. It was also at this moment that Su Fan slowly touched Tang Yenling's soft body with his right hand, looking at the other party with a warm face. "It doesn't matter, everything is with me." Tang Yenling turned her head to look at Su Fan in a daze, looking at the other party's eyes that were as bright as a river of stars, and she didn't know what happened, but her heart, which was originally agitated, actually quieted down. She then subconsciously nodded. The two didn't say any more, but turned to survey the young man and woman. Tang Yenling looked at Feng Yingying's petite body, and suddenly felt that the other party actually looked very much like her own sister in general. In an instant she was staring at her with wide, unbelieving eyes. It's too similar, it's just too similar. Originally, she had been absolute that the other party's appearance was very familiar, but she couldn't recall how. After all, too much time had passed for too long, and it was only as the ancient memory slowly revived that she suddenly came to her senses. It turned out that the reason for the familiarity was because of the other party's looks, and already the dusty aura on his body. In such a moment, her favorable feelings towards Feng Yingying reached its peak, even surpassing Su Fan for a time. After all, Su Fan was the first person she had ever known in this realm, and it was because of the other party that she had torn through the interface and forcefully broken through. But she also looked a little confused as the old affection was awakened. She had been living alone for countless thousands of years, and now she was actually allowed to experience the affection she felt as a child once again. The regrets of the past, she wanted to make up for them. But nowadays, he didn't tell Su Fan these words because she didn't feel the need to, and she couldn't pinpoint whether or not it was right to enter the mortal world in regards to her current state. One side is to seek the way, the other side is to make up for the regrets of her childhood. The two big paths are in front of her. Tang Yenling looks very exactly. Just then, Feng Yingying noticed Tang Yenling's gaze. With an innocent face, she opened her mouth and inquired, "Sister, what's wrong with you? Is there something on my face?" Feng Yingying's words were very, very light, just as clear and light as a hibiscus that had just come out of the water. There are many beautiful women in the world, but the ones that look like her are very rare. Tang Yenling was still staring straight at the other party, her thoughts pulled into the midst of long-ago memories, and for a moment she actually wandered off and didn't hear the other party's inquiry. Su Fan was at the side of Tang Yenling and heard Feng Yingying's words very clearly, seeing that the other party took the initiative to speak with Tang Yenling and that Tang Yenling was still looking at the other party so impolitely. Looking at this scene, Su Fan felt a wave of headache. He thought to himself, what is wrong with this woman again, why is she confused? But he then immediately picked up the words and politely said to Feng Yingying, "It's nothing, this sister she." Before Su Fan could finish his words, he heard Tang Yenling speak gently, and a determination filled his gaze. She looked at Feng Yingying, who was like a lily in front of her, and even directly stretched out her own jade hand to hold Feng Yingying. Will you, be Ben, my sister?" Tang Yenling's gaze appeared very clear and didn't carry a hint of a bad idea. "Yingying Feng? What's the situation?" Tang Yenling's sudden words directly flashed her waist. Feng Yingying looked embarrassed and confused, not knowing how to speak back to the other party. Su Fan, who stayed at the side of Tang Yenling, was so frightened that he almost jumped up from the car after hearing this sentence. He then immediately tugged Tang Yenling with one hand and apologized to Feng Yingying. "I'm sorry sister, this sister, she has a bit of a brain problem, don't listen to her nonsense." Before Su Fan could continue to speak, Tang Yenling turned her head, a fierce look on her face, and cursed in an icy tone. "Shut up! Stay out of my way and don't say a word." Su Fan was able to feel a bit of anger in the words, as if she was about to strike out at him if he dared to say one more word. "Su Fan, what is this woman smoking?" Chapter 78, What are the intentions? Su Fan felt the other party's anger and didn't dare to say anything more. After all, if he annoyed the other party, I'm afraid even he wouldn't be able to eat. Although Tang Yenling had been angry with him before this, it was the first time that it was as genuine as it was now. It was a different look and attitude, and for a moment Su Fan was a little unsteady. He had no choice but to watch what the other man actually wanted. While Feng Yingying was still in a daze, Tang Yanling once again opened her mouth with a pleading face. Will you be my sister? Originally as iceberg beauty Tang Yanling, between the eyes actually filled with some tears. Su Fan, who was silently watching all of this, was greatly shocked within his heart. So this woman can cry too. He had always thought that the other party, as the demon Empress, must have done nothing wrong and was bloodthirsty, but who would have thought that the picture would actually turn out to be like this? For a moment, he too looked dumbfounded. Just then, Zhang Yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, heard the commotion and slowly turned his head as well. What's going on? Zhang Yi, who had originally intended to inquire about the situation, looked at the tears in the corner of Tang Yanling's eyes, and he too lowered his tone all of a sudden. After the flustered Feng Yingying heard Zhang Yi open his mouth, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, turning her head with a pitiful look on her face to him for help. Brother E. She didn't know how to open her mouth, after all. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing, and didn't have any experience to talk about. Zhang Yi looked at the two of them, then swept his gaze back to Su Fan, and then he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This beautiful girl, you can talk to me about anything, don't be difficult for my girlfriend. Zhang Yi had patiently and very politely opened his mouth to Tang Yanling. The two fled their families and went out, so Feng Yingying deserved his protection. It doesn't matter if you meet anything or anyone. He would definitely stand in front of Feng Yingying and shield her from the wind and rain. After all, this woman had only herself left besides her father inside the family. Tang Yanling sniffed and frowned, but she didn't immediately get angry. The air just went quiet and it seemed incredibly awkward. At least Su Fan felt awkward, and he couldn't interject, could he? After a long time had passed, Tang Yanling said in a shocking way, "Do you have a serious illness that you have no way to cure?" There was a certainty in her tone. Suddenly, Feng Yingying and Zhang Yi both looked surprised when Tang Yanling's words came out. They looked at each other in all directions, and both saw a wave of incredulity in the other's eyes. Feng Yingying did not open her mouth, and the little heart within her heart had already begun to beat faster. And right at this moment, Zhang Yi had a wary look on his face, his eyes glazed over as he stared deathly at Tang Yanling and opened his mouth. Who the hell are you and what do you want? It was indeed considered a good thing for the other party to invite them to get on the car, but once it would threaten Feng Yingying, then he would do nothing even if he were to be broken to pieces. Right at this moment, Su Fan knew that the opportunity had come. He knew that nowadays, if he didn't come forward to resolve the conflict, he was afraid that the misunderstanding would be deeper. Only to see him pulled away from Tang Yanling, revealing a set of white teeth, smiling at the two. My girlfriend's family has inherited an ancient Chinese medicine, able to recognize a person's face, whether a person is sick or not, she will be able to tell at a glance. With that said, he waited for the two to react. Feng Yingying was at the side, and her petite body began to tremble slightly. And Zhang Yi, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, had originally frowned tightly, but finally slowly loosened up. He then spoke with a bit of doubt in his tone. Yes? How are you going to convince me? Tang Yanling still wanted to open her mouth, but she was yanked by Su Fan, leaving her without the slightest chance. Seeing this, Tang Yanling also came to her senses. She knew that if she only relied on her own words, these two people in front of her would definitely not believe in her. Since Su Fan had a way, then it would be better to leave it to him. Su Fan eyed the scene in front of him, and an idea suddenly popped up within his heart. He felt as if he had guessed what this woman Tang Yanling was thinking. Immediately after that, he pondered slightly for a moment and spoke in a rippling tone. The sister should have leukemia, right? Rumble rumble. A burst of thunder resounded in the minds of the two Zhang Yi. How could they not expect that the other party had actually guessed correctly? Immediately afterward, the eyes of the two men shifted for a while, and they couldn't stop themselves from starting to shake wildly within their hearts. Feng Yingying is suffering from leukemia, things no not many people, even with her very close people, do not know, but this man and woman, just the first acquaintance, actually able to guess so accurately. Thinking of the other party's words just now again, Zhang Yi's eyes gradually eased up, and he believed in the words of the two for a few moments. Then, Zhang Yi stammered and opened his mouth to inquire, Indeed, but how do you all know about it? Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with a look of incredulity, as well as shock. Didn't I just tell you guys, my girlfriend is from a family of ancient Chinese medicine practitioners, and is able to treat any difficult cases. Su Fan had a confident look on his face as he said so proudly to the two. But this sister, why does she want me to be her sister? Feng Yingying, who stayed at the side, took over the conversation. When Su Fan heard this, his eyes darted around a few times, then the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Feeling very attached to you because you look like her deceased sister. As the words left his mouth, the air seemed unusually quiet. Feng Yingying's eyes widened. Could it be because of this? But it doesn't have to be like this. The two had only just met. And when Su Fan opened his mouth, Tang Yanling was also surprised. She didn't expect that Su Fan had actually guessed so accurately. And no wonder that's the case, but it doesn't seem right to just forcefully drag someone to recognize their sister. Zhang Yi looked at Su Fan and slowly opened his mouth, his tone appearing very wary. Indeed, that's the reason, but those are things of the past. I'll find a chance to talk with you in detail, The most important thing nowadays is to solve her problem first. After saying that, Su Fan pointed his finger at Feng Yingying. Me? Feng Yingying stared at her large eyes as if they were a black pearl, full of innocence. That's right. We can cure you. When the time came for these words to be exported, Feng Yingying's two brains suddenly went blank within their brains. The other party actually said that they could cure Feng Yingying's leukemia? Is this a joke? You have to know that leukemia is not easy to cure, and Feng Yingying is now in the advanced stage, and she can't live much longer. And it is for this reason that they elope out to spend the last remaining days of their lives without letting themselves have regrets. Chapter 79. Confession. Feng Yingying and Zhang Yi both glanced at each other and looked at each other, both seeing a look of shock in each other's eyes. They couldn't believe that the world actually possessed such powerful medical skills. It was important to know that before this, Feng's father had already taken Feng Yingying to visit a number of organizations, but none of them had a cure. You know that is the most advanced domestic and foreign big companies, big medical institutions. But these two strange men and women in front of them actually spoke out of their mouths and spoke to them to the point that this disease could be cured. How could this not surprise and shock them? Is it really curable? You're not lying to us? After Zhang Yi responded, his tone appeared to stutter. A wave of hope burned within once again. He was very worried about Feng Yingying's health and hoped that the other would get better and marry her for life. Until then, we're nothing more than strangers. What do I have to gain by lying to you? Su Fan raised an eyebrow and revealed a genuine look on his face. But Zhang Yi was still about to open his mouth, but he was cut down by Su Fan. There's no buts, when it's time to heal. He waved his hand towards the clueless two with gusto. The vehicle drove slowly on the asphalt road, surrounded by blinding neon lights reflected in the center of the water stalls on the ground, looking unusually harsh. The downpour gradually ceased, and the pounded windows of the car stopped their merry rhythm. The sound of a car honking echoes over the road that leads to the ideal of the people. The clamor and noise gradually passed in through the window. Yunhai City, city center. After 40 minutes had passed, Su Fan's vehicle traveled to a street corner. The master driver slammed on the brakes and skidded forward for a few meters, then came to a steady stop. Master, thanks ha. Su Fan stood on the street and said to the driver with a polite face. Okay handsome, remember to 5-star praise ha. Su Fan made an okay gesture towards the other party, and the driver nodded with a satisfied face. By the time Su Fan turned his head to look at Feng Yingying and the two of them, the driver master rode away, the engine releasing a powerful roar, and then disappeared from sight. Su Fan just now did not see out. This master is actually a good hand, technology is good. His eyelids twitched, looking unusually surprised, but as soon as he saw the two, he suppressed all these distracting thoughts. At this moment, Zhang Yi was looking at Su Fan and the two of them with a wary face, and had Feng Yingying tucked away behind him. He quirked his lips slightly, wanting to speak, but he didn't know where to start. Su Fan turned his head and skimmed Tang Yanling, realizing that the other party was also staring at him with an expectant face at that moment. With that, he felt as if he had quite a heavy task ahead of him, and that he was needed to act as a link between several people. Sure enough, in the face of trouble, it was still up to him. Su Fan and Tang Yanling, the little, hadn't quickly worshipped herself? The thought of it made him burst out laughing inwardly. It didn't show on his face though, after all, the murderous woman was at his side at the moment. That. Su Fan cleared his throat and immediately continued to speak. I'm sure you still maintain a wary heart towards us, but we will never cheat on you. By the way, what are the names of the two of you? With those words, he took a few steps towards Zhang Yi and the two of them, wanting to knuckle down close to the two of them. Looking at the other party coming straight over, Zhang Yi leaned his hand back and subconsciously took a few steps back, and completely protected Feng Yingying behind himself. A few big words popped out on his alert face. You guys haven't said what your names are. Su Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of amusement when he looked at the duo's vigilant appearance. It looked like the two of them had never traveled far and were wary of all strangers. Thinking so, he did not get angry, and followed up with a generous introduction. My name is Su Fan, my female girlfriend's name is Tang Yanling, nice to meet you guys. When it came to Tang Yanling, he subconsciously skimmed over the other party. After all, telling someone that she was his girlfriend was also very alarming to Su Fan. Looking at Su Fan being so brash, Zhang Yi also finally let go of his guardedness. He swallowed hard, his throat rolling. I'm Zhang Yi, and this is my childhood friend named Feng Yingying. Oh wow, that's right. Then I can address you as Brother Zhang. Su Fan arched his hand towards Zhang Yi and the two of them to show his respect. Looking at the other party's such bizarre movements, Zhang Yi's face leapt to the surface with several big question marks coming out, but he didn't have the heart to say it. In the back of his mind, he secretly thought, maybe this is the tradition of people's ancient Chinese medicine family. With that, there was no further thought. Okay. Zhang Yi looked at the Su Fan duo and slowly replied. After his mood had calmed down for a while, he once again looked towards Tang Yanling. Can you really cure Yingying's leukemia? She is now in an advanced stage and doesn't have many days left to live. Said so, a top man actually filled the corner of his eyes with a little tears, as if not paying attention will be like a collapsed dam, becoming flooded. Feng Yingying felt Zhang Yi's slightly trembling body and slowly hugged him from behind. Brother, don't feel bad, even if it can't be cured, it's nothing. Feng Yingying's tone appeared extremely gentle, a look of pity that made one's heart ache for a while. Zhang Yi stood in front of his body, his trembling body gradually smoothing out, and then he let out a long breath. Turning to Su Fan and the two of them, he said, Brother Fan, if you can save Yingying, any request you can make, no matter how much it costs, I will definitely do it. A look of determination filled his gaze, as if he was capable of giving his life at any time. Don't be like that, since we said we can cure her, then we can. And if you say you have any requests. With those words, Su Fan turned his head to look at Tang Yanling, followed by him continuing to speak. All we ask is for Yingying to be my girlfriend's sister. That's it? Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with unbelief as he looked at the Su Fan duo with a shocked expression. Originally, I thought that the other party was running for money, but I didn't expect that it was really just for this reason. The request was also too easy, so much so that he became wary again. Su Fan looked at this silly boy, and there was just a burst of amusement within his heart, but it was all forcibly pressed down by him. It's that simple. Yingying really does look very similar to my girlfriend's deceased sister, and in order to make up for what she owes her sister in her heart, that's why she's so insistent. With those words, Su Fan raised an eyebrow towards Tang Yanling. Chapter 80, Let Me Do It. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan's current appearance and actually felt that the other party was very reliable. She didn't know what was wrong, but her originally calm heart actually rippled again. The light revealed in the beautiful eyes was like the stars in the sky. She opened her mouth to say something, but she couldn't. With that, he gave a slight nod, signaling that he agreed with the other's words. That being said, Feng Yingying quietly poked her head out from behind Zhang Yi's back and carefully looked at Tang Yanling. This sister in front of her was actually so out of her mind that she felt a little trance up. It wasn't that she hadn't seen beautiful women before, but a girl like Tang Yanling, who was like a fairy in the sky, who didn't eat the breath of the earth, she had never seen before. Feeling the other party's slightly poking out body, Zhang Yi subconsciously raised his hand and gently touched the other party. Feeling her own brother's gentleness, Feng Yingying also finally eased up. Brother E. Good girl, it's okay, don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll be by your side. Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with softness as he looked at the other party with a loving face. Su Fan looked at the two of them spreading dog food, and within his heart, there was just a burst of vomiting. There are two people here. Can't you be a little more discreet? Although nowadays Tang Yanling pretends to be her girlfriend, but the real reason is not like that at all. With that, his face twitched slightly. After a while had passed, Su Fan slowly sank his breath and said immediately afterward, I've just finished my request, so I don't know what the two of you have in mind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately raised his head and eyed the other party with a sincere expression. Van. Brother Van, is it true what was said? Why would I lie to you? Su Fan glared at him without any good humor. Why did he feel that the other party had a silly look? But, no buts, it's settled. With a wave of his hand, Su Fan directly finalized the matter. Seeing this, Zhang Yi and his team didn't make any excuses. Things have come to this, it can only be so. That's right. Come on, meeting each other is fate. Let's talk about the cure later. Looking at Zhang Yi and the two agreed, Su Fan directly went up and wrapped an arm around the other's shoulders. He then continued immediately afterward, it just so happens that we're here in the center of the city, let's go fill up our stomachs first. With those words, he was about to pull Zhang Yi towards the front. Feeling the strength of the other party's hand, Zhang Yi turned his head to look at Feng Yingying. Only to see Feng Yingying still staying in place, her motionless appearance was adorable. I forgot there was Sister Feng. Su Fan circled his head awkwardly with an embarrassed look on his face. He then turned his head and looked at Tang Yanling, who was not far away, and made a wink. He signaled the other party to take care of Feng Yingying, but a scene that made Su Fan's head spin for a while appeared. Only Tang Yanling's head was full of questions and her brows were slightly furrowed. She looked at Su Fan with dull eyes, not understanding what she meant. Su Fan was helpless and raised his right hand to ruthlessly touch his forehead. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what's wrong with this woman? Can't she understand such a simple meaning? There was no way around it, so he had to transmit a voice to restate his note. Shufan, what are you doing? You're looking for a sister, right? I'm right over there. Go over there and make out. Tang smiling, how should this seat make out? Su Fan? He couldn't help but wonder for a moment just how the other party's brain grew, how it felt like there was no emotional intelligence at all. Su Fan held back his anger, then pursed his lips and continued to transmit his voice. Su Fan, big sister, go over and take her and just talk to her for a few minutes. Tang Yanling, but this seed doesn't know what to say. Su Fan, He was also helpless. After thinking for a while, he compromised and said, forget it, you don't have to do anything, just leave it all to me. After the two of them had finished conferring, Su Fan had a disheveled look on his face. Van, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Zhang Yi looked at the other party's face that didn't look too good and asked relationally. Never mind, no. It's okay. Su Fan waved his hand, signaling that he was strong. He wasn't going to be beaten down by this woman, Tang Yanling. After the words were spoken, he forced a smile and continued to Zhang Yi, let's go, it just so happens that I'm hungry, let's go eat first. Without waiting for a refusal, Su Fan tugged the other party forward slowly, leaving Feng Yingying standing there alone. She had wanted to say something, but the words came out of her mouth but she didn't know how to speak. Just then, Tang Yanling came to her side. Let's hurry up and catch up, too. Tang Yanling's voice already seemed extremely gentle, and she was also afraid of scaring the other party. Okay. Feng Yingying followed the crowd slowly up with a confused look on her face. 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhanghai City, a certain hot pot restaurant. Come on, you guys sit down and order later huh? Su Fan looked at the crowd standing in front of the table and directly opened his mouth to arrange it. The words fell, and they each took their seats. Feng Yingying and Tang Yanling sat together, while Su Fan and Zhang Yi were right next to each other. Originally looking at this arrangement, Feng Yingying was extremely reluctant, but looking at Tang Yanling's clear gaze, she didn't have the heart to say it. Soon, a female waitress arrived at the table with a swaying grace. Handsome, beautiful, here's the menu, see what you want to eat? She addressed the crowd in the most professional tone of voice as well as posture, even with a professional smile on her face. Su Fan sat on the outermost side and reached out to take the menu. Looking at the wide array of dishes on it, he just felt a rush of headache. For him, whatever he ate would be fine, as long as he didn't starve and ate whatever he wanted. With that thought in mind, he shifted his gaze to the other three. What would you like to eat? Zhang Yi quickly waved his hand in reply to Su Fan. Brother Fan, just watch over it, I can get anything. He then turned his gaze back to Feng Yingying, only to find that she also waved her hand in a hurry. Unable to do anything about it, Su Fan had no choice but to look over at Tang Yanling. And just then, Tang Yanling was also looking at the menu in his hand with a curious expression. Su Fan. He felt a look of helplessness. Didn't this woman say she didn't like eating these human foods? Why are your eyes glowing with curiosity now? But he didn't have the heart to reject the other party. After all, this female devil still had to serve a little better. I'll show you, see what I like. With those words, he handed the menu to Tang Yanling's hand. Tang Yanling looked at the menu in her hand, a burst of curiosity surfacing in her eyes. Fondue? What's fondue? Every time we go out with each other, we find something new. Chapter 81, It's for your own good. Tang Yanling looked at the menu in her hand and just felt a pang of disorientation. The wide array of catalogs on it had long ago confused her eyes. How do you eat these things? She looked at Su Fan with a puzzled face and pointed her finger at the names of the dishes on top of the menu. Of course you can eat it. Hot pot, that's when you cook all these things in a pot. Su Fan felt a pang of amusement when he looked at the other party's dumbfounded look, but he didn't dare to show it too obviously. Tang Yanling gently agreed, and just then, the professional waitress said with a smile on her face, Beauty, would you like to see what kind of pot base you want to order? After saying that, he stood to the side, bowing slightly as he waited for Tang Yanling's next words. The bottom of the pot? What pot belly? Tang Yanling looked up at the other party with a puzzled expression on her face. Su Fan, who stayed on the opposite side of the room, looked at the scene in front of him and his face darkened. He didn't dare to let that Tang Yanling woman open her mouth again. Miss, let's have a mandarin duck pot. Su Fan hammered away at the option of the potbelly straight away. Tang Yanling. She glared angrily at the other woman, feeling a great deal of aggravation in her heart. What the hell is wrong with this man when he clearly said he'd let her order it? To actually dare to steal the limelight from her demon Empress made it very difficult. And it's just because she hasn't eaten hot pot before, what's the point? At this instant, Tang Yanling felt as if she had been insulted. Looking into Su Fan's eyes, she felt that the other party was simply looking down on her, just as she was about to lash out. Su Fan on the opposite side sensed that something was wrong, and his forehead was densely covered in sweat. Shu Fan, sister, don't do it yet, listen to me. Feeling Tang Yanling's eyes filled with suppression, Su Fan immediately transmitted his voice with her. Tang Yanling, I'd like to see what explanation you have to offer. Su Fan, big sister, I'm doing this for your own good. Tang Yanling, for my own good? What do you mean by that? Tang Yanling frowned slightly, her stern eyes gradually easing a bit. Su Fan, I'm really doing this for your own good. Think about it. You came here unfamiliar with the world, you haven't seen all these basic things. If Feng Yingying found out, do you think she would be suspicious of your identity? Su Fan started babbling in a serious manner. Listening to the other party's voice transmission, Tang Yanling didn't know how, but actually felt that the other party had a very reasonable point. Even her furious look had returned to calm. She then thought carefully and realized that what Su Fan seemed to have said was not problematic. However, she wouldn't take the initiative to apologize. After all, her identity was the demon Empress. This point of pride still had to be there. With that, she didn't bother with Su Fan anymore regarding this matter. All of these conversations happened in a split second, so Zhang Yi and the two of them did not notice anything strange. Once the pots were confirmed, the waiter continued, okay, please wait for a moment, I'll arrange the pots right away. With that said, she picked up the walkie-talkie she had pinned to her waist and whispered a few words directly into it. Just as Tang Yanling looked at the dark fellow in her hand, a cauldron filled with red oil was brought up. Handsome, the bottom of the pot is ready, can you see what else you need to order? Su Fan listened to the other party's words with an embarrassed look on his face. He then looked up and scanned the other three, and as he watched them all stare at him as well, he could only let out a bitter smile. That what? You help with some of the dishes. Just watch it come. The bottom of the waiter's eyes flashed with some surprise, but he didn't say any more. Instead, he just agreed. Yes, please wait a moment and I'll help prepare one. For professional waitresses like them, the business skills are very solid. As long as the customers need it, then they will definitely fulfill each other. The customer is God, which is the pioneer slogan of the service industry. Although most people are shouting empty slogans, there are inevitably some stores that do practice this, and that was the case with the store Su Fan and the others had come to. After the waiter had left, Fong Yingying took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere. Her large eyes, which were like black grapes, fluttered and moved up and down, a new look of wonder filling her eyes. Is this hot pot? I haven't eaten it yet. I've only heard about it from my classmates when I was in school. Zhang Yi took over and continued, Yingying, I haven't eaten it either. Ha ha ha. They then each looked at each other, and both saw a very happy look in the other's eyes. Both were from powerful families, and such a store had never been visited since they were children. Even eating hot pot isn't styled like this, and you know, it's hard for ordinary people to imagine the lavish lives of the rich and famous. Moreover, Fong Yingying was weak and sickly since she was a child, coupled with the early death of her own mother. Fong Dad then arranged for her to have a specialized dietitian, and under the dietitian's arrangement, such things were simply not accessible to her as a great lady. When she was in middle school, her clear eyes were filled with envy when she heard that her classmates could go out to dinner after vacation. She also wanted very much to go out and play with her buddies, but every time school was over, her own driver would immediately pick her up. The fervent desire of the past, now immediately to be realized, how can not let Fong Yingying happy? Tang Yanling looked at Fong Yingying and the two of them, a slight feeling of doubt flashing through her heart. Then the more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. She always felt as if she had been tricked by Su Fan. Immediately afterward, she looked up at Su Fan across from her, and her face sank in an instant. Su Fan was also in a state of shock at this time. How could he not have thought that the two of them, being modern people, had never actually come to a hot pot restaurant? In order to eliminate Tang Yanling's anger, he immediately averted his eyes, and as soon as he tugged on Zhang Yi, he said, Xiaoya, you guys just said that you haven't eaten hot pot since you were little? What's going on here? When the words came to this, Zhang Yi and Fong Yingying looked at each other, and the originally lively atmosphere sank all of a sudden, and even the air felt quieter for a few moments. Zhang Yi didn't know how to open his mouth, and now he hadn't considered clearly whether or not to explain his and Fong Yingying's identities to Su Fan and the two of them. Just as Zhang Yi fell into deep thought, Fong Yingying cautiously called out, Yoshi. Su Fan looked at the two of them who were in an instantly low mood, and felt a pang of embarrassment within his heart. He thought secretly in the bottom of his heart, could it be that the other party grew up with a family that was too poor and that's why he never came to the hot pot restaurant? Originally, this thought had only just appeared, but as he watched the two men's brows furrow a few points deeper, from this he became more and more certain of his suspicions. Chapter 82, The Taoist Heart is Almost Unstable. The air quieted down like this, and Su Fan had even forgotten about the furious Tang Yanling on the opposite side of the room. He was now very self-condemned, and his heart was in a state of deep hurt. If he had known he wouldn't have asked, now he was making it so awkward. After about a long time, Zhang Yi decided to confess everything with him after some thought. Only hesitation filled his brows, followed by a look of determination. I'll be honest with you guys. Su Fan had originally planned to apologize, wanting to pay for his words and actions just now, when he heard Zhang Yi's voice. What's going on here? He looked at Zhang Yi with confused eyes, and his lips that wanted to open actually felt a huge pressure. He wondered if his mentioning it again would hurt the other man's heart all over again. Brother Fan. In fact, I and Ying's family is quite rich. Uncle Feng is the richest man in Shanghai City, and my family is actually about the same, while the two of us eloped and escaped. As Su Fan listened to Zhang Yi's explanation, the expression on his face looked more and more wonderful. At first, after hearing that the other party was the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai City, he simply hated to stab himself with a sword. If the other party hadn't told him, it would have really made a big mess out of it. These two people wear what is the appearance of a poor family. The real poverty is his Su Fan well. Of the four people here, only he, Su Fan, was the most trashy one. Two rich children, a demonic empress, and what was he, Su Fan? However, he did not have the slightest intention of blaming his parents for any of this. It was just a spat for Zhang Yi, who made him think that the other party was unable to eat hot pot because of his family's reasons for being poor. I didn't realize that the other party was actually disliking the fact that this was junk food, and people are simply more angry than people. And when Zhang Yi talked about Fong Yingying's life and the occasion of trying to force her to marry another person she didn't like, Su Fan's face all of a sudden changed. He didn't expect the mansion to be so snobbish. It's amazing how you can even sell your own for so-called business. That's the way it is, Van. After saying that, Zhang Yi sighed deeply, then exchanged another glance with Fong Yingying. Looking at the petite face, there was just a pang of sourness within him. Only then would he be able to live with Ying for a while, and only then would Ying's next days not carry any regrets. Yoshi. Feng Ying wanted to say something, but she couldn't open her mouth. The man in front of her was her childhood friend and the one she loved so much. They were willing to throw away anything for each other. When Su Fan finished listening to the two men's story, his tear ducts actually churned up uncontrollably in gushes. Touching, just so touching. The same emotions that had made his toes buckle in embarrassment a moment ago slowly faded into the past. Originally, he thought that the plot would only appear in TV dramas and novels, but he actually met it. How could he not be surprised? But nowadays the most important seems to be as good as Feng Ying's leukemia. After forcing down his emotions, he turned his gaze to Tang Yenling. Su Fan, that. You heard everything just now, right? Tang smiling, aha. Su Fan, so. Feng Ying's illness. Su Fan didn't know how to speak, and could only stammer half of his words. Tang smiling, aha. She's cured. Tang Yenling's tone seemed to be devoid of any emotion, and her tone was raw as she transmitted her voice to Su Fan. At those words, a hint of surprise flashed across Su Fan's eyes, but he didn't show it. Immediately afterward, he recalled his own mom's condition at the time, and how Tang Yenling had also treated her without saying a word. And now it looks like Feng Ying is in the same situation. Receiving a positive reply from the other party, Su Fan felt a great pleasure in his heart. What Su Fan didn't know was that just as Zhang Yi was talking about the duo story, Tang Yenling actually had waves surging up within her heart once again, as she recalled the little moments with Su Fan. The two first met as life and death enemies, then feuded over a kiss. As events unfolded, Tang Yenling not only didn't take his head, but on the contrary, she lived with him from time to time. And that's not all, the other guy actually took her home to meet her parents. Then by mistake, they actually married each other in a dream. As Tang Yenling listened to the romantic story of Zhang Yi and the two of them, she also remembered herself and Su Fan. Somehow, looking at Su Fan's appearance, she actually felt a pang of deer in the headlights. However, she did not show it, as far as she was concerned. Although she was very envious, these were not at all what being a cultivator was all about. What love affairs can only be burdensome to those who seek the way, and will only be a stumbling block to their progress. Hence, it was just a moment ago when Su Fan had transmitted his voice to her that Tang Yenling's tone had seemed so cold. Those are just appearances, the most real feelings in her heart, has already let her forcefully suppress down. After Zhang Yi had finished speaking, the air was quiet for about 2 or 3 seconds. Only Su Fan answered. There's actually such a romantic story, today is an eye-opener haha. I'm really very touched by the love you two have for each other. With a sincere gaze, Su Fan just stared straight at the hands that the two were holding each other. He felt a great shock in the middle of his heart, moved by the love of the two until death. Then he remembered how his 20 years of single life had actually seemed so pale. But when Tang Yenling appeared, the original 2 blank days actually gradually appeared in color. Immediately afterward, Su Fan turned his head to look at Tang Yenling, who also happened to look at him at that moment. Just like that, the two of them looked at each other, and both of them saw a different look in the other's eyes. Tang Yenling looked at the other party's gaze and only felt as if she had been electrocuted, feeling an unprecedented acceleration of her heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. The uncontrollable heartbeat seemed as if it were a roller coaster, clawing at her heart. Su Fan wasn't much better, as he also felt Tang Yenling's not-so-similar gaze. That moment was like the opening of the heavens, it was a marvelous emotion. Things were so complicated that even he wasn't sure what was going on. Su Fan, who has been single for more than 20 years, has never been in love. As a result, he doesn't know what it's like to be in love. Demoness, don't break the poor Taoist's heart of attainment. Su Fan cried out vigorously within his heart, only that his face did not show it. The two of them immediately averted their eyes after just glancing at each other. Tang Yenling's heart shook wildly, so she mobilized all her cultivation to suppress this restlessness. Immediately afterward she murmured in her mind. What a powerful heart demon, the seat actually almost broke even when it was forcefully suppressed. Chapter 83, Being Different. It wasn't long before the waiter filled the dish. Aside from Su Fan, the other three had a burst of refined light. The mandarin duck pot was bubbling with hot air, and there was a layer of red-hot oil floating on top of it, which was appetizing to look at, not to mention that there was also a wisp of fragrance that attacked it. Right at this moment, Feng Ying quietly swallowed her saliva in a dumbfounded manner, looking very cute. Su Fan looked at the several people with a gluttonous look on their faces, then waved his hand. Hurry up and eat. I can see you guys are hallucinating. Zhang Yi laughed in embarrassment. Brother Fan he. Sorry, it's just too greedy. As the words fell, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Feng Ying. Ying, hurry up and taste how it tastes, haven't you been craving it for ages? He looked at the other man with a smile and a look of tenderness on his face. Yoshi, I'm not. Feng Ying let out an angry cry, and her lovely face turned red in an instant. Over here, Tang Yenling eyed the dishes that were brought up, only feeling at a loss for words. She looked at Su Fan with a puzzled face. How do I eat this? She fingered a plate of duck blood, the bright red juice looking very eye-catching. This is duck blood, just put it straight into the pot and scald it and eat it. Su Fan smiled, then replied in a dignified manner. What about this? Is this stuff edible too? When Su Fan finished explaining, she pointed her finger toward a plate of duck intestines again. Slender duck intestines spread all over the large white plate, looking very disgusting. Straight to Tang Yanling a burst of stomach. Why can't I eat it? This is delicious. Su Fan looked at the other party with a look of disgust, and then he explained aloud. Duck intestines and duck blood were a perfect match for hot pot, and Su Fan did not allow the other party to question himself. You guys eat, then. This lady won't eat. With those words, she averted her gaze and cast her face aside. For her, avian things are just fine for meat. But once she had to taste the inside of this thing's stomach, she really couldn't get her mouth around it. How can something full of filth enter her jade mouth? If this matter were to spread out, she really couldn't afford to lose this person as a demon empress. Su Fan looked at the other party as if he was really angry, and hurriedly eased his playful expression down. Then, with a patient face, he began to explain, Big sister, this is really delicious, how could I possibly lie to you? If you don't believe me, why don't you try it? Carrot. Tang Yanling snorted coldly once again, looking at Su Fan who was still trying to persuade her. She really wanted to slash the other party. Su Fan. Looking at the other party with a look of oil and salt, he also ran out of options for a moment. With that, he turned his head to Zhang Yi and the two of them and said with a smile, Come, you two taste it, she doesn't really want to eat it. Really? But this looks like a bloody mess. Fo Mingying looked at the duck blood and couldn't help but shrink her neck. Trust me, try it quickly, put it right in the pan, brush it for a few seconds and it's ready to eat. Looking at Fo Mingying's hesitant appearance, Zhang Yi made his heart hard, then gritted his teeth and extended his chopsticks. After a while, the duck's blood was shabu-shabued. Zhang Yi picked it up with trembling fingers, his eyes revealing a look of horror, and then he swallowed hard, followed by sending it inside his mouth. Fo Mingying, who stayed on the opposite side of the room, looked at her own brother's heroic appearance. She frowned and asked with concern, Brothery how is it? Right at this moment, Zhang Yi's expression was unusually brilliant, and then his eyes widened. A shocked face looked at Fo Mingying. This is so delicious it feels like the whole person is sublimated. Fo Mingying looked at the other party's exaggerated expression and was filled with a puzzled look. Really? Ying, hurry up and taste it. Fo Mingying listened to the other party's persuasion and eventually made up her mind. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yi chucked another piece of cooked duck blood to the other party. In the midst of the two's expectant gazes, Fo Mingying slowly placed the duck blood inside her cherry mouth. Suddenly, the other man froze instantly. Several people looked at Fo Mingying's gaze filled with anticipation, and when the air was quiet for 2 or 3 seconds, a sudden clear voice came out. Oh my god, this is too delicious. I've never had anything so delicious. With those words, she extended a pair of small, slender hands towards Tang Yanling, and very excited to continue sharing. Tang, sister, this duck's blood is really too delicious, hurry up and try it too. Tang Yanling watched the performances of several people one after another, and a feeling of doubt suddenly filled her heart. Is something that looks so disgusting really that good? Although she watched a few people enjoying themselves, she still didn't quite believe it. Just then, Su Fan took over. Big sister, try it. It's really quite delicious. With that said, he went back to describing the deliciousness of the duck's blood. This duck blood shabu-shabu to the pot a few seconds later, you have to immediately fish up, and then put into the mouth, with teeth gently bite so, soft and smooth feeling a moment will fill the mouth full of. And this duck blood. Su Fan racked his brain to think of words that could describe it, thus making Tang Yanling drop her guard. After a while, with the smallpox bragging of Suda, coupled with the help of the Fo Mingying duo, Tang Yanling finally loosened her frown. Then this lady will taste it? She looked at the small, expectant expressions on several people's faces, then slowly fed the duck blood into her mouth. Rumble. Just like that, Tang Yanling felt like her brain was about to explode. The real sensation of the opening of the heavens instantly spread throughout her body, and immediately afterward her whole body began to tremble as a tingling numbness assaulted her entire body. Su Fan looked at the other party's wide-eyed beauty, and then the corner of his mouth drew out an arc. How was it? Wasn't it particularly good? Tang Yanling was still immersed in the deliciousness of the duck blood and didn't really listen to the other party's inquiry, but she still subconsciously nodded. Ha, I told you so. No one can escape the true meaning of duck blood shabu-shabu hot pot. Even if the king of heaven comes, he'll still have to show it off for a few big plates. Su Fan's face was dejected. Analyzing food with his best friend made him feel great pleasure. It's like passing on his joy to someone else, making him in a rather pleasant mood. After about a minute had passed, Tang Yanling finally slowed down. His face was filled with happiness. He didn't expect these guys from the human race to make something actually so delicious. Such a simple ingredient, but actually made as if it were a mountain of flavor. She didn't know if it was because she had eaten too much fey meat, but she absolutely felt that this thing in front of her was nothing compared to its predecessor. Chapter 84, This is a Panacea. By the time a few people had finished their hot pot, it was already around 10 o'clock at night. A few people companion out of the hot pot restaurant, blowing outside the warm summer breeze, caressing the support of the round belly is a burst of laughter. Brother Fan, I'll let you break the bank, ing, and I came out in such a hurry that we didn't even bring much money with us, Zhang Yi said while wrapping his head around with an embarrassed face. Hiya, they're all brothers, it's not a lot of money, it's just a meal. Su Fan waved his hand as if he didn't care much about this amount of money. In fact, nowadays, his heart was already dripping blood, ever since Tang Yanling came. He then only worked one day, and the only day he went to quit his job. And from there, he moved what little funds he had left in a burst. The original 996 social animal, this all of a sudden no source of income, in addition to raising a delicious and lazy woman, led him a burst of head. Therefore, a few $100s is also very heartbreaking for him nowadays. But heartbroken as he was, he wouldn't feel undeservedly so. Zhang Yi, two people originally did not bring money out, eat a meal is no big deal. By the way, what's next for you guys? Zhang Yi? He was filled with doubts within his heart. Didn't the other party say that they were going to cure Feng Yingying? How come they were kicking them out now? Why, what's the matter? Zhang Yi said to Su Fan with an embarrassed face, didn't Brother Fan say that he wanted to cure Ying? Listening to the other party's inquiry, Su Fan suddenly came to a realization. Immediately afterward he wiped his forehead hard and viciously. I can't believe I forgot about this. He murmured to himself. Van, what did you say? Zhang Yi watched as the other party slapped his forehead and then muttered something in a low voice, his heart flooded with a feeling of doubt. How do you feel? Su Fan seems to have a headache. But they didn't drink any alcohol while eating hot pot. Can fruit juice also get drunk? As Su Fan reacted, he immediately turned his head to look at Tang Yanling. Only the woman now stayed behind a few people, a look of reminiscence floating on her face. After she had tasted the first bite, it was as if she had opened her shackles, wildly flaunting several large plates of duck blood amidst Su Fan's face of flesh pain. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling, who was feeling foolish, and sighed helplessly. Why did it feel like the hallowed demon Empress was about to turn into a delicious and lazy otaku girl? He couldn't help but have this thought turn up in the back of his mind, because the other party's appetite was just a little too big. If he hadn't stopped himself in time just now, with the other party's huge abyssal mouth, he would definitely be able to dazzle the duck blood inside this store. But these are just fleeting thoughts. Now the most important thing is still Feng Yingying's disease. Even though Tang Yanling had just treated the other party, there had to be a wording. Could it be that he directly told the two of them that this woman beside me is the demon Empress, and that when he touched Feng Yingying a handful of times just now, the other party's illness had already been cured? It's not realistic. So maybe so. Su Fan's mind was a headache when he thought of this. To know not to blow powerful, but also what ancient Chinese medicine family, on his appearance, grabbed the medicine even if others dare to eat, he did not dare to grab a. Suddenly, he seemed to have a flash of light, and an idea instantly came to him within his mind. Immediately afterward, he looked at the dumbfounded Tang Yanling and began to transmit his voice. Shufan, don't daze, I'll take you back next time, so you can eat all you want. Tang smiling? What's the matter, fatty? Has this seat been discovered? Is it really that obvious? Listening to the other party's words, Tang Yanling's entire body went bad in an instant, and her cheeks suddenly reddened. Tang Yanling, Ben. Don't insult my innocence. She, who was originally still hardened, looked at the other party's eyes that had long been seen through, and then slowly stuttered as well. Shufan, forget it, I have something important to discuss with you, let's talk about the rest later. Tang smiling, what's up? A look of confusion was revealed in her eyes. At this hour, what else did Su Fan have to discuss with himself? She couldn't figure it out and asked rhetorically. Su Fan, what else could be going on? Of course it's Feng Yingying's illness. Tang smiling, isn't it already cured? When Su Fan heard this, he was so angry that he directly almost spat blood in place and died in the past. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Why does it feel like her brain isn't working so well lately? Asked nothing and had a very mute look about him. Listening to the other party's voice transmission, Su Fan directly had an expression of hatred. With that, he sank into a chagrined expression and continued his transmission. Su Fan, you have to have an excuse for curing someone of their illness, right? Did you tell the other person that you directly cured her with a spell? Tang smiling, why not? She cocked her head with a straight face. Su Fan, of course not. You have to know that this realm hides crouching tigers and dragons. If you are not careful to expose your cultivation, what if other people find out? At those words, Tang Yanling suddenly came to a realization. How could he forget such an important thing? Su Fan had warned himself over and over again. Tang Yanling, so, then what do you think should be done? As Tang Yanling reacted, she immediately followed up with a voice transmission. Su Fan, you take one of those lollipops you hid and change the appearance to look like a potion. Tang smiling, why? At those words, Tang Yanling only felt very embarrassed, and the scene of looting the lollipop at that time resurfaced in front of her eyes. Su Fan, oops, just listen to me, don't ask so many questions. Su Fan came up with an idea of using candies instead of medicines. If the other party asked later, then he would tell them that it was a panacea that had been passed down from the ancestors of an ancient Chinese medicine family. and eat one, will be able to make the leukemia cured, even if the other party does not believe it does not matter. By the time the other party to check once, found that it has been completely well, by that time, do not believe it also have to believe. Thinking of this, Su Fan burst into a fit of laughter, and he really appreciated his little brain. The conversation between Su Fan and Tang Yanling was but a momentary one, and for them, transmitting sound through divine sense was nothing more than an efficient way of communicating. He immediately turned his head and eyed Zhang Yi. Don't be in a hurry, Ying-Ying's sister's illness is actually not difficult to treat. Later on I will take out a medicine and eat it and you will be cured. Zhang Yi listened to the other party's words with a shocked expression. What did the other guy just say? One pill can cure advanced leukemia? If he wasn't dreaming then he must have misheard. Immediately afterward, he immediately reacted with a look of panic. Van. Brother Van, what did you just say? Did I hear you right? And just then, Tang Yanling had already taken out the lollipop. Chapter 85, The Medicine Will Cure the Disease. Su Fan saw the lollipop inside the other's hand out of the corner of his eye, and then immediately ran over to grab it. Zhang Yi instantly stayed on the spot, his face full of doubt, not understanding what exactly Su Fan meant. After a few seconds passed, Su Fan kind of lollipopped over, an intriguing little expression leaping onto his face. LOL, take this to Feng Ying and eat it down. This. What is it? Zhang Yi took the lollipop from the other party's hand, only to see that the lollipop has long been unable to see the appearance of the shipment, and is now like a magical elixir. And it was also engraved with strange patterns, with an overall dark purple color. This is the pill for leukemia, only one will be fine, you believe me, absolutely medicine to cure. Su Fan waved his big hand, revealing a few white teeth. Looking at the other party's face of confidence, Zhang Yi was instantly confused. He then turned his head to look at Feng Ying and slowly handed over the pills. Feng Ying's eyes widened, and her face was filled with a look of disbelief. Will this work? How come you guys just don't believe it? Absolute medicine to cure the disease, this is the ancient Chinese medicine family's panacea, the general public thousands of dollars hard to find. So, well then. Feng Ying gulped and looked at the pills in her hand, mentally beating a retreat. Right at this moment, Zhang Yi raised his right hand and gently touched her hair. Ying, it's okay, even if it doesn't work we don't have anything to lose, right? Give it a try, it might really work. Feeling the other party's large warm hand, Feng Ying's originally escaping mentality calmed down in a flash. Aha! Immediately after that, she nodded fiercely and without saying a word, she directly fed the pill inside her mouth. As soon as the pill was in her mouth, she felt a familiar sensation hit her, a bit of sweetness filling her mouth. Feeling the other party's slightly furrowed brow, Zhang Yi began to become nervous. What's wrong, Ying? Is it the pills? Before Zhang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Feng Ying. No, brother E, the pills feel so delicious, like they're as sweet as candy. A happy smile spread across her face. The pills that she had expected to be bitter were actually so tasty. It is expected that the big Chinese medicine family, then the pills made must be with Chinese herbs, and most of the Chinese herbs are very bitter and difficult to swallow. And this stuff is actually so refreshing. You know what? It's good to be okay. But then he was filled with worry, wriggling his lips slightly as he continued, it's just, I don't know if it's useful or not. A hint of skepticism filled Zhang Yi's slightly green cheeks, not that he couldn't trust the Su Fan duo. It was really that this was all too outrageous. A seemingly simple pill could actually save Feng Ying, who was seriously ill. But even if it was fake, it didn't matter. After all, looking at Feng Ying's happy smile, Zhang Yi felt that anything was enough. As long as the other person was happy, he would always spend time with them even if there wasn't much time left. Su Fan looked at the two men's very different expressions, then laughed out loud. Just rest assured, as long as you take this pill, then you will definitely be able to be cured. If you don't believe me, you'll know in a few days when you go for a review. Looking at the other party's face of confidence, the two Zhang Yi subconsciously nodded. They didn't know what was wrong with them. The other party's soft smile was infectious, as if it was easy to convince others to look like that. Well, don't think so much. Where are you guys planning to go next? Su Fan looked at the mute two and slowly inquired. Zhang Yi had yet to return to his senses, not hearing the other party's question in the slightest as he was still immersed in his own world. Feng Ying looked at the frozen Zhang Yi, and then raised her tiny arm to shove the other party, and repeated Su Fan's question. And it wasn't until then that Zhang Yi slowed down. He thought carefully about the problem. The two of them went out and didn't bring any money with them, not to mention housing, even eating was a problem. Besides, it would have just eloped out, so how could they possibly want to go back? That. After pausing for a few seconds, Zhang Yi slowly spat out a few words with slightly dry lips. We don't know. Without waiting for Su Fan to open his mouth, Tang Yanling suddenly walked over. She tugged on Feng Ying's arm and waved her hand at the two men. Go to our house. We have a place to stay there. Su Fan? He's shocked. What is this woman doing? A place to stay? There's a ing place. Since Tang Yanling's arrival, he's been stuck with the couch. Even what the bed tasted like, he had about forgotten. Now the other party is actually inviting others to stay there. How can 4 people live there? Although Su Fan thought so in his heart, he was not a desperate person. On the contrary, even if Tang Yanling didn't open her mouth, he was planning to invite the two of them to the rental house. Even if you can't live there, but you have to have a home, don't you? And those words just now were just him spitting. You have only yourself to blame for not having much money to live in a big house. Thinking of this, another sigh came from Su Fan. It's really hard to live the life of a human being. The days of the 996 social animal, he just entered the society, are already feeling tired of it. He cannot imagine, other people who have been doing it for decades, how to stick to it. Hearing Tang Yanling's invitation, Zhang Yi stammered and replied, This isn't too good. He knew that although several people had just met and had saved Feng Yingying again, and because of that, he didn't want to continue to cause trouble for people. They had already helped enough, and if they continued to trouble the two of them, their own hearts would be even more overwhelmed. Feng Yingying also felt that this was not good, and always felt that she was causing trouble for the other party. Just as the two of them were about to refuse, they only heard Su Fan say without a care in the world, It's fine, just go to our place. Although the house isn't big, but at least there's a place to settle down temporarily, isn't it? The two still wanted to refuse, but Su Fan interrupted. Seeing that they couldn't argue with each other, and besides, they really didn't have any place to go, they then agreed. With their minds made up, a few of them grabbed a cab on the side of the road and headed for the rental house. At night, the moon and stars look so good that it is not attractive to the eyes. It wasn't long before a cab slowly drove up to a slightly dilapidated rental house somewhere. One after another, several people slowly got out of the car and stayed there until the vehicle drove away. Zhang Yi and his duo carefully surveyed their immediate surroundings, and a trace of surprise flashed through their hearts. Someone from this ancient Chinese medicine family would actually live here? But they weren't looking down on each other, they were just feeling surprised. After all, if it was really as Su Fan had said, just that one tiny pill would be able to make them live a very wealthy life. Chapter 86, Shocking the Crowd. At the bottom of the rental house building, the lights were slightly dimmed. But even so, it was possible to make out the rough outlines of the four. The boy is handsome and the girl is youthful and beautiful. If others were watching this scene, they would not be able to help but stop and watch. After all, people with their temperament wouldn't even live in a place like this. Rental housing, commonly known as retirement areas. The vast majority of them are places where some elderly people live, and the houses here are on the top of their years and slightly dilapidated in appearance. But all young people are not very willing to live here, but the four young people in front of me have become a beautiful scenery here. After getting out of the car, Su Fan led a few people downstairs. That's when Zhang Yi spoke up. Van, is this where you guys live? What, does it look shabby and not very livable? Zhang Yi quickly waved his hand, signaling that he didn't mean it. Van, what are you talking about? I'm just curious. I'll tell these things later, the night is already late, we'd better go up first. Su Fan smiled, signaling a few people to hurry up and follow him upstairs. After about a few minutes had passed, a group of four people arrived at the rental house. The small room wasn't piled high with stuff, but it still felt like you couldn't move your feet. Su Fan looked at the surprised gazes of the two of them, and a slightly embarrassed look appeared in his eyes. He then scratched his head and said to the duo, that, the place isn't too big haha, but it'll do for now, you guys don't have a problem with it, right? No, how could that be? It's good that brother Fan and sister Ling are willing to take us in. When Zhang Yi heard this, he immediately spoke his thoughts to Su Fan with a terrified look on his face. It's just that I think it's nice and warm and feels like home. Feng Yingying picked up the conversation from the side, stating that she liked this little home very much. Although her family was indeed rich and lived in a big house, she had never felt such a warm home since her mother left. The emptiness was such that not many people could really hear her. Of all people, it was probably only Zhang Yi who was her only companion. Alright, since you guys think it's okay, let's stay for now, and we'll discuss the things behind us tomorrow. Su Fan smiled and said to the few people, then revealed a mouthful of white teeth, bringing a feeling of sunshine and warmth. The place was indeed a bit shabby, but Su Fan loved cleanliness, so it didn't appear to be difficult to move in. After leading a few people to the living room, Su Fan immediately ran to turn on the electric kettle and poured a cup of water for each of them. By the way, do you guys drink plain water, or tea? Su Fan's hand that was pouring water suddenly stopped in midair as he inquired at them. I drink plain water, I don't like tea. Feng Yingying sniffed and took the lead in raising her small hand, saying to Su Fan with a shy face. Su Fan nodded, then turned his gaze to Zhang Yi. Brother Fan, I'll drink whatever you drink, I'm a rather casual person, you don't have to be so polite. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa and scratched his head in embarrassment. Okay, then I'll pour you some tea. These tea leaves I still brought from my hometown, it's delicious. Su Fan said to Zhang Yi as he placed the tea leaves. Not long after, 2 cups of piping hot tea were served on the table. Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying jumped to the realization that ever since they had entered the door, Tang Yanling hadn't said a word, and they didn't know what was going on. Zhang Yi looked at the other party who didn't seem to be in a good mood, and then immediately turned to Tang Yanling. Ling, Sister Ling, you drink from my cup. As soon as his words fell, Su Fan immediately opened his mouth. Don't give it to her, she doesn't like to drink the stuff. But who knew? Tang Yanling burst out at once, her eyes glaring at the other party, her eyes very ugly. Who said I'm not going to drink? You actually didn't give Miss Ben pour water? Su Fan? What's wrong with this woman lately? She didn't drink this stuff before. According to the other party's own words, it was that she only drank from spiritual springs. And with all this oraless water in front of her, it was difficult for her to swallow at all. Moreover, these waters were filled with a putrid odor, making it very unpleasant. At that time, Su Fan was also helpless after hearing about it. He also knew that the water wasn't really very good, but there was simply no way around it. But who knew that Tang Yanling spoke so ugly, and at that time, it gave Su Fan a puffy mind. And now you're actually going to drink water again somehow? Didn't you say yourself you wouldn't drink it? Why do you want it again? When did this young lady ever say such a thing? What proof do you have? In an instant, Su Fan was left speechless with dislike. He didn't know how to explain it, the woman was just like that. There are times when you have to follow her, or else Su Fan will have a good time. Su Fan shook his face and forced down his anger. With that, he also intended to pour the other man a glass of plain water. I want tea. But who knew? Tang Yanling continued to speak. She had the piping hot air bubbling inside Zhang Yi's cup and looked as if she was enjoying herself very much, making her want to try it as well. Su Fan's hands trembled slightly as he sniffed. But he forced his anger to settle down. The guests were still there, just give her some face. Well, here's your tea. Su Fan said good 3 times in a row as a way to vent his dissatisfaction. Not long after, he brought a full cup of tea to Tang Yanling. LOL, it won't burn you. He glared at the other man in disinterest, then spilled off to the side and sat down. After he had calmed down a bit, he slowly picked up the tea, gently blew a few breaths, and slowly savored it. And just then, a scene that took everyone by surprise appeared. Only to see the originally seated Tang Yanling, looking at the mist escaping from the teacup, she directly as a hand end up, and then a drink. Su Fan, I'll do it. Zhang Yi, I throw. Feng Yingying, even by karma. Shocked. Extremely shocked. Each of the 3 of them felt the shock of their worldview. A cup of piping hot tea was actually letting Tang Yanling finish it off in one gulp just like that. Not only did he not feel hot in the slightest outside, but instead he licked the corner of his mouth with a look of enjoyment, which surprised everyone present. Feng Yingying was the first to react, as she was sitting right next to Tang Yanling. The fear on her face had not yet dissipated, and immediately afterward, she stammered and opened her mouth to inquire, Sister, aren't you hot? Tang Yanling sniffed, revealing a picture of a puzzled look as she didn't understand why the other party was asking such a question. But out of concern for her newly recognized sister, she answered patiently, hot. It's not hot. Not warm at all. After saying that, she also showed a fresh and light smile towards the other party, signaling that she was fine. Chapter 87, Doing Things in a Low Key. No. Not hot? Feng Yingying immediately felt a blank brain, so hot boiling water, 100 degrees of temperature, the other party actually said without changing his face that it was not hot. And a very calm answer with no temperature? Is this human language? Is the other party really not a flood beast? Her eyes widened and she tried to keep her mouth open to say something, but she couldn't. Zhang Yi was no better, eyeing the other party's unchanged countenance, his mind was greatly impacted. He stammered and trembled as he inquired, Ling. Sister Ling, why don't we hurry and go to the hospital? Zhang Yi was really very concerned about the other party, and he knew how powerful boiling hot water really was. Because that's what he almost fell for when he was a kid, and ever since he was scalded once, he was so terrified of it that it had been engraved inside his body's genes. Right at this moment, Su Fan finally reacted from the shock as well. He had just been driven in by his original worldview in a moment of inattention, not realizing in the slightest that the other party was the titular demon Empress. With such a high level of cultivation, a cup of Baidu's boiling water is a piece of cake for her. No, I'm afraid it's not even a small dish. After all, being at a terrifying cultivation level like theirs, they were able to come and go as they pleased even inside the lava. Looking at the 2 men who were still terrified, Su Fan cleared his throat. Then slowly said, she's fine, don't worry guys, See how you all look like you've seen a living hell, as far as that goes? Su Fan laughed a few times as a way to divert their attention. When Feng Yingying and Zhang Yi heard this, their hearts were like a million horses racing. If that's not a living ghost, then what is it that happens that qualifies as a living ghost? But they had never heard of anyone who could drink boiled water as a cold drink. Zhang Yi slowly opened his mouth, spitting out a few words from inside his trembling mouth. Is this really okay? Su Fan had a helpless look on his face, and his heart was filled with resentment towards Tang Yanling. What on earth was she trying to do, actually behaving like that? Was she trying to scare the 2 of them away? But no ordinary person would be so. It simply shattered the worldview of the crowd. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Moving, he explained to the 2, within her family is a family of ancient Chinese medicine practitioners, possessing a kind of ancient martial arts practice. This temperature is nothing to them. Su Fan's brain worked frantically, turning on his little brain, as a way to round down this behavior of Tang Yanling. Really? Zhang Yi and the two of them were still slightly disbelieving, and the two of them always remained skeptical about this set of sayings. Su Fan looked at the out-of-control scene in front of him and felt his entire head grow large. It looked like they wouldn't believe it, so the only way to do it was for Tang Yanling to come out personally. Immediately after that he sent a message to the other side. Su Fan, what are you doing? Do you know this will scare them? Tang smiling? Why does it scare them? She revealed a picture of puzzlement, looking extremely puzzled by what Su Fan had said. Tang smiling, why? What do you want to do with such a tone of voice to the seat? Su Fan. He then sank down a breath and patiently continued at Tang Yanling. Su Fan, big sister, you have to be careful with your influence. They're all ordinary people, they don't even know that cultivators exist, won't you bring them a great shock by behaving like this? Tang Yanling, is that so? Are ordinary people not able to know about cultivation? Su Fan instantly froze. It looked like he really had to put in a big effort to make the other party understand his words properly. Su Fan, big sister, didn't I tell you, act in a low profile, you can't be so reckless. Tang Yanling, this seat is high profile if you drink a glass of water? Are you looking at this seat disgruntled? Tang Yanling's words came to this, and anger instantly filled her mind. Regarding this behavior of Su Fan, she always felt that she was deliberately looking for a fight. She had clearly only drunk a cup of water, and the other party was actually lecturing her. Su Fan patiently continued to reply. Su Fan, we have to keep a low profile, we can't act like this. The two continued to talk intensely, and after roughly 300 rounds, Tang Yanling was finally defeated. Once again, she was convinced by Su Fan. In the middle of the divine sense world, Su Fan racked his brain and told the other party all the words he could say. He was bitter and said everything he could to fool around. Tang Yanling eventually compromised. With that, she also changed her demeanor and patiently explained to Zhang Yi and the two of them. That's right. We are a family of ancient Chinese medicine practitioners, and these are just training programs among the usual. After Tang Yanling explained, although the bottom of Feng Yingying's two eyes were slightly doubtful, they also accepted it. This matter was considered to have come to an end, and when a few minutes had passed, Su Fan looked at the time, realizing that it was almost 10:30 p.m. He turned his head to look at the three and said, why don't we just rest for the day? After you've had your fill of tea and food, it's just perfect for sleeping. Zhang Yi and the two of them nodded, then looked at Su Fan with an expectant expression. The room didn't look very big, and there were four of them, so how on earth were they supposed to sleep? Su Fan looked at the puzzled gazes of the two of them and then laughed loudly. He pointed a finger at Feng Yingying, how he slowly said, Yingying, you sleep on the bed in the bedroom with Smoky Ling. Feng Yingying sniffed and a shy expression spread across her face. She'd never slept with anyone in her entire life except her own deceased mother. The pretty girl who had just come out of her prime had a blushing little expression running across the top of her face. With that, Su Fan looked at Zhang Yi again. You're bunking with me in the living room. Zhang Yi nodded vigorously, and he was also very much in favor of this approach. A girl should be well taken care of, and besides, the two of them had just become sisters nowadays. Spending more time together can also boost their relationship, isn't it? With those words, Su Fan turned around and went forward to get ready. Not long after, he carried out two thin quilts from inside the bedroom. It was spread out on the floor immediately afterward, looking very sage. He could only do these things himself. There was no way he could call out to that Tang Yanling woman, right? The other party is just like $1,000 lady. How can she do these things? After 2 minutes had passed, Su Fan laid the floor. He stood up on his haunches and subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking extremely labored. But his forehead wasn't sweating at all, and he didn't know why exactly it was so. He turned his head and called out to a few people. The bathroom is right next to the bedroom. You guys can just go wash yourselves later, and there are disposable toothbrushes, so just take them yourselves. With those words, he turned his head to Zhang Yi. Come on, we can both go to bed. Chapter 88. Good intentions are hard to refuse. Zhang Yi eyed the other party's expression, and his cheeks twitched. What kind of talk is that? Is it really good to have two big men? However, looking at Su Fan's sincere gaze, Zhang Yi was too embarrassed to open his mouth to refuse. Immediately afterward, Su Fan said to the Tang Yanling duo, you guys hurry up and go wash up. The two of us will go again when you guys are done washing. With those words, he turned his head and collapsed onto the floor. And the scene only left Tang Yanling's three slightly creased gazes. Not too long after, Zhang Yi also obediently slept next to Su Fan. The first time this kind of thing happened to him, Zhang Yi also felt very embarrassed. After all, he was a young master and had never had this experience before. Not that he resented it, he just felt a little embarrassed. He curled up slightly, and suddenly all he could hear was a crash of water. When Zhang Yi heard this, he already had a rough guess within his heart. He knew one of the two women must have gone to wash up and shower, and for the first time in his life as a triple threat, he was in such close proximity to other girls. It really made a pang in his gut, and he wasn't sure if he was shy or embarrassed. Above the rigid face, a slight redness slowly surfaced, and then slowly spread behind the ears. And just then, Feng Yingying was in the shower. It was true that the environment here was quite ugly, but she didn't mind it. Even if she had been pampered at home since she was a child, that wasn't her personality at all. After about half an hour had passed, she slowly emerged from it. Just see the tiptoe look, so not to cause a ripple in people's hearts. She was at the side of the bedroom and turned her head to look cautiously at Zhang Yi. And right at that moment, Zhang Yi happened to open his eyes as well. Half an hour later, he still hadn't fallen asleep. After all, the sound of water flowing inside the bathroom could be too gripping to the ears, and in his spare time just now, he had inquired about Su Fan. When he learned that it was Feng Yingying inside the bathroom, his heart became even more agitated. As for why Su Fan knew, Zhang Yi thought at the time that maybe the two were a couple, so their habits were probably more familiar. After Feng Yingying and the two of them looked at each other, their respective faces instantly turned as red as a boiling kettle. After all, the two had never lived together at all, even though they did like each other. And now Feng Yingying's head full of hair appeared wet, causing it to be in a trance, only feeling like it had lost its mind. Feng Yingying blushed slightly and originally wanted to open her mouth to say something. But when the words came out of my mouth, I found that I couldn't get them out. Right at this moment, Tang Yanling heard the commotion and directly opened the door to give her a hand to drag her in. Yingying, you're done washing? It's so pretty. Tang Yanling looked at the dainty girl in front of her, causing her to go out of her mind for a while. Although his own sister was still small at the time of her untimely death, that aura on Feng Yingying was very similar to the other party. And even the looks were extremely similar, if not for the fact that the other party had already grown up and become a young adult. She really thought the other person was her own sister reincarnated. During the time when she was dependent on her own little sister, it was the hardest time she had ever had, but it was indeed the happiest time she had ever had. The hardships of life had left the two young children in extreme poverty, but she felt a great sense of relief when she escaped the strange eyes of the tribe. Change out of this outfit for now and wear this one of your sister's, Tang Yanling said while pulling out a set of stepmother's wraparound skirt that Su Fan had bought for her from the side. Feng Yingying did not push back. After all, her clothes were indeed not very clean anymore, moreover, they were also quite wet, and it was not very comfortable to sleep in them. With that, she picked it up. Thanks, sis. Sis. Feng Yingying's words were slightly stiff, yet she still called the other party a sister. I don't know if it was out of politeness or if I really accepted this woman from the bottom of my heart, but all of this was not in Tang Yanling's scope of thinking. As long as the other party called her sister, then she would be very happy. Tang Yanling was still advising Su Fan some time ago, telling him not to interact too much with mortals, but when it came to herself, Tang Yanling had already forgotten most of it. She was extremely fond of this newly recognized sister. Not to mention the fact that the other party was similar to her deceased sister, even the scent of Feng Yingying's body made her very comfortable. After Feng Yingying received her clothes, she intended to change into them immediately, but when she was about to undress, she noticed Tang Yanling for a moment. It was true that the other party was also a girl, but after all, they were not quite familiar with each other. She couldn't pull it off if she just changed her clothes. Tang Yanling looked at the other party's halting movements, then frowned slightly. What's wrong? Do you not like this one? Sister has more here. With that, she turned to search for other clothes. No, it's just... Feng Yingying didn't know how to explain with the other party. She was afraid that once she said it, it might hurt Tang Yanling's heart. After all, judging from Feng Yingying's family environment since she was a child, she did appear to be very shy. She is delicate and fragile, and even if she is shy, she is afraid of hurting others. What's wrong then? Is it indisposition? Tang Yanling's face was filled with a puzzled look and carried a bit of concern. Also, nor. Tang Yanling just stared at the other party, then immediately noticed Feng Yingying's slightly flushed cheeks. At once, she reacted. Is it embarrassed? Then I'll go out first, call me to simmer when you're done changing. With those words, Tang Yanling opened the door and left with a smirk on her face. Only Feng Yingying was left alone in the room. She breathed a slow sigh of relief as she felt the empty room. Regardless, she still wasn't quite used to being in a room with other people. It's not about the relationship, it's about the fact that you can't get past it within yourself. Eyeing Tang Yanling's departing figure, Feng Yingying slowly opened the clothes the other party had handed her. As she spread her skirt on the bed to get a better look, her delicate little face was covered with a momentary flush of red. She looked at the little dress and all she felt was unusually shy. In all her life, she had never worn such a slightly tantalizing garment. When he was at home, his own stepmother was very fond of this dress. When she was a child, she could often see a strange thing, that is, whenever her stepmother wore such a style of clothes, her dad's eyes filled with gusts of arcane light. I was too young to understand the meaning coming from it. And now it was different, although she had not been exposed to the affairs of men and women. But having grown up so much, and having become an adult, certain things that I didn't understand, I now understand. Feng Yingying looked at her stepmother's wraparound skirt on the bed, and a pang flashed through her eyes. She didn't know why Tang Yanling would bring her these clothes, but the other party was definitely acting out of kindness, so she was too embarrassed to refuse. Chapter 89. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning, and after a fierce mental struggle last night, Feng Yingying finally changed into her stepmother's wraparound skirt. But her face still looked extremely shy, and she hadn't slept much all night. The next day, she woke up early at first light. And just as she was about to get up, she felt that above her small breasts, she possessed a pair of slender palms holding her in a deadly embrace. She turned her head slightly, trying to gauge what was going on. When she looked at Tang Yanling, who was sleeping in a daze, her face was slightly flushed red. She wanted to get up, but she was afraid of disturbing her partner's rest. She heard it very clearly late last night. Tang Yanling's mouth inside a hard straight shouted something. At that time, she also happened to be unable to sleep, so she heard the other side of the shouting. Sister, sister, don't leave your sister. Sister, sister, where are you? Sister, can't find you. Sister, it's all my sister's fault, sister. I miss you so much. At that time, after Feng Yingying heard the other party's thin mosquito voice, her heart was flooded with a burst of sourness. With the faint light from the window, she even saw the tears slowly flowing from the corners of the other woman's eyes. She wanted to go and wipe the other woman up, but she was afraid of waking her up. And so it was, with the slow passage of time. Tang Yanling was finally sleeping a lot more soundly, and at that time Feng Yingying was still not asleep. The faint light made its face visible, and she was empathized with the other woman. She herself had grown up without her mother's love, although Feng Dad had loved her very much. But with the presence of her stepmother, she can't feel the warmth of a normal family. Therefore, when Tang Yanling's weak and pitiful appearance was discovered, she felt a burst of heartache all of a sudden. Feng Yingying was originally an attentive girl and knew how to care about other people's attitudes very well. This leads to her being very kind-hearted and always looking out for others. She herself was not supposed to have much of a mold, but instead had a strong heart. Looking at Tang Yanling's pitiful appearance, her heart was also very bad. With that, she made up her mind, since the other party wanted to recognize herself as her sister, then she should face this matter seriously and treat Tang Yanling just like her own sister. That's why she didn't take it down after feeling a pair of coupled arms resting on top of her breasts just now. In fact, for someone like Tang Yanling, dreaming was actually something that didn't exist at all. After all, their brains are extremely active and they don't have any problems sleeping or resting. But last night she slept soundly and had a dream. She dreamed of her own sister, but all she could do was watch as the other slowly disappeared from her sight, trying to grab it, but couldn't. She was powerless, grieving, and in the end all she got in return was loss. She hated herself for being so young and incapable of protecting her sister, so much so that it was allowed to die an early death in the past, for so many years. It was an ardent hope that she buried deep inside her heart. Never mentioned it to anyone. Corpses and blood and murder. All to paralyze herself down and fight every moment. It was the only way she wouldn't be reminded of the most traumatic stories within her. And all this change has to start from meeting Su Fan. Watching Su Fan's concern for her mortal parents back then had once again conjured up memories. At the time, though her mouth was full of disdain, a ripple went through her. It made the originally calm lake ripple. Ancient memories were awakened once again, as she made up her mind to live well in this realm. She'd actually been willingly exposed to this group of mortals, no scheming, no constant watchfulness. This made its originally tense nerves slowly relax. That was why she had slept so peacefully while sharing a pillow with Feng Yingying last night. She had never had such a relaxing moment in all her tens of thousands of years. The day was brightening, and the warm rays of the summer morning sun shone down, then spilled over the windows of the rental house. Feng Yingying just stared at the other party's appearance with a soft face, slightly trembling eyelashes, delicate little face, already bright red lips. She had never seen such a beautiful sister in all her life. And just then, Tang Yanling slowly opened her eyes against the early sun. A lethargic look emerged in her pupils. This sleep felt like she had slept for a long, long time. Long enough for the heavens and the earth to grow old and the seas to dry up in general. Sis, you're awake. Tang Yanling looked at Feng Yingying in front of her and opened her mouth to ask with a happy face. Just woke up a little while ago. How did your sister sleep last night? Feng Yingying smiled faintly and exhaled as she replied. I've never had such a sweet, cozy sleep before. Tang Yanling eyed the other party, then lazily propped up a lazy waist. Well, let's get up too. It's time for breakfast. Tang Yanling looked at the delicate little face in front of her and said as she got up. Within a short time, Tang Yanling was already dressed and stood by the bedside with an expectant look on her face. In fact, she didn't need to eat breakfast, but now that she possessed a sister, she didn't want to let the other person go hungry. She had decided that she was in this realm for one day. Then will treat Feng Yingying one day as his own sister in general, but where there is anyone who wants to bully her, then it is necessary to cross her to come. Feng Yingying slightly poked her head out, looking at Tang Yanling's soft smile. She also only felt a warm current welling up in her heart. After a night of shared encouragement, she was now less shy. Even the whole person seemed much more cheerful and rosier. Coming, sis. She whimpered, then got up from the bed. After she had organized her clothes for a while, she looked at Tang Yanling with a shy face. Sister, did brother Fan buy this dress for you? When Tang Yanling heard this, she frowned slightly, and immediately afterward, she replied, yes, what's wrong, doesn't it fit? No, it's just. The words came out of her mouth, but she couldn't get them out. Thinking of her own dad, then she understood. This is just a small plot between a young couple, and it's not good to ask anything yourself. What's wrong? Shall I find you a new one? Tang Yenling looked at the other party's slightly embarrassed gaze, and then walked towards the other clothes. No need, sis, this one is just fine. Feng Yingying looked at the other party's figure and immediately waved her hand and refused. It's not really a big deal about the dress, it's just that it's not quite acceptable to her nowadays. She wasn't too keen on continuing to bother the other though. Chapter 90. This is a big misunderstanding. Really not? It's really not necessary. Alright then. If you're not comfortable wearing it, you have to tell your sister about the torment. Tang Yenling looked at the other party's panically swinging little hand, and then a smile surfaced on her face. She slowly walked over and directly grabbed Feng Yingying's shoulders. Sister, if anyone bullies you in the future, be sure to tell me, no matter who it is, I'll make him pay. As the words left her mouth, she only saw a ferocious gaze flash from within Tang Yenling's eyes. Feng Yingying looked at the serious Tang Yenling, and she once again felt a warm current surge through her. Although the two had just met last night, they didn't know why. The two are just very much eye to eye, as if there is no separation at all. Tang Yenling didn't know what was wrong with her, she had the ability to clearly feel the change in her emotions. But that was no big deal at all to her nowadays. It's no big deal if you change, as long as your sister is by your side. She wanted to make up for her childhood absence and poured all this love into Feng Yingying. Come on, let's go out together. Feng Yingying nodded vigorously, looking very cute. Ka-ching. The slightly worn room door was slowly twisted open by it, but the next scene was a shock to the two. Only Su Fan's two big men were hugging each other tightly at this moment, face to face with each other, and with a look of enjoyment that made the two girls freeze on the spot in an instant. It's too much of a hot mess. Feng Yingying looked at the two people on the ground and only felt that her face had to roll up. Immediately afterward she covered her eyes with her hands, too embarrassed to continue looking. But in keeping with the mindset of the people who were watching, she slowly emptied her palms into a slit again so that her eyes could penetrate. She didn't know she was so, she obviously seemed extremely shy, but she was just very curious. With that, she gently touched Tang Yenling with her shoulder and muttered something to her in a low voice. Sister, what are they doing? Tang Yenling had the two big men with such a lack of modesty, and her face instantly darkened. Originally, she didn't intend to care about the two, but now actually dared to scare her sister, which made it intolerable. Immediately afterward, her anger flared and she just yelled at the two on the ground, Su Fan. The voice was like heaven-shaking thunder, resounding within the entire room. Su Fan was having a beautiful dream at the moment, and he once again dreamed of Tang Yenling. He was currently inside his dream, holding Tang Yenling in his arms, smiling with a happy face. And just as he was about to kiss the other man lightly, a loud yell followed. Straight through his eardrums, just about on the verge of deafening him in general. He awoke with a sudden start, breathing heavily. What's going on? What happened? Su Fan wiped his face with his hand, then looked at the corner where the sound came from with a confused expression. When he finally slowed down, his face looked extremely ugly. Immediately afterward, he fired at Tang Yenling in a slightly questioning tone. What's gotten into you? You scared me. He was obviously sleeping well, but he dared to let himself be forced to turn on the computer, which was really very difficult for him. When Tang Yenling heard this, she didn't immediately open her mouth, but instead stared at him closely with a black line on her face. Su Fan narrowed his eyes as he realized that things didn't seem quite right. This was because Feng Yingying was currently standing beside Tang Yenling, covering her eyes with her small hands. However, he was able to notice from the gap between the other's fingers that the other was also staring at him curiously at that moment. Su Fan's mind was filled with a feeling of doubt, just as his brain reboot was completed and the system was updated. He was in the process of realizing that it was as if he possessed something heavy pressing down on top of his abdomen, and his cheeks seemed to be a bit raw and painful. At once, he shifted his gaze downward. A scene that made his face covered in black lines all of a sudden appeared. Only one of Zhang Yi's feet was currently resting on his small, above his abdomen. Not only that, the other party was baring his lips at the moment with a look of enjoyment that made him, a big man, flush with goosebumps. For a moment, Su Fan's entire being was bad. Eyes on Zhang Yi beside him, he also observed the two Tang Yenling across from him out of the corner of his eye. His cheeks fluttered violently, and embarrassment instantly filled the living room chamber. He couldn't wait to find a crack to scurry in and hide for a while, at least not in his present-day self. After a few seconds of air silence had passed slightly, Zhang Yi slowly got up with a sleepy groping look. Before he could even open his eyes, only a few words came out of his mouth. What's wrong? As he spoke, he wiped his eyelids. A confused look that made him look unusually innocent. After he had asked for a while, he realized that no one had answered him. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes too, and the first thing that came into his eyes was the Feng Yingying duo. At this time, Feng Yingying had already lowered her hands and was sizing up the two with a curious expression. Upon seeing Feng Yingying's first glance, Zhang Yi instantly revealed a happy smile. Yingying, good morning na. His face was filled with a happy smile. To be able to see the person he loved so much at the first sight of waking up was a great fortune for him. Brother Yi, good morning. Good morning. Feng Yingying's face was slightly red as she stammered and slowly spat out a few words. With that, she cocked her head to the side again. The scene between the two just now, she knew how she couldn't forget it, it was just too profound. But when she thought about it, she looked very embarrassed and petulant. And it was at this moment that Zhang Yi gradually realized that something wasn't quite right. This was because he turned his head and suddenly found Su Fan, who was wearing a black face. The other party's eyes were filled with the color of determination, like an active volcano, as if it would erupt at any time. With a slow downward movement of his eyes, when he saw a slightly reddened area just above the other man's cheeks at the moment. The reddened area wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. On top of it, one could still see a few traces left behind by the liquid, and at that moment, Zhang Yi opened his mouth and inquired, "Brother Fan, did you not sleep well last night? Did I take your place?" He was sincere and apologetic. Su Fan slightly trembled her cheeks, but did not answer him. Immediately after that, Zhang Yi seemed to have realized something, as one of his feet was currently resting on the other party's small, above his abdomen. Seeing this, Zhang Yi took his leg off with a terrified face, and then he said to Su Fan, "No. I'm sorry, Brother Fan, I'm used to sleeping alone at home, I didn't pay attention." He spoke in a voice that grew smaller and smaller to a whisper. Seeing that the other party didn't pay attention to him, Zhang Yi became even more worried. An apologetic look on his face made it awkward. Just as he was still planning to say something, he only heard Tang Yanling's roar come again. Enough! Chapter 91. After Tang Yanling let out a loud roar, Zhang Yi and Su Fan had no choice but to chill out, not daring to open their mouths to say another word. Quiet, deadly quiet. Even the air seems to be frozen in general. On the contrary, only Feng Yingying alone and the side straight laugh cackle. But the more so, the more awkward Zhang Yi and his duo became. Those who had planned to say something had to gulp softly. It's a disaster. This time it's a real social disaster. Just then, Tang Yanling's voice came slowly. "Don't think about those have-nots, even if you guys did something, it's none of my business with Ying." As she spoke, the corners of her eyes teased slightly. Teased. Looking at the two slightly dumbfounded, she continued, "It's time for dinner. What are we having for breakfast?" With those words, she eyed Su Fan's figure. Su Fan silently listened to the other party's words, and when combined with what had happened before, his heart was like a million horses racing. This old face of his is considered to be lost. If the other party mentions it afterward, I am afraid that he will laugh at him for a year. But it is what it is, and we have to let it be. However, he made up his mind that if he had the opportunity, he would definitely teach this brat Zhang Yi a good lesson. How dare you jeopardize his innocence? Thinking so, he turned his head to stare at Zhang Yi in black lines. Feeling the aggressive gaze, Zhang Yi slightly shrunk his neck. But the best thing to do nowadays is to fade away from it as soon as possible. After roughly a few seconds of silence had passed, Su Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Filled with listlessness, he said, "I'll order takeout. What do you guys want to eat?" After the words were spoken, he looked towards the Tang Yanling duo. "What would you like to eat, sister?" Tang Yanling's gaze was soft, and as she was speaking, she held Feng Yingying's jade arm. I don't know, sis, I'll see what sis eats." Feng Yingying's delicate voice came slowly, slightly shy. Although she had already accepted Tang Yanling as her sister, she was treated so carefully in front of two big men. Inside, she still looked a little pouty. Looking at the other party who didn't look unmoved, Tang Yanling continued to say to Su Fan, "Then we'll take 4 buns, 4 large donuts, plus 2 bowls of congee and 2 cups of soy milk." When the words trailed off, she eyed Feng Yingying back. "Is this enough for you, sister?" I can't eat that much." Feng Yingying was really shocked by the other party's large amount of money. How could she, a tender woman, eat so much? Even 2 people can't finish it. But then she seemed to remember something. After all, the other party all day and night but dazzled several plates of duck blood to come. Appetite is really big scary. With that thought in mind, she continued speaking immediately afterward. All listen to your sister." Yes. Tang Yanling adored Feng Yingying as her sister, wanting to pour all of her love into her, never letting anyone bully her one hair. "Hear that? That's all we're eating, you two watch what you eat." With those words, she pulled Feng Yingying and turned her head to go wash up. Only Su Fan and the two of them remained within the living room, looking at the departing other party. The two of them were instantly reminded of the awkward scene they had just witnessed, and neither of them had the good sense to open their mouths in the first place. Helpless, Su Fan flipped his pillow over and took out his cell phone. Then you clicked on the takeaway platform, watched the delivery and went straight to find a better value store. After choosing the food for the Tang Yanling duo, he turned his head and eyed Zhang Yi. The slightly narrowed eyes brought Zhang Yi a great sense of oppression. Van, I really didn't mean it." As he spoke, he rolled his throat. However, as Su Fan's frown became tighter and tighter, Zhang Yi was horrified inwardly. Van, I always sleep alone at home, so I didn't know this would happen." Speaking of which, Zhang Yi felt that he had no face to meet people as well. It's really humiliating, but humiliating it is. Who let him also leave evidence as well as 2 living witnesses? There was still a red lip mark on Su Fan's cheek nowadays if he guessed correctly. That lip mark was definitely his doing. Su Fan, after a fierce inner battle, then didn't say anything more on top of this matter. What are you eating? The oppressive atmosphere was finally eased as he called out to Zhang Yi. I'll eat anything, Van. Zhang Yi looked very weak. It looks like without 10 days and a half, he cannot pass this hurdle. Okay then, I'll order whatever I want. Su Fan didn't care about him anymore, and in a short while he placed the order, looking at the white flowers of silver that float away. His heart was dripping blood straight from one to the other, and he'd ordered almost $100 for a breakfast. And that's still the amount paid after the coupon, making it about a flesh pain up. Originally he still only had to support Tang Yanling alone, but now there are 4 mouths to feed. There's a saying that's always been passed around in the past, and everyone says that one more mouth is just one more pair of chopsticks, but that's only appropriate for a previous era. Now that eating had become a problem, towards the only funds left inside his wallet, Su Fan just felt his head grow big. It looks like it's time to think of a way to make money, or else we won't know how long we'll last if we keep squandering like this. After about 20 minutes or so had passed, a delivery man wearing a yellow jacket and a rabbit helmet knocked on the door of Su Fan's rented house. Hello sir, takeout has arrived. Coming. Su Fan immediately ran to open the door, and after the delivery man who caught his eye appeared in front of him, his eye color suddenly went odd. It's you again. Little brother. Had karma. The delivery boy scratched his head and signaled that Su Fan could sign for it. The person who came was the same takeout boy that Su Fan had compensated the other day. At that time, he was shaken down the stairs by Tang Yanling, and Su Fan lied and said that he was made to go down by his cat. Just as Su Fan reached for the takeout, the little man slowly looked his gaze indoors. When he saw that there was a man and a woman inside, his eyes changed as he looked at Su Fan. Are young people so fancy nowadays? 2 men and 2 women living together is fine, but they are still dressed so revealing and seductive. Seductive? This caused a great shock among the takeaway boy's heart, and he really couldn't figure out where he had fallen short. Obviously his looks aren't too bad. But why is it that he just doesn't have a girlfriend? The takeout boy's eyes were out of focus for a while, and right at that moment, Tang Yanling looked over to the takeout from indoors as well. As she met his eyes, the delivery boy just felt a thrill run through his body. Goosebumps rose straight up his back, and a numbing sensation spread throughout his body. Chapter 92, Meeting Little Brother Again. At this moment, Little Brother's eyes were filled with panic, and he didn't know what was wrong with him. Why did a person who was a good person suddenly become like this? It was as if he had met a natural enemy, and he felt very frightened. He was trembling slightly, as if he was about to go limp again if he didn't pay attention. As expected, just as Su Fan took the takeout, Little Brother actually rolled straight down the stairs again. Su Fan? What was wrong with this person? He didn't want to say anything the time before. After all, it was Tang Yanling's problem. But it's no fun to make a scene like this again, is it? He wasn't some kind of ingrate, so how could he hand him money twice? Thinking of this, the corner of Su Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Listening to what seemed to possess something rolling down outside the house, Zhang Yi quickly came to Su Fan's side with a single brisk step, and he looked outside with a face full of doubt. What's wrong? Van? Su Fan sighed helplessly and said slowly, the delivery boy rolled down the stairs. With those words, he was about to plan to go downstairs and check it out. Immediately afterward, he turned his head and handed the takeout in his hand to Zhang Yi. Why don't you take it in and let them eat it first? I'll go down and see. And just then, he followed his gaze to Tang Yanling. I only saw that woman was gloating at the moment, as if the atmosphere could be reached. Looking at the other party with such a face, Su Fan instantly understood something. He frowned with a look of impatience and transmitted his voice to it. Su Fan, did you strike again? The words were 3 parts inquisitive, 2 parts reprimanding, and 5 parts helpless. Tang Yanling raised her eyebrows all of a sudden, feeling Su Fan's gaze, she also became annoyed. Tang Yanling, so what if it's this seat? Immediately followed by another cold snort came. Su Fan, what do you want? Do you have to make a mess to feel better? Tang Yanling, this seat observes that his eyes are full of obscenities, which makes the seat very uncomfortable, so he takes a shot at teaching him a lesson. Su Fan. Hearing the other party reply in such a manner, Su Fan couldn't say anything more. After all, although Tang Yanling was sometimes nervous, she couldn't be guilty of deceiving herself in such matters. Besides, with her cultivation level, it was simply not too easy to see through the heart of a mortal. Thinking of this, Su Fan could only let out a long sigh of helplessness. These ancestors are not easy to serve. He didn't care about the annoyed Tang Yanling anymore, but after explaining a couple of sentences, he ran straight towards the downstairs. If a person gets killed, he'll really be in for a treat. Leaving aside the question of who is right and who is wrong, in a world where the law is above all beings and life is at some point the most precious thing of all, you can't take the other person's life just because of their evil thoughts, can you? Su Fan adhered to the correct 3 views and went downstairs. When looking at the unconscious little brother, he shook his head again. Why is this scene so similar? With that, he slowly crouched down. Body, put his finger on top of the other party's neck artery. Wanted to check to see if the other person still had any vital signs present, when a strong, powerful pulse was felt. He was finally relieved that there was nothing serious. It should just pass out. Looking at the unconscious little brother, Su Fan patted the other's cheek with his hand. Hey little brother, wake up. In no time at all, little brother's cheeks were reddened by his slap. Looking at the other party's still not waking up appearance, and realizing that half of the other party's face had already been slapped red by himself, Su Fan's eyes dribbled for a moment, and then he slapped towards the other side. He let out a slow breath when the two sides were about the same color. If both sides were flushed with red, then even if the other party woke up, he would have an excuse to excuse himself. You can't say you gave it a shot yourself. If that happens, there's no telling if the other party will come after them for a medical bill. Just like that, when a few seconds passed after Su Fan stopped his hand, Xiao Zhao's eyelids fluttered slightly a few times. He sensed that the other man was close to waking up, and continued to yell at the top of his lungs immediately afterward. Hey little brother, how are you doing? Little brother felt a fiery pain in his cheek in a blur, and just then a voice reached his ears. He slowly opened his eyes with a confused look on his face, his eyes revealing a listless emotion. What's happening to me? He used his hand to gently caress, touching his stinging cheeks. He then asked Su Fan. It's okay, you're fine, you just accidentally tripped over my cat's foot and rolled down. Su Fan looked at the other party and started babbling in a serious manner. The tone of his voice revealed keen concern. Yes? The little brother cocked his head as if he didn't quite believe the other's words. Okay, that's it. What about you don't think so much? Here's $100, take it and consider it my compensation to you. With those words, Su Fan pulled out a $100 bill from his wallet and penciled it into the little brother's arms. Looking at the red ticket that the other party took out, Xiao Zhao instantly felt energized, even the stinging cheeks didn't hurt anymore. With a jerk, he was on his feet. The appearance of his body being twice as good, even Su Fan was slightly sidelined by it. Good man, it's really a case of people dying for money and birds dying for food. Su Fan silently spat in his heart. I'll leave you to it then, I have to go deliver the food. I'll just leave first huh? The little brother said as he slowly walked towards the stairs, not forgetting to put the $100 into his pocket on the way forward. It's $100. It's a big loss if you lose it. You know, for $100, he's going to be busy for a long time. However, he also slightly looked not too nice. After all, he took Su Fan 100 dayang for no reason. Once he had passed down the stairs, Little ran a hand over his head, wondering why he was tripping over cats every time he came here. He didn't see any cats, did he? As he thought of this, he felt another slight tingling sensation coming from his cheek, directly causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. He leaned over the top of the motorcycle's reflector and looked startled when he saw that both sides were past the blinding red on one side. None of that mattered though, he had a good bit of takeout left to deliver. Without another thought, he started the engine of the little motorcycle and took off in one direction. The rental house hallway, Su Fan eyed the other party's departing figure, just a burst of helplessness. He cupped the thickness of his wallet in his hand, and heartache struck instantly. I haven't even left the house yet, and I've squandered $200. It was definitely impossible to say that it didn't hurt, but there was nothing more to be said when it came down to it. Su Fan made up his mind that he had to get something good out of Tang Yanling. Otherwise he was about to be unable to support her. With that, Su Fan walked towards the upstairs without looking back. Chapter 93, It's Not a Simple Idea. After Su Fan went upstairs and opened the door, the first scene that made him fall down appeared, only to see that the three of them were eating with gusto, and Feng Yingying was holding a cup of soybean milk in her hands. Zhang Yi ate 2 large steamed buns while Tang Yanling had all the food scraps in front of her, and the bags were flung to the side in a mess. Su Fan's eyelids jumped. He really hadn't expected Tang Yanling to be so capable of eating. Even his share was given a flare off, and looking at the scene in front of him made his head spin. She went ahead and wiped the other's ass herself, but she was so good that she didn't leave a scrap of breakfast behind. Besides, he had advised the other party to eat it before, and this woman had a look of disdain on her face. What's with all the talk about eating some kind of spirit vulture meat? Didn't you save any for me? Su Fan came to Tang Yanling's front and looked at the other party who seemed to not have a full stomach directly yelled loudly. This young lady has a big appetite and ate yours too, why don't you get a new one? Tang Yanling blinked her eyes towards Su Fan as she spoke. Su Fan. Looking at this disruptive woman in front of him, all of a sudden he had no way out. Since we don't have any more, let's not eat one meal won't make you hungry. Su Fan decided to commiserate a bit, and he wouldn't have done so if his wallet hadn't dried up. After a while, Zhang Yi looked at the mess all over the ground, then slowly got up and cleaned up. And right at this moment, Su Fan's low voice slowly came out. You guys. What are you two going to do next? He looked at Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying duo in a serious manner. We don't know yet. Looking at the other party's confused appearance, Su Fan's head also rose for a while. They are all the children of the capitalist bigwigs in Jianhai City, and now that they have fled the country, it's definitely not a problem. The impact of keeping them around for a long time isn't great either, but there's not much else that's good. The air fell slightly silent, and no one spoke. After about half an hour had passed, Zhang Yi packed up the garbage and came back. Tang Yanling's vermilion red lips lightly opened, only to see a small amount of anticipation revealed in her pair of eyebrows. Sister, why don't you guys just stay here the whole time? She silently eyed Feng Yingying, waiting for the other party's next reply. We don't want to continue troubling the elder sister duo. Feng Yingying's voice was slightly lost. She both didn't want to go back again and didn't want to trouble Su Fan's duo. They have all seen the situation here and know that the other side is not on very good terms. It would certainly create a large overhead if you stayed in the area all the time. Originally soft-hearted, when she perceived this scene, her heart became even harder. It's okay sister, Su Fan will feed us. As Tang Yanling spoke, she turned her gaze toward Su Fan, her eyes revealing a great sense of anticipation. How could she not understand what kind of person Su Fan was? Couldn't he get a little earthly money? Feeling the other party's gaze, the corner of Su Fan's mouth twitched slightly. He immediately felt a great pressure. This woman really looked up to him. Let him feed 4 people on his own? Are you kidding me? But he was too embarrassed to just open his mouth and tell the duo to pack up their bunks and leave. After all, they had nowhere else to go. When he thought of this, he had no choice but to let out a long breath, and the pressure within him was immense. You guys might as well stay. It's not too late to go back after some time. Su Fan also sent out his voice to retain the two. Well, then we can't afford to eat for free. Feng Yingying's thin mosquito voice came out, and she felt very self-conscious, blaming herself for being useless. Sensing the other party's emotions, Tang Yanling slowly placed her hand on top of the other party's shoulder. Why, sister, it's no matter. Right at this moment, Zhang Yi slowly opened his mouth immediately afterward. I do have an idea, and it's got a pretty good chance of success coming. What's the idea? At those words, Su Fan turned his head to eye the other party. We could go set up a booth. That's what my college friends did over the summer, and they made some good money. As he spoke, Zhang Yi's tone also seemed to become more and more agitated. When his college classmates made a lot of money day after day by setting up stalls, they were admired for a while. Although that little bit of money as a second-generation rich man could not even look at, but he admired the other party to be able to make money through their own efforts. In the next few moments, Zhang Yi told the 3 people sitting there the whole story, explaining the points at stake. After about an hour had passed, Chang finally paused. Su Fan had been listening patiently, and originally he hadn't looked down on the other party's ideas. But when the other party spoke more and more deeply, he realized that it was his own pattern that was small. The other party was originally a rich second generation, with family businesses all over Zhanghai City. Growing up, he must have followed his father's example, and his insight into the shopping mall is very clear. This made Su Fan look at it with a strong side eye. It really wasn't simple awe. It's true that no one who can achieve great things is a rice bucket. But let's not talk about the losers, they can't even lift the table. They talk about something like this. Zhang Yi proposed that they prioritize a batch of goods, and then go to the downtown area at night to set up a stall. The flow of people there is also greater, and besides, the policy is also very supportive of the stall economy. After accumulating enough money, they were on the verge of dismantling a storefront. But these are not permanent solutions, they can only last for a while. But that's all an afterthought. Making up his mind, Su Fan accepted Zhang Yi's offer. The duo then began to get busy, carefully discussing the audience for their purchases during this time. Time was like running water, and most of the day had passed in the blink of an eye. Su Fan and his duo's deliberations were gradually coming to fruition, and they planned to buy something within clothing first. After all, the Tang Yanling duo was so out of this world that no matter what they wore, they looked very good. Once the two of them were standing there, then a large number of customers would surely come to pick them out. Both of them are 1 in a million in terms of face, temperament, and figure. Even if Feng Yingying couldn't compare to the unique charm that Tang Yanling exuded from the inside out. But it's not even close to the on-screen models. At 12 o'clock at noon, groups of 4 headed to the wholesale clothing market to pick up beautiful outfits. When they came to the wholesale market, they realized that the clothes here were generally very cheap. This caused Su Fan's face to twitch, and he always felt that he had sort of lived in vain all these years. Definitely got screwed quite a bit buying those clothes, knowing that clothing here is wholesale by the pound. And he had a pang when he thought of the dozens and hundreds of dollars he'd spent on a dress. If I had bought it here in the first place, it probably would have only cost about $10. The 4 of them had finally settled on a target after more than an hour of scouting. After inquiring, this store is factory direct and is relatively much cheaper. And adhering to the principle of buying the most goods with the least amount of money, this store is undoubtedly the preferred occasion. Chapter 94, Get Out of the Way. Let me do it. 4 people slowly came to the door, only to see the store slightly worn out a little bit, from which can be deduced that there are probably some years. The outside is filled with samples, while the bulk of the goods are in the warehouse at the back. Boss! Su Fan yelled out towards the inside, and after about a few seconds a middle-aged man in his 40s rubbed his hands together and slowly came in front of a few people. The man's name is Wang Er, a famous clothing wholesale boss in the neighborhood. He looks fat, with a round belly and a wallet around his waist. Looking at the 4 handsome men and women in front of him, Wang Er's eyes instantly brightened. Would you all like to see the clothes? As he spoke, he scrutinized the 2 Tang Yanling girls. A small amount of aggression was still revealed in his eyes, followed by a lick of his lips. Right at this moment, Su Fan stepped forward and blocked the Tang Yanling duo behind him. With a slight frown, he opened his mouth and asked, "Boss, we want to see the goods." Well, it's ready to be seen. Inside please, everyone." As he was saying this, he tilted his head to the side, wanting to take the opportunity to continue observing Tang Yanling, a sense of evil that could not be hidden in his eyes. With those words, he made a gesture of invitation towards a few people. Su Fan nodded, then led the other three towards the inside. Boss Wang Erfan bowed slightly and waited until a few people had stepped forward, then he followed Tang Yiling's departing position and sucked in the air with a burst of enjoyment. Just then, Su Fan's voice came again. "Boss, come and introduce us." Wang Er sniffed, immediately shivered, then panicked and looked to the side. After realizing that no one had found him, he slowly sighed in relief. It's coming. While agreeing, he hurried towards a few people at a quick pace. Tang Yanling eyed these women's clothes in front of her, curiosity showing in her eyes. The flowery looks and slightly bizarre costumes drew her eyes. It turned out that it was really like what Su Fan had said, the girls in this realm were really all wearing some clothes. Her mouth opened slightly when she saw a large row of JK uniforms pass by. I didn't realize there were actually so many styles, and one little star after another popped out of my eyes. She wanted to try them all if she could. Looking at the other party's excitement, Fatty Wang smiled with a fawning face and said, "Beautiful women have good eyes, all the things inside our store are sold directly by the manufacturers, and the quality can definitely be guaranteed. And if a girl is pretty as you put it on, it would definitely look great. There are all kinds of styles, and what's not on the market is here." After the words were spoken, he looked at Tang Yanling's red lips that were like flames with an expectant face. He was really too greedy. After living for so many years, what kind of girl hadn't seen, but one like Tang Yanling could simply kill him. Fatty Wang secretly thought in his heart, if the other party can accompany himself for a night, even if it is $100,000 he is willing. I just don't know, though, if the young lady is willing. After all, looking at the four of them, it looked as if they were two couples coming together. In order to try his best to please Tang Yanling, he had just blown it out of proportion. Right at this moment, Su Fan slowly opened his mouth. "What are these prices?" "Both. It's all $50 wholesale, but for the sake of the two beauties, you can get 50% off, 25 apiece would be good." Fatty Wang's gaze was fixed firmly on Tang Yanling for a while, not leaving for a moment. Su Fan sniffed and frowned slightly, then he looked at the other party's unsuspecting gaze again, and an inexplicable fire struck him in response. He transmitted his voice to Tang Yanling. "Su Fan, this old boy isn't looking at you right." Tang Yanling, "Aha, I know." Tang Yanling raised her eyebrows slightly, without answering. "Su Fan, you're not mad at me for knowing? That's not like you." Tang Yanling, "It doesn't matter, you'll see later." Tang Yanling replied indifferently, as if she had already thought of a solution to this matter. Su Fan. Eyeing the other party's calm expression, doubts flashed through Su Fan's heart. This woman how to feel recently changed a lot. Some days ago met this kind of thing can be absolutely not like this. What's wrong with you today? Is the old melon not working well? Su Fan thought so, but didn't say it out loud. Just as Su Fan was still trying to press the price, he saw Fatty Wang suddenly reach down and take a piece of clothing down to Tang Yanling's body. His eyes revealed a feeling of impending success with a lewd grin on his face. Just when his hands were about to touch Tang Yanling's chest, Su Fan saw that it was bad and directly raised his hand to block it. "Boss, we'd better do it ourselves. Just don't bother you." Flames were slightly revealed in Su Fan's eyes, and somehow, watching the other party approach Tang Yanling made his heart feel very bad. Okay. Wang Er's eyelids twitched, then he glared resentfully at Su Fan. "Sister, look, this one is pretty too. If we buy it back, there will definitely be a lot of people buying it." Feng Yingying tugged at Tang Yanling's jade arm, reaching out and pointing at a long dress and said to Tang Yanling, "A gentle and lovely girl like her just loves the feeling of a long, flowing dress that brings a sense of immortality." Since my sister likes it, let's take a look at it first," Tang Yanling said with a soft tone and a gentle face. "I'll take it to Yingying and try it on to see how it looks on her," Zhang Yi said as he went forward to fetch the long white dress. The top of the long dress was worn with a small orchid that made the eyes light up. "It's so pretty, I think a dress like that would sell well." Feng Yingying laughed happily. This feeling of personal involvement was very pleasurable to it. This is something that has never been done before in the midst of a previous upbringing. Although the family would buy her some clothes from big international brands, she didn't like them much at all. No matter how expensive something is, once there is no emotion invested in it, it is still useless. "Boss, can I try on this dress?" After receiving the skirt from Zhang Yi's hands, Feng Yingying asked towards the boss. "Yes, of course. That's the fitting room over there." Wang Er pointed to a corner on the left with an excited face, only to see a slightly light permeable curtain slowly fluttering. Feng Yingying laughed very happily, and then she pulled Tang Yanling over there. As soon as she pulled the curtain over, her face froze on the spot. It was really because this fitting room was too humble. As the richest daughter of the richest man, she had never changed her clothes in such a place before. Just for a moment, she fell silent, staring at the dress in her hands and fuming, not knowing what to do. Chapter 95, Siege. Looking at Feng Yingying, who suddenly stopped moving, Tang Yanling softly opened her mouth to inquire. What is it, sister? Feng Yingying shook her head, strongly overcoming her fear. Because of her insecurity since she was a child, she didn't feel safe at all in a humble locker room like this one, let alone having to change her clothes here. It's not some strange disease of a young lady, it's just the family environment from childhood. No. Nothing, it's just that it feels like changing here, like it's not too safe. Feng Yingying blushed slightly and replied in a stuttering tone. Just when Su Fan wanted to comfort the other party, it was fine if he didn't want to try. A red glow made his face darken. Inside the locker room, he seemed to have found something remarkable. However, he didn't dare to be sure, so he then transmitted his voice to Tang Yanling in a serious tone. Shufan, sweep this place with your divine sense, I feel something. Tang Yanling, you found it too? This seat has long realized that there is a big problem here. Su Fan, really? He had an odd expression on his face. If the other party had really found out, why didn't he get angry and instead answered him with a calm face? Tang smiling, of course, and what's in here looks basically the same as the guy in your living room. The corner of Su Fan's eyebrows twitched at his words, as expected. This fat guy with a lewd face actually installed a camera here. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart towards Wang Er had reached its peak. It is important to realize that without their discovery, there is no telling how many innocent young girls would have been violated. And how many people have been violated before this and didn't know it. The more he thought about it, the more grateful he became within his mind. Fortunately, he and Tang Yanling found out in time, otherwise Feng Yingying's innocence could have been lost. The two of them ended their voice transmission, and Su Fan walked towards the locker room with an angry face. Immediately after that, he made a jump, and then as if he had yanked on something, he gave a downward push, and a camera leapt into view. It's... Feng Yingying and Zhang Yi both directly sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. Looking at the camera in Su Fan's hand, they both immediately reacted as well. Seeing this, Zhang Yi ran towards Wang Er like a madman. Just as he wanted to step in and teach the other party a good lesson, he only saw Wang Er's face in shock as he roared at him. What are you doing? Do you want to hit someone? That's right, I just want to give you a good beating, you pervert. With that, Zhang Yi directly swung his fist down, and then ruthlessly slammed it onto Wang Er's face. The big, fat face, after being punched like that, had a jiggle of fat on it. And right at that moment, a strong fist wind carried a little blood as well as a few broken teeth flying in midair. Fatty Wang felt the fiery pain on his face, and one by one, he only shouted for help. Help! Someone's trying to kill someone. His tone revealed horror and desperation for pain. He didn't expect the kid to be as rash as he was, fighting at the drop of a hat. Zhang Yi's hand didn't stop yet as he continued to swing his fist, carrying up strands and strands of blood. Just as Fatty Wang's consciousness was about to disappear, Su Fan shouted out. Stop! Stop fighting! Brother Van! What's the point of keeping this kind of scum? The anger on Zhang Yi's face had yet to dissipate as he replied to Su Fan's words in a slightly unconvincing manner. Any more fighting will result in a death, and there is always a law in place to punish people like him, Su Fan said as he went up and yanked Zhang Yi down. After leaving Fatty Wang's body, Zhang Yi continued to snort coldly at him, his eyes filled with anger going. If it wasn't for Su Fan's timely discovery, he wouldn't have been able to imagine what exactly would have happened to Feng Yingying. Looking at the dead fat man who kept wailing on the ground, his fists squeezed a few points tighter. He, Zhang Yi, had said that he would protect Feng Yingying. If something really happened to the other party, how could he face the other party? After Fatty Wang felt the other party stop moving down, he curled up and then slowly climbed up. A sinister color was revealed in his eyes, and after wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, he looked at Su Fan's four people resentfully. Brat, you're done. Once the harsh words had been let out, he shouted at the warehouse immediately afterward. Come on people. Someone's smashing the venue. Hiss pain. Unluckily, the roar was so loud that it actually tore the wound at the corner of his mouth, causing it to directly suck in a mouthful of cool air. Not long after, several slightly slim young men with fierce faces surrounded Su Fan's four. They each had steel pipes in their hands, and their faces were furious. Immediately afterward, a slightly older young man frowned and shouted, Are you the ones who want to smash our family's venue? With those words, he gave the crowd another hard stare. Looking at how terrifying the other party was, Feng Yingying subconsciously took a step back, followed by a look of horror. In all her life, she had never encountered such a thing. Zhang Yi was also intimidated by the scene in front of him, even though he did beat up Wang Er just now. But that was, after all, a surge of qi and blood, and a stimulation within the mind that was why it was so courageous. But he couldn't help but gulp in the face of several men holding knives. Although it is true that there were fights in the school days, but those were just small fights. Then there's such a frightening array. Looking at the four people with wary gazes, the man in the lead continued, there are actually two beauties, how they look quite iconic. If you two are willing to accompany my brother for a bit tonight, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you go. With that, he pointed a steel pipe at the crowd with a teasing look on his face. You're delusional. Feng Yingying gathered her courage and shouted towards the other party, then eyeing the other party's fierce face, she once again hid behind Zhang Yi. Enough! It's obviously your problem, and now you're actually shouting at thieves. Su Fan eyed his opponent and took a big step forward, blocking the crowd behind him. Although it was true that he couldn't beat these people, but then what, wasn't Tang Yanling, the demoness, still here? Pretending to be pussy in front of the two youngsters was also able to raise his charisma. You, kid, you've got a backbone, but it's best if you're still so backbone when you get beat up later. At those words, a few youngsters laughed along with him. Wang Er looked at the large number of people on his side, and a sinister intent was born on his face. Fight! Give me a good beating and teach these boys who don't know what they're doing a good lesson. With those words, he used the corner of his eye to glance at Tang Yanling's tantalizing figure again. Immediately afterward, he changed his words, Don't hit those two pussies, it would be a shame to break them. Chapter 96 Boundless. The young man at the head of the group had an evil look on his face, and from his mouth came a guttural little sound. Don't worry about it, it's the first time I've seen such a beautiful pussy, so let my brothers have a good time later. When he finished, he nodded toward a few of the young men. Watching their family boss so vocalized that they were able to get a taste of it as well. The banter of a few people grew even louder. Seeing this, Su Fan also sighed helplessly. The thought crossed his mind that these guys were probably wasted. If you messed with that Tang Yanling woman, you'd have to shed your skin if you didn't die. However, thinking of the other party's previous behavior, Su Fan was still afraid that the other party would do something that crossed the line. So he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Tang Yanling. Su Fan, you have to stop later. Don't get someone killed. Tang smiling, I don't need you to say more. Su Fan. He is now more and more unable to see through this woman. Just now Wang Er violated the gaze, but even he saw it. But the other party didn't even get angry right away, but instead told him to keep quiet. Now that he actually refuted his own words, Su Fan really couldn't figure out what kind of medicine was being sold in the other party's gourd. But as long as no one was killed, let her do whatever she wanted. After all, this woman was the demon Empress, and once she couldn't stand it she was really quite terrifying. Feng Yingying appeared to be trembling behind Zhang Yi, but the light from the corner of her eyes could tell that she wasn't giving in either. Although she couldn't help much, she definitely couldn't drag her feet. Just then, the young man at the head bellowed, Brothers, give it to me, let these few youngsters know how powerful we are. As soon as the words fell, the crowd rushed up one after another. Suddenly, a scene unexpected to everyone appeared. Only to see that the crowd that had originally intended to strike out to teach Su Fan and the others a lesson actually fell straight to the ground. And he was convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and his eyes were white for a while. Fatty Wang looked at such a bizarre scene in front of him, and immediately peed his pants. His eyes were horrified, revealing a look of despair. Immediately after that he was not paying attention and just sat straight up on the floor. Stretching out an outstretched finger, he pointed at Su Fan and his party. What have you guys done? What? I didn't do anything, didn't they plant themselves on the ground? Su Fan coming soft, looking at the yellowed water stains on the ground with a disdainful face. Demon magic, who the hell are you guys? Fatty Wang's tone stuttered, looking unusually alarmed. Right at this moment, a burst of light was revealed in Tang Yanling's eyes, and it just shot straight towards Wang Er's brain. Rumble. Fatty Wang felt in the brain, as if he possessed something that was torn open in an instant. Before he could think about it more, the consciousness slowly faded away. The viewpoint returned to Feng Yingying and the others, only to see that Wang Er, who had been babbling just a moment ago, stopped talking all of a sudden. Even the anger that had been on his face relaxed a little with it, and in a short while he actually stood up straight. With a sway of his body and a change of expression, Wang Er actually dragged his urine-soaked legs slowly towards the several people. Before the crowd could open their mouths, Wang Er turned to Su Fan with a respectful face and said, Master, I'm really sorry, just now it was my little one who was a bit of a fool, I'll make amends to you. Feng Yingying and Zhang Yi both looked at the bizarre scene in front of them, their brows furrowed as they subconsciously assumed that the other party was trying to pull off some kind of trick. However, right at this moment, Wang Er opened his mouth immediately afterward, causing the two of them to be shocked. In order for you to see little sincerity, all the goods inside this store can be taken away for free if you like them. At those words, Feng Yingying's two pupils instantly shrunk. What the hell is this guy up to? They can't figure it out. Just then, Su Fan shouted to the crowd with a helpless face, let's go. Change the store. With those words, he was about to turn around and leave. But Zhang Yi wanted to open his mouth to say something, but Su Fan instantly interrupted him. It's all in the past, don't think so much, these guys will be taken over by the relevant departments later, there's no need for us to worry. Really? Really? Zhang Yi asked at Su Fan with a face full of doubt, his eyes revealing incomprehension. Oops. Let's go, trust me, I'll call someone to fix it. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside, while at this moment, Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying were staring wide-eyed at each other, looking at each other with their four eyes, but they didn't know what to say. Reminiscing about the other party's unexpected medical skills, and the mysterious family. The two of them instantly put their hearts down as well. Su Fan's duo definitely still had a backhand. Maybe they were heirs to an ancient hidden family and their coming out to live alone was just a training exercise. Thanks to the fact that the two were youngsters, their brains were able to be so big. There was still no need for Su Fan to do the ideological work, and he actually patched up all the holes on his own. Immediately afterward, several people followed Su Fan's pace one after another as well. Su Fan, you'll remember to ask them to turn themselves in later, and then make it clear about the sneak peek, and never leave our images behind. If not, if someone with a good intention finds out, our lives won't be peaceful. Su Fan knew that it had to be powerful, and then he transmitted his voice to Tang Yanling. Tang Yanling, this seat knows, no need for you to say more. Su Fan, it better be. The transmission ended and the two didn't speak again. After coming outside the store, Su Fan eyed the crowd and slowly said, let's go find another one. I see that the clothes in that one are quite good as well. Good. I agree. Zhang Yi was the first to chime in, followed by Feng Yingying who nodded in agreement. Seeing that Tang Yanling didn't open her mouth, Feng Yingying tugged at the other party's coat corner with her hand, a pleading face. Go on then. Only after hearing this did Feng Yingying reveal a happy smile, and then the crowd walked in another direction, gradually blurring their backs. And after the crowd had left, a bizarre scene suddenly appeared in the store. Only to see that the young people who were originally paralyzed on the ground actually stood up en masse. Their eyes were lightless, revealing a slightly dull look. Immediately after that, they slowly walked towards the relevant department under the leadership of Fatty Wang, carrying the camera that had been peeled off by Su Fan on their way out. This bizarre scene was seen by the people on the street, large and small, and they only felt a pang of curiosity. Why do they walk so strangely, drooping their heads as if they don't even have to look at the road? Not long after, a few people in the group arrived at the relevant department. When the people inside saw them in such a state, their brows furrowed. After roughly half an hour had passed, the several people led by Wang Er were all imprisoned inside. They have all confessed to leniency and revealed all their crimes. When the relevant departments were informed of the news, they were all shocked, which is really too appalling. So, the institute urgently set up a task force to go and carefully investigate the case, to return the public a truth. And an explosive news that was about to shock Jianghai City slowly pulled back the curtain. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Chapter 97, I know this place well. As the relevant department set up a task force to investigate the matter, Su Fan and his party of 4 had already returned with a full load. Of course, no matter how much the other side investigated, it wouldn't end up on their heads. After all the image data had already been destroyed by Tang Yanling, and the memories within the minds of Wang Er and the others had also been erased by him. As for why they went back to turn themselves in, even Wang Er and the others themselves didn't understand what had gone wrong. Jianghai City, in a cab. Su Fan was now saying to the crowd with a happy face, let's just be going back first, since we're out, then we'll wait until later and go directly to the downtown area to set up a stall. I think so. Zhang Yi, who was still sitting in the co-pilot's seat, replied with a fist in his hand and an excited look on his face. Feng Yingying and Tang Yanling both also glanced at each other, and they agreed with this proposal. Just then, the master driver struck up a conversation. How many handsome ladies have just gone to buy goods and plan to set up a stall? He snorted and gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes looking straight ahead at the rolling traffic. Yeah, Jussie, do you know where there's more crowd traffic? Feng Yingying sniffed and immediately happily revealed an exquisite smile. Among the ceramic doll-like features, a pair of big flashing eyes showed a look of anticipation. Gee, little girl, you've asked the right person for this. The driver cleared his throat, and then immediately afterward continued to speak. Uncle me. I've been a taxi driver for about 10 years, there's no place in Jianghai City I'm not familiar with. I basically know everything about where the crowds are and where the best business is. Really? Uncle, can you tell us then? Zhang Yi sat in the co-pilot, sniffing and inquiring in an earnest tone. A young man, take it easy. This stall you'd better not go near the big shopping malls, but go to the street, and it's the street where the stalls are legal, like that known Yuan Road is the best place in terms of human. The traffic is good. Farmyard Road? Su Fan sniffed and frowned, then murmured in a low voice. He knew about Farmers College Road, the place where the vast majority of college students traveled. At night it was so crowded that you couldn't move your feet, and during the day it was very silent, not a single store was open. When Su Fan was bored, he had also been over there. He inquired about the price of a string of bracelets. Moreover, the bracelet was a cheap $1 item found online, but the seller was able to sell it for $40. Of course these were the prices that Su Fan had only inquired about after he went back, and he couldn't help but curse angrily when he saw that piece of actually selling for $40. When it really is a black-hearted businessman, on this handwriting a night does not earn $1,000. That's why he reacted the way he did when the driver talked about Farmhouse Road. Good. It's decided, it's going to Farmhouse Road. Su Fan couldn't hold down the excitement on his face, and then he said to the crowd with a wave of his hand. The others nodded their heads in agreement down the line. After about 20 minutes had passed, a nondescript cab slowly pulled up outside of Farmhouse Road. Immediately afterward a group of 4 people slowly descended from the car, and their arrival caused a small sensation on the spot. Only 4 people were seen to be youthful and beautiful, and they were not ordinary people at first glance. The boys are handsome and the girls are like hibiscus out of water. Their upright bodies and handsome noses drew the attention of several girls. And the two women's attractive body, high and low undulation staggered, but also vigorously let the other men's eyes cannot take their eyes. What are you looking at? Open it again and I'll cut you. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man on the street lingered his eyes on the two women's delicate bodies for a long time, which led to his wife's face of angry warning. The same thing happened one after another in another corner as well, playing and singing to each other one after the other. Not bad. The four people who got off the bus were none other than Su Fan and his group. They were not at all concerned about the scene that was happening to the others in front of them, because they had more important things to do. The two of them, Su Fan and Zhang Yi, slowly unloaded the cargo, and then waved their hands at the driver and thanked him. Thanks, master. Why, it's alright. Do a good job and try to make a lot of money. The cab driver smiled softly and then drove away from the place in a single bound. Phew. This thing doesn't look like much, but I didn't realize it was so heavy. Zhang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke immediately afterward. You're just too weak. It looks like there's a need to exercise every day. Su Fan joked from the side, smiling slightly at the other party's slightly coy expression. Well, the next task is to go find a place to set up. Su Fan turned his head and eyed the remaining three people as he slowly opened his mouth. Okay, Fan. Once they had made up their minds, a few of them walked towards the inside of the farmyard road with their heavy packages. The cheapest snakeskin pockets were used to enclose the costume, and their slightly greenish appearance didn't fail to get a few sideways glances along the way. The four just walked on, with people checking them out and pointing along the way. Why are they looking at us like that? Feng Yingying's delicate voice came out with a tone of puzzlement. It's okay, it's just that we're so contrasted. Su Fan sensed the other party's slightly nervous demeanor and then snorted for her not to be afraid. Contrast? Tang Yanling frowned. She didn't understand what contrast meant. Although he had already learned a lot about the people and customs of this realm, but after all, he was still within the general range. Like some special words that Tang Yanling didn't really understand. That. Su Fan didn't know how to open his mouth in an instant. After all, there was still the Feng Yingying duo here beside him. And right at this moment, Feng Yingying eyed Tang Yanling with a surprised expression. Sister, don't you know what contrast means? She blinked, a face of curiosity filling her insides. Well, my sister doesn't understand. Can my sister tell me? Tang Yanling revealed an amiable smile, followed by the light opening of her vermilion lips. The contrast is. In the next few moments, Feng Yingying spoke to Tang Yanling about what a contrast was. After the other woman's words had stopped, she frowned slightly. Immediately afterward, she eyed Su Fan and said, You're also contrarian. Su Fan sniffed. Suddenly a few huge question marks came out of his head. He did not understand what the other side draws the wind. Suddenly said he contrast dry? Me? He pointed a finger at his nose and looked at the other man with a puzzled expression. Yes, that's right, you look honest on the surface, but you're actually a denizen. After the words were spoken, she eyed Su Fan with an angry expression, and her cheeks flushed slightly as if she had remembered something again. Chapter 98. You're looking for a fight. Su Fan? What did I do? What have I done to you? If you don't tell me clearly today, I'm definitely not done with you. Su Fan instantly felt that he had been greatly insulted, and in front of two small children. He would never allow the other party to frame himself in such a way, or else how could he behave? He sort of heard that the other guy wasn't even trying to say that he was contrarian or anything. Instead, he's beating around the bush and saying he's not what he appears to be, and how is he not what he appears to be? Humph. You know yourself, so this young lady won't say anymore. The two eaters couldn't say anything as they listened to their ground pairing. Couple conversations, they're better off avoiding them or they'll draw fire later. However, a proper discouragement was still necessary, followed by Zhang Yi muttering in a low voice to Su Fan, brother Fan, calm down, it's no big deal. On the other hand, Feng Yingying also dragged Tang Yanling to speak. Sister, it's okay, who couples do not quarrel. You also calm down, if angry body is not good. Looking at someone to dissuade him, Su Fan's duo didn't continue, but he sort of kept this account. Once he found an opportunity, he would definitely make this demoness suffer a great loss. A little farce ended there, but the next scene was one that made all four of them almost get so angry that their heads went up in smoke. Just then, a fat-headed middle-aged woman yelled at the top of her lungs, Egu, which slums are these guys from? Dressed like dogs and men, they're all just poor people. A disdainful look appeared on her face as she pointed at the four Su Fan people. Su Fan felt her gaze and had no intention of ignoring her, out of sight, out of mind. But the next slur was too much for Tang Yanling to endure. Only to see the fat-headed woman show a fierce face and tug her little sister beside her to continue speaking sinisterly. Look at these Thai foxes, dressed like this, are they going to hook up with men? That's it, when it's really a bad world. When she spoke, the young lady girl beside her opened her mouth to spit right after her. They were dressed in pearls, but there was no mercy in their tone of voice. Those who didn't know thought that a few people originally had a deep hatred, or else they wouldn't have said such words to deliberately pick a fight. The people who stayed on the street to buy snacks eyed the scene in front of them, all adhering to the mentality of eating. No one has come forward to say anything, and there are still people in person with their cell phones out recording video trying to see how the other side is going to resolve the situation. If the two sides ever get into a slanging match, then the video can be posted online for profit. Why are you talking like that? Did we mess with you? Zhang Yi sniffed and directly put down the package, then came to the woman. She was dead set on demanding an explanation. Yoo-hoo boy, you're out for blood. Say those two wannabe hooves pissed you off? And don't look at me like that. There's no telling how many men tie hooves like them have hooked up with. Sister, I see that you look quite good, but don't be a receiver for others. Ha 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 ha. When she finished speaking, she burst into another fit of crazy laughter, only causing the young ladies and girls behind her to rub their stomachs and shed tears. Such was the nature of their big sister, and of course they were no better. Otherwise it wouldn't have played out. This fat-headed middle-aged woman named Li Hohat, the family is a thug, her man due to do a little business, the last 2 years made a lot of money. Originally living a very tight life, she is now strutting her stuff. She had been bullied like this when she was poor, and at that time she made up her mind. Once she turned over one day, she was sure to bully others like that. The evil within thus began to slowly nourish itself, and then grew stronger and stronger. Of course, her husband was aware of such things, but instead of disciplining her, they are wiping her ass behind her back. According to Zhang Hohat's husband's conception, that's how it is. He felt that he hadn't let the other person have a good life when he was young, and now it wouldn't be a big deal even if she let loose a little bit. After having a solid backing, Zhang Hohat became more and more unscrupulous, but she had to bully anyone she didn't like as a way to satisfy her broken heart. The more others dared not resist, the more excited she became. Shut up! If you say one more word, I'll whip you. Zhang Yi couldn't help it when he listened to the other party's foul language. Originally was the age of blood and vigor, so it was possible to endure the other party to insult Feng Yingying and the others so much. Come on! I'll see if you dare to make a move in broad daylight, said Zhang Hohat. Whined to the street, roared loudly, ouch, hey, there is no king law, these young people actually want to hit me as an elder. Her voice was very loud, and the crowd that had been strolling around was attracted to her. By the time they looked at the 2 men and 1 woman in a line of 4 who were in line with several middle-aged women wearing beads, they each had a pleasant smile on their faces. When really today is a good calendar to go out and see such a wonderful scene. The crowd of onlookers began to rise, and bursts of sound began to come in. Boy, whip her. Let her spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. A middle-aged man in his 40s shouted at Zhang Yi, fanning the flames from the side with an air of unconcern. Su Fan couldn't help but wrinkle his forehead as he felt the teasing voices around him. However, the vast majority of the crowd still shouted that it was Zhang Hohat and her group who were not responsible. After all, they had seen the situation at that time. It's just that I'm too afraid of getting in trouble to step in and help. In this society, once you get into trouble, it's a sure way to lose money and get into a lawsuit. Moreover, looking at the gold and silver jewels Zhang Hohat was wearing, she didn't look like an ordinary person at first glance. If the other party pursues the matter, they can't afford to suffer this loss. Feng Yingying was made to shiver by the waves of sound amongst the crowd. It was the first time she had ever seen this scene in her entire life. Since she was a child, she had been protected by the Feng clan, and now this scene in front of her was the first time she had experienced it. Ugly woman, do you think I really dare not make a move? With those words, Zhang Yi was about to rush up and teach the other party to behave. However, just as he had stepped out, Su Fan yanked on the other party. Immediately afterward, he shook his head, signaling Zhang Yi not to act impulsively. Don't make a move yet, whoever makes the first move loses. You might even get a lawsuit. Brother Van. But I can't swallow this. Zhang Yi felt the tight tug on his arm, and he was so angry that his nostrils were smoking. A pair of fists were clenched to death, and his arms were covered with veins. If it wasn't for Su Fan not allowing him to make a move, I'm afraid that this smelly woman who had picked a fight would have already collapsed in a pool of blood. Chapter 99, Seriously Injured, Pay for It. Zhang Yi greatly controlled his heart that was about to go on the verge of storming out, followed by staring straight at Zhang Hohat with an angry face. Don't be in a hurry, bear with her for a while, she'll have her fruit later. With those words, Su Fan turned his head and glanced at Tang Yanling. Feeling the other party's gaze, she instantly realized what Su Fan wanted to do. Opposite Zhang Hohat and her party had a dejected look on their faces. She didn't believe that these few youngsters dared to make a move here. If they really dared to hit her, then she would definitely make them suffer. Just then, a dark purple light flashed through Tang Yanling's eyes, and then it shot directly into Zhang Hohat's forehead. No one noticed the scene in front of them, and the crowd was still up in arms. As soon as the dark purple light entered within Zhang Hohat's mind, her entire body was suddenly shivering. Above the originally angry face, it suddenly became confused. Waiting for the surrounding crowd to take a single moment of inattention, she walked slowly with her obese body to Su Fan's face. Immediately after that, she threw away the bag she was carrying in her hand, raised her empty hand, and slapped it straight towards Su Fan's cheek. Pa! The sound of air blowing up instantly swept around, and the originally noisy voices all quieted down at once. The crowd of onlookers had their eyes wide with disbelief. The other party actually dared to hit first, and in broad daylight. This sudden scene really scared them, to know that people who dare to hit people, absolutely no good fruit to eat, of course, provided that it causes bad influence. Just then, Su-fan followed the sound and fell down in response. Just like this, he was loaded onto the ground in a straight line, and a line of blood instantly sprayed out from his nostrils, and the whole person directly fainted. However, the scene before them was all in the sight of the onlookers, who looked at the miserable and incomparable Su-fan, and great fear tumbled up within their hearts. Murder! Someone's killing someone! Quick, call an ambulance! The whole scene was a mess, and one after another the crowd began to yell in droves. The line of sight shifted to Su-fan's side, and just as he handed Tang Yenling a look, he was ready for the next scene, and his idea was to touch the porcelain, a ploy that the two had used once when they were traveling home through the town of Phoenix. But the circumstances were not quite the same as here, and now that this place has been filled with crowds, then it's going to be a real show, or no one will believe it. But what he hadn't expected was that Tang Yenling, this woman, was so vicious. Why did you let Zhang Hohat exert so much strength? You know it hurts, right? Originally, he had only intended to make a show of it, but who would have thought that he had really been poisoned? Now that it had happened, he had no choice but to force down the anger in his heart. If he didn't reveal himself a little, he would have taken this beating for nothing. The line of sight returned to the eyes of the crowd, and Zhang Hohat's young ladies and sisters, after seeing that the other party really dared to make a move, only shivered in fear one after another. Originally scolded a few sentences even if, after all, like this thing they have done a lot, but now the other side actually hit people, and was hit by the guy's faces full of blood, is lying on the cold ground. Life and death do not know. Zhang. Sister Zhang. You. Another fat, middle-aged woman stayed by the side of the street, her tone stuttering and shouting. But then she felt someone behind her tugging at her, and sensing the other person's intentions, she stopped talking. She understands that it's all about suffering the consequences of being out in the limelight right now. Su-fan lay on the ground, his heart spitting. The blood just now was of course his own to hold back. A mere mortal, how could he possibly make him bleed? But make it look like it, make it scary, only then can it be more believable to those people in front of you. He impatiently transmitted his voice to Tang Yenling. Su-fan, why are you hitting me so hard? Tang Yenling, it's just an accident, it's not very painful anyway. Tang Yenling replied slightly sheepishly. Su-fan, forget it, I'm not going to bother you with any of this, just hurry up and start the show. The ground is quite cold. Su-fan was powerless to continue arguing with the other party. The biggest thing now was still to act out the next good scene. Tang smiling. For Su-fan, in the heart of this small mind, she can be said to be pinpointed dead, since the other party is afraid of their own attention caused by the human race of powerful cultivators, then eat some losses have nothing to do with it? With that, Tang Yenling didn't tarry as the light in her eyes flickered once more. Zhang Hohat, who had originally looked confused, suddenly regained her composure as she stared blankly at Su-fan on the ground. A look of horror as he looked at his opponent's life and death. No. It wasn't me who dared. Her body began to tremble and beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled off her forehead. Just now, she didn't know what was going on, but at that moment she walked slowly and uncontrollably to Su-fan's face, followed by a slap in the face. It was obvious that she was very timid and just had a big mouth, but she definitely didn't dare to hit anyone. This was great. Not only had he hit someone, but the other person was now covered in blood and was lying on the cold ground in a puff of dead air. Quickly! Pay up! Tang Yenling eyed the other party with a fierce look on her face. Vango, wake up. Zhang Yi looked at the unconscious Su-fan on the ground and just straightened up and knelt down, shaking vigorously one by one. He looked panicked and couldn't believe the scene in front of him. No. I didn't do it, my body was out of control just now, I don't know how. Zhang Hohat looked at her hands in horror, her face very confused. Don't try to weasel out of it, we're all witnesses. We clearly saw you hit someone, and you're still denying it? That's right. You're bleeding people. Didn't you see that man in the pool of blood? We all saw you do it. I've got video here, so don't you dare try to escape. In an instant, Zhang Hohat was reviled by the crowd, and facing the fierce eyes of the surrounding crowd, she only felt her brain buzzing. Then there was a whirlwind, and she couldn't understand why things had turned out the way they had. You hear me? Pay up. Tang Yenling's voice struck again, and she frowned as if it wasn't even an act. Su-fan, who was lying on the ground, listened to the other party roar loudly, and it was as if 10,000 little lambs had run through his heart, bringing up gusts of smoke and dust. What's with this woman? Is it a money thing nowadays? You've obviously fainted yourself, shouldn't you be calling an ambulance first? If he hadn't been unable to move right now, he would have had to pick the other man's ear and give him a good lecture. Acting. The more realistic the better. And what the hell is Tang Yenling yelling about losing money? Chapter 100, Acting like a movie star. Everything happened in a matter of minutes, which caused the Amazons, led by Zhang Hohat, to panic in an instant. Su-fan was still collapsed in a pool of blood, his pale face made people drop a mouthful of cool air, and the scene in front of him could be considered shocking to the extreme for the melon eaters. For all that, though, he himself was unaware of it. Su-fan, hurry up and hurry up. Don't delay, the ground is hard, it's not comfortable to lie down. Su-fan cursed and transmitted his voice to Tang Yenling. She sniffed and frowned, wondering what all the fuss was about. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't make a move, she would have already exterminated the other party. Sister. Fan. Fan, is he alright? Feng Yingying looked at Su Fan as a burst of fear. She tightly tugged the other party's arm, tearful appearance, so do not let people heartache. Don't worry. He has thick skin, don't worry about him. Tang Yanling patted the back of her hand, causing the little girl to instantly settle down. Immediately afterward, Tang Yanling slowly walked over to Su Fan and took out the lollipop that had been altered in shape. Then he spoke to Zhang Yi, turn him over. Okay. Zhang Yi nodded in a panic and directly flipped Su Fan's entire body over. Pinch his mouth open. Tang Yanling eyed this actor on the ground. The two of them had already passed the gas just now. Su Fan asked her to change the lollipop's appearance and disguise it as an elixir as a way to swindle the crowd. When the time comes, just feed him this lollipop, then he will wake up immediately. Zhang Yi sniffed and looked at the other party who was holding a dark purple pill in her slender fingers, then suddenly understood. Without waiting for the other party to continue speaking, he directly pinched Su Fan's cheek. Su Fan was forced to open his lips before Zhang Yi could raise his head and wait for the next instruction, only to see Tang Yanling directly stuffing the dark purple pill inside Su Fan's mouth. Immediately after that, she lifted upwards, and the pill was swallowed into her stomach in response. Su Fan cursed in his heart. Why does this woman always look at herself with displeasure? Can't she be more gentle? It's hurting him like this, okay? But nowadays he didn't dare to have a seizure, so he had to let the other party fool around a bit first. The crowd of onlookers eyed what was going on in front of them, and none of them could see exactly how it worked. Just as the crowd was staring intently at Su Fan, they only saw his eyelids slowly twitch. A muffled grunt then escaped from the inside of his lips, and just as quickly, his eyes came open. I'll go. Did you all see that just now? A little pill actually woke him up? This is incredible. The rising and falling voices spread to everyone around them, who didn't expect to see such an amazing scene today. Even Zhang Yi was stunned. It wasn't like he hadn't encountered this dark purple pill before. On the contrary, the memory of it is still unusually vivid. That was a mysterious pill that Feng Yingying had also taken. If this pill was really so miraculous, then Feng Yingying's illness must have been cured. No wonder he felt that Feng Yingying's breath was much better in the past 2 days. According to his heart's speculation, it must be that the medicine had kicked in. After all, the other party's blood color was now much better, and even her mood was cheerful. Just then, Zhang Hohat was sweating profusely as she pointed at Su Fan. Pulling his voice out, he hissed mournfully, "Look everyone, he's well enough, it's not my fault." As she said that, she stepped backward as if she was already outlining an escape route. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't you see the man's face is covered in blood right now? That's right, there are so many of us present, we can all be witnesses for this young man. Do you still want to shirk your responsibility? One after another, the tone of the melon eaters all bombarded inside Zhang Hohat's ears. It was also true that it was not her wish to become the enemy of all. But right now it's a done deal, and she's definitely going to be legally liable if she doesn't run. Now she only regretted that she had known better than to pick on these young men. Even though she had just slapped Su Fan uncontrollably, whether she wanted to admit it or not, she did feel it plainly herself. Su Fan continued to perform after opening his eyes. The live audience, so, how to say, cannot be sorry for everyone's attention is not. Only to see him coughing violently a few times, his breath was weak as he shouted at Zhang Hoat, You woman, underhanded so viciously. I'm not done with you, we can't just let today's matter go. As he spoke, he coughed louder, as if even his internal organs had been greatly injured. Van, stop talking. Zhang Yi used his hand to pillow the back of his opponent's neck, trying to make Su Fan able to feel better. Looking at the other party in such a lousy state, an emotion of heartache leapt up in his heart. In a pair of clear eyes, only a few tears were slowly circling. It's as if you'll fall off if you're not paying attention. Su Fan's appearance was just too miserable, with blood spewing out of his nose and mouth one after another. If he said that the other party still didn't have anything going on with this appearance, he definitely wouldn't believe it. Cough cough. As the words left his mouth, Su Fan coughed again. Fat woman, you'll see, I won't let you go. Zhang Yi raised his head and eyed Zhang Hohat's shaking skin with an angry expression. He was disgusted with the other party from the bottom of his heart, not to mention the fact that he had just spoken out to insult Feng Yingying and the others. Let's say that right now, his brother Fan was lying in a pool of blood. How could he, a young man with hot blood, possibly hold back? Don't. I'll be fine. Su Fan looked at the other party with a look of wanting to make a move, and a trace of anxiety flashed through his heart. Kid, count on me to beg you, but don't do it. Otherwise my great situation could all be ruined by you. His face twitched. It twitched, and in his mind he was very worried that the rash would do something exciting. Just as his cheeks twitched, when it moved, it happened to be seen by Zhang Yi again. Van? Does your face still hurt? I saw him shaking just now, is it going to leave any aftereffects? His earth cried out, and his eyes saw it. Su Fan also had no choice but to sigh helplessly in his heart. This child was just too good to be fooled. But it's just not a very good-looking brain. or else pull each other in later and together we can make this job bigger and better again. What the hell do you guys want? Jang Ho-hat's eyes were horrified, shivering, and her tone trembled as she asked to Su-fan's few people. If it wasn't for the fact that the surrounding area was surrounded, she would have run away long ago. Where would she have cared about Su-fan's death? Chapter 101. You have no choice. Just pay up and we won't pursue anything else. Tang Yenling continued to repeat the words she had just spoken, and it could be imagined how obsessed she was with Su-fan's admonition. Well, how much would you say you'd pay? Jang Ho-hat's small heart was beating violently, and she inexplicably felt a bit flustered. This young lady hasn't thought about yet. You let me think about it before I say anything. Jang Ho-hat. A look of confusion was revealed in her eyes as she eyed the beautiful-looking woman in front of her. If she hadn't been the one to make the first move nowadays, she would definitely have asked how come she didn't send Su-fan to the hospital before saying anything. Is money more important than his life? Thinking of this, Jang Ho-hat was even more certain in her heart that Tang Yenling was a profit-oriented woman. The Su-fan lying on the ground was nothing more than a youngster she had picked up, and people didn't even put him in their eyes. Right at this moment, Tang Yenling's brows also furrowed after hearing the other party's words. Honestly, she doesn't know exactly how much she'll pay out. Although there has been an experience, but after all, the last time did not give money. Just take a few more durian. The air was so quiet between the two of them, Tang Yenling tilted her head, looking at Su-fan who was lying on the ground. Then, a light flashed within her mind. That's right, if you don't know, you can still ask him. Tang Yenling, hey, stinky man, how much do you think is the right amount of money to make her pay for it? Su-fan silently looked at the verbal fight taking place in front of him. He was now a seriously injured man, and by all accounts, he shouldn't be acting too active. Just when he was planning to squint his eyes a bit and leave it all to Tang Yenling, he didn't expect the other party to send him a message all of a sudden. Su-fan, how about a few tens of thousands of dollars in damages? Su-fan asked uncertainly. Tang smiling, okay, leave it to me. With those words, she immediately turned her head to once again eye the fat-headed Jang Ho-hat. This lady has thought about it, and you need to pay that amount to leave. With those words, she stretched out 5 fingers and drew them in front of her for a while. 5,000? Jang Ho-hat sniffed and her heart violently twitched a few times. She had never hit anyone in all her years and didn't know exactly how much she would have to pay for it. So looking at the other's 5 extended fingers, she subconsciously spoke. Nope, it's 50,000. Tang Yenling eyed the other party's puzzled expression, then spoke again. What? $50,000? Why don't you guys go grab it? Jang Ho-hat once again yelled out at the top of her voice. She really didn't think that a slap could be worth $50,000. But the wood has been turned, and there is no point in saying anything now. She didn't carry much cash on her when she came out shopping today. After all, her husband had only given her $20,000 in pocket money. In recent years, although I have become a rich man, but I cannot spend money freely. One price, no negotiation, or call it planning on a lawsuit. Tang Yenling's gaze was cold, standing there as if Su-fan's solid backing. Of course, the phrase eating lawsuits, so Su-fan told her, or else she really might have said something that would make people fall out of their seats. Jang Ho-hat sniffed and her face twitched madly. Moving, seeing that it was difficult to ride the tiger, she did not dare to force her words again. The storm passed, and Jang Ho-hat actually compensated Su-fan $50,000. But since she didn't have enough change with her, she also raised some from each of her other little sisters. The people who were originally reluctant to do so, looked at each other in such a sorry state, plus Jang Ho-hat agreed to lend it to her after a good talk. In the end, a few people ran away in ashes and disappeared within the sight of the people who were eating them. I'll be damned dog-eyed guy. That's right, you've met a tough guy today, haven't you? The crowd of onlookers slowly dispersed as they saw that the show had come to an end. But when he was leaving, he also spat angrily at the back of Jang Ho-hat several people. They wouldn't have dared to say something like that when people were here just now. After all, no one wants to get into trouble, but when the other person is gone, there are no such scruples. Su-fan was currently lying in Zhang Yi's arms, listening to the words of the surrounding crowd. His originally expressionless cheeks slowly wrinkled. He really couldn't figure out what these people were thinking. But these things are not his turn to control nowadays. Comparing everyone's 3 views are not quite the same as not it. Of course, the reason why he blackmailed someone for a sum of money, of course, his first reaction was that he wanted to teach the other person a good lesson. Who let her anger scolded for no reason. Today let her eat a loss is still good, let it long memory. If I don't know when to run into a tough guy, I'm afraid to cry can't cry out. How's it going, Van, are you better? Zhang Yi looked at Su-fan with a concerned expression. It's okay, don't worry. With those words, Su-fan unexpectedly stood up straight like that, then fished out a piece of toilet paper from inside his pocket and wiped the blood on his cheeks. As a warmonger, he carries tissues with him at all times, although he is just a single warmonger for 10,000 years. Zhang Yi looked at his lively opponent and shook his eyelids incredulously. Su-fan, who was dying just now, actually jumped up again in just a moment. It made him wonder if it had just been a scam. Bureau. But looking at Su-fan's clear gaze, this thought was snuffed out just as soon as it appeared. He slapped his forehead with the palm of his hand, How could he be so much like brother Su-fan? If the other party was a liar, then what was he, Zhang Yi? Speculating about Fan like this, he felt that he was really not a human being. Then, his head seemed to click. Could it be the dark purple pill? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi became more and more certain that this was definitely the case, or else Su-fan wouldn't have gotten better so quickly. Right at this moment, a seed was planted in his heart. If this pill really cured all diseases, he really wanted to bring the Su-fan duo home and show them his grandfather. Su-fan didn't care about him anymore. Instead, he walked over to Tang Yenling. LOL, here's your money. Without saying a word, Tang Yenling directly handed the $50,000 bill inside Su-fan's hand. Feeling the huge sum of $50,000 cradled in his hands, a flicker of hesitation flashed through his mind. The money didn't come from too good a source, and he really didn't want to use it too much. But now he has to support 3 more people. If they don't use it, then they really have to drink the northwest wind. Looking at the opposite side with a struggling face, Tang Yenling's embroidered eyebrows lingered. What's the matter? Too little? No. I just feel as if the money from this abduction is sinking in. Tang Yenling sniffed, and all of a sudden, she too fell into silence. She didn't understand why Su-fan would have this kind of mindset. Could it be that the money that she had earned by her own efforts could not be squandered at will? It's just a trick, but who let the other guy mess with them first? Chapter 102, The Crowd. Su-fan rarely revealed a serious look as he stared straight at the other party with his eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. For what this woman had in mind, Su-fan certainly understood. The aspects of the other's life from childhood dictated that she wouldn't be able to use a sympathetic mentality. If it wasn't for the fact that she had changed a lot in recent days, for what had just happened, she would definitely have fought a lot, and getting someone killed would be considered small. That was why Tang Yenling didn't understand why Su-fan was so hesitant. If she had her way, the money must have been used without any stress to speak of. A body of conquests had long ago developed an iron-blooded mentality. Whether it was something robbed or found, as long as it was useful to her, then it was all hers. Thinking of this, Su-fan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With that, he made up his mind that he would certainly not spend all of this money. Part of it is given away and part of it is used for the relief of the poor and needy. After all, he did just get slapped in the face, even though it was this woman who did it, but none of that mattered. Well, let's just go set up the stall. Hurry up and clean up. Van, are you really okay? Zhang Yi blinked his eyes and asked with a curious expression. It's really okay. Why are you so motherly? Why didn't I realize that originally? Su-fan replied impatiently, also looking a bit overwhelmed by Zhang Yi's fervent concern. Well. Seeing this, Zhang Yi also stopped speaking. Within a short time, the group of 4 was once again carrying the heavy package, slowly making their way towards the depths of Farmyard Road. This alley inside the people. The flow of traffic is very large, and the small incident that just happened is nothing more than a small matter. The crowd of onlookers, seeing that there were no melons to eat, also gradually dispersed, no longer meddling. And for the scene that had just happened, it would only remain within his mind for a while, not even the wind and waves would turn up in the slightest. After about 10 minutes had passed, the few people made their way through the raging crowd to a fairly spacious corner. Su-fan let out a big breath and turned back to the crowd with a bright picture of a smile. Well, it's almost time, let's set up our stall here. The crowd nodded, and when the location was finalized, it was now time to set up the booth. It was still quite early in the day, only about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the alleyway was already filled to capacity. It wasn't that Su-fan's few people came late, it was just that the other business people came earlier. After all, people here. There's a lot of traffic and more purchasing power. If we don't seek a location earlier, I'm afraid there will be no place to set up a stall by then. It wasn't long before the stall was propped up by a few people. Feng Yingying and Tang Yenling are hanging up the clothes, small and exquisite appearance, directly provoked the shopping crowd have been for the side eye. The two of them, Su-fan and Zhang Yi, had already started hawking at the moment, and since there was no megaphone, they could only shout as hard as they could with their voices. Originally, Zhang Yi was still a little shy, but he couldn't resist looking at Su-fan's selling appearance, and he also summoned up the courage to yell a few times. And just as he opened his mouth, Feng Yingying suddenly ran to him and whispered something to him. The occasion caused Zhang Yi's ears to blush, and in one fell swoop, he opened his lips that had originally been sealed. All of a sudden, the bottom of his voice was quite a bit louder compared to Su-fan. Su-fan looked at the suddenly enlightened Zhang Yi with his afterglow, and a trace of doubt flashed within his mind. He didn't understand if the power of love was really so great. Since he hadn't experienced it, he didn't quite understand it. But looking at the other side, I'm sure business will be good, right? As luck would have it, just after they had set up their booth, a couple of kids who looked to be college girls came up to them. They were very sweet and lovely with big smiles on their faces. One of the girls wearing a long black dress with a head of red hair fluttered her big eyes and looked straight at Tang Yenling. A strange gleam appeared in her eyes, a girl as beautiful as the other girl she had never seen before. The prettier the woman, the absolutely heavenly temptation for other girls. Confusion. Everyone loves beauty, and female college students happen to be the best of the best. They don't envy each other's looks, they only praise each other from the bottom of their hearts. They are so uninvolved in the world that they just think that everything in the world is beautiful. They can't tell the good from the bad and are full of hope and certainty for the future. Sis, you're so beautiful. The girl's name is Su Yashin and she is a child who likes to follow the stars. Whenever she saw pretty other girls on the street, she couldn't walk. Besides, even she was seeing such an immaculate appearance like Tang Yanling for the first time. For a moment, she thought the other woman was the most beautiful woman in the world, many times more beautiful than any of the celebrities she had chased. Tang Yanling's face was expressionless, and she didn't speak immediately. Honestly, she still didn't seem too skilled at being accosted by strangers out of the blue. It's not that they hate each other, it's just that years of habit are not very easy to change. Looking at the other party who didn't answer herself, Su Yashin didn't feel embarrassed. Right at this moment, Su Fan observed that guests were coming this way, and immediately afterward rushed over at a trot. He revealed a set of white teeth and spoke with the kindest of smiles. Pretty girl, want to buy any clothes? I want to buy one. She answered Su Fan's question while turning her head to look at the other party, only to see a 6-foot-something man with a smile on his face looking right at him. In the blink of an eye, it caused her face to turn slightly red, and a circle of radiance surfaced on her features. Since she liked to have contact with her pretty sister, she had less interaction with men, and besides, the other party was so handsome, which made her shy for a moment. Afterward, she gathered her courage and opened her mouth to Su Fan in a small voice and inquired, I want this sister to introduce me, is it okay? Su Yashin's eyes showed a look of anticipation as she glanced at Su Fan's tall figure with her afterglow every now and then. Of course you can, you see what style you like, just pick, these clothes are quite suitable for you beautiful girls. Su Fan snorted and laughed while agreeing. Thanks. After saying her thanks, she didn't look at Su Fan much longer. It's really not very good with men, and I can't blame her for being rude. Just then, another girl wearing a white JK uniform stepped forward and said, that's how she is, not very good at communicating with people, don't mind me brother. The JK woman's eyes showed a gleam of essence. Light, staring straight at Su Fan's burly figure. Contrary to Su Yashin, she is apparently a social cow too. Chapter 103, is this a bad idea? It doesn't matter, just see what you like and I'll take it down for you. Su Fan smiled faintly, revealing a sunny smile. Even if he hasn't done business himself, doesn't he still know that you need to keep a smile on your face when greeting customers? After all, no one owes you anything, so if you have a stern face, who wants to come and buy from you? Okay, little brother. With those words, she turned around and muttered something to Su Yashin. Immediately afterward, they pestered Tang Yanling with eager faces, pushing him aside. Su Fan sighed helplessly as he eyed the laughter of the few people. Sure enough, it's still the pretty girls that have more influence. Let's now. Zhang Yi stared dazedly at the fiery scene, looking a bit overwhelmed due to his inexperience. It's okay, just follow me. He turned his head and smiled at Zhang Yi. Followed by a quick step towards the influx of people, he waved his hands wide and yelled as loud as he could at the oncoming patrons at the top of his lungs. Don't miss it! Factory direct sale, cheap and good looking Zhang Yi eyed the other party's appearance, and his face then traced an arc at the corner of his mouth. If Fan is so vigorous, I'm going to step up too. With those words, he walked up quickly as well. At night, Farmer's Yard Road is unusually busy, crowded with people who simply can't move their feet. It was only until this moment that Su Fan felt how correct the decision he had made in the afternoon was. If I hadn't come so early, I'm afraid there really wouldn't be any stalls left now. The streets are crowded with people. Flowed on and on, one after another coming and going. The store's respective signboards looked unusually bright and blinding inside the dark night. Su Fan slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead at this moment, panting heavily. I'm exhausted, phew. Brother Fan, let's take a break. I can't do it anymore. Zhang Yi eyed the other party and instantly sat down on the ground with a disheveled look on his face. His eyes were lifeless and he looked extremely tired. You're a boy's family, you're not as good as the two girls. I can't believe you have the nerve to say take a break. Su Fan turned his head and looked at Zhang Yi, who was paralyzed on the ground, just didn't have the good sense to output a beating. Just as Zhang Yi wanted to retort a bit, he only saw Feng Yingying trotting over with light steps. She had a happy smile on her face, a smile she hadn't seen in all these years. A happy and refreshing feeling straight away made Zhang Yi lose his mind for a while. Ying, you. Why did you come over? You're exhausted. Zhang Yi immediately climbed up, then patted the dust above his ass and said to Feng Yingying, Yoshi, how can you be lazy? Poof. Feng Yingying looked at the other party's embarrassed look, her expression suddenly exasperated. Oops, no, I'm just sitting for a bit. Zhang Yi was just about to continue explaining when Su Fan cut him off. Okay, stop it, it's not relevant, and besides, you're all hungry too, right? Su Fan looked at the two of them smilingly, and in his heart, he only felt a wave of relief. Even the tired emotions from earlier were swept away. Hungry. The two of them sniffed and instantly answered at the same time with great understanding. Ha, let's eat something if we're hungry, there's still time. This street is still crowded until 4 or 5 in the morning. Feng Yingying sniffed and immediately jumped and stepped up happily, her face overflowing with a happy countenance. There weren't really many lives that were this full for her, so this was fine for now. Hey, you want something to eat? Su Fan suddenly widened his voice a few times and shouted at Tang Yanling, who was not far away. Upon hearing this, Tang Yanling slowly walked towards the side with her slender legs. What is it? Her brows lingered as she gave Su Fan a cold look. I wanted to ask you what you were planning to eat, but looking at you, you probably don't have an appetite either. Su Fan looked at the woman's eyes and disliked her, and immediately opened his mouth without a good mood. No way. This lady just wants to eat, she said with a cross tone and a rather irritated tone. Can't you be nicer? What's with the face? I don't owe you anything. That's because my lady is used to it. Tang Yanling saw that Su Fan seemed to be seriously angry, and her tone then softened. For her, after being the demon empress for so many years, some habits that she wanted to change immediately were really a torture. However, she also knew that she was not in a superior/subordinate relationship with the Su Fan duo. If you have an attitude like that every time, the other person will probably be really exhausted too. Brother Van, but what about these things? Zhang Yi suddenly opened his mouth, eyeing the clothes in front of him. Upon hearing this, Su Fan instantly fell into contemplation as well, and then an aura flashed in his mind. His originally calm face became unusually wonderful in a flash. I've got a great idea that will allow us to go shopping and keep buying clothes at the same time. His tone was sure and full of energy. What? What is it? Tell me, Brother Van. When several people heard this, a flash of essence was revealed in their eyes. Light. Setting up a stall is not a physical job, but it's really tiring. If you keep talking nonstop, and you have to introduce yourself for a long time, even if you are a piece of steel, you won't be able to stand there for a few hours, will you? What's more, it was their first time to set up a stall, and they hadn't gained much experience or anything, and the hours of hard labor had long since begun to drain their endurance. Although having two big beauties, Tang Yanling and Feng Yingying, standing there, attracted a particularly large crowd. But since they were not very talkative, the buyers didn't sell many of them after picking and choosing. Originally, all the goods they entered were women's clothing, and if they let Su Fan, two big men, go as a shopper, I'm afraid they would scare these girls again. This made their situation a bit awkward. It's neither in nor out. Plus now that a few people's stomachs were rumbling again, then Su Fan felt that his idea would definitely work. Everyone, hold on a second until I tell you more slowly. Oops. Brother Fan, you're just being a sellout, okay? Feng Yingying looked at the other party with an inscrutable look on his face and directly snatched the answer and replied. Okay. I'll tell you all about it now. After Su Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, the corners of his mouth then sketched out an arc. We can leave our stuff here and then we'll go shopping. What? How can that be? Zhang Yi frowned at his words, and even the duo of Feng Yingying and Tang Yanling did the same. The other guy actually wanted to spill the beans and go for a dash. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi slowly sighed. Van. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. Chapter 104, Letting Go. Su Fan looked at the impatient Zhang Yi and burst into a fit of laughter. You brat, don't be in a hurry. I haven't even finished yet. What? Zhang Yi sniffed and his eyes widened with disbelief. We can set up a billboard here that says goods for self-pickup, scan code for payment. Will this work? Feng Yingying slightly scrunched her head as she carefully pondered the idea within her mind. I think it's feasible. There are still unmanned supermarkets. This should work too. Inside the next few moments, Su Fan carefully nudged at a few people, telling them his thoughts. After about half an hour had passed, and after additions from each of them, the idea was sort of settled on them. Tang Yanling listened to the trio's conversation, her brows furrowing for a while. What's wrong, sis? Is something wrong? Feng Yingying looked at the other party who didn't seem to be looking too good and asked in a concerned tone. No. Nothing, don't worry sister. She raised a delicate jade hand and placed it just above the other's head. Feeling Tang Yanling's gentle caress, Feng Yingying smiled with a happy face. Su Fan, look at your sad face, are you unhappy? Su Fan had long since noticed Tang Yanling's expression, but didn't immediately inquire. And now that things had been arranged, so he passed on a sniff. Tang smiling, is it really okay to buy and sell like this? Su Fan, of course, it's highly unlikely that anything will go wrong. Tang smiling, why do you dare to make such an assertion? If you were to do business like this inside the world of gods, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to recover your capital. As Su Fan listened to Tang Yanling's concerned language, he was instantly bursting with amusement. This woman really can not just look at the surface, in fact, the heart is still quite fine. Immediately afterward, he took a slight breath and continued his transmission. Su Fan, you don't have to worry about these, the morals of the people of this realm are still quite good. Don smiling, why the assertion? Su Fan, this realm is different from the world of gods, where there are no laws and no morals, but here, these things are the most basic things. Tang Yanling silently listened to the other party's reply, and the doubts inside her heart slowly dissipated. Rather, she was overthinking it. It wasn't like this place was as chaotic and unorganized as the world of gods. The people are living in peace and prosperity, and their faces have been filled with happy smiles. There was no war, no parting of life and death, and for a moment it made her feel as if it wasn't quite real. Why did she meet a dreamlike land like this? She couldn't figure out why there was such a field in the sky. Everyone had food to eat, and there was no need to sweep and kill and loot, and in this moment, she seemed to suddenly understand Su Fan's intentions. And at the same time, she didn't seem to be so afraid of the human supreme beings of this realm. It wouldn't really be a bad idea if the other side stayed that way and let all life go by quietly for the rest of their lives. Of course, this thought only appeared for a moment. If the other party keeps standing in position like this, not wanting others to climb up, then what kind of pain is it for those who want to cultivate? Tang Yanling's expression shifted in such a cloudy manner, and she couldn't figure out if she was subliminally affected. If it was really affected, then the prohibitions of this realm were quite powerful. Su Fan, is there anything you don't understand? Tang smiling, no more, that's it. After the words were spoken, she didn't transmit her voice again. Su Fan eyed the other party's exquisite cheeks as many thoughts flashed through his mind. However, he was not in a good position to ask nowadays, so it would be better to find a time to discuss it face to face. Immediately afterward, Su Fan clapped his hands and said to the crowd, alright, since it's already been decided, then we have to hurry up and get ready. Okay, Brother Van. Zhang Yi revealed a few large white teeth and smiled happily. You go get a piece of cardboard, and Ing, you go get markers. Su Fan turned his head to the duo and continued. No problem, leave it to us. Feng Ying and the two of them simultaneously gave Su Fan a scissor hand. Not long after, they came running back out of breath. Only Zhang Yi was carrying a paper box in his hand while Feng Ying was holding a marker. Okay, now that the materials are there, let's get moving. With those words, he directly snatched the cardboard box with one hand, and then dismantled it in 3 tries. Immediately after, Su Fan turned his head towards Feng Ying and nodded. She, who was originally in a daze, was instantly confused when she looked at the other party with this expression, but then she reacted. Here Van Go. After handing the pen to Su Fan, Feng Ying touched her head in embarrassment. Soon, several people gathered around, only to see Su Fan stand up and put up the cardboard. Leaping forward, I found written in large letters clearance sale, unmanned vending stalls. Wow Fan, you're writing. Zhang Yi's expression twitched for a moment as he looked at a few large, dragon-like characters. What's wrong? Do you think it's particularly handsome and forced, too? Su Fan looked at the other party's shocked appearance, and all of a sudden, a happy smile appeared on his face. This yes, Brother Fan's writing is really nice. Feng Ying also turned her head at his words and looked at him with a strange expression. Tang Yanling looked at the other party's ass-kissing appearance, and her heart was speechless. Don't you understand what the hell you wrote yourself? It's still pretty my ass. She couldn't help but spit out a few words, for the thickness of Su Fan's face skin could be said to have refreshed her eyes. That's what you don't understand, advertising is all about having appeal, and in today's society, the weirder something is, the more eyes it draws. Su Fan didn't care about the other party's tirade, and spoke slowly to the several people in a serious manner. So that's how it is. I told you how could Fan's writing. Zhang Yi words to the side of the mouth but how can not say, after all, he also do not want to hurt the other party's young heart, although not necessarily young to come. You kid, you've got everything good to say. Su Fan watched the other party patting his ass straight on the back one after another, and he then laughed a few times without any good reason. Okay, take it and put it next to the shelf. When he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to remember something else. The receipt code or something doesn't seem to be printed. Crowd. Such an important thing actually made them all forget about it, and they were still thinking of running away to go shopping for a hammer. Zhang Yi stammered and whispered an inquiry to Su Fan. So what now? What else can we do? Of course, go and print it quickly. Su Fan said in a good-natured manner, then left the 3 of them where they were and walked towards the outside alone. Chapter 105, Shopping. Not long after, Su Fan came back, with an extra piece of 4A paper in his hand, while a collection code was copied on top of the 4A paper in leaps and bounds. Van, back so soon? Zhang Yi had seen the other party from a great distance, so he had waited by the side early. Why it's not like it's a few steps away, so I'd better get it done as soon as possible so we can get going. Su Fan immediately after the receipt code handed Zhang Yi, just as the other turned his head to want to go to paste on the time, Su Fan a hand to give him a tug. Wait, there's no blue, how are you going to put it on? He didn't have the heart to give the other man a blank look. Why did this little boy feel so pushy? Oops, didn't we forget? Ha ha ha. After about 2 minutes had passed, Zhang Yi put down what he was holding and walked towards Su Fan. Okay, Van. Well, then we're ready to go. With those words, he turned his head to Tang Yanling. Walking? Don't you want to go? If you don't want to go, you can stay here and watch the store. Su Fan snorted, looking at the other party's delicate face, which was quite pretty when she wasn't angry. Before Tang Yanling could say anything, Feng Ying poked her head out from the billboard side. She shouted loudly, directly causing Su Fan's 2 big men to stiffen on the spot. Van. Brother Van, we forgot to mark the price. Su Fan? Zhang Yi? Tang Yanling. 1,000 calculations, how come every time they leave a loophole? Listening to the other party's words, Su Fan all of a sudden felt as if his brain wasn't too bright lately, and it wasn't good to always lose things. With it he sighed slowly and took the marker and headed toward the billboard again. 10 minutes passed. Shanghai City, within the streets of Nongyuan Road. Su Fan and his party of 4 were holding a cup of milk tea in their hands at the moment, and their faces were overflowing with happy smiles. So good. Ah, it's so cool. The duo Su Fan and Zhang Yi didn't care about the crowds coming and going at this time, and issued bursts of eye-catching sounds from inside their voices. Looking at the two people who did not shy away from the stage, Feng Yingying's face instantly turned red. It wasn't that she disliked the duo, it was just that the stares of passers-by really embarrassed her. Sister, are they really good like this? Tang Yanling slowly opened her mouth and looked at Su Fan with a look of disgust. Never mind them, let's play our game. Tang Yanling's voice disappeared along with the noisy environment, and Su Fan didn't hear the slightest bit of it. But even if he heard it, it wouldn't hurt for him. At most, he would just give the other person a blank stare. Feng Yingying held the cold milk tea in her hand, and her little eyes burst into many little stars. She turned to Tang Yanling with an excited expression. Sister, I haven't had iced milk tea in a long time, and ever since my condition became serious, my family has been particularly controlling of me. Speaking of which, the originally cheerful face suddenly became slightly aggravated. It doesn't matter, from now on sister can drink as much as she wants, you're cured, don't worry. Tang Yanling softly eyed her with a gentle expression. Sister, has my illness really been cured? In fact, Feng Yingying was still a little bit not quite convinced. This thing called leukemia is not something that can be cured casually. In recent days, though, she did feel a big difference in her body. I was always out of breath before, and now it's all gone. When I got up in the morning and looked in the mirror, my face had more blood in it and looked unusually healthy. Of course, how could my sister lie to you? Thank you, sis. Feng Yingying suddenly buried her head in the other party's arms, straight away causing the corners of Tang Yanling's mouth to spread into an arc. What kind of unscrupulous businessman is gone in so few bites? Su Fan cursed and looked at most of the cup of ice. His heart was very bad, and then he spat. That's right, I just had 4 or 5 sips and it's empty, it's full of ice. Zhang Yi instantly echoed Su Fan, and it seemed as if fire was about to spew out from within his eyes. These open milk tea store is really making money, just a few mouthfuls actually dare to buy more than $10. Now think about it, I'm heartbroken. Su Fan covered his little heart with his hand, his expression sad. After performing for a while, he finally returned to normal, and looking at the 3 people in front of him, he immediately continued to ask, do you guys want anything else? Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying didn't open their mouths immediately as they glanced at each other and understood each other's thoughts in an instant. Brother Van, we want to eat some pan-fried dumplings. Pancakes? Su Fan frowned slightly. Although he had heard of this contraption, he hadn't tasted it, so he didn't really know if it was good or not. But with the rise of short videos, Netflix food has broken into the public eye. Obviously some of the less tasty guys, under a package of businessmen, it becomes extremely hot. There are even some small stores where you actually have to wait in line for an hour or 2 to get one. So, after hearing that it was Netflix food, Su Fan was not in a good position to make a decision right away. Brother Fan, this stuff is really old and delicious. Ying and I used to love eating this when we were little. After he spoke, he looked at Feng Yingying again, only to see the other man nod fiercely in agreement. Sheng Jianbo is a memory they both have of each other, and the best thing they've ever eaten in their first escapade as a group. Of course, at that time, they were all just kids. Looking at the expectant gazes in the eyes of the two of them, Su Fan instantly revealed a bright smile, followed by a wave of his hand. Good. Then I'll accompany you to try the poison. At this moment, he turned back to notice Tang Yanling, only to see that this female devil was currently boarding up her face with a face full of ice. However, underneath the icy expression, Su Fan saw a hint of curiosity and excitement. He knew the other man was putting up a fight and wanted to request her himself. Such a helpless appearance straight away caused Su Fan to slightly yow his head. This guy was really able to act. But he is also embarrassed to poke and prod is not, after all, still want to give the other side to leave some face is not. Come on, let's go and try how the raw pancake buns taste like. Su Fan and Zhang Yi walked in front. Feng Yingying smoothly ran to Tang Yanling's front, and then she hugged the other party's arm. Sister, have you ever had a raw bun? A gleam of starlight shone inside her small eyes, no impurities present. Tang Yanling's crisp voice came slowly, and a warm current surged through her heart. No, it hasn't. My sister has never tasted it. It's delicious, sis. Let's try it together. Feng Yingying replied with a happy face. A few people struggled to walk among the crowded people, their small figures appearing inconspicuous in this small alley. No one knew about their identities that could make people's eyes widen, and no one knew that there was another child among them who had come out of a mountain village and was currently in the company of an otherworldly demon empress. The night was getting late, and the young man's life was just beginning. Chapter 106 Unspeakable Secrets. Early the next morning, the sun had risen to mid-air outside the window. Su Fan sneezed in a daze, followed by sleepily rubbing his nose. It's so cozy, I was really tired last night, he murmured to himself. Just then, Zhang Yi, who was sleeping next to him, was also woken up by the voice. Fan, what time is it? You're awake. Yesterday also exhausted him, and now he still felt most comfortable lying in bed. Holy, it's almost 11. Su Fan reached out and touched his cell phone, staring wide-eyed at the time on the screen. If I wasn't exhausted yesterday, I wouldn't have slept until now otherwise. With those words, he breathlessly lay back down again, reaching for the covers to lift them up a bit. Brother Fan, Ing and the girl seem to be exhausted as well. Isn't that right? You're hungry, aren't you? Wait for me to order a takeout. With that, the two proceeded to have a muttering session about what they should eat in the morning. After all, yesterday was a hard night's work, and their party of 4 didn't get home until 4 o'clock this morning. After going for the Shangjianbo yesterday, I went back to sample some other goodies. Tang Yenling, who was originally not a fan of these human foods, actually showed an expression of lust, and from that moment on, within Su Fan's heart, the other party didn't seem to be anything less than the same. Originally, a few people were just going to experiment with whether or not unmanned vending could continue to be implemented, but what they didn't expect was, the idea actually worked and paid off quite well. Clothes that were expected to sell out in 3 days were actually more than 70% sold out that night. Originally, they thought that this will certainly have some sneaky people exist, but I did not expect the proceeds of the funds inside not only not less, but actually more than $100. After looking at the money lying flat inside the account, their faces were filled with happy smiles. It's not a bad idea, and it's not like it costs much in labor, plus the discovery reflects a problem. That is that most young people today are actually quite high quality. After about half an hour had passed, the delivery got, Su Fan called out to Zhang Yi, and the other party bumbled to the door. Then carried a big bag of breakfast and put it on top of the couch in the living room. Let's both go wash up first. It's not too late to save some of these for them to eat when they wake up. Su Fan slowly got up and said to Zhang Yi, okay, Brother Fan. Last night Sister Ling and the two of them were quite tired as well. Only after Su Fan and the two of them had washed up and eaten breakfast was the bedroom door slowly opened. Feng Ying walked to the table where breakfast was piled up in her pajamas with confused eyes, only to see that her eyes were still open. With that, he reached out, picked up a bun and brought it to his mouth. Ing. Zhang Yi shouted in a small voice, but he stopped when the words reached his mouth. Looking at the other party as if he was sleepwalking, he just felt a pang of heartache. He then stumbled and beat his chest, and inwardly blamed himself very much. If he hadn't failed to take care of the other party, Feng Ying wouldn't have been able to remember to eat even in his sleep. Su Fan eyed the scene happening in front of him and suddenly felt very amused, but he did not laugh out loud. Instead, he forced himself to calmly spit out a few big words and said, Ying sister, just stop pretending, Xiaoyi is about to cry, ha. He snorted and laughed while pointing at Zhang Yi. This little potty mouth is just too cute to cry at the drop of a hat. Feng Ying sniffed and immediately opened her eyes, then spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Originally, she had thought that she had performed so realistically that these two big men should not have realized it. That. Brother Fan, you're awake. Why am I here? Suddenly, she eyed Su Fan with confused eyes. Okay, don't pretend, it's okay to fool Xiaoyi with this ghost idea, but don't plan to roam over my boiled. Su Fan shook his head helplessly, then spread his hands again. Brother Fan, did Sister Ling tease you like that too? Feng Ying's eyes widened as she looked at the other party in a serious manner. Ha? No. Su Fan sniffed and waved his hand in panic, stating that there was no such thing at all. Right at this moment, Feng Ying's eyes glazed over and she suddenly became serious. Brother Fan, tell me honestly, how in the world did you trick such a beautiful sister like me into getting your hands on her? Aha! Su Fan. His head was full of questions, he couldn't figure out why this little ninny was asking that, but then he reacted. Only to see him with a mysterious face, leaning down to Feng Ying, he said, this is a secret, you mustn't ask your sister haha or else something will happen. Su Fan was afraid that the other party would go and add fuel to the fire, so he then admonished Feng Ying. It's not that he's afraid of this woman. He's just afraid of framing his own innocence. After all, he's still a virgin. If everyone knows that Tang Yenling is his girlfriend, how can he find a date in the future? Why can't I ask my sister? Is there some secret in there that can't be told? When Feng Ying heard this, she originally frowned, but all of a sudden, she revealed an expression of a melon eater. For such gossip, it was the favorite thing for a clueless girl like her to hear. Gee, what the hell am I supposed to tell you? Su Fan's head went big for a moment, and he really didn't think of an excuse on how to talk to the other party. Immediately afterward he swept his gaze to the breakfast next to him, not waiting for the other man to speak. Su Fan's eyes darted around a few times, and an aura flashed in his mind. Ying, why don't you eat your breakfast first? I'll tell you while I eat. Okay, Brother Fan. Feng Ying revealed a very happy face, she had been looking forward to the story of Su Fan and Tang Yenling for a long time. Van, I want to hear it too. Zhang Yi listened to the conversation between the two, originally found that it was not too good to open his mouth, but who let him also like to eat melons, so then he requested to Su Fan. The thing is, in the next hour or so, Su Fan used up all his life's learning and one by one began to snub the two children who didn't mind. He was scary and sarcastic, and then he actually moved and reasoned, directly portraying Tang Yenling as an orphan with a broken family. The uncle who had raised her had died a long time ago, and it was only a few days ago that the two had first met. With that said, Feng Ying's two gazes were filled with a color full of curiosity. Van, have you two been living together since you've known each other this long? Feng Ying let out a question, breaking Su Fan, who was immersed in his own world. Chapter 107, Other Intentions. When Su Fan listened to this curious baby's questioning, his brain froze on the spot in an instant. Su Fan. His eyes were confused, and the confusion was accompanied by a quivering of his face. Why do children ask such things? Immediately afterward he turned his head, his eyes looking straight at the other man. I'm just curious. Just tell me. Feng Ying was still begging as if she was interested in this aspect. Even Zhang Yi, who had been staying silent at the side, also chimed in a few times along with him, wanting Su Fan to be able to speak clearly about the causes and consequences of the incident. Why are you two so annoying? Didn't I tell you not to ask too many questions? Su Fan looked at the two people whose expressions were getting more and more excited, and despised them without any good reason. Of course, he did not have with Tang Yanling that female devil just live together, but cannot tell two people her real identity, if not once the leakage of words, the impact of this matter really cannot be held. Nowadays, Tang Yanling and herself did live together, and the external name was indeed a couple to come, but the two of them were really very innocent again. Eyeing Su Fan's shy expression, Feng Ying then exuded a look of I understand. Immediately after that, she blinked at Su Fan and continued, alright, I won't make things difficult for brother Fan, I'll find a time to ask my sister about it. With those words, and without waiting for Su Fan to reply, she directly reached for 2 buns and ran inside the bedroom. While walking, he also shouted at Su Fan, I'll take 2 in for my sister, I'll be sure to ask later. Su Fan was just about to say something when he even raised his hand in midair, only to see Zhang Yi panic and grip his fingers. Brother Fan, just tell me, I promise I won't tell anyone else about your story with Sister Ling. Asterisk off, you're the one who's got a lot of to do. Su Fan disliked him with an impatient face. However, Zhang Yi eyed Su Fan with such an attitude, and instead of getting angry, he became even more excited. In the bottom of his heart, he had already made up his mind that even if the other party didn't tell him, after Feng Ying had extracted the words, he must still know. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with gusts of refined light, an evil face leapt to the surface of his face. Brat, what bad ideas are you holding back again? Su Fan looked at the other party's giggling appearance and spat out a sentence without any good reason. No. Nothing. Having made up his mind, he didn't think any more about it, but instead changed the topic and continued, Brother Fan, what are we going to do tonight? Get some rest this morning, and then later in the day we'll get some more goods in, and then we're still heading to Farmhouse Road. Yeah, it just so happens that I've just had enough and I can go back to sleeping on it. Zhang Yi sniffed and ran his hand over his propped up round belly. Being a second-generation rich man, he had never thought that buns and soy milk could actually be so delicious and tasty. And nowadays, every day is full of excitement, making him just feel like the days he's been living for so many years are just too empty. If he had been exposed to a bland life earlier, he believed that his entire 3 views would have been very different. Inside the bedroom, Zhang Yi slowly covered the quilt and then fell back to sleep. Su Fan looked at the other party who had fallen asleep in a few seconds and sighed slowly in his heart. These 2 children have been living here is not a matter, not to mention the other family will be worried. I am afraid that they will call the police and cause unnecessary trouble. Now Feng Ying's leukemia has been cured, and the general situation inside her family has been understood. Thinking of this, Su Fan's heart immediately made up his mind that he should find an opportunity to discuss this with Tang Yanling. It was time to send them back. However, that Tang Yanling woman was very attached to Feng Ying, and she didn't know if the other party was willing to let go. Dang it, my head hurts, it's so hard. He slapped his forehead vigorously with his hand, and a feeling of powerlessness instantly came over him, and then he also fell asleep with a disheveled look on his face. What's the point of thinking so much? I'd better get my strength up first. As long as you get enough sleep, you'll have the strength to work, won't you? Inside the bedroom, when Feng Ying came in with 2 meat buns, she realized that Tang Yanling had already woken up. She eyed Feng Ying who came in through the doorway, her eyes just locked on her. What's wrong, sis? Feng Ying looked at the other party's unblinking eyes, and immediately a tone of concern came out. It's nothing, I just miss you. I just woke up and realized you weren't there. I thought I was dreaming before. Tang Yanling changed her usual icy expression and then revealed a feeling of lovable pettiness. Sister, how could that be? I'll stay with you for a while from now on, even if the world ends. Feng Ying looked at the other party in such a state, then went up and hugged Tang Yanling. There was a hint of innocence and cuteness in his tone. Silly girl, even if the world ends, I won't let anything happen to you. Tang Yanling felt the warmth coming from above the other party's body, and then slowly opened her mouth in a serious manner. The gaze was so hard, the tone so sure. For her, all of that was outweighed by the hope of finding it again, and the thoughts about his arrival in this realm began to shift the moment he met Feng Ying. She wasn't begging to be able to return to the world of gods or worrying about the future of the demon race. Leaving aside the other things for now, for everything she had done for the demon clan over the years, Tang Yanling felt that she had no regrets. And how could the life and death of a demon be as important as his own sister? The idea of returning to the world of gods was suppressed by her in this instant, and now the most important thing was that she must not be discovered by the human powerhouses. Otherwise, she couldn't be sure that a day as peaceful as this one could be saved. Thinking of this, Tang Yanling's heart began to panic. Once a person has a soft underbelly, then there will definitely be a break, and Tang Yanling's current break is Feng Yingying. Of course, she would never tell anyone about such things, not even Su Fan. Feng Yingying got up from within Tang Yanling's embrace, followed by a bright smile on her face. Her lips, which were like cherry pips, slowly opened. Sis, here's the breakfast I just went outside to get, eat it quickly. Tang Yanling's gaze, which was still dazed, returned to her senses in an instant after hearing the other parties shout. Okay. She trembled her small, slender hand and took 2 white buns from inside the other's hand. By the way, sis, can I ask you something? Feng Yingying suddenly had an embarrassed expression on her face as she slowly spoke to Tang Yanling. Chapter 108, damn, it's going to be bad. When Tang Yanling heard this, she immediately looked serious, and the bun she was just about to feed into her mouth stopped in midair. What is it? If I can help you, I'll tell you. Feng Yingying looked at the other party in such a manner, her cheeks, which were already not very nice, looked even more red. Just. She stood in front of Tang Yanling, her tone stuttering, not knowing how to open her mouth. It's okay, sister, no matter what the difficulty is, I'll be able to take care of it for you, sister. Tang Yanling casually put down the bun, followed by supporting the other party's shoulders with both hands, her expression very firm. Although Feng Yingying was very shy, she was really too curious about this matter, so she slowly opened her mouth. It's just, sis, how did you and Fan meet? Tang Yanling just wanted to answer Feng Yingying's question, originally was planning to sleep. Su Fan do not know how, inside the very restless, as if there is something big is about to happen in general. Without waiting for him to think about it, a chill attacked along his spine. Immediately after that, he remembered Feng Yingying's inquiry just now, and a not-so-good premonition spread throughout his body. Not good. That Tang Yanling woman will definitely be bad. Su Fan, don't tell the truth, or something will go wrong. Just as Tang Yanling had just opened her lips and was planning to honestly explain up to Feng Yingying. However, she didn't expect that stinky man Su Fan's voice to appear within her mind. With that, she said with uncharacteristic annoyance. Tang smiling, what's wrong again? Don't be so startled, okay? Tang Yanling was very upset inwardly when faced with the other party's sudden interruption. Su Fan, did Yingying ask you something just now? Tang Yanling, yeah, I was just about to answer. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Su Fan, of course there's a question. Did she ask you how you met me? At those words, Tang Yanling's eyes instantly widened. Tang Yanling, that's right, and how do you know about it? Could it be that you were eavesdropping on this seat? When the words came out, her tone seemed a bit icy. For Tang Yanling, the thing she disliked the most was people eavesdropping on her conversations with other people. This would give her a feeling of being watched all the time, without the slightest sense of security to speak of. Su Fan felt the violent fluctuation of the other party's emotions in the voice transmission, and then realized that this woman must have misunderstood. When he thought of this, a trail of false sweat broke out on his forehead, and immediately afterward, he explained in a panic. Su Fan, don't get me wrong, I just had this guess. After all, Yingying also inquired about me just now. Tang smiling, eh? So what? Seeing that the other party's tone had finally eased down, Su Fan was also slightly relieved. Su Fan, never tell her your real identity or you'll get into big trouble. Tang Yanling, how should this seat speak then? Su Fan. In the time that followed, Su Fan's burst of bitter words finally dissuaded this female devil. He also sighed with a helpless look on his face as he watched the other man slowly come to terms with his point of view. Himself is really hard. Originally wanted to sleep a good feel, why there is so tortured with him. But emotions like these complaints only appeared for just a moment, and in an instant, they were put behind Su Fan. AI saving the world is up to me, Mr. Su, it looks like I'm really destined to be an unsung hero. After ending the voice transmission with Tang Yanling, Su Fan murmured alone in his heart. The sound transmission of the two people, for although it seems to have passed for a long time, but for the real world, it is only a split second. Feng Yingying looked at Tang Yanling's lips that were originally slightly open, but no sound came out, and she asked in slightly concerned language, Sister, what's wrong with you? Tang Yanling smiled and touched the other party's forehead with her hand. Nothing, just remembering something fun. After the words were spoken, Tang Yanling began to tell Feng Yingying stories about her and Su Fan, only that these stories were all just told to her by Su Fan just now. It obviously didn't happen, but it was so real. Even Tang Yanling had a pang of doubt as to whether or not these things had really happened, or else why the other party had felt a familiar aura when he had recounted them to himself. After half an hour had passed, Tang Yanling finally stopped, and Feng Yingying, who originally had a curious face, actually became tearful at this moment. She was just so touched that the original story of her sister and Van was so touching. Tang Yanling had originally started to make things up according to the script Su Fan had given her, but as time passed, her brain began to misbehave for some reason. Immediately after that, and not following the original story to begin with, she actually spoke to Feng Yingying about what she had experienced in Su Fan's dream world. The story inside the dream was also under the interference of a mysterious force, making Tang Yanling's narrative ability actually very logical. But even Tang Yanling didn't notice the slightest bit of this, and she thought that she had been following Su Fan's conception of the start of the extension. Sister, why are you still crying? Tang Yanling looked at the snotty Feng Ying and asked with a concerned face, her words full of love. No. It's nothing, sis, I'm just so touched, ugh. The words left her twitching a few more times. I really can't do anything about you, hee. Tang Yanling sighed helplessly, but did not blame the other party. He had not been able to meet her again, how could he not be heartbroken? At 3:30 in the afternoon, Su Fan's alarm clock went off. The sun moved slowly into the western sky, and it was a hot and dry time. Hearing the alarm ring, Su Fan opened his eyes in a daze. With that came a blast of hot air that dampened even the bangs on his forehead. What the hell kind of weather is this? It's hot as hell. Su Fan grumbled a few words in a good-natured manner, and immediately afterward climbed up to take a look at the location of the air conditioner. It's not so bad if he doesn't look at it, but it straight away makes him stiffen up where he's looking. The cold air that was blowing before I went to bed has now actually started blowing hot and steamy air one after the other. Su Fan? What's going on? He remembered that he had clearly turned on the cooling when he went to bed at noon, didn't he? But how come it's hot air now? With doubt, he reached out and touched Zhang Yi. Hey, Yoshi, wake up. What's going on, Van? Zhang Yi had originally planned to be pampered and cute, but suddenly he felt a hot and dry air current attacking him. For a moment the brain, which was originally unconscious, actually suddenly became active. Woohoo, what's going on? Why is it so hot? His tone was already filled with shock and doubt, then he fiercely looked at Su Fan. I was going to sniff you. Did you just move the air conditioner remote? With those words, Su Fan's eyes narrowed, staring tightly into Zhang Yi's eyes. Chapter 109. Zhang Yi looked at the grim-faced Su Fan and instantly waved his hand in a panic, then he loudly explained. Van, how could it be me? I'm also heated up. With those words, he slowly lowered his head with a small aggravated look on his face. Seeing this, Su Fan's darkened cheeks also finally eased up. Well, is the air conditioner broken again? He raised his right hand and stroked his beardless chin in mock contemplation. Brother Van, it's very likely that this is the case. After all, everything inside this room is a bit old and it's only natural that it's broken. Zhang Yi looked at the other party's contemplative Mo Yan and immediately took over the conversation and replied. Good, it should just be the air conditioner that's broken. Hey, another big several $100s in repair costs. Su Fan got up and surveyed the air conditioner while trying to press the button on the remote control. But no matter what he did, all that blew out of the air conditioner was hot air. Immediately afterward he got up and fumbled for a phone number and dialed it directly. Hey, is that Little Wang? Ah yes, I'm Su Fan from Qingjiang neighborhood. I've looked for you a few times before. After about a few minutes had passed, Su Fan slowly sat on top of the sofa again, and then he turned his head and blinked at Zhang Yi. I've already called the maintenance number. About half an hour will come to the door to repair the air conditioner, but now it's already afternoon. If we go to stock up, we may not be able to set up the stall in the evening in time. As Zhang Yi listened to Su Fan's inquiry, he frowned. Indeed, as the other party said, the air conditioner was not sure if it was badly broken or not, and then if it took a few hours, then the plan to set up a stall on Farmer's Yard Road would most likely be out of the question. Thinking of this, a light flashed within Zhang Yi's mind. Immediately after that, an expectant look appeared in his eyes. Brother Van, why don't I go get the goods, and you guys stay inside the house and wait for the repairman to come to your house? Looking at Su Fan's furrowed brow, Zhang Yi then said, this is the only way. Both sides of the work will not delay the stalls. Zhang Yi was indeed right. If they didn't fix the air conditioner first, when they came back later in the day, I was afraid that they would sweat all over their bodies and then be too hot to handle. First of all, if the two of them were like this, let alone Fo Mingying, there was nothing else better at the moment, and after a moment of careful thought, Su Fan nodded, adopting Zhang Yi's idea. That's a good idea indeed, so let's do that. Still, it would be good to discuss it with the two of them. After the words were spoken, he spoke immediately afterward. Go see if the two of them are up yet. Call them out and tell them what we're going to do next. Okay, Brother Fan. Zhang Yi bumbled his way to the bedroom door, then took a deep breath and placed his hand on top of the wooden door panel. Dang! Ying, are you guys awake from your nap? Inside the bedroom, Feng Ying was currently opening her eyes in a daze. Sis, is there someone knocking on the door? Tang Yanling had woken up a long time ago, and when she heard the knock on the door, she was resting her eyes. Ever since Feng Ying came, she had never blatantly cultivated again, but nourishing her spirit too was still there. Only when the other party inquired about it, she excused Su Fan's excuse, saying that it was one of their ancient Chinese medicine family's way of practicing exhaling and breathing, which was able to strengthen the body. Zhang Yi is knocking on the door. With those words, Tang Yanling continued to close her eyes tightly. When Feng Ying heard that it was Zhang Yi, she immediately jumped off the bed with an excited face. With that, she ran as fast as she could to the door of the room. With a crisp creak, the old wooden door opened. Feng Ying revealed a look of curiosity as she called out to Zhang Yi, "What's wrong, brother Yi? You guys better come out first, it's not convenient to talk here." He raised his hands and wrapped them around his head, looking extremely embarrassed. After all, he hadn't been over to the girl's bedroom yet. Besides, Tang Yenling was still inside now, so if he accidentally saw anything, he would simply apologize to everyone here. Okay brother E, I'll go call my sister out. After the words were spoken, she smiled towards Zhang Yi again before turning around and closing the door to the room. Zhang Yi looked at the tightly closed door of the room, and a flash of expectation flashed in his heart. I wonder when he and Ying will be able to get married and then be able to live inside a house. In a short time, the two men came companionably into the parlor. Just as soon as she sat down, Feng Ying frowned. Why is it so hot, Yuichiro? Zhang Yi smoothly stroked the other party's small head before explaining to the two of them. Air conditioner broken? Someone will come to repair it later? So you're going to procure the goods first, right? 3 question marks in a row, one after the other, emerged from the top of Feng Ying's head. Yes, that's what you two were called out to discuss. What do you think? Su Fan sat on the side, straightening his hand to fan the wind vigorously. It was too hot. Can I go with brother E and sister together, while you wait at home alone, brother Fan? Feng Ying's first consideration was the fear that Zhang Yi would not be able to drag so many clothes, and the second was that she did not want to be separated from the other party. And so was calling up Tang Yenling. Certain things might be a little better said if the two girls were together. Su Fan stayed directly on the spot as he listened to the other party's inquiry. Is this sort of leaving him alone inside the house? They all go out and leave him alone? But Tang Yenling is a woman, he wouldn't dare let her go out with others. If she gets into trouble, no one will be able to take responsibility. Thinking of this, Su Fan sighed heavily. AI, it's hard to get around. What's wrong, Van? Feng Ying sniffed and immediately revealed a curious look. Could it be that the other party was disagreeing with her idea? Thinking so, she couldn't help but begin to drum in her heart. If they really weren't allowed to follow along, then there was actually nothing she could do about it. Looking at the other woman with a contemplative look in her eyes, her little heart thumped up in a flash. Actually, I'm going to keep you two at home. Why? Feng Ying listened to the other party's words and then raised her head to stare at him dead on. I never mind, it's nothing. You guys can go if you want to, I'll come over to look for you later. After intense thought, Su Fan was finally determined. He also didn't want to be some kind of villain who broke up the lovebirds, since the other two had originally escaped. How could he be cruel enough to separate them? And Tang Yenling detached from himself. This again is indeed a troublesome thing. Later on, we must warn each other well, can never cause trouble. Chapter 110, Departure. Really? Van, you agree? The moment Su Fan said it himself, Feng Ying jumped up. Thinking that she wouldn't be separated from Zhang Yi and Tang Yenling made her very happy. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Fan could only sigh helplessly. It turned out that he was the only one who was redundant. Aha! You guys just go ahead and relax. I'll make sure you have cool air conditioning when you come back at night. Su Fan also followed the other party's example and then gestured. Looking at him quite interesting, Feng Ying directly giggled. Immediately afterward, she turned her head to eye Zhang Yi. Brother E, it's so good that I can go out with you again. Zhang Yi raised his hand and gently rubbed Feng Ying's full head of hair. Looking at such a pleasant atmosphere, Su Fan suddenly transmitted his voice to Tang Yenling in a serious manner. Xu Fan, don't get into trouble when I'm not around you. Tang Yenling, does this seat look like someone who would cause trouble for no reason? Su Fan rolled his eyes when he heard the other party's mouth full of certainty. Su Fan, will. At those words, Tang Yenling gave the other party a disdainful glance without any good humor. Su Fan, I'm telling you seriously, when I'm not around, you mustn't get into trouble, or else if anything goes wrong then, the God of Heaven won't be able to save you. Su Fan coaxed and lied, followed by a threat, rendering Tang Yenling, who had originally intended to argue a few sentences, speechless. Tang Yenling, this seat knows, don't need you to worry about it. Listening to the other party's warning, Tang Yenling, who was rampant with anger, also then weakened. Looking at the fact that his warning did have a role to play, Su Fan simply went on without a second thought. Su Fan, when things go wrong, think more about Ying's sister. If you still want to continue to live with her, I advise you to be more stable. Su Fan words also did not care about the other side. The said already said even if the time to appear what happened, then can only blame their own life as not good just. When she heard the 3 words Feng Ying, Tang Yenling's originally ancient well was suddenly flooded with ripples within her heart. This was immediately followed by the pupils shrinking and his heart beating violently a few times. Since we've decided, let's hurry up and get going. Zhang Yi looked at the respective faces of the crowd and then waved his hand. Yeah, let's go. Feng Ying also waved her small fists in a very naive MON. Be safe on the road. You're a boy, you must protect them both. Outside the door of the rental house, Su Fan was currently speaking to Zhang Yi in a serious manner. A look of sorrow appeared on his face, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad to let Tang Yenling, the female devil, leave him alone. Okay brother Fan, just relax your heart. Zhang Yi patted his chest with his hand and revealed a mouthful of white teeth to Su Fan. Alright, hurry up and get going, take this money and make your purchases. With those words, Su Fan fished out a pile of money from inside his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi felt the heavy weight in his hand, and a warm current surged into his heart for a moment. All this money can be what they earned last night. It turns out that the only way to get an unexpected feeling is to take the money they earned. As a second-generation rich man, he had never lacked money to spend, but every time he used it, he didn't feel a thing. That money was nothing more than numbers to him, and the not so much money in front of him actually made him feel a joy he had never felt before. Good. I will definitely not fail brother Fan's trust. Ending the sensationalization, Zhang Yi led the two girls slowly down the stairs. Su Fan eyed the trio's silhouettes as a trace of confusion flashed through his heart. Ever since Tang Yanling had appeared in front of him, the original trajectory of his life had been disrupted. The two had stayed by his side no matter what during this period of time, and now that they were briefly leaving, it actually made him feel a trace of discomfort. And the funds he had just handed to Zhang Yi for his purchases were also the funds he had just gone downstairs to exchange with the people at the convenience store. Zhang Yi both came out without a cell phone, so there is no way to transfer money is not. About half an hour after Tang Yanling and his trio left the house, a knock on the door resounded in the empty interior of Su Fan's rental house. Coming. He picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and it dawned on him that it must be the air conditioning repairman who had come. Not long after, a little brother wearing a male-colored short-sleeve appeared in front of Su Fan. Xiao brother named Wang Xiaoxiu is a nearby air conditioning company's professional maintenance workers, almost the same age as Su Fan, are in their early 20s. But since he went to a technical school, he got out of the workforce early, and as for the means of repair, according to Su Fan, it was cheap enough, although the technology wasn't particularly good. Wang Xiaoxiu looked at Su Fan, who opened the door and immediately called out with a cordial face. You guy, I'm getting angry just thinking about you. How long have I had this air conditioner fixed? Su Fan instantly stared at the other party with a puff of air, his gaze so gloomy that it seemed like it was about to drip water. Fan, these appliances of yours are all old. Even if my skills are up to par, they won't last long. Looking at the other party's annoyed Moyen, Wang Xiaoxiu touched his head in embarrassment, and his heart balked one after another. Just inside Su Fan's house, even if he hadn't come 10 times, then he had definitely come 8 times. All day long it's either the air conditioner or the refrigerator or maybe the water heater coming on. Originally, all these appliances had aged pretty much to the point where Su Fan, somehow, always broke one thing after a short period of time. As they came and went, the two men became old acquaintances and were quite familiar with each other. You'll have to fix it later or I won't pay for it. Su Fan looked at the other party's embarrassed appearance and then spoke out a threat, but the threat was just a joke. Brother Van, don't worry, I'll do my best. What do you mean, do your best? When Su Fan sniffed, he immediately bulged out a pair of eyes that seemed to want to eat people, directly scaring Wang Xiaoxiu into a sweat. No, it's make it as hard as you can. He raised his right arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The bottom of his heart was like running through 10,000 little lambs at the moment, and he muttered a few words secretly. Why is this old man's temper still so foul? It's not like I'm the one who made these broken things break down. But he didn't say these words out loud, he just spat them out in his mind. With that, Su Fan made way for him to rest in the living room first. Here, have a drink first, Su Fan said as he took out a bottle of refrigerated mineral water from inside the refrigerator. Thank you, Van. Wang Xiaoxiu took the bottle of water from the other party and drank it without being polite, gulp gulp. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at a lady's corset. Chapter 111. It's not what you think. The water that he was just about to swallow was just let out by Wang Xiaoxiu. Put. His eyes froze in disbelief at the scene before him. What's up, bro? Su Fan watched as the other party spewed out water in one breath, a black line flashing across his face for a split second. This guy doesn't pay any attention and gets it all over the place. Wang Xiaoxiu didn't care about the other party's inquiry. Instead, he wiped his eyes with his hand. Immediately afterward, his eyes widened and he stared dead at the corset on the couch. Su Fan followed the other party's gaze, and when he saw that contraption, his cheeks immediately flushed with a reddish color. Red. Without waiting for more thought, he darted straight over and snatched the corset and hid it behind his back. I didn't realize that you're good at this, Brother Van? Wang Xiaoxiu looked at the other party's tense nerves and instantly stammered and opened his mouth to ask. No, it's not what you think. Su Fan just wanted to reach out his hand to explain, but then he felt that the corset was still in his hand, so he couldn't do anything rash. Nowadays it was only his head that worked, and the thought of that was a frantic shake of his head. Hey, we're all men, it doesn't matter. Wang Xiaoxiu waved his hand, and then his shocked heart eased. It wasn't that he disliked Su Fan, it was just that he didn't expect that the person in front of him, who was so honest, would actually be okay with this. You really can't judge a person by their appearance. The words came out of his mouth and he shook his head again with a straight face. Su Fan saw that he could no longer explain himself, and his heart became impatient. If this matter is not resolved well, then one's reputation will be stigmatized. Wang Xiaoxiu also lives not far away from the neighborhood. The two know some familiar people. By the time this guy, if he goes out to talk nonsense, Su Fan's reputation can be so ruined. Sensing the seriousness of the matter, Su Fan squeezed out a few drops of sweat on his brain. I don't know if it's the summer heat or the anxious mind. Brother Fan, just relax 100 times, I definitely won't go out and talk nonsense. After Wang Xiaoshu finished speaking, he then took another sip from his water bottle as a way to settle his shocked heart. Su Fan eyed the other party with a bad smile on his face and instantly couldn't help himself, followed by him shouting loudly at Wang Xiaoshu, "This belongs to my girlfriend, it's not what you think at all." Girlfriend? When did you get a girlfriend, Van? Looking at the other party's face of excitement, Wang Xiaoshu immediately frowned. What did this Su Fan guy just say? He said he has a girlfriend? When it is really laughable, the other party what composition he still do not know? It is still not the same as their own or all 10,000 years single roll. Now that he actually said he had a girlfriend, he didn't really believe it. If even Su Fan had a girlfriend, then what was he, Wang Xiaoshu? Okay Van, don't explain, let's just get the air conditioner fixed. With that, he got up and patted the other man on the shoulder with an "I don't believe it" look on his face. Looking at the other party in such a state, Su Fan's face twitched uncontrollably for a few moments. This guy, is he really trying to discredit him? However, there was nothing he could do about it now. Tang Yinling and the others had coincidentally gone out, and he didn't have any substantial evidence. Besides, there's no point in trying to explain, so let him be. Wang Xiaoshu ran to the air conditioner after rubbing shoulders with Su Fan. Su Fan raised his head to look at the other party's figure, and immediately became angry. This Tang Yinling woman, why does she throw these things everywhere? And they've all been in the living room in recent days, I'm surprised they didn't even notice it coming. Right at this moment, wholesale clothing market, Tang Yinling and his party of 3 just got off the bus at this moment. Before she could raise her head to take in her surroundings, a sneeze was sneezed out of it. Achoo! She then rubbed the bridge of her delicate nose, her gaze odd. Having such cultivation, she expected that she shouldn't be able to sneeze, but just now she actually sneezed uncontrollably. Sis, are you okay? Feng Yingying asked with a concerned face. It's okay. Don't worry. Tang Yinling revealed a kind face and replied softly to Feng Yingying. The line of sight turned to the rental house. Su Fan turned around and hid the corset, then stood behind Wang Xiaoshu and shouted at him. Want some help? It's okay, Van, stay by. I'll see what's wrong first. Ending the conversation, Wang Xiaoshu concentrated on his observations. Seeing that he couldn't help himself now, Su Fan didn't force himself, then he turned around and went to the sofa to pick up the corset. In the midst of the heat, the corset inside his hand seemed unusually cold, and it straightened him up with a burst of mirth. But then he reacted and shook his head fiercely. Numbnuts, what am I rambling on about? Looking at the source of this sin in his hand, he made up his mind to walk towards the bedroom. When he had finally placed the corset over, he breathed a slow sigh of relief. When he saw Su Fan come out from the house, Wang Xiaoshu waved his hand at him and called out straight inside his mouth, "Brother Fan, it's the refrigerant that's gone." Su Fan sniffed and was relieved. It turned out that the refrigerant was gone. Originally he thought that it was something else that was broken. If you are replacing other parts, then the repair must not be cheap, whereas if it is refrigerant it won't cost much. And that's good. In a short while, Wang Xiaoshu finished replacing the refrigerant. With that, he picked up the remote control and turned on the cooling, and a cool breeze hit him. A gust of coldness straight away caused Su Fan to reveal a soothing expression. Cool this summer without air conditioning really cannot live. Wang Xiaoshu snorted and then echoed a few words. Immediately afterward, he spoke to Su Fan. Brother Fan, since the air conditioner has been repaired, I'll be leaving first. It's been quite a busy period lately. Su Fan looked at the other party's figure that was planning to leave, and immediately got up from the sofa with a roll. With that, he fished out $100 bill from inside his wallet and just handed it to the other person. Here, I can't let you come all the way here for nothing, can I? Wang Xiaoshu looked at the big red banknotes inside the other party's hand, and immediately waved his hand straight one by one. Brother Van, what do you need money for? It's just a little refrigerant replacement. It doesn't matter. With those words, he was about to turn around and leave. Seeking has always disliked owing people favors. Looking at the other party when he really did not intend to ask for it, he was instantly anxious. No way. Must take it, or I won't call you next time. Sensing that the other party was so insistent, Wang Xiaoshu had no choice but to sigh, and then hesitantly took it over. Well, since I'm busy I won't keep you, hurry up. The words left his lips, and he waved his hand. Alright Brother Fan, then I'll leave first. After seeing Wang Xiaoshu off, Su Fan shook his head helplessly. Downstairs, when Wang Xiaoshu had just come down, he bumped into Ge face to face. Both of them also know each other. After all, Ji's family also often call him. Just then, Ge suddenly spoke up. Yo-ho, so it's Little King. Going to Little Fan's house again? Wang Xiaoshu sniffed and nodded his head straight one after the other. Yeah, Master Ge. Looking at Ji's kind eyes, Wang Xiaoshu's heart immediately surged with a question, so he immediately opened his mouth and asked, Ge, ask you something, Brother Fan really made a girlfriend? Yeah, did you just realize that? With a grinning look on his face, Ge just stared at him. Getting an affirmative answer, Wang Xiaoshu felt bad all of a sudden. Su Fan actually has a girlfriend? Chapter 112, The Calm Before the Storm. The conversation between Wang Xiaoshu and Ge is nothing more than a small episode between the multitudes. This is still Su Fan does not know the situation. If he is also in the scene, certainly will be in front of the other side of a good fool a meal, even if Tang Yanling is not their own object. So what, as long as it can be disgusted with this little brother, for him is also worth it. The scene returns to the wholesale clothing market. The summer afternoon does not make the place seem cold, but rather people. The flow of traffic is unusually large. You know Jianghai City is a first-tier city, to say that the purchasing power that is absolutely bar, and this is located in a special geographic location, can radiate several cities around. So the businesses that come here to make purchases also seem to be crowded. Tang Yanling's group of 3 was currently slowly moving forward towards yesterday's store. Pedestrians as far as the eye could see were carrying large bags of goods in consignment. Brother E, what kind of clothes are we purchasing today? Feng Yingying pulled Tang Yanling's arm and inquired to Zhang Yi. Well, what sold the most yesterday? What sold the most yesterday, we'll buy today. Zhang Yi paused slightly to think carefully, then spoke gently. Yeah, I remember yesterday. Look, it's Ying and Zhang Yi. Just before Feng Yingying finished her words, a sudden loud voice broke the original tranquility of the 3. Before they could react, they only saw several men wearing a black suit with big waists instantly surround them. Several men in black wore sunglasses and had a stern atmosphere. Before a few people could say anything, they only saw the black-clothed people slowly make way for a passageway, and a middle-aged woman with high heels slowly came to them. Little mom. Feng Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the man in front of her. The middle-aged woman wore a white suit and a competent look, and it was obvious at first glance that she was a strong woman. The white skin and lips as dazzling as the blazing sun gave it an inexplicable allure. Confusion. It's mature. The flavor of a woman is not comparable to a normal little woman. In the midst of Feng Yingying's wary face, as well as her trembling voice, this woman slowly opened her mouth, her tone revealing disdain. Yingying, why are you running around? You've got our family worried to death. With those words, she stared at the other wistfully, her eyes very aggressive. The person who came was none other than Feng Yingying's stepmother, Zhang Xiaoman. Little mom. How did you find this place? Sensing the other party's very unfriendly smile, Feng Yingying instantly ran and hid behind Tang Yanling, then stammered and opened her mouth to ask. Ha, I can't believe you're quite a runner for not having been out of town before. The words came to her, and she suddenly raised her voice a few decibels. If someone hadn't taken the video yesterday, I would have had to work a little harder to find you. My dear daughter. Zhang Xiuman's eyes were filled with a warning look. Looking at the tall crowd around him, Zhang Yi instantly gulped, followed by a compensatory smile. Auntie man, it's not what you think, I'm just bringing Yingying out to take a break. Facing Zhang Xiaoman, Zhang Yi also looked a bit intimidated. After all, the other party is now the actual Feng clan's main wife. He was naturally very clear about the other party's character after all these years. Now that he had actually been caught, then all the fault must be put on himself, or else Yingying would definitely be given a good lesson when she returned home. Although the other party will not come hard, but a look at Feng Yingying's heart-stopping look from her childhood life, he could not bear the other party to be verbally insulted as not. Besides, he was still a boy, the lover of the other, and he should have stepped up to help her dodge the bullet. Yoo-hoo, who did I think it was? So it's the next door family, Yoshi. Zhang Xiaoman had actually noticed Zhang Yi just now, but subconsciously pretended not to see him. Immediately after that, she continued to speak out. Xiaoyo, why don't you listen to your family as well and come out to fool around with Yingying? Zhang Xiaoman's look at this moment made Zhang Yiman's face angry, but he couldn't afford to have a fit. After all, this was considered the other party's family matter to come. Auntie man, it's not like that. I saw that Yingying wasn't in a good mood, so I... Enough! Don't say all that nonsense. I'll definitely tell your father about you when I get back. Hearing the word father, Zhang Yi's scalp instantly tingled, and a bad premonition struck him. He was scared to death of the role of his father, having lived in the shadow of the other man since he was a child. Originally, their Zhang family was the capital predator of Jianghai City, and all of this was due to Father Zhang. It is expected that he alone is able to build such a huge family business, and he is definitely a stern and unusual person. In fact, things were really like that. Zhang Yi had been harshly disciplined by Zhang father since he was a child, and only when Feng Yingying sneaked inside their house would the other party reveal a smile. Whenever he saw his stern father looking so kindly, he felt very happy, because only at this moment, his father would not pull a face. But now Zhang Yi has already given up. Even if it is a mountain of fire, he will go through with Feng Yingying. Just when Zhang Xiaoman thought that she had calmed down the other party, she saw Zhang Yi's angry face. Aunt man, please allow me to address you as such again. I just said that the whole thing was planned by me, and it has nothing to do with Yingying at all. Looking at Zhang Yi, who was originally talking about his father, Zhang Xiaoman's beautiful eyes suddenly showed a few touches of essence. Light. This brat's skills have grown. He's not even afraid of his dad anymore. However, these looks only appeared for a moment, for her, even if it was really as the other side said. So what? She was just wanting an excuse, one that was enough to teach Feng Yingying a lesson. Feng Yingying had been suppressed by her since childhood just because the other party was the eldest daughter. And as far as the Feng family is concerned, no matter how male or female, as long as one is the oldest, then the share of the family fortune is definitely a large portion. Zhang Xiaoman is to see this point, from childhood to bring each other psychological hints, want to make Feng Yingying give up inheritance of the family property. Feng Yingying has had leukemia since she was a child, and now she shouldn't be able to live much longer, but for the sake of her own son, she is still not quite at ease. That was why they were so eager to betroth the other party, only then could Feng Yingying not get much of the Feng family's shares. According to her initial thoughts, things should have worked out so that it would voluntarily give up inheriting the family business. However, Naiha didn't know how, with the other party's death to the end, actually popped up and stepped up, trying to provoke the majesty of her as the rightful wife by doing so? And how could she bear it? Chapter 113. Zhanghai City, Wholesale Clothing Market. Several black-clothed men were currently surrounding two women and one man, looking as if they were debt collectors. The surrounding passers-by looked at such a battle, and were all scared out of their wits for a moment. Originally had a few hot-blooded young people want to go up to explore a bit, but why look at these black-clothed people in front of the eyes or big-waisted appearance, a face of murderous aura, so that their agitation of the heart, a moment to become cold. What are you doing? Don't you want to die? Why don't you get out of here? A youngster was about to heckle a few times when all of a sudden a fellow traveler caught him and told him to mind his own business. Feeling the strong dragging force, the young man had no choice but to spit, and then followed his companion as he slowly left. Yingying, I came here today because I want to take you back. No matter what you think, you don't want to run away. Little mom. I'm not going back. Feng Yingying looked at the other party with such a strong attitude and still wanted to retort. Shut up. I'm not negotiating with you. Someone come. Tie it back for the lady. Zhang Xiaoman didn't care about Feng Yingying and Zhang Yi's thoughts, and directly instructed her men. Just as a group of black-clothed men were planning to make a move, Tang Yanling's icy cold voice slowly came out. I'll see who dares to touch my sister. As Tang Yanling's voice came out, even the surrounding air chilled a few points. Who are you? Dare to meddle in our Feng family's affairs? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaoman to open her mouth, a black-clothed man next to her eyed Tang Yanling with a blank stare. Sis, forget it, I'll just go back with them. Feng Yingying looked at the other party trying to give herself a head start, and for a moment self-blame slowly came from the bottom of her heart. She was afraid of implicating Tang Yanling, and besides, even if she didn't want to go back, she really didn't have anything to do with the other party. If these lapdogs hurt each other in time, I'm afraid she would only blame herself in her heart. So, the best thing to do is even if she compromises and then obediently follows her little mom home. Yingying, you really want to go back? Tang Yanling's originally icy cold demeanor in the face of the crowd appeared to soften as she eyed Feng Yingying. I don't want to, but there's simply no way. Besides, we did escape. When the words came, Feng Yingying's voice suddenly dropped a few notches, looking unusually pitiful. Yingying, since you know it yourself, then hurry back with me. I don't want these big old men to touch you either. After a burst of threats, Zhang Xiaoman had another gloomy look on her face, followed by a reckless laugh. Yingying, since you don't want to, then no one can force you. After Tang Yanling finished speaking, she turned her head with a fury on her face and stared straight at the group of people in front of her. If it wasn't for Su Fan's repeated warnings to never make a move, then this group of people would have long since become the souls under her blade. However, she did not want to see Feng Yingying being wronged, and for a moment she fell into hesitation. Sister, there's no matter, I'll go back with them first and come back to you after a few days. Besides, I've been cured, so don't worry, sister, I'll give father a good talk after I've returned home. Feng Yingying looked at Tang Yanling's angry face and immediately spoke out to comfort her. Although she did take the pills given to her the other day, she still didn't quite believe that a dark pill could cure leukemia. But she could also feel the other party's good intentions, and now that the family was looking for it again, that was all she had to do. But, Yingying. Tang Yanling still wanted to say something, but her words were interrupted once again by the other party. Sister, don't worry. Little mom, I'll go back with you, but you can't implicate anyone else. Feng Yingying looked at Zhang Xiaoman with a lifeless expression, then glanced at Tang Yanling. Zhang Xiaoman felt the other party's gaze and obediently looked over as well. She couldn't figure out where this exceptionally beautiful woman in front of her had popped up from. She had also come to the Feng family for so many years, and had never heard of Feng Yingying having any sister to come. Thinking so, but looking at the other party's aura, he didn't look like an ordinary person either. Being born into a large family, she made up her mind at the first moment that this woman was definitely not as simple as she appeared to be. Adhering to the attitude of not inviting things, Zhang Xiaoman instantly smiled towards Tang Yanling. Gu, I just heard Yingying call you sister, right? But I've never seen you before in all the years I've been here in the Feng family. Which family is this girl from? She inquired searchingly, wanting an affirmative answer. If the woman in front of her with an excellent temperament was also born from a big family, then she definitely wouldn't mess with it. But once she knew it was an ordinary pauper, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Tang Yanling didn't open her mouth, as if she didn't want to get involved with anyone other than Feng Yingying. Little mom, I'll just go back with you. Why are you asking so many questions? Looking at Tang Yanling scornfully scowling, Feng Yingying was instantly filled with anger. She didn't want the other party to be implicated. Sister, I'll leave first. I'll visit you again in a few days. After the words, she walked away without looking back. Not that Feng Yingying was cruel, but she was afraid that her heart would be soft and not want to go again. Eyeing Feng Yingying, who turned her head, Zhang Xiaoman immediately looked at Zhang Yi. Yoshi, your father told me to take you back with me after I saw you. I don't need you to say more. Wherever Yingying is, I'll be there. Zhang Yi hated this Tai Fox from the bottom of his heart. If Zhang Xiaoman was better to Yingying, it would be just fine. But the other party has lived in fear for so many years. Let him also instantly resent up each other. But wherever Feng Yingying was hurt people, he all remembered in the heart, when the new account old account together. Then, he fished out the procurement funds from inside his pocket and shoved it into Tang Yanling's hand. Sister Ling, you keep this money for brother Fan for now. Yingying and I will go back first and come back to you in a few days. Looking at the other party's appearance of wanting to speak, Zhang Yi followed up with, don't worry, Sister Ling, I will definitely take care of Yingying, and will definitely not let her get hurt. With those words, he bowed deeply towards Tang Yanling as a way to thank the other party for taking care of him these days. He then turned and followed the man in black as well. He didn't leave his contact information, nor did he tell Tang Yanling where he lived. In the bottom of his heart, he secretly thought that it would be better to just let him and Yingying settle these matters together. It was better not to implicate Su Fan with the other party. By the time things were taken care of, it wouldn't be too late for him to bring Yingying along to come and find them. According to his plan, he thought that this day would definitely not be too far away, and he didn't want Yingying to keep waiting. After all, Yingying's condition was not optimistic. Only for Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying to not realize a scene that had appeared in front of the two of them early on, that is, Feng Yingying's chi had actually been as normal as a normal person. Chapter 114 Difficulties Encountered. Looking at the slowly departing crowd, Tang Yanling was like a deflated ball. She clenched her fists so hard that blood filled them, and anger filled her eyes. If it weren't for her scruples, she would not have let the other party off the hook just like that. But in a flash she seemed to remember something as if she was right. It was Su Fan. If Su Fan was here, then he would definitely have a solution. With that thought, she immediately turned around and left. But after just a few steps, she paused again. Tang Yanling looked around in confusion. She had no idea where she was right now. Since Su Fan had said that one should never use spells casually while outside, he had originally thought of flying back with his imperial sword. But all of a sudden this idea was dismissed by her. Nowadays it was still broad daylight, and there were a lot of people. She then made up her mind to just wait here until dark before flying back. For some reason, at this instant, Tang Yanling actually forgot to transmit her voice. If the voice was transmitted to tell Su Fan to come pick it up, the other party would definitely come immediately. She just took her time and waited, standing alone on top of the street with a dumbfounded look on her face. She can't leave and she can't stay. The sun was slanting in the west, and the summer rays spilled across the sky, reflecting rows of fish scale spots. One by one, the street lights were lit up along the street, and there were fewer pedestrians. Right at this moment, an older woman suddenly appeared in front of Tang Yanling. Girl, I see you've been standing here for most of the day. Are you waiting for someone? Tang Yanling didn't pay any attention to the other party, her expression devoid of any warmth. For these ordinary mortals, they simply couldn't raise the slightest interest in her. Watching Tang Yanling not recover, the big mom then waved her hand again and continued to shout, Girl, what's wrong with you? Tang Yanling looked at this mortal in front of her, and was instantly annoyed in her heart. She turned her head without thinking, glancing her head to the side, not wanting to look at the other woman. As the older woman looked at the other party with such an attitude, she immediately shook her head and sighed slightly. Feeling the other party's departing figure, Tang Yanling once again slowed down. Just as she was about to contemplate for a few moments, she saw the older woman carrying a bowl of wontons to Tang Yanling. Girl, after standing here for so long, I'm sure you're starving, too? The older woman's words were filled with heartache and a kind face. With that, she was about to pass the bowl to Tang Yanling. She, who had been planning to refuse, suddenly turned her head to look at the other party. And it was such a glance that all of a sudden made Tang Yanling's heart soften. It was clear that he didn't want to come into contact with these mortals, but why did his heart suddenly soften? It was a very peculiar feeling that she couldn't quite put her finger on, but she could certainly feel it in the other woman. Tang Yanling took the chaos in her hand and directly brought it up to take a slight sip, but just after eating a little, she stopped moving and returned the bowl. Thanks. Thanks. She slowly spat out a few large words inside her vermilion lips, looking extremely embarrassed. The older woman smiled brightly at her words. Girl, eat some more. She was going to try to persuade her, but she watched the other party shake her head, and then she didn't continue. I'm leaving. With those words, Tang Yanling turned around and walked off in a certain direction, leaving Big Mom alone in a windy mess. Hey this girl. Big Mom held the bowl in one hand and waved one hand towards Tang Yanling. Slow down, huh girl. As soon as her words fell, Tang Yanling's back disappeared from sight. In a certain rental house, Su Fan looked at the appearance that it would soon be dark, and then immediately got up. It's time to get going. I wonder if the three of them have passed yet. Su Fan's face was full of smiles as he murmured in a low voice. Su Fan was very happy in his heart and walked slowly towards the stairs. Downstairs, Su Fan watched the shoelace loosen, then squatted down. Just as he was about to lace up his shoes, a cracking sound instantly hit his ears. Shoo! A gust of wind suddenly blew his clothes away, almost on the verge of toppling him over. Cough cough cough, what's with the blowing wind? Feeling the wind and sand that mesmerized his eyes, even the inside of his mouth ran in quite a bit. Su-fan was coughing all of a sudden. Just as he raised his head, a look of living hell was suddenly reflected on his face. I threw, how come you're back? Su-fan climbed up and looked at Tang Yanling with wide eyes. And didn't I tell you not to use spells? Why don't you listen? Su-fan had a furious look on his face and used his hand to just point straight at the other party. But Tang Yanling didn't retort, not even her voice came out. Su-fan eyed the other party in such a manner and instantly sensed that something was wrong. You. What's wrong with you? Did you get into trouble? Thinking of this, he immediately trembled madly in his heart. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to handle it if he got into trouble and ran to him. But just as he thought about it, he realized something was wrong again. Because he didn't see the two Zhang Yi. Now she was the only one who had returned, and her expression looked unusually serious. Ying and the others were taken home. Tang Yanling's lost tone came through, and Su-fan was able to hear the slow sense of loss. Going home? Su-fan's face was full of oddities. He didn't understand why the three of them were obviously just going out for a trip. How come they came back with two people missing? What the hell happened? He asked immediately afterward. Next, Tang Yanling used the simplest of words to explain the cause of the matter clearly to Su-fan. It was only after Tang Yanling stopped speaking that Su-fan came to a realization. That means they didn't go back voluntarily? Tang Yanling nodded. Facing Su-fan, she didn't add the slightest bit of fuel to the fire. So what do you think? Su-fan stared straight at the other party, wanting a definite answer. I want to get them out. As soon as she finished speaking, Su-fan couldn't hold back his laughter. Put. He covered his mouth tightly, not wanting the sound to get out. Why are you laughing? Tang Yanling looked at the other party in such a manner, and a nameless fire sprang up in her heart. It was obvious that he was so sad, but the other person was actually able to laugh. It's unbelievable. Her uncle can tolerate it, but her aunt can't. As the words left his mouth, Su-fan felt an icy chill around him. Humph. Hearing this, Tang Yanling then waved away the cold air. Well, why don't you give me a reason? Su-fan rubbed his cheeks with his hands, and only after his inner well had passed did he speak again. First of all, I still have to praise you a bit, actually able to hold back from making a move. Looks like you listened to my words, this is still quite good. Speak human. Just as Su-fan was still planning to make a few snide remarks, Tang Yanling's beautiful eyes glazed over. Take it easy for now. Chapter 115, this is a magic treasure. Su-fan eyed the other party's appearance of wanting to get angry, and then he exited with a comforting cry. Let's think long and hard about this, let me think about it first. With those words, he ran one hand over his smooth chin as if he were pulling at his beard. After roughly half a long time had passed, Su-fan slowly regained his vigor in his eyes. How? Tang Yanling looked at the other party with a look of confidence, and immediately opened her mouth to inquire. Su-fan sniffed and stared tightly at the other party, then the corner of his mouth drew out an arc. Do you want to go and rescue Ying? Tang Yanling nodded, an expectant look in her eyes. In that case, let's hurry up and get going then? What? You've been thinking about this for so long and you gave me this idea? Tang Yanling was instantly annoyed, secretly blaming Su-fan in her heart. Feeling as if fire was about to erupt from the eyes of this female devil, Su-fan hurriedly waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Listen to what I have to say. Let's walk and talk. With those words, he was about to lead Tang Yanling off. But after just 2 steps, he realized something was wrong. Zhang Yi and his family don't even know where they are, how can we go find them? Su-fan paused momentarily, then scratched his head awkwardly. Where do they live? I don't think I remember being told that. Tang Yanling eyed the other party and instantly gave him a blank stare without any good humor. You don't know and you're still so grounded? But then she also wore an embarrassed expression. Ahem, that what? This seed doesn't know. Su-fan. Then what? When Tang Yanling heard this, a gust of refined light. Ying has my scent lingering on her, it's actually not that hard to find her, except that you have to use spells. With that said, she gave the other woman a deadpan stare. Su-fan looked at the other party with such an attitude, and coupled with Tang Yanling's words, he understood in a flash. This woman was asking for her own ideas. Thinking so, Su-fan secretly excited in his heart. It looks like he's been scaring the other side all day, and it's actually quite useful. That's a good idea for you to hold on, I'll just hand you something. With those words, he took out his cell phone from inside his pocket and placed it in Tang Yanling's hand. Does this magic treasure have the ability to shield mana fluctuations? Su-fan nodded with an inscrutable look. This is one of the great spells developed by the human race in this realm. Not only is it capable of transmitting voice communication, it is also capable of shielding all surveillance. Just now, Su-fan's brain was burning hard within his brain, and only then did he think of such a way to coax the other party. The cell phone thing the other party had already seen so many days, and had cut his last beloved cell phone in half with a knife when that woman Tang Yanling first appeared in front of it. Only now he has no other things on his body can be taken out to pretend. Think about it, only the phone this thing. When the time came, one told the other party that as long as they held it, they would be able to shield the surrounding space from mana fluctuations. Tang Yanling carefully played with the contraption in her hand, and a flash of gravity appeared in her eyes all of a sudden. Because even with her cultivation, she couldn't see exactly how this guy on her hand was functioning. The magic treasures of this realm are really strange, and it is expected that the world of gods does not have any of them. Putting that aside, even so, the most crucial thing was that there were actually no spiritual power fluctuations. According to her original worldview, a magic weapon without spiritual power fluctuations wouldn't actually function properly at all. Even talismans had to be activated by spiritual power, and this thing in front of her she had seen Su Fan use. The opponent did not have the slightest bit of spiritual energy while running this magic treasure. Looking at Tang Yanling, the woman's deeply creased brow, Su Fan's pair of eyes instantly turned a few times. There's something else to remind you of. What is it? Tang Yanling face impatient. How this man so many things, there is something cannot be finished at once. Ahem that. Although this magic treasure is capable of shielding a small area from spiritual power fluctuations, it only has a limited number of uses and a major restriction problem. In the next few moments, Su Fan was all about output to Tang Yanling, miscellaneously listing 100 or so strictly prohibited behaviors with her. Originally, Tang Yanling was still surprised, but as this guy Su Fan talked more and more, it instantly made her burst into flames. Have you finished? Feeling Su Fan pause slightly, the corners of Tang Yanling's mouth twitched viciously for a few moments. She had thought that this thing was quite profound, but after a meal of Su Fan's output, it actually made her feel unusually troubled. According to Su Fan's words, this guy in his hands wasn't really of any great use. Looking at the female demonic head so annoyed that she wanted to eat herself in one gulp, Su Fan awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead. It wasn't that he wanted to talk about so many restrictions, it was really that if he didn't scare the other party a bit, something might happen. If you let it know that the cell phone can shield mana fluctuations, I'm afraid that this woman will dare to strike no matter what she meets in the future. Thinking about it, Su Fan had no choice but to do so. Oops. Do you think it's very simple for these powerful magic treasures to be made? Isn't it? I've been here for so many days, and I've been walking the streets and alleys, but I've seen everyone holding this in their hands. When Tang Yanling heard this, she narrowed her eyes, expressing more and more skepticism towards what Su Fan had said. Listening to the other party's questioning, Su Fan's throat rolled a bit as he thought secretly in his heart. Why is this woman so difficult? Why isn't she the same as when she first came here? Is it because you're used to it? No, it's not. I think it's because I've learned to be smart. Immediately after that, Su Fan continued to start fooling around. How can the magic weapons inside other people's hands be the same as the ones I handed you? Tell me, you're at least an emperor of a clan, do you not understand such a simple truth? Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan as he opened his mouth without any good humor, and all of a sudden, she only felt her cheeks rolling. Things were indeed as the other party had said. What was Su Fan's status? Would he still swindle her in such a matter? Still, she didn't feel quite at ease at the thought of it, but she didn't know exactly why. Seeing Tang Yanling fall into deep thought, Su Fan suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, I was able to muddle through, or I don't know what kind of troublesome things I would have gotten into. I'm so great. If I hadn't stabilized this demoness, I'm afraid the world would have been destroyed long ago. Su Fan masturbated within his own mind for a while, fantasizing that the world couldn't live without him. Why such a creepy smile? Tang Yanling's gaze lingered, staring straight at the drool dripping from the corner of the other party's mouth. No. Nothing. Ha ha ha. Su Fan sniffed and raised his arm to wipe it. Chapter 116, Finding the Way. Tang Yanling glanced at Su Fan and only felt disgust. Su Fan also reacted instantly and touched his head awkwardly. That since you've been given all the magic treasures, you should hurry up and find your way. Receiving an affirmative reply, Tang Yanling nodded. Regardless of how Su Fan acted, the most important thing now was to quickly find Feng Yingying. With those words, the two immediately ran into the building. Tang Yanling channeled her mana while casting attraction technique. Su Fan, on the other hand, ran outside to let off steam, and since fewer people lived in this house, he didn't have many neighbors. Outside, however, there are quite a few, and it's better to keep your eyes on the outside ones. Not long after, Su Fan poked his head out with a wary face and said, "How's it going? Did you find it?" Tang Yanling's hair fluttered without the wind, a look of gravity on her face. The sight moved within her mind, only to see a red dot in the middle of a chaotic ocean that was currently flickering with a faint light. It fluttered and flickered as if it were the brightest star in the darkness. Not long after, Tang Yanling slowed down. The location has been determined. It's not too far from here. If you fly with your sword, you'll be there in an instant, she said in a serious voice, full of confidence. With those words, she was about to release her flying sword. Su Fan took a look at the other party's stance, and in an instant, he was so scared that he ran inside. No. What are you doing? It's too obvious to fly with a sword in broad daylight. Tang Yanling's embroidered brows were furrowed, looking extremely unhappy. Wasn't it you who said that this magic treasure could shield probes? How come it doesn't work again? Su Fan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this, but he was very experienced in this area. Immediately after that, I heard him continue, it's not as simple as you think, although this magic treasure can shield the divine sense from probing, but it can't isolate the line of sight besides, it's a very dangerous behavior when flying in the sky, there are many other ways to be able to crack it. Why is there so much bull asterisk 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 asterisk, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, after all is said and done, it's still you that doesn't work. What kind of magic treasure is so trashy? Su Fan. After a burst of spitting from Tang Yanling, Su Fan immediately had his whole thing go bad. Don't worry, it's the same for us to go there in a four-wheeled magic weapon and it won't be noticeable, right? He was planning to lead Tang Yanling to take a taxi, only then would he not be noticed. Phoning two people's homes must be very strong security force, if not pay attention to be discovered, then certainly will be on a big news. Tang Yanling turned her head to stare straight at Su Fan as if she was saying something, but she didn't open her mouth even after wriggling her lips some. Let's go, it's about time. By the way, where are the two of them coming from? Su Fan was just about to take a few steps out, then instantly paused again. Tang Yanling's words were cold and disdainful as she turned to Su Fan, it's in my head. Isn't it better to follow me? Go with you? Go with you how? Su Fan's eyes widened at once, could this woman already be familiar with the path around her? The coordinates are flashing within my mind, and once I get closer to it, then it flashes more and more. With Tang Yanling's simple explanation, Su Fan also understood. Without further ado, the two men eagerly headed out the door. Not long after, Su Fan called a cab. As soon as he came up, the driver master asked, handsome man, where to? Su Fan's brows immediately furrowed as he didn't know the exact location either. Immediately afterward, he turned his head to glance at Tang Yanling and inquired in a low voice, going in that direction? Tang Yanling was currently resting her eyes with her eyes closed and didn't open them, only pointing her right hand towards the right. Receiving an affirmative reply, Su Fan was as if he had eaten a pill of peace of mind. That, master. What's up, handsome? The driver replied with a kind face. The exact location. We actually don't know. Driver? He mentally spat at Su Fan, not knowing what else to write in. But he didn't show it, after all, he was a guest, and if he ran more distance, he would get more money. Ha ha ha, it's fine, just tell me a general direction. Thank you, master, to the left, please. Su Fan reached out and pointed to his left, and the cab driver glanced at Su Fan through the rearview mirror. With that, the steering wheel was just touched, and actually turned around in place and drove towards the left. It's not that he didn't follow the rules of the road, it's just that the vehicle happened to be traveling at an intersection. About half an hour had passed, and the cab was running wildly down the road like a ferocious bull. The engine roared violently, as if it were an ancient beast. Su Fan eyed the throbbing meter, and suddenly his whole body was bad. I had thought it wasn't that far away, but how come I still can't get there after running for so long? Within this half an hour, Tang Yanling did not say anything, just pointing to the left and pointing to the right, exactly where Su Fan did not know. Another half hour passed, and Su Fan leaned against the backrest behind him with a disheveled look on his face. It was as if all the energy in his body had been drained out of him. It was so scary, it was almost too intimidating. Who could afford to ride in a car like this? An hour's time ran about $100, and he wondered if there was something wrong with the meter. I looked up, but found that the driver actually had a happy face. He didn't know what it was, but it must have something to do with himself. Just as Su Fan turned his head toward Tang Yanling again, her eyes, which were originally tightly closed, opened just as suddenly. Su Fan looked at the other party's eyes that were open, scaring him so much that he instantly shrunk his neck. What are you doing? What are you doing? To the place. Tang Yanling didn't care about Su Fan's tirade, instead, she spoke other words. Finally? When Su Fan heard this, he immediately revealed a happy smile, and even his eyes were filled with tears too. Finally arrived if he kept running like this, he didn't know if he would still have enough money on him to pay the fare by then. The present-day Su Fan was not too far from describing it as a person who wanted to cry. Master, we're here, you find a place to park. Okay, you wait a moment, ha. The driver was also looking a little tired from the hour-long drive that continued. Looking at the scarlet numbers on the meter, his eyes were filled with a brilliant. He looked at the scarlet numbers on the meter with a glint in his eye. This guy, he's so good. It's been a long time since I've had a big order like this. I think I'll be able to get off early tonight. Immediately afterward, the vehicle traveled alongside a slightly silent street. As the vehicle stopped, Su Fan took the lead in getting out of the car, and then he ran over to Tang Yanling's side and slowly opened the door for the other party. Hurry down. Just then, the master driver fished out a cigarette from inside his pocket and lit it. He inhaled hard, a happy smile spreading across his cheeks. Immediately afterward, his line of sight slowly moved upward, and an opulent villa appeared within his sight. Woohoo, I should have told you guys to come here. Chapter 117, Listen to Uncle's Advice. The cab driver immediately showed a face of surprise. Originally he had not paid attention to it and carelessly drove the car here. Since there was no destination, he didn't know exactly where. However, after the villa complex in front of him appeared in his eyes, it immediately made him startled. What is it, master? Su Fan had just gotten Tang Yenling out of the car as soon as he did, when he heard the driver's foul language and burst out. Why would you guys take a cab if you live here? And actually don't know the location? We came over to see a friend. Su Fan looked at the other party's exaggerated expression and instantly raised his eyebrows and smiled. This master is quite funny to come to ha. Friends? You're friends with the people who live here. Even after hearing Su Fan talk about not being the owner of this home, he was still surprised. This villa complex was called Tianba Pavilion, which was the top-ranked landed residential area in Zhanghai City. Prices for each villa start in the hundreds of millions and are still available. You have to know that the people who live here are either rich or noble, and ordinary people are not allowed to come over here at all. They have a specialized security force that patrols the surrounding area for any bad situations that may arise. And now that he had actually brought two youngsters here, how could he not appear surprised again? That's right, but it's our first time here too, that's why we didn't know where it was coming from. Don't know the location? Then how do you know the direction again? Su Fan. He was so annoyed. Why was this driver talking so much? Can you let him stop a little bit? The two are just a little bit of water. Ask so much is useless. Just as Su Fan was spitting so much, he saw the driver's face change again and again. Then he panicked and persuaded, young man, don't do anything stupid. This is no place for you to mess around. When Su Fan heard this, his entire body immediately became bad. But as a man with 9 years of compulsory education, how could he just get angry? Immediately afterward, Su Fan said with a fawning smile on his face, you can just relax your mind. It's not as complicated as you say. With those words, he fished out another $200 from inside his pocket and handed it to the driver. Here's the fare, you find it. Su Fan didn't want to talk to this uncle at all anymore. The other party actually treated him like a rash. Is there a rash man who takes such a big beauty out? He doesn't think about it either. Thinking about this, Su Fan felt more and more aggravated. The driver took a deep drag on his cigarette and then slowly exhaled a smoke ring. The smoke ring slowly drifted toward the front, and then slowly expanded its range, and finally popped and exploded. Young man, listen to uncle's advice. Okay, hurry up and leave, it's annoying. Su Fan heard that the other party was still planning to open his mouth, and all of a sudden, he couldn't bear it anymore. He then snatched the money the other man was looking for with a straight hand, his mouth tooting and skimming as he came. Driver? Are young people so angry nowadays? As a veteran, what's wrong with speaking from experience? Hey! He sighed deeply, then stubbed out his cigarette, and kicked the gas in the dust. Only Su Fan, who was baffled, and the high-cooled Tang Yenling were left behind at the scene. These old people, why are their tempers so foul? By the time Su Fan looked back, the vehicle had long since disappeared from sight, and then spat. I didn't realize you were so talkative and petty. Tang Yenling looked at the moment his open teeth and claws Su Fan, and then embroidered eyebrows a Ling slowly open mouth contempt. When the words came to his lips, Su Fan didn't know what to say. Immediately afterward, he continued, forget it, I'm not going to get into all that nonsense with you. Oof. Looking at the other party's couldn't care less demeanor, Tang Yenling also let out a cold snort. Then Su turned his head to scrutinize his immediate surroundings, only to see that beside the street, there was a group of villa clusters with gleaming bursts of light coming, and each of the villas covered an extremely large area. If one were to use the words within Su Fan's mind nowadays, then his home was a dog's den, and this place was a gentle land. To say that do not envy that is simply impossible. Children from rural areas, struggling for several lifetimes cannot afford to buy these guys in front of you. Sensing that Su Fan's expression instantly froze, Tang Yenling spoke in a cold voice, what's wrong with you? Su Fan sniffed and was pulled back by the other party's voice in an instant. When slowed down, he still looked like he couldn't get enough. A villa. He was so greedy, if he could afford a house like this one day, I'm afraid his ancestors' graves would be smoking. From what I've been told, there are guards all over this place, so I'm afraid it's not that easy to get in unannounced. Su Fan stroked his chin lightly, his brows furrowing. Tang Yenling sniffed. Can't we just barge in where she's at? Thinking of this, his heart immediately despised Su Fan again. I say you woman, what's in your eyes? Don't look at me like that. Su Fan was originally thinking of a countermeasure, but through his afterglow, he realized that the eyes of this woman, Tang Yenling, were not quite right. Didn't I tell you? In the mortal world of this realm, everything is subject to morality and law, or you will be punished. Once you break the rules, even after you die, your soul can't escape suffering. Su Fan sensed that his majesty was being provoked, and then he made up nonsense with a sinister look in his eyes. He wanted to scare this female devil, so that the other party would be sure of his position to come, if not do anything bad. He could not afford to take responsibility. Looking at the woman's look of eagerness, he knew the other party was up to something. It goes without saying that there must be a plan to sneak into the restricted area. And this plan is definitely not going to work, and when the time comes, if someone else finds out about it, once it's resolved poorly, it's definitely going to be a lawsuit. Tang Yenling listened to Su Fan's one operation, and all of a sudden, the pupils in her eyes shrunk slightly. So, what do you think should be done? Su Fan watched Tang Yanling go soft, then revealed a satisfied smile. Immediately afterward he continued, let's do nothing, just go up and knock on the door. Knock on the door? Not bad, let's announce ourselves. I'm sure Ying will definitely reply to us even if she hears us. Tang Yanling listened to the other party's words, and then also revealed a contemplative expression. Only to see that Su Fan hadn't stopped yet, he then continued. But we have to seek out Zhang Yi first, so that he can bring us along. Why? I say, why do you look a little foolish some of the time? Do you think the Feng family would be willing to see us just by coming to the door? Listening to the other party spit on her, Tang Yanling was instantly about to get angry. But now was not the time to argue, so she held her tongue. The other party's expression, all of which fell into Su Fan's eyes, directly provoked his heart to deject one by one. Stinky woman, who let you bully me before? Chapter 118 Rules. According to Su Fan's intention, the two of them would definitely have to go and find Zhang Yi first, and subsequently through the other party's connections, thus meeting Feng Yingying. Sometimes it's better to play hard to get than to play hard to get. Regarding the spat just now, Su Fan only maintained it for a moment. Being able to see the other party suffer already made him very happy. Being a man is a good thing, the saying applies no matter what the occasion is, and besides, this woman is still living under the same roof as himself. By the way, since you were able to locate Ying's position, do you have a way to find it too, Zhang Yi? Tang Yanling sniffed and eyed him as if he were an idiot. You. What are you looking at? Su Fan skimmed his mouth. Why was this guy's expression so annoying? This seat really thinks your brain is burnt out, can't I do this little thing? With those words, her eyes became even sharper. Su Fan had a look of weakness on his face, but his mouth didn't want to admit defeat. Wasn't I just asking? Since you have the ability to do so, then hurry up and act. Chi he he. Tang Yanling instantly turned her head to the side, and then began to release her divine sense. As her divine sense was released, everything around her became exceptionally clear to her eyes. Because Su Fan had told her that the magic treasure called cell phone was only capable of covering an area within a radius of 1 kilometer, that was why she had released her divine sense here. Just after the divine sense had spread to within a kilometer, Tang Yanling immediately stopped. Although she still wanted to continue spreading her divine sense out, once she thought of Su Fan's admonition, her original eagerness to try was immediately doused. With that, a cold sweat appeared above her forehead. Noticing her impulsive mentality just now, Tang Yanling immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. It was a good thing it stopped, or something would have happened and she might have just gone out of her mind. What Tang Yanling didn't know was that as a demon empress, she should have been able to do so with impunity, but now she was actually intimidated by a nebulous thing. I'm afraid she hasn't realized it yet, but once it all piles up and explodes one day, I don't know what she'll look like. In roughly a few breaths, Su Fan looked at the other party and slowly opened his mouth. How's it going? Did you find Zhang Yi? Tang Yanling nodded, then stretched out her right hand and pointed at a nearby villa. Are you sure that's the one? Su Fan followed the other party's movements and directly shifted his gaze over. What came into view was a magnificent villa. Although the luxury of that villa was not as good as the one in front of him, it was not something that he, Su Fan, was able to spy on. Tang Yanling did not open her mouth in the face of Su Fan's inquiry. Seeing that the other party was silent, Su Fan actually had a bottom in his heart. Immediately afterward, he waved his hand and walked towards the villa Tang Yanling had pointed at. Let's go. Let's go see little Yoshiko first. After a few minutes had passed, the two arrived outside a villa. Su Fan looked at the tall building, his eyes revealing bursts of refined light. You seem to like it here? Tang Yanling looked at the other party's excited face and couldn't help but ask out loud. It's not really that. Su Fan scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't know how to explain this with the other party, but as a social animal, he would definitely have his eyes drawn to this scene in front of him. After all, he had already tasted what a hard life was really like, and if he had the chance, of course he would put up a good fight and try to get his parents to live in such a house as well. This seat really didn't see that you, who originally had a powerful cultivation, would actually be interested in these mundane things. What is the moral of your coming to this realm? This seat no longer wants to ask, but a word of advice, don't get carried away and forget your original path. Su Fan blushed as she listened to the other party talking to himself. The truth is simply two different things from what the other party said, but one's previous fluff has blown out, and it's not easy to explain it now. He felt a rush of headache just thinking about it. Just as he wanted to go along with the other party and compromise, an aura suddenly appeared in his mind. Immediately afterward, Su Fan's eyes lit up. Hey, you don't understand the rules of this realm at all. Oh, when Tang Yanling heard this, her expression immediately became strange. It was really because Su Fan's mood had shifted too quickly. Just now he was still a bit nervous, but in an instant he actually became all high and mighty. Today I am going to tell you the ultimate rule of this realm. This is a secret I have never talked about with anyone before. Is what? Tang Yanling looked at the other party's serious appearance, and her heart suddenly beat frantically. The words Su Fan said when he was serious, she actually believed them very much, sometimes even surpassing the level of trust she had for herself. Immediately afterward, anticipation was revealed in her eyes as she eyed her opponent nervously. Su Fan stood diagonally in front of Tang Yanling, and through his afterglow, he saw the other party's current trembling appearance, and an extremely soothing feeling spread throughout his body. That's it. That's what it feels like. It's so good. He roared in his mind, and one by one, he began to fool around. Ahem, listen to me slowly. Tang Yanling subconsciously shook her hand, and a lot of sweat broke out inside her palm. The first rule of this realm. That is to always make more money. Only money is your only guarantee to survive in this ruthless society. Tang Yanling? Is this line wrong? Why does it feel like it's not right? She's a cultivator. Why do you need so much money? Can more money improve your cultivation? Besides, it was just money from the mortal world. No matter how much it was, it wouldn't serve any purpose. When Su Fan stopped speaking, Tang Yanling's eyes immediately glazed over, revealing a gust of cold air from them. What's the point of having so many mundane things? Feeling the other party's anger, Su Fan didn't shy away from the situation and instead revealed a bright smile. Haha, I knew you'd ask. Money does come from outside the body, but it is indeed one of the rules of this realm. As long as you have enough money, then you'll be able to accomplish things that you wouldn't have been able to otherwise. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round, and once you reach a threshold, all things can be accomplished. Tang Yanling looked at the other party who was still making a point of bragging, and was instantly offended. What's that look on your face? Don't I make sense? You don't need money for food and clothing every day? Did it fall from the sky? Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling, who was full of disdain, and directly retorted. He wanted to make the other party understand that if he wanted to survive in this world, then the only way to do so was to make money. Let's not talk about anything else. It's nice to be able to fill your stomach. Su Fan didn't expect the other party to be able to fend for himself, at least just don't drag his feet for him. Chapter 119, This man doesn't follow the rules. Tang Yanling did not care more about Su Fan's boring nonsense. She originally thought that she was about to hear the life-shattering secret, but when the other party opened his mouth, she realized how ridiculous it was. It was so ridiculous that he even thought Su Fan was cheating on her as a way to have fun, and according to the original worldview, all of the other party's words were nonsense, and she didn't even want to listen to them. Hey! Forget it, I can't tell you, you'll understand later. Su Fan waved his hand, giving up on the act of continuing to indoctrinate the other party's thoughts. Immediately afterward, he continued to fix his gaze on the figure of the villa. Stay here and don't move, I'll ring the doorbell. When he finished, he ran straight to the front door of the villa. Originally standing farther away, Su Fan hadn't noticed how wide this gate could be, but when he really came below, he realized how big of a mistake his previous thoughts had been. Not bad for a rich family, just luxurious. Su Fan shook his head and put all these unrealistic thoughts behind him. Immediately afterward he reached toward the doorbell and pressed it. Ding dong ding dong. 2 consecutive crisp and pleasant doorbells resounded through the empty surroundings and then traveled inside the villa. But then, a middle-aged woman in a black uniform arrived at the door in style. Just see the black hip-hugging skirt supporting her plump, surplus hips, white shirt outlines her rocking body, long hair flowing. A black mole at the corner of her mouth added a little more charm. May I ask who you two are looking for? The visitor was none other than Chu Xianxian, the Zhang family's grand housekeeper. Chu Xianxian was currently wearing a soft face, and a friendly look flowed from her eyes. Hello, sorry to bother you, we are Zhang Yi's friends. We have something very important to find him. Please can you let us in to see him? Su Fan was very polite. How could he not be able to put it away in the face of such a beautiful woman? Excuse me sir, do you have an appointment? Chu Xianxian smiled faintly, revealing an affectionate expression. An appointment? Su Fan sniffed and frowned. These rich families are really quite good at organizing things, huh? They have to ask if they have an appointment first. But on second thought he also reacted that he was probably too busy with business to care. Su Fan thought about it differently. If he also had such a big family business, there were people coming to his door all day long, even he would feel annoyed. Therefore, for Chu Xuanchuan's words, he was still relatively certain that at least the other party had a pretty good attitude and didn't have a dog-eyed expression. We don't have an appointment. Can you help us with the notification, please? Su Fan knew the other party's difficulties, but due to the urgency of the situation, he couldn't care less. Mr. I'm afraid it's not quite in order. Chu Xianxian then revealed an embarrassed look, but her own cultivation told her to be absolutely polite. Can't you really accommodate? Su Fan tried once more, wanting to see exactly how the other party reacted. Sir, I'm really sorry, please go back. With those words, she made a gesture of sending her away. Tang Yanling looked at her greasy opponent and saw that she was about to have a seizure. Su Fan sensed the other party's annoyed look and leaned over. Don't be impulsive. Why do you think about doing it all day? Who wants to make a move? Can't I have a little temper? Tang Yanling blankly glanced at him, then said without a trace of anger. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling dumbfounded, and a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. When did this woman even start to have a little temper? The last few days had been pretty off. He wasn't sure if it was good or bad, but if he had to choose, he would definitely choose the present-day attitude of the other party. Who could have stood it before when they had to fight and kill at the drop of a hat? Looking at Su Fan's stunned appearance, Tang Yanling instantly laughed happily. She loved watching the other party get defeated. Forget it, just let me do it. Immediately afterward, Su Fan took a deep breath and said to Chu Xianxian, "You really can't be accommodating?" "I'm sorry sir, I really can't." Receiving an affirmative reply, he then let go of his heart. Since everyone else was like this, then he should not be blamed for being merciless. Without waiting for the other party to say more, he only saw Su Fan shouting loudly at the top of his voice, "Zheng Yi, hurry up and come out, your brother Fan is here." Calling out several times in a row, his voice was surprisingly loud, causing Chu Xianxian to cover her ears all of a sudden. It was only after she reacted that she was shocked. Why didn't this man follow the rules? The barks were really something she hadn't expected. "Sir, I'd like to advise you that this is a private place, and if you keep yelling I'll call security." Chu Xianxian looked at Su Fan, who had paused, and immediately spoke out in a threatening manner. As a butler, then one is responsible for taking care of anything that threatens the master. And it was her duty to block a cowlick like Su Fan, never letting him step into the doorway. "Zhang Yi, can you hear me? Your brother Fan is here, hurry up and come out to get me." Su Fan didn't care about the other party's threatening intentions and shouted immediately afterward. Watching the other party not listen to the discouragement, Chu Xianxian came with a hand touching the intercom at her waist. She pressed the button and a sizzling sound came. Hey, this is Area A, Villa 2B, a malicious perpetrator has appeared. Please receive the message personnel to come quickly to support." Chu Xuanxuan's words had just fallen, and one after another voice rang out from inside the intercom. "Roger, heading for backup." "Roger that, I'm not far from A, I'll be there soon." There were still voices coming out one after another inside the walkie-talkie, and Chu Xianxian raised her head to look at Su Fan, who had a baffled look on his face. "Sir, I've already warned you, it's not too late to leave now. If you wait for the security team to come, you'll be subject to a lawsuit then." She didn't mean to threaten Su Fan, and it just so happened that this was indeed the case. For rich people's residential areas, whenever such things happen, they will definitely be subject to lawsuits. Rather, the probability that the intruder will lose the case is very high. After all, the rich have a team of lawyers with them. As Su Fan listened to the other party's words, a few drops of sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Just as he hesitated and planned to retreat first, a breathy voice slowly came. A few minutes ago, outside the villa, Zhang Yi looked at the stars in the sky, and a feeling of sadness arose in his heart for some unknown reason. After being brought back this afternoon, he had never seen Feng Yingying's figure again, and didn't know how the other party was now. Just now wanted to come out to blow off steam. Were not allowed by Zhang's father, if not his mother loves him, do not know how long will be locked up. The summer breeze blew gently, cutting across his stoic cheeks and taking away some of the heat. Following a falling leaf, his gaze slowly moved to the direction of Feng Yingying's house. Chapter 120. This is your guest. Originally, his gaze was out of focus as he was thinking about Feng Yingying, but right at this moment, Zhang Yi seemed to hear someone calling his name. The first few times he heard it, he just thought it was very familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember exactly who it was. Thinking of this, he shook off his head and left it alone, continuing to cast his gaze in the direction of Feng Yingying's house. "I don't know how Yingying is doing now, it's really worrying," he murmured in a low voice, his eyes soft as water. Just as he had sunk his thoughts, he realized that the voice from earlier had come again. This time, he heard it very clearly. It was Su Fan's voice. It was definitely Su Fan who had come. There was no time to think about it, and he straightened up and made a mad dash for the door. The screen returned to Su Fan, looking at the strong woman in front of him. Su Fan only felt that the CPU was burning up the machine, but there was indeed no good way to do it nowadays. If Zhang Yi wasn't able to come out in time, then they would really have to retreat first. Just as he was hesitating, a voice came slowly. Van? Zhang Yi looked at Su Fan outside the door and instantly had a surprised expression on his face. Su Fan smiled coyly at his words. "It's really hard to see you, isn't it? It's a lot of work." Zhang Yi scratched his head in embarrassment. He also looked very embarrassed. "Brother Van, why don't you guys come in first and have a seat in the house?" "You." Su Fan shook his head, his face filled with a helpless expression. "Never mind, I'll stop poking fun at you for now, ha ha." Immediately after that, another burst of his bright laughter came out, straightening up the other party to be even more embarrassed. Zhang Yi actually didn't like these processes either, but who let him live in this family? All of this was something that couldn't be helped. Young master. It was only at this point that Chu Xianxian slowed down, as she stared blankly at the two men talking cordially. She had been in the Zhang family for some years, and counting the time of her graduation, it was coincidentally just 10 years. In all these years, she had never seen Zhang Yi with a friend like Su Fan. He had just thought that the other party was here to touch the porcelain, but he didn't expect that this man in front of him, who had no reputation, really knew his own young master. "Aunt Xian, they are all my friends, you don't have to care." Zhang Yi waved his hand towards Chu Xianxian, signaling that he did not need to worry about the other party next. Chu Xianxian watched the other party's movements, her lips slightly open, still intending to say something. "What's wrong, Aunt Xian? Is there something else wrong with you?" Zhang Yi frowned. For Chu Xianxian he counted more respect. After all, the other party had been in the Zhang family for 10 years. In his mind, even if it was no better than his own relatives, the relationship was indeed not very bad. It was just that Zhang Yi didn't want an outsider to police his own affairs either, and it was only when he looked at the other party's hesitant appearance that he spoke out to inquire. Chu Shenshan looked at Zhang Yi's slightly enraged appearance and instantly set herself in the right position. Immediately after that, she took a deep breath and said, "Just now, I didn't know that these two were the young master's guests, and originally thought that they were some deliberate troublemakers, so I subconsciously called the security personnel." She kept her voice as low as she could, yet every word was perfectly clear. Zhang Yi quietly listened to the other party's report without the slightest expression on his face. You give me the walkie-talkie." With that, Zhang Yi extended his right hand. Once he had gotten past the intercom, he took a slow, deep breath. Hey, this is the Zhang family in Building B of Area A. This is Zhang Yi. Security personnel, please answer when you hear me. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he paused for a few seconds, waiting for the other security personnel to recover. Roger, this is the A team, on their way at this moment. Roger, this is Team B. 2 minutes to target. Roger that. The voices that rose and fell one right after the other passed over, and Zhang Yi sniffed, his brows slightly relieved. This is District A, Building B. I'm Zhang Yi, plans cancelled, secret order for tonight, pancake fruit is not fruit. Su Fan turned his head to glance at Tang Yanling while listening to Zhang Yi's reply. They both saw curiosity in each other's eyes, as well as incredulity. Not waiting for more thought, the walkie-talkie then came the sound of sizzle, 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 sizzle. Roger that. Roger that. Seeing this, Zhang Yi directly threw the walkie-talkie into Chu Xuanxuan's hands again. Alright, let's hurry up and get inside. Brother Van. Su Fan slowed down and pointed his finger at the intercom, a puzzled look on his face. I'm not afraid to laugh at you, Brother Fan, these are just the basic operations of living here. Su Fan's pupils shrunk slightly when he heard this, and immediately afterward he opened his mouth and asked, what do you mean by that? These are set by the villa security, each day has a fixed secret order. Zhang Yi looked at the other party's face of curiosity, then slowly explained. Everywhere in this range of villas is patrolled by the most professional security personnel. Its purpose is to be able to better safeguard the lives of this group of rich people, and the different secret orders issued every day possess different effects. Secret orders are not complicated, but they do possess a pattern. Once you have memorized a fixed routine, it is very difficult to forget it. And what Zhang Yi had entered just now was one of them, which was why the other security personnel who had rushed over returned immediately. When Zhang Yi finished his explanation, Su Fan's eyes had glazed over. He was shocked, not realizing that these rich people were quite good at playing for their lives. Shocked as he was, though, he didn't dig his heels in about these things. After all, they were all other people's private matters, and it didn't seem too good to ask too many questions yourself. I'm sorry for Brother Fan, Sister Ling just now. Zhang Yi led the way forward while his face was full of apologies. Ha! It's okay. Don't think about it. Right at this moment, Zhang Yi then stopped his steps again and looked at Su Fan with a slight frown. Brother Fan, are you guys here about Ying? You kid, if we're not about this, what else could it be about? Su Fan slapped him without any good humor, and feeling the fiery pain coming from the top of his head, Zhang Yi shrunk his neck. Fan, it's all because I'm useless, otherwise I wouldn't have to trouble you too. Zhang Yi listened to the other party's cordial language and immediately came to a crying halt. It's not that he's so fragile, it's just that it's really not something he can do to hold. After all, the issue of two families was at stake, and he didn't dare to overstep by half a step. Looking at the arrival of the backbone, Zhang Yi rekindled hope. I don't know why, but a few people didn't spend a few days together, but the bond was very heavy. Heavy enough to make it wonder if it was all a dream of its own, all a figment of its own stressful imagination. Yet all of it was so real again, along with the stabbing pain in the head. They were reminders that he was indeed awake. Chapter 121 Uncatchable. Zhang Yi led Su Fan and the two of them inside the villa, which also boasted a small garden outside the main house. The gardens are filled with rare flowers, and most of them are not found on the market. However, Su Fan was just a layman, no matter how expensive the flowers and plants were, they were just good looking for him. Listening to Zhang Yi's language of self-doubt, Su Fan smiled slightly. Why do you think so much? We are brothers. Besides, Ying and Yanling are still sisters. No matter what, we won't leave you guys alone. Van. Zhang Yi listened to the other party's serious look, and immediately his eyes filled with crystal tears. Alright, you kid are at least a big man, don't give me the whole crybaby thing. Su Fan scoffed in a good-natured manner as a way to break the other party's self-condemnation. With those words, Zhang Yi raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes. Brother Fan's sister Ling. Let's hurry up and go inside. Aha! Su Fan and Tang Yanling then nodded. About 2 minutes later, the Zhang family villa hall. Father Zhang sat on top of the sofa with a serious face, his eyes were like eagles, reflecting a proud golden light. This man was none other than Zhang Yi's father, named Zhang Jianguo. Zhang Jianguo was not relying on their own fortune. According to contemporary discourse, he can be described as the authentic second generation of the rich, and Zhang Yishuan bit to the third generation of the rich. Zhang Jiangwo's father left his hands off many years ago, whether it was things within the family or troubles within the company, all of them were handed over to Zhang Jiangwo. All these years of dribs and drabs had allowed him to develop a pair of eyes like those of an eagle to come. Regardless of what kind of person it is, if he lets it take a look at him, he will be able to tell what kind of character the other person really is. 9 or so he would be able to see exactly what kind of character the other party was. And sitting across from Zhang Jiangwo was Zhang Yi's mother, Yuqi Jasmine. Yuqi Jasmine's mother's family was also a big family, and it was an ancient family with a long heritage. Moving up a few hundred years, their family was also rich, and even the first person of the dynasty had to look at their Yuqi family for a few moments. Only it's all long as smoke and mirrors of the past. Time has changed, and no matter how great a family once was, it has long since fallen. But even the declining clans are simply no better for some of the newer clans than the. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and this saying is definitely more appropriate for the Yuqi family. Yuqi Jasmine looked up slightly, her brow furrowing gently. Who are you making a face for all day? Zhang Jiangwo acted as if he hadn't heard it at all, as he was still immersed in his own world. Is the old lady giving you a talking to? Mute. Yuqi Jasmine continued to yell without any good humor, and it was only then that Zhang Jiangwo slowed down. Immediately afterward he drooped an ear to his wife and asked with a concerned look on his face, What's wrong, Molly? What's wrong? You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? You look at yourself like that and you don't know what bad ideas you're holding back. I'm thinking about ear. Ever since he came back after today, he's been in a very low mood, and as a father I feel like I'm really incompetent and can't do anything to help him. Jasmine quietly listened to Zhang Jiangwo's confidences, and her originally exasperated eyes became soft for a moment. Immediately afterward, Zhang Jiangwo continued, I know that you also like that little daughter of the Feng family, but how could I not? Naiha his father does not allow us to interact, which puts me in the middle is also very embarrassing and I've heard that her little mom has been coming up with bad ideas lately, wanting to marry Ying off in a hurry. Well, I've also heard about this matter. That woman is really like a snake, obviously Ying won't live long. As she spoke, Yuqi Jasmine actually began to sob slightly. Ying that child, they had watched her grow up. They knew better than anyone how cute and obedient the other side was. But her fate was a little too bitter. She lost her mother in infancy, and then found out she had leukemia, which is now terminal, and her days are numbered. A white flower, this is about to wither in this world. Every time I think of this, Jasmine's heart is like a scythe was stirred hard in general. Looking at Jasmine's eyes reddening, Zhang Jiangwo instantly got up and came to her side, then tightly hugged the other party in his arms. Hubby, how coming Ying's life is so bitter, whoa. Jasmine felt her husband's warmth and instantly tears broke through as if a river had burst its banks. Well, don't cry, it's not good for the kids to see, Zhang Jiangwo said while gently caressing the other party's head. Just at this moment, a cheerful sound of conversation rang out from outside the villa hall. Zhang Jiangwo's eyes narrowed slightly. Listening to its footsteps, there were probably 3 people while the conversation was between 2 men. One of them he knew was his son, but who was the other young voice? With confusion, he caressed Jasmine's head and said, well, there's a guest, so hurry up and go wipe your eyes properly. Jasmine slowly rose from the other woman's arms at her words, and when she realized that it was indeed as the other woman had said, she turned around and ran towards the stairs immediately after. As Jasmine's figure had just stepped into the staircase, within the hall, Zhang Yi arrived in front of Zhang Jiangwo with a big stride. Dad, let me introduce you, this is my good buddy Su Fan, and next to him is sister-in-law Tang Yanling. Just as Zhang Yi finished his words, Su Fan's eyelids fluttered wildly for a moment. This child truly dares to say anything. Thinking of this, he slowly turned his head, wanting to see the reaction of this woman, Tang Yanling. It was a slight relief when the other party's indifferent attitude fell into his eyes. Luckily, her mind was all on Feng Yingying's body right now, or else she would have thought that she had taken advantage of her again. Zhang Jiangwo looked at the 2 strangers in front of him, and his pupils shrunk. Just now only heard his voice as nothing, but now see the people, only to let him realize that these 2 young people are absolutely not simple. There is no trace of youthfulness in his body, but on the contrary, he is very old and hot. And that woman seems to be even more unusual, what people he has not seen in so many years, but Tang Yanling is as if covered in layers of smoke. It made him unreadable and impenetrable. Just as he had just glanced at each other, Zhang felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. The feeling was too terrifying, and it was clearly just a look. Well, good. Fan's friend is really a talented young man. Zhang raised his right hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes revealing an expression of horror. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a Jedi Master before. Some years earlier, he had met an old Taoist priest when he had gone out to wander. And now Tang Yanling has given him the same feeling he had when he met the old Taoist priest. Chapter 122, Shock. Dad, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yi looked at the fine beads of sweat emerging from his father's forehead and instantly asked with concern. No. Nothing, it's just a little hot. Zhang Jiangwo snorted, and then he tried to deflect his own loss of temper just now. That's good, I'm glad it's okay. I'll order them to turn down the air conditioning a bit. While speaking, Zhang Yi turned his head and tried to shout towards the nanny. Forget about that for now, why don't you hurry up and introduce your friend to my father? Zhang Jianguo watched the other party's movements and immediately blocked them. I'm okay dad, I'll give you that. After saying that, he politely turned his head to look at the Su Fan duo again. Brother Fan sister Ling, you guys sit first. Haha, they're all brothers, don't talk about politeness. Then, Su Fan led Tang Yan Ling to sit down. Zhang father looked at the two who were seated, then instructed towards the maid who was guarding the side, Shalia go and pour 2 cups of tea. Su Fan looked at the other party being so polite, then waved his hand and said, no need uncle, we're not thirsty. Of course, these are all just words, in the outside world, always need to know some people. Not long after, 2 cups that were bubbling with some heat were brought to Su Fan in front of the two of them. Please you're welcome huh? Zhang Jianguo spoke with a kind smile on his face. Su Fan followed the other party's gesture and nodded slightly. These are tea leaves that I have treasured for a long time, and I don't know if you two are used to drinking them? Zhang Jianguo laughed brightly. Uncle, don't be so polite, the two of us are good friends with Zhang Yi, there's no need to be so troublesome. It was only when Zhang Jianguo heard this that his eyes shifted slightly within his eyes. These two people he had never seen before at all, and he had never heard Zhang Yi mention to him that there were such 2 other friends. His son, who was originally a rather introverted personality, seemed to look different even after a few days on the run. For Feng Yingying's sake, he had been living in fear since he was a child, afraid that the other party would just leave. But it all came home to him just a few hours ago, all of it. Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying fled and eloped in the past few days, although they did not carry a penny on their bodies. Yet they are still alive and well and actually happier than when they were at home. At that time, when Zhang Yi was sent back, he was actually very angry. However, after listening to his son's explanation, Zhang Jianguo's originally tightly frowned, which then slowly loosened down. According to Zhang Yi's words, it was that they were kindly taken in by a couple on a rainy day. And not only that, when they learned that Feng Yingying was suffering from leukemia, they decisively took out a mysterious pill and let Yingying eat it. They said that as long as she took the pill, Yingying's leukemia would be cured immediately. As for why the other party wanted it, Zhang Jianguo also learned from his son's mouth. The girl in the couple thought that Yingying looked very much like her deceased sister, and out of sympathy, she wanted to save each other's lives. At that time, Zhang Jianguo only felt a laugh after listening to his son's words. This matter, from beginning to end, is completely without the slightest basis to speak of. The degree of outrageousness is comparable to the national soccer team breaking into the World Cup. The reason why he was angry at that time was not that his son had absconded with Feng Yingying in private. Rather, he felt that the son he had raised for so many years actually dared to deceive him, and how could he, as the head of the family, stand it? But all of that was shattered the moment Su Fan's duo appeared. The thick smoke spreading from the two men's bodies was so thick that even he, who had been through a lot of battles in the shopping mall, was not able to see the slightest bit clearly. Thinking of this, Zhang Jianguo was even more convinced of his son's words. By the way dad, I just saw how mom went upstairs so early. Zhang Yi looked at the stairs with a curious expression. Hey, your mother just got sand in her eyes and she went up to wash them. Zhang Jianguo waved his hand and said with a random excuse, is it serious enough to need a hospital? Zhang Yi sniffed and became anxious. In his mind, there are only 2 women in his life who are most important. One is his mother, Yuqi Jasmine, and the other is Feng Yingying. The figures of the two of them, from a young age. Then it entered the deepest part of Zhang Yi's heart. According to his own thoughts, no matter what happened to him in this life, he would never forget the 2 of them. Don't worry, it's just a little thing, no need to worry, ha. Zhang Jianguo rubbed his son's head with a soft expression. Immediately afterward, he raised his head and eyed Su Fan and the 2 of them, then opened his mouth and inquired, by the way, I don't know what the 2 of you are doing here so late in the evening? Su Fan glanced at Zhang Yi as he listened to Zhang Jianguo's inquiry. He breathed a slow sigh of relief when the other man nodded over. Then I confessed it all to my dad. Aha! I know. Su Fan responded softly, and then a gleam of golden light was revealed in his eyes. Only after a deep breath had passed did he look at Zhang Jianguo. Since Uncle Zhang already knows the cause and effect of the matter, I won't beat around the bush. Just as you have learned, we have come here because we want a free Yingying. What do you mean by that? When Zhang Jianguo heard this, he immediately revealed a curious look. Looking at the other party's face full of urgent thoughts, Su Fan smiled faintly. We need to think long and hard about this matter. Just as Su Fan was about to voice out his plan, a shocked and unusual voice suddenly appeared. Yuqi Jasmine ran while screaming at Zhang Yi, Sun Yingying, Yingying Shi. The words came to her, but she couldn't get them out. Sensing that his own mother was so flustered, and shouting straight to Yingying from the inside of her mouth, Zhang Yi's heart instantly rose to his throat. Really can't not let him think more, nowadays Yingying is not by his side. What exactly happened he can't know in time. Mom! You relax, take your time, what's going on? Zhang Yi looked at his stuttering mother and walked straight forward to support her shoulders with both hands. Yuqi Jasmine felt her son's anxious eyes and took a slow, deep breath. Immediately after that, she said in a shocking voice, Yingying's illness has been cured. What? Is that true? Without waiting for Zhang Yi to open his mouth to speak, Zhang Jianguo immediately stood up and eyed his wife. How can you be cured of advanced leukemia? Even the most advanced and beautiful technology can't do that, right? Shocked, unable to stop being shocked, it simply shattered his original worldview. Mom, are you telling the truth? Zhang Yi swallowed hard, and then a look of surprise was revealed in his eyes. Jasmine looked at the expressions of the father and son duo and was instantly very shocked as well, followed by her immediate nod in response to the inquiry. Chapter 123, A Request for a Favor. When he got the exact answer from his own mom, Zhang Yi immediately revealed a look of living hell. With that, he jerked his head back and looked at the duo of Su Fan, who were currently looking bland. A scene from not so long ago was now rewinding in his mind. A few days ago, when Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying had just befriended the Su Fan duo. Su Fan, don't worry. She's from a family of ancient Chinese medicine practitioners. Leukemia or anything else is a piece of cake, it won't be a problem at all. At first, Zhang Yi just thought that the other party was just comforting the two of them. However, with the passage of time, more and more contact with each other, he gradually realized that in fact, Su Fan they are quite good to get along with. Although Tang Yanling had a strange expression at the time, he slowly accepted the other party's existence. And all of it was shattered by him at that moment just now. It turned out that everything Su Fan had said was true. Looking at his son's dull gaze at the moment, his hands already trembling, Zhang Jiangwei then also reacted, and he immediately followed him with a look of a living ghost. It was too late to think about it, and he rushed straight to Zhang Yi. Holding him tightly in a large, strong hand, he couldn't stop the shock on his face. You, do you remember what you said to me just now? When Zhang Yi heard this, his throat rolled for a moment, then he nodded. Rumble. A thunderbolt exploded within Zhang Jiangwo's mind, and he, who had originally been uncertain, felt a sudden burst of clarity at this moment. When he had just heard his son talk to himself about his experiences during this time, he had not looked so surprised. And only after seeing the duo of Su Fan and Tang Yanling did he realize that this pair of young men and women were truly not simple. Only until this moment, he had only felt that he had underestimated the other party. However, when he learned that Feng Yingying's leukemia had been cured, he suddenly realized that it was an afterthought. It was really that these things were so intertwined that he was not allowed to not think about them at all. Su Fan sat on top of the sofa in a serious manner, and at the moment, he was very pleased within himself. It was expected that this matter should be able to be resolved, as long as they let the Feng family know that it was Tang Yanling's merit, then the other party should not make things difficult for them. Tang Yanling skimmed the shocked gazes of Zhang Yi's father and son with her afterglow, and then she turned her head aside. She had also heard the family's conversation just now clearly, only to express her lack of understanding for their shocked little expressions. Why are they exaggerating so much when it's obvious that it's not that big of a deal? Su Fan eyed the slightly dumbfounded appearance of the father and son, then slowly opened his mouth. You guys. Why are you guys looking at me like that? It's creepy. With that said, he then proceeded to give a small smile. When Zhang Jiangguo heard this, his mouth opened slightly and he spoke, that Ying Ying's illness was really treated by you, little friend? Although it was probably true after analyzing things, he still wanted the other party to say it out of his own mouth. Su Fan shook his head and then nodded. Zhang Jiangguo frowned slightly when he looked at the other party in such a manner. What's that supposed to mean? You don't say a word, so is it a yes or a no? He was very anxious inside, but it was not good to disturb Su Fan. If these things were really done by these two young men in front of him, then his own old man should be saved. Su, little friend Su, why are you shaking and nodding your head? Eventually, he couldn't resist and asked slowly with a low voice. Ying Ying was indeed healed because of us, only it wasn't me, it was my wife. With those words, he turned his body sideways and pointed towards Tang Yanling. Tang Yanling, when did I become your wife? Tang Yanling, who originally had nothing to do, was currently looking forward to the moment of meeting Feng Yingying. However, her face suddenly sank, and a gust of coldness filled her gaze. That's why he transmitted his voice to Su Fan and asked, Su Fan, you're not forgetting, are you? Didn't we have a deal before? For the sake of our identities to be able to carry out our actions better, we have to dress up as each other's Dao couples. Su Fan felt the other party's voice within his mind and instantly burst into a sweat. Obviously what had been discussed before, how did it suddenly change its mind when it came to her? It doesn't really matter much if you change your mind, but at least talk to him. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. The other guy is now relying on him to support him as well, right? As Tang Yanling listened to Su Fan's voice transmission, her eyebrows, which were originally slightly furrowed, immediately soothed. This matter had indeed been put out of her mind, and ever since she met Feng Yingying, she was already planning a new life. Tang Yanling, then, in that case, this seat will not pursue your responsibility for now. Tang Yanling knew that this matter was her bad, but as a demon empress, this little bit of arrogance she still had to have. Even if one is wrong, then one will never admit it. All of this happened in an instant, and for the Zhang clan's group, it didn't even exist in general. Receiving an affirmative reply from Su Fan's mouth, Zhang Jiangwo's eyes flashed brilliantly in a split second. The gaze that had originally been directed at Su Fan instantly shifted to Tang Yanling's body. No. I wonder what sect Miss Tang was born into. With a respectful expression, Zhang Jianguo bowed slightly towards Tang Yanling. As soon as Su Fan took a look at the other party's stance, he instantly became reactive. The old boy must not have been holding back his good intentions, and definitely things begged her as well. As expected, before Su Fan and his duo could even open their mouths, Zhang Jianguo then said, "I'm not going to hide it from you. When I've seen Ms. Tang's medical skills, I do have some things that I'd like to ask you to do me a favor." As Zhang Yi listened to his dad's respectful demeanor, he stopped moving when he originally wanted to speak out to stop the other party from acting in such a manner. Su Fan and Tang Yanling were his Zhang Yi's good brothers, so it was only right that they should be in the same generation. But now that his dad was actually being so respectful to Su Fan and the two of them, it made him not able to accept it all of a sudden. It wasn't that he was cheap, it was really because he subconsciously felt that his dad would scare the Su Fan duo. Looking at his dad in such a state, Zhang Yi's eyes instantly filled with crystallized tears. Because of what exactly his dad was going to do, he then reacted. Putting aside his strong pride, his first priority is all about Zhang Yi's grandfather. Grandpa Zhang Yi, as a member of the generation that really started from nothing, has been in declining health after so many years. It looked extremely poorly done, and it was just a short time ago. Grandpa Zhang Yi, who was still in good spirits, was bedridden one night and did not eat a drop of food. Zhang Yi understood, he understood all of it. The whole reason his own father was so humble was because of his grandfather. It's not that his grandfather has passed away, but when he learned of Tang Yanling's medical skills, the hope in his heart became stronger. Chapter 124, Can you do this favor? Dad. Zhang Yi wriggled his lips with difficulty, and his eyes became moist all of a sudden. For his stern father, who has always been a benchmark in his life path. From a young age he had cited his father as an example for him to follow. The other man was that strong. But nowadays, his father actually showed such a weak side in front of him. Just for a moment, Zhang Yi's tear ducts rushed out as if they had broken the dike. A dad broke Zhang's vision. He followed the voice and slowly looked back at Zhang Yi's face, followed by a slight smile at him. What are you doing with that look? You're a big boy, what's the point of crying all day long? Zhang Jianguo knew that he was very weak now. After all, he had never begged anyone. Even the Feng clan that was competing with him did not even make him show a bit of timidity out. Zhang Yi wanted to open his mouth to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't move. Originally, he wanted to proudly tell his father that the Su Fan duo were his good friends, and that all he had to do was ask, then the other party would definitely help him. But he reacted in a flash. Didn't he know what kind of character his father had? A man who had been strong all his life would never allow himself to take advantage of anything else. And it was this character that precisely allowed Zhang Jianguo to develop Zhang's group more and more powerful. Su Fan looked at the other party in such a state and couldn't help but speak out and inquire, Uncle Zhang, could it be that you have something you want me to help with? Hearing the other party speak softly, Zhang Jianguo's heart, which was originally as if it was tightly pressed by 10,000 pounds, was liberated in a flash. Afterward, his lips trembled as he slowly opened his mouth to reply, no. Not bad, little friend Su really is a talented man, I think I know everything. Su Fan smiled awkwardly as he listened to the other party's polite words. What's the point of guessing? It's written all over his face. With these words, Zhang Jianguo continued to open his mouth, and the originally dim light in his eyes was then lit up with new hope. Since little friend Su is close friends with my family's rebellious son, then I'll take advantage of you and call myself an uncle, shall I? When you want to ask for something, then the first thing you absolutely have to do is to get closer to each other. Su Fan nodded cheerfully as he sniffed. Uncle Zhang is right, it should have been. That's good in that case, let me, an old man, take some advantage of it huh? As he spoke, he began to laugh out loud, not sure if he was faking it or if he was really happy. After a few seconds passed, Zhang suddenly revealed a disheveled look. I do want to let you two do a favor, but not for nothing. No matter if the matter is successful or not, I will definitely give you two a considerable amount of benefits, Zhang Jianguo said while making a wink at Yuqi Jasmine. For the conversation between father and son, Yuqi Jasmine, as his mother, was present at the time. The surprise in it was not much less than that of the husband. Being a woman, she felt even more of a pang of wonder. Originally, she was inherited from an ancient family, and was much more convinced about certain capable people with strange abilities compared to Zhang Jianguo. And it was because of the issue of origin that the shock within her was even stronger. For the first time after hearing about her son's affair with Feng Yingying, she didn't appear to be disbelieving, on the contrary, she also felt very curious. Looking at the son she had raised from childhood, she knew the other would never lie. After the meal of conversation just now, as a spectator viewpoint, she of course understood over who the mastermind really was. Getting the nod from her husband, Yuqi Jasmine instantly came to her senses. Immediately afterward, she chimed in, yes, that's right, as long as little friend Su can help, our Zhang family will definitely not treat you poorly. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Zhang Yi's arm, then carefully squeezed it hard. Feeling the subtle pain, Zhang Yi looked at his mother in disbelief. Looking at the meaning conveyed in the other party's eyes, he also then understood what his parents meant. Watching the two of them attack one after another, Zhang Yi consciously felt a wave of warmth in his heart. In fact, the desire to teach Su Fan's mind had been born in him for a long time, only there was no opportunity for a while. Earlier, he hadn't been able to be sure whether Tang Yanling's medical skills were useful or not, so he had taken a wait-and-see attitude. And it was only just now, after the news of Feng Yingying's healing came through, that he really made up his mind. Thinking so, he also turned his head to eye Su Fan and the two of them with a begging gaze. Su Fan looked at the family of three with a slight dullness. How could the pleas within his eyes not dissipate within his mind? That. If you guys have something to say directly, just say it. Zhang Yi and I are originally brothers, so don't be so formal. I say you kid is also, so these days do not you know my character? Don't beat around the bush, let's get to the point. Brother Fan, we do have one thing that we want to ask you and Sister Ling for help with, only that the previous me has been in a state of waiting and seeing. Saying so, Zhang Yi's throat then rolled. I'm not doubting your identities, it's just that it was unheard of before that leukemia would actually be cured by a small, black pill, which simply shattered my original worldview. Su Fan quietly listened to the other party's outpouring and didn't open his mouth immediately. On the surface, he showed a soft smile, but in fact, he had already sweated inside. If he hadn't met Tang Yanling, an NPC, he was afraid that he wouldn't have believed this amazing thing. Ever since Tang Yanling had appeared in front of him from the God's Game, he had made up his mind that no matter how bizarre things appeared afterward, they wouldn't cause ripples within him again. In the next few moments, Zhang Yi's family also cooperated with him by playing along and vigorously getting rid of Su Fan's duo. I've probably already guessed what you mean, is there a patient you want us to treat? Su Fan spoke slowly in a shocking manner, his resolute face causing the three people present to be shocked. That's right. Indeed, I wonder if little friend Su can do our Zhang family this favor? Zhang Jiangui grabbed the words and eyed him pleadingly. The gazes of the other family had fallen within his mind, and with his relationship with Zhang Yi, if he could help, he would say whatever he could to make an effort. But it looked like the other guy was going to let himself be saved. And he wouldn't. The previous things are all the credit of Tang Yanling, this woman, the specific save or not. He also want to see the attitude of Tang Yanling workers. Watching Su Fan fall into deep thought, Zhang Jiangwo's family began to get nervous. Originally, they thought that their own son was still on good terms with him, and expected that this matter should not be difficult to handle. However, after seeing Su Fan's attitude, they all began to feel uncertain. A tense atmosphere began to fill the air, only right now, these things Su Fan and Tang Yanling hadn't realized. This was because at this moment, Su Fan was transmitting with that Tang Yanling woman. Chapter 125. This is a good deed. Su Fan, big sister, you heard what they said just now, I wonder what you plan to do. Su Fan stared straight at the other party after the transmission. If it was an ordinary person, he might not have minded his own business, but the other party was Zhang Yi's parents after all. Besides, it looked like Zhang Yi really wanted them to help out, but the decision on this all still depended on Tang Yanling. Tang Yanling, why should this seat help an unrelated stranger? Tang Yanling directly exited and asked in return, a puzzled look in her eyes. Su Fan, isn't Zhang Yi our friend? He's in need of help, so let's do what we can to help, right? Su Fan felt the other party's cold tone and instantly dissuaded him in time. This woman has been on her own for too long and has no idea how to conduct herself in the world. If he had to ask him to find an excuse for the other party, then Su Fan would definitely think that it was Tang Yanling who had closed her heart for too long. The demon race was originally a world of the weak and the strong, and once there was no use for it, or once it allowed others to have a chance to take advantage of it, then it would inevitably be dealt with directly. It was in this environment that Tang Yanling gradually developed a closed inner world. Even if they were so-called friends, she would weigh the pros and cons, and if she helped the other party, then what would she gain? Tang Yanling, this seat has already said that if I step in to help them, then what benefit will I get? Su Fan was instantly annoyed, but he couldn't afford to snap. In his heart, he actually had a clear idea that the other party was actually imprisoned by the previous circumstances. Nowadays it is actually difficult to open it immediately. But this matter must be carried out, even if it is gradual. Because he didn't want to see the lonely Tang Yanling again, letting go of his mind and heart to feel the outside world. Shu Fan, I'll tell you one thing and you'll get it. Are Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying very close? Su Fan looked at the other party's unmoved appearance, and then his eyes turned a few times, followed by an idea appearing in his mind. Tang Yanling subconsciously nodded as she listened to the other party's voice transmission. Looking at the other party having gone into what he said, Su Fan viciously pinched a cold sweat. As long as the other party can listen to it, he was afraid of Tang Yanling, a woman who was not into the oil and salt. Immediately afterward, Su Fan continued, since Feng Yingying's relationship with Zhang Yi is very good, it looks like the two of them will also be able to cultivate a positive look after all. So now if you help Zhang Yi's family, isn't it the same as helping Feng Yingying's family? As Tang Yanling listened to Su Fan's voice transmission, she only felt that something didn't seem quite right, but for a moment she couldn't seem to tell. She cocked her head, her brain racing. After thinking about it carefully, he actually felt that he could accept the other party's words. Immediately afterward, amidst Su Fan's expectant gaze, Tang Yanling subconsciously nodded. Watching the other party agree to come down, Su Fan was relieved all of a sudden. In fact, this favor does not necessarily have to help, just Su Fan felt that this matter if there is the ability to then contribute a little strength. Anyway, these diseases were nothing more than a wave of the hand to Tang Yanling. Although the other party had this ability, Su Fan didn't want to push the other party. Rather, he wanted to make the other party agree down from the bottom of his heart. After all, the patient was likely to be the person Zhang Yi was most concerned about. If not, this group of people from the Zhang family would definitely not be in such a manner as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. And Feng Yingying had an inscrutable relationship with Zhang Yi, by then if she became a member of the Zhang family. If I had known about it, I might have blamed myself. Tang Yanling again regarded Feng Yingying as her own sister in general. To be able to help her do a little something, the other party was definitely very happy to do so. However, she was still unable to react now, and Su Fan was the one who had enlightened her. After there was an outcome to the discussion with Tang Yanling, Su Fan only felt a huge sigh of relief come down. Immediately afterward, he turned his head and stared solemnly at the expectant looks of the Zhang clan's group. Uncle, Auntie, don't worry, just by virtue of our relationship with Zhang Yi, but wherever we can help, we definitely won't push back. Yeah, that's really great. Zhang Jianguo and Yuqi Jasmine sniffed and immediately clasped their 4 hands together. The reason why Zhang Jianguo pulled himself together and begged Su Fan was for the sake of his old father. According to the doctor's words, the old father didn't have many days left to live. The old man had smoked and drank unchecked in his earlier years, and the whole thing had rotted his lungs. There were a couple of artificial organ replacements in the first couple of years, but as we get older, plus other diseases of the elderly, the body is deteriorating to the point where it can't be saved. If nothing else, probably next month is when the doctor predicts. At the time of learning this news, the Zhang family, young and old, were all in a state of pessimism. One after another, crystallized tears fell. The old man lying on the hospital bed looked at the crowd's appearance and cursed them without any good reason. He told his juniors that he had lived all these years and had had his share of glory and disappointment. From starting with nothing, I now have children and grandchildren. He had actually felt very satisfied within himself, and there was nothing more he could regret. If I had to say one thing, I'm afraid it would probably be about Zhang Yi's marriage. The matter between Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying was actually known to him, because grandparents and grandchildren generally have a better relationship than fathers and sons. So whenever Zhang Yi had something to do, he would talk to the old man to get some advice. Every time he saw Feng Yingying come to the house, the old man was very happy. A happy smile leapt above the creased skin. His old partner had been gone for a long time, leaving him alone to maintain the family. When the day came for his old partner to leave, he was so grief-stricken that he desperately wanted to be martyred. But after recalling his wife's dying words, he could only wipe his tears in silence. His wife told him to always live well, taking care of their children, and basically all of the big and small things in the family after she left would fall on him. His wife smiled happily, and joked to him that from now on he, a big man, would have to be a father and a mother again. If your child is having a tantrum, don't teach them a lesson too hard, just let them learn a lesson. Because his wife knew his personality and was actually a little violent towards the kids, the old man couldn't stop the tears from dripping from the corners of his eyes as he listened to his wife's words. He nodded his head vigorously, his mouth full. I know all about it, you. Don't worry about it. The wife sniffed and then struggled to pull a smile out of her face. Before the old man could say another word, she just slowly closed her eyes and never opened them once since. Chapter 126. In this way, when his wife left, the old man's heart, which had been weak, grew stronger day by day. He carries the hopes of his family and the wishes of his departed wife. In fact, earlier in the year, when he had laid claim to a piece of the family fortune, only to be diagnosed with lung cancer. At that time he came down with a slow sigh of relief because, as expected, he would soon be able to see his departed wife. But the children and grandchildren were not having it. They were crying all day long and trying to get him into treatment. Slowly, he began to get progressively crankier again. Because this is a world he doesn't want to stay down too much for a moment longer, and he's going to see his wife. The wife must have been very lonely down there all those years alone. Looking at his father whose body was wasting away day by day, coupled with his temper that was getting more and more irritable throughout the day, Zhang Jianguo and these juniors couldn't do anything, but once Feng Yingying appeared in front of him, this stubborn old man, however, seemed to be a different person as he began to smile brightly. People also no longer step into the gloom inside. Happy look jumped in its face. This scene in front of them, the Zhang family members were all goods to see. When looking at the old man in such a good mood after, an idea appeared in their hearts all of a sudden, and that was for Feng Yingying to persuade the other party. Let him be able to get well, and only when he is well can he see what is to come. When Zhang Yi called out to Feng Yingying and spoke these words to her, the other party didn't even think about it and just agreed with a full heart. Not to mention anything else, even if the younger generation took care of the older generation, Feng Yingying did not want to let this old man leave like this. Although she didn't know why the other party was listening to her words, she thought that it definitely had something to do with Zhang Yi, with his departed grandmother. And these, at the time, she did not think much of. The most important thing, after all, was to counsel the old man. The outcome of the matter could be considered quite satisfactory for the Zhang family's group, and the old man not only didn't get angry when he heard Feng Yingying's words, but instead agreed to it. Looking at his father who was willing to accept treatment, a slight mist appeared above Zhang Jiangluo's resolute face. He knew that everything the old man did was for them kids. Now that he was unattached, he always felt he should go down to be with his mother. But how could he agree? Their parents had raised them, and now that they had finished their work, they would be in the ground before long. Being able to spend some time with them is a filial moment for all children. It was under these circumstances that the old man had several artificial organs replaced one after another. The body also slowly improved, and the Zhang family also more and more favored Feng Yingying up. But over time, the old man's cancer had begun to spread throughout his body. Not even organ replacement could save him, looking at the old man whose body was wasting away. The Zhang family members were also as if they were ants on a hot pan, appearing to be at a loss for words. And right now, there is an opportunity in front of them. That was Su Fan and his party of two, and these two young men were revealing gusts of mist all over their bodies. Zhang Jiangguo had found someone to investigate Su Fan's information and discovered that the other party was nothing more than an obscure white-collar worker in a small company some time ago. But then some time ago, he suddenly took a week off and ran home to play a game. And when he returned to the company again, it was the day he left. According to his meaning, probably he does not want to live such a hard social life anymore. It was also at this time that Tang Yanling burst in and appeared at his side. Zhang Jiangguo mobilized all his connections, but how could he not find out where Tang Yanling came from? Nor did he find out where the other party had appeared before. The whole person seemed to appear out of thin air, without the slightest trace to speak of. These are the ones he ordered to investigate on the occasion of the afternoon just now. But it didn't occur to him that he had just gotten the news when the two came to his door. With that, he called Zhang Yi in front of him again, wanting to hear what the other party had to say. When from Zhang Yi's mouth to get the other side claimed, can cure Feng Yingying's leukemia occasion. There were several sounds of sucking and cool air in the room, as they all knew that this matter was likely to be true. Yuchi Jasmine was born into a family with a long heritage, and had heard many strange and secret stories. Coupled with the fact that Zhang was in such a high position, it was natural that he had learned a lot about strange things. Looking at Su Fan's turned head, Zhang Jiangguo was very excited in his heart. I've heard Xiaoyi talk about the two of you being highly skilled in healing, so I want to ask you two to help treat my old father who is bedridden. Yes, Van, could you please take a look at my grandfather? Zhang Yi said to Su Fan as he followed Zhang Jiangguo's words. Just as Su Fan was about to open his mouth and agree to it, he only saw Zhang Jiangguo wave his hand. Don't worry little friend Su, definitely won't let them go out for nothing. One price, how about 10 million? As soon as he had just finished speaking, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Su Fan? I throw what the hell is $10 million? $10 million in plutonium? Do all these rich people have such big mouths? Su Fan was suddenly spitting in his mind, but spitting was spitting. But the heart had begun to beat violently. It was $10 million. You know, the most money he's ever had in his body in all these years was just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Now that $10 million is coming out of the other side's mouth, how does it feel? As if a few dollars are generally simple. But then Su Fan reacted, to these rich people of theirs, $10 million might not be a problem at all. Looking at Su Fan's silent demeanor, Zhang Jiangguo instantly became anxious. His heart thumped all of a sudden. Could it be that the other party didn't react because the price he offered was too low? Thinking of this, Zhang Jiangguo also became more and more convinced of this idea of his. Immediately afterward he continued to speak. No. 100 million. As long as little friend Su can cure my father, even if it means taking my life. Su Fan eyed the other party with such an agitated expression and instantly knew that Zhang Jiangguo must have misunderstood. No, uncle, don't be so outgoing. Where is the need for you to dissipate your family's wealth so badly? Zhang Jiangguo watched as Su Fan finally opened his mouth and a happy smile appeared on his face. He was afraid that the other party would not be satisfied with his price. After all, it was about money. Even biological brothers may quarrel and fall out. That's why he was so nervous. Feeling the other party's strange emotions, Su Fan instantly knew that things weren't heading in the same direction. Immediately after that, he waved his hand and continued speaking towards Zhang Jiangguo. Uncle Zhang, don't think too much. I didn't have the slightest intention to raise the price just now, but I was just intimidated by your $10 million. After saying that, Su Fan smiled again, his face overflowing with a gentle countenance. Chapter 127, Surprise. Zhang Jiangguo looked at Su Fan, who revealed a smile, and all of a sudden, his nervousness eased. No matter how much money is involved, as long as little friend Su and Miss Tang can be willing to make a move. Uncle Zhang, this is out of the ordinary, is not it? Even if there is no money to take, but also out of the force, we will naturally be out. Su Fan waved his hand, signaling the other party to never be polite. Just then, Tang Yanling frowned at his words. Tang Yanling, you just told me that the first rule is to look to the money, and now you're asking for my help. Is that what you're playing at? Su Fan, how could it be? It's just a coincidence, okay? Do I look like that kind of person? Su Fan listened to the voice transmission and in a split second, he turned back to look at that woman, Tang Yanling. replying immediately afterward, "This hat can't be put on his head. After all, this whole thing does seem a bit outrageous. Why is it such a coincidence?" He was merely trying to tell the other party that he was having financial difficulties nowadays, and that it was very difficult to support her. But who would have thought that Zhang Jianguo, the old man, would actually voluntarily mention that he was grateful for the funds? Tang Yanling quietly listened to the other party's reply, an expression of not quite believing it coming from her eyes. "Xu Fan, why are you looking at me like that? You don't seem to believe me." Su Fan's face twitched. Moving, he disliked back without any good humor. Tang Yanling didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of contempt. Thinking so, he said nothing more. Because it was indeed a coincidence, he swore on his own personality that he definitely didn't want Tang Yanling, this woman, to make money for him. "Little friend Su? I don't know if this is the right time. I think it's still early in the day, and Lord Father has yet to rest, so would you be able to follow me up to find out what's going on first?" Zhang Jianguo looked at Su Fan with a tense face, his tone revealing an expectant look. Well. Su Fan turned his head and glanced at that Tang Yanling woman. He knew that the other party had definitely heard the conversation between them as well. As long as they didn't show a reaction, then most likely they agreed as well. Immediately afterward, Su Fan nodded towards Zhang Jianguo. "I'd like to thank you both in advance, please follow me." With those words, he walked ahead to lead the way. Su Fan looked at Zhang Jianguo in front of him, followed by turning his head to look at Tang Yanling. "It means it's time to go, don't dawdle." Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan, who skimmed over his head and blankly glanced at him without any good reason, then followed suit. "Zhang family villa, second floor, a certain room. The only thing I can see is that this place is particularly simple, and if I had to say so it would look shabby." The Zhang family hadn't furnished it with much opulence, as the old man had requested. After all, the elderly are used to the old days, and no matter how much money they earn, their habits will always remain the same. In fact, the most fundamental reason is that inside this house, all that is placed are his wife's relics. Everywhere the scent of yayoi lingered. Su Fan followed Zhang Jianguo's gaze and smoothly looked at the old man on the bed, only to see floating within its line of sight was a windswept face, with an odor of death emanating from its body. Su Fan didn't open his mouth to speak, instead, he turned his head to look at Tang Yanling. "I just saw that this woman didn't care about the presence of other people at all, and actually covered her nose directly." His brow furrowed slightly, as if he had smelled a very unpleasant odor. "What's wrong with you?" Su Fan raised his arm and touched Tang Yanling's arm, telling her not to be so pretentious. The other family was here. Zhang Jianguo watched the other party's movements pass, and his face instantly revealed an embarrassed look, but he still pulled a slight smile. We clean this place often, so there shouldn't be any odor." Su Fan followed the other party's words, and then followed with an affirmative concurrence. "Yes, I didn't smell anything either. Don't mind if I do, Uncle Zhang. She just doesn't have a very comfortable nose." I see, ha. Zhang Jianguo smiled slightly, and the embarrassment slowly dissipated. "You're all wrong, this old man won't live to see tomorrow. What I smelled just now was the scent of death. In other words, the Grim Reaper has come to claim his life." Tang Yanling spoke in a shockingly cold manner, immediately directly frightening the Zhang family line with deep frowns in their folds. This. Zhang Jianguo struggled to wriggle his lips, originally wanted to say something, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't open his mouth. A look of sadness came over his stoic face. All of a sudden, he was scared. "Didn't the doctor say it was a month away? How come the time has been advanced?" Yuji Jasmine looked at her own husband's about to break down, and directly stepped forward to support the other party. Inside her mouth, she softly called out, "Husband." She wanted to say something to comfort her, but when the words came out of her mouth, she felt that no matter what she said nowadays, it would always be pale words. Thinking so, she hugged Zhang Jianguo's solid body tightly, burying their heads deep in each other's arms. When Zhang Yi heard this, all of a sudden, he only felt as if it was a bolt from the blue. Was his loving grandfather going to leave him like this? He couldn't believe it. A look of horror passed through his eyes, and he shouted loudly, Grandpa. As he shouted, he crossed the crowd again and ran straight toward the old man. Zhang Yi looked at his grandfather, whose eyes were closed tightly and whose skin was already wrinkled, and a sadness filled his heart at once. Looking at his own son crying so sadly, Zhang Jianguo couldn't bear it at once. Miss Tang. No. I wonder if my old man is still saved. He stammered a question in a stuttering tone, but was rewarded with a silence. Tang Yanling didn't have the intention to take care of him, and Su Fan eyed the scene in front of him, only feeling extremely helpless. What's with this woman? No manners at all. But he didn't dare say anything more, as long as the other guy stayed out of trouble. Besides, they still needed Tang Yanling's hand right now. Once the other party was offended, I'm afraid this woman would have to shake her hand when she said she would. Is everything you say true? Su Fan stood in front of Tang Yanling, then leaned forward and carefully opened his mouth. The Zhang family line was now in a state of grief, and did not even listen to the slightest bit of the conversation between Su Fan and the two of them. Tang Yanling didn't speak immediately, but instead slowed down a little for 2 seconds. Things aren't that absolute, and saving lives is actually pretty easy if you put some effort into it. Tang Yanling spoke slowly and unhurriedly, only to leave the crowd at the scene with a look of living hell. You're not kidding? Su Fan murmured in a low voice, wanting an affirmative reply from the other party. The Zhang clan and their party were originally showing sadness, but since Tang Yanling's words had come out, they had all stared in disbelief. Chapter 128 Changes. They didn't hear Su Fan's questioning, their minds were all filled with Tang Yanling's words just now. If it was really as the other party said, and there was still a ray of hope, then even if they had to give up their entire family fortune, they would immediately comply. Tang Yanling looked at the crowd's expectant looks, and immediately only felt that the softest scene in her heart had been touched. Ever since her family's death, she's taken life too lightly. Even in her conception, human life was sometimes worse than that of a pig or a dog. In the demon race, pigs and dogs can still be treated as poultry and beasts, while the human race, however, as long as they appear in the demon race, they will absolutely be slaughtered and will not leave the slightest trace. But just now, the concepts that Tang Yanling had been upholding for so many years actually began to loosen up in this regard. In fact, when Su Fan asked herself to save the old man of the Zhang family, she was not very willing. Even if the other party was on good terms with Feng Yingying, but after all, it was not Feng Yingying herself. Therefore, even if Su Fan opened his mouth, she was just selling the other party a face. But at that moment, her thoughts changed. Even if Su Fan wouldn't ask her to help, I'm afraid she would be willing to be this laborer for free. Because the Zhang family, young and old, were actually so united. The tension on his face was not feigned. Over the past 10 million years, she had seen how many times she had been separated from life and death, and how many times her family had been destroyed. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, their inner world was filled with brutality. Once disaster strikes, the first thought is definitely to protect your life first. Elderly children are a total drag for some people, and they were only called people by name, but some of their behaviors were not as good as those clueless demonic beasts. At least the demonic beasts knew that a tiger's venom would not eat its children, and still adhered to the order of the pack. So, after seeing them reveal such a look, Tang Yanling also then made up her mind, not just a wave of the hand thing. I can't use much mana to help out. Su Fan, what you just said, is it all true? Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling, who had suddenly gotten serious, and asked directly out of the blue. He hadn't seen too many demonesses who showed such a look, but every time once he appeared, he knew that at the moment, deep down, she was at her most human. Tang Yanling, it's not really that serious, it's just that the internal organs are damaged, so it'll be fine if they're repaired a little. Su Fan, that's good, as long as we save him, I'm sure seeing Ying will be very simple. After Su Fan heard about it, he then let out a slight sigh of relief down. He also didn't want the old man to die like this, after all, Su Fan was also a soft-hearted person. He couldn't see the separation of life and death, which is the saddest scene in life. Just as Su Fan was about to continue speaking, he saw a gleam of light revealed in Tang Yanling's eyes. Tang Yanling, I'll save his life for now, but I won't let him fully recover, after all, his body is aging very badly already. It's impossible to get back to being young. Su Fan sniffed and expressed his understanding. There was no way around it. As long as he could keep the old man alive for a while longer, it would be fine. Besides, if Tang Yanling really let a windy old man suddenly become youthful and glowing after, but also may cause what things to come. Even if the Zhang family kept it a secret, I'm afraid that the news would have leaked out by then. Once it came to that, neither he nor Tang Yanling, the woman, would get any peace. Leaving aside the others for now, Su Fan was worried about those who came to be cured. At first the other party might even be courteous and treat them very kindly, but once they refused, those people might come on hard. After all, the secret of eternal life is the most tantalizing, the thing that seduces people. Some people who are dying don't give a damn about other people's lives in order to live another day, let alone medical technology that can bring people back from the dead. By the time those thugs, once they planned to take a shot at Tang Yanling, Su Fan would only feel a single fear. If the bad guys annoyed this demoness, and she swung her sword as far as the eye could see, Su Fan shuddered at the thought. If things really turn out that way, how many innocent lives might be lost? Su Fan, I think this is the best arrangement. If a mortal is allowed to live 2 lifetimes, then the original order of the world will be disorganized. Su Fan stared squarely at the other party's white cheeks in a rare moment and replied through divine sense transmission. Watching Tang Yanling wave her hand in a split second, Su Fan coincidentally saw a dark purple light. The ray of light shot out from Tang Yanling's slender fingers, and just shot straight towards the old man on the sickbed, only to see that the originally dried out and pale skin of the other party actually became rosy in an instant. The scene in front of him was only visible to Su Fan. And this group of ordinary people from the Zhang family didn't even notice the slightest thing wrong. Zhang Yi was still holding his grandfather's hands tightly at this moment, crystal tears showing in his eyes. He was in the midst of extreme sadness and alone in his exasperation. Just as he was thinking about the little moments with his grandfather, he suddenly felt a burst of warmth coming from the other's hand. The skin had obviously become cold, but the blood inside suddenly flowed. Zhang Yi was self-consciously a bit curious, but before he could react, however, he saw Su Fan standing in the doorway with his hands behind his back, an inscrutable expression coming on his face. All of you go ahead and get out. This one isn't too easy to mold, we need some time to observe it. Su Fan, in order not to let the scene just now be discovered by the Zhang family, instantly began to perform his superb acting skills. And at the same time, Su Fan began to spit out his words one by one within his heart. What the hell was wrong with this Tang Yenling woman? She didn't even give any advance notice and just started striking out like this. Looking at the other party's couldn't care less appearance, Su Fan then dropped his ears as well. Forget it, just leave her alone. Su Fan so comforted himself, can really be described as a contemporary AQ general. No matter what happened to this kind of thing, he can always find an excuse for himself. Little friend Su, I'll thank you here first. No matter if you succeed or not, the benefits that were promised just now will definitely not be missing. Su Fan waved his hand, signaling that it didn't matter. Uncle Zhang, you're out of line to say that. It's fine, we'll do our best. Zhang Jianguo walked towards the outside while turning back to look deeply at his old father. Right after both feet had stepped out, he continued, Little friend Su, if you have any orders, remember to shout out towards the outside. Just don't worry. Uncle Zhang, there's no problem. With those words, Su Fan slowly closed the door to his room. And there were only 3 people left inside the room, the old man Zhang who was on the sickbed, as well as Su Fan and the 2 of them. Chapter 129, A Great Favor Unforgettable. Tang Yenling eyed the crowd as they left, a look of incomprehension revealed in her eyes. What are you letting them out for? The old man's been cured. Su Fan didn't immediately answer Tang Yenling's inquiry. Instead, he walked over to the edge of the bed and slowly sat down. I say you've been here for so much time, how come your brain works and doesn't work? What do you mean? Tang Yenling couldn't stand it on the spot as she listened to the other party spit on her. Didn't I tell you? Keep a low profile as a person, never act in a high profile. Let's talk about today's incident. Once I tell them directly that the old man is fine, who will believe it? They're all just a bunch of mortals, how would they know about cultivators? Tang Yenling silently listened to Su Fan's words, and her originally tightly wrinkled brows then slowly eased down. Things were indeed as Su Fan had said, no matter what one did, it was better to keep a low profile. Immediately afterward, Su Fan smiled faintly towards Tang Yenling. Come on, quickly come over and sit down for a while. When we stay inside for a while we can go out, and then just find an excuse to put it off. I believe they won't think much about it. After all, how to save people is our business. After 10 minutes had passed, Su Fan led Tang Yenling to slowly push open the door of the room. At the moment a group of people outside the door were eagerly waiting, their eyes fixed on the interior. Although the crowd was outside the door, Tang Yenling had just cast an air separation spell as a way to ensure that the conversation between the 2 hadn't leaked out. Zhang Jianguo looked at the 2 who walked out and instantly greeted them with an excited expression. Little friend Su, how's it going? His lips were white, and his heart was under great pressure. As long as he could restore his old man back, he would be able to accept whatever price he had to pay. Uncle Zhang, just don't worry, there's no problem with us. The old man is slowed down and will wake up later. When the Zhang clan's group heard this, they slowly let out a sigh of relief down. As long as everything is fine, once the old man, the backbone is gone, I'm afraid that the Zhang family will be in great sorrow immediately after. Thank you, little friend Su, Miss Tang. With those words, he respectfully bowed deeply towards the 2 Su Fan, emitting gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Zhang, look what you're doing, there's no need to be like this, Xiaoyi and I are originally friends, just consider it a small favor. Su Fan looked at this middle-aged man in such a state, and immediately went forward to assist him. He's still young and can't afford such a big gift. Although Tang Yenling can indeed afford it, but it always feels like something is wrong, isn't it? Not to mention their age, is that they and Zhang Yi is the relationship of brother and brother, Zhang Jianguo according to the generation or uncle that generation. Okay, with your words that's enough, come on, hurry up and go down with me to have a good rest. Zhang led the way in front while making an invitation gesture with his hand. Shall you arrange for someone to look after grandpa, remember to inform me if he wakes up by then Okay, got it dad. You go ahead, stay with Fan and the others. Zhang Yi shook his head as he looked at Su Fan, who had disappeared from sight. Doesn't he, as a son, know what his own father is thinking? According to his rough guess, it was probably still something like the payment he had just mentioned, but he didn't really have an opinion on the matter. On the contrary, if his own father gave less, maybe he would think his dad was petty. Not to mention what kind of relationship he had with Su Fan. Let's just say that the other party had taken him in for a while and had now saved his grandfather from such a great favor. How could he be made to forget about it? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi slowed down and walked towards the house. He stepped carefully through the door of the room and what leapt into his eyes was his grandfather's wrinkled skin. Although he didn't know anything about medicine, he was still able to observe the improvement in a person's complexion. Within his line of sight, his grandfather's complexion had indeed reddened considerably. Even the breathing has smoothed out and the EKG rate is very friendly. Zhang Yi stared blankly at what was in front of him. He did not know what had just happened inside the house. However, the shock in his heart had intensified a few points. Was Su Fan and Tang Yenling's medical skills really so amazing? He murmured in a low voice, crystallized tears glistening in his eyes. Zhang Yi was very pleased that Su Fan had already helped him twice. And both times, he had saved the people he cherished the most, and now deep down, his feelings for Su Fan and Tang Yanling had begun to change into infatuation. As if it was the most faithful believer, the fascination in the eyes immediately afterward slowly turned into respect. At this moment, he made up his mind that he would be born to die for the Su Fan duo for the rest of his life. Zhang family villa living room. Su Fan was currently holding a teacup and drinking it in small sips. The teacup was small, but the scalding heat rising from it made him crane his neck one way or the other. As for why it made him so, then turning his head to look at Tang Yanling would make sense. Only to see this woman gulping down cup after cup, the bubbling hot tea was thus swallowed inside her stomach. Su Fan looked at the scene in front of him, his eyelids twitching madly. Zhang Jianguo of course saw the surprising scene, although he was also very shocked. But there was no question out of his mouth. After all, whatever happened to the other side was someone else's business. The most important thing now is to thank each other properly. Thinking of this, Zhang Jianguo snorted and laughed. Ha ha ha, this time, we must thank you too properly. It's really a hero out of the youth. Ah. Su Fan waved his hand as he listened to the other party's thanks. No, Uncle Zhang, you're too kind. Words can't be said like that. Just now I glanced through my afterglow. My old man's color is quite rosy. When Su Fan heard this, he smiled and didn't open his mouth immediately. According to his original plan, the old man should have woken up about this time. Just now, Su Fan had already quietly hinted to Tang Yanling that he must not let the other party wake up directly. Otherwise that also he exaggerated a little bit. They left in the front foot and the other woke up in the back foot. This would scare the hell out of them if they saw it. Just as the two were singing to each other, a sudden voice broke the conversation. Dad, come up here quickly, Grandpa's awake. Zhang Yi was currently panting as he ran to the second floor stairwell and shouted at the bottom. His words were filled with eagerness, and a few moments of elation. Zhang Jianguo's original slightly anxious expression stood up all of a sudden at the sound of his words. Although these two people in front of him were highly skilled in medicine, but they had to see it with their own eyes to know it wasn't. Chapter 130. Zhang Jianguo looked at the seated Su Fan and directly said with an excited face, "That. Little friend Su, excuse me for a moment, I'll go up and take a look first." "It's fine, you hurry up and see." Su Fan sniffed and turned his head to give him a slight smile, revealing a set of white teeth. With those words, Zhang Jianguo nodded slightly towards Su Fan and the two of them, signaling that he would first excuse himself for a while. Zhang straightened his sleeves and immediately ran towards the upstairs. While running, he also shouted, "Shall you come down to stay with your brother Fan for a while? Your grandfather has me and your mommy there." "Aha! Well, Dad, you do not worry, Grandpa has been alright, I see that he is in pretty good shape." Zhang Yi listened to his dad's words, and then walked slowly towards the downstairs immediately afterward. When Zhang Jianguo disappeared from sight, Su Fan once again took a gentle sip from his teacup. "Hiss, it burns me." While grumbling, Su Fan glanced towards Tang Yanling. The woman hadn't stopped since she'd been carrying her teacup, and as soon as she finished, the ants serving behind her would fill it. One after the other, she had downed what looked like almost a dozen cups. And the other party's such a bold scene, straight scared the ant's eyes for a moment of panic up. After all, it was the first time in all her years that she had met someone like this. If it wasn't for the fact that her own master was here just now, I'm afraid she would have dropped the teapot and run away. It was just too scary. The other party's mouth that was like a flood of ferocious beasts, a cup of boiling hot water down, actually able to face without changing color. Right at this moment, Zhang Yi came downstairs and looked at the two men who were drinking tea at the moment. He called out towards his aunt behind Tang Yanling. "Auntie Wang, you help go get some snacks." Auntie Wang sniffed and ran straight away without even thinking about it. She really didn't want to stay a moment longer. The seemingly soft girl was just too weird. "Brother Fan, Sister Ling, thank you for today. From now on, as long as you need me, you can just ask. As long as I can do it, I definitely won't be ambiguous." With a respectful face, Zhang Yi held up a cup of tea to replace the wine with tea and said to Su Fan and the two of them, "Ha ha, you kid, I didn't expect it to be quite a ha. Still know how to pull people together." Su Fa pointed a finger at Zhang Yi's little expression and directly spat out a sentence without any goodwill. He, Fan, aren't we adults now? It's only right that we should learn to socialize. What kind of relationship do you have with us that you need to be like this? Hurry up and put it away for me." Su Fan skimmed his mouth, signaling that the other party was not necessary. "Fan brother, I've come this far." With those words, Zhang Yi raised his hand and touched the back of his head. Not long after, the pastries were brought up by Auntie Wang. Looking at the flowery treats inside the plate, Tang Yanling narrowed her eyes slightly. Before Su Fan could react, she snatched the plate directly from the other party's face. It then took a big bite, and in not too long a time, a plate of snacks had been wiped out by it. "Su Fan? What's going on here? What the hell is going on? Why does this woman always feel as if she's changed, as if she's a different person? How come she eats everything these days?" It was important to realize that before she had rejected the food very much, but now not only did she not reject it, but she was also very greedy. As Zhang Yi watched a large plate of dim sum being instantly wiped clean by him, he then made a wink towards Auntie Wang once again. Aunt Wang looked at her own young master's eyes and then reacted in an instant. Immediately afterward, another plate of dim sum was brought up by it and then placed in front of Tang Yenling. Auntie Wang secretly spat in her mind. How can this girl eat so much, as if she's never eaten anything in her life? Su Fan witnessed the entire process, though he didn't speak up. Because the other guy was so humiliated, it was like he hadn't eaten anything. Thinking so, Su Fan raised his arm and slightly blocked his eyes. Immediately after that, he transmitted his voice to the other party. Su Fan, what are you doing? Can you not be so scary? Tang smiling, what? Su Fan blankly glanced at her without any good humor, then continued immediately after. Su Fan, I say it's best to be ladylike inside someone else's house, don't act like you haven't eaten in 8 lifetimes. Tang Yenling, but this isn't some strange place. Isn't Zhang Yi our good friend? Isn't being inside his house just like being inside our own? Su Fan. Being said so by the other party, he always felt that something wasn't quite right, but for a moment he didn't react to what exactly was wrong. Just as he was still planning to transmit his voice to dislike him back just now, he heard a bright laughter coming from upstairs. Little friend Su. This time, I really have to thank you properly. Su Fan followed the voice and slowly looked up. When he saw that Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Jianguo were slowly walking down with an old man in their arms, he immediately revealed a smile. It wasn't long before Zhang Jianguo and his group arrived in front of Su Fan. Looking at his grandfather, who had recovered his qi, Zhang Yi ran over at once. Grandpa, you're okay. His tone was filled with concern and worry. Don't worry. Grandpa is already fine. By the way, are these your friends? After comforting his little grandson, Zhang Dekai then turned his gaze towards Su Fan and the two of them. Hearing the other party inquire about himself, Su Fan stood up in an instant, with no unnecessary movements in his body, appearing extremely respectful. Though they were the ones who saved each other's lives, and by reasoning, he could have done so. However, the other party was Zhang Yi's grandfather, and as Zhang Yi's good brother, he should be more respectful. Ever since Zhang Dekai woke up, his young grandson, Zhang Yi, had told him exactly what had happened. Originally, he had planned to leave like this, so that he could go down and spend time with his deceased wife. So when he heard that he had been saved by a young man, he was not in a comfortable mood at the time. However, after hearing that Feng Yingying's leukemia was also treated by the other side, his heart once again lit up hope, and the momentary resentment from earlier disappeared. As long as Feng Yingying's illness could be cured, then this Zhang Yi kid would definitely still have a chance. He loved Feng Yingying very much because he felt the flavor of his deceased wife in the other party. His own wife is the same way, revealing youthfulness all over her body. Always with a happy smile on her face, she was very optimistic no matter how painful life was. And that was the feeling that Feng Yingying brought to him. That's why he was so pleased with everything about the other man and wanted his young grandson to be able to marry him. I guess the benefactors who saved this life of the old man's is these two young friends with extraordinary temperament in front of me? Zhang Dekai hunched his body and slowly extended his trembling palm towards Su Fan. Chapter 131, Black Gold Purple Card. Su Fan eyed the old man in front of him, and in a flash, he stood up in a serious manner. He then stretched out his right hand and handed it towards the other. Hello Elder Zhang, you are too kind. Little friend Su, these things have already been told to me by Jiangwo just now, so you guys shouldn't be modest. Yeah, brother Xiao Su, you and Xiao Yi are originally brothers, there's no need to be so formal about it. Zhang Jianguo looked at Su Fan as if he was a bit embarrassed, so he directly spoke out and made a snide remark. Right at this moment, Zhang Dekai's gaze immediately shifted back to Tang Yanling's body. A flicker of doubt flashed through his mind as he scrutinized the imposing girl. But any way you look at it, this girl doesn't seem too simple. Thinking so, he followed up by shouting towards Tang Yanling. I'm sure the other one is Miss Tang? I'm here to thank you too for saving my life. With those words, he looked at the other quietly, wanting to wait for a reply. However, the crowd waited and waited, but there was a delay in seeing any reaction from Tang Yanling. The Zhang clan's group of people were wide-eyed, all of their gazes strangely looking toward Tang Yanling's position. Zhang Dekai saw that the other party didn't answer him. He didn't get angry. Instead, he continued to shout immediately after. MS. Tang? Right at this moment, Tang Yanling turned her head slightly, and seeing that the other party had finally reacted, the crowd looked over again. However, the scene that disappointed them appeared. Originally thought that the other party would respond, but there was no response at all. Tang Yanling just ate what was in her hand to herself, drinking teacup after cup. Su Fan noticed the awkward atmosphere in front of him and immediately gave a compensatory smile. Ha ha, don't mind me guys, ha, she doesn't have good ears. You're the one with bad ears, your whole family has bad ears. Tang Yanling couldn't hold back when she heard Su Fan spitting on herself. It was then disliked back, not giving him the slightest bit of leeway. Su Fan. It wasn't a day or two since this woman had been twitching, and now he was used to it. But the Zhang clan's party didn't know the situation. Therefore, it was necessary to explain to them that. What? Tang. My wife hasn't been feeling too well in recent days, she's a bit grumpy, don't mind. I apologize to you all on behalf of my insider. Su Fan said this while arching his hand toward the crowd in embarrassment. And upon seeing this action of Su Fan, the Zhang clan's crowd widened their eyes. Immediately after that, he waved his hand in panic, then shook his head in rejection. Mr. Su, what are you talking about? How can I ask you to apologize? Originally, you were the ones who did us a favor, and now it's come to the point where we, the Zhang family, don't know any better. Zhang Jianguo eyed Su Fan's sincere gaze, and all of a sudden his head shook like a rattle. That's right, women, it's normal to have that 1 or 2 days. That said, little friend Su and Miss Tang are truly a pair of talented and beautiful people. When Su Fan heard this, he gave an embarrassed smile, neither objecting nor agreeing. After all, now that Tang Yanling was right next to him, he'd better take what he could get. Never do anything to overstep your bounds, or else you will really be in for a rude awakening. Elder Zhang, you've just recovered, it's better for you to rest for a while longer. Hurry up and sit down. Su Fan felt the pressure from the group of people around him and immediately said to Elder Zhang Dekai, Fine, I'm quite Su Xiaoyu. Zhang Dekai smiled and replied, then slowly sat down with the assistance of Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Jianguo. Su Fan picked up the teacup and winged it, drinking a mouthful, only after realizing that it didn't seem to be very hot anymore did he open his mouth wide. By the way, little friend Su, the benefits I promised you just now will definitely not be lacking in the slightest. Here's a little token of appreciation, I hope you don't mind. Zhang Jianguo said as he fished out a black, gold, and purple card from inside his pocket. Looking at the bank card handed over by the other party, Su Fan all of a sudden buzzed his old melon. If what the other party said was correct, there must be $10 million in this card. Thinking of this, Su Fan's heart then burst into a frantic beat. It's... Just as Su Fan was planning to refuse, Zhang Dekai also slowly spoke up, Little friend Su, you guys just go ahead, a little token of appreciation is just a little bit, compared to my old bones, it's nothing. But... Su Fan wanted to speak again, but when the words reached his mouth, he saw Zhang Yi turn his head over as well. Brother Van. Just take it, didn't we all agree on that just now? Seeing that he couldn't refuse, and that they were indeed short of money nowadays, Su Fan then didn't say anything more. After all of this was Tang Yanling's credit to come, he is now temporarily help each other to save just a little. Besides, since Tang Yanling came, he spent money like water, besides, he even quit his job. If he didn't think about how to get money, he believed that it wouldn't be long before Tang Yanling didn't starve to death, and he would have starved to death in the past. Watching Su Fan receive the bank card into his arms, the Zhang family line of people revealed bright smiles. They don't like to owe people favors, but anything that can be solved with money, then it must be solved immediately. Once things pile up a little bit, it might be the last straw that breaks the camel's back at some point. Immediately afterward, Su Fan whispered to Zhang Yi, Yoshi, come over here for a moment, I have something to tell you. What's wrong, Van? Su Fan looked at Zhang Yi, who had walked over, and then immediately leaned over to speak slowly in his ear. You know exactly what we're here for, and ever since the two of you were forcibly brought back this afternoon, my hanging heart hasn't let go. Van. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment, we have something in mind, and surely you have something in mind coming up. Well, things are indeed as you say, and I've always been prepared for that. Su Fan looked at the other party's clear eyes and frowned slightly. Then what exactly are your plans? When you left today, you didn't tell your sister Ling about your address? Regarding this matter, Su Fan could be said to be really still angry about it. If the other side hadn't said anything, they wouldn't have had to look around today. However, things had come to this point, there was no other way. As long as the other party had a sincere attitude and was able to soften, Su Fan intended to forgive the other party for a little while down the line. Brother Van. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, it's really hard to say. According to my original idea was to be able to rely on my own strength as a way to wind up rescuing Ying Ying, but it developed a little too quickly. I haven't even made a move yet. You guys immediately killed over. Chapter 132 Awakening. Zhang Yi's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. There was not even a sound afterward, and it seemed extremely aggravating. What's wrong? Couldn't you have come over earlier to back you up? Su Fan eyed Zhang Yi, who was full of tears, and instantly snorted. In the next few moments, Su Fan and Zhang Yi conferred sentence after sentence. As they watched the two young men singing to each other, the Zhang family's group all of a sudden became interested as well. Xiaoyi, what are you muttering with little friend Su? Zhang Jianguo listened to the sound of the two muttering, followed by a slight frown on his brow as he slowly asked. No. Nothing, Dad, just talking about something fun. Zhang Yi just wanted to lie and reflect a few sentences, but Zhang Jianguo stopped. He suddenly raised the volume of his voice and directed an output at Zhang Yi. Bastard, you've got hardened wings, haven't you? Is there anything I still can't hear? Geez, kids, Dad. What are you doing? Yuchi Jasmine listened to her husband's sudden outburst of anger and instantly raised her elbow to bump him hard. Right at this moment, Elder Zhang Dekai sniffed and also turned back to eye Zhang Jianguo. What do you want? Bullying my little grandson? As long as I'm around, you won't get away with it. The old man threw himself on the ground and shouted under his breath. Dad, what are you talking about? How could I be like that? Humph, not the best. If you let me know that you bullied my grandson, beware of eating your words. Noticing that things were heating up, Su Fan's eyelids twitched viciously. But immediately afterward he reacted. Did the group not know their plan yet? Thinking so, he turned his head and quietly squinted at Tang Yanling's figure. only to see that the other party was originally eating pastries and drinking tea without a care in the world. But it was a good time to eyeball him. Oh, my god, I'm scared to death. What is this woman doing? Sufan felt the other party's icy gaze, and immediately goosebumps rose layer by layer on the back of his neck. But nowadays none of this is the most important thing, and nothing is more important than the reaction of the others. Sufan, you did this? His eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately transmitted his voice to Tang Yanling. Tang Yanling, it's good that you know. Isn't it true that you can't let these people know about these things? Just you discuss it with Zhang Yi. Tang Yanling replied in a serious manner. Sufan, that. It doesn't matter, you'd better not just use your mana, I'm afraid you won't be able to collect it. Sufan gave a careful exhortation, not that he was afraid of the other party's anger. In fact, I still think Tang Yanling is a good heart, but now simply cannot be used up. These things really need to be known to the Zhang family, only then will they be able to carry out their work better as a way of playing match. Tang Yanling, but once that happens, the group will be able to know our intentions. Tang Yanling's head tilted as she replied immediately afterward. Sufan, I'm telling you nicely, why don't you understand? Anyway, you should remove the soundproofing spell first. Tang Yanling looked at Sufan, who had insisted again and again, and actually agreed in an unprecedented manner. When Sufan had passed on his voice, his heart thumped up one after another. When he thought of the not-so-good tone of his words just now, Sufan straightened up and retreated. Just now, he didn't know what happened, but he actually disliked it back, and originally thought that Tang Yanling, the woman, would immediately get angry. But he waited and waited and waited, but he just didn't see the other party getting annoyed. Just then, the voices of those around him reached his ears. It was only then that he reacted to the fact that Tang Yanling had already evacuated the diaphragm sound spell. Ahem, that. I'm sorry for just now, I didn't mean it. Noticing that the other party was so good at talking, Sufan was instantly embarrassed. He was originally a soft and hard-to-eat people, now the other side of such a look, but also seems to be his fuss up. Little friend Su, what were you discussing just now? I wonder if we could be told a bit about it, to see if there's anything we can do to help. Zhang Dekai turned his head and stared closely into Sufan's eyes. His skin was wrinkled but he was still very shrewd for a man. In fact, we did have a very important matter coming up this time when we came to look for Xiaoyi, it's just that. The words came to him and he paused. That's the way it has to be sometimes. The only way to keep the other person's appetite going is to make them seem a little more uptight when it comes to saying yes. Although from Zhang Yi's mouth he had learned that the Zhang family line was doting on Feng Yingying, but that was all one-sided, and it wasn't like he and Tang Yanling had ever seen it with their own eyes. Moreover, Feng Yingying had also talked about the relationship between the two families the other day, and Feng's group and Zhang's group, in fact, did not deal with each other very well at all. The two groups are involved in industries that are actually much the same for each. The contradictions that arise from this are slowly galvanized. Little friend Su, Miss Tang. Don't worry guys, no matter what, as long as you guys bring it up, then our Zhang family will definitely help you do it even if we lose all of our family's assets. Zhang Jianguo waved his big hand and said to Su Fan very boldly, Uncle Zhang, you're overstating it, how can I let the kingdom you've built be destroyed? Su Fan waved his hand, signaling that this was definitely not his idea. Yoshi, what were you guys discussing just now? Do you have any use for Dad? Seeing that Su Fan was too embarrassed to answer, Zhang Jianguo immediately shifted his sight to Zhang Yi's head. When Zhang Yi heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched up. He didn't know if he could actually talk to his own father about it, and if he didn't agree then, he really didn't know what to do. Feeling his son stammering, he couldn't spit out a few words in half a day. Zhang Jianguo instantly lost his temper, he just wanted to angrily curse a few words. However, he glanced at Su Fan's presence with his afterglow, and besides, now that the old man had only just awakened, it was indeed not very good to get angry. Thinking this, he then ruthlessly forced it down. Zhang Yi originally looked at the appearance of his dad about to get angry, as a burst of heart chills up. Ever since he was a little boy, the one thing he feared the most was his stern father. And one doesn't seem to be able to satisfy the other person 100% no matter what one does. As a result, Zhang Jianguo gradually became his deepest fear. Xiaoya, you tell Dad you are grown up nowadays, there are some things I decided not to force you in the future. It's already a big kid and it's really able to stand on its own. In that very moment just now, it was as if Zhang Jianguo had come to his senses. For his own son's education, he actually said he wanted to get over it. It was not known whether he had been stimulated by Su Fan, or whether he knew that he had come to his senses. Chapter 133 Departure. In the next few moments, Su Fan, together with Zhang Yi, told the Zhang clan's group about the plan. It was only after the whole thing had been made clear that the crowd came to a realization. Then Zhang Dekai looked at Su Fan, who took a deep breath and slowly spoke, Little friend Sua, we will definitely try our best to help in this matter, not to mention the great kindness that you two have shown to me, Zhang Dekai, and secondly, looking at the relationship between Ir and Ying, I won't stand by and do nothing. Zhang Dekai said while his hands trembled violently. In his heart, he is not very love Feng Ying, just forced by the relationship between the two families now, there is no way. If this matter was handed over to Zhang Jianguo, he dared to make a guarantee that it would absolutely fail. However, if he intervenes, Zhang Dekai believes that Feng Zhangguo will definitely sell himself a few points. After all, his seniority is already here, it is not necessary to get angry with him, an old man of age, is not it? We are much relieved to have your words, I hope so. Zhang Jianguo stayed by the side and originally wanted to say something, but he was directly blocked by Zhang Dekai. Let me take care of this matter, just based on your enmity with the newspaper, if I let you go out, I will definitely do the stirring up. Zhang, is he that bad? There are still outsiders here. Pops doesn't give himself any face either. Zhang Jianguo silently spat in his heart, but he didn't dare to open his mouth and say it. Little friend Su, what are you going to do next? Our Zhang family will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest. Su Fan waved his hand, then a gentle smile appeared on his face. Don't do that, you're old man, or I'll lose my life. Su Fan listened to the other party's inquiry and followed it up with a snicker, causing the group around him to burst into laughter. Looking at the mood of the crowd that had suddenly opened up quite a bit, Su Fan continued, in fact, just a moment ago, we were planning to break into the Feng family, but as soon as we thought that the impact of this might not be too good, we gave up. When Zhang Yi heard this, he immediately spoke in a panic. Brother Fan, it's a good thing you guys didn't go in hard, or else you would have definitely suffered a big loss. Not to mention the fact that this place is filled with alert patrol officers, even if you do break in, I'm afraid you'll definitely be in for a lawsuit if you're stayed in. Zhang Yi said while revealing a fluky look in his eyes. If this thing really happened, he could not guarantee that the two of them would have to suffer inhuman treatment. Luckily for him, the other guy didn't act on impulse. Immediately afterward, he let out a long breath. Looking at Zhang Yi in such a state, Su Fan instantly laughed. He silently added another point to the other party in the bottom of his heart. It looked like this kid still didn't hurt for nothing, and was still somewhat conscientious. Old master, let's hurry up right away. Go to the Feng family now. Su Fan glanced towards Tang Yanling, knowing that the other party was now on the verge of not being able to wait any longer. If he didn't act quickly, he wouldn't be able to do the slightest thing if this stubbornness had to be hardened by then. Zhang Dekai sniffed and nodded. Good. Let's hurry up and get going then. With those words, several people were about to turn around and walk towards the door. But just then, Zhang Dekai stopped and turned his head with a slight frown. Why are you following me? Don't you think it's messy enough? Yes, the person Zhang Dekai was talking about was none other than Zhang Jianguo. Only seeing Zhang Jianguo's eyes revealing a small expression of aggression, he was about to open his mouth to say something. However, he was disliked back by a look from the other party, and the defeated man didn't dare to make a move again. Only to skim his head in gray. Jasmine Ayu Shoei and I will just go there, the others will stay inside the house and wait. The words were followed by another cold snort coming from him. It caused Zhang Jianguo's shoulders to tremble slightly. Although he was now a giant, he was always like a child in front of his father. It wasn't because of fear, it was just because he respected his old father from the bottom of his heart. Alright, little friend Su, let's hurry up and get going here. Yes. Su Fan nodded his head while replying. Let's go, don't eat again later, your stomach is round. Your stomach will be full. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling, who was still binge drinking, and immediately opened his mouth to dislike him. Seeing that the crowd had risen, she was too embarrassed to continue carrying it. Moreover, the most important thing nowadays was still Feng Yingying's matter that was important, so she did not continue to argue with Su Fan. Bear with one hand and the sea is wide open. Tang Yingling thought of so, and scraped the other party fiercely. The scene in front of him completely fell into Zhang Dekai's eyes, only to see him snort and laugh. Little friend Su and Miss Tang really have a deep bond, huh? This flirting scene is considered to be the envy of the old immortal. As he spoke, a soft look appeared on his face, followed by a long-lasting reminiscence revealed in his eyes. Looking at the two, it reminded him again of his wife who had passed away. Thinking of this, in his heart, he became even more attached to the matter between Zhang Yi and Feng Yingying. That. Don't say that. You're old man, things aren't. Alright, little friend Su, I get it all, young people are thin-skinned, I know it all, there's no need to explain more. Su Fan eyed the other party's serious nonsense, and his heart suddenly beat a loud drum. He knew that the other party was just joking, but if he provoked this woman, Tang Yanling, he would be in trouble. Immediately afterward he turned back to the other man, glancing cautiously at his expression. Only after realizing that Tang Yanling hadn't fluctuated in the slightest did he breathe a sigh of relief. A few people were walking and telling jokes at the same time. Not too long after, he arrived outside the Feng family villa. The two homes weren't too far apart to begin with, and the mutual fences were actually close together. However, since each villa is independent and has a very large footprint, that's why it's come to such a situation. It's obvious that they're neighbors, but it's as if they're far apart. The crowd looked at the imposing villa and all stopped in their tracks. Su Fan also followed their frequency and paused for the time being, knowing that now was the time to shout. Once the other party has agreed, the gate will open. And this matter would most likely come to fruition. After all, the old man of the Zhang family was actually there in person. As he thought of this, another thought appeared in his mind all of a sudden. It looks like this little old man really quite loves Feng Yingying. Right at this moment, Su Fan rose up in a fit of fright. Because it was originally thought that everyone had stopped, the woman Tang Yanling was no surprise. But it didn't occur to me that the other party was actually still hoofing it toward the front. Look at its aura, as if it's going to break in hard. Big sister, what are you doing? Su Fan suddenly yelled, causing the crowd to react. Chapter 134. This is no small matter. Tang Yanling looked back with a blank expression, staring blankly at Su Fan. Xu Fan, don't be impulsive yet. Didn't I say you can't go in hard? Su Fan looked at the other party's appearance and immediately transmitted his voice. Tang Yanling, I didn't break in. I just wanted to get a little closer and take a good look to see what's the best position to grab someone later. She ground out to Su Fan, revealing a serious flavor in her tone. Su Fan? Listening to the words of the conversation, he instantly showed a look of bewilderment. When did this woman change her ways? She's actually using her brain to think? Wasn't he subdued long ago? How come there's still a brain there? Immediately afterward, he coughed and continued his transmission. Su Fan, that's fine. It's my fault, I apologize to you. Looking at the other party's softened appearance, Tang Yanling instantly became upset in her heart. Who does this guy think he is? Doesn't he really think that she, an Empress, is an idiot? Just now, although she did want to break in, but at the critical moment did not stop it. Even if the other woman had called out to her, the leg was on her own. Immediately afterward, she forced herself to reply. Tang Yanling, considering that you are a first-time offender, this seat will forgive you just once. Su Fan. Listening to the other party's voice transmission, his entire body was bad all of a sudden. This woman is really a nose to the grindstone. But now is not the time to quarrel, it is still the business that matters. Zhang Dekai watched as Tang Yanling also stopped walking with him, and his heart let out a sigh of relief. Just at that moment just now, he thought the other party had to come in hard. After all, when they were at their house, Su Fan had talked about this matter. At that time, he had sensed a sense of bravado in Su Fan's body, when he was really going forward, ignoring the difficulties. And also just a second ago, he once again sensed that Tang Yanling also actually possessed a sense of bravado. If the other party hadn't stopped, he would have really thought that Tang Yanling was about to go in so hard. But after the other party stopped, his earlier thoughts shifted once again. It looks like this older sister is heartbroken for her younger sister. Just half a day gone and this mysterious woman couldn't take it. Anticipating the other party's bizarre medical skills, Zhang Dekai's heart just burst with excitement. Ying and Xiaoyi were so close to Su Fan, and the two of them, if they were to carry forward this miraculous medical skill, then it could definitely boost their Zhang's group again, to the next level. At that time, no matter whether it was people in the business or official circles, but anyone who wanted to be cured would have to rely on their connections. The thought of it made him more and more excited. Although it wasn't their Zhang family that possessed the ability per se, it was enough that the other party had befriended their own young grandson. This old son of a couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes, even though he was old. Yet the desire to consolidate the position of his offspring is unchanged. To be able to bring the family business to the point they were at, there must be a lot more ruthlessness in their hearts than the average ordinary person. When the time comes, the Su Fan duo will collect the money, and they, the Zhang family, will take the fame, and it's a done deal. From the looks of it, it was necessary to wait for this matter to be completed before properly discussing it with the Su Fan duo. Thinking of this, he then slowly shook his head, putting all these thoughts just now behind him. Little friend Su, you guys wait a bit for now. I'll have someone notify the Feng family. He nodded slightly towards Su Fan. Su Fan sensed the other party's movement and replied with it. Jasmine, you go up and inform the Feng family. Just say that the old man of the Zhang family wants to pay them a visit, and please don't mind a dying man. Yuchi Jasmine sniffed and agreed, then walked towards the door. Yes, father. Just after Yuchi Jasmine arrived at the door and rang the doorbell, a clear voice resounded. Hello, how may I help you? Hello, I'm from the Zhang family and would like to meet your family head. Yuchi Jasmine didn't open her mouth according to Zhang Dekai's words. Instead, she shouted straight out that she was a Zhang family member. By virtue of the very delicate relationship between the two families, a conversation like this one actually tells the other person who they are. Therefore, it is not necessary to say anything more. Yes, you wait a moment. I'll give a briefing. The other end of the voice replied patiently after hearing that it was the Zhang family. Not long after, the clear and pleasant voice came out again. This will open the door for you. Please be patient for a moment. After the words were spoken, the Feng family villa door was slowly opened. This villa has a large gate and a small gate, and the gateway that was open leapt out to be the main gate. From this, he was able to see where the Feng family's sincerity lay, and was actually able to sell their Zhang family a face in the middle of the night. Just now, as Su Fan's few people were waiting silently, inside the Feng family villa, Feng Zhiguo was looking annoyed and irritated at the moment. Just this afternoon, he couldn't stop the excitement from showing on his face after just learning that his daughter had returned. Originally in a company meeting, he excused himself from a major piece of business without saying a word. Immediately after that, He immediately instructed his secretary to hurry up and arrange for a vehicle. He had to go back for a bit right away. Looking at the chairman's never-before-revealed majesty, as well as his slightly agitated expression, without much discouragement, the secretary just made a call to arrange it. When Feng Jigua returned home, he saw his daughter, who was haggard. He immediately followed with a self-condemning expression and asked with a concerned face, Ying, you're finally back, but I was worried to death about Dad. Feng Jigua looked at his daughter, who was currently in a state of gloom, and was about to go forward for a hug. But who would have thought that the other party actually pushed him away with an impatient face? No, Daddy's bad. What's wrong with Dad? These days when Ying was away, I was worried to death. Feng Jigua looked at the aggrieved expression that his daughter had never shown at this moment, and in a split second his heart softened. Ever since the other mother had died, he had been careful to protect her for a while. I'm afraid that the other person will get hurt if they don't pay attention. And Feng Ying also behaved very obediently from a young age. No matter what he said, basically never disobeyed him half a sentence. But this is the same good girl who ran away from home not long ago. He was carrying nothing but a single piece of clothing on his body. Secondly, they thought the other person had been kidnapped by someone else, thus dispatching all the surveillance in the neighborhood. But after realizing that she wasn't the only one lost, Feng Jigua had slowly outlined a plan in his mind. It was because the Zhang family boy had also disappeared at the same time. Expecting that the two had been very friendly since they were young, and that Feng Ying also sneaked over to play for a while from time to time, he instantly knew that things were not good. Surveillance viewed immediately afterward through security showed that the two were indeed not coerced out of the house either. Instead, he snuck off on his own. Chapter 135, A Personal Visit. In this way, the two went out of the villa area and were never seen again. The Feng family has thus mobilized the connections of the relevant authorities, trying to find the two children immediately. However, no matter how much the relevant departments, as well as the underground organizations searched, they could not find a single trace of the other party. Two big living people just disappeared out of thin air in general, and the last figure of the two infested was on a rainy night day. A cab pulled up in front of them at that time, and then they were never heard from again. The Feng family, who was originally not too anxious, had gone crazy at this moment. Could it be that his initial suspicions were coming true? Had the two young men really been kidnapped? Just as they were struggling in making efforts to find it, a video suddenly reached them, and it wasn't until that time that they met both Feng Ying and Zhang Yi. This matter revealed weirdness everywhere, making Feng Zhanghua rise up in a fit of trepidation. In fact, even if the Zhang family didn't intend to look for them, he would still find an opportunity to properly talk to the other party about this matter. And now since the other party had come to his door, it also saved him a lot of worry. Not too long after, Su Fan and his group quickly arrived within the Feng family's living room. Right at the moment they just showed their heads, Feng Jigua's eyes revealed a look of delight. Elder Zhang, why are you here in person? I was thinking of visiting you in a few days. His tone was full of friendliness as well as respect. For this old man, he did respect him from the bottom of his heart, and his and Zhang's fights with each other were nothing more than a legitimate competitive relationship. There is no need to get on the wrong side of an old man. And besides, it is also this old man in front of me who is slightly thin and weak. But many years ago, he pulled their Feng family a hand. There was something I wanted to discuss with you, so I came straight over. Zhang Dekai looked at the other party with such an attitude, and immediately smiled slightly as well. This is still in his actually is also very favorite. But the other side and their own son and not deal with each other. So although it is a neighbor, but also cannot see a few times a year to the end. I saw it more when I was a kid, but nowadays everyone is busier. You kid, your aura is getting stronger now. How you have indeed grown a lot compared to when you were a kid. Zhang Dekai gently placed his palm on the other party's shoulder, then carefully patted it. You're joking, compared to you, I'm still too young. Feng Jigua sniffed, then snorted, then replied. Zhang Dekai said these words. In fact, he was very affected by used. Knowing that the other party could once be described as being as shy as gold, it would be really hard to hear a compliment inside the old man's mouth. Though he does have a large family business nowadays and is able to be ranked in the country, but these were no problem for him at all. And now Zhang Dekai, a respected old man, actually praised him personally, simply as if it was much more energetic than earning a dozen more small goals. Sit down, you're old man. It's not good for your health if you stand for a long time. Feng Jigua looked at Zhang Dekai, who was standing for a while, and immediately invited the other party to sit down quickly. He knew the other man's body and bones. As he got older and older, the organs of his body are gradually failing, and he is now deteriorating. And this old man was actually able to hold up such a long distance and walk hard, which really moved him for a while. You say you, just let Zhang Wo talk to me about anything. How can I bother you to personally come to the door? Feng Jigua watched Zhang Dekai and Yuchi Jasmine's support, sitting properly after this before continuing to speak. The other party didn't reply to his remark. Instead, he shouted towards Su Fan and Tang Yanling, "Little friend Su, Ms. Tang, let me introduce you. This is the president of the Feng Group, Feng Zhanghua. Hello, Mr. Feng." Su Fan took a step forward and then slowly extended his right hand. Feng Jigua looked at the two slightly unfamiliar youths in front of him, and a few big question marks popped up on his head. However, he didn't stop with his hand, and immediately extended his palm as well. "Hello, little comrade." Looking at the confusion revealed in the other party's eyes, Zhang Dekai laughed all of a sudden. "Retribution? Aren't you curious as to who they really are?" The other man sniffed and slowly turned his head. A shrewd aura appeared in his eyes, and immediately afterward, he was heard to speak. "No matter what kind of person it is, but if it is personally introduced by you, Elder Zhang, then it is definitely not an ordinary person." Feng Jigua's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was laced with a sense of confidence. "Ha ha, not bad. The progress over the years has been really great. It's much better than that little brat in my house." Zhang Dekai snorted and had a soft face, as Feng Jigua listened to the other party spit on his son. A smug look permeated his heart. Sure enough, he was still a lot better than that Zhang Jianguo kid. Otherwise the old master wouldn't have praised him in front of so many people. After all, everyone understood what the old master was before. "You are too kind." Feng Jigua then smiled faintly as a reply to the other party's words. "By the way, don't you want to know what they are? How about letting me sell it first?" Zhang Dekai looked at the other party's appearance and immediately said in a shocking manner, "Even your old man, please. Has Ying Ying been cured of her leukemia?" Zhang Dekai's eyes carried a wave of questioning as he finished his words. "Not bad. So soon you know the news." "Indeed, as you said, Ying Ying's illness has been completely cured." "Ha ha ha, it's true. But why do you ask about it all of a sudden?" Feng Jigua inquired once more, followed by him slowly turning his head towards the Su Fan duo. Slowly, a look of excitement gradually revealed itself in his eyes. The original gloom had slowly dissipated in this regard. "You kid, it looks like you've really grown up quite a bit, huh? There's still a couple of tricks up your sleeve." Zhang Dekai looked at the eerie look revealed in the other party's eyes and instantly understood that Feng Zhanghua had guessed something. "Elder Zhangyu." Feng Jigua sniffed, and immediately only felt as if his lips weren't even very sharp. Alright, I won't hide it from you. Just as you guessed, the two of you, little friend Su, are the very same worldly masters who saved Ying Ying." Rumble. A thunderbolt exploded in Feng Zhangua's mind, and all of a sudden he only felt that he was in a dark place. But slowly, the darkness began to slowly dissipate again, and the sun shone and a beautiful rainbow appeared before his eyes. Just this afternoon, he made a special trip to invite Jianhai City's top medical personnel to come and observe Ying Ying's leukemia. Wanted to thus scrutinize if the other person's illness was getting worse again these days. And just an hour ago, this is when he got the latest test results. Looking at the clean white paper, a few large words leapt out at him. In a flash, his entire body froze. Ying Ying's leukemia, actually cured. Chapter 136, This is a Higher Power. By the time Feng Zhanghua reacted from the shock, it was already a few breaths later. Immediately afterward, he turned his head to stare deathly at the figures of Su Fan and Tang Yanling. Just moments ago when he got the report, he was always still skeptical. How can there be such a miraculous thing in this world? It is amazing that a serious disease like leukemia can be cured without a word. Looking at this middle-aged man who had already slowed down, Zhang Dekai immediately smiled again. "Oh, how about that? Isn't that very surprising?" Feng Jigua subconsciously nodded his head, but he didn't speak immediately. With that, Zhang Dekai once again said, "Truth be told, my illness, old man, was cured by the two high-ranking people. WH. What?" Feng Jigua subconsciously stuttered out, his eyes cannot stop her shocked gaze. After a few more breaths had passed, he finally slowed down. So with a slow sigh he raised his head to look at the Su Fan duo. "Elder Zhang, I understand everything. Just what exactly is it that can actually make you stoop to come to our Feng family?" Zhang Dekai narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not immediately open his mouth to reply to the other party. An invisible sense of oppression was transmitted to Feng Zhangua's body in this regard. Immediately afterward, a drum began to beat within him. Not understanding why, seeing that the time was ripe, Zhang Dekai randomly heaved a sigh. "I don't want to hide anything from you, old man, since it's already happened. Then I'll tell you. Go ahead." Feng Jigua unusually respectful voice. For this old man he can be said to be a real and true respect. Absolutely not the slightest bit of playing along. "The reason why I personally came here is actually for the matter of Ying Ying and Xiaoyi." The words were struck. Zhang Dekai's gaze was firmly fixed on the other party's face. After seeing the other party signaling himself to continue, Zhang Dekai then opened his mouth. I'm sure you already know about the two of them. After all these years it's finally gotten to you. Before, you might have had some concerns. But now, since Ying Ying's illness has been cured, then we as parents should take care of the youngster's opinions, right? Feng Zhiguo listened to the other party's voice. His eyes then slowly darkened. Elder Zhang, I'm not going to lie. Ying Ying is already engaged. And it was just a little while ago. In the end, Feng Zhangwei gave an honest account. Looking at the other party's appearance, Zhang Dekai instantly smiled slightly. You kid, think we don't know all these things? Even if you're engaged. So what? Do you think Ying Ying will live a happy life if she doesn't like the other person? Feng Zhiguo was instantly dumbfounded by the question. Waiting to think for a few seconds passed, he was just about to open his mouth. But right at this moment, Su Fan grabbed the words as soon as they came. Mr. Zhang, allow me to say one more thing. The sudden appearance of this voice broke the originally inherent awkward atmosphere. The crowd's eyes shifted to the slightly green young man. Feng Zhiguo had already learned that the other party was the mysterious divine doctor who had cured his daughter. So he nodded his head in greeting. Mr. Feng, do you know that Ying Ying has actually not been happy all these years? Impossible. How can I be unhappy when I've given her all my affection? Feng Zhangguo said. All of a sudden his pupils shrunk slightly. Su Fan smiled a little and immediately continued to speak. If I know well, Ying Ying's current mom is not her real mom, right? Indeed. Ying Ying's mother died when she was a child. But why are you suddenly asking about these sad things? Take your time and listen to me slow down. Zhang Dekai also waved his hand at Feng Zhangguo, signaling him to continue listening. For the Su Fan duo, this old man could be considered very respectful. Okay, you go on. We have indeed treated Ying Ying's illness, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. And as for why we saved Ying Ying, this is something we'll talk about when we have time. Right now we're still solving the problem at hand. Feng Zhiguo didn't say anything. Instead, he was staring at Su Fan's glasses with a deadly stare, wanting to see if this young-looking man was cheating on him or not. Although on the surface Ying Ying seems very happy and has loving parents, in the final analysis the mother is not her own. And from this certain conflicts arise. How could it be? Even if you are a benefactor of our Feng family, but you can't tarnish our Zhang family's reputation. Su Fan said so, ultimately annoying this man with steely eyes. Don't be in a hurry. Since you don't believe in what I'm saying, can you have Ying Ying come down and confront me on the spot? Faced with the sudden request, Feng Zhiguo fell into a deep thought, but immediately afterward, Zhang De spoke, just calling Ying down. Let's see what she means herself. Listening to the exhortation, Feng Zhiguo then clenched his teeth and agreed. I'll listen to your old man. Come on man, go get the lady down. Seeing that the initial plan had succeeded, Su Fan turned back towards Tang Yanling and raised an eyebrow, as if to say, how about it? Brother is great, right? Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan who was so dejected, and in a split second, she blanked him, but other than that, there was no other meaning. Not long after, a beautiful figure slowly appeared at the stairway of the second floor of the villa. The crowd fixed their eyes and realized that it was none other than Feng Ying herself. Ying Ying, I'm coming. Ying Ying. Tang Yanling glanced over and realized that at this moment, Feng Ying's face was filled with flickering tears, and Zhang Yi was very excited inside at the moment. Their years of secret love. This will immediately draw a conclusion. Just now, as the servants of the house went to invite her, Feng Ying was actually still sulking, her face full of sadness. She didn't want to stay in this house for a moment, and luckily her little mom had sent her right back out. She didn't know how to hold on otherwise. Just as Feng Ying was reluctantly hitching a ride with the servant, a name slowly appeared in her ears. Young Master Zhang Yi is here, and it was the appearance of such a voice that took her soul in a flash. The man she'd longed for and pined for so long had finally come to get her. At that moment, a few tears escaped the corners of her eyes. Immediately afterward, she stumbled toward the outside. Wanted to see if I had just been hallucinating. The servant shouted from behind. Miss, you slow down a bit, beware of falling. However, these persuasions, to Feng Ying, it was as if she had not heard them at all. She had long ago been unable to suppress the burning desire within her to escape from this place. Escape from the cage that oppressed her. Chapter 137, This woman is not simple. Feng Ying was currently standing dumbfounded at the stairway of the second floor, a touch of incredulity flowing from her eyes. Who did she see? Tang Yanling actually appeared before her eyes. In a flash, she was even more convinced that she was still dreaming. The dream was so unreal that she was hallucinating coming. Immediately afterward, Tang Yanling's voice came again. Ying Ying, what's wrong with you? The clear and pleasant voice was once again delivered to Feng Ying's ears. For a moment, her heart pounded. Once she had rubbed her glasses over, she slowly opened her large, fluttering eyes once more. Then he pinched himself hard on the arm. feeling the pain coming from the limb. Feng Yingying's tears finally couldn't stop falling down. The aggression in her heart was like the yellow river rushing. Sister! Sister, I miss you so much. The hoarse voice carried within the slightly empty hall. Feng Yingying anxiously and furiously ran down the stairs. Even the shoes she was wearing had been run off. Suddenly, in too much of a hurry, she was unsteady and about to fall. Ying Ying. Feng Zhigua looked at the woman's silhouette as she flung herself into midair, and immediately stretched out her arm towards Feng Yingying, but due to the distance, she couldn't reach it, and the moment Zhang Yi saw Feng Yingying, the corner of his tender eyes never left for the slightest amount of time. With a happy smile on his face, he came to see his face at last, after a great deal of difficulty and danger. But the moment he saw his opponent fall, he dove forward with a lunge, but there was not enough distance to try to catch the opponent. But there was nothing to be done. Just as the crowd was anxiously shouting and their hearts seemed to be on the verge of beating out of their chests, a sinister figure darted over in this regard. After the surrounding crowd reacted, Feng Yingying and Tang Yanling's two beautiful figures were slowly falling to the ground at this moment. Shocked. Can't stop the shock. The scene in front of me was too shocking. This woman seemed to have flown over just now. They all had their throats rolled a bit, and an intriguing flavor came out of their eyes. Tang is really a good fighter. Yuchi Jasmine looked at Tang Yanling, who landed on the ground in style, and immediately afterward broke the silence of the original air. Hearing his own daughter-in-law's words, Zhang Dekai instantly reacted as well. Immediately afterward, he also spoke. Tang, truly a martial artist, worthy of being an heir to a hidden family. Looking at his own elders, praising them one after another, Zhang Yi was clearly not in the mood. In a panic, he ran to the side of the two Qianin, and was about to stretch out his hand to properly check if the other party was injured anywhere. However, when he reacted, this place is still the Feng family, so he did not dare to act recklessly here. Who let Ying's dad still stay on the sidelines? If he found out that the two of them were in physical contact, he might even do something to himself. Besides, the other party had been saved by Tang Yanling. For this mysterious woman, he always felt a bit unable to see through. It's like there's a thick layer of smoke that you're trying to dislodge but can't. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Fan secretly sighed down in relief. Luckily, the Zhang family was quite understanding, or else it would have taken him a lot of effort to try to explain. Immediately afterward, his gaze slowly shifted to Yuchi Jasmine's face, and it was at that moment that the other party happened to look over as well. With four eyes facing each other, an unknown meaning filled the air before the two of them on this. This woman is not simple. Su Fan secretly murmured a sentence in his heart, perceiving in his heart's eye that this daughter-in-law of the Zhang family definitely possessed a big secret. Yuchi Jasmine looked at Su Fan's gaze and then smiled slightly. But that's all. I'm afraid no one will know what's on her mind. This Zhang family isn't as simple as it looks in front of me. As expected, there are still many things hidden in this world that I don't know about. Su Fan turned back and sighed immediately afterward. Not far away, beside the two Tang Yanling, after Zhang Yi suddenly rushed over, Feng Zhanhua also ran over with a nervous face. A voice of concern was revealed inside his mouth. Ying, how are you doing? Not hurt? Originally, he still wanted to probe carefully, but he found Tang Yanling's slightly indifferent gaze. And besides, the other party was now holding his own daughter with one hand. If he tried to reach out, there was a high chance that he would touch Tang Yanling's torso in this regard. Feeling the immense pressure, Feng Zhanhua actually subconsciously shrunk his neck slightly. What's wrong with this woman? If she's so good at fighting, how come her eyes are so scary? However, he did not open his mouth to say these words. After all, the other party did save Ying. At the thought of this, Feng Zhigua's heart rose with a pang of fear. Without the presence of the other person, it's not certain what would have come up. Okay, sister, it's okay, don't be afraid. I'll protect you, sister. Tang Yanling would immediately become all soft whenever she met the other party. Such an expression, Su Fan knew would never appear on anyone else's body. It was very rare even for him. Not that he blamed the other guy. I just think that this woman is really too pessimistic, and after so many years, there is actually no one around her that she can hold on to. Just because a cultivator from the demon clan saved her in the beginning and took her as a disciple, Tang Yanling would be able to sell her life to the demon clan for the rest of her life. From this point of view, this woman was actually quite righteous. Only after a few more seconds had passed did the crowd react from the shock they had just experienced. So one by one, they scrambled to Feng Yingying's side, wanting to probe if the other party had been injured just now. Okay, I'll be fine, so don't worry about me, everyone. Feng Yingying looked at the concern that flowed from the eyes of the crowd, and instantly replied with a slight smile. It's good that it's okay, it's good that it's okay, just now it really scared me. Feng Zhigua sniffed and let out a huge sigh of relief. Immediately afterward he continued to speak. Tang, thank you so much just now. Hurry over and sit down for a rest. Tang Yenling sniffed and didn't look at him, instead looking a little disgusted within. This man she couldn't get enough of. Ever since she had heard the story of their father and daughter in Feng Yingying's mouth, she felt more and more that Feng Zhanhua, this man, was actually very similar to her own father, and in some places, she felt a high degree of overlap. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but it was. In all those years, she had been unable to let go of her father's role within her heart, because the shadow that the other party brought to her as a child haunted the depths of her mind until this very moment. Chapter 138, Opening the Door. Looking at the other party ignoring himself, Feng Zhanhua shook his face slightly, yet he wasn't angry. No matter what, the other party did save his daughter twice. Feng Yingying looked at Tang Yenling's face, which wasn't very nice, and all of a sudden, she wrapped an arm around the other party. Sis, come on, let's go over and sit down and talk. Only after hearing Feng Yingying's soft voice come out did she relax. Only the inner resentment towards Feng Zhanhua did not dissipate in the slightest. After a moment had passed, the crowd then slowly took their seats. Feng Yingying and Tang Yenling were currently next to each other with happy smiles on their faces. Sister, why did you guys come looking all of a sudden? I originally thought we wouldn't be able to see each other ever again. Saying sad words over and over again, tears were about to come out of his eyes. Sis, I missed you so much. Don't cry, sis, with my sister here. No matter what happens, I won't let you get hurt. Tang Yenling felt the other party's slightly trembling body, and immediately used her hand to gently caress, touching the other party. Feng Zhanhua looked at the scene in front of him, revealing a slightly puzzled expression deep inside. This woman, this money is not such a look from. How to go out a few days has become not quite the same. It was important to realize that ever since her mother passed away, Feng Zhanhua had never seen his daughter so dependent on someone. Even he, the father, never met it again. It wasn't that he wanted to see his daughter cry, it was just that he also wanted her to rely on him a bit. Returning his gaze, Feng Zhanhua nodded slightly at Zhang Dekai at this moment. Elder Zhang, please have some tea. After Zhang Dekai had signaled for a moment, he once again turned his gaze towards Su Fan. Mr. Su, please drink too. Thanks, Mr. Feng, I'll just do it myself. Feng Zhanhua spoke again and again, handing a cup of tea to Su Fan. Immediately after, Feng Zhanhua continued to speak. My daughter's condition has indeed stabilized. Although I don't know anything about medicine and I'm not a doctor, I can sense that Ying Ying's chi has indeed gotten a lot better. Where Mr. Feng is flattered. Su Fan revealed a soft smile, then waved his hand with a modest look. Xingwo, I'm telling you, little friend Su and Ms. Tang's skills are extraordinary, not to mention their excellent medical skills. How many young people can compare their humble attitudes to those of Ms. Tang? Elder Zhang is right. Mr. Su is indeed remarkable. Su Fan felt a wave of sweat as he listened to the two business bigwigs talk about him in this regard. With that, an inward balking began. None of this was his doing. It was all the handiwork of that which Tang Yenling. But according to the scheme they had already discussed, it would be better for him to step in for human affairs like this. You know that woman Tang Yenling? Her temper stinks to high heaven. If she were to come face to face with these people, there's still the possibility of something going wrong. Seeing that the two were still boasting about him and Tang Yenling, Su Fan could only feel a wave of goosebumps on his back. How could he, who was already socially terrified, cope with all this? Immediately after, Su Fan was heard saying, Mr. Feng, since my wife and Ying Ying are good sisters, then please allow me to address you as Uncle Feng, okay? Feng Zhanhua said. All of a sudden a flax lived. Su Fan wanted to call the other party uncle, not that he had any other bad intentions. Rather, he wanted to draw a closer relationship, so that when he discussed things later, it should be much simpler. Zhang Dekai looked at Su Fan's serious look, and immediately afterward, he also reflected. Sure enough, Ginger was still old and hot, and the other party was worthy of being a veteran warrior who had fought hundreds of battles. With just one glance, he already knew what Su Fan was thinking, and Zhang Dekai, who had seen the scene in front of him clearly, inwardly appreciated Su Fan even more. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Mr. Su, I think it's better for us to be equals. After all, your great kindness, our Feng family does not dare to forget. Uncle Feng, don't have to say that. One size fits all is. Do you see the sisterly bond between the two of them as if they were sisters? Feng Zhanhua followed the other party's line of sight and shifted his gaze right along with it. Upon looking at the two women indeed, he took a deep breath immediately afterward. That. Feng Zhanhua stammered and tried to agree, but when the words came out, he couldn't open his mouth. When Elder Zhang Dekai looked at the other party in such a manner, his eyes rolled a few times. Then he spoke. You, since little friend Su has said so, then agree to come down. Seeing this, Feng Jigua and had no choice but to nod slightly. Ha ha ha, that's good. Everyone is happy. Zhang Dekai's words had just fallen, followed by a turn of phrase, only to see him continue. This time we've actually come for one thing. Zhang Dekai finished, revealing a face full of deep meaning. Even? Elder Zhang. Just ask. As long as our Feng family can help, we'll definitely help you out. Although I don't have a very good relationship with Jiangwo, but those are matters for our young people, so you don't have to worry about them, and I'm sure Jiangwo feels the same way. Zhang Dekai sniffed and nodded slightly. The truth is indeed as the other side said, the young people's business. Just let them young people deal with it. Feeling the other party's respect for himself, Zhang Dekai smilingly opened his mouth and continued. Since the state of repayment has said so, then the old man is leaning on the old man for this ha. Feng Jigua sniffed and in a split second picked up the reply. How can it be? You please just say so. Looking at this old and young, singing in unison, Su Fan wanted to laugh very much. Zhang Dekai cleared his throat immediately afterward and slowly turned his head to look at Su Fan. Only when the other man nodded his head in greeting did he slowly speak out. The reason we came this time, the cause was all because of Ing Ing. Ing Ing? Feng Jiangwo immediately frowned slightly, even though he had already guessed roughly. However, when the other party said it, he still felt a bad premonition coming. Not bad, the two of you, little friend Su, are actually running towards Ing Ing. Well, I can tell. Ever since Ing Ing was brought back, I can detect that she is very unhappy in her heart. Now that I've seen the two of them pass, I've also finally reacted. Su Fan saw that Zhang Dekai had already torn open an opening, and he followed up with an assist. Uncle Feng, actually, we wanted to come to your house at the very beginning, but we felt that it didn't seem right to pay a direct visit to the door. After noticing Su Fan's slightly impatient gaze, Feng Jigua suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Until this time, he had also reflected. This kid is mad at him. Chapter 139. Su Fan looked straight at Feng Jinggua's expression, and his heart began to dejectedly rise up one by one, but he didn't show it. Immediately after, he cleared his throat and spoke slowly towards Feng Jinggua. Uncle Feng, we have already understood Feng Yingying's painful life for so many years, but we don't know if you, as a father, also have an understanding? Feng Jigua's face changed slightly as he frowned and asked, what have you learned? Su Fan took a deep breath and said, we know that Feng Yingying was once greatly hurt because of one of your mistakes. Feng Jigua's expression became even heavier. His lips trembled slightly as he said, that was my fault back then. I've always felt very guilty. Su Fan nodded and continued, but do you understand what your daughter has gone through during these years? She once lost her favorite person and her trust because of your fault. A trace of pain flashed in Feng Jigua's eyes as he nodded silently. Su Fan continued, now that Feng Yingying has made the decision to change herself, she is striving for her own happiness, and you, as her father, will you support her? Feng Jigua was silent for a moment and slowly said, I've always wanted to make amends to Feng Yingying, but I don't know what the right thing to do is. Su Fan smiled faintly. It's actually very simple. You just need to give her enough support and care when she needs you, so that she can feel your love. Feng Jigua nodded, his expression gradually relaxing. I'll do what I can. That's good. I'm sure Ing Ing will feel your love and support too. The atmosphere in the entire room gradually eased up, and the distance between Su Fan and Feng Jinggua gradually drew a little closer. Zhang Dekai looked at the scene in front of him and finally relaxed a breath of relief within his heart. Under Su Fan's guidance, Feng Jigua began to gradually understand Feng Yingying's life and thoughts. He gradually realized that the bullying his daughter had been subjected to all along was someone behind it, and he, as a father, knew nothing about it. Feng Jigua felt deeply guilty and heartbroken after listening to Su Fan's account. He never imagined that his daughter would be treated like this at home, or that his busyness would cause her such harm. Determined to make amends for his daughter's past transgressions, Feng Jigua apologizes to Feng Yingying and Zhang Yi and promises to give his daughter more care and love. At the same time, he took steps to make sure that the bully of his daughter was duly punished and protected her from further harm. With Feng Jigua's apology and promise, Feng Yingying and Zhang Yi felt great comfort and warmth. They knew that although there had been pain and aggravation, the other person was always their father. Regardless, it is true that blood ties cannot be discarded. I know I didn't do enough, but I will always support her silently in the future. Feng Jigua responded. Supporting and caring are two different things. Those who are fathers should care more about their child's inner world and think more about her. Su Fan said in a serious tone. I know I'm wrong, but I'll try to correct it and do as much as I can for her. Feng Jigua bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Don't say it's to the best of your ability, but to the best of your ability, to the end of your responsibility as a father. Su Fan reminded. Feng Jigua nodded and said that he would work hard. He deeply felt Su Fan's sincerity and care, and also realized his own shortcomings. Thank you, Su Fan, for your reminder and help. Feng Jigua said, his tone filled with gratitude. No need to thank you. As long as you can fulfill your responsibilities as a father, I'll be satisfied. Su Fan said, I definitely will. Feng Jigua said firmly. At this time, Feng Yingying overheard the conversation outside. Her eyes reddened and her heart was filled with emotion. She was deeply grateful to Su Fan for his care and help. She also realized the importance of her father even more and resolved to work harder for her future and for a better life. Dad, let's work together. Feng Yingying walked in and said to Feng Zhanghua, yes, we definitely will. Feng Jigua and Yingying smiled at each other. He felt his daughter's warmth and care, and also became more determined to be a father's responsibility and mission. Su Fan watched this scene from the sidelines, his heart filled with relief and satisfaction, convinced that he had done something meaningful. Feng Jigua nodded silently, as if touched by Su Fan's words, and as if remembering past events. Seeing this, Su Fan continued, we know that you are a very busy person, taking care of your family, work, and other things. However, we also know that you have been quietly supporting Yingying, allowing her to grow into the strong, outstanding girl she is today. Hearing this, Feng Jigua couldn't help but reveal a look of gratitude as he gently sighed and said, in fact, I've always known that it's not easy for her, but I'm too busy to give her more company. Su Fan smiled and said, this is understandable, but a father's support and care is very important for a child. Your support has given Yingying a lot of strength and courage to face the setbacks and difficulties in life. When Feng Jigua heard Su Fan's words, his eyes couldn't help but get a little moist. He pondered silently, as if he had gone back in time, to when Yingying was still a little girl. I once thought about spending more time with her, but never did. Feng Jigua said softly, it's okay, it's not too late. Su Fan smiled gently. Yeah, I'm going to be there for her and let her know that no matter what happens, her father will always be there for her and support her. Feng Jigua looked at Su Fan with determination in his eyes. Su Fan nodded in agreement. He knows that only the support and love of a parent can give a child true strength and confidence. Yingying's growth needs everyone's attention and help, so the two stood there in silence, looking into each other's eyes, as if in silent agreement of some kind. After a while, Feng Jigua turned around and left the place, leaving Su Fan and his group sitting there dumbfounded. He believed that Feng Jigua was not an uninformed person, and that Feng Yingying's life would only be better next. And watching the other party leave angrily, there must have been something he wanted to do immediately. Judging by the guesses he had just made, Su Fan had roughly understood. The bait has been laid and we're just waiting for the fish to bite on their own. Chapter 140. Feng Jigua walked back to his room in a rage. His heart was very bad. The relationship between myself and my daughter has been eased, but the issues that need to be resolved have not been resolved. There are some people, some things, that can never be gotten past just by talking about them. Feng Jigua's daughter, can't be bullied just because anyone wants to? Su Fan did not directly follow. Instead, he continued to stay within the living room. This was someone's family matter. It was not good for him to get involved, but once he needed to step in to protect Feng Yingying. So what if it was a family matter? The atmosphere became serious as several people regrouped. Feng Jigua's eyes blazed as he sat on the stool and took out his cell phone, dialing his daughter-in-law's number. Through Feng's conversation with Su Fan, he probably knew exactly who had been targeting his baby girl. If you don't know, it's your own fault, but now that you know, you can never just let it go, even if you are your own wife. And the Son of Heaven is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Blood is thicker than water. Su Fan faced leisurely sitting on the sofa above. Although it is not appropriate to participate, but watch the drama, carved in the bones of the gene. Outside the door, the engine of a sports car roared as the 911 pulled up. Such an expensive car does not show any sign of being cherished by its owner. It didn't need to be said to know that it was that little mother of Feng Yingying's who had returned. In front of Feng Yingying, you can still act as a bully and use those underhanded tactics that you think are clever. But there is Feng Jigua in the audience, so it's completely different. Pushing open the door, dressed in a sultry but not too expensive Shuqin entered everyone's sight. Her eyes swept past several people, and finally rested on Feng Zhanghua who had just walked down the stairs. Why are you free to come back today? You didn't say so earlier. I should come home and treat you well when you bring a friend back. With that, she walked forward and sat down close to Feng Jigua. Between words and actions, his own frame is held more precisely than Feng Zhanghua. The crowd looked at her coldly, silent, waiting for the main man to speak. If Feng Zhanghua really still had a heart, then today Zhu Qin wouldn't just be a simple matter of eating a melon fall. How are the preparations for Yingying's wedding going? Su Fan looked at him one more time after hearing this, and Tang Yanling beside him did the same. I have to say, the beginning, they loved it. Just don't worry, I can't say how good my work is, but I won't lose face with the Feng family, nor will I wrong Yingying. This is really a beautifully put statement. For Ying's marriage, she is indeed very well prepared, but also willing to put down the capital. After all, but 3 or 4 million, in exchange for is indeed the Feng family real shares. This deal, not a loss. Well done, well done. Feng Zhigua smiled and stroked her hair as she obediently lowered her head, in full view of the public. Face to Feng Zhangua. For a moment, Su Fan also seemed to understand why Feng Zhigua had been so relieved to hand over his family's backyard to this woman over the years. I wanted to take a look at Tang Yanling beside me, but I was able to collect my sight. Don't make trouble out of nothing. But on the side of Tang Yanling, how do you not know? Just a movement of the mind. Fingers have already pinched Su Fan waist tender. Flesh. So when are we going to get the Changs together for a nice dinner? The Changs? What's for dinner? Smiling, Zhu Qin asked out in a smooth manner. Zhang Dekai was sitting on the side. At first listening to Feng Zhangua asked, there is still incomprehension in his heart. Now it is considered to understand. Holding someone up high, then forcing him to hand over the fruits of his long plotting, and finally pushing him off a cliff with a vengeance. This pain was not understood until Zhu Qin had eaten it. Naturally, it's elder Zhang Dekai's family. Do you think that Ying and Zhang Yi's marriage should be arranged by my Feng family? Isn't this slapping other people's elder Zhang's face? Don't you think so, elder Zhang? Naturally so. My Zhang family is not considered one of the best, but it's still a big family. 2 marriages, since the 2 families should join hands. When the words were said, Zhang Dekai also understood Feng Zhanggua's meaning, so of course he followed his words. The Zhang family had already disagreed with the Feng family's engagement to someone else, and between their words, they had completely ignored the family that Zhu Qin had made good on. It's not the Zhang family. Zhu Qin hugged Feng Zhigua's arm and looked at him aggressively. The focus was not on the face that was about to go pear-shaped, but on the gully in front of her chest that was becoming more and more obvious. To think of using such despicable tactics even now is to say that you can't tell the difference between form and form. Or is it just stupidity? Feng Ying is Feng Zhigua's clear heart pill. The heart pill. Let this Tai Fox how to manipulate the body. Cannot be chaotic for the father's heart. For the sake of the father's heart. Doomed this time Zhu Qin to suffer. You need not say such condescending words now, nor make such a condescending gesture. You are a wise man. Why don't you know what the present form is? Feng Zhigua pushed away Zhu Qin, who looked like a monkey on his arm. Once upon a time these were a few of his most enjoyable maneuvers. Now it seemed that his eyes were filled with disgust. Retribution. Still with the same resigned look, tears were already welling up in her eyes. Retribution. Did someone else say something bad about me to you? You have to believe me. His own behavior has been extremely well hidden over the past few years, and he should not have been discovered. Even if it reveals any traces, with his own hand, he will be able to set it right. Should give as the reason why someone is at home today. That's right, that's it. When Su Fan and these people leave, himself and Feng Zhanghua will still be the same as before. As for Feng Yingying, she was just a pawn that she utilized. How big a storm could she turn? Are you going to tell me yourself, or are you waiting to be counted out? I speak for myself. See, Feng Zhaigua's attitude is strong. Now is not the time to harden oneself. Serve a soft and admit fault. Wait for these people to leave. Slowly see the results. Ying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done this to you. To be honest, during the time your father wasn't at home, I was neglecting quite a lot of things. I always thought that being able to take care of your life was good enough, but I didn't care about what you felt in your heart. It was my fault as a mother. Originally, Feng Ying and Su Fan were both slightly touched in their hearts. And now, snickered. And then what? Feng Zhigua obviously didn't believe in these superficial words either. And today Su Fan was present, and Tang Yanling was present, and was bound to make things clear. Indeed, the matter of engagement should have been discussed with everyone. It's just that the Feng family is maneuvering. It's really not right either. Enough. Originally, she wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Feng Zhanggua's angry shout. She looked at Feng Zhanghua in a daze, and the tears that she had been planning for a long time completely broke the dike. Sorry. She tried to exchange her pity for Feng Zhangua's pity, but she forgot that in front of Feng Yingying, she was just an outsider. Since you're still unrepentant, let Yingying speak for herself. Things have come to this point. Zhu Qin had a bad premonition in her heart. Her face was pale, and she sat on the chair, lifeless. Chapter 141. No one can move you. Tang Yanling took a step out, holding Feng Yingying's hand, and stood in the middle of the crowd. Speak up. No one can touch you if your sister is here. The words, Zhang Dekai or Feng Zhanghua, heart immediately tightened. Just before the woman showed a hand of kung fu, in the eyes of the two people can be compared to special effects. Even though this was the Feng family, if she said she couldn't move, then she couldn't move. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yingying slowly opened her mouth. If you don't say it at this time, When will you wait? There's no such thing as an impervious wall. We've all seen what you've done. My father will be mesmerized by you, but I won't be. And the hurt I've suffered, remember, you'll have to pay it back. Feng Yingying's emotions were a bit agitated, and she clutched Tang Yanling's hand tightly, in turn turning her own hand tragically white. Good thing this little force is not a big deal. Otherwise Zhang Yi is really worried about his daughter-in-law's delicate hands have what long and short. Ever since you came in the door, you've been in your face and behind your back. How did you treat me when my father was away? My Feng family is rich, but it has nothing to do with you. And you? How dare you want to marry me off just to monopolize the property? Although Feng Zhiguo already knew the general pulse, but personally heard from his own daughter's mouth, still fire. Where is the man you found? Where's the good husband you found for me? Why don't he come and say something for you now? Zhang Yi of the Zhang family was originally a childhood friend of mine. This is something that the Zhang family, my father, has already approved of, and you're sticking your nose in. What kind of a thing are you? Zhu Qin is now considered to know. Just now Feng Zhiguo's attitude towards their own so good route, their own hard work to plan for so long, and now down the drain. Ying, listen to my explanation. The family that I chose for you is also considered to be a prestigious family, and can help the Feng family in business. You don't want to see the Feng family fall into disrepair, do you? As a person who has been there, I know how difficult it is for a woman. If she can't marry a good family, in the end, she will still suffer. The bull ****** love you talk about. Childhood sweethearts. Can you help your father negotiate a business? What a ing theory. Standing beside Feng Yingying, Tang Yanling's aura surged around her, directly provoking a throbbing deep inside the crowd. But it was a good thing that these people didn't have any other abnormalities, or else they really couldn't explain it. Just as Su Fan felt the aura fluctuation, his face suddenly changed violently a few times, followed by him immediately transmitting his voice to stop her in time. Otherwise, the floor under Zhu Qin's feet would have to be crushed and fractured. Su Fan, don't be impulsive. It's not to the point where the fish is dead. It's better to wait and see. This is also a good way to solve Ying Ying's grievances for so many years. Su Fan said so to Tang Yanling with reasoning and emotion. Only after Su Fan's voice transmission had fallen did Tang Yanling's angry heart slowly calm down. Immediately after that, she gave Zhu Qin a deadpan glance with a chilly brow. Bitter cold air slowly escaped along the eyes, and then drifted between heaven and earth. Only after the throbbing that suddenly appeared just now disappeared did the crowd slowly exhale a mouthful of turbid air. The feeling of oppression just now was so real that it made breathing seem a little difficult for them. Compared to the others, it was Zhu Qin who was most strongly oppressed. It was as if death was beckoning her in that very moment just now. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled out down his forehead. Among the few people present, Su Fan and Feng Yingying were the only ones who didn't feel out of place. Feng Yingying did not notice the crowd's astonished gazes, and immediately after, she continued to speak, forcing her trembling body. So that's why you married my father? That's why you were going to marry me off? After all, you're just after my father's money. You're not done yet, so don't get defensive. When the feeling of oppression finally disappeared, she couldn't think too much. Facing the aggressive Feng Yingying, Zhu Qin only felt a huge pressure. Looking at the once obsequious little girl, who was now actually so strong, made her fall into silence once again, looking at Feng Yingying in a daze. In order to be able to monopolize my father's family fortune, you were ready to marry me off and abandon me. You started scheming when you entered the door, and after all these years, it's amazing that you hid it from the world. You're kind of a number one. Feng Yingying, Feng Zhangguo's own daughter, being embarrassed by you, being used by you. Is it good? I'm sick. Either I'll be married off by you as a threat, or I'll get leukemia and die a clean death. No matter what, I can't compete with you, Zhu Qin, right? You didn't expect it, did you? Feng Yingying, was not destined to die, had great luck, met Sister Tang, and cured me. You're even more surprised, aren't you, that I'm supposed to be dying right now, and at this very moment I'm standing here counting your crimes one by one. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, as if she wanted to give back all the hurt she had suffered over this period of time at once and for all. The body, which was still weak, was staggering at this point. Zhu Qin looked at her with renewed hope in her eyes, wishing that she would just fall down and die. However, how could it be as expected? A trace of aura entered her body, and Tang Yanling did not move to stabilize Feng Yingying. Originally, the feeling of dizziness in the brain came in this way, but somehow, a slightly cool sensation slowly passed in along Tang Yanling's palm, and just like that, Feng Yingying once again stood firmly in place. Immediately afterward, a hint of doubt flashed through her fluttering eyes, but when they touched with Tang Yanling's eyes, she then understood. It turned out that all of this was her sister's arrangement, and thinking of this, the bottom of her heart was a few points more. So it was that she then spoke. A lot of people know about your dirty deeds, don't they? The servants in the house are threatened by you and don't dare to speak out. And so am I. My father is kept in the dark by you. And so am I. My father was kept in the dark by you. And so was I. Someone in the family tried to help me and was dismissed by you, making an example of me. And now the people still left in the family are respectful to you and see me with nothing but pity. The Fong family's eldest miss is a joke. Fong Yingying took a deep breath and changed her mindset. Well, now that this matter is known to my father, it's now up to you to compare performances. After saying that, she pulled Tang Yanling back to Su Fan's side, silent. Until this time, Fong Yingying's heart was still beating fiercely, and her nervousness did not dissipate for a long time. Too exciting. So many years of oppression, now finally get released. Straight to let her cannot help but long breath to. You, what is there to say now? Fong Jigua looked at Zhu Qin with disappointment and anger in his eyes. I'm doing it all for the good of the Fong family. This person I found is great in business and can help the Fong family. Not something the Zhang family can compare to, said, posing in all sorts of shameful postures that one would be ashamed to look at. With no regard for her face in public, she still did not give up her offense, trying to grab the last straw. Chapter 142. This is not your son. The crowd watched as Zhu Qin continued to scratch her head in front of Fong Zhanghua, hoping to bring him back to her. Fong Zhigua felt the gusts of grinding coming from his arm, and his heart wasn't moved at all. On the contrary, it made him feel nauseous inside. Does this woman still want to have a face? The people present slowly frowned with it, displeased expressions surfacing on their faces, but no one said a word. They just straightened up and watched each other perform. Right at this moment, a wave of nausea flooded within Tang Yanling, and she couldn't wait to directly slash this Thai fox. The appearance of scratching her head made her endure the ground to recall the group of the Hop pleasure sex group of people. She greatly controlled her trembling arm, and suddenly a flash of coldness appeared in its eyes. She must be given a taste of her own medicine today. After saying that, the killing move in his hand had been pinched out, and a coat of clothes automatically rose up without any wind. While this scared Su Fan to death. Su Fan, stop! Don't do it! Didn't I tell you everything? Don't be impulsive. Tang Yanling, humph! I just can't stand it anymore. This woman is just like a vixen. It makes me sick to my stomach. Su Fan, I know all that, but that's no reason for you to do anything. You've already been told just now. Let's deal with the problem calmly. Tang Yanling didn't open her mouth. Her eyes then fell into a burst of contemplation. Su Fan felt the woman slowly sinking in her silence, followed by a long sigh of relief. And then, he shifted his gaze to Zhu Qin. Indeed, this Zhu Qin, before the silhouette arrives, the smell of fox has already pierced into the nostrils, and should indeed suffer a bit. Although the reasoning was right, it should never have been done by Tang Yanling. Feet on Ray, sword in hand, straight up, in hell. But the rules of her world didn't work here at all. With that, Su Fan made up his mind that once this matter was resolved, then she must be taken out of here in a hurry, so that she wouldn't be able to pull herself up and cause any irreversible consequences. Now that the funds were available, the Zhang family line gave a bank card, and in the future, they would probably be able to let this demoness splurge for a while. When the time came to take the other party out for a trip to the mountains, it might also be able to slow down and quieten its originally agitated heart. Looking at the scene in front of him is also considered to be resolved. Immediately after Su Fan, Zhang Dekai softly opened his mouth. Gramps, watch. Su Fan stared straight into the other party's eyes, thus conveying a message. He didn't pick it out directly. Instead he sold his words and said half of them to Zhang Dekai. Zhang Dekai was also an old fox and understood Su Fan's general meaning in an instant. Immediately after that, he slowly turned back towards Fong Zhanghua and laughed brightly a few times. Retribution. Look at this. Master, just take a look around, or be a notary public. No, this snake-hearted woman. How dare she treat my daughter like this? It's simply beyond my tolerance. Fong Zhigua was on the verge of spitting fire out of his eyes as he spoke. If it wasn't for the fact that the other man had given himself a son as well, he would have divorced him. There will never be the slightest implication. Just then, a little boy ran down the stairs cheerfully, aged about 11 or 12 years old. As soon as he saw Zhu Qin's silhouette, he straightened up and darted over. Mommy, when did you come back? You didn't even call me. Did you bring me anything good to eat? The young boy's name was Feng Zizhou, and he was none other than Feng Zhigua's youngest son. He had just been playing a game in his room, but all of a sudden he heard a clamor coming from downstairs, so it was a matter of grabbing the door and rushing toward the destination. Ever since he was a child, Feng Zizhou never learned anything and spent his days playing games, both gluttonous and playful, and also always bullied Feng Yingying from time to time. According to reason, how can it not be the turn of a small child to bully an older child? But all this Feng Zizhou did, just because of Zhu Qin's presence. With this snake-hearted general mom loving him, Feng Yingying a delicate girl and how can make a difference? Immediately after, he darted towards Zhu Qin, about to hug the other party's enchanting figure. And it was at this time that Feng Jigua yanked on the other party's running figure. A slightly majestic look came out of his eyes, directly scaring Feng Zizhou into shrinking his neck. Fathers. Feeling the gust of oppression, Feng Zizhou's eyes were suddenly filled with layers of mist. Immediately after that, he turned his pleading eyes to Zhu Qin's figure. Mommy. Zhu Qin looked at her son's pleading for help and felt a moment of panic in her heart, but she eased up immediately afterward. Even a slight blush surfaced on her face. As long as her own son is still around, Yufeng Zhanghua will definitely not do anything to her. After all, the other guy was still his son, wasn't he? Was the daughter a child and the son not? Thus, she snatched Feng Zizhou from the other party's hand. Just like that, he cried and mourned, and on his lips, he said, Zizhou, your father's doesn't want us woo-woo. While saying that, he was snotty. Not the slightest bit of the delicate face that existed just now. No, mommy, how could daddy not want us anymore? Feng Zizhou looked at his mom who was crying. Already a stabbing pain came from his back. He also cried with it. It was also at this moment that Zhu Qin directly stretched out her arm that was embracing Feng Zizhou and fiercely pinched him on his back. And that's the only way the naughty brat would cry his heart out. Although she was also very heartbroken. It was her own baby, but in all these years she had never hit it once. As a result, it has also been allowed to develop the appearance of a mongrel. And no matter what it meets, that heart is very strong. There were even times when Feng Jigua had a speculation that this little bitty child was really his child, but this sex is also not like obviously. Feng Yingying is so obedient, and this little brat makes trouble all day long. But seeing as the other man was a boy, he then whispered reassuringly, boys, I'm sure they'll be a bit naughty. Looking at such a panic scene of a family of three, Su Fan instantly shrugged his shoulders. Immediately afterward, a sudden voice broke the original cacophony. He's not your son. The crowd slowly looked over in the direction from which the voice came out, and just a glance like that made a wild jump up inside them. Only after the voice slowly fell away did Feng Jigua turn his head, and it was Tang Yenling's figure that came into view. Chapter 143, Failure of the Plan. What? Don't talk nonsense. This is someone's family matter. It's not for us to worry about. Su Fan's gaze strangely glanced quietly at Feng Zhanghua, followed by him questioning Tang Yenling in a low voice. I'm telling the truth. The boy really isn't his own son. Tang Yenling raised her head and slightly glanced at Su Fan, and didn't pay any attention to the other party. Instead, she continued to speak. When Tang Yenling's voice came out again, Su Fan was instantly speechless. Since this witch said that this little brat was not Feng Zhanghua's biological child, then it was definitely the case. After all, in front of her, this group of mortals were as nothing, not even the slightest secret to speak of. But she couldn't just say that in front of everyone. This was simply a slap in the face of Feng Zhanghua. And all of a sudden Su Fan was caught in an awkward scene. Immediately afterward, he swept his eyes over the expressions of the people around him. However, they saw that they all revealed a look of living hell, their eyes revealing an unbelievable look. Zhu Qin, who was staying not far away, was currently in a state of shock. Although it was fleeting, it still allowed Su Fan to detect a trace. The air was probably quiet for a few breaths before Feng Yingying shook Tang Yenling's arm with her hand and inquired, Sis you, what did you just say? Feng Yingying's tone stuttered, obviously also scared half to death by the other party's words. It is true that that little child is not your own brother, and is not even remotely related to you by blood. Rumble. Tang Yenling's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in the middle of Feng Yingying's mind, although unbelief continued to flow out of her eyes. However, she had great faith in Tang Yenling's words. The other side's amazing medical skills can cure even leukemia, let alone probing for blood relations. Although she didn't know exactly what kind of tactics the other party had used, Feng Yingying just trusted the other party's words and actions very much. Miss Tang, are you not joking? Feng Jigua looked at the expressions of the people in front of him, coupled with a throbbing that passed through his own heart. All of a sudden, his entire body didn't look too good, and his originally firm heart slowly began to shake, revealing some cracks. Tang Yenling's words were like demons, lingering in his ears for a long time. Tang Yenling gave Feng Jigua a defiant glance, followed by a slight nod anyway. Su Fan just wanted to go forward to persuade the other party, but just then, Zhang Dekai slowly shook his head at him, signaling not to act. But, Su Fan opened his mouth in a low voice to say something, and just then, he only saw Zhang Dekai slowly leaning over. Don't say much of anything, the retribution knows what to do. That's the way it is with the big families of the gentry. It's actually quite messy at certain times. Zhang Dekai shockingly told Su Fan the secret, and all of a sudden Su Fan's entire body froze. Oh, my god. This is just great. As expected of a powerful family, there are just a lot of melons. But these words he did not say out just, all were hidden in his heart. However, he could still see some meaning in his curious eyes. And Zhang Dekai looked at Su Fan's expression and instantly shook his head helplessly. This kid, he's still really funny. But then, his eyes shifted to Tang Yanling. His heart was suddenly amazed. And he had originally thought that Su Fan was the only one whose medical skills were outstanding. But now there's another person to add to the list. And looking at the way the two are getting along, I'm afraid the girl's abilities are on a higher level. Mystery. When it's really mysterious. Fortunately, his grandson had already befriended them, or else it would have been a real loss. After Feng Zhigua slowly calmed down, he turned his head to look at this woman who was scratching her head with a calm face. Go ahead. Is what Ms. Tang said true? Although he already possessed an answer in his heart, Feng Zhanhua was still undeterred, so he planned to ask again. The last straw. Say what you will, and hold on to it. I've given her tons of money over the years, but in the end, I'm actually saying that I'm green. And all this is even if you have raised someone else's son for so many years for nothing. Immediately after that, he picked up his cell phone and made a call out. Help me check Feng Zizhou's genetic test to see if he's my biological son. Okay, boss. This conversation, which probably lasted only a few seconds, was so fast that Su Fan was staggered for a moment. As expected of the biggest entrepreneur in Zhanghai City, the efficiency is really high. For them, the rich, genetic samples are backed up at the big hospitals in the city. And these measures are, as it happens, for emergencies. After watching Feng Zhigua end the call, Shu Qin's face suddenly turned pale in a flash. Without the slightest trace of blood color to speak of, she, who had originally tried to struggle a bit, was now lifeless. It's over. It's all over, she murmured to herself, sweat as if the size of a soybean breaking out on her forehead. It was all over. I didn't realize that the secret that had been hidden for so many years had finally been discovered. Immediately afterward she crumpled to the floor. The cold marble floor, clinging to her skin. Shu Qin, on the other hand, couldn't feel the slightest bit of coldness, because at this moment, there was no longer any color to speak of in her eyes. Mommy, what's wrong? Mommy, say something. Daddy looks so mean. Boo. Feng Zizhou watched Zhu Qin fall to the ground, and Feng Zhigua's unmoved appearance. At once he anxiously yelled out. After pushing and shoving his mother for a while, he realized that the other party did not react at all. Feng Zizhou turned his gaze back to Feng Zhigua's body, and he stared blankly at this magnificent body with a serious expression. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help but voice out a question. Daddy, why are you scaring Mommy? What exactly did she do? Feng Zhigua listened to the other party's words and felt very bad in the middle of his heart. Even if the other party was not his own son, but that was still a small child, there was no need for him to suffer so much. So it was that he called out to the servant next to him. Xiao Li, please help send the young master inside his room, and never come out without my permission. The middle-aged woman named Xiao Li sniffed, and immediately nodded in a panic, followed by trotting over towards Feng Zizhou. Young master, let's go back to the room. She spoke softly and gently, her eyes filled with sadness. How could something like this happen? Obviously the family was happy before. No, I don't want to. I want to stay with Mommy. If I leave, Daddy will beat Mommy for sure. As he said that, he started pushing and shoving Rei's torso. Chapter 144, The Truth Comes Out. Seeing Feng Zizhou being so boisterous, Xiao Li instantly panicked, followed by her gesturing towards the other party, signaling not to talk too much. Young master, let's go back to the house. Okay, stop making a scene. Don't. I want to stay with Mommy, he cried out as he spoke. Seeing that the little guy was not eating the soft stuff, then he had to do the hard stuff. Thinking of this, Xiao Li glanced at Feng Zhigua's expression with her afterglow, and immediately felt bad. She could see the other person clearly. If she didn't act quickly enough to get rid of them herself, it may be she herself who was swept off her feet when the time comes. Immediately after, she didn't care about Feng Zizhou's irrationality anymore. Directly a hand yanked the other party's young torso, and then walked towards the stairway. And this little brat was being dragged along forcefully while letting out a voice as if he was killing a piglaw. The ear-piercing sound was transmitted within the hall in an instant, appearing extremely noisy. After the silhouettes of the two slowly disappeared from sight, Su Fan slightly glanced sideways at Feng Zhangua's face, looking at the other party's tightly furrowed brow, which finally eased at this point. He then let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, the paralyzed Zhu Qin then slowed down. Immediately after that, she suddenly fell into a frenzy, wearing her hair as if she were a demon escaping from hell. With a panicked expression, she lunged towards Feng Zhigua's feet, and then clung to the other party's ankles with a death grip. A pair of eyes were as red as the color of blood, looking extremely terrifying. Husband, Husband. I really didn't lie to you. Don't you trust me after all these years? She was crying and wiping her nose. This looked like an evil ghost. Where is she? Still the appearance of the head mother of the Fong family. Fong Jigwa didn't open his mouth to speak. He didn't even look at the other party again. He just stood still. His face couldn't be seen to be happy or sad. Feeling the other party's serious expression, Shu Qin suddenly cackled loudly deep inside. She knew she might actually be screwed. Because the other woman had only seen this look once in all the years she'd been around. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye it was 10 minutes that had passed. The people present felt the awkward scene and didn't dare to say a word more. Su Fan's face in particular was burning hot. If it wasn't for this woman, Tang Yanling, talking nonsense, how could such a thing come about? Tang Yanling was different from the looks of the people around her. She looked very relaxed. For things like this possessed many within the world of the gods, especially in terms of the tribe she was born into. However, with the passage of time, she had also gradually learned some of the ethics of this realm under Su Fan's influence. Therefore, she actually felt sorry for Fong Yingying from the bottom of her heart. But even so, Tang Yanling's gaze still had an icy chill. But right at this moment, Fong Yingying's delicate body then trembled slightly. Tang Yanling felt the other party's rising and falling emotions, then gently pinched the other party's slender little hand, signaling Fong Yingying not to worry. No matter what happens, there is her presence as a sister. And it was only until this point that Fong Yingying's mood slowly calmed down a bit. Just as everyone had their own little thoughts, a crisp phone rang. Immediately afterward it passed into the midst of the empty scene around them. Jingle jingle. Feeling the vibration coming from the phone in his hand, Fong Zhanghua then took a deep breath. The others had also fixed their eyes on the top of the other man's right hand, their throats rolling one after the other. Especially that Zhang Yi kid. His eyes were wide open. Without further thought, Fong Zhanghua forced his trembling fingers to slowly press on it. Hello, this is Fong Zhanghua. Hello, Mr. Fong. There is a piece of bad news to tell you. Fong Zizhou is not your biological son. Boom click. Just for a moment, Fong Zhanghua's brain filled with blood, and his eyes suddenly became dark and abnormal. All around him together he couldn't see, losing focus in his eyes. His cheeks quivered vigorously, and a feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body at that. At first, he had remained skeptical when Tang Yanling had talked about it. But then he remembered the other party's mysterious and unpredictable medical skills. He chose to believe it again. But when he actually heard the medical reports, he still couldn't calm his heart. A wave of disillusionment permeated up and down his body, not realizing that his beloved wife and son were someone else's from the beginning. Mr. Fong, are you still listening? The person on the other end of the phone didn't hear a reply, and at once proceeded to ask again. Well, okay. I know. You guys have worked hard. Fong Jigwa slowly replied to the other party with a trembling voice. It's not hard work. It's our honor to serve you at Grand Central Hospital. Aha! There will be a donation on top of your hospital's account in a few days. Remember to check it. Thanks to Mr. Feng's kindness, I would like to thank you on behalf of So Patience. With that said, the two didn't say any more and just hung up. The person on the other end of the phone was very sensible. After all, what kind of person was Fong Zizhou? How could they not know? When the phone hangs up, Fong Jigwa then slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The inner haze also began to dissipate. He actually didn't feel very bad when he heard the hard news, as if he had already known it, although he was still a little depressed. Compared to before when Tang Yanling had just said it, it was indeed a lot better. Fong Jigwa and the other party's opponent, basically all of the people present had heard it. As to why, anyone with a discerning eye knows. Just now, Fong Jigwa actually turned on the speakers to come in. He was not the least bit evasive. As if this matter could not make him hide at all. The man showed a different kind of gravitas, even daring everyone to see it. You take that child and go. A lawyer will negotiate your divorce. Fong Jigwa lowered his head and once again faintly glanced at Zhu Qin, who was limp on the ground, without a trace of luster in his eyes. Husband, hubby, you, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Zhu Qin still wanted to struggle a little, but how could she know how Fong Jigwa's heart really was at this time? Looking at the vixen that was like a rickshaw snake, Fong Jigwa didn't pay much attention to the other party. Immediately after that, he walked straight towards Fong Yingying, and some tears suddenly appeared on his originally resolute face. His heart twitched slightly when he reminded himself of the indignities his daughter had suffered over the years. A wave of pain tore at his broken heart. Chapter 145, Matchmaking. Fong Jigwa just walked towards the stupefied Fong Yingying. A pained expression surfaced on her face. Yingying, it's all my father's fault for making you suffer for so many years. He said it over and over again with a snotty voice. Where does he still look like a capital predator holding trillions of dollars in assets? Before waiting for the other party to reply, he just straightened up and embraced Feng Yingying into his arms. Feeling his originally stoic father, he actually trembled his body slightly at this moment. Feng Yingying couldn't hold back any longer, so she cried loudly. The rushing tears were like the yellow river that broke the dike, filling the surrounding land together. As the crowd watched the scene in front of them, the corners of their eyes were flashing some tears out as well. The result was finally good. It looked like Feng Yingying should be happy in her future days. Xu Qin, who was paralyzed on the ground, looked at the scene in front of her, and it was as if she had swallowed millions of knives raw within her heart. It looked extremely difficult and painful, but even still, she wasn't about to give up a single chance. Honey, let me explain. Before Xu Qin's words were finished, Feng Zhigua directly shouted loudly towards the outside. Come on people, blow this out for me. From now on the other party is no longer my Feng family. As soon as the security guards who were always on standby outside the house heard the other party's words, they directly rushed towards the house. Sensing the noisy sounds coming from them, Su Fan and the others turned their heads to glance at them, only to see 3 or 4 burly men with big waists, who were wearing black suits with a ferocious look on their faces, heading straight for Xu Qin. Each one of these people carried a slight aura of death, because they were all international mercenaries. Tang Yanling looked at the few people who came in, and her originally ancient glasses wrinkled slightly. Although these few were said to be mortals as well, their bodies actually revealed a faint fury, which made her very curious. However, now was not the time to think about such things, so she planned to wait for some other time to inquire about Su Fan's well-being. Don't you guys let go of me, can't you hear me? I'm the head mother of the Feng family. How dare you treat me like this? Xu Qin said while the corners of her eyes were flooded with a few tears. These 4 burly men didn't listen to the other party's threats. Instead, they sped up their pace, feeling the other party's cries as if they were killing pigs. Feng Zhigua slightly frowned. Throw that little wolf cub out with me. Of course, the people know who the other party is referring to, but the thought of that child so poor, the eyes would then slowly bear the heart. However, when they thought about it, Feng Yingying seemed to have been bullied by Xu Qin, the Tai Fox, since she was a child. If one thinks of retaliating a bit, it seems as if they then turn their hearts hard. Thinking of this, the crowd present actually did not have anyone to come forward to persuade Feng Zhigua's ruthlessness and heartlessness. After all, the fault in this matter is now quite clear. Not long after, that Tai Fox Xu Qin, and the wild seed she gave birth to had been swept away. Feeling the empty and quiet hall, Feng Zhigua finally let out a long sigh. AI, it's really a sin. I didn't expect to cause such a mess. I'm really sorry for making you all look at the joke. After he spoke, he slightly cupped his fists towards Su Fan's group as a sign of respect. Hiya, what are you talking about? Retribution. You're the child I've watched grow up. Don't I know you well enough? Zheng Dekai felt the other party's downcast look and immediately waved his hand to comfort him. Since this matter has been put to rest, let's get down to business. Go ahead. Feng Zhigua slowly nodded, signaling the other party to continue. Zheng Dekai felt Feng Zhigua's easing down of his state of mind and instantly smiled slightly, followed by him turning his gaze to Su Fan's glasses. Little friend Su. He purposely dragged out his voice as a way of wanting the other man to come back to his senses, because nowadays, Su Fan didn't know what he was thinking about, and actually anchored, in a state of 6 minds. Ha! I'm in. Is everything settled? Aha! It's basically settled. Just go through a legal process later. Feng Zhigua said to Su Fan with a slight smile, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, appearing very spontaneous. Looking at the man in front of him, his mood shifted so quickly that it directly surprised Su Fan. These rich people are a little too scary, aren't they? How long did it take to recover? He couldn't believe his glasses and even thought for a moment that he was dreaming. But since the other party had said so, he wouldn't care if it was a forced composure or not. To be honest, we're actually done with our business. Oh, how? When Feng Zhigua heard this, he immediately revealed a look of interest. In fact, we are making this house call because we want you, Uncle Feng, to cancel Ling Ying's marriage and already return her to a free body, able to let her fall in love freely without constraints. Feng Zhigua listened while then slowly nodded his head, sensing that the other party was thinking seriously again. Su Fan continued. Now that we have uncovered the culprit of everything, then things are naturally resolved. Feng Zhigua suddenly realized what the other party meant, followed by his eyes full of tears, toward both Su Fan and Tang Yanling. He bowed deeply. Thank you, really thank you so much. If it wasn't for the two of you, I'm afraid Ying would still continue to live a watery, hot life. Maybe I'll be kept in the dark for the rest of my life, too, and suffer the swindling of that serpentine woman. Seeing her father in this state, Feng Yingying's grip on Tang Yanling's hand became a few points tighter. Sis, thank you. Tang Yanling listened to the other party's sincere voice come through, then smiled faintly. Foolish sister, I will always protect you. Don't worry. I know, and I'll always be there for my sister. Seeing that things had come to an end, Su Fan suddenly turned to Zhang Dekai in a serious manner and said, Masters, what you want to talk about? I think it's time to open your mouths. After saying that, Su Fan raised his eyebrows towards Zhang Yi again, meaning as if to say older brother I, as a brother, have already given you a set of assists. Zhang Dekai looked at the other party with such vigor and laughed immediately afterward. What little friend Su said is true. Since that's the case, then it's our turn to appear. Without waiting for much thought, he then turned his gaze to Feng Zhigua's face. Retribution. What do you think of the two of you? Xiao Yi and Ying? You have the final say, Elder Zhang. As long as the children are happy. Feng Zhigua naturally knew exactly what the other party meant, so he also snorted loudly, directly provoking Feng Ying and the two of them to blush as red as a burning cloud. Chapter 146 Stays. About half an hour later, the two families happily discussed the happy event. According to their plan, even though the two are now adults, they are still in school, aren't they? Then it's not too late to postpone their plans for a few years, now that they can get engaged and then get married after they've graduated. Well, since things have come to an end, it's time for us to go. Su Fan had stayed by the side, listening with interest as they discussed the marriage of the two of them. He wasn't interested in other things, but once it came to eating melons, then he definitely ran faster than anyone else. Little friend Su, it's already so late in the day. Why don't we take a break for now? Zhang Dekai's face was overflowing with joy. Zhang Yi and Feng Ying's matter was thus settled, allowing him to take a peace of mind as well. Yeah, sister, you guys can just stay and play for a few days first. Immediately after that, Feng Zhigua also spoke out to invite, causing Su Fan to be at a loss for words for a moment. In fact, there was a koan that he wanted to run away early, and the culprit of all this was of course the woman Tang Yanling. Tang Yanling, this seat still wants to stay and accompanying Ying for some time. Within this period, will not go anywhere. If you have to go, then go alone. Tang Yanling looked at Feng Ying's large eyes fluttering in supplication, and a trace of heartache flashed within her heart. The innocent look on the other woman's face once again conjured up the most pressing memories within her. I also don't know where my sister's skeleton has gone now. If I can return to the world of gods when it's true, I must go and retrieve it. Thinking of this, Tang Yanling's fists clenched a few points tighter. The longing for her hometown within her heart also then slowly lingered in the depths of her heart. In fact, for a cultivator like her, hundreds of years were like running water, not making any waves at all. However, after seeing Feng Ying's expression, she didn't know how, but actually began to miss the original world a little. Su Fan was originally smiling and blowing smoke with the others, but suddenly a voice transmission appeared in his mind. Anticipating the other party's attitude, Su Fan became irritated one by one, followed by a slight frown. What's wrong with little friend Su? Is there something wrong with your body? Zhang Dekai was good at reading people's words, so he had already noticed after Su Fan had just revealed a displeased expression. Nope, it's fine. Ha ha, you old man don't have to worry, he replied while his cheeks twitched slightly. At the same time, he sent a voice back towards Tang Yanling. Su Fan, at most, we can only play for 2 days. Otherwise I'm afraid that people will discover our whereabouts after a long time. After all, there's no big formation here that I've set up. Feeling a very serious attitude from the other party, Tang Yanling didn't object and actually agreed directly. Tang Yanling, deal, but after leaving from here, I want to visit other parts of this world. Faced with Tang Yanling's request, Su Fan directly agreed without even thinking. Su Fan, no problem, but the premise is, no matter what happens, you must listen to my advice, or else it could be a big deal. Tang Yanling felt the other party's words and didn't open her mouth to reply. Looking at the other party in such a manner, Su Fan sighed slightly and assumed that the other party had acquiesced. The other party is now in this crappy temper or this stink. Just now he only said that he listened to the advice, and did not say that he must listen to his words. And this woman is actually able to get angry, when it is really not good to serve. Not enough then, Su Fan thought again. The other party, when so many years of the devil Empress, expected no matter any time, are their own to others to give orders? Where is the turn of others to such an attitude towards her? Without much time to think, Feng Zhigua waved his hand slightly towards the two of them. Mr. Su, Miss Tang, the two of you will stay here for a while. Also let me do my best as a host. And right at this moment, Zhang Dekai quit, only to see him immediately run to Su Fan's side, staring at Feng Zhangguo with a wary look on his slightly dry eyes. No, little friend Su should go to our Zhang family to rest. Xiao Yi can also be your companion at home. Zhang Dekai's meaning had been made very clear. He knew that Tang Yanling would definitely not go to the Zhang family because after all, Feng Ying was here. However, Su Fan was a big man alone, and there weren't any other familiar people here. So anticipating this, he decided to snub the other party to their Zhang family. Listening to the heated argument between the two, Su Fan could only shake his head helplessly. Immediately after that, he rejected Zhang Dekai's goodwill and recounted the reason to him. I'm afraid Linger won't be too accustomed to it after leaving me, so I'd better stay here. Just thank you for the invitation, Master. With those words, he gave a proper fist bump towards the other party. Zhang Dekai wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he was dissuaded by Yuchi Jasmine. Seeing this, the other party had already made up his mind, so he could not say anything more. With that, Zhang Dekai sighed helplessly, an expression of disappointment leaping onto his face. That's really a pity. Little friend Su, remember to come to the house tomorrow when you have time. He looked slightly agitated as he spoke. You old man, just rest assured. I'll definitely go over there when I have the chance. Besides, the two families aren't far apart, are they? Su Fan snorted. And so the matter was settled. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 days that had passed. During the Feng family properly entertained Su Fan two people. What mountain delicacies are placed on the table to the restaurant? Straight to provoke the two people flowed down the table full of saliva too. Looking at the other party's wolfish appearance, Tang Yinling frowned slightly, and in her heart, she started to despise it one by one. What's wrong with this Su Fan guy? Hasn't he eaten anything? And just as she sputtered, she realized that there was less and less food on the table, which outright flustered her. Even if she was the titular demon Empress, but this food was too delicious. Each has the unique flavor of each, lingering on its taste buds for a long time without dissipating. Thinking of this, Tang Yinling followed suit and joined the battle. In a short while, the table full of dishes was dazzled by them. Of course, all this Feng Zhaigua did not have the eyes to see. Compared to him is a busy man. The company has a lot of things. After spending a small amount of time with the two men, he once again headed to the office to ship. The arrangements for Su Fan's two men also began to unfold in his secret plan. On top of the same dining table, Feng Yingying looked at the two people's happy appearance and smiled happily. Sister Fan, you guys eat slowly. Not enough to let the master make some more. Van Yu, don't you grab it. It's all mine. It's all mine. Tang Yinling didn't care about grooming at all and joined in the battle of wits with Su Fan. Chapter 147. We'll just go ahead, haha. Remember, if anything happens you can always call me. Su Fan stood outside the Feng family villa and waved his hand towards Feng Yingying. Okay, Vango. Only to see Feng Yingying's eyes filled with a few tears. Her tearful appearance was so heartbreaking. Sister, you must remember to come back to see me boiled. Immediately afterward, Feng Yingying turned her gaze to Tang Yinling. Don't worry, you stay here and have a good time. I'm still waiting for your engagement drink. Tang Yinling looked at the other party's pitiful appearance, and immediately stretched out her right hand, carefully touching the other party's head. Feeling the touch coming from her scalp, Feng Yingying directly cried out. She felt very bad in her heart. Obviously she had just seen each other for a few days, but now she had to separate again. For her, it was like a million arrows piercing her heart in torment. While Zhang Yi was standing next to the other party at that moment, looking at Feng Yingying's face wet with tears, he instantly put an arm around the other party in a heartbreaking manner. Yingying, don't be sad. It's not like you're going to be separated from life and death and never see each other again. Hearing the other party's words, Su Fan then laughed out loud as well. That's right, don't be sad. I'm just taking your sister out for a few days of traveling. She'll be back before long. Feeling the relationship of the group of people around her, Feng Yingying suddenly had no hard feelings. Now she was also a little girl who was loved and adored, and no longer had to live the life of being bullied. Seeing that he had comforted the other party, Su Fan nodded towards Tang Yinling, signaling that the other party could depart. Tang Yinling looked at Feng Yingying, who was already feeling much better, and a warm current welled up in her heart. Nowadays, he is also considered to have a tie, and once again the realm is at least not alone in the struggle. Thinking so, she turned around and slowly walked towards the vehicle arranged by the Feng family. When the two of them had just taken their seats, they heard an old voice coming from them. Little friend Su, how can you be a man of your word? The old immortal waited left and right inside his home, but he couldn't wait for you to come. Su Fan poked his head out following the sound, and when his eyes focused over, he realized that the person who spoke was none other than Elder Zhang Dekai. Looking at the other party's angry and somewhat resentful appearance, Su Fan was just a moment of weakness up. How did I forget about this? He murmured in a small voice, but outwardly he forced himself to be calm. Pulling an awkward smile, he slowly spoke. That, old master, there was a small matter in the Feng family these few days, so it was delayed. I'm really sorry. You kid, you just know how to find some excuses. I think it's because you don't see our Zhang family. Quickly and honestly, how much favor did the Feng family give you? Elder Zhang was unforgiving and continued to fire a barrage at Su Fan. Feeling the tone of the other party, Su Fan of course knew that the other party was just joking. so he didn't take the other man's words to heart, and he laughed cheerfully right afterward. That must be more than your old man gave. Otherwise how could I not want to go? Ha ha ha, you kid. Looking at the other party with a smile on his face, Elder Zhang Dekai smiled along with him, only feeling very comfortable in his heart. There aren't many kids as funny as that nowadays. Within the Zhang family's juniors, he couldn't even meet one. I don't know if it was because he was too dignified that everyone dared not talk to him like that. Every time he thought about it, he felt very uncomfortable. After all, it was really very hard to keep a face on all day. Alright, since you guys are busy, then hurry up and go. When some days pass, I'll have Xiaoyi pick you guys up and come over to play. Zhang Dekai waved his hand towards Su Fan while planning what would happen soon. Master, we may not really have time these days. We have to go on a long trip and we don't know when we'll be back. But I've left the phone number with Yoshi, so if there's anything, you can call me, and we'll come over as soon as we're able to draw a start. Zhang Dekai smiled happily when he heard this. Ha ha ha, that's a good feeling. It's decided. Without further ado, Su Fan spoke softly toward the driver master. Master, let's go. You sit down. A driver in his 30s wearing clean white gloves passed inward through the rearview mirror and immediately opened his mouth to Su Fan and replied. The tires of the vehicle slowly rolled forward. Feng Yingying's eyes were filled with tears. A face of reluctance. Sis, have a safe trip. She waved toward the vehicle and covered her lips with her left hand again. Got it. Sister, remember to call Su Fan if there's anything. I can get it all. Tang Yanling laid her hands on top of the car window and opened her mouth to Feng Yingying outside to reply. With that, the vehicle grew faster and faster, and in no time at all it disappeared from within the sight of several people. These two young people are not simple. Zhang Dekai eyed the direction of the vehicle's departure, then murmured in a low voice. Immediately afterward, he slowed down and said to Zhang Yi, Jasmine, help me back to my room. Okay, father, you walk slowly. The body has just recovered. It's better to condition it for a while. Zhang Dekai listened to his own daughter-in-law's words of concern and instantly nodded in agreement. In the Zhang family, the one who could make him listen to him the most was basically Yuchi Jasmine, and the next best thing was Zhang Yi, and Zhang Jingguo couldn't even come close to ranking. Just as he turned around and was just about to leave, he immediately said to Zhang Yi, Xiaoyi, you lead Yingying back as well. There's nothing to be concerned about now, and in the future, you guys will be able to fall in love openly and honestly. Zhang Dekai said while a happy smile spread on his face. For Feng Yingying, he was seriously fond of her. Otherwise he wouldn't have personally traveled to the Feng family. Yes, we know, Grandpa. When Zhang Yi heard this, his face swished red, and he replied very shyly. On the contrary, Feng Yingying was currently in a state of excitement, and compared to the other parties squirming, she was actually very generous. Looking at Zhang Yi's appearance, she slightly spat out her tongue towards the other party, and then trotted straight towards Zhang Dekai. Grandpa, let me help you too. Ha ha ha, good. Feeling the other party's youthful and beautiful demeanor, Zhang Dekai instantly laughed cheerfully. Afterward, the old man slowly walked towards the Zhang family gate under the support of the two men, while leaving Zhang Yi standing alone in the wind in the same spot. Just leave? No one bothered to ask my opinion? He murmured, as if he had received 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage deep inside. Sure enough, his old Zhang family couldn't wait to see their daughter-in-law marry. Just thinking about how much the other party loved Feng Yingying, Zhang Yi slightly scrunched his neck. From the looks of it, I'm afraid my status at home is just a small step above my dad. Chapter 148, The Journey. In the Bentley, Su Fan opened the window, and the wind outside blew in bursts, knocking against his steely cheeks. Looking at the tree-lined streets, coupled with the fact that he had dealt with this section, he was greatly relaxed within himself. What's the matter with you? It doesn't look like you're too happy. Ever since she had come out, Tang Yanling had been depressed for a while, and Su Fan slowly opened his mouth to inquire. Tang Yanling didn't reply. Still lost in thought one way or another, Su Fan watched as the other party's thoughts had long since run off to who knows where, so he didn't ask any more questions. If his guess was good, the probability was still related to Feng Yingying. The driver of the Bentley wasn't being nosy. His gaze straight ahead for a while. After so many years of working as a chauffeur for the rich and powerful, he still understands this bit of human nature. Just do your own thing in peace and don't worry about the rest. And it was by keeping this professional conduct that he was able to keep driving for Feng Zhanghua. Time passed and the vehicle came above the streets of the city center. It was at this instant that the Bentley that Su Fan and the others were traveling in became the center of attention. Pedestrians coming and going turned their heads to take a second look, and the curiosity within them was self-evident. There were looks of envy, jealousy, and even disdain. I throw, which big spender is this? It's actually a limited edition Bentley. Who else could it be? Of course the richest man in Zhanghai City. Mr. Feng's car. A person who knew what he was doing revealed eyes full of envy and spoke to the person next to him. No wonder. I told you. Why does this license plate number look so familiar? Feng Zhigua's fame in Zhanghai City, large and small family, really can be counted as no one knows. No one knows the point. And just then, Tang Yanling also heard noisy voices coming from outside the car window. Immediately after that, she frowned slightly, a puzzled look revealed in her eyes. What are all these people looking at? She turned her head slowly around, staring at Su Fan's side face in great confusion. Feeling the radiance revealed in the other party's eyes, Su Fan was at least relieved at last. As long as the woman was back to normal, he didn't want to see the silent look, and once that happened, there was no telling what might come up. Well, nothing, just curious. Su Fan snorted and followed up with a casual reply. Yes? And why are they curious? Looking at the other party who didn't seem too willing to let himself go, Su Fan's heart instantly clenched. With that, his eyes rolled. Of course it's because of this mount. Because it's too for luxury. So these people have shown envious eyes. Is that so? Tang Yanling frowned slightly when she heard the other party's words, but it was only for a moment. For this answer of the other was, on the whole, very satisfactory to her. After all, things like this would occur in the midst of the world of gods. However, whenever any great power drove a magnificent mount, the crowd of onlookers would invariably reveal bursts of gasps of astonishment. The master who drove the car obviously didn't expect the two to actually be in such a conversational scene, although he felt very puzzled inwardly, but he didn't mind his own business, and still drove the vehicle without fear. Just then, there was more noise outside, and exclamation after exclamation was transmitted to the Bentley. Straight away, Su Fan frowned slightly, his heart very unhappy. On the contrary, Tang Yanling, in fact, is similar. The driver master looked at the two with furrowed brows and reacted instantly. Mr. Su, Miss Tang, it's very noisy outside. I'd better close the window, right? The middle-aged man's characteristic voice, slowly coming from the driver's seat, seemed very kind. Indeed. Then I'll trouble you. Su Fan replied very politely, and he was very much in favor of this proposal. Just as the window slowly closed upwards, a shrill sound came from the car radio, then became very clear. The professional radio tones of the newscasters came out immediately afterward. Hello dear viewers, it's morning. Mr. Su, Miss Tang, I've turned the radio on to be able to let you pass the boring journey on the road. The soft voice of the driver's master came again and matched the sound of the radio inside the Su. Yes, thank you, very thoughtful thought. Suda snorted, and immediately afterward, he turned his head to look at Tang Yanling's moving features. After hearing the voice of a fourth person coming from inside the radio once again, Tang Yanling had apparently come down with full acceptance, although still very curious and wanting to find out. But now is not a good time, is not it? Thinking of this, she made up her mind to make sure Su Fan also gave her a high and low hole one, so that she could study it. After all, came to the origin of the human race. If learned something extraordinary, also good to take back to benefit the demon race, is not it? Just as she was out of her mind for a while, the news that suddenly came out from inside the radio surprised both of them. According to the latest news from our station, we are inserting a live flash. On September 25th, the city's wholesale clothing market uncovered a mega case of clandestine photography, arrested more than 20 suspects. Now at large there are 3 people. I hope the general public pay close attention to the following is a detailed report. Su Fan frowned slightly while listening to what was coming out from inside the radio. Why is this case so familiar? It's like I've seen it somewhere before, but he didn't react at once. After all, it had been some days. Just as Su Fan was thinking carefully, Tang Yanling's biting voice slowly came out. Is she talking about what we ran into the other day? Tang Yanling blinked towards Su Fan in a serious manner. Hearing the other party's inquiry, Su Fan instantly reacted as well. He said how this was so familiar. So it was something they did personally. To put it mildly, the reason why this case was solved was still Tang Yanling's credit. I don't know if the few people who are now under her control are okay. Su Fan silently inquired with concern, suddenly feeling some sympathy for a few people. After all, there are times when this woman has no lightness of touch. Yeah, that's right, those are the bad guys. As he replied, it was as if flames were about to erupt from his eyes, looking very angry. I'm not actually asking about that. I just find this magic treasure very interesting. Why did what happened a few days ago come out of this? After Tang Yanling finished speaking, she turned her head around to stare deathly into Su Fan's eyes, as if to say, if you don't tell me, you're going to keep pestering you. Su Fan sniffed, and his face twitched uncontrollably and slightly. It moved a little. Chapter 149. Feeling Tang Yanling's inquiring eyes, Su Fan had no choice but to explain. This is where the power of this magic treasure lies, and it looks like you found out what the problem is too, right? Tang Yenling looked at the other party's smug look and subconsciously nodded. That's right, it's what you think it is. This phallic treasure that transmits sound is nothing more than a gadget on top of a car, but it has the ability to communicate with the heavens. Communicate with the heavens? Tang Yenling repeated Su Fan's words once more, a sense of shock already filling her heart. Just now she felt very strange. This magic treasure was actually able to spread information so quickly. It was really interesting to the extreme. Although she also knew the spell of transmitting sound through space. But transmitting so many messages at the same time really scared her. If one had to do so, one would really need to split into millions. According to Su Fan's words, gadgets like these were basically on top of every car. And to receive so much information at one time when it really made her feel incredible. Well, you get the picture, don't you? Su Fan felt the other party's rising and falling emotions and instantly began to feel smug. The master driver still drove the vehicle peacefully, without a moment's trance. He wouldn't be surprised by whatever these two could pull off. After all, he's a professional. Do your work in peace and don't mind your own business. After hearing Su Fan's words, Tang Yenling's heart had already been turned upside down. Worthy of being the ancestral land of the human race, there were indeed many intrigues and plots. If such a means of communication was learned by the human race in the world of gods, there was no telling what would be stirred up. By that time, every human cultivator would be able to get the summons in time. Then it would undoubtedly be quite a blow to their demon race. The thought of this was followed by a pause of fascination. Su Fan looked at the other party who had fallen into deep thought, and immediately afterward did not continue to speak. So it was that he let out a long slow breath, feeling very confused inside. It wasn't a good idea for the other man to be like this all the time. He also wanted to tell the other side the truth very much. However, he was afraid that when the other party learned the truth, he would cut himself with a sword. But lying all day long, he felt that he had become unclean. Thinking of this, Su Fan felt ashamed of the bright red scarf he wore in elementary school back then. What a kind boy he was originally. But nowadays he lies all day long and is getting more and more donkey-fired and innocent. It's a sin. It's really a sin. Su Fan hissed powerlessly within his heart. The Bentley crossed the city and drove straight toward the rental house where Su Fan lived. The two of them weren't talking along the way, and Su Fan looked at the other party's appearance and secretly let out a sigh of relief down in his heart. He couldn't tell what was wrong with the other man these days. His little mind was always occupied with something, and he didn't know exactly what he was thinking. And it's not good to ask anything more about it yourself or it's just not going to end again. After about another 20 minutes had passed, the vehicle slowly pulled up in front of the neighborhood. Su Fan felt the vehicle stop, and then he raised his head and shouted at Tang Yenling, "Here we are, let's get off." Tang Yenling didn't reply, still in the middle of her contemplation. "Me," said, "too, got it, get out of the car." Looking at the other party in such a state, Su Fan's eyes rolled a few times before he leaned down next to Tang Yenling's earlobe and shouted loudly, "Denizen, what are you doing?" Tang Yenling felt the loud noise and then turned her head in annoyance, looking at Su Fan with an angry expression. She seemed to be saying, "If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill you with a sword." Sweat. A burst of sweat. Su Fan fearfully wiped the sweat that spread out from his forehead, followed by a slight roll of his throat. Playing a big game. Feeling the oppressive gaze of the other party, the corner of Su Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Immediately afterward he opened his mouth to explain. "That, just now, I saw that you were lost in thought, and I didn't answer when I called you, so I spoke a little louder." "Why are you so angry?" he replied sheepishly while playing it cool. Tang Yenling looked at the other side so appearance, then also did not too much in his entanglement. This man was somehow like a child sometimes, where he looked like a mighty cultivator. But feeling the other party's so casual and spontaneous appearance, Tang Yenling somehow actually felt unusually happy. Of course, she definitely wouldn't tell Su Fan about these thoughts. After all, it was a matter of her own majesty. "Humph, I'm warning you, there better not be a next time." "Ha ha ha ha, okay la dash. Don't you move. I'll go ahead and open the door for you, just to make amends." Su Fan looked at the other party's softened tone and was instantly delighted. He actually had sometimes even intentionally tricked the woman, because he always felt as if the other party had something very heavy on her mind in general. It's not good to be stressed. You have to use some means to let it dissipate. If not, letting them all accumulate together, when they had to explode in the end, it would really be a big trouble. Su Fan had just planned to open the door and get out of the car himself, only to see that the driver master was already standing by the door. Before Su Fan could react, the door of the car next to him had already been opened by the other party. "Mr. Su, be careful with your head." The driver stretched out his arm to block Su Fan's head, as if he was afraid that the other party would touch it. "It's true, it's still a rich man's life. Someone opens the door when you get out of a car." Su Fan sighed slightly as he thought of this. but then he felt something was wrong. Hadn't he just said he would open the door for Tang Yanling? Wouldn't that make you a little lower than her? The more he thought about it, the more wrong he felt, but he didn't regret his decision. After all, that was the deal just now. And besides, opening a car door is no big deal. Immediately afterward, he nodded slightly toward the driver. Thanks, I'll just do it myself. Su Fan refused while taking a step with his right foot. Looking at Su Fan, who had already gotten off the bus and stood back up, the driver followed with the intention of running over to Tang Yanling's side. Watching his opponent's movements, Su Fan reached out and blocked it. Master, no need. Let me go open it for her. Feeling the other side of the soft smile, the driver master heart suddenly surged into a warm current too, when really a good man actually opened the door for his wife. In all the years he had worked in the Feng family, he had never seen any man from a wealthy family who would open the door for his wife. Moreover, Su Fan's smile was actually so healing that it opened up his entire mood. After Su Fan spoke, he walked slowly towards Tang Yanling's side. Within moments he came with his arms outstretched and a kind smile on his lips. Ms. Tang, please get off. The little heart is touching. Tang Yanling originally hadn't gotten over her anger, but looking at the other party's appearance, in a flash, most of her anger dissipated. Chapter 150, The Abdominal Master Gu. Immediately afterward, Tang Yanling slowly and smoothly landed on the ground under Su Fan's ministrations. How is it, Ms. Tang? Is the little one using it well? Su Fan asked with an oily, playful smile. Looking at this man in front of her so greasy, Tang Yanling gave him a blank look without any good reason. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. What are you looking at? If you didn't think you were in a bad mood, do you think I'd lower my voice? Su Fan opened his mouth to explain with a disinterested expression. Listening to the other party's words, Tang Yanling's heart immediately surged into a ball of warmth, but she still forced herself to hold back the icy stare, her eyes blanching with energy. Looking at the other party in such a state, Su Fan subconsciously thought that the other party was not about to hiccup. However, he did not dare to say these words. After all, this woman is still angry now. Mr. Su, Miss Tang, I've already safely delivered the two of you to your destination, so I'll leave first. As the driver spoke, he gave a winged bow towards Su Fan's duo. When arranging for him to escort Su Fan and the two of them, Feng Jigua had told him that he must serve the two of them well. There must not be any slackness, or the other party is dissatisfied. Cannot blame so many years of old love. Listening to his boss's admonition, the driver's forehead burst into a cold sweat. After all, according to Feng Zhangua's words, these two should be very difficult to contact, but now that we're getting along, it doesn't seem to make a difference. It didn't embarrass him half as much as it should have, except for saying something a little odd. Su Fan looked at the other party with such a respectful attitude, and hurriedly stepped forward to assist the master driver. There's no need for that. If you've got something to do, just go back. The words were followed by a wave of his hand. Okay, Mr. Su, have a nice life. Within moments, the Bentley was gone, disappearing from the sight of the two men. Just as Su Fan slowly turned his head, Ji's hunched figure appeared before their eyes. You who if it isn't Fan? Where have you been these days? Oh Master Gu, you practice in the morning? Su Fan didn't immediately answer the other party's inquiry. Instead, he politely asked a rhetorical question. That's right, it's good to get some exercise when you're older, Gu Moncler Outlet Store said as he pounded his back. You're in such good health. You're really envying me. If only I could still have such a great body at your age. Gu listened to Su Fan's reply and always felt that something was strange, but after thinking carefully for a while, he couldn't tell. AI when really old, the brain cannot respond. Looking at Su Fan's smiling face, Gu spoke again. Where did you take your little girlfriend these days? Wang Xiaoshu has been complaining to me all the time lately. Su Fan was immediately interested when he heard Wang Xiaoshu's name. Wang Xiaoshu is the man who repaired the air conditioner for him a few days ago. When he learned that Su Fan had a girlfriend, it was harder than killing him. Oh, what did he want to see me about? Su Fan raised an eyebrow, then slowly spoke out. Nothing much, just begging me all day to introduce him to someone. Gu snorted, an impish grin spreading across his face. Moncler Outlet Store online. Your kid is not simple. When the two of you were single, now you've actually found such a beautiful daughter. Oh, you flatter me. Right, we still have some things to do, so we'll leave you alone for now, huh? Su Fan said as he planned to hurriedly walk the people. The old man is also horrible and doesn't know what the hell is going on in his head. It was fine for them to say these words in private, but now Tang Yanling was still next to them. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to find a hole to bury this old man in. Can't you just come back and talk to me? The old man, a little more? Gu looked at Su Fan who was about to run away, and then opened his mouth loudly to stop him. Master, there's really something going on today. Can I personally come to the door in a few days to make amends? Su Fan's back went numb, and he forced a smile to explain to Master Gu. It was better to feel like running away before this Tang Yenling woman got angry. That's what you said. Ha! Don't forget to bring a bottle of good wine, so we can have a good drink together then. Hearing that the other party wants to make amends at the door, Gu instantly became interested, and immediately after that, he opened his mouth to rob some. Okay, all at your service. Do you think we can go now? Gu nodded slightly, and seeing this, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief down. Phew, this old guy. He's really tough. Eyeing the other party's departing figure, Su Fan sighed helplessly. Are you going to be a guest inside his house? Tang Yenling felt Su Fan's originally taut nerves suddenly loosen up, so she asked curiously. Aha! Why do you ask? It just seems very strange. He's just a mortal. Why does he give you so much pressure? Is he some kind of recluse? But it doesn't look like it either. I can't feel a single fluctuation of spiritual energy in his body. Tang Yenling's brows slowly furrowed as she spoke. She was really curious as to why such an old man would make Su Fan scared to that extent. Hearing the other party's questioning, Su Fan's face twitched viciously for a few moments. However, he still forced himself to feign indifference and changed his face to reveal a smile. Oops, you must have misread it. There's no such thing, although he said so on the surface. In fact, he had already begun to spit in his heart. Still not tired of it. If I wasn't afraid that you, the devil, would be angry, why would I have to stoop so low? What's wrong? What are you thinking? Sensing the other party's strange gaze, Tang Yenling instantly spoke out and inquired. No, it's nothing. Well, we'd better hurry up and get upstairs. Adhering to the attitude of thinking that this topic couldn't be continued or else something would definitely happen, Su Fan waved his hand and opened his mouth to Tang Yenling. A few minutes passed. Inside the rental house, Su Fan had already turned on the air conditioner, and a cool breeze slowly came in, instantly causing him to let out a long breath. Phew. Cool. At the moment he was lying limply on top of the couch, his face beaming with happiness. Indeed, a golden nest is better than one's own doghouse. Immediately afterward, he snorted again, casually waxing lyrical about his thoughts at the moment. Although the Fong family is indeed very luxurious, but living these days he is not at all accustomed to it. Always feel that there is something strange, but he had to be asked to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Why is that? Tang Yenling raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Fan's side face with a curious expression. Just like what Su Fan had said, although it was true that she very much did not want to separate from Fong Yingying, but somehow, I still feel more comfortable staying inside this small room. Chapter 151, Huge Checks. After blowing on the air conditioner for a while, Su Fan was finally able to bring down the rolling heat from his body. Right at this moment, Tang Yenling frowned slightly. You're still afraid of the heat? There was some doubt in her tone. After all, as cultivators, how could ordinary hot weather make them feel uncomfortable? Faced with the sudden inquiry, Su Fan instantly became speechless. After all, like the other guy said, it wasn't actually very hot like this. Immediately afterward, he thought for a moment and snickered. Hiya, you don't understand this, do you? To give you an analogy, do you eat because you're hungry? Do you usually eat some other food to get over it? As Tang Yenling listened to Su Fan's reply, she instantly felt that there were a few points of truth, and then she didn't dwell on it. Right, didn't you say you wanted to go out and have a good look at the world? Let's set off when we're rested. Su Fan was able to clearly notice that this woman hadn't been quite right in recent days, so he came up with this idea. Although the other party will definitely invite some unknown things when they go out, it is definitely much better than now, when the other party had just descended into this world. He really didn't dare to let the other party go out and sneak around. It's really that this female devil is a little too scary, and she might split Shanghai City at the drop of a hat. But now that the other party seems to be getting acquainted, they probably won't be so impulsive, right? Su Fan thought so, and followed up by waiting for Tang Yenling's reply. Indeed there is a plan to do so, so when do we leave? Su Fan turned his brain to think carefully, then he said, how about tomorrow? I didn't sleep well at all at Ying Ying's house, so today will be like making up for it. Tang Yenling smiled and nodded without any good reason. This guy, actually still a lord of the Nenwu. No wonder he would say something about a golden nest and silver nest. Not as good as his own dog's nest. To be honest, Su Fan's place revealed an aura of simplicity everywhere, but she didn't know why. But she always felt safer when the two of them stayed together. There's something cozy about safety. The time passed quickly and it was dark before we knew it. Su Fan was lying on top of the sofa playing with his cell phone while Tang Yenling was eating snacks and watching TV. The other party now had no qualms about getting up and eating snacks brightly, not hiding from Su Fan's eyes at all. Looking at Tang Yenling's face of enjoyment, Su Fan suddenly sighed helplessly. In his heart, he thought to himself, how did this witch become like this nowadays? All day long, she flaunts her snacks without a care in the world. Isn't she afraid that I'll go out and make a big fuss about it? He shook his head again at the thought. Just then, a check slowly fell out from inside his shirt pocket. Su Fan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately reached out and picked it up. Looking at the numbers on it one by one, it scared him to death. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000. Su Fan gulped as he spoke, his eyes revealing an expression of horror. A full A-figure check that still starts with a 9. He was so scared that his heart was pounding on the spot and he couldn't bring it down at all. What's wrong with you? Tang Smokely Guanyan looked at Su Fan's strange appearance, and immediately spoke out to inquire. No, I'm fine. Su Fan's glasses stared straight at the numbers on the check, his scalp tingling. He then said that at that time when he came out of Feng's house, he felt that something was not right, and Feng Jigua deliberately approached him. But at the time, I was so focused on bragging with the other side that I couldn't take anything else into account. I didn't expect that little old man, but he actually put a huge check out to him. Although the Zhang family also gave a $10 million bank card, but the card is still just a card after all. We won't know how much money is in there until we've checked with the bank. The check in front of me is a much different story. After all, you can more visually see exactly how much money is in it. Tang Yanling looked at the other party's expression, her eyes very strange up, sweeping over through her line of sight. Su Fan was currently looking at a small note in a slight daze, and this scene had just the right amount of curiosity to pique her curiosity. With that thought in mind, she raised her right hand and waved it slightly toward the check, only to see that the thing that was originally staying in Su Fan's hand ran to Tang Yanling in an instant. After sweeping through a glance, her pair of big flashing eyes immediately revealed an expression of disappointment. It's nothing special. Dang can't figure out what the hell you're thinking. With those words, she once again returned the check to Su Fan's hand. Su Fan's face twitched slightly as he listened to Tang Yanling's tirade. That's an 8-figure check. It's the first time he's seen it in his life. Besides, how could it not be very exciting for him to have all these now as his own? He's just an ordinary guy. How much does he get paid for the days of the 996 social animal? Working all day and all night for nothing more than food and clothing. But now that such a huge amount of money appeared in front of it all at once, of course it would make him very greedy. Forget it, you don't understand. I don't blame you. You're a funny one. What's so surprising about a little note? Tang Yanling once again exited with a sarcastic remark, not leaving Su Fan with the slightest bit of face. Immediately afterward she felt the sudden silence of the other's emotions, and was instantly a bit embarrassed as well. So she sighed helplessly and continued. It's not that I don't understand exactly what it is. Will you explain it to me briefly? The reason why Su Fan was in deep thought was actually because he was thinking about something. Such a huge sum of money suddenly appeared in front of it, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad. He was just an ordinary man, and it was not certain whether his own mind would be able to withstand the test. But also one thing is for sure, then he will never do anything bad. Now that he had the funds, he could also fulfill his promise to Tang Yanling. At first, according to his intention, even if the two of them went out to play, they pretty much went out in each other's flying swords, because not only is it fast, but it saves money. But now they don't need to. With tens of millions of dollars, they can go wherever they want. Besides, all this money was entirely due to Tang Yanling. He really didn't want to take over the magpie's nest, not to mention how his character was. Just look at Tang Yanling's stance alone. Once he let the other party react to the fact that he had punked her at that time, then he definitely did not have any good fruit to eat. Ha? You mean this? This thing is called a check, and it's equivalent to the same as the currency in circulation inside the world of gods. But this check is different. The power it possesses is capable of purchasing a suite of rooms in the imperial city of this realm. Just acquiring a property in the imperial city? Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan with an increasingly bizarre gaze, listening to the other party's words. It seemed like there wasn't anything remarkable. Why did Su Fan react so strongly just now? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Was this kid swindling her? Chapter 152. Just acquiring a piece of real estate can make you this excited? Tang Yanling looked at the other party's appearance and instantly spat. Feeling the woman's disgusted gaze, Su Fan could only helplessly shake his head with an embarrassed look on his face. According to the words of this woman, Tang Yanling, there really didn't seem to be any major problems. After all, the other party was a demonic empress, and she herself was an emperor. Where is the need to purchase property on the edge of the imperial city? But now that she had told the other woman the news, she certainly couldn't be surprised. Thinking so, Su Fan then waved his hand. Well, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what's next. No chat. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. This seat is a bit sleepy, so I'll take a rest first. Tang Yanling refused while walking towards the bathroom. Eyeing the other party's light footsteps, Su Fan then slowly let out a sigh of relief down. Luckily, the other man didn't ask more questions, or he would have been the one embarrassed. When it's really bad to serve, he secretly shouted out loud in his heart. Tomorrow then. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling's back, then gently waved his hand. A short while later, the sound of clattering water resounded in the bathroom. As Su Fan listened to the voice coming from him, his heart was like a million horses galloping, and his qi and blood surged upwards at this. But when he thought of the other party's stern eyes, all of a sudden he softened. It's better not to think about it, or else you'll lose your life, he murmured as he sighed. After about an hour or so had passed, the bathroom door slowly opened. Looking at Tang Yanling who stepped out from inside, Su Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't dare to look at him much. Immediately afterward, Tang Yanling walked straight toward the bedroom, leaving Su Fan alone in the wind. There was no talk all night. The next day dawned just after dawn, followed by the early morning sun shining down on the streets, leaving behind the smells of summer. Su Fan sleepily opened his eyes, then stretched again. Last night he slept so comfortably that he didn't even dream a single dream, so you can imagine how tired he was. Just as Su Fan was about to open his cell phone and check the time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. What are you doing? Walking without a sound? You scared me. After Su Fan's heart-stopping reaction, what came into his eyes was precisely that woman, Tang Yanling. At the moment, she was frowning slightly as if there was something wrong. What? Why are you awake so early today? Su Fan felt the other party's small expression, and then he joked. When do we leave? As Tang Yanling spoke, one little star after another popped up inside her glasses. What's the situation? It's only been one night. This woman can't help herself? Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling with suspicion, as if to say whether the other party had taken the wrong medication today. Don't look at this seat like that. I'm seriously telling you again, but why are you in such a hurry today? Su Fan frowned slightly with a curious look on his face. I heard a message last night. It came from next door. What? Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling's serious demeanor and instantly revealed a curious look as well. I heard someone say that there are old gods in some Wudong mountain place, so I'm going to go and meet them. Su Fan sniffed and jumped up from the sofa in a split second. Tang Yanling, this female devil is not mistaken. Didn't she say not to show her face? What's going on now? Could it be that his lies have been exposed? It can't be. Some cold sweat suddenly broke out on Su Fan's forehead, and even his throat felt much drier. Why do you suddenly have this idea? It's just curiosity. After all, after coming to this realm for such a long time, I've never seen a second person with cultivation. Tang Yanling gave a big wave of his hand full of concern, indicating that he didn't mean anything else. But Su Fan was still planning to say something, but Tang Yanling didn't give him a chance at all, only to see her continue. This seat knows that this makes things difficult for you, but I won't make a move until it's absolutely necessary, so don't worry about it, Tang Yanling said while handing Su Fan a reliable look. Besides, even if there's a chance I might be found out, aren't you still there? Aren't you going to protect me? We're partners. Seeing that Su Fan did not open his mouth, Tang Yanling continued. Su Fan, I just want to take it easy and tell some lies to deceive you, but now it's okay, the other side actually relies on the other. The more he thought about it, the more Su Fan felt that it was not a good look to go on like this, but now there is nothing else to do, only to take a step and see what happens. Egu, it's a sin. Who made me shoulder the great responsibility of reviving the nation? Su Fan shamelessly bragged about himself one by one in his heart, not ashamed at all. So, that's fine, but after you go out, you must listen to me, and you must not do anything without my permission. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling's white face and immediately spoke slowly. No problem. Deal. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan finally agreeing, and then she was also very happy. In that case, let's have a breakfast before we go. Su Fan felt some hunger in his stomach, so he said to Tang Yanling, no way, we must leave now, to eat when we get out. Tang Yanling was now in a great hurry and didn't want to delay even for a moment, so Su Fan's opinion was directly refuted. So, well then, looking at the other party with such a strong attitude, Su Fan couldn't say anything more, but immediately afterward, he thought as if something else had occurred to him. But we haven't packed our bags yet. Pack your bags first, don't be in a hurry. Su Fan had a smiling look on his face. He just couldn't believe it. What could he do if he hid at home for a minute? That's why he winds up frantically looking for excuses as a way to drag Tang Yanling, the woman. It was really early in the morning and he didn't want to move at all. And this habit had been developed since he was a child. And he could have slept until 11 or 12 o'clock every day if it hadn't been for school and work. As a result, it was rare for him to be so free since he had resigned from his job. But now, this woman, Tang Yanling, actually wanted to take away the only rights he had left. The very thought of it made him want to fight to the end and never admit defeat. Just as Su Fan thought that he was going to win, he saw a weird smile on Tang Yenling's face. In the next moment, what the other party did directly made Su Fan's eyes widen, his face full of incredulity. He instantly popped a few electrifying words out of his mouth, a rather brilliant expression on his face. Chapter 153, Departure. Su Fan stared blankly at the other party with a shocked expression on his face. Well, can we go now? Tang Yenling eyed him cheerfully, a smile piling up on her face. Can. Su Fan's face twitched slightly, followed by a stuttering agreement. After a while, he finally slowed down and looked at the empty vacation. This demoness was simply too ruthless, actually emptying the entire room in order to leave him with no excuses to find. He's not talking about the stuff being removed, but what's with the missing floor tiles? Is this woman in such a hurry? Must she go out now? Hey, let's go. There's nothing left for me. Su Fan felt the empty surroundings, and at once, his entire body was like a deflated ball. Looking listless, you lead the way. With a happy smile on her face, Tang Yenling just waved and gestured at Su Fan. Okay, big sister. I'll listen to you. Su Fan replied helplessly as he listened to the other party's impatient urging. Just as his right foot had just stepped out of the room only to see him turn back to the other side once again with a prayerful look on his face. I haven't changed this clothing yet. You see. Su Fan squirmed and looked Tang Yenling in the eye. Isn't this just fine? It's not like we're not wearing any clothes. Listening to the other party's reply, Su Fan's eyelids fluttered madly for a few moments. Alright, no, take it and change into it. Hurry up and get going. Sensing that the other party's mood swings were very powerful, Tang Yenling didn't try to mess with the other party much more. And with that, she put a set of clothes in front of Su Fan. Oh God. Oh, Earth One's good days look like they are coming to an end. Su Fan cried out so in his heart filled with despair. After a few minutes had passed, a figure came bumbling out from inside the bedroom. When she looked at Su Fan's face covered in black lines, Tang Yenling smiled and opened her mouth. Why don't you look so good? She stared at the corners of Su Fan's eyes with concern, wanting to know what was going on. No, it's okay, I'm fine. Ha. He forced a smile, but in his heart he had actually been cursing. Originally, he thought that the other party had only emptied the living room, but after he went to the bedroom, he realized that it had been emptied as well. These are not to mention that even the hot water to go and the wash basin are gone. Looking at the sores all over the ground, Su Fan could only be powerless to spit within his heart. Why didn't this guy move this room as well? Never mind. Now that it's done, it's better not to think about it, or the fire will be so strong that it can be dangerous in the summer. Thinking of this, Su Fan took a few deep breaths immediately afterwards so as to calm himself down. Without further ado, the two traveled downstairs together. After each of them had finished their breakfast, they set off towards the airport. Just now, Su Fan had made up his mind that since he wasn't worried about money nowadays, he would stay on the other side and have a good experience. When she first heard about airplanes from Su Fan's mouth, Tang Yenling's gaze was filled with a curious look, and it was only after Su Fan explained a past to her that the other party had a look of sudden realization. It's just a magic weapon that flies, right? It doesn't sound like a big deal to you. She spat while holding a disdainful gaze among her eyes. Don't underestimate this contraption. Although the exterior is not as hard as the world of gods, but nah, this guy doesn't need to be powered by spirit stones. Su Fan vigorously snubbed the other party, wanting to use this as a way to get back on his feet. Oh, is that so? Wouldn't that be the same as a small car spell? When Tang Yenling sniffed, she was instantly filled with the flavor of a shocked exclamation to come. Feeling this look from the other party, Su Fan suddenly became energized, and immediately afterward, he continued, airplanes are 180,000 miles ahead of cars. Alright, just look at the speed and you'll see if it's worth bragging about. Is it faster than my flying sword? Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan's hand-waving appearance and suddenly became interested, so she proceeded to inquire. Su Fan, looking at this woman's aggressive appearance, Su Fan's entire body was bad. How can it be faster than your flying sword? It can't be compared at all. But now that the power has been blown out, it doesn't seem too easy to take it back, huh? Thinking about it, Su Fan had a meaty pain. What? Is it not as fast as a flying sword? Then why are you still fooling around? Watching Su Fan suddenly stop talking, Tang Yenling then added a stab, and this knife happened to poke above the opponent's soft underbelly. And it was from this moment onwards that Su Fan's forced and lazy lips finally relaxed quite a bit inside the following days. Without further ado, the two took a cab and headed toward the airfield. Zhanghai City's airport from the center of the city is actually still considered far away. The wildly racing car strides 80, but also ran an hour before arriving. During the hour's time in the car, Tang Yenling had been in a state of closed eyes. A slight fluctuation of air currents was faintly emanating from up and down the circumference of the depths, and the tightly closed eyes were still trembling slightly from time to time. On the contrary, Su Fan began to huff and puff as soon as he got into the car, although he slept very soundly last night. But nay, Tang Yenling, this woman dragged him out early in the morning. The driver drove smoothly, a bemused look on his face. Through his observation, he was pretty sure that the two were actually going to the airport to pick up someone, or else they wouldn't even bring a piece of luggage with them. Moreover, as soon as the two of them got into the car, they started huffing and puffing, not in the least bit in a hurry. Where did they look like people in a hurry to catch a plane? Thinking of this, the driver became more and more certain of his guess. So the vehicle, which was originally driving very fast, slowly reduced its speed. Time passed again minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye it was an hour and a half that passed before Su Fan finally woke up from his sleep with a happy look on his face. Phew, cool. He slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, then stretched again. But upon realizing that the space in the car was tight, he paused the action. Immediately afterward he whispered an inquiry at the driver. Master, how much longer until we get there? Almost there. About half an hour to go. Thanks for the hard work, Master. Hey, it's not a thing. How's it going? I drove pretty steady, didn't I? Did you sleep well? Su Fan nodded slightly, indicating that he strongly agreed with the other party's car skills. As he thought about it, he picked up the cell phone in his pocket. When he saw the time pass on it, his whole body was bad. Holy, an hour and a half has passed already? He looked up incredulously into the eyes of the driver in the rearview mirror with great fear in his heart. Yes sir, you've been asleep for an hour and a half, and seeing as you guys were sleeping so soundly, it wasn't a good idea to disturb you, and I made a point of slowing the car down. The driver spoke slowly, a smug smile spreading across his face as if to say hurry up and compliment me. Su Fan, Chapter 154, Wild Ride. Hearing the other party's words, Su Fan's entire body instantly became bad, followed by him shouting loudly, Master, we're trying to catch a plane. As he spoke, he glanced at the time on his cell phone screen, a few shocking numbers that all of a sudden gave him a whole depression. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Looking at the two of you roaming around, I thought you were going to pick someone up. The driver listened to Su Fan's grumbling and instantly became eager as well. If the other guy had said it earlier, how could he have driven so slowly? Knowing the speed and the passion, once a man has his hands on the wheel, then every man is a racer. Before Su Fan could say anything, he then stepped on the gas. Suddenly, Su Fan felt a huge pushback sensation hit him, and the originally slow vehicle suddenly accelerated. It didn't take long to raise it to over 90 mph. I throw master, you slow down. Anyway, cannot catch up. Let's not rush, ha. Watching this tawdry maneuver of the driver, Su Fan instantly shouted out in panic. Hey, you can rest assured well. Brother has been driving for about 10 years now, and he's never had any major accidents. The driver waved his hand without taking it and said in a serious tone to Su Fan. Su Fan? Listening to the other party's words, Su Fan instantly felt as if something was wrong. What did this old man just say? He's been driving for 10 years and never had a major accident? So isn't it sideways proof that the other guy still flipped the car? But looking at the excitement on the other's face, it didn't seem like it would be good to put it off. Immediately afterward, Su Fan suddenly turned around and plugged in his seatbelt, then looked at the view ahead with a wary expression. Normally he wouldn't even wear a seatbelt in the back seat in a car. Nowadays it seems like it won't work at all if he doesn't take some measures. Little old brother, just sit tight. It's almost time for the flight to take off, but brother will definitely see you guys to the airport on time. As the driver spoke, he also tried to turn back to Su Fan to draw closer to him. Looking at the other party's behavior like this, Su Fan all of a sudden spoke out eagerly. Older brother, don't you drive at ease, ha? But don't look around. The lively conversation between the two soon woke Tang Yenling up. In fact, the other party wasn't sleeping at all. He was just resting his eyes. She didn't know how, but she always felt a little restless inside. It was as if something big was happening up ahead, waiting for her to go forward and find something. Isn't it too late? Should we fly there with our swords? Tang Yenling spoke out of the blue and suddenly came up with such a sentence, then revealed a look of anticipation as she looked at Su Fan. Listening to the woman's comments, his entire being was in a daze. What is wrong with this guy and why is he so eager? The other party had been out of sorts since last night, and this morning was even more outrageous, actually emptying all of his few belongings. And now you're actually planning to fly with a sword openly? Are you really not afraid of scaring others to death? No, even if we don't make the plane, we'll just take the next trip. After a moment's reflection, Su Fan suddenly spoke out decisively. Why? Isn't it too late to catch up? Tang Yenling looked straight into the other's eyes, wanting to detect something from within. But she was disappointed. Su-fan simply didn't want to back down even one step. What? You guys say you're not fast enough and want to fly there? The driver heard the words and his eyes revealed a burst of essence. The driver's eyes revealed a gleam of light. And then heard him say, "You two sit tight. We're going to speed up." Buzzing. A roar of the engine attacked. And in an instant the vehicle darted off like a cannonball. Su-fan gripped the leather of the seat with his hand in a death grip, followed by him raising his head slightly to look at the speedometer in front of the driver. It was better not to look at it, but it scared him straight away. 130 mph. A full 40 mph more than just a moment ago. Immediately afterward he cried out in panic. "Brother, you're my own brother, let's slow down. Okay? What? A little faster?" Just now, the driver had the car music turned up to the max. While the music covered the roar of the engine, it also covered Su-fan's voice. Looking at the other party with such an excited expression, Su-fan only felt like crying. The other side is trying to drive them to their death. Look at the child who can't ground exchange anymore. And right at this moment, Tang Yenling's beautiful eyes lingered. And then she said, "What are you afraid of? Isn't this seat here? Can't I protect you nowadays?" There was confidence and candor in her words. Although the vehicle was traveling fast, in Tang Yenling's eyes, it was still as slow as an ant. It didn't even make a ripple in her heart. Listening to the other party's comforting words, Su-fan all of a sudden didn't seem to be very nervous anymore. So it was that he cleared his throat slightly and spoke with a feigned composure. I'm relieved to have fellow Taoist Tang here." Even so, Su-fan was terrified. After all, it was the first time he'd been in a car that traveled more than 100 yards, and the sharp push was an adrenaline rush. However, after Tang Yenling's words, the uneasiness within his heart then slowly calmed down. And so it was that after 10 minutes of intense inner torment, the vehicle finally pulled up in front of the airport. When a sharp break appeared, Su-fan only felt that his brain was about to be thrown out. Well, he fought back the urge to vomit, and his cheeks suddenly bulged into a pouch. "You so?" Tang Yenling looked at the other party who seemed to be very uncomfortable, so she exited and inquired with concern. "No, I'm fine." "Aha," he replied as he held back the discomfort forcefully. "Okay, according to the estimated time to arrive at the destination, the total fare is $250. May I ask, sir, is it WeChat or Alipay?" The driver revealed a mouthful of large white teeth and turned his head to stare straight at Su-fan. And as his eyes fell on the other, the driver felt a sense of accomplishment. Today another whole vomit a young man, when it is really comfortable. For the matter of drag racing, he was very sure of himself, especially on this stretch of the airport, where there are traffic lights. He knows them all. Therefore, it can be considered old-fashioned. And that was the reason why it made Su-fan feel dizzy. Although the vehicle is not bumpy, but a moment of fast, a moment of slow, it is really a dawdling. Right at this moment, Su-fan felt a churning inside his stomach. A stream of filth filled his mouth in this regard. And all of a sudden, his entire body was bad. But since this is in a car, and Tang Yenling is still fine, wouldn't it be a great loss of face if he got seasick? Chapter 155. Tang Yenling looked at Su-fan's very uncomfortable appearance, and then slightly raised her eyebrows. Don't touch me. I'm fine." Sensing the other party's intention to take a look at his body, Su-fan directly spoke out and refused. Seeing this, Tang Yenling also called it quits and didn't care too much. Based on her understanding of Su-fan, this guy would definitely seek advice from himself if something really came up. But now that the other party has sternly refused, then it must be fine. The driver had been keeping a close eye on Su-fan's expression all this time, waiting for the other party to reply. How about cash? Unlike others, Su-fan always preferred to keep his few funds inside his wallet. To paraphrase his words, presumably only thickness can make it feel where the money is. He had already experienced it when he was just out of the society. The electronic currency was just a few numbers after all, and once he spent it, he was completely unaware of it. A carelessness is a big few thousand going out and really responding to that moonbeam line, and it was only after it began to continue using paper money that he felt the appeal of money again. You can feel the pain in the flesh when you spend money, which is an emotion you don't get when you pay electronically. "Yes, but I don't have any change. Can I transfer you the extra?" "Sir." Looking at the 300 yang Su-fan pulled out from inside his wallet, the driver said with a smiling face, "Okay, you scan the code," Su-fan said and opened the collection code. Watching this maneuvering of the two, Tang Yenling's expression grew slightly strange. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask, Su-fan made a shoe gesture towards him. Sensing the other party's slightly serious appearance, at once Tang Yenling pressed her curiosity. Ding dong, micro asterisk to account asterisk asterisk asterisk. The driver's eyes narrowed into slits as he happily scanned the code. "Well, sir, miss, You go well and have a safe trip, ha. Su Fan looked at the other party's smug demeanor, coupled with the words of blessing, and felt that it wasn't quite right no matter how he thought about it. Was this old boy punking him? But nowadays, looking at the other party's behavior, there didn't seem to be any conclusive evidence. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Even if the other party is really holding back, what bad idea. Su Fan is also embarrassed to do it. Thanks, ha, master. Su Fan pushed open the car door and walked straight toward the outside. This narrow space. He did not want to stay for a moment longer. It's okay. The driver replied politely, and as he watched the two men all settle to the ground, he held out his hand once more and waved. Su Fan looked at the other party with such a set of movements, and all of a sudden, he also raised his hand to compare. Immediately afterward, he slowly turned around and looked at the huge airport, listening to the roaring purr of the cab's engine. Tang Yenling also then slowed down. She looked at Su Fan's agitated expression and then asked, what exactly was going on just now? Why didn't he ask for your money? Tang Yenling said while revealing a puzzled expression. This is just a gadget. Nothing to be curious about. Su Fan began to cope with the other party's questions, followed by thinking rapidly in his brain to put it off in this way. This is just the equivalent of a small spell, transferring currency across space, you know? As Tang Yenling listened to the other party's words, she instantly frowned deeply. According to Su Fan's words, it seemed like there really wasn't any problem. After all, spells like this were also found amongst the world of gods. The more Tang Yenling thought about it, the more she felt that it didn't seem quite right. All the spells in the world of gods, but they all needed spiritual power to catalyze them. And she had been here in this realm for so long that she hadn't actually felt it yet. It didn't matter if it was the thing called a small car or the cell phone in Su Fan's hand. The operation is very different, and the power sources are completely different. She neither felt the traces of the formation nor saw the fluctuation of spiritual energy. Feeling the other party's small expression filled with doubt, Su Fan knew that he had dodged this hurdle. This woman's curiosity was really strong. It was clear that it had been explained so many times, but the other party still wanted to figure out the source of the matter. It looked like it was necessary for him to learn from the 9-year compulsory education once again, then pass all these abilities to the other party, so that maybe she won't ask questions from the East and the West anymore. Alright, let's not think about this matter for now. When we have the chance later, I'll tell you all the rules of operation of these magic treasures. Su Fan spoke while waving his hand. One eye gleamed at the airport approach. Looking at the terminal building filled with modern technology, a flame flared up in his heart. Even though he had worked, he hadn't even been on an airplane once. Originally, Su Fan's old home was located in a remote ancient town, and the surrounding infrastructure was not considered perfect. If you want to take a plane, you have to go to the provincial capital, which is 200 kilometers away. Even if he reached the provincial capital, the expensive airfare was not something he could afford. Su Fan, who has been very concerned about his family since he was a child, is very distressed by every penny of his parents' money, because he knew that his parents were down-to-earth farmers and it was actually very difficult to earn some money. As a result, over the years, he has been very persistent in his desire to fly in airplanes, and he knew that his parents were getting up there in age, with snowy white strands starting to form inside their hair. Every time he thought about it, he hit upon an idea. That's taking your parents on an airplane with you as well. It's all about the parents' wishes. The two old men had lived in a small mountain village all their lives and had never traveled far. What's wrong with you? What are you thinking? When Tang Yenling came back to her senses, she saw Su Fan alone and dumbfounded, and immediately spoke out to inquire. No, it's fine. Let's hurry up and get inside. Any later in time will be too late. Tang Yenling nodded in strong agreement. After about a few minutes had passed, the two came to the security checkpoint. Su Fan took a step ahead and walked to the front, holding his ID card in his hand, which he placed on top of the verification machine immediately afterward. Ka-ching! The doors on both sides of the counter sensed Su Fan's identity information and instantly opened the doors, and as he walked past with a happy face, he realized a very serious problem. That's Tang Yenling. The woman doesn't seem to have an ID card. Thinking so, he immediately turned his head to look at the other party. Tang Yenling looked at the security counter that was blocking her progress, and some coldness flashed through her eyes. Just as she was planning to break in, Su Fan's voice came out at once. Don't, big sister, have mercy. Hearing Su Fan's anxious voice, Tang Yenling's movements that were originally about to take action stopped there. Immediately afterward, she gave Su Fan a confused look. Why don't you open the door for me? Chapter 156, Invisibility. Listening to Tang Yenling's tone of this woman, coupled with the other party's actions just now, Su Fan's forehead suddenly filled with sweat as big as soybeans. Immediately afterward he transmitted. Shu Fan, sister, be careful. There are many people here. Don't make a move. Sensing the other party's eager tone, Tang Yanling gave him a blank stare without any good humor. Tang Yanling, you told me not to do it, but what's with this thing in front of me blocking my way? As Tang Yanling transmitted her voice, her face suddenly revealed some coldness. Su Fan, have you forgotten? You're a black family. You can't see the sun. Su Fan's tone became more eager. Even the word black popped up. Black? A hint of doubt flashed through Tang Yanling's eyes, but immediately afterward she seemed to understand. The black households that Su Fan was talking about must be people who couldn't see the light of day, right? Just like a lurking spy. There was nothing that could prove their identity. Feeling the woman's slightly eased down attitude, Su Fan was slightly relieved down at that moment. The other party's behavior just now had greatly challenged his nerves, keeping them in a tight state. If it's anything else, it's a little better, and probably won't be a problem if it's handled properly. But where are they now? This is an airport. All around the figure of the relevant departments exist. Once who dares to break in, absolutely will be instantly surrounded. Then but want to explain cannot explain. Su Fan thought so, his heart beating fiercely. At that very moment just now, he didn't know what was wrong, but he actually felt very refreshed, and his adrenaline surged, causing his brain to go ethereal for a while. But when the energy eased, he disheveled immediately afterward. I just felt a wave of soreness and weakness all over my body, and I couldn't exert any energy. Tang smiling, so what do you think should happen? Listening to the other party's words, Su Fan's mind was spinning frantically within his mind. In the end, what better way to think of? If the other side can't get in, then you can't take the airplane. Just as the two of them were in a very awkward situation, the person who stayed behind Tang Yanling couldn't wait. Only a middle-aged woman was seen, screaming at the top of her voice, going in or not? Don't get in the way if you don't. Her tone was slightly anxious, her eyes staring straight at Tang Yanling's back. When Su Fan heard this, he immediately jogged over, followed by a soft smile. That, Auntie, you can go first. We have something we forgot outside. He compensated with a smile while comforting Tang Yanling. Su Fan, let's go out for a while and think about it in the long run. Tang Yanling stared at the other party and subconsciously nodded. Just moments ago, the words of the man behind her instantly ignited her anxious anger. Originally, she had planned to carry his bones to ashes, but in a flash, she remembered Su Fan's words, causing her to slowly quieten her heart again. Not long after, Su Fan came outside from the exit. Feeling the cold wind blowing out of the airport entrance, he suddenly slapped his hand hard on his forehead. How could I have forgotten about this? What is it? Tang Yanling looked at the other party's self-condemning expression and didn't utter a word to comfort the other party. After all, for her who had experienced a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, all things were not a problem. I forgot to buy a plane ticket. Su Fan awkwardly scratched his head with an apologetic hand. Having never been on an airplane, some of the operating procedures still seemed a bit strange to him. Plus, Tang Yanling kept urging him, so he even forgot about the airfare. While in the car, he made a point of checking today's flights coming up. Finding that there were still tickets to Wudong Mountain, he was in no hurry. The heart thought to the airport to buy, and at that time did not react. Tang Yanling, this woman actually did not have an ID card. That, why don't you perform a stealth spell? After a few turns of his brain, Su Fan made a suggestion. Stealth? That's right, that's the only way you can go in with me. Otherwise trying to break in the hard way is definitely not an option. Listening to the other party's words, Tang Yanling nodded slowly immediately afterward. Watching this woman agree to come down, Su Fan let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the other side of an irritation will be razed to the ground, but then not to mention the plane. I'm afraid to die in the end of the world. Right. Not too long after, the two of them looked for a place where there was no one. Tang Yanling directly waved her sleeve hand, followed by her figure disappearing away from Su Fan's face. Although Tang Yanling's figure had disappeared away, the other party's voice Su Fan was still able to hear. That'll do it, won't it? Su Fan eyed the empty expanse in front of him and directly nodded in reply. That's fine. Let's hurry up and get in. We haven't even bought our tickets yet. Not long afterward, the two passed through the security gates without incident. It was just that when Su Fan passed by, the security personnel obviously had something not quite right in their eyes, because Su Fan had a sneaky look. It made people mistakenly think that the other party wasn't some kind of stowaway. Just as they were about to go up and interrogate him, they saw him show a set of white teeth towards this side, and opened his mouth to inquire immediately afterward. Greetings, comrades. That. I'd like to ask where to buy a ticket. Su Fan's eyes revealed an unearthly gaze in his eyes, causing people to be carried away. It's down the hall on the left. Just go straight this way, the security guard said as he gestured toward the side. Thank you, comrade. When he had finished thanking him, Su Fan then turned around and walked away, slowly walking in the direction of the other party's finger. Will you stop looking around and watch where you're walking? After he subconsciously glanced towards his surroundings, he spoke to the air beside him. It's just a look. What's the big deal? Just a moment ago, Su Fan watched as Tang Yanling actually didn't take the gate, instead leaping down from above, causing his eyes to instantly widen. And it was his reaction that caused the security guards to notice him in droves. Feeling the endless pressure coming from all around him, Su Fan only felt a headache, but he didn't dare to do anything more. So he made an excuse and went forward to ask the security checker lady some questions. This will both distract the other guy and tell him exactly where to buy the ticket. After roughly another 10 minutes, Su Fan and his party of 2 finally found the ticket office. As he picked up his boarding pass for the first time, a curious look came into his eyes. Why does this ticket feel like it's not the same as a train ticket? It's very classy? But he didn't say any of these words just one person muttered in his heart. Is this what you call a plane ticket? Tang Yanling looked at the boarding pass inside the other party's hand while turning her head around to exhale. Chapter 157, Too Ruthless. Although Su Fan couldn't see the other party with his vision, he was still able to feel the attack of the air currents. It was a light, refreshing scent that made his entire body freeze for a moment, unable to even move a bit. Ah no, that's right, he stammered in reply, a slight look of embarrassment revealing itself in his eyes, even if he didn't have any other ideas. But Tang Yanling, this woman leaned so close, and also spit the airflow into his face. As a dignified and upright boy Han, how could he endure it? Su Fan couldn't help but ask himself if the other party would be able to resist him if he was tempted. Seducing himself, would he be able to resist? Tang Yanling naturally didn't know about this thought of Su Fan's, or else she would have definitely cleaved him with a sword, the kind that didn't even leave any dregs. Like there's nothing special about it. Tang Yanling spat while rolling her eyes at Su Fan. Listening to the other party's words, Su Fan was naturally able to guess what kind of expression the other party had. For Tang Yanling, this woman, he had sort of already figured it out. Okay, let's go to the gate first. Just go over there and wait a while. With those words, he headed towards the security check door. After about 10 minutes had passed, Su Fan and his party of 2 finally passed through the security check. As he escaped inside, he slowly came down with a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tang Yanling, this woman, did not again cause what muffs, or he really bad account. After all, security at the gate is not something that can be compared to security on a train. The whole body, except for certain parts that won't be examined, will be touched for you. Few finally got in. Su Fan suddenly let out a long breath down. A stone in his heart finally landed. When he thought about the abilities of this woman, Tang Yanling, a light shone within his eyes. If you use the other person's cultivation to do something, cough cough. He choked on his saliva all of a sudden at the thought. This idea should not be. He is a good young man who has received 9 years of compulsory education. How can he think of these evil ways? Immediately after that, he shook his head hard a few times to get the bad thought out of his brain. What are you doing? Tang Yanling's sultry voice came out, causing Su Fan to be taken aback. There are other people here. Don't talk. If something has to be done, just pass the word. Listening to the other party's complaining voice, Tang Yanling's entire body was bad. How dare this guy be mean to himself? Suddenly, Su Fan felt the air around him freeze up for a while, and if it was any more severe, he wondered if it would freeze up immediately. Immediately afterward, he hit the pendulum hard. Big sister. I was wrong. Humph. Tang Yanling's unhappy voice came slowly, only this time it was much lower. Listening to the other party's state, Su Fan was then relieved to come down. Okay, stop it. The plane is about to take off. Let's go sit down. With those words, he walked towards the inside of the VIP waiting room. What's the difference between here and where those people sit outside? Tang Yanling's voice slowly passed inside Su Fan's ears. Sensing the other party's voice, Su Fan slowly turned his head to look at the economy class waiting room. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and replied, actually, there's nothing different, it's just a different service attitude. Attitude of service? That's right, we're a bit more expensive for this airfare, so of course we're treated quite a bit better. So that's how it is. I didn't realize that the ancestral land of the human race also had this kind of differential treatment. Tang Yanling's sultry voice attacked once again, and this time, it left Su Fan at a loss as to how to answer. After all, it's not for him to say what's going on here. Money is the boss, no matter where you are. Geez, why do you think so much? After replying to Tang Yanling, Su Fan ignored the other party and walked straight towards the VIP lounge. As he had just stepped into the doorway, he saw a handsome young man in a suit walking slowly, with a professional smile on his face. He spoke to Su Fan. Hello sir, how can I help you? I just came in for a break. Su Fan looked at this polite attitude of the other party and then also revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Yes sir, may I see your boarding pass first, please? No problem. Before the words fell, Su Fan handed out his boarding pass. After looking at the text on the top of the boarding pass, the waiter immediately revealed a more respectful expression. Sir, you're welcome inside. We'll let you take the shortcut later and we'll escort you through. Oh, okay. Not long after, Su Fan came inside the VIP waiting room. After looking at the decorations around him, and the service-oriented attitude already, he felt very satisfied. So, can we order these treats for two? Su Fan looked at the desserts that were brought up by the waiter, followed by an exit inquiry. Feeling the other party's serious gaze, the waitress gave a slight smile. Yes sir, please wait a moment. With those words, she once again gave a gentle smile. Cool. This is such a thoughtful service. So this is how rich people live. He murmured to himself. What did you say? Sensing Su Fan muttering, Tang Yanling's voice came again. No. Nothing. By the way, you eat these first. I'll have her bring another one up. Humph. Who wants to eat these things? There's not the slightest bit of aura. It's a waste of my strength. Tang Yanling skimmed her mouth, her face full of disdain. However, the next scene caused Su Fan's eyelids to twitched, only to see that originally stayed in front of their own a big plate of snacks, instantly disappeared. And even the cup of fragrant tea are at the bottom. Su Fan secretly spat out a sentence in his heart all of a sudden. I thought you said you weren't interested? You're done with it as soon as I say it? Can you have some backbone? However, he didn't dare to say these words. After all, it was better not to make a fool of himself. What are your eyes? Looking at Su Fan's slightly strange gaze, Tang Yanling followed up with a questioning exit. Nope. Nothing, as long as you're happy. Ha ha ha. Feeling the other party's icy tone, Su Fan instantly wimped out. This woman was truly terrifying to the extreme. She had clearly only shown a moment of dislike, but she had not expected to be discovered by the other party. All this aside, he couldn't even blame the other party for even a single word. And this in turn reminded Su Fan of an old storyline he once had. It smells so good. Chapter 158. Stop it. Just like that, 10 minutes passed by in a flash, and Tang Yanling managed to fill her stomach. Su Fan looked at the remnants of the food in front of him, and his entire body was suddenly bad. He was certain that if there was an unlimited supply of food here, Tang Yanling, this woman, would definitely be able to eliminate it completely. Just as his thoughts drifted out, he only heard Tang Yanling's voice strike again. What's all this stuff? It's not tasty at all. It can't catch up to 1/10 millionth of the spirit vulture meat. Su Fan? Big sister, are you serious? You can still show off so much if it's not good? The more he thought about it, the more he realized that this woman was too much of a tosser. It's not good. It's just not good. And after eating so much, my stomach isn't even half full. Tang Yanling's voice came back again, vigorously spitting madly. Seeing this, Su Fan could only have his eyelids fluttering madly. Just as the two argued, a figure slowly came indoors. Sir, you are cleared to board. Okay ha. I'm on my way. Su Fan looked at the kind smile revealed by the other party, and immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to reply. Not long after, Su Fan arrived on top of the flight, and looking at the layout of the first-class cabin, he had little stars in his eyes. Good lord, it's so luxurious. It's not even comparable to economy class. Although he had never flown on an airplane, his college roommate had done so often. Every time he listened to the other man spout off, all he could do was stay on the sidelines and smile politely. And I don't know if it's awkward, or full of it. Looking at the wide space, he probably scrutinized it. It was indeed 2 to 3 square feet in size, and that's private space, which is simply not comparable to the kind of people crammed into economy class. You can even pull a sliding door to block it if you don't want to be seen. At this moment, he finally realized why certain rich men liked flight attendants, and some of the stories that came out of the flight are still fresh in its mind until this moment. The comfortable leather sofa is soft and cozy. The delicate feel of the top was straight out of the head. That's what it feels like. Luxury space. Su Fan roughly converted. According to his body proportions, this space should be able to seat 2 to 3 people. Thinking so, Su Fan immediately reached out and closed the door. Alright, no one's here anymore. The stealth technique can be lifted for the time being, but remember not to forget to continue casting it when a movement passes. Otherwise, being discovered will be the end. Su Fan whispered slowly in the air beside him. In the next moment, a graceful figure actually appeared out of nowhere in the originally empty environment. She was seen to have long straight legs and was dressed in black silk. The white skin looked so beautiful that you can't help but feel a pang of pity. And if the other party's beauty had to be a reference, I'm afraid we couldn't find a second person on this planet. Even the most popular actress? In front of it will be like the white moon and the firefly. But any normal man, as long as you look at a glance, will be mesmerized by it. The only drawback is that the other party now always feels a little silly look, and I don't know if his head is caught by the door. Tang Yenling ended up on top of the leather sofa and used her hand to pinch a few times towards the bottom, and immediately afterwards she felt an unusual softness coming from her, and it was a feeling she had only ever felt in the Feng family. Here, of course, but not its experience in the world of the gods. Not long after, Tang Yenling's voice slowly attacked, revealing a sense of surprise in her tone. It feels pretty good. It's actually a little more comfortable than my flying war shuttle in the demon race. Listening to the other party's words, Su Fan suddenly slowed down. Just as he was about to open his mouth to reply with a sentence, he only saw Tang Yenling's figure disappear once again. Before Su Fan could react, a clear voice slowly came from outside the door. "Hello, sir, may I take your order?" Su Fan listened to the other party's soft tone and instantly knew that it must be a flight attendant, and the probability is that the question asked is to see what he plans to drink or eat. Sure enough, it's expensive for a reason. The power of money is just not the same. Give me a glass of orange juice. I don't. 2 glasses please. He just wanted to open his mouth to say a cup, but in a flash he remembered that Tang Yenling, this woman, was also still here. Otherwise, if the other party had suddenly stealthily disappeared into thin air, he wouldn't have subconsciously forgotten about the other party's existence. Yes sir. After receiving the other party's request, the stewardess was about to turn around and leave, and at that moment, Su Fan's voice slowly sounded again. Can you bring me 2 more airplane meals? I have a bit of an appetite. 1 serving won't fill me up. Su Fan smiled awkwardly, his eyes revealing a pure gaze. The stewardess's eyes stuttered when she heard this, and then she opened her mouth again to inquire. Sir, are you sure you want to order for 2? Our 1-person portions are actually quite large, and you're the only one here, so I'm afraid you won't be able to finish it all. Su Fan nodded as he listened to the other party's words, his heart actually vigorously muttering, not to mention 2-person portions. Even if it was 10-person portions or 100-person portions, this Tang Yenling woman would be able to show off the whole thing and not leave the slightest bit behind for him. After all, the other party's bottomless stomach. He's seen it before. Even if he were to arrange an elephant, Su Fan believed that he would not yet be able to make the other party stuff his teeth. Receiving an affirmative answer once again, the stewardess no longer dwelled on the issue, and immediately afterwards she revealed a kind smile. Yes sir, please wait a moment, I'll put you on. With those words, she turned and winged her way back, leaving Su Fan alone in the wind. Right at this moment, Su Fan felt someone pinch him behind him, and then subconsciously yelped. Stop it! He came to his senses when the words just went out. Yes, sir, may I ask what else I can do for you? The stewardess had just taken a few steps out when she heard Su Fan's voice coming from her, and felt very strange listening to the other party's words, but adhering to the customer-first attitude, she still politely revealed a smile. Su Fan had just wanted to explain a few sentences, but he heard Tang Yenling's threatening voice come through. Tang Yenling, this lady wants happy water, not orange juice. Tang Yenling had said this matter through a voice transmission, and the stewardess naturally couldn't hear it. However, she could feel Su Fan's expression filled with embarrassment, and although she didn't understand exactly what was going on, she wouldn't ask too many questions. Su Fan, I know, stop it, satisfy you. Immediately after that, he slowly pulled out a fairly cheerful smile and spoke politely to the stewardess. I'm sorry I didn't mean for you to come here. Chapter 159, Perception. Listening to Su Fan's explanation, the flight attendant then smiled slightly. Sir, would you like the Centurion or the Tasty? Tang Yenling, ask for Coca-Cola. This lady likes the thrill of it all. When Su Fan heard this, his face twitched slightly. This woman is really out of the ordinary and quite good at enjoying herself, but now or try to satisfy each other's requirements good. After all, but in the airplane, once the other party is not happy, I am afraid that all the people have no good fruit to eat. Coca-Cola please. So too please. Yes, sir, please wait. With those words, the stewardess turned around and was about to leave again, and at that moment, Tang Yenling's voice struck again. Tang smiling, I want a big cup. It's too small to feel anything at all. Feeling the staggering appearance of the other party, Su Fan could only force down his inner world that was about to explode in anger. Wait, can I have a large one? I feel very thirsty. Looking at the other party's slightly strange eyes, Su Fan's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. By the end of the day it was even close to an invitation to disappear. But who are flight attendants? They are professionals. They will absolutely do everything they can if the customer asks for it. Besides, they're in first class. It's just a big glass of Coke. What's the big deal? Thinking so, the stewardess once again kindly flashed a professional smile. Yes, sir, is there anything else you need, please? Watching the other party make comment after comment, the flight attendant directly inquired again this time. No. No more. Thanks. Su Fan's face was very embarrassed. It was all because of this woman, Tang Yenling, who made him die so socially. Luckily, he was only a nodding acquaintance with this stewardess, and the other party didn't recognize him at all. Or else once the word got out, he wouldn't really have found anyone. Yes sir, please wait a moment. The stewardess practically spat out the words through clenched teeth. After all, this guy was just too much trouble. Can't you say something all at once and have to wait for her to turn back every time? Immediately afterward, the stewardess was finally able to leave. And just as Su Fan's sight was about to lose sight of the other party, he ground hear a voice coming from the other party. It's a pity. He's quite handsome and has money, but it's just this. As for Su Fan, who was staring at all this, his face instantly became bad, and his pair of originally clear eyes were all bitter. Shoo! When the airplane slowly landed over, Su Fan then pushed open the visor to take a look at the outside world. In fact, when the plane had just taken off, he still looked like a little kid, his eyes revealing curiosity everywhere. But as he watched, such an experience didn't seem like a big deal. Simply cannot match the speed of Tang Yenling flying sword, and men well rightly like to pursue excitement and speed. Although the first-class seat of the airplane was very comfortable, but he was trapped in a small space, and he did not feel very comfortable. On the contrary, Tang Yenling, this woman was very excited from the moment she boarded the airplane. Look left, look right. If he hadn't pulled on the other man so strongly, I'm afraid he would have tumbled over the head of the plane. When the tossing and turning passed after a while, Su Fan also finally got tired, so he began to fall down and huff and puff to sleep. After all, it had gotten up so early this morning that it hadn't even acclimatized yet. Feeling the slightly refreshing environment outside, Su Fan was instantly in a happy mood. Sure enough, it's better to be in these places. Zhanghai City, although economically developed, but why all are steel city? A glance over the past simply cannot see a few trees, and it all happens to be the opposite of Su Fan, who actually prefers more vegetation. If it wasn't for the fight of his life, he wouldn't even be in that place to begin with. Everything is a matter of life and throwing away the hope that was there. Just as she was lost in thought for a while, the flight attendant's melodious voice came again. Sir, this flight has arrived safely at its destination. You may disembark. Okay, hard work haha. Su Fan revealed an apologetic gaze to the stewardess and said in embarrassment. Feeling the other party's gaze, the stewardess immediately revealed a kind smile. Glad to be of service. Of course she knew what Su Fan was referring to. Wasn't it the whole bunch of things that had bothered her just now? But these were things they were supposed to do, so she didn't really think anything of it. Moreover, now that Su Fan had apologized, it made her even more cheerful. This man may look silly looking, but he should be very kind inside. Not long after, Su Fan slowly stood within the airport hall under the service of the professionals. His entire body was refreshed as he breathed in the outside air for the first time. That's what it felt like. It was exactly like his hometown. The air was all so fresh and the sun was so mild and not hot at all. Cool. Looking at Su Fan in such an exaggerated manner, Tang Yenling immediately let out a contemptuous cry. As for that, is it that cozy? Just as Tang Yenling's spiteful words had just fallen, for a moment she seemed to have sensed something. Too late to think about it, she immediately set her sights on a hill to the east. Aura. It was aura. An extremely strong aura fluctuation appeared in her perception. And in the aura, she also sensed a mysterious aura if nothing else. The scent was what she had been waiting for, and that was why she had been so eager to get here. What's wrong with you? Su Fan listened to the other parties instantly stop spewing, coupled with Tang Yenling's heavy breathing, and so he exited to inquire. What I want is right over there. Su Fan opened his mouth with a curious gaze, filled with doubt and inquired. Where? Something that could make this demoness feel very curious would definitely not be simple. Su Fan thought so, and immediately afterward eyed the air next to him with great anticipation. East, in the east, where there is a mountain. I can feel it very clearly. Receiving an affirmative reply, he instantly turned his head in the direction the other had mentioned. At this time, the sun had already reached midday, and although the sun was shining high above the head, the sunlight was not harsh. As his line of sight slowly moved, Su Fan's eyes revealed a good expectant gaze. He'd like to take a closer look at what the other side was trying to get here. To be able to come here as soon as possible actually broke his time of rest. After his gaze fixed on the direction Tang Yenling had spoken of, the loss that filled his face came gradually along with it. He did follow Tang Yenling's instructions and looked over, but he didn't see anything, causing him to shrivel up. You open your spiritual eyes and look again. Sensing the other party's questioning gaze, Tang Yenling's voice slowly came out. Chapter 160. Su Fan sniffed and immediately did as he was told. In a short while, it made its pupils suddenly shrink. only to see the east at this time as the haze is full of light, obviously hiding a big secret in general. In an instant, though, he pushed the shock down. Immediately after that, he slowly turned his head to stare intently into Tang Yanling's eyes, his brow frowning slightly. "Tell me honestly, what exactly did you find out?" His words were tinged with imperturbability, wanting to probe for clarity. Just then, Tang Yanling also decided to show her cards, suddenly emerging with a disheveled look. "I've been thinking a lot about this in recent days, and I think it's time to go back." "Su Fan? What's going on? This demoness is actually going to leave?" Su Fan sniffed, and in a split second, a pair of eyes revealed a burst of fine light, but on the surface, he remained motionless. Ahem, that. Since fellow Taoist Tang has this idea, then it's indeed good. After all, it's a great loss for the demon clan to have less of you. He couldn't wait for the other party to disappear from his sight right now, and then he'd be able to fall back into a clean slate. After all, he couldn't guarantee his life by following this bomb around all day. Maybe one of them will upset the other and the world will end. Thus, Su Fan was so happy when he learned that the other party had thus planned to pass. The existence of the other party had already kept him on his toes the entire day, and he simply couldn't raise any thoughts of resistance. After all, Tang Yanling was able to wipe out the entirety of Zhanghai City without much effort. Everything still depended on the mood of the other party, so it was quite a difficult time for Su Fan. What's in your eyes?" Just as his own words had landed on the ground, a vicissitude of flavor was suddenly revealed in Tang Yanling's eyes. Just as it was sentimental, she saw Su Fan with a smug look on his face. Was she not welcome? And how was she scary again? Feeling the female devil's pressure, Su Fan immediately shrunk his neck and smiled brightly. Hey, I'm just worried about you." Immediately afterward, he turned his words around, apparently revealing a grim demeanor. "Right, that's it. The devil race can't live without you. Fellow Taoist Tang, they're still waiting for you to go back and preside over the situation." After Su Fan finished speaking, he slowly performed another Dao salute towards Tang Yanling, indicating that what he had said was absolutely sincere. AI that said, "I don't know exactly what to do." Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan's serious face, and immediately afterward, she exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Right, since you reincarnated to this realm, you must know this place very well, so Taoist Su must have a way, right?" Tang Yanling spoke while her eyes revealed an expectant desire to see the answer she needed from within the other party's eyes. She didn't know the passage of time in this realm, as the rate of time passage was certainly not quite the same in different great worlds, and she had been in this realm for some days now. If she didn't go back soon, the demon race might be stirred up. Let's not talk about what to do without her as the backbone. Let's just say that the group of moralistic guys from the human race would inevitably launch an attack once they learned of their disappearance. But the probability that these speculations would happen skyrocketed the longer she stayed over here. After all, these guesses have been valid in droves, without a hint of hyperbole. Hearing Tang Yanling's inquiry, Su Fan was instantly speechless. He didn't know about what the other guy said. Moreover, he is not a reincarnated practitioner. He is simply an indigenous resident of this place. So what is the need for reincarnation? The words that were told to the other party were only to stabilize Tang Yanling's anxious heart, which is why they had to swindle him. He actually understood the cruelty of the cultivation world very well. It was the world of the weak and the strong, regardless of whether it was the righteous or demonic path. Once no one was able to sanction his ambition, then something big was bound to happen. Therefore, he didn't dare to bet on Tang Yanling's character. Nor could he. After all, she was the demon Empress, and I'm afraid that the people she had killed had long since piled up in the mountains, and her blood had already pooled into rivers and lakes. The human heart cannot be measured, nor can it be measured. This is the truth of the matter that Su Fan has realized in the game of exorcism, and that was why he had seemed a bit timid and fearful during the time Tang Yanling had arrived, afraid of provoking the other party. Shouldn't that be true for an ordinary person? Does he have to be a fat man in one sitting? Is that realistic? Must Su Fan become an unusually calm and mature man from an originally youthful young man? Is that possible? No, it's impossible, unless there's a miracle. But this miracle did not appear in Su Fan's body, because he was just an ordinary laborer from the beginning to the end. The softness within his genes makes him prefer to win with virtue and not fight. At this time there may be people who will say, take him inside the game topic to come to the line. But have you ever thought about the fact that games are actually different from reality? A game is always a game. And now that it has returned to reality, can the behavior inside the game continue to exist? Thus, it was these reasons that made Su Fan appear to be somewhat unable to exert himself when facing Tang Yanling, desperate for this woman to get out of here as soon as possible so that the planet could continue on its original trajectory. Here are Su Fan's parents, relatives, and already friends. He didn't want these people to be implicated by himself, so he was going to great lengths to stabilize Tang Yanling throughout the day. What are you thinking? Sensing Su Fan's momentary lapse of concentration, Tang Yanling's words came faintly. Hearing the other party speak softly, Su Fan all of a sudden was also dumbfounded all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, he spoke squarely to Tang Yanling. Fellow Taoist Tang, don't worry about it. I will definitely send you home. Head, don't be so serious. I'll be home. The clan still needs me. Tang Yanling could feel that at this moment, Su Fan was more serious than ever before, and she might have been deceived by what happened before, but she was very sure of Su Fan's sincerity with those words just now. Feeling the other party's never-before-seen soft gaze, Su Fan smiled immediately afterward. Don't be so serious. Since you found something here, let's get moving. With those words, Su Fan revealed an expectant look as he looked into Tang Yanling's eyes. Suddenly, the wind seemed to slow down, and the air was filled with a faintly sweet scent. The afternoon sunlight fell on the shoulders of the two men, and the crowds passing by around them were like fast-running carts and horses. It was as if the world that Su Fan and the two of them were in had been frozen in time, stopping calmly in a certain corner of the airport. Chapter 161. Tang Yanling felt Su Fan's tender gaze, and all of a sudden, her face slightly flushed. A flush of redness arose, and immediately afterward, it filled the edges of her ears. Immediately after that, a few sudden violent and frantic beats came from deep inside her. With some confused looks, she met Su Fan's gaze dully, her mind blank at this moment. It was a wonderful feeling, the same wonderful emotion that had arisen the first time their lips had touched each other. Tang Yanling didn't know what was wrong with her, and besides, it was too late for her to wait for her to continue thinking now. Time passed like this, and in the blink of an eye it was like several springs and autumns. Not too long after, Tang Yanling finally came to her senses, and immediately afterward, she eyed Su Fan with great shame and anger. Just as she was planning to scold Su Fan for a few words, she realized that she couldn't say anything when the words came out of her mouth. Looking at the other party's eyes suddenly fluttering, Su Fan also awkwardly slowly averted his eyes, and his heart was beating violently. Oh my god, what just happened? His mouth was wide open, and a look of horror was revealed in his eyes. It was a feeling he'd never had before, and he didn't know exactly what it meant, but at the time he was thrilled. The most primitive desires of his heart were about to burst forth. The desire was about to erupt, and at that moment, he pulled back from this unhealthy thought just in time. That, Tang, fellow Taoist Tang? How? The two began to stammer at each other, avoiding each other's eyes for more than a glance. We're leaving? To Wudong Mountain? Su Fan's throat then rolled viciously for a moment before he forced himself to calmly speak. Let's go. That marvelous feeling just now came and went quickly at the same time, and Tang Yanling recovered in a flash. Immediately afterward, she continued to maintain a cold as ice look as she opened her mouth at Su Fan. The two exited the airport and headed toward the cab stand. Airports usually have cabs to pick up passengers, which is very comforting, but when you look at the prices, it's not so wonderful. The starting price of a cab in Shanghai City was 14 yuan, and here it was a few dollars less, but it still made Su Fan sweat for a while, because just now he had inquired about the market around him. Master, how much does it cost to go to Wudong Mountain? A cab master who was slowly traveling over slowly rolled down his window, and immediately afterward looked at Su Fan with a smiling face. It's about 700 bucks, but seeing as you two are supposed to be traveling, right? Then I won't play the meter. I'll just charge you 650. The driver was overjoyed when he heard that Su Fan was going to Wudong Mountain. I'm sure we'll have to rip off an out-of-towner like that. Opportunities for long distances like this are few and far between. Listening to the other party's reply, Su Fan's eyelids fluttered wildly all of a sudden. Right at that moment, the mobile browser interface solidly surfaced in front of it, only to see the price of $450 clearly written on it, and this sinister man actually wanted to rip them off, when it was really disgusting to the extreme. Watching Su Fan fall into hesitation for a split second, the driver's eyes turned a few times immediately afterward, secretly thinking in his heart, could it be that the price was shouted high? Scared this kid off? It shouldn't be. Listening to the other party's accent, he was pretty sure that Su Fan was from a coastal city. Even at this price they wouldn't even bat an eyelid, right? If you guys are sincere about wanting to go, what do you say I make it 50 bucks cheaper? The driver intended to continue to snub Su Fan, but at this time Su Fan was not doing it. Uncle, don't look at me as an outsider. My heart is still very clear. Going to Wudong Mountain is only $450. He didn't bother to give the other guy a break and just flipped the table over with one hand. Listening to the other party's words, the driver's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't jump. For him, price cutting like this is a normal thing, and it's not a crime to get angry, isn't it? Besides, it's all about making a living. Just be patient. Older brother or not, I intentionally raised the price. Really recently the price of gas has increased. Besides, is not there a toll? The cost of gas? Doesn't it burn gas? When Su Fan heard this, his eyes immediately looked strange. This guy is still really a heart that doesn't match his mouth and is full of nonsense. No, I was wrong. It's gas. Feeling Su Fan's scrutinizing gaze, the driver could only smile back with an embarrassed look on his face. Seeing how thick-skinned the other party was, Su Fan instantly compromised. $500. Tops. Any more and I'll get a new car. Okay, it's decided. When the driver heard this, he was immediately delighted, and a look of joy instantly filled his face. Su Fan was also forced to do so. It was really that he hadn't been here himself and was unfamiliar with the place, so since there was such a person who led the way, he could probably be a tour guide for free as well. Besides, $50 wasn't a lot. He could live with that. After all, flying is still tiring. Plus I didn't wake up this morning. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye another few hours passed. Su Fan was not in the mood to look at the scenery outside and directly fell asleep. But as he fell asleep, he always felt less comfortable, then thought for a moment, glanced at the driver's speedometer, and that's when he reacted. Turns out it was driving too fast for him to feel safe at all. And at this moment, since he recalled the driver who had traveled to the airport in Zhanghai City, although the other side of the road behind the journey is really wild, but the first part of the road is also really very comfortable. Since he couldn't sleep, Su Fan simply stopped forcing himself to sleep, and immediately afterward, he raised his head and squinted towards the driver. Master, can you introduce me to the scenery of Wudong Mountain? Since you've also guessed that we're traveling, how about giving some advice? The driver was driving the car with full concentration at this moment. When he was suddenly asked this question by Su Fan, his whole body became bad. How could he possibly know the scenery of Wudong Mountain? It's not like he's ever been there himself, even though he's a local. But locals don't usually go to local scenic spots. Isn't that a spot on ordnance? After about a few seconds of silence passed, the driver slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. I'm not really sure. He broke into a sweat, revealing a wave of embarrassment within him. Su Fan? What? As a local you wouldn't know that? Hearing Su Fan's voice about to explode in anger, the driver instantly hardened up, only to see him say in a serious manner, do you have to have been there if you're a local? And how many times have you been to your local scenery? Listening to the other party's anticlimax, Su Fan was dumbfounded all of a sudden, as if what the other party said did make sense. Su Fan scratched his head in embarrassment, his face slightly flushed. Chapter 162, Being Set Up. Indeed it was just as the other man had said, his own local scenic spot, which he had never actually visited once, let alone had an opinion on, and some of what he knew was basically hearsay, without the slightest experience of his own to speak of. But then he thought and suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. Wasn't the other guy a cab driver? Shouldn't he know his way around? This is the only way to better compete with other masters. Doesn't the other side understand this? Thus, Su Fan continued to ask, Master, aren't you a sports car driver? How can you not understand these customs? Otherwise how can you compete with others? It was fine if Su Fan didn't mention it, but as soon as he did, the other party burst into flames. I haven't been driving for long. I used to run big trucks. I've been giving my brother a hand lately, just making some extra money. Su Fan, good guy. He circled around and inquired for half a day, but it turned out to be a half-assed ah. In a flash, Su Fan's entire body was bad. Right at this moment, Tang Yanling's eyebrows frowned slightly as she spoke to Su Fan. Could this person be swindling us? In that case it would be good to teach him a lesson. Seeing that Tang Yanling was about to make a move, Su Fan immediately turned a frightened face. Big sister, steady on. Things aren't as embarrassing as you think. There's still room for maneuver. Besides, even if the other party doesn't know the local conditions, they'll still get us to our destination. Su Fan felt Tang Yanling's anger and directly sweated to dissuade him. He was still genuinely afraid that Tang Yanling would make a move and directly take the other party's little life. Thinking of this, he then slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and thought secretly in his heart. Master you say you do not have the ability to have to do this thing. Fortunately I was there, or else today will certainly lose his life. Things were fruitless, so a few people didn't speak again, and the atmosphere seemed a bit silent. Immediately afterward, Su Fan opened his cell phone electronic map to check it out and found that the distance was not far, so he waited patiently for his destination to arrive. After 3 hours had passed, the vehicle finally slowly traveled to the foot of Wudong Mountain. After feeling the cab stop, Su Fan directly opened the door and rushed outward. A nauseous feeling came up inside his throat tube, but he gave in and forced himself to endure it. After all, It would be a real shame to keep doing this. Before it was because it was fast, and this time we added a long way to go. Thinking so, Su Fan then slowly turned his head to look at the figure of the cab. He made up his mind that if there was a next time, he would definitely take Tang Yanling's flying sword. After all, not only was it faster, the air was also particularly fresh. Of course the freshness here must refer to Tang Yanling's body fragrance. Handsome man, may I ask you to pay so? Seeing that the other party had just reached their destination, they charged straight down. The driver's heart began to drum. This kid is not planning to run away, right? Is it possible that today is a waste of time? Thinking of this, he quietly glanced at the rearview mirror, to find that Tang Yanling is still resting her eyes closed. His original anxious heart only slightly relaxed. Since the other guy's girlfriend is still here, there's absolutely no way he's going to run away from the bill. After all, the girl was so good looking, even the actresses on TV couldn't even compare. TSK, Tisket's worthy of being a rich kid from a big city, and his girlfriend is just superb. Thinking of this, he once again took a god-awful close look at Tang Yanling, and it was this glance that caused a sudden explosion like a thunderbolt in his mind. Rumble. Ah! Sensing the other party's unsuspecting gaze, Tang Yanling opened her eyes in a flash, and a golden light shot down her eyes into the driver's brow. The usual ordinary gazes and aggressive gazes Tang Yanling could perceive very clearly, and once it was discovered that anyone dared to spy on her, then it definitely wouldn't end well. Su Fan, who was originally opening his wallet and counting the bills, heard about the situation over here and immediately ran over with an anxious face. He then saw that the driver was currently holding his head and shaking it vigorously, while that woman Tang Yanling had a furious look on her face. What did you do? He cautiously inquired, his eyes filled with vigilance, and then looked around, and after realizing that no one had noticed, Su Fan once again turned his gaze towards Tang Yanling. If he dares to spy on this seat, he really doesn't want to live. Tang Yanling replied while angrily giving a blank look towards Su Fan. Su Fan? He had just removed his line of sight for a few moments and then something like this happened? Thinking of this, his heart immediately became more anxious about Tang Yanling. If the other side had stayed away, I'm afraid there would have been many more times of trouble like this. And once something is found out, it can really go very wrong. But things have come to this, there is nothing he can do. Now it is better to deal with the matter at hand. Immediately afterward, Su Fan opened his mouth to Tang Yanling with an apologetic expression. Just forgive each other as adults. Besides, there are still unknown secrets waiting for us to find here. There's no need to waste time here. The cabbie was beating his head frantically at the moment, a decidedly tearing sensation coursing through his entire body. It is an extreme form of torture that makes life worse than death. Feeling the other party's pain, Su Fan also knew that the driver mostly couldn't hear what they were saying, so his voice was significantly louder than just now. If you tell him to behave himself. As Tang Yanling listened to Su Fan's persuasion, a light slowly flashed through her eyes, followed by the driver's agonizing hissing sound stopping there. With those words, she turned back to the car and opened the door pensively. This magic weapon. She did not want to sit for a moment longer. The gaze of filth all over her body really made her uncomfortable. If this place is a demon race, I am afraid that this person will be strung up by its 9 clans. The sudden disappearance of the pain caused the driver to gasp for air, his eyes revealing a look of horror. The pain just now was as if his soul was being torn apart, and he hated to die. What just happened to me? The driver spoke slowly to Su Fan in a slightly dubious voice, without a hint of color in his eyes. I don't know. Odds are it's an attack? Feeling the other party's pupils plummet, Su Fan proceeded to make up for it. Master, could it be that you have some sudden illness? This can't be good. Since it's so serious, you should be recuperating at home. How can you come out to run a business? If the people at home found out, how worried they'd have to be. Don't you think so? Looking at Su Fan's face full of concern, the driver's scalp suddenly went numb. What the other side said was most likely true. Otherwise why would it suddenly be so? But even so, it still left it with some doubts inside its head. Chapter 163, Entering the Mountain. Immediately afterward, the driver held his head in careful thought for a moment. But there was nothing wrong with me. His tone revealed a sense of lack of confidence, as well as a sense of fear for the pain he had just experienced. Master, I suggest that you should hurry back and get a proper checkup. Although it's important to earn money to support the family, can it be as important as our lives? Su Fan immediately followed up with another snide remark, but his expression was quite serious, causing the other party to instantly fall into deep thought as well. Without waiting for the other party to continue speaking, Su Fan handed over a few red bills. Master, here's the fare. Take it, haha, don't let the wind blow it away. Su Fan's words actually have a deep meaning. Only the driver does not know just. He also seriously thought that the other party is kindly afraid of money being blown away. Aha! Okay. After the driver collected the fare, he then said to Su Fan, "Little brother, I think you have a very good point. We will immediately rush back to see the doctor." With those words, he smiled faintly towards Su Fan again, then turned around and headed back in a single ride. Only when the vehicle disappeared into thin air did Su Fan see Tang Yanling's figure. "Well, it's okay, I helped you out. Don't be upset." Su Fan laughed while walking towards the other party. When Tang Yanling heard this, she immediately frowned slightly. Su Fan didn't seem to have done anything, so why would she say that she was taking it out on herself? Why is that? Hey, that's not your concern. Just know this. Su Fan didn't explain more. It was really too much trouble to explain. After all, the healthcare system in this world was not something he could talk about in a sentence or two. Nowadays, go to see a doctor. Do not spend 1,000 ocean. Really is not out of the way. And I'm afraid the fare just now can only be taken as the other person's visit to a specialist. The two didn't continue to talk more on this topic. For them, it was still the matter at hand that was most important. Immediately afterward, Su Fan led Tang Yanling slowly to the foot of the mountain, looking at the mountain filled with a mysterious aura. And all of a sudden, his heart was filled with a magnificent mood. Let's go up first and see what attracted you here." Su Fan slowly waved his hand at Tang Yanling, who had been lost in thought for a while, and told him to follow his footsteps. There were a lot of tourists along the way, basically spread out all over the road. As the two walked, they began to take in their surroundings. Another 10 minutes passed, and an old man who looked to be in his late 60s suddenly made Tang Yanling's beautiful eyes glaze over. The mysterious aura on the other party's body made him wonder. This old man was not simple. "What's wrong?" Su Fan sensed the other party's emotions, and immediately afterward, he spoke out and inquired. But Tang Yanling didn't open her mouth. Instead, she continued to stare at the old man not far away with a wary look on her face. Following the other party's gaze, Su Fan also slowly looked over, and when he realized that the old man's figure had passed, deep down he didn't know how, but he always felt that something was wrong, and it so happened that just at that moment, the old man also noticed Su Fan and the two of them. Without waiting for Su Fan to react, he only saw the old man faintly smile towards Su Fan. "Little friend, meeting each other is fate. Why don't you step forward and talk to each other?" When Su Fan heard this, his pupils suddenly shrunk. As expected, it was just as he thought. The other party was definitely hiding a big secret, or else they wouldn't have caused Tang Yanling to be so vigilant. Immediately afterward, he drew a look towards Tang Yanling, then walked straight towards the old man. "I wonder what master yells me to come for. Is there anything I can do to help?" The old man smiled slightly, then he slowly shook his head. "I just feel that I have some eye contact with little friend, so I want to talk about it with you." What do you mean by that?" In the face of the other party's words, Su Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart was instantly on guard as well. Is this old man a liar? But he doesn't seem to be. Sensing Su Fan's less than believing gaze, the old man immediately continued. "I know that the two of you are not ordinary people, and the purpose of coming here is by no means comparable to these people in front of me." As he spoke, he gestured toward the surrounding crowd. When Su Fan and his duo heard this, their hearts twitched violently, but immediately afterward, they immediately calmed down. Su Fan thought so inwardly. As long as there is this woman, Tang Yanling, no matter what happens, nothing will go wrong. No need to worry then. Immediately afterward, he glanced cautiously towards Tang Yanling's side, and as Tang Yanling felt the other party's gaze, deep inside she then slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Immediately afterward, he secretly thought, although this old man looks very ordinary and does not reveal a single cultivation fluctuation all over his body, he still cannot be underestimated. After all, the other party's eyes are very scary, but Su Fan is here, so there's no need to worry. The two of them were each thinking of little secrets, but neither of them said anything. These are not important, and you don't have to tell me. Little friend. In that case, what does your old man intend to talk to me about? Don't want to talk about anything, just simply talk. The disembodied voice came again, but this time, it annoyed Su Fan. What's the matter with you, old man? Can't you finish your sentence? What's the point of being so secretive? Do you really think he's got a good temper? He's got nothing better to do? Little friend, don't be angry. Be still. Listening to the other party's words, Su Fan really quieted down in an instant, and his original irritation dissipated. In an instant, his pupils contracted slightly, and even the way he looked at the other party was not quite the same. Immediately afterward, only to see the old man continue to speak. Don't you want to ask me what I'm doing, little friend? Su Fan sniffed and subconsciously opened his mouth to inquire. What are you doing? Elder, I am here to practice and realize the unusual nature of this place. Su Fan's eyelids fluttered slightly, so he asked, unusual? What does that mean? This is Wudong Mountain. There are many mysterious powers. I used to cultivate here for many years, and deeply comprehended the existence of these powers. These sights you see are just the tip of the iceberg. The depths are even more mysterious. When Su Fan heard this, a wild beat rose up within him. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to Tang Yanling's, but saw that the other party's eyes were also very surprised, and carried some inquisitiveness. However, he was not able to compromise on this, and immediately afterward, Su Fan slowly smiled towards the old man. It is indeed interesting what you say. We just don't hear much of it. What kind of cultivation is it? Seeing that the other party didn't continue to open his mouth, Su Fan continued to ride the wave of victory, trying to look for clues. This sounds mysterious. I have yet to experience these powers. I wonder if your old man could enlighten me. He didn't care about it. A good dose of bull ****** first. After all, it wasn't clear whether the other party was a liar or not. Moreover, now they do not understand the situation. Listening to the other party said with great interest, the person also seems to be delirious. Look, maybe there is really Tang Yanling want to look for things. Chapter 164. Looking at Su Fan's face of curiosity, the old man was instantly delighted, followed by a slow smile. It's true that we are destined to be together. In that case it wouldn't be a bad idea for the old man to tell you. If you want to explore these powers, you can go to the cave halfway up the mountain and take a look. A cave? It's dangerous there, isn't it? Su Fan pretended to be flustered and acted surprised as a way to confuse the other party. That's for sure, but if you have the courage and the drive, you might be able to realize something you can't imagine. Okay, I'll check it out when I get a chance. After the words were spoken, Su Fan tugged with the other party for a while before the old man let them go. Only just after they had taken a few steps over, they turned around and looked back again, only to find a very similar scene instantly floating in front of their eyes, only to see that there is a man and a woman. Two young people respectfully say something to the old man, although Su Fan cannot hear, but still able to view from the other side of the mouth corner of the traces. Elder, I am here to practice and realize the unusual nature of this place. Su Fan. Through the other man's wriggling lips, Su Fan was pretty sure that the old man was saying these words, and the thought of it didn't feel quite right. What is this old man selling? Although the words are all the same, but there is no cheating money or something. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, but he just wasn't sure what the other person meant by his words. But the good thing is that Tang Yanling, this woman, is by her side, and she is not afraid of being pitched against. Is not it? Come on, let's just go to the place, this old guy said. With a wave of his hand, Su Fan took a step forward, while Tang Yanling followed closely. Only as she followed, she once again turned around and glanced back at the old man's figure. Just as her eyes were fixed on the pair, she saw the old man slowly turn his head as well, showing her a picture of a gentle smile. With four eyes together, Tang Yanling felt even more that this old man was not simple. Immediately afterward, she temporarily put this thought behind her for the time being. It was better to follow Su Fan. After about an hour or so, Su Fan and his group of two finally arrived at a cave. This cave entrance is unusually wide, surrounded by green trees. If it were not for Su Fan's good eyes, he might not have been able to find this place. Immediately afterward, looking at the cave entrance close at hand, the two men slowly leaned over. Just as they were approaching the entrance of the cave, a strong medicinal scent wafted past between their noses. By the looks of it, this place is really something else. As Su Fan spoke, he compared a look at Tang Yanling. Immediately afterward, he was seen continuing, "Is there anything here that you want?" Tang Yanling sniffed and frowned, not immediately speaking. Seeing this, Su Fan was about to continue asking, but then he thought of something, so then his words changed. Right, so what exactly is the thing you're so eager to get out this time? Is it really just to find a way back? With those words, his eyes narrowed slightly as he directly scrutinized the other party. Phew, so what did you think? Has this seat not made itself clear to you? Well, feeling the woman's aggressive gaze, Su Fan quieted down in a flash. Immediately afterward, his eyes rolled for a moment and he raised his head in a serious manner to stare straight into Tang Yanling's eyes. In that case, as an apology, I've decided to send you a creation. Creation? When Tang Yanling heard this, she immediately revealed a wry expression. What is their own cultivation? How many years of cultivation has not been refined half? And now the other party actually said that they want to send their own a creation. Fine. She'd like to see what kind of goodies Su Fan could come up with. I won't tell you yet. Just follow me well in recent days. Trust me. You'll definitely get something unexpected. Su Fan bought up a gag and spoke eloquently to Tang Yanling. Seeing that the other party was not saying anything, she was about to continue asking questions, wanting to know the reason. However, Su Fan shook his head once again. It wouldn't be good to tell you now, and then it certainly won't have the effect you want. so it's better not to say anything yet. Alright, since the other party had already said so, Tang Yenling would no longer insist. But that being said, there was still some excitement within her. After all, Su Fan's previous life had a similar cultivation level to his own. So no matter what, his vision wouldn't be very low, right? Once it was really possible to refine its cultivation, then it would definitely be a heavenly good for her. And Su Fan had already begun to outline a travel path in his mind. With so many historical monuments hidden above this azure planet, whether it is Taoism or Buddhism, the number of nebulous legends are countless. He will not be able to let Tang Yenling, a woman in death understanding. The other side cannot enhance the cultivation of the. After all, from the Taoist legend, in ancient times, there are people who cultivate the real. Only nowadays in the ordinary people's line of sight has disappeared. Like what Tao Te Ching within the books. He must find a time to take to Tang Yenling look on a look. When the time must hit her a surprise. Having her look at herself with eyes filled with little stars. The thought of that brought a slightly lewd smile to Su Fan's face. Why are you laughing? Looking at the other party's unsuspecting smile, Tang Yenling followed up with an exit inquiry, her heart bursting with caution. Did this guy deceive himself just now? But it shouldn't be. Now they're partners, so it doesn't make sense. Immediately afterward, she thought of something. Since Su Fan said that he would send her a creation, then what benefits should she give to the other party? Thinking about it, Tang Yenling realized that she didn't have anything to hold. After all, ordinary heavenly treasures Su Fan would certainly not look on, and even if he did, his own cultivation had not yet fully recovered, and he could only rely on the only remaining treasures to renew his life. Never mind, let's not think about it. We'll see when the time comes. The celestial battle within Tang Yenling's mind only lasted for a moment, and immediately afterwards she didn't have much to think about. Come on, let's go in and see what's so amazing inside. Su Fan waved his big hand and raised an eyebrow towards Tang Yenling, and it also happened to be at this moment. The surrounding tourists somehow, actually one after another, have disappeared. It's not clear if they've disappeared into thin air or if they've already gone down the mountain and gone away. Just a few minutes after the two of them had just traveled forward slowly, they suddenly heard a burst of strange sounds, causing Su Fan to feel terrified and abnormal. Anyone? Why is it so eerie in here? An icy wind blew by, and Su Fan felt a chill on his back. As he spoke, he slightly shrunk his neck, but immediately afterward, the thought of Tang Yenling by his side instantly settled his inner world. He then carefully turned his head, wanting to see if Tang Yenling had followed, and it was at this moment that the other party's figure actually suddenly disappeared. Chapter 165. Big sister, where have you been? He pretended to be calm and shouted towards the back, but there was no figure present. The other party disappeared as if out of thin air, without the slightest trace. Right at this moment, Su Fan felt a numbness in his back, which was even colder than just now. Seeing Tang Yenling disappear, he thought the other party was joking with him, so then he shouted a few times again, but Tang Yenling still didn't reply half a sentence. Tang, fellow Taoist Tang? Tang Yenling, where have you been? Gradually, he sensed that what was behind him seemed to be getting closer and closer to him, and his body had been warned in advance. Immediately afterward he sensed something bad. Ah, what is that thing? Why do I feel something chasing me? Since Tang Yenling wasn't around, Su Fan was suddenly frightened. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Even if he knew a little fireball magic, if he encountered any unknown creatures, I'm afraid he would still lose his life. With that thought in mind, he jerked his head back and tried to probe, but when looking back over it was realized that nothing existed behind them. Due to Su Fan's tense nerves, even when his surroundings had begun to change, he actually didn't notice the slightest bit. Too late to think about it, he sped up in vain, trying to get rid of what was behind him. Right now, it was still most important to save his life first, and the woman from Tang Yenling actually just disappeared into thin air. Su Fan began to complain about Tang Yenling while he was empathizing with the panic behind him. Afterward, his footsteps were a few moments faster, and fine beads of sweat began to densely cover his forehead, one by one extraordinarily crystalline. However, as he walked, Su Fan found something wrong again. There was not just one road inside this cave. Instead, the crisscrossing passages around it were very dense, as if he had been distracted just now. Coupled with wanting to get rid of what was behind him, Su Fan haphazardly chose a few passages to traverse through, and as he now calmed down, he realized the very serious problem that he found himself lost in the labyrinth of the cave. What's going on here? How did I get lost? What the hell is this place? Su Fan began to murmur to himself in a low voice. The beads of sweat on his forehead were larger than soybeans at this point, and anxiety suddenly filled his face. Just as he was enduring an internal ordeal, suddenly, he saw a silhouette. This person was wearing a white Taoist robe and looked very mysterious. This, coupled with the unusually dim light within the cavern, caused Su Fan to not be able to clearly see why the other party's face actually looked like that. According to the settings inside the game world of the Immortal Punisher, once this kind of thing was encountered, then it would definitely not be simple. After having this experience, Su Fan suddenly sank his heart slightly. Immediately after that, he was seen slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, straightening his head up to gaze at the mysterious man not far away. If the other party didn't speak first, Su Fan didn't intend to expose his timidity for the time being. Although he had most likely been exposed, it didn't matter. As long as he was thick-skinned enough, he would definitely be able to trick himself. The air just went quiet and neither made a sound for a long time. And as Su Fan watched the other party not move, he didn't move a single point either. After all, this time then the momentum, to see which side first defeated, then will reveal the openings. Once launched an attack, just like that, time passed by minute, and Su Fan's whole body was self-conscious of being unusually sore. After all, not moving his body for a long time, so that he is not too much to eat, coupled with the slightly scary environment around him. If it is not his state of mind is different from the norm, I'm afraid that he has already been scared out of his wits. Originally, Su Fan wanted to continue to endure for a little while, but it was too painful, and he had already reached his limit. Feeling unable to move his body, he subconsciously opened his mouth slightly towards the mysterious figure not far away, an embarrassed smile spreading across his face. Can you help me? I can't seem to move this foot." When the mysterious man sniffed, a bizarre expression suddenly appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw that the other party was like this, he then spoke helplessly. "Did you come here because you want to explore the secrets of Wudong Mountain? How come? I'm just a tourist. I'm just traveling here. What's secret or not? I'm not interested." Facing the inquiry, Su Fan faintly added another sentence. "I was lost and didn't know how to get out. There's no need to beat around the bush with me. But anyone who can set foot here is definitely running for the secrets of Wudong Mountain. So there's no need to gab with the poor Taoist," the mysterious man said as he began to slowly move his feet towards Su Fan. So, seeing that the other party was really planning to come over, Su Fan's heart instantly rose up inside his throat. You stand still. What the hell do you want?" Su Fan forced back his fear and opened his mouth to roar at the mysterious man. The mysterious man didn't care about him, and continued to inch closer to the figure without slowing down. And when the other party was about to come within 5 meters of Su Fan, he finally saw the other party's appearance clearly. Just see his immortal style, white beard fluttering. Although his face is old, but his body reveals an endless essence. Not bad. The other person's costume was exactly that of a Taoist priest. When he finally got a good look at the other party's entire appearance, Su Fan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air in a flash. A large part of the fear within his heart also disappeared. As long as he could see the other party's figure, then he wouldn't feel that there was still much to be afraid of. Because Su Fan had developed a habit since he was a child, and this truth had stayed with him until now. That is, only unknown enemies are feared, and once the other person is exposed to your field of vision, then there is nothing to fear. Even if you can't solve the problem, you can at least watch the other person finish you off. And it was with such a point of view that Su Fan was able to kill inside the game world of God Punisher. Keeping himself in a conscious environment at all times was how his cultivation grew so rapidly. Slowly, just as Su Fan slightly lowered his heart, the Taoist priest smoothly stopped at a position 5 meters closer to Su Fan. Feeling the dusty aura coming from the other party's body, he instantly narrowed his eyes slightly, wanting to probe clearly. Immediately afterward, he began sizing up the other man, though his body remained in a tense state. Feeling a slight sense of oppression, he didn't dare to make any other superfluous movements, so Su Fan still rolled his eyes. As his eyes looked at the ground, Su Fan's heart thumped. The old Taoist priest was actually floating in the air, his feet not touching the ground and his body not carrying dust. And just now when the other party came over, Su Fan actually downright ignored this feature of the other party. Immediately afterward, it was as if he had thought of something. Chapter 166, Double Dreams. Since the other party was so deus ex machina, coupled with his legs dangling in the air, Su Fan instantly thought of the little story inside the building in the first place. And this old Taoist priest in front of you is likely to be similar to the other side. They are all ghosts? If it was a female ghost he could still handle it. After all, his own masculine power was very powerful. But now it's actually an old Taoist priest who will not be able to straighten him out at once. And the other party's face is pale. A look is not too good to mess with the appearance. A moment to let his scalp a strong numb up. Immediately afterward, Su Fan revealed a wary expression, full of wariness towards the old Taoist priest. But thinking about it, he found that not quite right. After all, the other side has not done anything to want to hurt him, only even if suddenly appeared in front of it. Thinking of this, Su Fan felt a sigh of relief within his heart. As long as the other party didn't mean any harm, then he had nothing to worry about. Feeling that the other party really seemed to have no malicious intent, Su Fan suddenly got his bottom up. He plotted a scheme, and since it was unclear what the other party actually wanted to do nowadays, it would be better to simply take the scheme for what it was worth. Do what you say you're going to do, and don't drag your feet at all. Su Fan squinted his eyes slightly, changing his nervousness from earlier and looking very relaxed. But without waiting for him to speak, he heard the other man's voice again. You need to comprehend the power of the Wudong Mountain in order to master its secrets. How do you comprehend? Close your eyes and savor its presence. Close your eyes? How can you close your eyes? Now he was merely using a trick to get what he wanted. As for what the other party was trying to do, he didn't have the slightest clue. Moreover, Tang Yanling, the big bodyguard, wasn't around, making Su Fan feel very insecure. Just as Su Fan was about to refuse, the Taoist priest's eyes suddenly glazed over, and a powerful sense of oppression spread throughout his entire body, feeling the other party's appearance as if he was about to get annoyed. At that moment, he gulped slightly. All right, a man should learn to hold back. When he said he would do it, he didn't dare to make a sound of resistance and simply closed his eyes. And just as he slowly closed his eyes, the voice of the Taoist priest came again. Empty your mind and experience it carefully, and you will surely have an unexpected realization. The voice was disembodied, as if it came from a distant place and felt like it was right in front of his ears. Without waiting for him to think more, Su Fan actually subconsciously relaxed his head, and then actually followed the other party's guidance step by step as he slowly traveled towards the front, feeling the atmosphere around him getting weirder and weirder, as if a mysterious force was luring, tantalizing him to move forward. It made him feel a little uneasy inside, but it was hard to suppress his inner curiosity. Why is this place so weird? And what are these powers the old Taoist priest was talking about? Could it be related to what that woman Tang Yanling wants? When Su Fan thought of this, he secretly cursed angrily in his heart. Tang Yanling, this woman is really hateful. But why did the other man leave him and run away alone? Since this thing was not far around, the other person should have been with him. Suddenly, he heard a guttural, low chanting sound that seemed to be coming from a distance. What's that sound? With confusion, he followed the voice slowly forward. While walking for a while, he saw a figure. It was an aged Taoist priest, wearing a white Taoist robe, looking very mysterious. Seeing this, he subconsciously inquired, "Greetings, Master, what are you doing here?" The dowser looked up at him with a smirk, followed by a slight opening and closing of his lips. The poor Taoist cultivates here. Sensing the aura and mysterious power of Wudong Mountain, Su Fan's heart thumped when he heard this. Why did he feel that this scene was so familiar? But he couldn't remember how. And why was he here? He was obviously working at the company just now. Could it be that in such a blink of an eye, he had run inside a mysterious cave? His brain kept running, trying to find out the reason for this, but no matter how much he pondered, his mind was simply out of control. Immediately afterward, he actually subconsciously forgot who he really was, where he had come from, and where he would go. Su Fan seemed to have changed into a different person, a strange light revealing itself in his eyes. Listening to the Taoist priest's reply, he then arched his hand. I want to feel these powers too. Can you teach me? The Taoist priest looked at Su Fan in such a manner, and more secrecy surfaced on his face. It's good that you have this courage. However, before you can comprehend these powers, you need to overcome your inner fears and difficulties. Inner fears and difficulties? I don't quite understand. Su Fan listened to the other party's suggestion and murmured in a low voice from repeating it, his eyes revealing a look of incomprehension. The mysterious power of Wudong Mountain is something that needs to be comprehended through inner exploration and challenge, and you will need to undergo a number of tests to master its secrets. Su Fan sniffed, his head tilted a bit, as if he had heard and understood, but also as if he hadn't. However, he subconsciously replied respectfully, "Okay, I'll try to get over it." Sensing that the other party looked like a child, the Taoist priest immediately revealed a joyful smile. Before he could say anything, he only saw Su Fan continue immediately afterward. "Grandmaster, may I ask, where should I start?" "Go ahead and check out the cave over there, but it's very dangerous and you need to be careful. And no matter what happens, be sure to guard the hope that's deep within you," the Taoist priest said as he pointed towards the right side of the fork. "Thank you, Master." He respectfully bowed towards the other party, and immediately afterward he straightened up and rushed forward, following the Taoist priest's guidance. He came to the entrance of the cave. The depths of the cave were incredibly dark, and Su Fan felt a mysterious force creeping towards him. What to do? What the hell am I supposed to do? Nowadays, he had long forgotten Tang Yanling and the little bits and pieces of following Tang Yanling together, although there were some doubts deep inside, but he couldn't remember anything at all. After shaking his head off, He couldn't think too hard and continued to walk forward quickly, trying to escape this haunted place. Immediately afterward, due to poor vision, a stumble he accidentally fell to the ground. Just as he was plunged into great fear deep inside, suddenly, he heard a low chanting voice, the sound echoing in his ears. Brave child, don't be afraid, trust your heart, you can overcome all these difficulties. Su Fan listened to the voice, and for some reason his heart instantly felt very peaceful, so then he slowly closed his eyes, his mouth silently reciting the words of the Taoist priest. In such a dark, unfamiliar environment, he felt his inner depths begin to become calm, and also felt a mysterious power slowly converging on him. Chapter 167, Awakening. Wake up! Just as Su Fan's mind was about to fall into a deep sleep, a loud voice was instantly transmitted into his mind. Feeling the stinging pain in his eardrums and his already muddled brain, Su Fan slightly trembled his eyelids. He tried to open it, but he couldn't. Immediately afterward, a cool breath slowly flowed in between his nostrils. In a flash his eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. Cough cough, where am I? What is this place? As soon as he opened his eyes, he coughed loudly, even his face was reddened. Immediately afterward, he made inquiring noises, trying to discover exactly where he was. Before he could focus his vision, a soft female voice came slowly. You just suddenly stood still and stared for some reason, and I couldn't wake you up for the life of me. Su Fan sniffed and immediately turned his head back. After seeing Tang Yanling standing next to him, his heart suddenly released a large breath of air. Luckily it's so nice that this woman is finally on his side again. Tang Yanling naturally didn't know what the other party was thinking, or else she would definitely be blushing again with a flushed red. It was too late to think about it. Su Fan's eyes showed gleams of panic. The scene just now was just too bizarre, and up until now he hadn't thought clearly about what exactly had happened. What happened to you just now? Walking and suddenly standing still. Then one after another started giggling so hard that I couldn't wake you up no matter how hard I screamed. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling slightly furrowed brow, and all of a sudden, his heart became even more alarmed. Just now, he didn't know where he had gone, but he had actually fallen into 2 layers of dreams, and the dreams were still so real. Feeling the other party's questioning eyes, Su Fan slowly sighed, before explaining what had just happened to Tang Yanling in a long-winded manner. About a few minutes passed. Tang Yanling listened to Su Fan's words, and then she also fell into the midst of her head thoughts. To be able to pull Su Fan into the dream realm without him realizing it, at least the other party's cultivation level was quite a bit higher than hers. However, she hadn't found any traces at all. After all, Su Fan had just seemed to have had an attack without any signs. The thought was followed by her horror. Could it be that the thing that attracted her was actually in someone else's hands? And the reason why she was allowed to feel it was to attract her to it, and subsequently to catch her in a jar? Once that thought came, it became more and more unmanageable. Immediately after that, an eerie atmosphere began to slowly permeate the surrounding air, and sensing that the other party was so silent, Su Fan carefully swallowed a mouthful of water. Fellow Daoist Tang, are we still going in? Although he was very fearful in his heart, he couldn't show his cowardice in front of Tang Yanling. After all, he was in the eyes of the other party, a great cultivator with a high state of mind. In the face of the inquiry, a hint of hesitation flashed in Tang Yanling's eyes. The reason she had come here was that she thought there was a way that would allow her to return to the world of the gods, and now it seemed that there was actually someone here who had set a trap waiting for the duo to jump in. A disheveled aura began to escape from her body, and the originally icy temperament of the demon Empress actually fell into a struggle of self-doubt at this moment. She very much wanted to seize this opportunity, but she was afraid to go deep into the tiger's den, and then people and money are empty, then all the chances are gone. She didn't look like this before. She was very spontaneous in whatever she did, walks with the wind and works with the force, and now she was actually beginning to wince in fear for her lowly life. Su Fan, who had originally intended to listen to the other party's reply, realized that there was suddenly no sound, so he lifted his glasses to take a closer look at Tang Yanling. It was the same glance that made his heart stutter. The aura emanating from this woman's body didn't seem quite the same, but what exactly was different? He couldn't tell at once, but it was surprisingly devoid of a ferocious energy compared to before. Su Fan stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad, but thinking about it, he realized that something was wrong, because the other party's appearance actually made him feel very heartbroken. He didn't want to see the other party compromising. Originally an ice-cold demon Empress, how could she fall just like that? I don't know if it was out of sympathy, or if he wanted Tang Yanling to continue bullying him. Anyway, Su Fan only had one thought nowadays, and that thought was growing as if it was like a weed growing wildly in the wind. Fellow Daoist Tang, you're possessed. Su Fan slowly stood up, his waist straight, and a pair of eyes gradually emerged with a deep gaze. At this moment, Su Fan seemed like a sage who had gone through many vicissitudes of life, and no matter whether it was his words or his temperament, it made Tang Yanling's pupils suddenly shrink. Su Fan's state at the moment caused her to once again recall the scene at the moment when the other party kissed her. At that time, the heavenly thunder rolled, the aura scurried, and everything around them was a foil for the two of them. And just after 3 days and 3 nights of the great battle had passed, Su Fan actually pounced on top of her sharp sword in one fell swoop, thus completely resolving his life. Then the other party, for reasons unknown, said some strange words and kissed her, causing Tang Yanling's heart to instantly flutter with demons. But even so, that moment of Su Fan was the most mysterious and unpredictable moment for Tang Yanling. Now, this look on the other party's face made her once again feel the emotions of the endless sea back then. Watching the other party fall into a state of awe, Su Fan spoke once again. Fellow Daoist Tang, you have to realize that you're a demon empress. Think about the person you once were. Rumble. Su Fan's words were like a thunderbolt that once again exploded in Tang Yanling's ears. Yes, she is the emperor of the 100 million demon race. How can she be so fearful? If this were to be rumored, wouldn't it be a disgrace in front of the human race? At the thought of this, Tang Yanling, who had originally fallen into a brief daze, calmed down in a flash. Su Fan was right. Even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire in front of her, she would definitely have to break through. For no other reason than the word responsibility on one shoulder. She had to go back. She had to, even if it meant her soul was scattered. It was at this moment that Tang Yanling's deep-seated resentment towards Su Fan truly dissipated. After all, she had come to this place because of the other party, and if it wasn't for the elimination of her heart's demons, she would never have risked her life. After her heart calmed down, Tang Yanling began to carefully reflect on her earlier fearful thoughts, and thinking about it, she felt more and more that something wasn't right. Who was she when she thought about it? How could she be tripped up by life and death? And just now, she actually began to fear death. It was just unbelievable to her, and she was inwardly caught up in self-doubt. Chapter 168, The Dragon Tiger Pool. After Su Fan finished speaking, his body revealed a dusty aura, appearing unusually mysterious. There was only so much he could do nowadays, and as for where exactly Tang Yanling's backroads were, he actually wasn't very clear. But he wasn't willing to watch the witch from the beginning fall, because it would be too cruel to the other side. When Su Fan had finished speaking, he didn't open his mouth again, his eyes just staring straight at the other party's cheeks, as if he was waiting for Tang Yanling's reply. On the contrary, Tang Yanling, when she heard Su Fan's voice, she didn't even say a word until now. Although she was indeed encouraged by the other party within, she was still a bit torn. The air just fell silent and seemed very still. Neither spoke again, wondering just where the end of time lay. Although Su Fan was very anxious in his heart, he knew that he had done what he could, and could only look at how the other party chose. Roughly half a morning passed, and Tang Yanling's gaze, which had originally been caught up in her head thoughts, suddenly surfaced with brilliant sunlight. Fellow Taoist Su, thank you. This was the first time Su Fan heard the word thank you from the other party's ears, so you can imagine how big the impact was for him. Immediately after that, his face turned red and he waved his hand in panic. No, you're welcome. Looking at Su Fan's sudden hand-waving appearance, Tang Yanling once again smiled faintly. You actually look pretty good in this form. With those words, she turned her head to glance to the side. What? Su Fan thought that his ears had misheard him, so he subconsciously continued to inquire. But Tang Yanling, who had turned her head to the side, didn't pay him the slightest bit of attention, and only muttered her mouth one way or the other. It was only that he couldn't see it from Su Fan's point of view, and if he could see it, he would definitely cry out in shock once again. The air was quiet again for a moment, and Tang Yanling slowly turned her head and looked at Su Fan in a serious manner. I've decided that it's better to go in and explore, and if there's nothing I'm looking for, we'll just change places again. At this moment, Tang Yanling's heart was filled with high fighting spirit. Then let's get going right away. Looking at the confident female devil, Su Fan was also very happy, and then immediately followed up with an exit promise. Without further ado, the two headed inside the deeper cavern. Time passed slowly, and it was mid-afternoon in the blink of an eye. Although the summer sun is harsh and unusual, but it does not seem hot. After all, here deep in the mountains, green trees, the air is very refreshing. The crowd of climbers were not heated, but their faces were still dripping with sweat as if their cheeks had been washed. But as exhausting as it was, for them being in the city all the time, days like this one weren't really that many. There is nothing comfortable about sitting on the controlled end of a 9-to-5 day, a social animals day, all day long, and now they have the time to climb the mountain, although a little tired, but the crowd is very excited. Suddenly, two silhouettes slowly walked out from within a certain cave. A look of loss leapt across his face. Clearly what he wanted to find was not found here. Not bad. The two figures were none other than the Su-fan duo. Don't be discouraged. Since there is the scent of that thing here, then the other party must be hiding not far away. As long as we hold on a little longer, we will definitely be able to find it. Su-fan could see Tang Yanling's slight loss, and then he exited to comfort her. Aha! I know. Tang Yanling's vermilion red lips opened slightly. Zhang. Her voice was thin and mosquito fly. She knew that she had been affected by the mundane after all. Since coming to this realm, her entire being had changed quite a bit, and emotions that once wouldn't fluctuate would now actually be uncontrollable. The originally ruthless demon Empress actually still cowered up. Such a change that she herself felt scared. But now that it had happened, there was nothing she could do to fix it. After all, she still had to struggle to survive in this place, didn't she? It's fine. Even if there really isn't what you want here by then, let's just take a break. Su-fan laughed and joked, followed by a big stride towards the front. Demon girl, why don't you hurry up and follow me? Go look further up. In the face of Su-fan's provocation, Tang Yanling actually didn't get angry. Instead, she followed closely behind the other party. The beautiful scenery around them was truly mesmerizing, and the two of them took pictures as they walked. When she saw for the first time that the cell phone could still leave the previous audio and video, Tang Yanling's eyes showed a curious look. However, with Su-fan's meal of explanation, the other party accepted it. The shadow retention technique was also considered a relatively difficult spell for cultivators, and without a certain level of cultivation, it was simply difficult to refine it. And in this realm where aura was depleted, someone had actually created a shadow retaining technique that could be used without the use of spiritual energy, or even without any cultivation, which really refreshed Tang Yanling's worldview once again. After realizing that this gadget was actually so much fun, she didn't let Su-fan take pictures of her along the way, and looking at the phone's dwindling power and memory, all of a sudden he realized that it was a bad decision. If he hadn't seen the other man in a low mood, he wouldn't have told him that such a fun guy existed. They passed through peaks and waterfalls and finally came to a secluded waterfall. The scenery is stunning, with crystal clear water gurgling and green plants and flowers giving off an enchanting aroma. Coupled with the surrounding peaks and clouds, it was truly refreshing. This is the Dragon Tiger Pool of Wudong Mountain, and it is said that the water quality is very magical and can cure all kinds of diseases. I just don't know if it's true or not exactly. Su-fan took a step forward and walked in front of Tang Yanling, then stretched out his fingers to gesture one by one. Just now, after taking pictures of the other party, he used the only remaining battery power to look up some information on the internet. Of course, the description of Wudong Mountain on the internet are almost all very different. The specific authenticity cannot be verified, but also can be used as a reference sample. When Tang Yanling heard this, she frowned. If what Su-fan said was true, then there should be aura. Yet she couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation of aura. Sensing the other party's puzzled expression, Su-fan smiled immediately afterward with a gentle expression. Don't be so quick to disbelieve. Why don't we give it a try? How do I try? Tang Yanling raised an eyebrow, signaling Su-fan to continue on. Sensing that the other party had come to be interested, he only saw Su-fan reveal a strange smile. Chapter 169, Ask the Right Person. Watching Tang Yanling reveal a puzzled expression, Su-fan smiled immediately afterward. You take off your shoes and put your feet in. When the other party sniffed, she frowned slightly. She thought there could be something special. So this was it? However, looking at Su-fan's pleading face, she then agreed. The two took off their shoes and socks and stepped into the cold water. Although the mountain spring water here didn't have any aura, it seemed very cold. Su-fan almost cried out in shock just as he landed his feet inside. But fortunately, he was able to hold it back. On the contrary, Tang Yanling, looking at this woman's face, also revealed a look of curiosity. His heart suddenly felt better. Since there wasn't anything she was looking for inside the cave just now, let's just relax for a while. After all, the two of them had at least lived together for so long, and Su-fan still felt for the other. Just as the two of them were in the hot sun, experiencing a cold foot bath, a young tourist approached them. The visitor was probably in his early 20s, with a head of long flowing hair, and according to Su-fan's guess, was most likely an art cub. Just as Su-fan turned his eyes away, intending to continue enjoying the coolness, he heard the other party slowly speak. Hello guys, my name is Wang Xian, from the imperial capital. Are you also here to visit Wudong Mountain? With those words, he gradually shifted his gaze to Tang Yanling's body, and with just such a glance, the other party's silhouette was etched dead center within his mind. Such a beautiful woman, he had really never seen before. Even if he came from a big family in the imperial capital, there was no woman who could compare with her. Not being able to think about it much, Wang Xian's pupils began to shrink slightly as a strong possessive desire slowly grew in his heart. That's right, We also came here specifically to experience the freshness of nature and the Taoist culture. Originally, Su Fan was not going to take care of the other party. After all, this man looked like a social cow, and with such an outgoing personality, Su Fan was most afraid, because these people are particularly slimy, and they yak all the time. Wang Xian sniffed and suddenly looked his head over to Su Fan's side once more, while the thoughts that had just drifted off into the distance were waved away. Immediately afterward, he began to admonish himself. It can't be like this. I want to be a person of high morals. I mustn't be as unscrupulous as the other sons of the compound. As he thought, he wiped his hand on the fine beads of sweat that escaped from his forehead. Because of the strict upbringing from childhood, Wang Xian has never been a woman of color, and it was this reason that made him unable to move his feet every time he saw a girl. But no matter how beautiful the other party was, he was able to press down his lustful fire in time. Sensing Su Fan's slight goodwill, Wang Xian laughed out loud immediately afterward. Coincidence? I'm also here to relax and enjoy the beauty of nature. With that said, he opened his mouth again to make a polite inquiry. Meeting each other is fate. How about we make friends? I've already introduced myself just now. I don't know what you two call yourself. Su Fan sighed secretly in his heart at once. It looked like this was really a cowlick. Still, he politely raised his sunny smile, giving it a completely infectious look. My name is Su Fan. This is my girlfriend. We're here in Jianghai City. So it's Brother Su. I've heard a lot about you. When Wang Xian heard this, he immediately displayed a sense of great honor, as if he had already heard of Su Fan's name. And Su Fan's gaze at the other party grew weirder and weirder. What was wrong with this person? Does he know how to use words? What do you mean you've heard a lot about him? They hadn't met at all. Okay? There was no crossover. Right after Wang Xian had revealed his words, he had already regretted it. Immediately after that, he revealed an awkward smile and waved his hand vigorously, wanting to say something, but he was even more embarrassed to open his mouth. Although he was well educated and a descendant of the imperial capital's great courtyard, but he was actually not good at socializing since he was a child. It was for this reason that the family told him to go outside more often, to see the local customs, as well as the human world. Therefore, that social cow look just now was obviously a pretense on his part, but his original inner world was 1,000 miles away from this. Feeling the other party's face twitch slightly, Su Fan sighed immediately afterward as well. It turned out to be a little yakuza. He really thought it was a social cow. Thinking of this, he decided to help the other party stabilize his mood, followed by Su Fan's exit inquiry. By the way, Brother Wang, do you know of anything else worth seeing here? Wang Xian, who originally didn't know how to open his mouth, was instantly energized when he heard Su Fan's inquiry, and his entire aura was different. He has no other advantages. Is this old melon is particularly good, no matter what, but if you have seen a glance can remember this roughly come. And of course, you're quite familiar with Wudong Mountain, hand in hand. Of course, the golden roof here is the highest point of Wudong Mountain, overlooking the entire Wudong Mountain. He had a confident look on his face, as if to say hurry up and compliment me so I can show you around. Looking at Wang Xian's smug expression, Su Fan became more and more convinced that the other party was still a problem child even if he was not a social cow. Looking at Su Fan as if he had great interest, Wang Xian was instantly beaming with joy. Brother Su, I also came out alone and don't have many friends around me. As long as you guys don't mind, I'm willing to lead the way throughout the entire journey and act as a tour guide for free. Su Fan didn't immediately chime in. Instead, he fell into deep thought. In fact, without Wang Xian's presence, he and Tang Yanling were also able to find out where the Golden Dome was, but this was also very time-consuming. Moreover, Tang Yanling wasn't in a very good state nowadays, and he didn't find it very convenient to have someone else stay by his side. Feeling Su Fan fall into thinking, Wang Xian immediately continued to speak. Brother Su, you cannot underestimate me. For the Wudong Mountain to say that I am familiar with, simply a handful. Really? Su Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, a look of disbelief on his face. Of course it's true. Can I tell a lie? Sensing that the other party was so godly, Su Fan suddenly wanted to test the other party, and immediately afterward, he heard him say, since you are so confident, how about I ask you a question? If you can answer it, I'll promise you, there's no harm in Brother Su speaking. I'm sure I'll know everything. When Wang Xian heard the other party's offer, he immediately revealed a picture of a bright smile. I want to ask you about someone. That old Taoist priest right at the foot of the mountain, do you know what's going on? When Wang Xian heard this, his brows frowned slightly before revealing a slightly odd gaze. Could it be that what Brother Su saw was an old Taoist priest with an immortal demeanor, with a long beard and a gleam of essence revealed in his eyes? That's him. Do you recognize him? Su Fan listened to the other party's description in the end, and all of a sudden, he knew that he had asked the right person. Chapter 170, The Foreigner. Wang Xiandi felt the gust of killing intent revealed by the other party's body, and this atmosphere of imminent death actually made him feel unusually hot. He was never good at interacting with people growing up and was always alone no matter what he did. It was only a matter of time before Judah's own family came into contact with certain mysteries. In the imperial capital's Wang family mansion, he was actually the youngest in line and the most gifted. Concerning the issue of inheritance, from a young age, the Wang family had devoted themselves to nurturing him so that he could utilize the afterglow of their lineage. Feeling Su Fan's expectant gaze, Wang Xian was caught in the middle of a heavenly battle, and he didn't know whether he could actually say it or not. However, since Su Fan and his duo had already seen each other's figures, then they must also be destined. If he hadn't said anything yet, it would have looked like he was being petty. Just as well, there's really nothing unspeakable about it. What exactly is it that makes it so difficult for Brother Wang? To ordinary people, this is indeed a secret, but if Brother Su is also a member of the Tao, then there's no problem. Looking at the other party selling his words, a hint of surprise flashed through Su Fan's eyes. Right at this moment, Tang Yanling slowly turned her head, her eyes slightly icy. Go on. Feeling the other party's commanding tone, Wang Xian wasn't angry and instead looked very happy. I wonder what my sister-in-law calls herself. With a respectful face, he bowed towards Tang Yanling with an attitude that looked very low. He was redeeming himself for his rambling earlier. After all, it was his own mind that had slipped in the first place, so he thought he deserved it. Tang Yanling's tone was filled with unkindness, as if she was forcibly holding back an impatient mind. Can we continue now? No sooner had the previous sentence dropped than she once again exited to question. Wang Xian nodded slightly and was about to continue speaking. As for Su Fan, who was listening to the conversation between the two, an odd look was revealed in his eyes all of a sudden. What's wrong with this Tang Yanling woman? Actually taking the initiative to talk to someone else? And by the looks of it, she seemed to be very attached to that old Taoist priest as well. It was also right. After all, the old Taoist priest did reveal a dusty aura all over his body, so he thought that he should not be an ordinary person. Sorry, Brother Su, Ms. Tang, I'll continue. Wang Xian once again bowed towards the two of them, indicating that he could continue. I wonder if you have ever heard of the existence of the Inhumans. Inhuman? Su Fan listened to the other party's words. His heart suddenly thumped. I do not know why. He always felt that the next thing he was going to hear was very important. Good. It's the Inhuman. Wang Xian slowly opened his mouth, and a lonely look was revealed in his eyes. And looking at this scene, Su Fan's face gave a strange start, because the current appearance of the other party was unusually similar to when he had snubbed Tang Yanling. When this feeling began to permeate Wang Xian's body, Tang Yanling's eyes also revealed a slightly unnoticeable strangeness. Immediately after that, she slowly turned her gaze to Su Fan's cheeks, and feeling the other party's gaze, Su Fan instantly felt nothing but embarrassment. Ahem, that. Brother Wang, you continue. In order to ease the embarrassment, Su Fan drew a gesture towards Wang Xian, signaling the other party to continue. The beginning of this story is very old, so old that it has not been recorded in the present history books of mankind. After all, it has been passed down for many years. However, in order for the two of you, Brother Su, to be able to better understand, I'll pick some highlights and tell you. With that said, Wang Xian turned around and looked at the sparkling pool of water with a despondent face. That said, in the flood era, the area was very vast, and the human race established a very powerful force, and as time passed, a great man began to emerge and killed his way through the flood continent. It was an era with cultivators, where races conquered each other and warred with each other constantly. Su Fan listened to the words of the other party, eyelids fluttering madly with vigor. This matter is simply too outrageous. How do I feel like deja vu? Tang Yanling, who was listening to all of this, was the exact opposite of him, gradually brightening up more and more in a pair of eyes. As the other party spoke about why the aura had dried up, at once Tang Yanling turned her head towards Su Fan's figure. It was only Su Fan who was standing frozen in place at the moment, a look of shock on his face. How did this happen? How did this happen? Su Fan issued a soulful questioning to himself, because the words the other party said were basically the same as the story of him deceiving Tang Yanling 8. 9 was not very close to being the same, and it is no wonder that Tang Yanling did not feel curious. On the contrary, it's for Su Fan more and more trust. After all, such a secret. The other party actually did not hide her this magic tribe smuggler. After about half an hour had passed, Wang Xian finally pulled away and gradually began to introduce the old Taoist priest at the foot of the mountain. Don't underestimate that Nabizi. He can be powerful earlier. Is the Wudong Mountain's chief disciple, but in one day suddenly become crazy. Meet people to take a few words. However, those who are accosted by him are generally not ordinary people, and according to his words, They are all people who possess great ambitions. Wang Xian's words came to this, and he slightly glanced sideways at Su Fan's duo. Now that the aura has dried up, it is nevertheless a wonderful time to be able to perceive the Tao. Boom! As Wang Xian's words popped out from the inside of his mouth, Tang Yanling stood up from the edge of the pool in a split second. What did she just hear? Sense of the Tao? If the Tao was really so easy to comprehend, she wouldn't need to be trapped in her current realm for many years. And now this little human actually dared to speak out of turn, saying that the Dharma is very easy to perceive? Looking at Tang Yanling, who had such great ups and downs in her emotions, Su Fan instantly climbed up immediately as well. This woman's state doesn't seem to be in the right mold. If he didn't make a move to block it, he was afraid that Wang Xian would be cut down by its sword. Just before he could react, he saw Tang Yanling directly arrive at Wang Xian's side in an instant, followed by a deadly stare into the other's eyes with her set of cold, piercing eyes. Is what I just said true? When Wang Xian reacted, he realized that he was actually unable to move even a little bit, and he could not even resist. And it wasn't until then that he finally reacted to the fact that his guess was right. Su Fan and his duo were definitely people of the road. Just why had he never heard of them before? His brain was spinning frantically, trying to figure out the true identities of the two young men in front of him. For the words just said by the two, nowadays he naturally will not believe. After all, he does not believe that there is such an honest person exists. Especially these ghost things on the road. Simply one more than a treacherous. Smiling let's have a talk don't get angry. Seeing that things were not going well, Su Fan trotted pensively over towards the side, slightly anxious words coming out of his mouth. Chapter 171, Ascending. Su Fan was really afraid that Tang Yanling would do something drastic. After all, what the other party had said seemed to hold a big secret. Tang Yanling didn't care about Su Fan's dissuasion. Instead, she pressed on with every step, trying to extract more words. Keep going. Stress. Endless stress. Wang Xian felt that what he was facing at the moment was like a flood of ferocious beasts, and he couldn't raise the slightest bit of resistance at all. And Tang Yanling was also forced to do so. After all, what the other party was talking about was just too significant for her, so the threat was unavoidable. Even if the other party refused to continue at that time, then she would definitely search their souls. Such a pungent secret. She must know. Surely, however, now that it is still in the realm of the human race, there must be some scruples. So soul searching is just a way after there is no way. Immediately after that, Wang Xian blinked his eyes slightly and realized that he was able to continue moving. He looked at Tang Yanling in front of him, and only at this point did his heart suddenly let out a slight sigh of relief down. His own little life was saved. If the other party really wanted to kill himself, I'm afraid that he would have already done it just now. Thinking of this, a slight self-deprecating look suddenly appeared in his heart. It looks like you have really flipped today, and it looks like it hurt a lot. MS. Tang, can you let me move a bit first? This place is so open. I don't think I can escape. Listening to the request made by Wang Xian, Tang Yanling then thought about it, and it seemed like it was indeed true. Immediately afterward she waved away the restraints, allowing it to continue moving. Ahem. Feeling his neck loosen, suddenly he slowly gasped out a few mouthfuls of rough air, and the fear in his heart towards Tang Yanling deepened by a few points. I've basically finished just now. I wonder what else Brother Su and Miss Tang would like to hear. With those words, I raised my head in a serious manner and looked the two of them straight in the eye. If that's the case, then you'll introduce this Wudong Mountain. Of course, you know I'm not asking about the superficial things, but those hidden secrets of yours. Su Fan didn't want Tang Yanling to continue to be rude, so he snatched the words and gave the other party a step down. Brother Su, if you truly want to know these things then you must go and see for yourself. Only when you've actually seen it will you believe if what I'm saying is correct. Su Fan looked at the other party slightly organized a collar after, slowly opened his mouth to say, even all the face suddenly calmed down. Not at all like just that timid look. Listening to Wang Xian's words, Su Fan fell into deep thought, but immediately afterward, he was relieved. There didn't seem to be anything to be afraid of himself. After all, with Tang Yanling here, it was expected that there wouldn't be an existence with a higher cultivation level than her. Ro, you lead the way. Thus, Su Fan waved his hand and directly agreed. Alright, while it's still dark, let's hurry up and get going. There is still a distance here from the top of the mountain. Probably can climb up before dark. With those words, he began to walk forward with a very spontaneous look, not showing the slightest bit of timidity. Su Fan looked at the other party's back and muttered in his heart. This guy, when it's really not too simple, there must be some big secret that he hasn't told them. But nowadays it was better not to think so much. The matter at hand was most important. Thinking so, he slowed down to look at Tang Yanling. Let's go. Let's just take a look around and see what the magic is. Tang Yanling nodded and then agreed. As the stars turned, the summer sun slowly moved westward, followed by the sky being draped in a twilight color that was exceptionally beautiful. A few clouds mingled and refracted a few rays of sunlight, so eye-catching. There were many more tourists along the way, while people armed with cell phones and cameras competed to capture the magnificent view before them. Su Fan looked at the pedestrians along the way, and then also slowly touched out his cell phone, and when a few minuscule amounts of power were revealed on it, his face instantly darkened into blackness. But there's no way around it. Who let go out too early and didn't bring anything? But as he thought about it, he realized that something didn't seem right. Although he didn't have anything on his body, Tang Yenling definitely had something on her. Who let his belongings be emptied by the other party? However, Wang Xian was in front of him, so it was not good for him to speak directly. Plus it seemed that even if he charged his cell phone, it would not be of any great use. Looking at Su Fan's disheveled appearance, Tang Yenling spoke with surprising concern. What's the matter? Is it that you're not comfortable with that rhetoric from the other side? Faced with the inquiry, Su Fan didn't have time to think at all, and directly blurted out, "No, it's just that my cell phone is out of power, and I was thinking about charging the treasure." As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw Tang Yenling frown slightly with a puzzled look on her face. "Charge master? What do you mean?" This. In the face of the other party's questioning, Su Fan was also instantly embarrassed in place. After all, this wasn't a topic that he intended to come out with. But it's done, and it has to go right on down the line. It's just that inside the pile of luggage, there's a little white box with electricity stored in it, so look for it and see. Su Fan tried his best to organize his language in words that the other party could understand, and when he had finished speaking, he felt that his mouth was about to dry up. Hearing Su Fan's request, Tang Yenling immediately released her divine sense to probe inside the mustard space, and after scanning around, she finally found what she was looking for. Immediately afterward, she directly took it out in one hand and kept shaking it to hand it over to Su Fan. "Is this it?" Looking at the rechargeable treasure in front of him, Su Fan had a very pleased smile on his face. "That's right." But suddenly he realized that there was still one thing missing. The data cable hadn't come out. Another 10 minutes of MO. After fondling, Su Fan finally got the data cable as he wished. At this moment, he really wanted to cry out loud. It was so hard. Just so hard. I should have known that I should have handed over more knowledge of Tang Yenling's modern world. Wang Xian walked in front of the two not far away, looking very dashing and natural, and although he heard a burst of muttering behind him, he did not look back. Now that he was still the one who wore the sin, he must not make the other party angry again. This matter was nothing more than a small episode, and after Su Fan finally accomplished his extravagant wish, his entire body appeared to have a refined spirit, so he walked while taking pictures of Tang Yenling, and Tang Yenling, who hadn't experienced enough, looked at the other party's behavior like this and fell back. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, he still posed vigorously to attach himself to the other's shot. They climbed step by step down the trail, stopping along the way to admire the view in the distance. When they finally reached the Golden Dome, it suddenly became very open before them, with mountains towering in the distance and a sea of clouds. It feels as if you are in a fairyland, making you marvel at the greatness and magic of nature. Chapter 172, Don't even think about going in there. How is it here? Isn't it beautiful? Wang Xian led the two of them and finally arrived at the peak, looking at such a shocking scene in front of him, making him not feel like letting out a gasp once again. It does make the heart grow fonder. Su Fan nodded slightly in agreement, feeling the slightest shock surfacing on the other party's face. Wang Xian only felt a sudden surge of bravado in his heart, and immediately afterward, he heard him continue. "That's right, the beauty of this place makes me mesmerized. And if I wasn't delayed by worldly matters, I'd really want to stay here all the time." Tang Yenling also slightly skimmed her head as she listened to the other party's words. The beauty Wang Xian felt as he stood on the Golden Dome caused him to feel a sense of awe and delight. What was in front of him was more than just a beautiful view. It made him feel the aura of the mountains and the mysterious power of nature. "Every time I stand here it's as if I can see all the beauty and happiness. Yeah, I also feel like my mind has been cleansed and relaxed as well." Just as Wang Xian was realizing the feelings within his heart, a young tourist slowly came to their side. Before the three of them could open their mouths, they only saw him slowly walk to the edge of the sea of clouds, his eyes revealing a dusty aura. The Golden Dome is more than just an observation deck for beautiful views. There are many legends and myths. Yes? Can you tell me a thing or two? Su Fan looked at the visitor's face of longing, and instantly realized that the other party was not simple either, and was most likely in league with Wang Xian. However, nowadays, they could not point it out with a single word. After all, what exactly the other party meant they did not know yet. Sensing the curiosity that filled Su Fan's tone, the young tourist turned his head with a smile. "It is said that Wudong Mountain is one of the birthplaces of Taoism. and that the aura and energy here is so powerful that many Wudong school experts have cultivated into supreme experts with the help of the aura here. That's seriously amazing. Su Fan sensed the color of longing within the other party, and immediately afterward, he replied in a very exaggerated manner. However, in his heart, he ruthlessly spat out, where were all these supreme experts? How come he had never seen them before? Hold your horses for a moment. I know what you're thinking. Please listen to me as I slow down. Sensing the disbelieving gaze that filled Su Fan's eyes, the man raised his hand and gently waved it. In addition to the ones I just mentioned, there are also some myths and legends, such as the 9 Peaks and 18 Caves, the Immortals Cave, the Taiji Cave, and so on. It is said that these caves are places where some immortals or Taoist priests practice to become immortals. Very mysterious. Tang Yanling, who hadn't opened her mouth for a while, finally couldn't hold back the anxiety in her heart at this moment, and immediately afterward, she voiced a question. Where are all these places? The young tourist shook his head, his tone suddenly decadent. These caves are off limits, and normal tourists are not allowed to go in. However, we can visit some of the masters of the Wudong sect or ask them to introduce us to the culture and legends of Wudong Mountain. Originally, Wang Shen looked at the visitor and thought that he was a person from the road like him, but when he heard the other party's words, he instantly reacted to this. Good man, so it's just hearsay, it's just a half-assed person. With that, he exited with a sarcastic comment. That would be great. Could you please lead us to visit the masters of the Wudong sect? When confronted with the inquiry, the young tourist was instantly dumbfounded. Immediately afterward his eyelids fluttered up in a flutter, and he returned tearlessly. I was just kicked out. Or how else would I have stayed here? It sounded like they were saying that I didn't seem to have any qualifications, but I clearly just saw someone go in. The young tourist spoke while revealing a slight feeling of resentment in his tone. Brother Su, Miss Tang, let's go. Wang Xian listened to the other party's spitting. His heart finally also understood. This guy really is not honest. Still want to mix inside, when it is really a thief's heart. Aha! Su Fan agreed nonchalantly, but in the blink of an eye he suddenly paused. Where are they going? Wang Xian is leading the way? Looking at the other party who had already taken a few steps out of his stride, Su Fan then turned back towards Tang Yanling and nodded. So he followed, and as he followed his gaze, he realized that he was going inside the Taoist altar. Looking at the slowly departing figures of a few people, the young tourists became anxious all of a sudden. He made a mocking remark with a wide-eyed look on his face. Don't try. I've been blindsided a few times, but I've still been kicked out, and I've never even seen the inner gate. Su Fan listened to the other party's words and then nodded his head back towards him, but he didn't stop there. That's just it. You'll see later. It's simply impossible to get in. Anticipating what would happen to the trio after a few minutes, the young tourist couldn't help but get a little excited. He had already broken in a few times, but each time he was turned away and couldn't even set foot in it, and every time he was thrown out, he drew laughter from the surrounding crowd. Now that someone has finally tried it as well, it's his turn to watch the others. Thinking of this, an evil emotion was born in his heart. If you've gotten wet yourself, then you're bound to tear up someone else's umbrella, and no one's going to be able to get away with it. Su Fan followed Wang Xian as he continued to stroll around the Golden Peak, admiring the beauty of the peaks and the mysterious power of nature. His mind was then washed and purified, and a wave of unprecedented ease and pleasure surfaced in its mind. Not far away, the gateway was getting closer and closer to a few people, and just then Wang Xian slowly slowed his pace and turned his head back towards behind him. Brother Su, Miss Tang, after we go over there later, we might undergo some tests. Not enough for the two of you to not worry. Everything is wrapped up in me. He snorted, a confident look on his face. That's good. Su Fan nodded towards the other party, signaling that there was no problem. Feeling that the other party was so cooperative and rippling, it directly made Wang Xian secretly gasp in surprise. As expected, these two were not simple characters. Immediately afterward he turned back again and walked straight toward the door, and as it got closer to the gateway, Tang Yanling's brows gradually frowned slightly. The fluctuations emanating from the top and bottom of his body also had an unstable appearance, causing Su Fan to raise his eyebrows one by one. Without waiting for him to think more, a figure came out of the door blocking them from trying to move on. 3 little friends, the poor Taoist is here to greet you. I don't know what a few of you have come to say. The speaker was about 70 years old and looked very kind and amicable. Master Zhang, don't you remember me? I'm Wang Xian. Looking at the old Taoist priest narrowing his eyes slightly, Wang Xian continued to speak immediately afterward. 10 years ago, I followed my grandfather here for a visit. Do you remember? At that time you were also standing in this position. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Xian pointed his finger to where the other party was standing. Chapter 173. Wang Xian? But after the Wang family of the imperial capital? When the old Taoist priest heard this, a guess appeared in his heart. That's right, it looks like Master Zhang still remembers me. Hearing that the other party remembered who he was after only a moment, Wang Xian was very happy. Hee, how could I forget? Your grandfather, that old thing, is still in good health, right? Thanks to you, Grandpa. He's in good health. That's good. Bring him some more medicine when you get back. The old Taoist, who was called Master Zhang by Wang Xian, immediately raised his head and lightly stroked the other party's head. Growing taller and older. Time flies. I didn't realize that so many years had passed. Remembering that you were still a half-grown child when you first came here. As the words left his mouth, a flicker of memories flashed through the old Taoist priest's eyes. It was as if he was remembering how far he had fallen over the years. Or maybe he was concerned about a deceased friend. Master Zhang, you still have such a great body. You don't look old at all. Listening to the other party's words, Wang Xian smiled and replied. Just as the old Taoist priest was still planning to boast about him for a few moments, he only saw Wang Xian slightly sidestep his body, allowing Su Fan and his duo's figures to be reflected straight into the old Taoist priest's eyes. Master Zhang, let me introduce to you. These are the two friends I met halfway up the mountain. Neither of them are simple people, as I'm sure you've noticed. The person who was called Master Zhang by Wang Xian was actually Tianchi Zhang from Wudong Mountain. Listening to Wang Xian's introduction, Tianchi Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, followed by a flash of brightness. In fact, when Su Fan and his duo were still in the distance, he had already discovered the figures of these two young men, only that he was not able to perceive them very well due to the distance. Just how did he know that it wasn't that he couldn't, but that Tang Yanling was here? Wang Xian did not notice the gleam revealed in Tianchi Zhang's eyes, only to see him continue. Master Zhang, this is Brother Su Fan, and next to him is his wife, Brother Su. Miss Tang, this is the current caretaker of Wudong Mountain, Tianchi Zhang. When the words came to him, he had a look of pride on his face. Hello, Heavenly Master Zhang, please take care of me on our first meeting. Su Fan looked at the other party's slightly agitated demeanor, and immediately took the lead in opening his mouth to greet him. Tianchi Zhang just stared blankly at the other party, his eyes not shifting for a moment in the slightest, as if Su Fan's face had some great secret that he wanted to seek out. Being stared at by an old man like this caused Su Fan's cheeks to burst into flames, and discomfort spread throughout his body in response. I've got quite a few big daughters. Why stare at me? Isn't that woman, Tang Yanling, carrying them around? Su Fan felt the other party's eyes getting hotter and hotter. As he felt the other party's eyes getting hotter and hotter, his body couldn't help but start to get a burst of goosebumps. What's the matter with this newbie old Taoist? Why is he staring at him so hard? Heavenly Master Zhang? You, what happened to you? Su Fan swallowed his saliva, and his heart suddenly thumped, secretly screaming that it was not good. After introducing the two, Wang Xian was about to wait for the other party's reaction so that he would know what to do next to let Su Fan and the two follow him in. But just in these dozens of seconds of his free time, a scene that made its eyes widen appeared in leaps and bounds, only to see that Tianchi Zhang, who was originally unperturbed and unchanged in his dealings, was now staring straight at Su Fan in a daze. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately opened his mouth and laughed right after. Master Zhang? You, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Touché. Very good, little Schwanzi, you've made a great achievement. I'll reward you properly in the future. Sensing Wang Xian's inquiry, Tianchi Zhang suddenly said with a joyful smile. It was only that his gaze stayed dead center on Su Fan's face, not wanting to move away for a moment. Seeing that he was being stared at in such a manner, Su Fan only felt his scalp tingle, but he was not in a good position to speak out and refuse. After all, if he offended the other party, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to go in. Sensing Su Fan's embarrassment, coupled with the feelings of doubt that filled his heart, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes immediately afterward. Master Zhang, don't stare at my friend like that or you'll scare the other away. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Originally, Wang Xian only wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect that old Tianchi Zhang took it seriously. Immediately afterward, he disregarded the gazes of the people around him and yanked Su Fan's arm and pulled him inside. Little friend, come on, hurry up and come in, don't stay outside. His tone revealed 3 parts anxiety, 5 parts urgency, plus 2 parts joy. This, being yanked by the other party's arm, Su Fan's entire body was suddenly devoid of strength. He mentally screamed out loud and his face was very unattractive, but in an instant it was quiet. Not to mention the other things, hadn't he come in safe and sound? And isn't that what one's purpose is? What else is there to be afraid of? Tang Yanling, that female devil, is right next to her. Seeing this, the shock in Wang Xian's heart added a few more points. He was on such good terms with Tianchi Zhang, and the other party didn't treat him like this. right? Now that Su Fan had merely met with the other party, it was as if Tianchi Zhang was worried that Su Fan had run away, hence the tug on the other side. Without much time to think, he also took a step into the threshold. Tang Yanling stood outside alone, looking unusually eerie. Just a few minutes ago, she had transmitted a tone to Su Fan. Tang Yanling, do you need me to save you? I don't think Nubizi has any good intentions. Su Fan, no need. You mustn't do it. Now that we're both deep in the tiger's den, there's still a lot we don't understand. We mustn't risk doing anything. The moment he felt the other party's voice transmission, Su Fan admitted that he was instantly moved. Tang Yanling is a woman who is actually quite good in some ways, only that she has been alone for too long, and there are not many people who can be trusted by her. Su Fan didn't know what position he was in the other party's heart now, but for him, this moment was warm in his heart. Don't you really want it? Su Fan, don't. Just stay on the side. Since I promised you, I'll definitely do it. In the face of Tang Yanling's concern, Su Fan's exit directly resolved down. He didn't want to get rough and decided to outsmart him. The scene returned to the present, only to see all three figures stepping inside the door, and Tang Yanling then also slightly raised her eyebrows, just as she had just wanted to take a step across the threshold as well. A figure darted straight over. The visitor was running and shouting at the same time. I'm one of them, wait for me. Before the crowd could react, they only saw that the calling figure had already crossed in. Chapter 174, The Old Master. Only when a few people reacted did they slowly see clearly that the visitor was actually the young tourist from earlier, only to see that at this moment, he was panting heavily. His face was red, as if he was close to breaking. Su Fan? Wang Xian? Tianchi Zhang? In unison, the three of them slowly turned their gazes to the man, only to see that he looked slightly embarrassed. Immediately afterward, his lips stuttered as he spoke. That old Taoist. Do you believe me when I say I'm with them? The old Taoist priest's face darkened when he heard this. Feeling the other party's anger that was on the verge of flaring up, the young man swallowed hard. I really know them. We had a long chat outside just now. Looking at how thick-skinned the other party was, Tianchi Zhang's face became more and more ugly. Immediately afterward he gazed at the other with a smile, and inquired in a soft tone, am I going to throw you out, or are you going to go out on your own? The young man sniffed and his face skin twitched up in a frantic burst. How is this old man still so ruthless? No need to bother you. I'd better get the hell out of here myself. The young man's heart felt very bad when the other party looked so oily. Immediately afterward, he slowly shifted this gaze to Su Fan. Several people, after all, they were all able to go in, so why shouldn't he? Are they different in any way? We all don't have two nostrils and one nose, so why should they be treated differently? But these words he did not dare to say out. After all, if really offended this extremely temperamental Nubizi old Taoist, I'm afraid that he never hoped to set foot here half a step in this life. Hey! A ghostly sigh slowly drifted through the surrounding air as the young man slowly retreated with slightly heavy steps, his eyes still carrying a deep sense of reluctance. The other party's figure left, and this little farce was considered to have officially come to an end. Miss Tang, please come in. Wang Xian looked at Tang Yanling, who was still standing outside the house, and suddenly politely passed out his voice. Tang Yanling didn't bother with the other party. After all, she didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards this man. Without further thought, just as her footsteps were about to cross the threshold, a mighty pressure passed up from hidden underneath. With that, it rushed straight into her body. Suddenly, Tang Yanling stumbled and just about fell to the ground, but fortunately that pressure was nothing to the current Tang Yanling, and it disappeared after 2 seconds. It wasn't known whether it was Tang Yanling's profound cultivation or whether the formation here had fallen into disrepair over the years and wasn't functioning, but when really feel all this, also still let its heart face a moment into the panic. Tang Yanling, there is a formation here, but fortunately it has fallen into disrepair and is not very powerful. When Su Fan heard this, his eyes instantly narrowed slightly, and the stone in his heart then slowly relaxed. It really was as he had guessed. This place had once actually possessed cultivators. This secret had popped out from inside Tang Yanling's mouth, and there was no way he would doubt it. However, nowadays, this world no longer has the existence of aura, so there must not be many people still practicing. Even if a few still existed, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to turn over any big waves. At the thought of this, he was shocked and frightened. The shock was because of the surprise, because this way, he and Tang Yanling would be able to have nothing to worry about. Where else could this planet go? He was afraid that it was because Tang Yanling, this woman, had a bit of emotional ups and downs, which made his head spin for a while. Expected as a demon empress, the heart is naturally very firm, but know why the other side in recent days, more and more shaken up. Su Fan didn't know if it was because the other party's heart was flooded with demons, or if he was affected by the aura of mortal dust. but none of that mattered at the moment. It was better to find what the other side needed first. And just at the moment Tang Yen slightly felt the formation. Tianchi Zhang's eyes, which were originally looking at Su Fan with excitement, suddenly narrowed slightly. A fine light flickered through its eyes without setting off any reaction. Little friend is surnamed Su, right? Tianchi Zhang walked in front, using his hand to tug Su Fan's arm with a deadly grip, not relaxing the slightest bit at all. Yes, old celestial master. Su Fan gave an awkward smile. His heart was very hard to bear. Well then, in that case, I'll address you as little friend Su for now. It's good that you like it, old celestial master. Looking at the two people having a decent conversation, the curiosity in Wang Xian's eyes increased by a few more points. However, he knew that now was not the time to ask, or wait for Elder Tianchi Zhang to stabilize before saying anything. Before long, the old heavenly master led the three to a living room. The ancient decorations surprised Su Fan. Xian, now that you're back, don't act like a guest, just relax. Elder Heavenly Master Zhang sat on the eunuch's chair and immediately called out to Wang Xian, who had just taken his seat. He, Master Zhang, what are you talking about? I've always treated this place like home. How could I possibly be embarrassed? Don't you worry about me. What a good boy. Heavenly Master Zhang raised his right hand to wipe his beard, his eyes revealing an intriguing meaning. Listening to the other party's boasting, Wang Xian's heart burst with darkness. He actually had his own day? This was something he hadn't expected. It looked like the old heavenly master was still very much in love with him. Wang Xian actually began to giggle one after another as he thought about it. Just then, the sound that made it unexpected once again passed next to his ears. Little Schwanzi, since you're treating this place like your home, why don't you sit still? Why don't you go and cut a pot of tea? Wang Xian? What's this? Who am I? Where am I? Didn't old Master Tian say to let him be casual? How come he just took his seat and let him go to work? But feeling the other party's slightly serious gaze, he didn't dare to resist. Good. Okay, Master Zhang. The tea leaves and the tea set are inside the inner room. Just go and take a look around. Ming. Understand. Then why don't you get a move on? The other party's sudden voice caused Wang Xian to stand up straight, and immediately afterward, he saluted towards the old heavenly master, and then slowly faded his figure. Elder Tianchi Zhang lived on the periphery since he was the gatekeeper. There are usually no other people on the outside, so this place seems to be very quiet, and it was for this reason that there wasn't even one to pour him a cup of tea. But that was a pleasure for him who liked to be quiet. Now that only Su Fan and the two of them were left in existence, it was only when the heavenly master narrowed his eyes slightly that an aura very different from that of a moment ago began to permeate his body. Chapter 175. Su Fan just sat quietly, not moving a muscle, but also appeared to be warm and kind, leaping to the appearance of an obedient baby. Tang Yen, on the other hand, frowned slightly, as she was able to very clearly feel the gusts of aura fluctuations revealed all over her opponent's body. The fluctuations, however, were so weak that they were negligible compared to her. Seeing this, the sense of urgency in his heart dissipated a bit. After the air had been so quiet for a long time, the old heavenly master finally spoke, only to see him slightly trembling his beard. He said, "Little friend Su, you and I are destined for each other. I wonder if you can join me under the Wudong Mountain sect and become a disciple to me." Su Fan? What? Is this old man busy holding back this bad idea? He had thought of many scenarios, but this was the only thing that hadn't crossed his mind. At first, he thought that the other party had discovered the extraordinary in him and Tang Yen as a way to pull the two together. However, when the old heavenly master's words came out, he felt more and more outrageous. Immediately afterward, Su Fan's face twitched slightly for a few moments before he turned his gaze back to Tang Yen, as if asking for help in general. But this appearance in the old Tianchi inside, immediately after he laughed again. "Little friend Su, could it be that you're worried about your wife? There's no need to worry. Our lineage is allowed to marry and have children." Su Fan sniffed. His face darkened even more. How could he possibly mean this? He glanced towards Tang Yenling's side to express his speechlessness. I don't know how this old man's brain circuits are so strange. That, just as Su Fan had just wanted to refuse down, the old heavenly master slowly spoke once again. "Little friend Su, you have amazing bones and great fortune. If you don't cultivate, it would really be a great loss." The words came to him and he began to ache. Clearly a picture of a strong-armed attitude. "Little friend Su, for us to meet here today, it is a fate destined by heaven. You and I are destined to have a master-disciple bond." Before Su Fan could react, he only saw the old celestial master pulling on his arm with an air of not running anywhere. "Su Fan, why is this new busy old Taoist like a cowhide candy? Sticky, cannot shake off. Old celestial master. I can't." Before Su Fan could finish his words, he only saw Wang Xian charging towards the side with a big stride. His face revealed a look of shock, his eyes glaring as if they were about to come out of their sockets. Elder Zhang, what did you just say? You want to take Big Brother Su as your disciple? Wang Xian began to tremble all over his body, and even the teacup in his hand followed the clutch shaking, making a series of sounds. Seeing the other party's figure, Su Fan smoothly snatched the topic. Junior brother Wang Xian, are you very interested? In the face of Su Fan's inquiry, he only saw the other party nodding frantically, just short of banging his head on the ground one by one. In that case, how about Heavenly Master Zhang accepts him? I really can't follow orders. Hearing Su Fan's reply, the old celestial master instantly became unhappy and slightly skimmed his lips towards Wang Xian. He doesn't have that chance, nor does he have any great fortune, while you, little friend Su Fan, are different. Elder Tianshi Zhang's ground looked at the two of them as if he had made a 180-degree turn. When he faced Wang Xian, he did not have a good face, but when he looked at Su Fan, he was all excited. Master Zhang, why can't I? I have practiced well all these years. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian immediately retorted. Seeing that the other party was going to make a scene, Zhan Lao Tianshi was really a headache. It's not that I won't take you in, it's really that your qualifications are mediocre. Not 1,000,000% better than little friend Su. Wang Xian, do you really want to say that? Aren't you afraid that you'll be so devastated that you'll cut your own throat? When Wang Xian heard this, he immediately looked shriveled up. Don't be unhappy, even if I can't accept your brat as my disciple, but as long as I don't violate the sex rules, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Feeling Wang Xian's lowered emotions, Elder Heavenly Master Zhang finally softened his heart and then chose a compromise. Master Zhang, you can't lie to me? Wang Xian listened to the other party's assurances and all of a sudden, it was not difficult. After all, compared to formally worshipping the master and staying inside the small broken Taoist temple all day, he was more eager for the outside world. And the reason for that just now was just to be able to reap a little benefit. He was a man who aspired to travel around his country. How could he stay in one place for the rest of his life? Now his scheme has succeeded. Not only can learn things, but also will not be subject to supervision. Come and go freely when it really makes it feel exceptionally comfortable. Immediately after that, he only saw the old heavenly master compare a look to Wang Xian, and the other party comprehended it in a split second. Brother Su just promised Master Zhang. I know better than anyone what you're capable of. If you don't stay, it's really a big loss. Su Fan, what's wrong with this brat? Wasn't he crying just now? Now he's advising him? Facing the other two shelling one after another, Su Fan also felt that he couldn't take it anymore. After all, one of them or two of them, they were simply like velvet candy, their mouths beeping for a while. Seeing that the other party still didn't want to agree, Tianshi Zhang began to sell his misery, only to see him saying snottily after a little bit of dribbling, little friend Su, the poor Taoist is old, but he doesn't have a shut-in disciple. It's really miserable. The masters and brothers have their successors, and I've guarded the gates of Wudong Mountain alone for so many years, without a single pensioner. Originally in the poor road, immediately about to give up the occasion. But do not think you appeared in front of me. Many years of long-cherished wish is finally about to be completed. You also do not want to look at me, an old man alone and lonely, right? Su Fan watched the other party give such an emotional speech, and instead of feeling half heartbroken, he found it very comical and ridiculous. But he is a good young man who cares for the elderly. How can he laugh at them? It's an immoral act, so he should never do it. But it's really a little too funny. Thinking about it, some tears began to appear out of the corners of Su Fan's eyes. Zhang Tianshi used his afterglow to faintly glance at the other party, but at this time, he found that the corners of Su Fan's eyes suddenly moistened down, and all of a sudden, he used the medicine more fiercely for a few minutes, and there was a chance. Little friend Su, do you also feel very sorry for the poor Taoist? Then just promise to do so. I will absolutely teach you everything I've learned in my life. With that said, he sobbed a few more times once more before turning his gaze over to Su Fan's side. Old celestial master, you've seen what's happening to me. It's really impossible to leave. As Su Fan spoke, he once again turned back to look at Tang Yanling's expression. Chapter 176, A Registered Disciple. Seeing that there was no way out, Su Fan had no choice but to drag Tang Yanling out again as a way to block the knife. Tang Yanling looked at the movement of the few people over here, her eyelids slightly raised, but she didn't say anything. For her, it was fine to leave these things to Su Fan, and if she hadn't been unclear about the underpinnings of this place, I'm afraid she would have already made a move to forcefully search for it. And Su Fan's words of taking advantage of the situation were actually no big deal to her. It wasn't like it had been a day or two, so what was the point of being so petty? As soon as he saw Su Fan's gaze once again faintly looking towards the youthful and beautiful woman next to him, the old heavenly master's eyes then rolled a few times. Little friend Sue, I'll take you on as a registered disciple, okay? This will also not delay you in the mortal world. When the time comes whether you go or stay, the poor Taoist will never stop half a point. Moreover, the poor Taoist's seniority here is extremely great. Even the current sect leader can't compare to me, and then by virtue of this identity, where in Wudong Mountain can I go? Hearing that the other party possessed such a great status, Su Fan was instantly moved. If it was really as the other party said, then he had indeed been moved. It's not so much about showing off as it is about being able to do a better job. After all, when the time comes, you can go anywhere in Wudong Mountain, and there are no restrictions. Thinking of this, the essence in Su Fan's eyes grew, and immediately afterward, he began to transmit his voice to Tang Yanling. Su Fan, I think this old Nubizi Taoist's proposal is good. Nowadays we don't have any clue. It's better to keep a low profile first. What do you think? Tang Yanling's eyelashes flickered a few times when she heard this, so she immediately replied. Don smiling, yes, it's a good idea. Getting an affirmative reply from the other party, Su Fan instantly knew how to maneuver the latter. Since the old heavenly master thinks so highly of me, then I'll agree. Su Fan waved his hand, a happy smile spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, so very good. In that case, the worship ceremony let's first exempt. Portao first go to notify the other people of the sect, or to prepare for the things behind. With those words, Tianchi Zhang made a turn and intended to leave for a bit. Little friend Su, now that the poor Taoist can address you as a disciple, right? His words carried a slightly tentative tone as a way to probe Su Fan's attitude. Master, of course you can. Ha ha ha. Su Fan's tone was slightly stiff, but he still called the other party master hopefully. And when those two words were spat out, his face looked unusually embarrassed, and deep down he only felt a pang of discomfort. Ha ha ha, that's good. From now on the two of us will be known as master and disciple. With those words, he turned and left. However, when his figure had just stepped out of the door, he then slowly turned back to look at Tang Yanling's back, his eyes revealing a gleam of strange light. Seeing that the other party had now finally left, Su Fan immediately gasped hard for a few rough breaths, leaping into a picture of heartbreak. Exhausted. He's almost exhausted. What's wrong with this Nubizi? Does he want a disciple that badly? He can't walk away once he sees him? But this is simply impossible. Okay, what is the status of the other side? Want a disciple that must not be a large number of people squeezed through the head to rush inside. However, this was not the case, making Su Fan feel very surprised all of a sudden. Immediately after that, he once again slowly shifted his gaze to Wang Xian's body, followed by a slight frown on his brow, clearly a picture of a questioning look. No, Mr. Su, you're not looking at me like that. Don't look at me like that. I'm panicking. When he felt the other party's slightly oppressive gaze, Wang Xian couldn't look for an instant. This gaze of Su Fan's was just too intimidating, as if it was like a ferocious beast that could very well tear him apart if he didn't pay attention. Listening to the other party's pleas for mercy, Su Fan decided to give him a downward spiral once again. Su, senior brother, since you are now Master Shang's disciple, we are considered to be of the same lineage. Yes, if there's anything you can do to help in the future, just let me know. Originally, Wang Xian had been somewhat unable to see through the Su Fan duo, and the gusts of oppression revealed in the other party's body made him feel very puzzled at first. And now that the other party has become a disciple under old Tianchi Zhang, his status has naturally risen. When it really came to seniority, his grandfather was more than a generation lower than Tianchi Zhang, and he now calls Su Fan as a senior brother, but also just do not know exactly how to call one. And Zhang Tianchi is not in, do not need to be so scrupulously abide by the rules. Well, now that you've said that, there's something else I really need to ask you about. Su Fan saw that the driver was ripe for the picking, and it was time to properly inquire about the things he wasn't sure about. What exactly is this heavenly master Zhang? I don't want to hear what you've already said. When Wang Xian heard this, he was slightly relieved. He was really afraid that the other party would ask for something else, and if he couldn't do it at that time, even if Su Fan bullied him, then he definitely couldn't rise up against him, not to mention the cultivation gap. All of this was crushing him to death. No problem, senior brother Su, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Only to see Wang Xian reveal a picture of an amiable smile all of a sudden, followed by a grimace as he replied, Snappy, I don't want master to come back later and you haven't finished. It goes back many years. After all, a long time has passed. Pick your priorities and don't try to muddy the waters with your bull ********. Su Fan looked at the other party's faraway and empty eyes and reacted in a flash that this kid was sick again. A few people were like this when they were at the pool, and now they want to pretend? No way. Absolutely no way. He didn't want to look at others pretending in front of him, Besides, Tang Yanling was still on the side. He had to show his majesty. I will absolutely give my senior brother a good talk. I will definitely know everything. Cut the crap. Su Fan's eyes were glazed over again, and he didn't realize that he had gradually brought himself inside its identity. Heavenly Master Zhang actually had a shut-in disciple before, but now the other party has disappeared without a trace, and no one knows exactly where he has gone. Wang Xian's words came slowly, instantly attracting Su Fan's curiosity. Go on. Wang Xian looked at his own this beginning. The other party seems to be very interested. Suddenly cleared his throat, then continued to speak. This shut-in disciple is truly a wonder of heaven and earth. At least in the present era of the end of the law. He was initiated at the age of 10 and came out at the age of 20. And the very moment he made his appearance, he caught the eyes of all the sects. Chapter 177, Kunlun. All of a sudden, Wang Xian was like a running monstrous flood, flooding more and more. He told it one by one, a look of excitement coming over his face. While all of this fell into Su Fan's gaze, his eyes rose in a burst of embarrassment. What's going on here? Otherwise the kid would have reacted so well? With this look of excitement on his face, it was as if he was bragging about himself, and it was not at all obvious that he was bragging about anyone else. Watching Su Fan listen with great interest, Wang Xian's words immediately followed with a twist. And that's just the other side just making their debut in style. It's what I'm going to talk about next, that's the main event. Well, you go on. Su Fan slightly raised his eyebrows. He was also eager to hear the real situation of this Wudong mountain lineage. Only by knowing more about it would he be able to prescribe the right medicine later on. This shut-in disciple is surnamed Yi, with a single name, the word cold, and his name is like his character, always with an attitude that no one should be close to him. He is full of concern for anyone all day long. It is this character, thus offending many big names, but because his master is Master Zhang, so everyone also gave him a few thin face. Seeing that everyone seemed to be of the same mold, senior brother Yi became more and more ferocious. He often came to the door to kick the door, while among his peers there was not a single person who was his opponent, and gradually everyone was afraid of him. As time passed, Senior Ye's cultivation became more and more profound, and even Master Zhang couldn't see through each other one day. So then Senior Ye respectfully told Master Zhang that he wanted to go down the mountain and go out to make a break for it, and that there was some kind of magical power out there that attracted him. Su Fan patiently listened to the other party, and the shock on his face was gradually aroused. If what Wang Xian said was true, then this Yihan was really considered the chosen son. After all, the aura of this world was so thin that it was almost non-existent, and the other party was still able to do this, so it was really not simple. Sensing that Su Fan was getting more and more interested, and even Tang Yanling slightly side-eyed over, Wang Xian became even more complacent in his heart. Immediately afterward, he continued to speak, but that's when a weird thing happened. Senior brother Yi passed a message back shortly after he went down the mountain. He told Master Zhang that he was leaving, and the exact place he was going to couldn't be explicitly stated. Just like that, after the other party left a message, he disappeared immediately afterward, and no one knew where he had gone, nor did anyone detect the slightest trace of it. When Wang Xian said so, his eyes began to reveal a slight look of horror. After all, when this incident happened, he had already grown up and knew quite a few of the scenes at that time. Did no one go looking for him? A big living man just disappeared? Su Fan became interested all of a sudden, and his eyes began to reveal gleams of essence. Searched all over. With the other party's cultivation, there shouldn't be anyone on this planet who can harm him, but the other party's trail still hasn't been found in the slightest. Wang Xian generally said. The panic in his eyes increased just a few more points. Su Fan sniffed and also fell into deep thought. Although he hadn't experienced everything that the other party said he was filming at that time, but Manhwa really felt horrible and abnormal. A cultivator with heavenly cultivation had actually disappeared just like that. After calming down a bit, Su Fan asked again, "Then what? Are there any clues present or not?" When he asked these words, Tang Yanling's pupils also shrunk slightly. Somehow, she always felt that this matter was very important to her, just as it concerns whether or not it can return to the world of gods. As a cultivator, there is always a very marvelous sense of already warning. This feeling increases with the stronger the cultivation, the more information you get. The present-day Tang Yanling was in such a state. There is indeed a little bit of news, but not much. Wang Xian only felt that his mouth was dry, so he picked up a cup of tea and drank it. He then settled slightly, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. After months of searching, although no trace of senior brother Yi has been found, the place where the other party last frequented has been confirmed. What place? Su Fan's eyes narrowed as he sniffed. The Kunlun Mountains. Kunlun Mountain? Not bad. It's the Kunlun Mountains, where a corner of the other side sleeve was found remaining, and traces of being burned by fire exist on it. Rumble. A thunderous banging sound suddenly appeared within Su Fan's mind, followed by a shocking look that was revealed in his eyes. If his memory wasn't wrong, it seemed like he had heard of this person before, only that he hadn't had any dealings with the other party. At this moment, Su Fan remembered many things, and as the memories rushed within his mind like a tidal wave, he vigorously began to tremble. At that time, when he was in the middle of the game of gods, he had heard of the existence of such a person from the mouths of others. At that time, the crowd rumor talked about a very strange thing. Originally a small cultivator who was not seen was suddenly famous. With his low-level cultivation, the other party had resolutely crossed over and killed several cultivators who were quite a bit more powerful than him. At that time blood flowed and the vault of heaven was referenced, and a thinly built cultivator was standing firmly in place, his body suffused with blood, except that the other party's gaze still revealed a gust of coldness. When the survivors around him asked for his name, they heard him slowly spit out a few words. Ancestral land. Kunlun Mountain. Yi Han. At that time, Su Fan thought that the other party was also an internal beta player of gods just like him, so he didn't think much about it. However, when combined with Wang Xian's words nowadays, he realized many things in a flash. The development of the gods game had only begun 2 years before, and Yi Han had already disappeared for about 10 years. The two would not have intersected in the first place, but now for some reason they have begun to slowly close up. Su Fan knew that the other party would definitely not be intentionally hiding from appearing. After all, after so many years, a big living person so likely to be intact and discard all sight? Besides, the other party didn't have a reason to be, did he? He didn't feel that Yi Han was also one of the internal test players of the gods game, if it was consistent with what he thought. I'm afraid that Yi Han, like Tang Yanling, was an existence that had broken through the boundary wall. And one of the differences was that Tang Yanling had come to this world, and Yi Han had somehow traveled inside the world of gods. The twists and turns of this. Now Su Fan really can't figure it out. However, he knew one thing. If this name was not an imposter, then he was afraid that the other party had really broken through the boundary wall and gone to the world of gods. Otherwise, why can't we find each other in this world? But all of this was still just speculation, and he needed more clues to back up this guess. Just as the other party was in a trance, Tang Yanling's voice came slowly. What did you think of? Chapter 178 Wu Ji. In the face of Tang Yanling's inquiry, Su Fan slightly paused for a couple of moments, and nowadays, he really didn't know how to tell the other party about his discovery. After all, what's at stake can be big or small. To put it mildly, a little something came to mind. I'll tell you when I get a chance. Now is not the time. Tang Yanling listened to the other party's words, and in an instant, her brows sank deeply. This guy didn't know what kind of drugs he had in his gourd, and he had the audacity to hide something from her. Humph. A sudden cold snort interrupted Su Fan's brain as he continued to ponder, followed by him slowly looking his head over to Tang Yanling's side. When their eyes slowly intertwined, all of a sudden Su Fan was all embarrassed. This woman's temper is still so big. It looks like it hasn't changed at all. However, the more this happened, Su Fan instead became more and more at ease. After all, the other party hadn't been quite right for a while, and he was afraid that something would come up. Really, you have to trust me. When it's time for you to know, I will never hide it from you. Don't you still trust me as a person? Su Fan began to use moral pressure. This topic must be shifted out in a hurry. Just as the two were fiercely sparring, several figures darted in one after another. Come here while walking, with a loud yell inside his mouth. Where's my little senior brother? Hurry up and let me meet him. Su Fan sniffed and frowned slightly, listening to the voice's greatly grinning appearance. It should be a person with a bold character, and he was most afraid of dealing with people like that. People with big personalities and no bad water inside, anticipating that he might say something to deceive them afterward. Su Fan just didn't feel too good about it. After all, let it swindle honest people. He also really some pressure to come. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze once more to Tang Yanling's figure, and the other party felt the gaze. I do not know why always feel not quite right look, but what exactly is the place of discomfort? She cannot say at once. Anyway, it is Su Fan's gaze strange. Let a person very difficult to be right. Just as Su Fan's thoughts had slowed down, a body covered in a silhouette dressed in a Taoist robe instantly appeared within his line of sight. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to speak, one of the scruffy bearded, cross-faced Taoist priests took a few quick steps and yanked Su Fan's arm in one fell swoop. Immediately afterward, a gush of excitement was revealed in his eyes. I guess this must be my youngest senior brother, right? It's true that people with their names are destined to be extraordinary now. The Taoist priest had white hair, wrinkles deeply engraved on his face, and his age looked like he was probably in his early 60s, but the temperament was excellent, and the whole man looked radiant and refreshed. Su Fan felt the aura emanating from the other party's body, and all of a sudden, he stayed in place. He felt that it was not right to move, and it was not right to not move. Besides, now that the other party had taken the initiative to greet him, should he reply politely as well? But the thought of doing so always made him feel very awkward again, followed by a very soft smile. Ha ha ha, junior brother is really an amiable person. Even his smile is so touching. Listening to the other party's horses as one after another, Su Fan instantly just wanted to find a crack in the ground to sneak in. Tang Yanling, who was not far away from Su Fan, looked at the other party's appearance of such embarrassment, and all of a sudden smiled with joy, and a very happy appearance leapt up on her face. She had never seen Su Fan's expression like this before, when it was really funny. Immediately afterward, her giggling little voice was transmitted to Su Fan's side, causing him to roll his eyes, itching to rush up and cover the other party's mouth. Not being able to think too much, the Taoist turned around to take a closer look at Tang Yanling's figure, and just for a moment, his laughter grew a few shades louder. Ha ha, junior brother's Dao couple is really as good looking as a fairy. Being called Su Fan's Dao couple so blatantly by the other party, Tang Yanling's cheeks instantly flushed a flush of red. She didn't know how, but her heart actually beat violently a few times in this moment, which seemed unusually terrifying. Feeling the spiritual energy rushing through her body, Tang Yanling suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Only it didn't come out. Nubizi old road. Just like dry bad, this Sikh Taoism really should be killed. The old Taoist priest naturally didn't know exactly what the other party was thinking, and even if he did, I'm afraid he would still continue to snark. After all, he just loved to hang out with these youngsters, because he was even so big-headed and not at all proper. Suddenly, the people behind them followed. At the head of the group was clearly the figure of old Tianshi Zhang, only to see that his face was red and glowing at the moment, and it looked like he was in possession of a great joy. Xiaofan, na, hurry up and come over. I'll introduce you to these senior brothers. The Taoist priest who was tugging on Su Fan's arm sniffed, followed by another laugh. Senior uncle, I'll just introduce myself. Looking at the other party with such a delighted look, Elder Tianshi Zhang had no choice but to follow the other party's wishes. In his heart, he was very clear. His own senior brother really looked at him very tightly. Before treating Yi Han is also very spoiled. Now that he has learned that he has once again identified a disciple, he must have blessed himself from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha ha, how are you, little senior brother? Poor Taoist number Wuji Z. From now on, I'll be your senior brother. Wuji Z snorted while gripping the other's hand a little bit harder. As Wuji's force slowly passed into Su Fan's hand, he was actually able to feel a very weak spiritual force. The fluctuation of spiritual energy wasn't very big, but it was a real presence. And this feeling also existed in Tianshi Zhang's body, only that the two did not bring him the same feeling. Senior brother Su, Uncle Zhang has already told us about you. There's no need to worry about worldly matters. Our lineage of the Dao sect is allowed to get married, so you shouldn't have any concerns there. Su Fan looked at the other party's spiteful appearance, and all of a sudden, his entire body became bad. Is this guy really a monk? Why does he feel different from what he saw on TV? Immediately after that, his thoughts were taken back to the game world of gods, where the Taoist priests' personalities were truly strange, more so than Wuji Z's people ever were. Thinking of this, Su Fan then felt that it was his own substitution that was a bit too strong. Who says Taoist priests have to be skinny? Obviously there are also people with big waists, right? Without further thought, Su Fan politely greeted Wuji Z. Good day, senior brother, I hope to take care of you in the future. Wuji Z smiled happily immediately afterward, leaping like a happy little child. Where is the need for me to take care of? From now on in this mountain you just stab through the sky is fine. Absolutely no one dares to say you a word not. Su Fan sniffed and actually inquired subconsciously. Really? Chapter 179. Facing Su Fan's questioning, Wuji Z burst into laughter once again. He did not expect Su Fan, this kid actually quite to his liking. Originally thought that the other side will be as Yihan General Oil and Salt, but when the contact down the past is just the opposite. So then he made a snide remark out of the blue. Of course, how could I as a senior brother lie to you? Ha ha ha. Su Fan. Just as Su Fan was on his way to a moment of embarrassment, Tianshi Zhang's voice slowly came over. Xiao Fan, not come. I'll introduce you to a few other senior brothers. Su Fan nodded slightly and turned his head around, only to see Elder Celestial Master Zhang pointing his finger at a line of several people with a smile of pleasure on his face. This is your elder brother Easy. The man who was pointed at suddenly had his mouth curved up in an arc. Hello young master, this is a meeting gift for you. As he spoke, the prowler fished out a small, gold-colored bauble from his pocket. It's not anything expensive. I hope that young senior brother won't mind it. Su Fan looked at what the other party handed over and immediately waved his hand. shaking his head in rejection. Senior brother easy, you can't do it. This thing is too valuable. I can't afford it without merit. How could it be you're the close disciple of Uncle Zhang? It's just a gadget. It's nothing much. Before Su Fan could say anything again, Tianchi Zhang smilingly opened his mouth and persuaded. Just accept it, little Fan. This is also a token of your elder brother Easy Sun's heart, isn't it? Immediately after that, Wu Jizi made a snide remark. That's right, junior brother, just take it. He is known as the multi-treasure scatterer, so this is nothing more than rain for him. In the face of Wu Jizi's jibe, Easy Sun turned his head to look at him angrily, his face very unsightly. He disliked it the most when people called him duopa scatterer, as he felt it was an insult to him, but the place was always at odds with him, poking fun at him about everything and nothing. According to the words of the pair, it was envy and jealousy, who let him have so many treasures. When hearing this viewpoint from the other party for the first time, Prosperity's cheeks twitched one by one. He also didn't want to have so many treasures to come. None of these guys got it on his own. 100% inherited it from his now deceased master. Immediately afterward, Easy Sun's words changed, and his eyes stared straight into Wu Jizi's eyes. Feeling the gaze of the other party, Wu Jizi secretly screamed, Senior brother Wu Jizi, could it be that you don't have a meet and greet gift to give to junior brother for his initiation today? When the other party's words slowly spit out the occasion, Wu Jizi deep inside as if dripping blood. Really, was he guessed right? The free son of this guy really want to pit him a some. With that, the crowd's eyes rested on his body, wanting to see exactly how the other party would answer. Feeling the slightly rising smell of gunpowder at the scene, Su Fan had a rough guess in his heart. It looks like this Wudong Mountain intersect competition is also very big. Otherwise this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. How could it be? Of course, prepared a meet and greet gift. Only I want to see what gift elder brother gave. We can't overstep our bounds, can we? For fear of taking away elder brother's luster. Senior brother, this is not correct. We are from the same lineage. Face and everything is earned by ourselves. There is no need for others to give it to us. In an instant, the air was as if it had dropped to freezing point, and the atmosphere around the two of them grew weirder and weirder. Seeing this, Tianchi Zhang's eyes then turned a few times, only to see him continue to say to Su Fan, Little Fan, come. I'll continue to introduce you to the other senior brothers. This is Yanzi, and the other is Song Xingzi. It wasn't long before Tianchi Zhang's voice slowly came to a halt, looking at Su Fan's eyes in a serious manner. Today is kind of a sample. How about holding a worship ceremony when everything is ready? Faced with the sight of the crowd, Su Fan's brows suddenly lingered. All listened to what the master said. At this moment, Su Fan's attitude made a 180-degree turn, appearing to be very serious. That's very good. By the way, you can accept the meeting gift from your senior brothers. It's all a little bit of their thoughts. Right after Easy Sun sent out his meet and greet gift, several other old Taoist priests also took out several items, most of which were unheard of by Su Fan. Only looking at the complicated patterns on it, Su Fan expected that it would definitely not be an ordinary mortal object. Seeing that, so the masters and brothers had prepared gifts for Su Fan, Wu Jizi had no choice but to slowly touch out an item. Junior brother, this is what senior brother gave you. You must keep it well. I'm rare for this. As Wu Jizi spoke, he handed it over towards Su Fan, unable to stop the look of heartache in his eyes. Good fellow, senior brother Wu Jizi, it's really a big deal. This stuff has been taken out by you. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Looking at the precious thing the other party had taken out, Prosperity burst into a fit of yin and yang. He was also very happy to be able to watch Wu Jizi suffer defeat. What's wrong with gifting just such a contraption to Junior Master? Do you think the poor Taoist is stingy? With those words, he followed up by smiling at Su Fan once again. Junior brother, just quickly put away the things that your senior brothers gave you. Although it's not a particularly valuable fellow, it has to be able to ward off evil spirits, doesn't it? When Su Fan heard this, he was at a loss as to what to do. It was neither a good idea to accept it, nor was it a good idea not to accept it. Besides, these guys didn't look too simple. Maybe they were hiding some secrets, and now he happened to be looking for more clues to come. Seeing that Su Fan hesitated, the old heavenly master spoke out to comfort him once again. Just take it at ease. Little Fan, these little brats haven't asked me for anything for so many years, so consider this as compensation. Su Fan knew that the other party was giving him a step down, and if he repeatedly excused himself, he would really make everyone's face look bad in turn. When everything had been figured out, Su Fan then nodded. Then I'll take it for now. If there's anything you brothers can use me for in the future, just let me know. That's more like it. The rising and falling voices came slowly, causing Tang Yanling to even slightly side-eye over for them. Sensing that Su Fan was so popular, Tang Yanling's embroidered eyebrows revealed some light to come. It looks like their first step of the plan was successful, so now they will be able to better carry out the next tasks. Well, it's getting late, so we'd better arrange a room for you to stay in as soon as possible. Seeing Su Fan accepting these gifts, a soft smile appeared out of the corner of Tianchi Zhang's eyes all of a sudden, and immediately afterward, he voiced out a suggestion and said, Chapter 180 Long Dusty. The sky was quickly darkening, but the inside of the Wudong Mountain building was brightly lit. The golden light refracted on the roof above, making people suddenly cannot help but think. A mysterious atmosphere filled in the surrounding. The inner courtyard of the Taoist temple is not allowed to allow visitors to enter privately, and in general even the outer gate is very restricted. However, all of this obviously had nothing to do with the present-day Su Fan, regardless of the inner and outer courtyards, but wherever he wanted to go, then there was no place he couldn't go. After dinner, the two of them, Su Fan and Tang Yanling, were assigned to a room. Originally, Wang Xian had planned to follow them to continue to talk. After all, here is a net of people who only cultivate, do not pay attention to the red dust, so he just feel very boring. But then, as if he remembered something, the young couple definitely needed each other's time on a big night, so he retreated wisely. Lights flickered in the room and the air was slightly silent. Right at this moment, Tang Yanling slowly opened her mouth, only to see her dropping her legs over the edge of the bed, a pair of straight, long legs tantalizing the heart, directly causing Su Fan to suck in a breath of cool air. A blazing fire was about to burn underneath his body, but he was forced to hold it down. Immediately afterward, Tang Yanling's voice came in a ghostly voice. Now that you've succeeded in the first step, what's your next plan? Su Fan tilted his head and thought carefully, then immediately replied, you don't have to worry about this, since I promised something, then I will definitely not let you down. When these words had just fallen, before Tang Yanling could react, he only saw a flash of light within Su Fan's mind, and immediately afterward, he took out the gifts that those old Taoist priests had just given him. Right, you can have these guys, see if you can use them. As Su Fan spoke, he handed the item in his hand to Tang Yanling. After the other party piled the gifts in front of her eyes, Tang Yanling froze slightly. She didn't expect Su Fan to actually hand these things over to her. Could it be that Su Fan himself didn't need them? She had just probed these things with her divine sense, and they had a very strong scent of incense on them. Although only a small amount of aura remained, the scent of incense was on the verge of turning thickly into reality. You're just going to give me these magic treasures? You're not going to keep them yourself? At this moment Tang Yanling had mixed feelings in her heart. What was wrong with the other party today? Not only had people become much more interesting, but they had learned to care and cater to her, which made her feel very out of place. No, I can't do much good with these things nowadays, so I might as well give them to you. Su Fan waved his hand while shaking his head and refusing to come down. You're not. Just as Tang Yanling was still planning to discourage a few sentences, she heard Su Fan's icy voice slowly attacking, his voice carrying some unhappy looks. He knew exactly what Tang Yanling the woman thought, but he didn't care, although these guys looked very precious, but he believed that staying in his own hands did not have great use. Moreover, it held a big secret that these magic treasures were all treasures that had been passed down for an unknown number of years. If Tang Yanling was allowed to get it, she might even be able to sense something, and when the other party's cultivation was further advanced, she would also be able to speed up the pace of returning home. Well, stop it, it's decided. Seeing that Su Fan, a man, was inevitably so generous, Tang Yanling didn't continue to push back. Immediately afterward, Su Fan rushed at Tang Yanling and opened his mouth to demand a sentence. I'm going to sleep in the bed tonight too. Tang Yanling? What do you mean? You're going to sleep in the bed too? Tang Yanling sniffed and instantly blushed a bright red, but in an instant, she suppressed it again. So it was as if she immediately remembered something, and even the way she turned her eyes to look at Su Fan was filled with a strange look. Denizen, what are you thinking? Could it be that this seat will double cultivate with you based on a few broken magic treasures alone? You simply think too highly of yourself. The more Tang Yanling thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and even the scarlet that had originally been forced down continued to appear again. She carefully pondered over Su Fan's words, her eyes revealing an endless sense of coldness. When Su Fan felt the icy coldness of the air, he instantly realized that it was the other party who had misunderstood, so he waved his hand in a panic, a bit of anxiety showing on his face. You're overthinking it. I'm just simply tired today. Although these words were the truth, but when it came down to it, Su Fan also knew that if he continued to argue about what was right or wrong, the other party probably wouldn't believe it either. Are you really just tired? There's nothing else on your mind? In the face of the skepticism, Su Fan shook his head frantically, signaling that he definitely did not have any nonsense in existence. Tang Yanling's eyes slightly lingered for a moment as she listened to the other party's explanation, followed by her deadpan stare at Su Fan for a while before she then let up. Okay, but it's still a covenant, and it has to be the same as going back to your house. Absolutely no crossing the chasm. Sure. I don't know what's going on today. I'm sore as hell all over. Or I sure as hell wouldn't be stealing your bed. The sky is getting later and later. A round of bright moon slowly rises outside the window, but it is like a silver plate. It is very beautiful. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, just as Su Fan closed his eyes and fell into a state that seemed to be sleeping, a telephone bell suddenly broke the silence in the middle of the room. The heart is beating its love like a blazing fire. You're laughing, the crazy one is me. Love like fire will warm up the heart. The pleasant and up-tempo music instantly yanked Su Fan, who was on the verge of falling asleep, up by the handful. Immediately afterward, he fumbled around in a daze for the presence of his cell phone, and right at this moment, Tang Yanling handed the phone to Su Fan in a serious manner. Here, are you sleepy? In the face of the other party's unkind tirade, Su Fan's sleepiness was instantly gone. Immediately afterward, he laughed awkwardly. I'll take a call, you go ahead, he said as he hurried out of bed in search of his slippers. After a while, Su Fan came to the window and looked at the caller's number, instantly falling into thought. I always feel that this number is somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen it before. Time didn't allow him to think about it, and all at once he pressed his finger above the connect button. Before he could open his mouth to ask, a very pleasant and melodious female voice came out from the phone, and its crispy and numb feeling directly made Su Fan's cerebral cortex start trembling vigorously. The feeling of numbness directly made Su Fan's cerebral cortex start trembling one by one. Excuse me, is this Mr. Su Fan? Yes, what can I do for you? It's like this, Mr. Su, on our side is the customer service of the God Punisher Game Company, and since you are an internal test invited player, we would like you to help fill out a questionnaire. Su Fan froze for a split second as he sniffed. Before he had time to think more, he only saw the female voice continue. Mr. Su, the second round of internal testing for the God Punisher game is about to begin. I wonder if you're still interested in continuing to participate? Chapter 181, The Mountain Rain is Coming. After the female voice on the other end of the phone finished speaking, she just waited for Su Fan's reply. Listening to the other party's invitation, Su Fan's pair of eyes gradually revealed some luster within them. How come this game company doesn't come sooner or later? But this is the time to call? Is there some kind of conspiracy? Or is it really just a coincidence? Su Fan was also in a daze all of a sudden, not knowing what exactly the connection between the two was here. Thinking that the other party wasn't rushing him, Su Fan followed up by thinking for another 2 seconds, and when he finally weighed the pros and cons, he finally spoke. Well, the game is a very fun game. For me to go to the internal test of that 1 week to speak, really is an excellent experience. If there is still a chance, we'll certainly go again to try it. Su Fan replied to the other party very politely, and immediately afterward, he only heard that sweet voice coming over again. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your compliments. We will definitely continue to work hard and strive to optimize the game even better. Looking forward to your coming again. As the words left his mouth, Su Fan softly agreed. No problem. By the way, Mr. Su, I'll send you the exact time of the second round of internal testing in the form of a text message later, so I hope to be able to check in time. Okay, thanks. Listening to Su Fan's polite reply, the customer service lady giggled. It's me who thanks you. Giggle. Da. A phone hang-up sound rang out in this regard, followed by the sound of a text message acceptance alert. Ding dong. Su Fan quietly turned his head to look at Tang Yanling's presence and realized that the other party wasn't paying attention to him at all before he took a deep breath and picked up his cell phone again. The text message was indeed from the game company of God Punisher, which stated the exact time as well as the location of the second round of the game's internal test. And at the very end, it says that the invitations will be sent by mail. You can't get into the beta without an invite because the game isn't too stable nowadays and bugs appear frequently. After reading the content above, Su Fan took a few deep breaths of air. An idea came to his mind immediately afterward. Didn't Tang Yanling want to go back? Then she should be able to go back to the world she was in through the Punisher of God's game platform, right? Besides, the two are now looking for clues to see what they can find. After all, Tang Yanling had a very strong feeling that there must be something she was looking forward to hear. And when he was really able to return to the God Punisher game again, he must mobilize his power to go and look for Yihan's existence. If traces of the other party were indeed found, then he would be able to be sure that the other party had definitely shuttled away from the Kunlun Mountains. Nowadays, several lines are slowly intersecting. Combined together, Su Fan only felt a sense of a mountain rain coming, and the pressure carried by his body appeared to be extremely great. Within a few moments he turned off his cell phone and walked slowly towards the bed. What have you been doing? Tang Yanling's eyes were obviously a little curious, but she had heard very clearly that the other party was talking to a girl on the phone. Faced with the inquiry, Su Fan was slightly embarrassed as he didn't know what to do to explain. Right after that, he made up a lie. I got a letter from home saying that they missed me. Ha! Listening to Su Fan's answer, Tang Yanling obviously did not believe it. This guy is really hateful. Actually dared to cheat on her. So it was that her brows lingered, and a cold aura began to diffuse out around her. Yes? But why do I get the feeling it's a strange woman? Su Fan? I throw. What's wrong with this woman? How dare she eavesdrop on him? Listening to the other party's reply, Su Fan's entire body was bad all of a sudden. This is immoral behavior on your part. How can you eavesdrop on other people's conversations? Su Fan had a pang of weakness and a pang of annoyance. He was genuinely afraid that Tang Yanling would understand what the Punisher game was, and at the same time was annoyed that he didn't even have the slightest bit of privacy left. Humph, don't talk so much nonsense. I don't believe your bull asterisk. Tang Yanling's face was filled with disdain, itching to spit a mouthful of water towards Su Fan. However, immediately afterward, Su Fan felt that things weren't quite in the right mold. Female voice? Was that the point of the other person's anger? Su Fan was visibly dumbfounded for a moment, and at the moment, his brain CPU was clearly insufficient. Immediately afterward, an impractical idea began to take root within him. Could it be that this woman was jealous? Su Fan thought so, and looking at this expression on the other side, he felt more and more likely that it was true. After all, Tang Yanling was originally a straight person who couldn't deceive people at all, and besides, she didn't care about deceiving people. It's really nothing, it's just a game's customer service. Customer service? Tang Yanling's tone was filled with doubt as she sniffed. What was customer service she really didn't know, but listening to Su Fan's explanation, she seemed to understand a little more. Customer service is a kind of service industry, specifically with the shopkeeper in general, so that you understand, right? Tang Yanling subconsciously nodded her head, indicating that she understood something. Don't think so much, the night is still young. Let's go out and sneak around in the evening and see if there will be any unexpected gains. After Su Fan said that, he straightened up and plopped down towards the bed, clearly with a look of exhaustion. Not long after that, he slowly fell asleep, looking like today is really exhausted for the other party. Seeing this, Tang Yanling didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she fell into deep thought. Just now, she didn't know what the hell was wrong with her. When he heard Su Fan talking to a woman, he actually became impatient inside, with an uncontrollable look. Immediately afterward, Tang Yanling gradually brought her palms closer to her chest, a confused expression leaping up on her face. Did the heart demon aggravate again? She murmured to herself in a low voice that no one heard or could answer her question. Summer nights are always darker, and at 8 or 9 o'clock it's still dark. 9 o'clock is still cloudy, and you can still see very clearly by sight alone. Somewhere in the room, Su Fan was already sleeping so soundly that even the corners of his mouth were dripping a few drops of saliva too. On the contrary, Tang Yanling saw that she was currently resting with her eyes closed, relaxing her mind to carefully perceive everything around her. At midnight, a will glistening with a silvery white light slowly rose into the mid-air, looking very cool. The lights inside the city still didn't stop, but seemed to be more lively. For young people, the nightlife is just beginning, and somewhere in a region far from the sea of people, in the mountains of the Wudong Mountains, the towering buildings are now wrapped in a cloud of mist and fog, which gives them the feeling of a fairy mountain. Chapter 182. The mountains look a little cooler at midnight on a summer's day. The vegetation was gradually covered with dew, which was then vaporized by some heat and floated into mid-air. Immediately afterward, they clustered around each other and turned into one cloud after another to come. The clouds are not very high in elevation, reaching only about halfway up the mountain. The fairy-like scenery was slowly taking shape at the moment. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm clock echoed through an empty environment. Kini is so beautiful, Kini is so beautiful. In a daze, Su Fan dazedly reached out and touched the source from which the sound came. Immediately afterward, he struggled to open his eyes a slit, and when he was finally able to see something clearly, he pressed down on the screen. Suddenly, the cell phone ringing stopped there, and the empty silence returned once again. It made Su Fan close his eyes once again to come, his eyes revealing confusion. Time to move. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, Tang Yanling's slightly cold voice slowly attacked. The voice was like a death wish, yanking him back from the ghost gate in one fell swoop. The heart followed suit with a frenzied beat, and the blood flow suddenly sped up. After the numbness in his entire body disappeared, Su Fan finally came to his senses. Can you call out gently next time? When it really scares me. Su Fan panted heavily, the throbbing within his heart clearly still present in his mind. In the face of the other party's tirade, Tang Yanling blankly glanced at him without any good reason, but didn't continue to bicker with him. Okay, let's not talk about all that useful stuff, let's just think about what to do. Listening to the other party's inquiry, Su Fan then settled down as well. Originally, he was just dreaming, but Tang Yanling, this woman, actually screamed so loudly that it really scared him. Not long after, Su Fan got up and wiped his face with cold water, instantly sobering up. Phew, cool. The cold stream of water was pounded on his face, causing him to let out a sudden sigh. It was true that it was still cooler in the mountains. If it was in Jianghai City, even the cold water was hot. Plus, the rental house he was in was an old neighborhood, and all the equipment had aged and rotted away. Besides, due to the design thinking at the time, the pipes were going outside the walls, and with the sun shining directly one after the other, how could they not turn into hot water? Su Fan still clearly remembered when he had worked late and didn't want to take a shower at all. But since it was so hot, he had to wash it again. So it was that he walked slowly to the bathroom, and in the midst of a daze, he flipped the switch on the shower, and when the running water from above touched his skin for the first time, Su Fan, who was originally sleepy, suddenly screamed loudly and strangely. It's too hot. It's just too hot. Su Fan only felt as if he was a dead pig being doused with boiling water, and his skin looked red hot all over. Immediately afterward, he flipped the switch to the other side, intending to use the cool water to cool down the temperature coming up, but after the switch was transferred to the other side, he suddenly screamed again. Hot, still hot. It's not as bad as it was just now. And when his eyes finally focused over, he realized that the hot and cold water was boiling hot water. Thought slowly returned, and Su Fan, who thought so, could not help but laugh slightly to himself. Tang Yanling looked at the giggling other party and immediately opened her mouth to inquire. Why is it a laugh? Nothing, just remembering my old self. Ha ha. Well, no need to think too much. It's getting late. Let's hurry up and get going. Tang Yanling nodded as a reply to him. Not long after, two sneaky figures appeared outside the house. The black lights made it impossible to see exactly who it was. When the line of sight drew closer, it was precisely the Su Fan duo. You hurry. Sense what it is that attracts you. Su Fan opened his mouth towards Tang Yanling while nervously scanning around. Upon realizing that no one had passed, he then slowly and also slowly sank down. East. It's within the door of the room not far away. The fluctuation was very weak, but I was still able to detect it. Okay, then let's hurry over there. Most of the people within the Taoist sect do not like to lie down and sleep, but rather a meditation is the first. The same is basically true for the Wudong Mountains. The fluctuations Tang Yanling had sensed were within the eastern compartment, and there wasn't really much else in the compartments in between, with no one hanging around for years due to the remote location. After not much time, the two finally arrived at their destination. Just as they were planning to break into the house, they realized that there was actually a human figure inside the house. The unnamed officer is now crouching furtively on the ground, not knowing exactly what he is doing. Su Fan watched his opponent operate at one point and was very puzzled in his heart. Nowadays, ordinary darkness was no longer able to blind him, and even in the midst of darkness, he was able to see things clearly within 10 meters. The clothes that the man was wearing did not resemble a Taoist priest from Wudong Mountain at all, and just by the fact that the other party had a sneaky demeanor, it made Su Fan already have a guess. This person is definitely not a Wudong Mountain Taoist priest, and is most likely smuggling in to steal something. Whoever's in there, get out now. Su Fan deliberately lowered his voice and shouted into the room. His tone seemed very angry, as if the host family was catching a thief. The house was originally being searched heartily for something, apprehension pervading its body. However, just at this moment, a slightly loud voice came from him, which immediately made his legs and feet go limp. No, I'm not a thief. Don't hit me. The silhouette screamed while revealing a slight look of panic coming from its face, as if he were a child who had done something wrong. His whole body couldn't stop trembling, lips trembling, face white. Immediately afterward, his head slowly turned over, and when he saw the other party's face, Su Fan's eyes suddenly became strange. How did this person feel so familiar? Yet he couldn't remember exactly who it was. Immediately afterward, he raised an eyebrow towards Tang Yanling, signaling if the other party recognized him. Feeling Su Fan's gaze, Tang Yanling gave him a blank look without any good reason to come. How do I know? With those words, her gaze was haunted as she stared intently at the object in the hands of the man in the room. Tang Yanling could feel very clearly that the thing that attracted her was this object. With that, she continued her outburst immediately afterward. Bring me the inside of his hand. There was an undeniable emotion in his tone, as if he had to get that thing. Don't worry, wait for me to stabilize him for a while. or we'll be in trouble if we attract others later. Chapter 183. Tang Yenling naturally knew what Su Fan meant by what he said. After all, the two of them could now be described as sheep in a tiger's den, without any way out. But as far as she was concerned, this incident was not considered horrible. After all, she had changed greatly within her, and even if any life crisis arose, she would be able to resolve it well. The two of them didn't say much more, and Su Fan instantly turned into a grinning, cheeky gesture to come. Immediately afterward, he shouted toward the house, "People inside, you can't escape anymore. Hurry up and surrender." When the word surrender came out, Su Fan himself suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Why did it always feel strange? But he couldn't tell exactly what was strange at once. He then shook his head, leaving the unrealistic idea all behind. "You have 2 minutes to come out on your own, or you'll be in for a rude awakening." When he had already determined that the other party was not a person from Wodong Mountain, Su Fan was a few points bolder. Even the tone imitation has become more skillful. Don't hit me. I'm coming out on my own." The figure in the darkness stammered out a few words from its mouth, its expression in a state of great fear. He really wasn't from Wodong Mountain, but was just a thief who had sneaked in from outside. Originally, he was just curious, so he planned to come in and take a look. However, when he walked to the entrance of the outer gate, he told the old Taoist priest about his request, but the other party directly rejected him. Tell him there's no karma and he can't go in. He hadn't been so aggravated since he was a child, and when he learned that the soft one wasn't working, he decided to play hardball and said he'd have to lurk in and see what happened. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker and the stars were shifting, he expected that this group of old Taoist priests had already gone to bed, which is why he sneakily climbed the wall and tumbled in. And coincidentally, just as he had entered, a strange sensation drew him here. It was too late to think about it, and deeper into the place he immediately opened the door to the room and barged in. When he realized that there was no one here, he was overjoyed, but just as he started working on that thing, he didn't expect to be caught in the act. In a flash, his whole body was bad. Extreme panic began to pervade every corner of his body. Originally grew up listening to his teachers and parents, but actually did such things at this moment, so that it only felt ashamed. 9 years of compulsory education is a waste of time. I can't believe I learned to steal. Not long after, with a sound of the door opening, a young man in his early 20s came out from the house. The other man had long hair that looked ethereal. However, a pair of eyes are indeed filled with a little blood too. His body trembled vigorously. Even the face is also slightly pale. Before Su Fan could open his mouth, he only saw the other party stuttering and begging for mercy. Taoist master. I know I'm wrong. Don't beat me, okay? And don't send me to the law enforcement department. I was just curious for a moment, and then I didn't control myself. The man jumbled his words so much that he couldn't even organize basic language. Seeing that the pair had such a sincere attitude, it instantly made Su Fan whole. Originally, he thought how the other party would make some sophistry, but he didn't expect to actually concede so quickly. Expecting that the two had basically the same purpose, Su Fan had planned to say a few words to scare the other party. "What's your name?" Su Fan pretended to be calm. My name is Chen Jian." "Chen Jian? That's a good name, but your behavior doesn't feel quite worthy of the name." Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face went cold in a flash. Sensing that the other party's attitude was so severe, Chen Jian suddenly became even more flustered. So it was that as he was shivering all over, a mixture of tears and snot began to run down his face. Taoist master. I really know I'm wrong. I'm just curious. I really didn't come here to steal anything. Chen Jian started waving his hand in rejection one by one. Looking at the other party in such a sorry state, Su Fan knew in his heart that there was no point in continuing to scare the other party. After all, their purposes were basically the same. "Well, I won't make things difficult for you. Since you say so, then the poor Taoist will believe you for the time being, and you must be a good person in the future." "I know little knowledge, and I will certainly not do so in the future." Chen Jian's head was banging against the ground one by one due to the garlic. "Well, get your ass out of here and pretend you never showed up." Okay. When Chen Jian heard this, a very pleased expression appeared on his face. Immediately afterward, he turned around and casually dropped what was inside his hand, and just rolled and disappeared into the darkness. Eyeing the other party's departing figure, Su Fan shook his head slightly and smiled. "Hey, this kid is quite interesting." Tang Yenling all but ignored the conversation between the two. Her eyes were only on the item inside Chen Jian's hand. If she hadn't forced down the restlessness within her, she would have grabbed it. Now since the other party had already run away and had left this thing here, she absolutely could not let it disappear into her eyes again. With that, Tang Yenling bent down slightly and directly picked up the things on the ground. As she moved in her tantalizing curves, she straightened up in the twinkling of an eye. Su Fan sensed the other party's movements, and immediately afterward, he also turned his head back. What is it? Looking at Tang Yanling's hand as a pitch-black and incomparable fellow appeared, Su Fan immediately followed up with a voice of inquiry. Tang Yanling didn't reply. Instead, she just stared quietly at what was inside her hand. After 10 seconds or so had passed, the light under Tang Yanling's eyes grew stronger and stronger as she observed. The thing one is looking for is this. When it really comes down to it, a gleam of greed appeared in her eyes. So it was this contraption that had attracted her here. It was too late to think about it, and she slowly peeled the shell off the thing in her hand. Although this thing was muddled, Tang Yanling knew that something useful was definitely inside. As time passed, Su Fan watched dumbfounded as the object inside the other party's hand suddenly transformed from a blackened object into a treasure that shimmered with a haze of light, followed by an expression of astonishment that spread across his face. Just as he was about to make an exit to ask a question, he heard Tang Yanling's excited voice come over. This is the stone of heavenly Tao. The voice was tinged with excitement. Even the tone line trembled. Su Fan had never seen such an expression on the other party, so today was truly an eye-opener. I didn't expect this realm to actually have such heaven-defying treasures. Tang Yanling was on the verge of fainting because the heavenly Tao stone was truly too rare. Chapter 184. The Stone of Heavenly Tao. Su Fan repeated the other party's words in a low voice. This contraption was something he had never really seen before, but now he couldn't show the appearance of having no insight. That's right, if my memory isn't wrong. This thing is the Stone of the Heavenly Tao. Tang Yanling's eyes showed a shocked expression, and the waves of the sea had long since turned upside down within her heart. Su Fan nodded his head one by one as he listened to the other party's words, but even though the other party had already told him the name of this thing, he still didn't know exactly what it was actually used for. Of course, before he could continue asking questions, he only saw Tang Yanling speak immediately after. It is rumored that the Stone of the Heavenly Tao is capable of connecting the passageways of the two realms, but wherever you are, as long as you have the coordinates of its corresponding realm, then you will definitely be able to break through the boundaries and go there. Su Fan sniffed, and all of a sudden, it was like a thunderclap within his heart. This little thing is so strong, and it was actually thrown here by these old Taoist priests? Su Fan expressed his incomprehension, but he then thought about it and was relieved. Nowadays, it has long been the age of the end of the law, and it is quite normal for some things to be lost. After all, a large portion of their heritage had been severed. No, not a good chunk, but about 90%. According to his thoughts, even if the other party possessed something earth-shatteringly valuable, it would only be used as a stepping stone. It's not their fault. If you want to resent it, resent the world. Since the item has already been obtained, why don't we leave early? Su Fan murmured in a low voice, the urgency in his heart overflowing. No way. We can't leave yet. Although the Heavenly Tao stone is already in my hands, this seat doesn't know how to catalyze this object. Tang Yanling's voice softened as she spoke, followed by some blushing. Indeed, as the other party said this, even if she had gotten the Heaven's Path stone, but exactly how to catalyze it, she didn't know. This thing on her hand, she had never seen it before this, but only saw a simple introduction on top of a remnant scroll, and for an expert of her cultivation level, she was able to brainstorm a lot of things just by seeing it. That was why, upon seeing the Heaven's Path stone for the first instant, Tang Yanling was able to recognize this fellow. Well, let's look again then. Tang Yanling nodded, then agreed to the other party's proposal. But be quick about it. We've just made quite a commotion, so maybe someone will come over to inspect later. Without further ado, the two said they would do it. Su Fan looked at the room full of cluttered items, and then he felt a wave of headache rise. It's a big pile of guys, and I don't know how long it would take to find them if I were to pick them off with my own bare hands. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze above Tang Yanling's figure. What? That? You can use your divine sense for now. After all, it's still fine to be within 10 meters of me. Su Fan awkwardly wiped his head with his hand in embarrassment. Tang Yanling listened to the other party's words. Why did she feel strange? When she wanted to use it herself, the other party wouldn't let her. And now that she had broken into a completely strange place, this man was actually letting her use it again? But right now was not the time to think about it. And right after that she agreed. Well, then I'll take a look. As soon as her words fell, Su Fan sensed that the space in the surrounding chamber seemed to have been insight by something unknown. Even he was able to clearly perceive this feeling. There was no secret on his body, which appeared as if it was a blank sheet of paper being carefully examined by the other party. And this was precisely why Su Fan did not like the other party to use his divine sense. After all, he would most likely expose the thoughts within his heart on this. A dozen seconds passed, and Tang Yanling's embroidered brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Well, anything? After realizing that the bad feeling around him had disappeared, Su Fan immediately revealed a gleam in his eyes and inquired towards Tang Yanling. Nothing. There's nothing to be found. Tang Yanling's tone revealed a bit of annoyance, as the thing she wanted to find so badly was actually not here. Since it's not here, then it must be somewhere else. Let's go look for it again. I don't believe it. If we turn this place upside down we still can't find each other. Su Fan's temper was also driven, and then his eyes widened. Tang Yanling felt the other party's so hard-working appearance, and somehow actually felt a burst of warmth within her heart. Come on, go look elsewhere. Su Fan waved his hand and shouted towards Tang Yanling, who was not far away. Just then, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. What kind of person? How dare they spill their guts here? When the man said that, he darted straight towards this place, extremely fast. Su Fan was just about to take a step, when she suddenly realized that the two seemed to have been discovered on the trail, followed by a low voice as she called out to Tang Yanling. Don't be in a hurry. Let's go back and think long and hard. After all, there are still a lot of secrets here that we haven't ventured into. It would be bad if we were accidentally discovered. After Tang Yanling struggled for a while, she then agreed as well. Just like what Su Fan had said, this was not the time to come on hard nowadays, and it was better for them to be wise. Without further ado, Tang Yanling nodded towards Su Fan and disappeared in a flash with him, and everything around it was returned to its original state by its spell, so that the others couldn't tell the difference at all. Moreover, even if Tang Yanling did not recover, actually does not have any relationship. After all, here has been a long time no one figure. Even if something was lost, I'm afraid no one would know. But for Tang Yanling, even if that was the case, she would still follow the operation she had just done all over again. After all, it was a caution that had long been engraved in her bones. Not long after the two had left, a figure slowly appeared outside the door of this room. As his eyes focused, a young Taoist priest in his early 20s came into view. He looked at the empty environment, and all of a sudden, his eyes revealed a slight color of confusion. Just now, he clearly sensed that there was some kind of sound coming from this side, but when he immediately rushed over, he realized that there was no trace of it. Could it be that he had misheard? The young Taoist could not help but question himself thus. You should know that in the middle of Wudong Mountain, these Taoist priests would start meditating and toning after night. Anyone who is still awake in the middle of the night is definitely a patrol officer. Although they didn't have anything valuable within their Taoist temple, it was a valuable experience that had been passed down from their heritage. So, even though they are in the end times, they still have the habit of patrolling. Chapter 185, The Great Terror. Since there wasn't any movement, the young Taoist wasn't continuing to stay here. The Wudong Mountain Taoist Temple is very large and is divided into an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard. Trying to patrol all at once is actually still a lot of work. With that thought in mind, he took one step back and headed slowly towards the rest of the place. After Su Fan and the two of them returned to the place where they were living, his forehead was still wet with a little sweat. It's still very exciting for him to do this kind of thing for the first time. After all, he is a well-educated young man. Let him do bad things when it is a bit difficult. But all of this was for the sake of this fellow Tang Yanling. Thinking of this, he then relieved himself. Immediately afterward, he started spitting in his mind one after the other. Little Lingzi, you're on the verge of not being able to pay back what you owe me. After all, this is breaking my original 3 views. Feeling Su Fan's slightly strange gaze, Tang Yanling turned back in a split second and stared him dead in the eyes. What's on your mind? Why do your eyes always give me a weird feeling? No, nothing. In the face of Su Fan's reply, Tang Yanling obviously did not believe it. This guy has a belly full of bad water. How could there be nothing going on? Seeing that the other party still intended to pursue the root of the matter, Su Fan immediately changed the topic. Anyway, today was still rewarding. Let's think about what to do next. Tang Yanling sniffed, and really didn't pursue on what she had just said. Seeing this, Su Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. This woman has been getting smarter and smarter lately. He can't even fool the other party anymore. If the other party stays with him for a while, I'm afraid something will really go wrong. Don't think about it so much for now. Let's just get some early rest and wait for tomorrow to think long and hard about it. Without further ado, Su Fan climbed onto his half of the side of the bed in a flash, and immediately afterward, he fell back to sleep. It wasn't long before the snoring then resumed. Seeing that the other party had fallen asleep so quickly, Tang Yanling wasn't continuing to say anything more, so she turned around and ran to the bed to start meditating. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and a Taoist temple jumped up on the top of a mountain peak between the black lights of the mountains. A chorus of cicadas chirping outside the window made the dreamer's slumber a few moments deeper. Su Fan had another dream, and he dreamt that he was once again back in the Punisher of God's game, and this time, his cultivation was a few points higher, and he swept the world with Tang Yanling. Eventually they both make it to the top and see the scenery they once longed for. The world said that when it comes to success and fame, look back to have been a mountain of blood, white bones, one after another around the friends died one after another. In the end it is only left to themselves. But this dream of Su Fan's wasn't like that. He dreamed that Tang Yenling was always by his side. The two went through many trials and tribulations, which ultimately made both the righteous and the devil put down their hatred and turned their feuds into peace. At the end of the story, he joins hands with Tang Yenling to watch the world's events, and a dusty aura pervades both of them. Just as he was getting away with living a small life on the other side, a huge eye slowly descended from the sky. All of a sudden, heaven and earth collapsed and the world cracked. Su Fan didn't have time to think too much, and immediately shot out with all his might to block what was happening in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried, he failed in the end. Even if he had cultivated to the peak of the God Punisher world, he was still powerless in the face of this huge eye, and could not rise up with any resistance at all. Just as he was planning to burn with Jade, a cry of alarm suddenly came out from those eyes. "It's you?" Without letting him think much at all, the originally collapsing world actually began to stabilize, and the pair of eyes slowly disappeared out of sight. And all of this caused Su Fan's figure, which was originally planning to disarm, to freeze in place. He didn't know exactly what had happened, but at least the other man had disappeared. Just as he was planning to explore the damage to this realm, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. "Good disciple, hurry up and get up." Originally still asleep, he woke up all of a sudden, his face suffused with sweat, obviously frightened by the dream. After he slowly came back to his senses, he realized that Tang Yenling was still meditating and toning, and he let out a breath. Luckily it was a dream, or it would have been a disaster. He thought so in his heart, while looking at Tang Yenling's face became even more strange. Why did he dream of the other party and actually end up sweeping the world hand in hand with Tang Yenling? All of this aside, it's amazing how much pain he suffers as his opponent is about to die. The feeling was quite real, as if it had happened. Within a short while, Su Fan solidified the feelings of fear within his heart, and immediately afterward, he once again remembered the pair of eyes in his dream. The eyes were even more massive than the sky of the God Punisher world, and one could not even be considered a speck of dust in front of them. And this wasn't the first time he'd seen those eyes. Mind you, he'd had a dream not too long ago. That dream was also quite real, making it as if it were in reality. He had been through many destructions and had seen life rise again, but no matter what, in the end, he would be destroyed by a pair of eyes, destroying everything in his eyes, leaving only the endless void, and space with no time scale. He couldn't figure out the bits and pieces of it, and it didn't seem realistic to want to share it with anyone else. There was no way around it, so Su Fan had no choice but to hide the other party's existence deep within his heart, unbeknownst to outsiders, and even Tang Yenling wouldn't mention half a word about it. "Good disciple, hurry up and come out to receive the baptism of the early sunlight. Don't sleep." Seeing that Su Fan did not make any movement, Tianchi Zhang called out once again, "Su Fan." He stared out of the house with his head full of black lines, and was very bad in the middle of his heart. What did this newbie old Taoist want? He had obviously just reluctantly agreed yesterday, and the other party was torturing him like this? Getting up early? No way. Not at all. How could he get up early? Young people just need more rest to recover better. But now they seem to be elsewhere, not at all in their own home, and also did recognize the master. Thought so. Do not go out to ask for peace seems really not appropriate. Hey dang, it's annoying. Su Fan cursed as he began to move to get out of bed. I don't want to, but I still have to do what I've been told. After all, Tang Yenling hadn't gotten what she wanted yet, so how could he possibly stop there? Thinking so, he once again turned his head to stare at Tang Yenling for a while. "You woman, you really don't know how much you owe me for disturbing this lord's beautiful dream." Chapter 186. Not long after, with a door opening sound, Su Fan came outside with a smiling face. He had a very pleased expression, as if he had been greatly favored. "Master, that. Good morning, good morning. Ha. What's early? The sun's on your ass. Look, get cleaned up and then I'll lead you to a few people." Looking at the other party's serious demeanor, Su Fan's entire body instantly became bad. What's going on with this old newbie Taoist? Compared to last night, it's like a different person. Okay. When Su Fan heard this, he could only hold his breath for a while. After all, his plan was not yet complete. Not long after Su Fan and his duo arrived at the hall, Tianchi Zhang's face eased slightly. Not long after, Wang Xian also slowly came within the hall with a sleepy face. While yawning, he rubbed his eyes. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze towards Su Fan's figure, and instantly opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother, young people should know how to exercise moderation, and mustn't make their bodies deficient." or else they'll easily cause evil spirits to enter their bodies. Although this brat said that there is indeed no problem, but Su-fan listened to it as always feel where it is not right to touch. Originally he thought the other party was being sarcastic about him staying up all night, but he was stunned for a moment thinking about it. Doesn't this guy still look like he hasn't woken up? How can he be so courageous to be sarcastic? Moreover, the other party looked so immodest. On the surface it seemed as if he was concerned about him, but he always felt that there was something in his words. Immediately afterward, he subconsciously scanned Tang Yanling's figure, and only after realizing that the other party had not reacted in any way did he let out a slight sigh of relief. Luckily, this woman didn't quite understand the words. Otherwise Su-fan was afraid that the other party would chop this brat with a sword. With Su-fan's face darkening for a while, he intended to open his mouth to explain what was coming. However, when he was about to open his mouth, he saw Wang Xian casually waving his hand. Well, no need to explain. I understand everything, elder brother. Looking at this kid with such a beaten look, Su-fan was trembling all over. If not for the fact that Tianchi Zhang was still here, I'm afraid that next year's today will be the anniversary of Wang Xian's death. Listening to the other party's words, Su-fan was already furious and was being extremely suppressed within his heart. Right at this moment, Wang Xian felt bad because he realized that he seemed to have played a big game. Otherwise why would he feel a cold presence behind his back? Anticipating the other party's terrifying strength, Wang Xian immediately followed and immediately gave in. That, elder brother, I'm just playing a little joke. You won't take it personally with me. After Wang Xian finished speaking, he blinked at Su-fan with a begging face, as a way of hoping that the other party wouldn't mind. However, Su-fan looked even angrier as he watched the other party look like this. This brat is really a dead pig, is not afraid of boiling water hot, so dejected sooner or later they have to pack him a meal. Seeing that Su-fan had become enraged, Heavenly Master Zhang slightly raised his eyelids. With that, he exited and flung his duster, his face showing an amiable countenance. Good disciple, don't be general with this brat, he's just like that. It looks like his stinky problems from when he was a kid still haven't changed. Tianchi Zhang decided to be a peacemaker, or else Wang Xian would really have no good fruit to eat later. After all, this kid is still considered half of his own disciple, so he'll just help out a bit. But the thought of doing so made his eyes grow more and more strange. What did Wang Xian call Su-fan? Brother? When he reacted, Zhang Tianchi's face immediately darkened. Wang Xian, this brat is really thick-skinned. Actually dared to overstep the bounds so much. But immediately afterward he was relieved. Perhaps it was the new tricks of the young people. He, an old man, should not meddle in it. Seeing that Tianchi Zhang had come out to round up the situation, Su-fan's original exasperated mood then relaxed, because through contact he had realized that Wang Xian probably wasn't this kind of person, and the other party was merely trying to get him to relax. After all, yesterday's disciple recognition ceremony seemed very simple, and it was expected that it was meant to be more spontaneous and not stressful, right? Su-fan made up his own mind, as a way to keep himself from getting even more angry. Well, since everyone's up, let's hurry up and have dinner, there's a walkthrough to go later. Su-fan sniffed without knowing what he meant, but he didn't open his mouth immediately. But Wang Xian didn't have this kind of patience. As soon as he heard that there was something fun to do, he immediately jumped up, his face overflowing with excitement. Master Zhang, what passes? Ha, what else could it be over the top? Isn't it just your senior brother Su's worship? Tianchi Zhang also compromised and simply followed Wang Xian's personality. I see, so can I tag along for the ride? Wang Xian's eyes revealed gleams of light as if he had to go. Can. So people will be there, and you'll go and worship those grandfathers of yours as well. Wang Xian smiled happily at his words. As for the ancestor that the other party had mentioned, his memory had actually appeared to be very fuzzy, and he didn't know exactly who it was coming from. But this will not delay his mood to watch the fun at all. Even if he does not recognize each other anymore, he is sure that he will be able to be very quickly familiar with it. After all, he's a social terrorist, only when others are embarrassed. Where's the environment for him to get stage fright? Alright, hurry up with your meal. Tianchi Zhang interrupted the other party's brain as he continued to ponder. And immediately afterward, he spoke to the Su-fan duo. Yes, master. Su-fan nodded slightly, then glanced at Tang Yanling. Do you eat? Tang Yanling sat on the eunuch's chair, a slightly lingering look on her face. Seeing the other party in such a state, Su-fan's heart instantly rose into his throat. Can't it be that this woman understood their conversation just now? She shouldn't have. Wang Xian actually said it quite politely. Is this getting smart? Su-fan had to think so deeply because this appearance of the other party was just too terrifying, reminding him of memories he had once had. In fact, how could Su-fan know that Tang Yanling wasn't even thinking in this direction? She was just thinking about other things. And how can I say this thing about godliness? It can't be changed overnight. After all, she had been a superior for so many years. Wanting to change her original habits at once was really a bit difficult to exist. With that, Su Fan almost apologized to the other party when he carefully called out again. It wasn't until then that Tang Yanling slowly came back to her senses. Hearing Su Fan shout, she shook her head slightly. Seeing this, Su Fan suddenly let out a mouthful of turbid air. Fortunately, this woman didn't know what they were just talking about. Otherwise the other party definitely wouldn't have picked him up in the slightest. Immediately after that, he reacted. It must be his own nerves. All day long the fear of the heart really affects people's thoughts. Chapter 187, The Founding of the Punisher. After breakfast, Heavenly Master Zhang took Su Fan to receive the other pivotal figures within the Taoist temple one by one after another. The old Taoist priests all revealed smiles of joy when they saw Su Fan. Ever since Yi Han had disappeared, they hadn't seen Uncle Zhang take in any more disciples. Moreover, hearing that this child's talent was more than Yi Han ever had, all of a sudden they all revealed a curious look. Just as Su Fan was greeting this group of newbies, the Exorcist Game Company was busy working overtime at this time. A middle-aged man wearing a black suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses arrived at the Research and Development Department with a slightly heavy step. Just as soon as he entered, a group of programmers stood up and immediately put down the work at hand. Immediately after that, he neatly and respectfully shouted towards the other party. "Good day, Mr. Wang. Ha, everyone do not need to be so. Do not delay the work at hand. I just came to see just. All do not be formal. The person who was addressed as Mr. Wang had a pleasant expression on his face, and then he pressed down with his hand, signaling that everyone here did not need to do so. Thank you, Mr. Wang. The staff once again replied in unison, and then continued to devote themselves to intense technical development. Right at this moment, the department head slightly hunched over ran to the front of Mr. Wang, only to see his respectful attitude and flattering face. Mr. Wang, I don't know what you've come here for? The superintendent raised his eyes with his hand and so inquired. Mr. Wang hadn't come here for a long time, and once he did, there would definitely be something big assigned down. After all, there was not much left for it to worry about. The most important thing at the moment was nothing more than the second round of internal testing of God Punisher. Once the second round of internal testing was perfectly concluded, then it would be possible to formally market this game, which was enough to subvert the perception of mankind to the market. It's important to realize that there was also a chance that this game they developed existed just 2 years before, when Mr. Wang was on the verge of bankruptcy. Just as his assets were about to be liquidated, a mysterious man brought in a strange meteorite. It says that this is the main brain core to develop a holographic virtual reality game. When Mr. Wang heard the news, his face expressed disdain. How could a piece of broken stone help him turn the tide against the odds? Besides, his assets were on the verge of being liquidated, so he was basically considered a waste. The other party did not come earlier or later, but came at this time of the day, so it was expected that there was nothing good. But that mysterious man's next words really impressed Mr. Wang, only to see the other party waved his hand, and sought promises to Mr. Wang. As long as the other party is willing to take on this task, the funds and other things will not be a problem at all. Listening to the other mysterious person with such a big mouth, Mr. Wang shook his head and laughed out loud. Just this kind of small trick and still intend to deceive him? What kind of person does he, Wang Tai, think he is? Although he was now bankrupt, the thin camel was bigger than a horse, and it wasn't like he had never seen money before. He had really seen a lot of crooks like the other side, and he could simply recognize them at a glance. Just as Wang Tai was planning to make a stern decision, he saw the mysterious man slowly take out a bank card from his hand, and after Wang Tai saw this card for the first time, the shock in his eyes overflowed. In the end, the mystery man told him not to worry about the money. With him there was no problem no matter how much money he burned. Sensing the sincerity of the other party, Wang Tai then agreed. After all, the other party was a figure who could even take out a black crystal purple card. Thus, the situation had already developed to such a state that there was simply no room for him to be decisive. Besides, his original company really can't do it anymore. A new start, maybe even have something bigger to do. Immediately after, the two immediately finalized the agreement. And then after discussing the specifics, Mist disappeared. And this disappearance was a period of 2 or 3 years. Within this time, Wang Tai waited day and night for the other party to arrive. But the other party seemed to have evaporated out of thin air. And no matter where he went to look, he couldn't find the mysterious person. Just as he came, he seemed to be in a hurry and left without leaving a trace. After the sight recalled over, Wang Tai narrowed his eyes slightly. I just came over to see how your research is going. This game will turn the whole world upside down. You guys should work hard, strive to fight for the prestige of my Huaxia country, so that all the countries in the world will know that Huaxia country can also make awesome games. Wang Tai's voice was small at first, but when he got to the exciting moments, he couldn't quite contain himself. After all, the hottest games of their era were all developed by other countries, and now that he had come one step at a time with the resources of the mysterious man, he was eager to see just what he could achieve. Mr. Wang, don't worry about it. The bugs that appeared in the first round have basically been fixed, and besides, we have the presence of the mastermind, so nothing can go wrong at all. Wang Tai is indeed making the game just as the mysterious man told him to, without adding any hint of personal bad luck or anything else. After all, the mysterious man had already brought him too much fame already wealth. If he still didn't finish the other side, how could he have the face to go on living? That's good. The second round of testing must also be put on the schedule immediately, aiming for a public beta test as soon as possible, facing people all over the world. Speaking of which, Wang Tai was clearly agitated as well. In fact, this is not to blame the other party, because this game is truly a work that spans the ages, and even he, who does not play games, is addicted to it. And Wang Tai was actually one of the internal test players of the game Exorcism, and at that time, he just wanted to experience how amazing the game that the mysterious man was talking about was. But when it was truly experienced, the shock in Wang Tai's eyes increased by a few more points. It was simply a product of a game that did not exist in this era, so real and so felt that it really made him recall the words of the mysterious man once again. Let it go and don't be afraid that I'll lose money, because there won't be any. At first, Wang Tai thought that the other party was comforting himself, but nowadays, little by little, the clouds and fog are lifted, and Wang Tai actually feels as if it is indeed the case. Immediately afterward, he remembered something else. At first, he had signed a contract with the other party to come, but the mysterious person did not take care of him at all, not even signed a contract, deep fear that he ran away in general. However, this kind of thing was not said by the other party, but Wang Tai could not do so so he put the mysterious person so many years of investment dividends all saved up, and also privately set up an account, intending to wait for the other party appeared over, directly by the hand inside the things to the other party. Chapter 188. Time flies, in the blink of an eye is 2 or 3 years past, but since the other party first appeared, so many years have never seen its people in this way. And for the Exorcist game research and development also did not ask a question, as if for him to have great confidence in general. It was so simple and crude to assume that Wang Tai would be able to accomplish this major project. But in a flash, it was as if Wang Tai had figured something out. He had the strange meteorite left behind by the mysterious man, and an endless amount of money to spend. Plus the other party had also introduced himself to an experienced team, and he, as a former failed entrepreneur, seems to be enjoying himself so much without doing anything. At first it had been said that Wang Tai didn't come to the game development base much. In fact, he had been just remotely concerned. After all, for the Exorcism game cannot be disturbed by the outside world. Just now the other party came in the occasion of the impact caused by the scene that he was extremely unwilling to see, because it would interrupt the R&D person's thoughts, and maybe having any good ideas would be spoiled by his arrival. You guys work a little harder. It's been a busy time, but after the game's official beta, you'll be given bonuses. Wang Tai laughed while putting his hand on the supervisor's shoulder. Please don't worry, Mr. Wang. For your sake all of us will surely bow and die. The supervisor looked more and more sycophantic, kissing the other man's ass with every fiber of his being. Wang Tai also knew what kind of person the other party was, so he didn't hate him too much. After all, the supervisor was basically quite good except for his bad temper in this regard. And besides, the other party's ability was really strong, and this was able to be seen from the fact that Wang Tai Sense had handed over the R&D base to the other party. Well, I'll leave you guys alone for now and get back to work. With those words, he left the place, flanked by several able functionaries. After the other party had left, a small employee cautiously opened his mouth to the person beside him and asked, "Is this our Mr. Wang? Isn't that so? Doesn't it feel like it possesses a kingly aura?" "Indeed, it's very brawny and handsome feeling." As the two female staff members tittered, they quickly drew the eye of the supervisor. Just when the two of them were still filled with admiration in their eyes, they heard an angry shout, "Don't desert! Get to work! Everyone else is busy and you're the only one still gossiping, aren't you?" The two small employees were shocked at the words, and their faces were filled with shock. Master, we won't dare again. Don't be double-minded all day long. Laborers should have the appearance of laborers. Don't think wildly and expect to fly up to the branch to become a phoenix all day long. Once the two had been taught a lesson, the supervisor once again slipped off to make his rounds elsewhere. For this task, he really bothered to do his best. This group of young children all day long inside the head always like to think of something or nothing. The sky is always like daydreaming, but the probability is as good as none, so how easy is it to achieve? Therefore, every time these children make a mistake in their thinking, they are immediately corrected by it. Humph. What's the big deal? It's just to talk and relax. Besides, it's not like I'm delaying my work. Sensing that the other party had moved away, one of the girls raised her head slightly to glance at them. After realizing that the other party had really left, there was a burst of starting to spit. Stop it. Be careful, the supervisor hears you. We're all screwed. The girl next to her, who had been criticized for everything just now, saw the other party do so and immediately spoke up to advise her not to drift too much. With that she added again, actually, the supervisor is quite good. He always gives us bonuses and always motivates us new employees. Although the management is indeed a bit harsh. The girl who had just spat out her words heard the other party's words, and in a flash, she stopped retorting. Just like what the other party said, they were actually treated more than 10 times better than the other 996 social animals. Realizing that he had returned to Wudong Mountain, Su Fan was still pulling a smile to welcome him at the moment. Originally, he meant that in the end times, he expected that there should not be many people coming up to the mountain to practice monasticism, but this moment shattered his original worldview. Already values. There are not only many old Taoist priests on the mountain, but also many young Taoist priests. After the brief contact just now, he already had a general understanding. Young Taoist priests are a profession, although they are not engaged in productive work, but they can get a monthly salary from the state, and live a leisurely life. And young dowsers, they do need a master's degree, which of course is still the second most advanced level of education. Inside the inner courtyard, there is also the presence of several PhD students. When Su Fan saw them for the first time, he was simply surprised. This news did circulate on the internet before, but he didn't believe it at all. It's just to be a Taoist priest. Why do you need such a high education? As the old Taoist priests explained, he came to his senses. Wu Jizi was the most fond of this little senior brother, only to see him introduced to Su Fan in a serious manner. That's more or less it. Is there anything else that senior brother Su doesn't understand? Su Fan's head was full of questions, but he didn't know exactly where to start. Don't worry, no matter what the question is, elder brother will be able to answer it for you. Wu Jizi looked at Su Fan's eyes smilingly. He didn't know how, but he just felt that this kid Su Fan was amiable. Senior brother Wu Jizi, you've just said that the least degree is a master's degree, but why do others exist? With those words, he pointed towards a few young 17 or 18-year-old Taoist priests, his face displaying a look of confusion. I did say it had to be a master's degree at the very least, but you can't be a Taoist priest and study the canonical texts all the time, can you? The art of language lies in getting to the point, and by this point Su Fan had already understood. I see. I told you, these kids are not even close to the right age. I didn't realize there was such a thing. After finally reacting, Su Fan slowly nodded his head, his heart instantly relieved. He then said that this group of Taoist priests definitely could not all be highly educated, or else he would not have the face to meet people. After all, he was just an ordinary bachelor. Yes, the Taoist priests of Wudong Mountain are actually divided into two categories. One of them is the need for an academic level, as mentioned earlier, and they focus on studying the canonical texts as well as pioneering other Taoist doctrines. Since this area requires brainpower and is simply not available to the average person, the position of establishment has been introduced specifically. But all the researchers are on the establishment. Chapter 189, Worshipping the Master. A Taoist priest has an establishment. Then he will receive a salary similar to that of a civil servant. And it is the existence of such an attraction that makes many highly educated personnel rush to the door. Of course, Taoist priests are not all highly educated personnel. Among the Taoist temples of Wudong Mountain there existed other Taoist priests who were specially recruited by the temples. Each one of them possessed an extraordinary root existence, and if it weren't for the fact that it was now the age of the end, basically all of them wouldn't have very low achievements. This group of people does not have an establishment, but they are subsidized by the state policy. The two are actually similar when compared to each other. It's just a matter of name. And Su Fan now, even if he is specially recruited in the personnel, once the list is reported up, he is also able to take a dead salary. Simply do not be better than when 996 social animal. The air here is excellent, and the food is grown by the Taoist priests themselves. The only downside might be being away from the city, away from home and loved ones. But the people who come here basically don't care very much about these things. In their psyche, the pursuit of Taoism is the greatest desire. Of course, this group of peoples thought Su Fan didn't understand too well yet. After all, he couldn't do anything to cut off his affection. Time passed by. The people in the Taoist temple had almost arrived, and the ceremony of worship was about to begin. Su Fan watched the eyes of the surrounding crowd blaze up more and more, and his heart actually felt inexplicably flustered. It was not that he was afraid, it was really that their eyes were too scary, because every one of them was very frenzied, as if they hadn't seen a little girl for a long time, like a shibboleth * ghost. Feeling Su Fan's slightly embarrassed gaze, Tianchi Zhang slowly came to his front and softly comforted. "Don't be nervous, it's just arranging a passing scene. Besides, everyone is so enthusiastic. There's nothing to be afraid of." After speaking, he placed his hand on Su Fan's shoulder again, telling him not to worry too much. Listening to the other party's words, Su Fan couldn't wait to spit out a sentence. "And that's just for show? Are you sure you're not kidding? There are so many people coming together to go through the motions?" When Tianchi Zhang felt Su Fan's eyes filled with resentment, he instantly smiled in embarrassment as well. In fact, everything in front of him was indeed also out of his expectation. According to the original plan, there were indeed only a few people present, and then just casually perform a worship ceremony. But nay, someone accidentally revealed the news last night, letting everyone in the Taoist temple know the news. The first time we heard about it, we thought it was a joke, but as more and more people spread the word, gradually they actually believed it. And so, there was the scene before us now. Well, let's take a step and see what happens. Su Fan sighed feebly, the glimmer of a wish in his heart having been dashed. Just a moment ago he turned his begging eyes towards Tang Yanling's figure, expecting that the other party would help him for a moment, but that woman actually didn't even bother with herself, acting as if it was none of her business, making Su Fan so angry that he clenched his teeth. "I'm obviously working for her, okay? Can't this woman react? This seat can't help you. Now that you are in the tiger's den, there are many crises, and you can't be exposed." Listening to the other party's explanation, Su Fan had cooled down inside his heart. It was too late to think about it, and the ceremony of worship had already begun in this way. As the thought-old Taoist priest stood out with a burst of announcements, Su Fan slowly made his way into the public's line of sight. After the group of onlooker Taoists finally got a good look at Su Fan's appearance, different voices came out from each of them. "This is Ancestor Sang's newly recruited disciple? Yes, I seem to have heard that its roots and bones are excellent, much more so than Yihan ever had. Really? It's actually so powerful? That's true. How could I lie to you? But it looks really ordinary. It doesn't feel as strong as me. You can just pull it off with your three-legged kung fu. I don't know where you got so much courage." The surrounding personnel had whispered something, but none of these Su Fan cared in the slightest. As he took more and more steps, the aura emanating from his body gradually got stronger and stronger. Not long ago the whole person is like a newborn, compared with the previous is simply a different person. As the surrounding crowd looked at the other party's silently changing aura, a wave of shock rose in their hearts. They didn't expect the other party to actually exude such a strong cultivation, and at this moment all of them looked at Su Fan's figure filled with a strange light. Even the person who had just spat on Su Fan had then changed his mind. If he had been able to realize that Su Fan was so powerful at an earlier moment, he wouldn't have said those big words. Su Fan's footsteps gradually sped up a bit with the frequency, but this was all just how it looked to the onlookers. Every step he took landed on his feet, causing the hearts of those around him to jump instantly. Immediately afterward, the sound of the other party's footsteps actually tended to coincide with the frequency of their heartbeats, making them feel nothing but unusually uncomfortable. Seeing that someone was on the verge of not being able to hold on, Su Fan slowed down again in a split second, and this operation instantly interrupted the resonance relationship between the two. It made the Taoist priests with low cultivation levels let out a mouthful of turbid breath. Wu Jizi felt what Su Fan had just done and was satisfied in his heart. This young master brother really have a hand. Look at the other party is not the lord of the loss. He heart suddenly understand over why he so favored him. Although he, Wu Jizi, always had a smile on his face, he actually wasn't someone who liked to be bullied. This could be seen one way or the other in his relationship with Easy. Tianchi Zhang looked at Su Fan getting closer and closer to him, coupled with the fact that the other party had just given these onlookers in front of him a downward spiral. In his heart, Su Fan became even more fond of him, and he was just afraid that the other party was weak inside. After all, cultivation is to fight with the sky and on the earth. Once you reveal yourself, then the achievement will never be too high. This aspect of Yihan did very much to his liking, and that was why the other party's cultivation level broke through so quickly. It was just that now he didn't know where exactly Yihan was, and this had been causing him to suffer in his heart. Not long after, Su Fan arrived in front of Tianchi Zhang, after which he carefully took the tea that was handed over next to him. After taking a deep breath, Su Fan finally calmed his heart. He was seen with steely eyes and a slight bow at the waist toward the front. "Master, please have some tea." Su Fan at this moment had let go of everything, and he thought of many things. It seemed like being a Taoist priest was actually quite nice. Not having to worry about mundane things and living by yourself without any worries. Chapter 190, Confessions. The people present would definitely not know that Su Fan had such thoughts, and even if they did, they would probably come to say that this son had great grandeur. Tianchi Zhang looked at the teacup that Su Fan respectfully handed over, a happy smile spreading across his face. The smile was one of heartfelt joy, the likes of which all of his colleagues around him had not seen in many years. At this moment, they heartily blessed the elderly celestial master who had reached an advanced age. It was important to know that since Yihan had left, the other party had been depressed for so many years, causing all of them to clench their hearts. And the other guy, who is here in such a high profile, runs to look at the gate. All of this actually has to do with this cause. Many years ago, this group of young Taoist priests actually wanted to hand over this responsibility, but the old celestial master was reluctant. He didn't want to leave. It was because he felt that by guarding the doorway he could be the first to see the returning Yihan. After all, if you want to return to the Taoist temple, the outer gate is the first threshold. Seeing that this old celestial master was so stubborn, the others could not say anything more. After all, nowadays, within this branch of the Wudong Mountain sect, Elder Tianchi Zhang's seniority was the greatest, and everyone else didn't dare to force each other. As Su Fan's teacup got closer and closer, the smirk on Tianchi Zhang's face grew a bit more. At this moment he remembered many things. Although he had always stayed at the outer gate to watch the door all these years, inside the eyes of others, it did seem as if he was waiting for Yihan to appear, but only he knew that he was more than that. There was a voice within him that had been crying out. The cry told him that there was still a disciple of his in the midst of this world of red dust who had not returned to his place, and now he had finally waited for the other. That person was Su Fan, who was now in front of him. Time seemed to have become very, very slow at this moment, and everyone was expecting Elder Heavenly Master Zhang to accept this disciple as soon as possible. They wanted to see the old celestial master fulfill his wish for so many years and be able to live out his old age in peace since then. After all, the other party was too old to withstand too much tossing and turning. If the old heavenly master knew what these people were thinking, I'm afraid he would be furious again. He was a guy who defied old age and always felt that he still had a lot of afterglow that he hadn't radiated. As the distance grew closer, Elder Celestial Master Zhang finally took the teacup from within Su Fan's hand. At this moment he was smiling like a child, with a face of innocence and romance. Good disciple, get up quickly. After he spoke, he stretched out his slightly aged arm again and assisted Su Fan in vain. Su Fan shook his head slightly, signaling that the other party did not need to do so. Immediately afterward, Tianchi Zhang took the tea and drank it. Su Fan looked at this old man with a white beard and a wrinkled face, and the exclamations in his heart suddenly gushed out like a tidal wave. He wondered if he would still be as happy as he was now if he deceived the others so much and was detected in the end. But things had been done, and there was no turning back for him. Everything was for Tang Yanling, for the whole world. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party couldn't return to the world of gods as they wished, I'm afraid that once they went off the rails, all of them would be plunged into an all-consuming state. During this time Tang Yanling's state was becoming more and more unstable, and he was always careful to follow the other party's communication. However, with the arrival of the Heaven's Path Stone, that woman's emotions seemed to have stabilized quite a bit. Expecting this, Su Fan also then stabilized his mood. Paying is always rewarding. The disciple acceptance ceremony ended very quickly, and it wasn't as tedious as Su Fan had originally seen. After receiving all the people one by one, Su Fan dragged his heavy steps slowly back to the outer sect hall. At this moment he was actually very uncomfortable inside, not knowing how to face this old man. He was afraid that the other would be sad and lost. And once you get what you need for yourself, you'll definitely get out of here right away. After all, Tang Yanling was like a dynamite barrel, not knowing when it would explode. He didn't want to bring down the existence of others because of his own affairs, and at this point he was as if he was a new man. It felt like a big responsibility on his shoulders. Tianchi Zhang looked at Su Fan, who was lost in thought for a while, and then he smiled knowingly. Immediately afterward, he cleared his throat and shouted towards Su Fan in a serious manner. Good disciple, come out with me. I have something to say to you. His tone was nonchalant and he had a very spontaneous look about him. Feeling the other party's voice, Su Fan's thoughts were instantly yanked back. After explaining a few sentences to Tang Yanling, Su Fan followed closely behind Tianchi Zhang and went out. Wait here for me for a moment, and do not cause any trouble. Before he could finish his words, Tang Yanling directly interrupted. I'm not 3 years old. I'm not guilty of staring at me all day. Sensing some anger, Su Fan didn't say anything more. Gazing at Su Fan slowly departing back, Tang Yanling was instantly caught up in a moment of contemplation. When she had looked at Su Fan's master worship just now, she was actually quite complicated deep down. What the exact emotion was, she couldn't say. Anyway, it made her think back to herself in general years ago, and that time she had just entered the furnace of the cultivation world. Outside the Taoist temple of Wudong Mountain, there was an old man with his hands behind his back at the moment, and behind him was the presence of a young man, gazing at the sea of clouds that roamed the mountains. The old Taoist priest slightly turned his head sideways. Good apprentice, come to me. The young man sensed the other's call, and then walked over slowly with a slightly heavy step. Master, I'm here. This old man and young man were none other than the duo of Su Fan and Tianchi Zhang. Good disciple. In fact, Master knows all the reasons why you came here. In a flash, Su Fan's heart beat violently a few times. The strong pulse was so loud that one could hear it a few times from the sidelines. No need to be nervous. It's really no big deal. Facing Zhang Tianchi's questioning, the corner of Su Fan's mouth moved, wanting to say something but he couldn't open his mouth. An item was lost in the east courtyard last night. I'm sure it was your doing as well? Not caring about Su Fan's state, Tianchi Zhang continued on his own. Listening to the other party's flat tone, Su Fan's heart became a few points more bitter within his heart. Immediately afterward, he slowly spoke. Master, there's no need to explain. If you're doing this then you must have your reasons. Everyone has their own secrets. I won't dig deeper. With those words, Celestial Master Zhang slowly turned back, his eyes staring very softly into Su Fan's eyes. Su Fan opened his mouth slightly, but he couldn't make a sound. The woman beside you isn't your Taoist mate either, right? Although I'm not at a high cultivation level for my teacher, I can sense that the other party is not bad. Chapter 191. There's no need to explain to me what the other person really is. Just get a grip on yourself. Although I don't know exactly what she is, but none of that matters, because I value you as a person. I can sense that you have a very warm heart with a determination to carry the world in your heart. Just as Zhang Tianchi's words fell, a gust of wind rose around him, and it blew the other party's Taoist robes in a gentle and solemn manner. Seeing that everything had been discovered by the other party, Su Fan also decided to confess and be lenient. Master, you're right. I did deceive you. Ha, silly apprentice. How can it be deception? It's not like you did anything to harm my life. At this moment, Tianchi Zhang seemed to have released his mind, exuding a mysterious and peculiar aura from within. And Su Fan was also affected by this aura on the other party, and his originally taut nerves relaxed. But, squirming his raw lips, Su Fan had originally planned to explain, but just then Zhang Tianchi slowly shook his head. Since the ceremony of worship has already taken place, then from now on you are my disciple. All things will not be questioned by the master. As long as you do not do anything to harm the heavens and the earth, the master will be on your side. The breeze among the mountains blew warmly, drifting and beating the two figures of this old and young man. At this moment Su Fan's heart was as if he had eaten hot flint, and his throat was so raw that he couldn't make any sound. Get what you want and leave this place. Our master-disciple destiny has actually not yet arrived, but it's the master who is in a hurry. Seeing that Su Fan did not open his mouth, Tianchi Zhang continued to speak. At this moment, Su Fan's eyes filled with some tears. He wanted to apologize, but he didn't know where to start. This is what you're looking for, isn't it? Not long after, an ancient yellow booklet appeared inside Tianchi Zhang's hand, and immediately afterward, he slowly handed it over to Su Fan's hand. There were strange textures on the top of the pamphlet, causing a burst of vertigo to rise from just a single glance, not daring to look directly at it for too long at all. But when this item appeared, Su Fan's eyes widened. He looked up at the other incredulously, his eyes revealing a look of incomprehension. Don't think so much. Since you're my disciple, this item will be considered a gift of worship. Tianchi Zhang snorted, appearing unconcerned. A mysterious aura flowed above the pamphlet, and with just a glance Su Fan knew that this was exactly the method of catalyzing the heavenly Dao stone that they were looking for. But the other party had delivered it so easily to his eyes. How could this not shock Su Fan? Tianchi Zhang's hand was just stretched out, and he didn't continue to speak. Expecting this to be a stubborn old man, Su Fan took it with a vicious clench of his teeth. Thank you, master. Su Fan almost trembled as he shook out these few words, the bitterness within his heart growing more and more intense. What kind of expression is this? Young people should be full of vigor. Never be like the master. After all, the master is already old. The future is your world. There's no need to say anything to master. What I should know is already known to master. Let everything take its course. As Tianchi Zhang spoke, his eyes revealed some memories. Feeling such an attitude from the other party, Su Fan could only nod with difficulty. The air just went quiet and neither spoke again, just looking between the mountains. At this moment, Su Fan was actually suffering within his heart, and he didn't know exactly how to face this old man. The other person is winded and expected to not have many days left to live, but he deceived the other person. and the person who was deceived looked very unconcerned instead. Bearing the great pressure within his heart, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Su Fan's tone conveyed disbelief as he wanted an answer. There's no reason for it. It's just the destiny of the underworld. Elder Celestial Master Zhang shook off the floating dust with his hand and continued speaking immediately afterward. There's no need to be pressured. It's all illuminated by the divine numbers. Su Fan didn't know what heavenly numbers were, and only felt that the other party appeared very profound at this moment, and the aura that escaped from his body was not even comparable to Tang Yanling. Immediately afterward, he realized that this was a kind of Dao rhyme, a mysterious and wonderful Dao rhyme. Don't look at Tang Yanling's cultivation is so profound. In fact, to say that the other party for the Dao rhyme perception may not be as profound as the old heavenly master. The ancestral land is the place where Taoist culture originated and many legendary figures have appeared, and without exception, they were all profound thinkers, and their sense of the Tao was extremely profound. The reason why Tang Yanling couldn't break through to a higher realm was actually because her sense of the Tao wasn't that deep. The other party himself knew this, only how difficult it was to gain the approval of the Tao. At this moment Su Fan thought a lot in his heart. If the ancestral land wasn't the end of the era, this group of old Taoist priests would probably all be a party of great powers. Seeing that nothing he could say would be of any use, Su Fan had no choice but to cope with it, and immediately afterward, he made a deep Taoist salute to Heavenly Master Zhang. Good disciple, since you've got the item, you should hurry up and leave. Go and do what you want to do. The world is big and exciting. I look forward to hearing rumors of you in the world one day. When the other party's words came out, Su Fan's tear duct suddenly became unable to hold on. Tears slowly dripped down from the corners of his eyes in an indisputable manner, and then hit the ground with a crisp sound. The summer breeze carries a little dust that covers the tears at once. Not long after Su Fan was about to turn around and leave, and it was at this moment that Zhang Tianxu's voice once again entered inside Su Fan's ears. Master can sense certain things in the future. One day you will meet him. Remember to say hello then, and help out if you have any spare capacity. Su Fan naturally understood the other party's words. The old heavenly master was talking about Yihan, but why was the other party so sure that he would meet Yihan? Could it be that he had some of the other parties sent on him? Once this thought sprouted, it inexorably continued to take root. In fact, Su Fan's thoughts were right. Old Tianzhu Zhang did feel Yihan's aura from his body, but the aura seemed very faint, if not in some ways non-existent, but he just felt it, and he didn't know if it was intuition or the number of heavenly destiny that the other party was talking about. Apprentice son accepts the order. If I see senior brother Yi. Su Fan's words were cut off by the other party before he could finish. So very good. Heaven's destiny cannot be said. Have this heart is enough. Remember to be brilliant in the future, never forget the teacher. Before he left, Tianzhu Zhang even slightly poked fun at Su Fan, telling him not to carry so much pressure. Feeling the other party's emotions, Su Fan seemed to be affected as well. It made its originally cloudy and gloomy heart, and then the clouds were lifted to see the sun. Chapter 192, When the Wind Rises. Not long after, Su Fan ran back to pick up Tang Yanling along with him. Halfway up the mountain, it was in a cloud at the moment. The two made small talk, one sentence at a time, though mostly the moments were silent. It was early in the morning, but there were already a lot of tourists coming to climb the mountain. Looking at this group after group of tourists, Su Fan didn't know what was going through his mind. In a short while, the two of them here came to the old Taoist priest at the foot of the mountain. With just a glance, the old Taoist priest recognized the two of them. Immediately afterward, joy surfaced on his face, as if he had seen an acquaintance he hadn't seen for a long time, and greeted Su Fan. Little brother, you're coming down from the mountain? The slightly aged voice of the other side of the road came slowly, but Su Fan didn't have much of a mind to pay attention to the other side half a sentence. Seeing that he was so unattractive, the old Taoist priest simply stood up directly. Little brother, why did you only come down this morning? Is it possible that you spent the night in the Taoist temple last night? Fellow Daoist, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll see you again if I have the chance. Su Fan didn't want to stay even for a moment. He was now upset and didn't want to get too entangled with the other party at all. When the old Taoist priest saw this, a look of embarrassment then appeared on his face. The lips that had been about to say something were quieted with this impatient attitude of the other. Sensing that the old Taoist priest didn't say anything more, Su Fan walked towards the bottom of the mountain on his own. Only the steps he took were slightly hesitant. Tang Yanling, who stayed beside him, did not have so many rules and regulations, and when she saw how annoying the old Taoist priest was, she glared fiercely at the other party as she passed by. Old Taoist? He didn't know what he did wrong as an old man. Not just to look familiar with the two of them and want to say hello. As such, after thinking that, He also then slowly shook his head and turned around to continue sitting down in the same position he had just gotten up from, looking forward to the arrival of the next person of destiny. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was 10 days that had passed. Su Fan continued to take Tang Yanling on a tour of many mountains and rivers, as well as seeing many colorful human situations. Perhaps it was because they had been baptized by nature quite a bit. Regardless of whether it was Su Fan or Tang Yanling, both of their minds had actually undergone a sea change. Su Fan also gradually walked out from the Wudong Mountain incident, and his previous sunny face returned. Tang Yanling is similar. The original slightly anxious mood actually also got a great relaxation. All of this was under Su Fan's observation, and when he realized that the other party's situation had improved, the urgency within his heart was immediately stabilized. In the hands of Elder Celestial Master Zhang, Su Fan received the method of activating the Stone of Heavenly Tao, and when he handed this precious treasure over to Tang Yanling, his face showed all the complexity. Originally, he wanted to tell the other party how difficult it was for him to obtain this thing, but he couldn't get the words out of his mouth. It wasn't because of the fearful Tang Yanling, but because he always felt sorry for where old Tianchi Zhang's friendship lay. No matter what, he had indeed deceived the other party. But nay, this cheap master had not only not blamed him, but had also been harboring him one after another. After Tang Yanling received the tome from Su Fan, she directly loaded her head inside. But somehow, she just couldn't follow the spell above to activate the secret method. When she told this news to Su Fan, the two of them coincidentally came to a conclusion. They're most likely being scammed. You mean you've tried everything? Su Fan stared into the other party's eyes with a face full of doubt. Tang Yanling nodded, stating that she definitely didn't lie half-heartedly. That's strange. The old celestial master can't afford to deceive himself. Why are you so sure that the other side won't do such a thing? The human race's Nubizi Lao Dao is most tricky. Hearing Su Fan seemingly excusing the other party, Tang Yanling instantly became unhappy, followed by a chilling look on her face. No way. Wait for the seat to go back and ask for an explanation. With those words, she was about to sacrifice her flying sword to fly towards Wudong Mountain. Su Fan's heart suddenly jolted when he saw this. This can't be allowed. If we don't stop the other side, someone might get killed. Anticipating old Celestial Master Zhang's pre-departure admonition, Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Let's take the long view first. We can't panic. The truth of the matter has yet to be found out. Su Fan revealed a serious look and took great pains to dissuade the other party from wanting to act impulsively. Then what exactly do you think should happen? Is it hard to be willing to be tricked? This seed hasn't been teased in how many thousands of years? Listening to the other party with such a godly attitude, Su Fan couldn't help but spit out a sentence in a low voice. That's still being cheated on. What did you say? Sensing the strange look in Su Fan's eyes, coupled with his lips slowly squirming a bit, Tang Yanling instantly knew that this guy must be bad-mouthing her. So a nameless anger rose. No. Nothing. I'm pondering the truth of this matter. Su Fan felt the slightly icy air around him and instantly softened. Don't be in a hurry. I'm pretty sure old Tianchi Zhang would never cheat us. So there's probably only one possibility. Su Fan said while raising his head with a confident glow on his face. Go on. Tell us what you think. Just bear with me for a while. Since I promised you, I will never go back on my word. We've been together for so many days. Haven't you noticed that I've always been a team of horses with one word? Looking at the other party in such a sincere manner, Tang Yanling also then dissipated her anger. Immediately after that, with a wave of her showy hand, the flying swords floating in front of her eyes were taken back by her. Feeling that the other party was finally moving away from this dangerous fellow, Su Fan also let out a slight sigh of relief down. He was really afraid that Tang Yanling, the witch, would get carried away, and then he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pull her back. The thought of this made him more and more certain of the benefits of this time of traveling. If it wasn't for so much experience, I'm afraid Tang Yanling had already chopped over with her sword. The summer sun is getting a little weaker, and before you know it, fall is getting closer and closer to people. After visiting many places of interest, Su Fan then took Tang Yanling back to Zhanghai City again. It's still the same dilapidated rental house it once was, and the familiar group of neighbors downstairs. Just as the two had come to fall, a young figure appeared in front of Su Fan. Brother Fan, here's a courier for you. It's been here for some days. I expect you're not at home, so I'll sign for you for the time being. The person who spoke was the young man from the convenience store next to him. Su Fan sniffed, and as he froze for a moment, he subconsciously agreed. Okay, thanks Xiao Zhanghao. I did go out for a few days without being at home. By the way, is it something from inside my house again? Chang shook his head slightly. It was sent to me by a game company, and I weighed it, and it's not a lightweight. The game company. Su Fan's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. How could he not remember what? Just as he was about to retort, an idea suddenly ran into his mind. He vaguely remembered that it seemed like the customer service of the God Punisher game company had called him not too long ago. Chapter 193, Exploring the Truth. Taking the express delivery, Sufan slowly walked towards the upper floor, a few puzzled looks flickering in his eyes. But right now it's better to go back and talk about it afterward. There's no need to rush this minute. After a few minutes had passed, Sufan led Tang Yanling back inside the rental house. As soon as he entered the door, Sufan's originally dead memories attacked him on this, only to see that the living room, which was originally piled with clutter, surprisingly appeared to be a neat and tidy look. His eyelids just fluttered one way or the other at the thought. Immediately afterward, he shifted his gaze to Tang Yanling's side. Things can all be put out, can't they? Look at this empty living room. There isn't even a place to take a break. The corner of Tang Yanling's mouth twitched slightly as she watched Sufan give a rant, no longer waiting for the other party to say more, only to see a set of sofas suddenly fall down from mid-air, and then steadily rested on top of its original position in the living room. When the sofa just fell to the ground, Sufan ran over immediately afterward, so it was very lazy to lie on it, and the innermost issued a soothing voice to, it's better to stay in my own little nest. After just a few seconds of enjoyment had passed, he once again thought back to something else. Take out the rest of the stuff too, why are you hiding it? Originally, Tang Yanling was planning to return to the house, but after hearing Sufan's words, her feet suddenly and violently stopped. Without waiting for Sufan to say more, she raised her right hand and ground waved it towards midair. Wah wah wah. One after another. The sound of items falling to the ground came, causing Sufan to slightly side-eye them. When he had just heard those things fall to the ground, Sufan's heart actually skipped a few crazy beats within his heart, but he reacted immediately afterward. Originally, he thought that Tang Yanling, this woman, would break things, but when he carefully observed for a while before realizing that, according to the needs of things are intact, After putting all of Sufan's belongings back, Tang Yanling ran straight towards the bedroom. She felt tired now, both physically and deep down inside. Once a person is too oppressed, then when all the pressure accumulates to a certain extent, then it will inevitably face a collapse situation. Although Tang Yanling wasn't as serious nowadays, it wasn't anywhere near as bad. Bang! With the sound of the shuddering mountain, Sufan immediately trembled, but immediately afterward, he pressed down the fluctuating emotions within his heart. Since Tang Yanling hadn't gotten angry just now, then it was mostly fine. Immediately afterward, he shook his head vigorously, letting the cumbersome thoughts go out in droves. With that, the delivery that had just been brought back by it caught his eye on that. When the second round of testing for the God Punisher game invited him to go ahead and participate, Sufan was actually quite happy deep down. After all, he had taken a week's vacation for the first round of internal testing in the first place, not to mention the fact that he had now resigned. However, there was another thing in here that Sufan was very reluctant to do, and that was the existence of Tang Yanling. And this game is too ridiculous for Tang Yanling. If Sufan is now really bright to tell the other party is an NPC, I'm afraid he will be the first time to be cut off. However, since the internal test invitation has been sent to the door, Sufan really does not want to throw away this hard-won opportunity. He knew how difficult it really was to want to be given an invitation to participate in the internal test players by the game company of Exorcist God. After all, the last time it was all about stalking for a spot, and if it wasn't for the thick skin, I'm afraid that the first time at that time there wasn't even the slightest chance to speak of. Therefore, now that he had such a good opportunity in front of him, how could he give it up? Time was ticking away, and in the blink of an eye another couple of hours had passed. Tang Yanling hadn't come out since she had gone in. Sufan, on the other hand, was vigorously fuming within the living room, looking at his entangled appearance, not knowing whether he had actually considered it well or not. Originally, this matter was not very complicated, but as things developed, it also went further and further out of his control. He needed time, lots of time to weigh the pros and cons. Tang Yanling had run away because of him, and everything the other man had shown was incompatible with this world. Once the two extremely different species met, what serious things would happen to Sufan simply couldn't even dare to imagine. Since Tang Yanling was able to run away from inside the game, did other NPCs also have such a function? If things really went on like this, Sufan's scalp could not help but tingle. Nowadays, Tang Yanling he is still able to fool one or two, so as to stabilize the other party, but once all the other NPCs ran out as well, Sufan didn't even dare to continue thinking about it down the line. It was simply too terrifying. Besides, it seemed like people from their world could also go over there. Comparing Yihan's rumors, there was such a small possibility. At the thought of this, Sufan's originally hesitant heart began to slowly firm up. Wanting to prove this, then he would have to enter the game of God Punisher again as a way to go forward to find Yihan's existence. And once Yihan was found over there, then Sufan's suspicions were definitely true. After thinking about it, Su Fan's eyes instantly became determined. He decided that he would go forward to find the truth. Whether it was for the existence of Tang Yanling or for the safety of this world, he had to do this. Whatever. Take a step and see what happens. Su Fan clenched his teeth fiercely, sort of cheering himself up. The road is made by people. As long as they are willing to go forward, even if it is a wilderness covered with thorns, it will eventually be stepped on again and get flat. Immediately afterward, Su Fan's eyes crossed and he gritted his teeth as he took the courier sent over by the God Punisher Game Company. The first time he touched the courier box, Su Fan felt as if it wasn't quite right. The box wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. And holding the box with his hand, Su Fan still felt some of the weight of the upside-down hand, so he couldn't wait a moment longer and just took it right apart. As he watched the carton being peeled away layer by layer, Su Fan's heart suddenly began to slowly accelerate. For so many days, he had been missing experiencing the game of God Punisher again for nothing. After all, no one who has played this game once can escape from it. Realistic touch, very strong perspective experience, so that you do not even know whether it is virtual or real world. The NPCs in it all possessed independent emotions as well, just like Tang Yanling did. Now that Su Fan was about to step into that world again, how could he not start to get excited? Chapter 194, a familiar scene. Su Fan looked at the helmet inside the express box and instantly fell into a moment of contemplation. How long has it been since then? And all the versions of Punisher games have actually changed? It was important to realize that there was no game helmet coming before, but now it was in front of Su Fan. It's true that it's a big company. The bottom line is different. Su Fan murmured so. With that thought in mind, he gave the helmet a hand and picked it up. When just touching this thing, Su Fan sensed that it wasn't too simple. The helmet had an overall dark color, and was still powerfully shimmering from the light that was hitting it. Through Su Fan's careful observation, he instantly sensed that there must have been another technological innovation in the technology of the God Punisher Game Company. It was too late to think about it, so I pulled out the manual. The instructions are simple, with the order of operations for logging into the game. Su Fan slowly looked at each word, and shock flashed through his heart one after another. Time passed by, and in no time Su Fan had finished reading the manual. Immediately afterward, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Phew, I'm glad it's not a big deal, or I wouldn't want to see it. I'll go in first and test the waters. If it doesn't work, it's better not to tell that woman. Su Fan said so and directly put his helmet on, and the moment he put on his gaming helmet, he coincidentally glanced at the time. Upon realizing that it was now exactly the time for the second round of internal testing to begin, Su Fan himself didn't even notice that he actually laughed a little. With the helmet on, Su Fan's consciousness gradually drifted into a deep sleep, and immediately afterward, he planted himself on top of the sofa in one fell swoop. From an onlooker's perspective, he looked rather comical at this point. With a helmet on his head, he actually just fell asleep and passed on. Not long after, Su Fan's consciousness accessed the game server, and when he reacted, an unusually grand scene appeared before his eyes. This was a small town with many figures flashing around one after another. When he regained consciousness, he raised his eyes in confusion to take a good look at his surroundings. What had been only a smattering of people was jam-packed in no time at all. But the numbers reached a point where they stopped immediately. It looks like the number of people in the second round of internal testing is going to be quite a bit more than the first round. Su Fan murmured in a low voice. Not too loud, but it was still heard by the people next to him. Only to see a young man dressed in shabby clothes greeting towards Su Fan with a surprised face. Bro, did you participate in a round of testing? Su Fan nodded. And when he saw the other party reply in this way, the man's face became more and more excited. Didn't see that coming. Bro, the number of people in a round of testing is small. How did you get it? Bro, Before Su Fan's words were finished, he only saw the man wave his big hand and shouted towards the people next to him. Brothers, there is a round tester here. Let's go with him later. Surely we won't die immediately. Really? A round of testers? Don't lie. Even if it's a round of testers, how could they tell us? It's a big secret for players. When the young man had shouted towards the surroundings, the emotions of the others were clearly driven up. As for Su Fan, who was the owner of this matter, he was instantly caught in the middle of an embarrassing scene. How could he not have thought that he was not just talking about the identity of a round of internal testers? These people were guilty of making such a big commotion? Immediately afterward, he seemed to remember something. Not wanting to cause any surprises, he instantly put on an awkward smile. I actually lied to you. I'm not even a round of internal testers. It's all just a lie I made up. The young man visibly froze for a moment as he listened to Su Fan's reply. Immediately afterward he gave a look of extenuating circumstances. I told you, how can luck be so good? Meeting the first round of internal players as soon as I came in. With that, He shook his head and put all those thoughts from earlier behind him. Forget it, it's not really a big deal. By the way, bro, are you interested in teaming up with me to fight monsters? The young man changed his agitated demeanor from a moment ago, and his emotions became much flatter. No, I'd better observe first. There's no hurry. Su Fan smiled faintly and sort of postponed off the other party's invitation. In that case, okay. Although it's my first time playing this game, I've learned a lot about the plot mode through the game's official. Seeing that the other party had continued to force Lai, Su Fan only felt a headache rising. He really didn't want to team up with these people. Not to mention the fact that he didn't have the slightest bit of experience to speak of. Let's say that his starting point with the other party nowadays was different. The other guy was trying to get a good taste of the realism of the game, while he was here to ask for information. Seeing that the other party had once again rejected him, the young man wasn't angry. Instead, he revealed a picture of a very bright smile. Haha, it's fine. If you ever think of looking for someone to team up with, I, Zhang Chengzi, will welcome you at any time. After all, you're the first player I've met since I came in. Su Fan sensed that the other party was so free-spirited, like himself at the time, and a sympathetic mood immediately filled the air. Since he grew up as a social terrorist, he doesn't really like to interact with people on the sidelines. However, in the game of God Punisher, it was as if he was a different person. What had been fearful became instantly firm, stiffened up. The look of not daring to open up and strike up a conversation with others is now able to joke with the person being joked with in reality. Thinking of this, Su Fan's heart softened. With that, he also smiled brightly towards Zhang Xingzi. Okay, I'll be sure to look you up when I get a chance. With those words, he once again revealed a gentle smile towards the other party, and immediately afterward, he was about to turn around and leave. Just then, Zhang Chengzi called out to him, I've memorized your ID. Ruthless Emperor doesn't talk much. After being addressed by the other party in a serious manner with his ID name, Su Fan immediately felt goosebumps rising with vigor, for he instantly realized something, that the cultivation between would not be inherited though, but the ID didn't change. He hadn't noticed the problem just now. After all, his mind ran elsewhere. Now after being called so by Zhang Qingzi, he hated to find a crack in the ground. It's awkward. It's just awkward. With this period of time in his heart, Su Fan was no longer a middle-aged teenager, and this can be experienced from a game ID. Immediately afterward, Su Fan jerked his head back and glared fiercely towards Zhang Qingzi, and immediately afterward, he disappeared into thin air. Chapter 195, Getting Ahead of the Game. When Su Fan had escaped, only Zhang Chengzi was left alone in the wind at the scene. But at this point there is no wind this is all fantasized by the other side. 4. Why did you run away? It was fine just now, wasn't it? Zhang Chengzi couldn't figure out why the other party would be like this, but with things as they were, he wasn't allowed to continue thinking about it. But to the person the other person is gone. The game ID did get even deeper into his mind. I'll be sure to keep an eye on this ID when I get a chance. After all, it's his good buddy coming up. Zhang Chengzi thought so, and immediately afterward his thoughts drifted into the distance. Not long after, Su Fan ran to another corner. Only his face was as red as a monkey's butt. He hadn't felt this awkward in a long time, and the last time he did it was still the last time he did it again. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Is it necessary to scream that loud? Su Fan gasped for air and slowly caressed his chest with his hand again before calming down. Then a thought flashed through his mind. It looks like this ID must be changed. Otherwise he really cannot see people. With that thought in mind, his eyes scanned the surrounding area slightly. Just see dress up different players at the moment is a face of confusion color. They are all colorful coarse linen clothes. There is no any is with special treatment. Immediately after that, he was going to plan on checking the game panel to try and see if the ID could be changed. And it was at this moment that a system alert voice came slowly. Su Fan listened to the pleasant electronic female voice, and his ears felt a tingling. Numbness. Game login scanning in progress. Login successful. Identity confirmation in progress. Second round of internal players. Listening to the slightly familiar, yet still more unfamiliar steps, Su Fan also frowned slightly. It looks like there are a lot of changes made by the Punisher Games Company. You have to realize that all of these operations were not available before, but it doesn't matter. As long as the most basic kernel remains unchanged, it's just a few small details. It's not a problem at all. It was too late to think about it, only to hear the electronic beeping sound strike again. Genetic scan in progress. Gene binding complete. Name, Su Fan. Game ID, Ruthless Emperor not talking much. Genetic age, 24 years in the human calendar. Electronic prompts sounded slowly one after another, and Su Fan listened patiently. Everything in front of him was not a problem for him, but the next thing that happened made him blush for a while strangely. Player bank card binding completed. Wait, bank card? Faced with the fall of the electronic prompting voice, Su Fan couldn't help but shout out loud, "What the hell is a bank card? Does this game even require money? And it's still tied to the bank card information without his permission? Has personal information been leaked like this now?" Su Fan couldn't help but be so spiteful. When the system heard the players questioning, it immediately stopped the routine program just now, and immediately began to answer Su Fan's question. "Hello dear player, I'm your exclusive small capable hand. Have any questions can be mentioned with Xiaoyu?" But to wait for the game binding success after boiling. As the soft and sticky voice came, Su Fan was instantly stunned. It's a feature that wasn't available before, and I didn't realize that it actually added a game assist feature. Previously, during the first round of testing, whatever questions players had, they were the ones who went forward to find the answers. That's what makes their primary experience for first round players so poor. Many people had just logged into the game, and immediately afterward they were wiped out by NPCs, and then exited the game. Because of the lack of information, things like this happened here and there among the players in the first round. However, I did not realize that such a feature has been added nowadays, which has really benefited most of the people. Su Fan quietly felt the voice of System Xiaoyu, and within his heart, there was actually no place for too much surprise. After all, he had been able to cultivate to such a high level before without the information prompted by the system, let alone now that he was finished for the second time. When Su Fan wasn't continuing his question, he only saw the sound of the system prompt continue to come. The game bank card function has been bound and completed. Players can conduct cash transactions in the game on their own. When the above prompts were completed, the next thing that happened was that the system panel surfaced in its retina. Su Fan scanned the information on it. His eyes then slowly contemplated. Player's game profile summary book. Name, Su Fan. Note, the game ID is not the same as the in-game character. Race, human. Cultivation, mortal dust level. Cultivation broken down as follows. Life, 10. Physical attacks, 20. Spell attack, 10. Physical defense, 12. Spell defense, 8. Movement speed, 10. Spiritual roots, gold, fire, earth. Su Fan's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the densely packed introduction of information. There wasn't really anything wrong with the profile. He knew that newbies were randomly assigned a talent system. Even if the level is a little bit worse, there are some trial missions that can be done, thus changing everything that exists. Su Fan remembered very clearly that when he was in the first round of internal testing, the talent system was actually a few points worse than even now. However, he still managed to cultivate to the supreme realm through his own unremitting efforts, coupled with some chance, and in the end, he still did not cultivate to the supreme realm. So, for cultivation, talent is just the starting point. What is needed on the road behind is a big determination to persevere, as well as great fortitude. Su Fan felt this familiar sensation hit him in this regard, and his heartbeat suddenly sped up a lot in vain. With the experience of the first round of tests, he now held more valuable experience than the vast majority of people, and it just so happens that there are times when experience becomes the ultimate goal in determining victory. In other words, it actually means that taking the initiative is actually taking control of the final course of events. Players in the game can, in fact, kill each other. Killing for treasure is actually possible among the rules it sets. After all, it's the only way to restore the truest world of cultivation. Moreover, even if you die in the game, it won't affect the safety of your life in the real world. Immediately afterward, he made up his mind. Since he had information that none of these people had grasped this time, he must seize the moment and act immediately. Immediately afterward, Su Fan slowly came back to his senses, and after he dispersed the attribute panel in his retina, he carefully observed the surrounding crowd for a while, only to see these people now showing a look of confusion, not knowing exactly how to act well. Looking at this crowd that was like blank paper, Su Fan had a soft smile on his face. Chapter 196. Su Fan's gaze didn't linger in a fixed position. Instead, he lifted and continued to survey the surroundings for a while. Through his observation, this novice village must have almost tens of thousands of people at a conservative estimate. It is true that the number of people is much higher compared to the first round of testing, and some of the bugs from the first round of testing seem to have been eliminated, plus many new features have been added. Immediately afterward, Su Fan intended to turn around and leave, heading for the route he remembered traveling down. The experience of the first round of testing is pretty much the equivalent of reincarnation, if you have to give a definition. After all, the game was set at a time when it was actually still in the newbie village he had been in when he first played. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a cry of alarm instantly came from a short distance away. Su Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, which revealed a slightly puzzled look. However, when he finally looked clearly at the source of the sound coming out, his eyes suddenly became odd. Not far away, several novice players were currently surrounding a large rooster. The novice village was indeed true to its name, and Su Fan and the others were currently staying inside a farmhouse. The farmhouse was huge, or it wouldn't have accommodated the tens of thousands of people. Su Fan's position at the moment was the farming area of the farm, and seeing the operation of those few novice players reminded him of himself back then. Holy, what kind of chicken is this? How can it have such thick skin? His slightly shocked tone slowly came out, guiding the person next to him to immediately tap on the attribute panel to come. Iron cock. Level, mundane, not yet transformed. Life value, 20. Physical attack, 25. Physical defense, 15. Movement speed, 20. Just as he was checking his attribute panel, the player suddenly yelled out loud. Ah! The voice just came out for a moment, only to see him suddenly turn into a ray of white light and disappear in front of everyone's eyes. This sudden and drastic change led the other players around them to quickly retreat a few steps behind them in a split second, as if they were facing a great enemy, and there was a look of horror on their faces. It was simply too real, making them suspect for a moment that they were in real life. How could they not be frightened by the sudden disappearance of a living person before their eyes? But immediately afterward, they then slowly settled down as a system alert pop-up floated above the public screen. Player, a touch of red dust eyes. Kill target, iron-blooded rooster. Time of death. Player, swallowcliff death. Kill target, white rabbit. Time of death. Player. As they reacted from the shock they had just experienced, they all understood at once. It turns out that after dying you are forced out of the game, and it also releases the game ID in the public screen, as well as who was killed and when. And this person beside them was actually struck down by a small rooster. And all of a sudden a strange look came over their faces. This is too humiliating. He came to play a game with all his heart and was actually killed by a chicken? At the thought of this, the crowd's respective eyes fluttered for a moment. With that, they made up their minds that they must not be like that little brother just now, or else it would be a little too humiliating. However, immediately afterward, their bottom line was gone. This iron rooster seemed to have a much higher attribute than them. Crowd? What's going on? What's going on here? Is this the way to screw a player? It was just a novice village, but it was so difficult to fight? Their natural attributes couldn't even clean up a chicken. Feeling the twitching corners of the mouths of the surrounding crowd, Su Fan suddenly revealed a faintly imperceptible smile. Don't look at the high attribute values of these wild monsters, but it wasn't impossible to beat them. It's the brain that is the most critical thing for humans, so learn how to observe and look beyond the surface. On the surface, it looked like none of the people around them were even able to take down the iron-blooded rooster. However, there are hidden side quests inside, but within the scope of this one, I'm afraid that only Su Fan knows exactly what to do. He smiled again at the thought. There were actually two ways to go about the big wild monsters. One was to form a group and have people take turns attacking as a way to gradually wear down the other side. Once its attributes have slipped beyond a range, then it's time to die. Of course, another way exists, and that is to attack where the opponent's weaknesses lie. Weaknesses were the lifeblood of wild monsters, and once they were attacked, then their attributes would inevitably fall as if off a cliff. And all of this could not be more familiar to Su Fan. Just as Su Fan was watching the show as if he were a melon eater, the others beside him couldn't help themselves. What kind of dog game planning is this? It's so hard to play in the newbie phase. Do you actually treat us players as human beings? As his rant rang out, everyone else joined in on the tirade. That's right, a little chicklet is so powerful. Can't we have a pleasant game anymore? There's really no sense of gaming experience at all. That's right, it's too hard. With a wail from them, a voice suddenly broke through the cacophony of sounds around them. What are a bunch of little trash yelling about? Isn't it just a chicken, brother? What's the point of crying and yelling? So unproductive. The others, listening to this scolding, suddenly turned as red as a kettle that was about to be boiled. You, what did you say? Have the guts to say it again? In the face of the other party's insults, some people's hearts felt as if they had been hit by a violent attack, and immediately afterward, they exited their mouths and began to retort. Garbage is garbage, no matter how many times I say it. Am I wrong? Isn't it just a chicken, brother? What's the point of being so fearful? Having said that, the other party's tone was so unfriendly that it made the crowd angry. You, since you have such a powerful mouth, why don't you show us what you can do? The man was on the verge of drifting off into the sky when a booming voice broke through the other man's disdain. The man dressed in rough linen clothes sniffed, and an evil smile suddenly appeared on his face. No problem. If I wipe out the other side then you'll have to operate on me. Men? That's right, the kind of henchmen who are at my disposal. The person who was conversing with the young man sniffed, and a hint of struggle flashed in his eyes. You just logged into the game and you're slaving for someone else? How can this be? But now it was already difficult to ride the tiger, and he didn't want to lose face in front of so many people. So then he stammered in a stuttering tone and then asked a rhetorical question. No problem. But what if you can't make it? Chapter 197. Seeing that his fish was about to take the bait, the young man suddenly eyed him with a local eye. If I fail, how about I just come straight to you when I next log into the game and henchman you? Seeing that the other party's sincerity was sufficient, the man then agreed. Good, then it's a deal. System prompt: the contract has been concluded successfully. Please fulfill the contract content according to the promise of the player. Once violated will be punished. The icy cold prompt slowly echoed in the minds of the surrounding crowd, and all of a sudden the puzzlement on their faces became a few points more pronounced. Deeds? Someone murmured something in a low voice, unable to figure out exactly what was going on at the scene. System tip: your exclusive customer service line is online. Let's see how yo serve you next. Pact: an informational constraint enacted with the consent of both. Once either party violates the rules, then they are penalized. The penalty requirement is randomly selected with uncertainty. When one person had heard the customer service explanation, everyone else had tapped on the attribute panel as well. After listening to the introduction, the other people also showed a look of realization. When the contract was formulated, the crowd showed their stunned expressions. The one of them who had let out the harsh words immediately revealed some strange expressions within his eyebrows. He, as one of the batch of people who tested it internally, naturally understands the twists and turns of it very well, knowing that there was no such function before. But after a moment, he saw the corners of his mouth then tickle again. Well, now that the contract has been made, don't deny it later. Isn't it just a contract? Naturally I won't run away. I'd like to see what tricks you have to say. Just as the two were on their way to the line, the hot-blooded rooster was letting out a raging fury. Okay, since it's good that you have this determination, then stay at a distance and watch me perform. Without further ado, he saw a twinkle in his eye before he popped out with a burst. Faced with the sudden attack, the hot-blooded rooster immediately pounced on him with a fierce look on his face. Only its lips glowed with a gust of cold, and the crown on its head was as red as the color of blood, followed by the emergence of prancing flames. In a flash, everyone around them felt the might coming from the iron blood rooster's release. The people present all changed color. This was a kind of cultivation oppression that made everyone feel a little fear, inwardly not to burst of retreat. If not now, the number of people is quite large. Perhaps a small number of people have immediately fled here. On the contrary, Su Fan shook his head and looked straight at everything, not looking flustered in the slightest. Meanwhile, the two began to exchange blows. The iron-blooded rooster immediately made a dash straight towards the man. In its eyes, although this group of people were numerous, they simply did not pose the slightest threat to it. It was important to know that its cultivation level was many times more powerful than these people. The one who fought with him felt the gusts of murderous aura that flooded out from the hot-blooded rooster, and there was not and is not the slightest bit of fear on his face. Instead, he felt a shiver run up and down his body. It was a fighting instinct. After all, he was one of the first veteran players. Not much fear could rise at all in the face of such a small wild monster. After a few rounds, the iron-blooded rooster's breath visibly dropped a few points. It flickered with a humanized light to come, and immediately afterward it began to become serious. According to his thoughts, this human was nothing more than a small rookie, so why would he be enough to fight with it to this scene? It didn't understand that this human was obviously very weak, but its patience was so determined. On the flip side, the man is actually the same. He gasped for air, his forehead densely covered with sweat to come, and he clenched his teeth in his heart. If the previous cultivation was still there, would such a chicken brother still be killed without saying anything? It wouldn't take much effort at all. At the thought of it, he was once again enamored of the years that had passed. It was a time when the sky was falling, and he experienced all of it firsthand as one of the first beta players. It didn't go all the way to the end, but it surpassed the vast majority. Su Fan looked at the battle between the two, and there was a sudden flicker in his eyes. He had originally thought that there were no first-round internal players coming from this massive ranges, but he didn't expect that he would still encounter them. Just by seeing the other party's flowing operation, he knew that things would never be so simple. Expected to be a player with a lot of experience as well, right? However, he did not go up to ask. After all, the two were still in the middle of a battle nowadays. Feeling Su Fan's gaze, the man followed suit with a slight sideways glance, because he noticed that Su Fan's gaze didn't seem to be quite the same as the others. At once he also then realized that this kid was also one of the first round of internal players. It was too late to think about it, and after he had taken a breath to come over, he decided to end the fight immediately. Immediately afterward, he rushed out again. The line of sight returned to the eyes of the crowd, only to see the battle continue. Compared to before, obviously all moved out of the real fire. The iron-blooded rooster was also obviously serious, but his opponent had gradually familiarized himself with the operation of this body. It's probably only a matter of time before the iron cock loses. Not long after, there was only one person left present on the field, and the iron-blooded rooster was now collapsing in a pool of blood. It was at the end of its tether and couldn't even roll over if it wanted to. Seeing this, the corners of the young man's mouth just now couldn't help but twitch viciously a few times. He couldn't understand how this person who seemed so weak could defeat such a powerful opponent. But now that things were a done deal, there was nothing he could do. Immediately after that, his subconscious thought was to quickly escape from here, or else he would really lose his face later. But then he remembered the contract he had just signed, and all of a sudden he waved this thought away. He doesn't know anything yet, he's only just come in. As for the punishment and all that, though, wouldn't care, it's just a game after all. But if this escapes, it might be on the list of bad credit. The thought of this deterred him from making a move. After all, once you've experienced this game, you can't walk away from it. This immersive feeling caused its body to tremble violently. Just as his thoughts were thrown to the winds, the iron-blood rooster suddenly let out a deathly chirping sound. The sound was so loud that even the line of people who hadn't originally paid attention to the side then all looked over towards the side. When the crowing was over, the ferocious rooster just fell into place. The undulating body then stopped moving for half a second, and the breath disappeared immediately afterward. Chapter 198. On the other side, only the young man dressed in coarse linen cloth was seen, and at the moment, his chest was heaving up and down with a beat. It was very tough, but at least he decimated the wild monster with his ability as a single person. With such a strong visual impact, when the surrounding crowd burst into a succession of applause, "I throw older brother is awesome. One person just add over this chicken brother." The person next to him said this while a wonderful expression came over his face. They had all seen the power of this iron-blooded rooster with their own eyes. The opponent was so ferocious that the crowd was left with no one but a sideways glance. But right now the other party was not breathing anymore at this point, making them feel like they were on the line again at once. Isn't it just a chicken brother? What's the point? Why do you have to react so much? On the other side, a person who had just rushed over to watch the scene in front of him sniffed and immediately revealed a look of contempt. He was someone who had just logged in, so naturally, he hadn't seen the awesome thing that the iron-blooded rooster had just done. Thus the tone seemed a bit flippant. After all, he hadn't seen the grueling battle with his own eyes. When the dust had settled, a system alert sound resounded once again. Jun Mosia kills an iron-blooded rooster, rewarded with a book of ordinary feats, an iron sword, and a bottle of restoration elixir. When the crowd heard this, they opened their attribute panels, and a puzzled gaze then swirled within them. Immediately afterward, they reacted to the fact that it was indeed a swipe game, and it was only right that there were some rewards. Not long after, the man waved his hand and collected the reward, and came to the person with whom he had just made a contract in a serious manner. Just a strange look in his eyes and a slight activation of his lips. "Well, this chicken has been decapitated by me alone. What else do you have to say?" He just wanted to exit to refute the other party, but he was too embarrassed to renege in the face of the crowd's eyes. After all, he is going to continue to mix in the future. If the reputation stinks when it is not good to make friends. Are you trying to cheat? Not to mention the fact that we've already concluded a contract. Even these fellow Taoists beside us are all witnesses, right? Taking advantage of all these people, he then took advantage of the situation. Seeing that the other party's words had come to this, it seemed like there was no escape. With that he nodded slowly. System prompt, contract conclusion completed. Suddenly, a metaphysical aura instantly rose up in the bodies of the two, making it obvious to everyone around them. Being drooping and crying, follow your big brother Jun Mo shot a mix. Guaranteed to eat fragrant and drink spicy food. Just put 100 hearts. The man smiled bitterly again at those words, but he didn't refute the other party. After all, Jun Mo's strength was here, and he himself was indeed a long way off when compared to him. The thought of this was immediately followed by his relief. As soon as I entered the game, I worshipped a big brother, and I expected to do something afterward. Seeing that the dust had settled, Su Fan planned to turn around and leave the place, going forward to brush up his monsters and upgrade alone. And it was at this moment that Jun Moxia slowly blocked in front of Su Fan. He was seen with a happy smile on his face, and then he extended his right hand. "Hello, fellow Taoist. I wonder if I can make a friend." Su Fan had a strange look in his eyes and did not immediately reach out to shake his hand. "Ha, don't look at me like that. If I'm right, you must be one of the first round of internal testing players as well?" Seeing that Su Fan didn't immediately retort, the smirk on the other party's face increased by a few points. Sure enough, I knew I hadn't guessed wrong. With those words, Su Fan also slowly extended his right hand. "How did you see it?" Immediately afterward, he spoke up and inquired saying, "Simply because you have a different look in your eyes than this group?" "Eyes? That's right, it's the eyes. I don't detect any look of horror as well as shock in your eyes." So it was concluded that you were the first round of internal players. But a look doesn't even guess anything, does it? Couldn't it be a coincidence? The man's eyes brightened up for a moment as he listened to Su Fan's reply. Nice. That's a real possibility, but didn't you let me blow it out of the water anyway? At this moment, Su Fan laughed, and laughed very happily. You're a funny one. I'm flattered. I'm just a bit of a judge of character, not a great skill. By the way, I still don't know how to address you, fellow Daoist? Facing the inquiry, Su Fan also slightly corrected his attitude. Su Fan. Jun Mosie's heart flickered for a moment after he heard the name, and then joy surfaced on his face. Su Fan? Then wouldn't you ID, the vicious emperor not speaking? When this ID was once again spat out from the other party's mouth, Su Fan instantly became ill. He hated being called that, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had thought of changing this ID, but it was a very troublesome thing to operate. So he endured it. Pretty much? Holy, it's actually you. When Jun Mosie heard this, he immediately revealed a look of excitement and could not stop laughing on his face. Now there's a bladder to hold. He was only seen with a fluttering brow, as if he had met the idol of his heart's desire. This ID is really a psychological shadow of their first round of internal testing players. However, at the same time, all the people could not stop admiring Su Fan, knowing that they were all players who had walked out from the novice village. This person's cultivation level was several blocks behind them. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm as if they were fans, Su Fan was at a loss as to what exactly to do. After all, he didn't want to be so noticeable, as he was still very weak nowadays. If the reputation spreads out too early, I'm afraid it will cause many people to mob. However, since he had already said it, Su Fan did not intend to continue denying it. Big brother Su, I wonder if I could have the honor of following you? Let's team up. Su Fan's eyes jumped at the words. Indeed, as the other party said, when the cultivation is weak in the early stage, teaming up is indeed the best plan. After all, he still had the presence of going forward to look for Yi Han to come. If there was one more person around him that could be driven, he thought that he would be able to speed things up as well. But at the same time, he was afraid of trouble. After all, once the numbers are up, the mind is trippy, making it a bad place to work. Expecting this, he then showed a look of hesitation. Feeling Su Fan fall into contemplation, Jun Mosie reacted immediately afterward, knowing that the other party was afraid that he resented his presence. None of this was a problem, though, except for the fact that he instantly raised his hand and slapped his chest. Don't worry, big brother Su. I'm still useful and will definitely not drag my feet. Chapter 199, Don't get too deep into the drama. Feeling the other party's sincere enthusiasm, Su Fan was at once out of tricks, and then he had no choice but to agree. It's actually nice to have a personnel around that you can drive, only if it doesn't slow him down. After all, he's got a lot on his plate. Just like that, Su Fan took Jun Mosie and left the novice village. Heading to the trial area, he remembered. Time passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye a long time passes. The sun was setting and the dim sky was reflected in the sight of several people. All this way, Su Fan realized that he had absolutely no chance to get his hands on him. Not quite the same as his first round of testing. This second round of testing was filled with people everywhere, and looked very busy at a glance. Originally, he had a small wild monster in his sights, so he planned to rush up and finish it off. But he didn't expect to be mobbed by the others just as soon as it was refreshed. This group of hungry players didn't have the slightest fear to speak of. For them, experiencing such a real game is really not the slightest regret in this life. A player's eyes were filled with a rolling light, as if there was always an endless amount of energy in his body. It was just that their attacks looked a bit ugly. There was not the slightest bit of aesthetics. After all, they were just carrying knives or wooden sticks and slashing vigorously. Originally, he hadn't actually been the least bit interested in looking at the group's stance, but just as he turned around with the intention of continuing on to somewhere else, a team jumped in front of his eyes, only to see that they were well coordinated and knew a 1-2 fighting style. At first glance, they are well trained and the division of labor is very clear. Seeing this, it dawned on him inwardly immediately. It looks like there are still strong players. He wasn't the only one who had participated in the first round of internal testing. Just like that, Su Fan walked to several places in a row. All of them went forward according to the location in his memory at the beginning, but when he rushed over, there wasn't even a hair around. Su Fan, he secretly roared in his heart. What was wrong with this group of people? To actually be so hungry for food? But just complaining about it was not the slightest bit useful, and associating it as such, Su Fan instantly revealed a contemplative expression. Jun Mosie had been staying by Su Fan's side, and sensing the other party's slightly silent demeanor, he spoke out immediately after. Brother Van, I know a place where absolutely no one goes. He has this confidence because that's where he got his start in the first place. Really? The corner of Su Fan's eyes picked up a bit, and then he exited and inquired. I guarantee that we will be able to fulfill several big levels in a row. Jun Mosia sniffed and patted his solid chest vigorously, signaling that he was definitely not telling lies. Well then, let's go. Since you're so benevolent, I'll give you a big gift when the time comes. Receiving Su Fan's promise, Jun Mosia then had a happy smile spread across her face. He knew how powerful Su Fan was. This was one of the top 10 players in the first round of internal testing. It's just that now it's a tiger in the sun. So there's definitely a chance to turn it around. He is now giving a little help to the other party when he is starving and cold. And then once the other party becomes rich, will he not be able to walk horizontally? Su Fan naturally knew what the other party had in mind, but he didn't think there was actually any problem. After all, the exchange of benefits is supposed to be equivalent. Having made up his mind, he then set off towards the location in Jun Mose's memory. It wasn't long before a cluster of mountains appeared in front of them. A few white clouds rolled across the sky, and the direct sunlight reflected down a shadowy area. A herd of goats was at this time leisurely eating grass, and the warm breeze tumbled their white coats. Su Fan stood at the top of the mountain and slightly let out a mouthful of turbid air. A quick scan of the surroundings followed. No longer any presence of anyone other than the goat. He was very happy with this place and watched as he was able to slowly start brushing up his monsters and upgrading. Immediately afterward, Su Fan opened the attribute panel with the intention of checking it out. Just as he was about to make a big splash, a piece of bad news suddenly appeared in front of him. Domestic animal, a small lamb, the product of a shepherd. No cultivation exists, and no reward is given for its killing. Su Fan stared blankly at the attribute panel, his eyelids fluttering madly for a while. Jun Mose also looked around with a full face as a puzzled expression appeared on his face. How did this always feel different from what he remembered? He should know that he had brushed a lot of wild monsters at this point before, and it's like it's endless. You can't brush it off. It was under such circumstances that his cultivation skyrocketed. From being a low-ranked cultivator, all of a sudden, he had climbed to a medium level to come. Immediately after that, Su Fan slowly turned his head and stared at Jun Mosia with strange eyes. Feeling the questioning that filled the other party's eyes, Jun Mosia was instantly embarrassed. He didn't know what to explain. After all, things didn't make sense. Right at this moment, Su Fan instantly reacted. AI, it looks like you ran into a bug before, or else it wouldn't have been like this. Bug? Jun Mosia frowned slightly and the atmosphere was a little strange. If it was really according to what Su Fan had guessed, it looked like their plans were going to go down the drain again. After a moment of slight contemplation, Su Fan then finally raised his head, and immediately afterward, he revealed a comforting expression. Forget it, don't think so much. Where there's a will there's a way. We can soar without a bug. When she heard Su Fan's words, Jun Maxiao didn't know why a gush of tears actually rose in her eyes. He was very touched, not realizing that the other party valued friendship so much. According to his original thoughts, his plan had fizzled out, so Su Fan would definitely abandon him immediately and subsequently turn around and leave. But the other party nowadays actually turned around and comforted him. At this moment, Jun Mose only felt a warm current coming into his heart. You guys, it's just a game. Don't get too caught up in it or you won't be able to tell reality from the virtual. Seeing Jun Mose being like this, Su Fan immediately snorted. But when the words were spoken, his eyes suddenly revealed another pensive look. He remembered a lot. Remembering Tang Yanling's existence, the passage of time in the game is actually different from reality. According to the game, he hadn't seen Tang Yanling's existence for a long time, and his heart actually felt very empty. It was as if the other party's figure had been etched into his soul, and he simply couldn't forget it. He came in because he wanted to find the secret of the other party's return to the world of gods, but after coming here for so long, he didn't have a clue, and it was for this purpose that Su Fan was so eager to upgrade quickly. Chapter 200, Panic. Time passed again, and in the blink of an eye a few years passed. Su Fan's cultivation climbed quickly, and he was surprised to find that the original memorized techniques were actually able to be used again. Expecting this, he grasped for more time. Many things had happened over the years, and Su Fan had now brought Jun Maxiao to the main camp of the human cultivators, and he has established a sphere of influence of his own in the middle of a mountain peak, and he wants to inquire more information about it. During the first round of testing, Su Fan didn't have any sphere of influence to which he belonged. He is just a casual cultivator, always taking things as they come, going wherever he wants to go. But now things are completely different, and he has begun to expand and recruit like crazy. The game program sets a standard that players cannot tell their true identity. Once this happens, you will be forced out of the game world. If I had to give an explanation, it would be as if it was a spirit where, The player's soul traveled into the body of certain people in the world of the gods, occupying the other person's previous body, and the specifics of which is how an operation. Su Fan also do not understand. After all, he was not a game planner, and besides, whether this game was real or fake, he was now beginning to get confused. If I have to say it's fake, it's nothing more than a game, but to say that it was the real world, it could also be explained. After all, Tang Yenling was literally inside his house. All the secrets in here, Su Fan wanted to grab hold of. He wanted to find out what was going on. He wanted to cut through the layers. Dusk slowly arrived, and within the great hall in the mountain peak, Su Fan was currently sitting on top of his chair. Only his eyes were confused, revealing a dusty aura. Just then, a figure hurriedly ran towards the outside. The visitor was dressed in a black Taoist robe, with a concealing bucket hat on his head, so that he couldn't see the slightest bit of his face clearly at all. Immediately afterward, his voice came out very hoarse, and he again clasped his hands in a respectful fist. Temple Master, what did you call me back for? You're finally back. Can you remember who you really are? Su Fan's gaze was ghostly, and his sight actually passed through the black man in black's black bucket hat. Don't dare to forget it. Always keep it in mind. The black-robed man's attitude became more respectful by a few points, and some struggling colors flashed in his eyes. That's good. That's good. Put your hands down, come with me for a walk. When he watched the man in black lower his arm, Su Fan leapt to his feet, and immediately afterward flung his sleeves with force, his eyes very resolute. Su Fan slowly walked down the steps, each step seeming to possess a great Tao rhythm flowing through his body. As the others looked at this arcane aura, they immediately felt a great shock within their hearts. Although their hall master's cultivation was not top-notch, the aura that flowed out from his body actually kept making them feel a tremor. It came with a soul-deep suppression that made them want to prostrate themselves in worship. Ever since 5 years ago, Su Fan had already noticed the strange events that had occurred in his body. At that time, due to the ongoing war, he did not have the slightest energy to settle the matter, and when he finally relaxed, the weirdness seemed a few more moments. When he had pondered carefully for some time, deep down he finally reacted. This feeling he had also detected in the body of Zheng Tianxia of Wudong Mountain, and now his own breath was a few points more than the other party. Following this speculation down, Su Fan analyzed a very absurd conclusion. He had this marvelous aura about him that seemed to be a Tao rhythm. Generally speaking, Tao rhythms only arose in the bodies of high-ranking cultivators, and originally, it was impossible for him to feel such a strange thing at this stage. Not long after, Su Fan and the man in black arrived outside the Grand Hall. You can see a sea of clouds hanging around the mountains, making it seem like you are in a fairyland. Su Fan had his hands behind his back, and his eyes revealed a slight color of confusion. Immediately afterward, he slowly spoke towards the man in black. How long have we been here? More than 18 years. The man in black respectfully clasped his fist towards Su Fan. So it's only been a decade or so. Why do I always feel as if several centuries have passed? My subordinate feels the same way, but I don't know exactly why. Take off your bucket hat. It's been a long time since I've seen one of you, too. Yes. After the man in black had replied to Su Fan, he directly took off the bucket hat, and the one who came into view was leaping to be none other than Jun Mosiet. Only his eyes revealed a gust of murderous aura, and his entire temperament was simply brand new compared to a decade or so ago. If one wasn't very familiar with him as a person, I'm afraid they wouldn't recognize each other. I always think it's time to go back. I'm afraid I'll lose myself if I stay any longer. Su Fan suddenly spat out a few big words in a shocking manner, causing Jun Mosiet to fall into a trance. A lot has happened in the last decade or so, but no event has been more significant than the second crash of the Gods game. A few years ago, the Punisher game system released a major piece of information to them. Tell the players still online something very appalling. There has been a problem with the mastermind of the God of Punishment, and due to its instability, it will cause a short circuit in the connection between the two worlds. But what exactly was going on? The system wasn't able to tell. At the last minute, the system released one last message to everyone. Urgent notice, due to unknown reasons with unforeseen consequences, mandatory power cuts will now be taken. After the power outage, all online players' consciousness will remain in the game world, due to the difference in the passage of time between the two worlds. Therefore, the specific relief cannot be predicted, but also hope that all players to be psychologically prepared. In this exorcism game all the staff look forward to your early return. After this news circulated to everyone's mind, no one cared at first, comparing them to the fact that they were fighting on top of their heads and didn't realize the seriousness of the matter in the slightest. And gradually, as time went on, someone realized something was wrong. They instantly realized that there was a deviation in their memories, and for a moment they actually couldn't remember who they really were, and where they had come from, and where they were going. Immediately afterward, They immediately formed the league. Let's bind each other more tightly and support each other against this sudden disaster. Gradually their consciousness began to blur, and most of the players had fallen, and only a small number of people with strong consciousness still hold on. They were sure there had to be another way, that there had to be some hidden secret waiting to be unlocked. Chapter 201 Return. Right under such a high-pressure environment, Sufan still formed an organization for secret investigation. At first, his idea was that he wanted to explore the secrets of the world and to look for traces of Yihan. But as this matter came up, his heart began to grow anxious, and he became involved in the league together. This was simply a disaster for them, the outsiders, because their memories are passing, and once they reach a point, they might completely forget where they originally were. As for those players who were killed, their consciousnesses did not return to the real world, and no one knew exactly where they had gone. In an instant, panic swept above their hearts. Between the system's source code algorithm, they weren't really able to give out their identities to the NPCs of this world either. Even if you say it, the other person somehow forgets it immediately. Gradually everyone dismissed the idea, secretly thinking that it was the source algorithms involved. When Jun Mose took off his bucket hat, he immediately followed it with a bitter smile. Sufan was actually right. He was now on the verge of breaking down as well. If he can't come up with a solution, maybe he'll become a fallen one too. The fallen. The fallen is this group of players who have lost their original memories. They will not recall what they once remembered and will only continue to exist in their current capacity. You can't hide it from me. I'm able to tell that the strong fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from your body is actually suppressing that fading power every now and then, right? Suddenly, Sufan's words turned and a sharp question was suddenly thrown into Jun Mose's ears. He wanted to open his mouth to explain, but the words wouldn't come out. Sufan was right. He was on the verge of dying, but there wasn't the slightest way out, and he could only maintain his last shred of consciousness on this. Don't worry, if it really comes to that day, you hurry up and come looking for me. I can still help you wake up for a while, even if it means risking my life. Over these 10 years, Sufan and Jun Mose had established a profound friendship. Although on the surface they were master and servant, but in private they were still very close brothers in general. However, as time passed, Jun Mose's symptoms became more and more severe, and he began to gradually forget his relationship with Sufan, which was why he seemed to be unusually respectful. Thank you, Van. Having received Sufan's promise, Jun Mose forcibly suppressed the memories that continued to fade for a while, and then spat out a few large words with difficulty. Just as his words had landed, a golden light suddenly shone down from the sky. In the midst of the golden light drifted dots of flower petals, as if the heavenly maiden scattered flowers. Very beautiful. Originally, Sufan thought that it was someone who had come to attack the mountain gate, and just as he was planning to do so immediately, a mechanical-like electronic beep sounded out. System prompt, some functions of the mastermind have been repaired. Now temporarily open the consciousness transmission channel. The second round players will be forced to exit the game after 10 seconds. Sufan stared blankly at the decreasing time on top of the attribute panel, and an indifferent expression then appeared on his face. These 10 years of cultivation seemed like many centuries to him. The original psychology of wanting to return home urgently was also gradually suppressed by it under such high pressure. Therefore, even if he was told such a powerful news nowadays, it would not be able to make him possess the slightest emotional fluctuation. Meanwhile, this was happening everywhere among the world of the gods. A ray of light spills out between heaven and earth, only unbeknownst to the NPCs. Gradually, happy smiles came to the faces of the surviving players one after another. There are simply no words to describe the homesickness for home. System alert, countdown to return begins. 10, 9, 8. Everyone was staring at the attribute panel, and there was no one in their eyes that was not sidelined by it. But there were still a few whose eyes flashed with a strong struggle. Who did not want to return to reality? What's so great about reality? Working all day, every night, when it's really annoying them. The 996 social animals' days were not to be spent for a moment longer than they needed to be. They yearn for a world where they can be uninhibited and their future is in their own hands. Thus, at this moment they were divided into two positive camps, returners and stalwarts. It was an unconscious act, without anyone consulting or talking to any of the other second day passes. But it was this sudden division of the main camp that would set the stage for the story that followed. Sufan patiently listened to the countdown begin, his heart actually not fluctuating very much. But immediately afterward the figures of his parents gradually appeared in his mind, followed by Tang Yanling. At this moment, his eyelids twitched slightly. The originally ancient well of his heart also began to ripple up. It's too late to think about it. The system countdown is coming up soon. 3, 2, 1. System prompt: we have connected you to the consciousness return channel. Please get ready. There will be a short blank period after the consciousness return. I hope the player can land safely. All of them listened patiently to the electromechanical voice coming through, and all of them had different thoughts within themselves. The homecoming faction wants to return immediately, but the steadfast faction doesn't want to leave. But even then, the system forces everyone to leave. After all, it's the core of the original algorithm that exists. The moment the count reached 1, Su-fan suddenly only felt a blackness before his eyes, and then he could not see anything. It was dark all around him, and his thoughts drifted aimlessly through it, unable to distinguish any direction at all. In this way, it slowly seemed like a long time had passed, to the point where Su-fan himself felt like he was about to fall asleep. As he felt very tired and fell into a deep sleep, suddenly a voice passed next to its ear again. System tip: dear player, it's 6 o'clock in the evening of October 15th, 2023, and your online time for this game is 19 hours and 20 minutes. Appropriate games can relieve fatigue, but you can't drink too much. Su-fan's consciousness was pulled back in an instant as he listened to the sounds coming from the game helmet. Immediately after that he slapped his cheek with his hand to make a few more moments of consciousness. After Su-fan carefully surveyed his surroundings out of the corner of his eye for a while, all of a sudden, he was jumping wildly within his heart. One is finally back. Finally back in the real world. It was too late to think about it, and his head immediately looked over to the bedroom. Immediately afterward, Su-fan subconsciously ran towards the bedroom. His speed was as fast as an instantaneous movement. However, he didn't react at all, because nowadays there was only one thought in his mind, and that was wanting to see that Tang Yen-ling woman immediately. As if the speed was too fast and the force was too great, the wooden bedroom door was actually shattered by its instant impact just like this. Immediately afterward, Su-fan crossed the threshold and moved inside. Bang! Only to see a crisp sound erupt as if he had hit something. Before he could open his mouth to speak, Tang Yen-ling looked at him with icy eyes. What the hell do you want? Su-fan. Chapter 202. When he felt the other party's anger once again, Su-fan actually felt very affectionate. After all, he'd been away for a long time, though the real world was just a dozen or so hours in the past. But in the middle of the game in the world of God Punisher, it's been more than 10 years of time. Time flies like running water, only to make one feel that the memories are becoming a little blurry. Su-fan quietly looked straight into Tang Yen-ling's eyes, and even though there were millions of words in his heart, he couldn't tell them to her. He choked back a sob, wondering why on earth he had become so. Is it the feeling of joy after escaping the ascension? Or is it the feeling of longing for Tang Yen-ling? Su-fan didn't know exactly what kind of state of mind he was in, and right now, even his heart was twitching violently. Is this an emotional upliftment, as well as an extreme longing within? Having not seen each other for over 10 years, he had expected to slowly fade away, but without realizing it, the other party's shadow grew deeper and deeper in the depths of his memory. Seeing that Su-fan didn't reply to his inquiry, Tang Yen-ling's brows furrowed, and immediately afterward, an icy fluctuation emanated from her body. She was going to teach the other party a good lesson. Just this one night she hadn't seen the other party as if she was a different person. It was too late to think about it, only to see her eyes flashing, her body radiating bursts of spiritual power fluctuations, a beautiful face flooded with a slight chill in this regard. Meanwhile, Su-fan was exactly the opposite of the other party within his heart. Only a pair of his big eyes flashed with gleams of starlight, and monstrous waves rose within him. Even his heart began to twitch. Su-fan didn't know how to relate to the other party what he had experienced over this period of time. Just before Tang Yen-ling could react, Su-fan could no longer control his feelings of longing. Immediately afterward, he just straightened up and lunged over, instantly holding Tang Yen-ling in his arms. Immediately afterward, Su-fan used his hand to press the other party's head to the top of his left shoulder, and then used his other hand to hold Tang Yen-ling's delicate waist. In a flash, Tang Yen-ling seemed to be as if she was electrocuted. All she felt was that her body was radiating pang after pang of tingling, numbness, and at the same time, her brain went blank. Tang Yen-ling wanted to struggle, but Su-fan hugged her a few points tighter. When she realized that the other party had exerted even more force, she actually perceived that Su-fan's cultivation seemed to possess a huge leap. From the original a small rookie, he actually climbed several great realms in an instant. She didn't understand what had happened to the other party this night. Whether it was her cultivation or her behavior, something had happened that she hadn't expected. When she felt Su-fan's chest rising and falling up and down, Tang Yen-ling's face actually shifted from its original coldness as if it was frosty to a burst of scarlet. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It was too late to think about it, and right now that wasn't the most important thing. Su-fan, how dare you treat her so lightly? She was the Empress of the devil race. If this was spread out, how could she continue to be the leader of the devil race? At this instant, Tang Yenling was like a fried kitten. She couldn't wait to strangle the other party with her bare hands. With that, Tang Yenling pulled a sharp voice and hissed in a low voice. Denizen, what are you doing? If you don't let go of this seat quickly, beware of taking your head and letting you taste the pain of having your tendons and skin removed. At this moment, Tang Yenling's tone appeared to be slightly trembling, and her face was very unsightly. Now she was acting very shy, and the original suppressed heart demon within her heart actually began to slowly rise and fall once again. Not being able to think too much, she hurriedly put most of her mind all over suppressing her heart demons, and this gave Su Fan an opportunity to take advantage of it. Seeing that the other party did not break free, Su Fan just held on tightly, inhaling the gusts of fragrance that emanated from Tang Yenling's body in big gulps. This moment was so reassuring for Su Fan. The more than 10 years of difficult journey in the God Punisher world, even though there were 10,000 difficulties, were left behind with the present weekly mood. With such a beautiful woman accompanying him, how could he continue to think about other things? It wasn't long before Su Fan was almost trembling his lips, slowly spitting out a few words from it, his voice so hoarse that his entire aura suddenly became disheveled. He said emotionally towards Tang Yenling, Yenling, I miss you so much, I really miss you. When she heard Su Fan's meaty words, Tang Yenling's body just went soft, feeling the manliness revealed in Su Fan's body, coupled with the fact that he was hugging her so recklessly, caused the complexity within Tang Yenling's heart to deepen by a few points. She did not know exactly how to face the other party, which kill and cannot be killed, and also have to take great pains to suppress the heart of the devil within. Besides, for some reason at this moment she actually seemed to sympathize with the other party a little. Su Fan was in such a state that she had never seen before. A man who was originally a strong man in his mind had actually become so soft at this moment. Tang Yenling's heart went soft. She did indeed go soft, even though she was a demon empress of tens of millions, actually appeared to have gone soft, too, and she wondered why on earth she had been so, but she just couldn't help thinking about it one way or another, and then her thoughts slowly drifted back to the time when the two had just touched. At that time, Su Fan also kissed her lips forcibly without saying a word, and compared to nowadays, it seemed as if the memories that had once been lost had once again run back. After a long time, Su Fan's trembling body finally slowly calmed down. When he finally came to his senses, he instantly realized that he was currently wrapping his arms around Tang Yenling's body in a deadly embrace. All of a sudden he sensed that something was wrong, and then he subconsciously bounced away as fast as he could. Immediately after that, his eyes were strange, and the inside of his mouth wanted to say something to apologize, but it was as if his lips were stuck. Tang Yenling is a person he is most aware of, anticipating that he just so behavior. Su Fan had fallen into deep self-blame. The air just got awkward. A pin drop look. Su Fan raised his head and carefully observed Tang Yenling for a moment, followed by slowly wriggling his lips as an apologetic look surfaced on his face. Right. I'm sorry. I was the one who was abrupt just now. His tone seemed breathless, and he couldn't bring himself to think half as much as he would have otherwise. Su Fan only wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in and try not to let the other party realize his existence. Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan, who immediately ran to the side and actually didn't get angry. A blank expression surfaced on her face. Now her heart was beating frantically, and her brain was bubbling like a boiling kettle. Chapter 203 Apologies. The minutes ticked by and both men looked awkward. Tang Yenling didn't know how, but her original expression, which was still very exasperated, was suddenly like a deflated leather ball. She wanted to take a breath, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. On the contrary, Su Fan was actually the same, and the look of embarrassment on his face never faded. After another moment had passed, Su Fan took the lead in breaking the heaviness in the air, only to be seen pulling on a smiling countenance as he said, Are you hungry? Want to go out for breakfast? Su Fan knew that this excuse of his was actually very bad, but he really didn't know what to say. Tang Yenling looked like this, and he had never seen it before. If it had been before, it might have been a case of just coming up with a sword and swinging at him, and now it appeared to be a few moments of indifference, making Su Fan not know how to face on. Upon listening to Su Fan's suggestion, the flush on Tang Yenling's face, red slowly receded, and then she nodded. Seeing this, Su Fan's heart was pounding, not knowing where he was now. So, let's go then. He stammered out a few words as a way to beat the stiffness out of his body. After such a while, Su Fan also finally reacted, and gradually is adapted to the return of the state of life. And the most important credit is no more than Tang Yenling. If Su Fan hadn't seen the other party's presence, he might have been confused for a while. Just as Su Fan slowly moved his body, a sound of electronic machinery came from outside the living room. Hello dear players, due to the unexpected loopholes in this game's internal test, we would like to apologize to everyone and our company will take the responsibility. A press conference will be held tomorrow. When he heard the voice, Su Fan's eyebrows jumped wildly, but immediately afterward, he calmed down. There's nothing to be afraid of now that I think about it. He returned to reality in one piece. As for accountability, he can't even think about it. The original plan was with a purpose, and now that he had caught some clues, how could Su Fan still blame the people from the God Punisher Game Company? Su Fan was so enlightened that if the staff of the God Punisher Game Company knew about it, I'm afraid that they would have cried out in pain on the spot. After all, it's not as if the vulnerability is what they thought it would be, but only due to some unknown circumstance. Same as Su Fan. The vast majority of people didn't have too much to blame for the loopholes in the game this time around. After all, the game did force itself on you in the first place. And besides, the experience was really good. Now that the return has passed, most of them have also come to their senses. And for all the memories that had been slowly forgotten before, they were restored. The experience of these 10 years or so seemed like a dream to them at this very moment. A wonderful, wonderful dream with some scary moments. They were not the least bit timid, nor were they the least bit blameworthy. Not long after, Su Fan and Tang Yanling came outside the rental house side by side in company. The evening sun shone obliquely, reflecting on the green stone road, flowing out a golden ray. The willow trees along the road swayed and rustled in the breeze. Gradually more and more people from the older neighborhood scrambled to get out of the house, either strolling and roaming or hurrying along, flowing through the slightly dilapidated streets. Not far away, on a street corner, a group of flowery vendors were setting up stalls selling a variety of knickknacks, attracting the attention of many children. They were excited to pick them out, some with a small airplane in their hands, others clutching a stuffed animal. Elderly people with white hair smiled at the children, kindly giving guidance and advice. Not long after, Su Fan took a taxi and once again brought Tang Yanling to the center of Jianhai City. The journey was like a baptism of the soul for the duo, who hadn't said a word since they'd gone out. The expression was so complex that it was impossible to tell if they knew each other. Not long after, the cab slowly traveled to a slightly empty corner. Su Fan straightly got out of the car, and then immediately ran to Tang Yanling's side. His face barely managed to squeeze out a few drops of a smile, and his scowling appearance was one Tang Yanling had never seen before. Here we are. Come on, get out of the car now. Su Fan patiently spat out a few words and waited for Tang Yanling's reply. Not long after, Tang Yanling slightly raised her eyebrows, followed by raising a pair of eyes to stare tightly into Su Fan's eyes. Feeling the other party's gaze, Su Fan's body was as if he had been electrocuted. He didn't know exactly what he was thinking at the moment. He just couldn't help it as his heart was pumping like crazy. After a few seconds passed, Tang Yanling shifted her eyes away, then lowered her head and walked out of the cab under Su Fan's ministrations. Just after the other party had landed on the ground, the driver's master's voice came slowly. He could only be seen squeezing his eyebrows and muttering in a low voice to Su Fan, a look of envy surfacing on his face. Little brother, dang it, you're lucky finding such a great beauty. Su Fan sniffed, and in a split second, he stiffened in place. Immediately after that, he winged a glance at Tang Yanling with his afterglow, and if this sentence had been said before, Su Fan definitely wouldn't have felt embarrassed. However, since that incident had just happened, Su Fan now looked anxious within his heart. He didn't know exactly how to carry on communicating with Tang Yanling. After all, this woman seemed to have become very different from before. He didn't know Tang Yanling's true thoughts, nor did he know how to divert the other party's target. Downtown really doesn't look much the same compared to the shabby side of the rental house to compare. At this time, Su Fan and his duo were beside a busy street, surrounded by stores of all sizes. After settling the fare, Su Fan began to survey the environment in his sight. Only the stores on both sides of the street also began to put up their lights and emit a tantalizing aroma. Shopkeepers display a variety of delicious food and exquisite goods in front of the window, so that people will be dazzled. Some will stop to look at them, while others will not hesitate to go into the store to buy. Soft music and the bustling sounds of conversation and laughter coming from a roadside cafe made it feel peaceful and cozy. Suddenly several pairs of couples holding hands, slowly passing by Su Fan's two people's eyes. In their faces leapt to the surface of the enjoyment of the expression too, directly causing the two people's ears to be slightly red. Of course there are lonely people on the streets, sitting alone on a corner, lost in their own world. Everything seems so beautiful and real on the streets in the evening. Chapter 204, Confession. This is the stage of people's life, the intersection of dreams and reality. The baptism of time has filled this place with traces of history, while people's lives have made this place full of vigor and hope. In this bustling world, everyone is looking for their own direction. Everyone has their own dreams and pursuits. While Su Fan and Tang Yanling were in the middle of contemplation at this moment, they didn't know exactly how they were going to go on with their next path. At the same time, this throbbing in the middle of the inner world Whether it was good or bad they weren't quite sure. Both were a blank sheet of paper. Not a drop of ink had been dipped on it. Tang Yenling had been in the midst of her thoughts all this time, and hadn't bothered Su Fan with even a single sentence. She didn't know how to accept her heart or how to proceed. The memories of the past days surfaced in her mind once again, and that kiss combined with this maneuver of Su Fan's today made her a demon empress. Look at a loss for words. Looking at Tang Yenling's silent demeanor, Su Fan secretly gritted his teeth and said, "What do you like to eat?" Tang Yenling quivered her eyebrows slightly, followed by the gentle activation of her vermilion lips, and replied in a slightly introspective tone, "Whatever, just make up your mind." Su Fan's eyes suddenly became strange as he sniffed. This woman was indeed completely different from what he remembered, bearing in mind that she had grabbed the order before. But then he let go of his heart. Since Tang Yenling seemed to be in a stable mood now, she shouldn't be hard to serve. Besides, the main reason for coming out today was to properly apologize to the other party. After all, this matter was his fault alone from beginning to end. It wouldn't have been so awkward for the two if they hadn't suddenly broken into the house themselves, with no regard for the consequences. But at that time, Su Fan was really too pining for Tang Yenling, and this feeling could not be hidden. Being alone in the middle of the game of God Punisher for 10 years or so had subjected him to extreme torment. With that, Su Fan brought Tang Yenling to a restaurant and carefully ordered a few dishes, which he used to make amends properly. Meanwhile, he was mentally figuring out how to break the silence. In fact, Tang Yenling seemed to have the same idea, and the two had been keeping quiet for some time now. Just as both of them were thinking of how to speak, suddenly a young waiter hurried to their table, and immediately afterward placed a plate of roast beef on top of the table. This looks great." As Su Fan spoke, he raised his eyes to faintly glance at Tang Yenling's expression. Upon hearing the customer so instantly interested, a soft smile appeared on the waiter's face, followed by an explanation. A steak dish usually consists of a piece of prime beef cut into thick slices and grilled until the outside is golden brown and the inside remains tender and juicy. Grilled steaks have an attractive caramelized color on the outside and sometimes have grill marks, which are caused by the high heat of the grill. Our family store usually adds oils and spices before roasting to add aroma and flavor. Seeing that the other party had introduced himself in such a colorful manner, Su Fan blinked at Tang Yenling. "Do you want to try it quickly? It won't taste good when it's cold." Su Fan was now looking for a breakthrough in the conversation as a way to make the atmosphere between the two not so awkward. "Yes, this grilled steak is one of our signature dishes. Many customers will order it a second time," the waiter ground replied. Su Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, not knowing exactly what he was thinking. The words had just fallen out of her mouth, only for her to inquire again, a happy expression spreading across her face. "What can I get you two to drink?" "I'll have a glass of red wine," Su Fan replied. Then he turned his head back to Tang Yenling's face. Upon feeling Su Fan's gaze, Tang Yenling instantly understood that Su Fan was asking her what she wanted. With that, she only hesitated. "I'll just have a Coke, please." At this moment, Su Fan's heart was like a huge wave in his heart. This woman was actually saying thank you? He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. But after seeing the waiter's expression, it was only then that he reacted with dismay that he hadn't misheard. Right in the middle of Su Fan's bout of dumbfoundedness, the waiter from earlier slowly came to their eyes again immediately after. "Sir, miss, here are your drinks. Please enjoy them and page me again for any requests." After saying that, she bent down again very respectfully. Body. And then only then did she turn around and leave the table, leaving them to enjoy the food alone. "The steaks here really are a cut above the rest," Su Fan spoke while carefully observing Tang Yenling's eyes. Just then, he suddenly thought of something. "By the way, the last time we went to the movies, I didn't get a chance to thank you. After all, you were the one who saved that group." When Tang Yenling heard this, her eyes were stunned for a moment, and it was only after roughly a few seconds had passed that she reacted. She only smiled faintly. "It's okay, that's just a small thing." After feeling such a gentle tone from the other party, Su Fan finally felt a bit more relaxed. It looked like Tang Yenling's attitude just now wasn't feigned, but was a real presence. Expecting this, Su Fan was also more than capable of making a big splash. And then they started chatting about some light and pleasant topics, looking like a couple in general among the other people's sight. "What do you think of this dish?" Su Fan asked, pointing at the dinner plate. "Quite good. Very tasty," Tang Yenling replied nonchalantly and said. Su Fan looked at Tang Yenling's smile and couldn't help but feel a little moved as he decided to steer the conversation in a more in-depth direction. "Just now. I'm sorry about just now. It's because I got carried away practicing kung fu. That's why." Su Fan stammered out the words, as if he had been drained of all his strength. "It's okay, cultivation is meant to be a fight with the sky and the earth. It's only natural that some problems will inevitably arise." After feeling Su Fan's sincere apology, Tang Yenling was relieved in a flash. Although she didn't understand what exactly happened to Su Fan this night, she knew that the other party was definitely not a frivolous person after spending so many days together. This, coupled with the aura that Su Fan exuded from his body, caused her to be greatly shocked. Su Fan had actually broken through several large realms at once. How could this not surprise her? The twists and turns must be known only to the other side. Besides, she's only 9 years old. 9 will go off the deep end. And after that, she's not in control at all. All the desires within. The desires are magnified in a restricted way and finally released. Chapter 205, Change of Heart. Next to the river view, a small cabin stands quietly on the shore. After dinner, Su Fan and Tang Yanling sat on the small lawn in front of the wooden house, facing the river in the distance, as if two lonely souls were searching for their home. It's so beautiful here. It feels pretty good to be here. Tang Yanling sighed softly. Seeing these landscapes always makes my mood so much calmer. Hearing the other party state so, Su Fan immediately broke into a sweat. He knew that Tang Yanling was deliberately looking for a topic of conversation as a way to break some of the awkward moments from earlier. After calming down a bit, Su Fan smiled. This place is indeed very beautiful, but what I see is not just the beauty. There are also some other connotations. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan curiously. The corner of her eyebrows suddenly raised. What connotation? I see the dangers of cultivation, Su Fan said in a deep voice. Although cultivation can make one stronger, it is also easy to go astray. Tang Yanling nodded. I know, cultivation can sometimes be addictive, and even make people lose themselves. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling with some emotion. You're an amazing person. Honestly, a woman I've never seen in my life. Tang Yanling smiled. It's all because I've been through a lot. Su Fan sighed softly. I've also experienced a lot, so I know the charm and danger of cultivation. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly remembered his experience inside the game world of God Punisher. The eyes of the two men met in the air, as if searching for answers within each other. Why do you want to cultivate? Su Fan suddenly asked. Tang Yanling thought for a moment, then said, my original intention for cultivation was to be able to protect the people I love and myself. I once lost my closest family member in an accident and I felt so helpless and powerless at that time. I hope to gain more power through cultivation to protect those I cherish. Su Fan listened quietly, then nodded. I understand how you feel. Cultivation can indeed make us stronger. But in the process of cultivation, we also need to be careful to maintain our inner balance and stability so that we don't lose ourselves. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan with a smile. I'll pay attention. The two sat silently on the lawn, enjoying the warmth of the river and the sun. They all knew that the path of cultivation was not easy, but they also believed that as long as they worked hard and persevered, they would be able to find their own home. Su Fan and Tang Yanling were silent for a while before Tang Yanling suddenly thought of a question. Su Fan, why do you want to cultivate? Su Fan pondered for a moment, then spoke. My original intention for cultivation was somewhat similar to yours, and it was also to protect my loved ones and friends. But as my practice deepened, I realized that the world of cultivation is a big one, with many mysteries and treasures waiting to be explored. I don't just want great power, I want a deeper level of knowledge and understanding. Su Fan was trying to phrase things in his mind as a way to deal with Tang Yanling's inquiry. Feeling that his flimflam seemed to have some effect, it was at this moment that Su Fan slightly relaxed his breath down. But at the same time, Su Fan was also speaking the truth. After all, these 10 years or so had really made him appreciate the hardships and difficulties of cultivation even more. He didn't have such a strong state of mind during the first round of internal testing, because that time there was no problem. But this second round of internal testing was the one that made him feel the presence of despair. The loss of information left everyone momentarily frozen, not knowing exactly what to do. Where exactly does the future lie and where are they headed? As Su Fan's thoughts slowly drifted into the distance, Tang Yanling then raised her head slightly. Hearing Su Fan's reply, she couldn't help but sigh. In fact, you're quite a person that people can't understand. Although sometimes you seem to be very frivolous, but at the same time you seem to be very mysterious. Su Fan laughed softly. Overrated. I'm actually quite simple. He was able to prove that he was telling the truth, and the big truth at that. But as for how this woman Tang Yanling thought about it, it wasn't something he could manipulate. Seeing the other party in such a sprightly manner, Tang Yanling was all of a sudden in awe, and then she fell back into deep thought, a slightly lost expression coming to her face. She was reminded of the many stories that had been told, the stories of blood and fire that she herself had been a part of. It was a tragic time, a time when all lives were in the balance. In Tang Yanling's memories, they were always filled with sadness and helplessness. Ever since her own family had gradually left, she realized more and more that there was nothing she could do. She sensed how fragile life was and how, in those times, people's fates were even more uncontrollable. Over the long years, Tang Yanling became silent, and as time passed, her family faded from her memory. But now, the flash of memories deep within Tang Yanling's heart was once again outlined at this moment. She hoped that one day, she would be able to return to that warm home and see those she loved so much again, and take her loving sister into her arms. Fate, however, had her spent her life in the midst of war, eventually becoming a minor footnote in history. A demon empress. After her thoughts were dragged back, Tang Yanling slowly sighed. Then he narrowed his eyes, and his tone became much firmer. The more time passes, the more I feel as if I'm fading away from so many things that I once desperately wanted to hold on to as well. But it all seemed to change, and I began to do whatever it took to be powerful, becoming murderous for the sake of being powerful. Gradually I began to lose myself. Su Fan listened to Tang Yanling's words and gave her a deep look, his eyes revealing a gush of heartache. But in a short while he gave in to forcefully suppressing it down, and then advised in a gentle tone, "Your worries are normal, but as long as you can maintain your inner balance and stability, and do not forget your beginnings, you will definitely not lose yourself." Tang Yanling stared blankly at Su Fan's cheeks, her heart bursting with emotion. Ever since she stepped onto the path, she had already known that the road to cultivation was full of thorns and perils, but with a strong heart, you can move forward smoothly. We must dare to fight against the sky and the earth. The two men were each silent for a while longer, enjoying the peace and quiet. They all know they have a long way to go, but at the same time believe that if they work hard and move forward, they will be able to reach their goals. It's not just about trusting your present self, it's also about trusting your future self. Chapter 206, Drinking Coffee. Seeing that Tang Yanling's mood seemed to have improved quite a bit, Su Fan decided to continue bringing the other party forward for a break. With that, he turned his head to the side for a moment, and once he saw the steel torrent of flashing lights that dazzled his eyes, he had an idea immediately afterward. When night falls, the city of lights begins to show its other side. On one such night, the two went to a high place in the city to enjoy the night view. Standing on the observation deck of a tall building, they looked down on the entire city, with the lights of the buildings flickering and the vehicles coming and going on the streets like a flowing ribbon of light. The mountains in the distance looked even more silent in the night, and the starry sky became extraordinarily bright, dotted with stars, as if they were lighting a lamp for the city. Looking at all this, Su Fan opened his heart to feel the breath of the city. The night breeze was blowing in their faces, making them feel refreshed. This is really a wonderful night. Su Fan couldn't help but feel so emotional. Yeah, I like the feeling, as if I'd become brighter myself. Tang Yanling smiled and responded to him. After the conversation they had just had, the gap between them now seemed to have been buried deep inside. Both of their minds were infected by the city. They felt the pulse of life, the vitality of the city, and their own intertwining with the city. The night is a magical time. In this moment, all that is good is infected by it, and they feel their inner worlds and the elusive strands of emotion they feel for each other. Their hearts were cleansed by the city on this night. The night was silent, and early the next morning Su Fan got up early. Looking at the time walking on the clock, Su Fan then raised an eyebrow. Nowadays they are considered to have some small amount of money and can properly change to a slightly better house. At this moment Su Fan was pondering whether to change or not. After all, he had been sleeping on the sofa ever since Tang Yanling arrived. Just as he was out of his mind for a while, Tang Yanling moved her feet out of the bedroom with a sleepy look on her face. Just seeing her change up and down was revealing a feeling of laziness, so that Su Fan couldn't help but slightly glance at her. The curtains in the living room had been pulled back by him, and the morning light poured in through the window, making the temperature in the living room seem extra warm and cozy. And as Su Fan's line of sight slowly surveyed it from the bottom up, a blood-soaked and swelling sensation hit him. At this moment, Tang Ling was wearing a loose t-shirt. Her body curves were smooth, slightly convex. The raised belly button and slender leg lines were stunning. She rubbed her still somewhat sleepy eyes and stood carelessly in front of Su Fan. After seeing the other party's delicate figure, Su Fan froze. He had never imagined that Tang Yanling would have such a body that made it hard to take his eyes off of her, and he looked at her in surprise, half speechless. Although he had indeed seen the other party's body before, but now could not raise the slightest interest at all, and at the moment, he was wondering what was wrong with him. His eyes stopped glancing. However, when he just had this thought, his face suddenly turned red. Sensing Su Fan's slightly strange gaze, Tang Yanling frowned slightly, then asked curiously, "What's wrong? What are you looking at?" Su Fan, 1962, journalist and novelist. Suddenly realizing the awkwardness of his expression, he hurriedly averted his gaze and pretended to be fine. "No, it's nothing. You just woke up, didn't you? How do you feel?" "Well, it feels good," Tang Yanling replied with a few moments of joy on her face. Her voice didn't seem quite the same as before. But what exactly was different? He didn't react at once. "Okay, So do you want to come get a cup of coffee and get up off your ass? Su Fan smiled awkwardly, trying to ease the awkward situation. Seeing that the other party did not refuse, Su Fan turned around and walked towards the kitchen side. After turning around, Su Fan's mind was still echoing with her marvelous figure, and he couldn't help but be a little distracted. Su Fan walked into the kitchen and found instant coffee in no time. The kitchen was small, after all. He couldn't live in much of a house by himself. And besides, what kind of Porsche did a laborer need? Of course, these were all before him. Now that the conditions were completely different, there was a chance that he was going to go and change a better set of house, or to do his best as a landlord, so that the other party, this demon Empress, could also enjoy the life of the rich. Not long after, boiling hot air came out from inside the kettle. Su Fan reached out and ripped off the plug, then slowly poured the water inside the glass. Immediately after he gave it a stir, the aroma of coffee filled the entire kitchen with a wave of comfort. Su Fan skillfully operated the slightly simple brewing, and after a while he had brewed a cup of rich coffee. He then bent down, and took a deep, hard breath. Well, it's true that this flavor is still the right point. Outside of the dozens of dollars of Moon Bar can be really cannot drink, and also dead expensive. Su Fan spat out with a face full of impatience, and within his heart there was no change in his original state of mind due to becoming rich. Su Fan carefully walked back to the living room with his coffee, still in a trance when he saw Tang Yenling. He then shook his head hard, putting all those thoughts out of his mind. Immediately afterward, Su Fan handed the coffee in his hand to Tang Yenling and said, "This is for you, drink it slowly." Tang Yenling's eyes were odd, and she frowned as she carefully sniffed it before taking the coffee. Looking at the brown liquid, Tang Yenling instantly didn't feel too good about taking a bite. "Try it, it's delicious. I usually like to have a cup in the morning and then I'm refreshed all day." After feeling Tang Yenling's slightly hesitant eyes, Su Fan immediately revealed an encouraging expression. "It's instant coffee, but the other person is a companion on a journey that has lasted a long time. When he was always working overtime and staying up late, it was bag after bag of instant coffee that saved his life. And nowadays, it is natural not to forget the existence of the other side." Looking at Su Fan's serious demeanor, Tang Yenling eventually compromised. With that, she reached out and took the cup from the other woman's hand, then slowly moved it toward her mouth. Under Su Fan's expectant gaze, she was seen gently blowing out a breath before carefully savoring the taste of the coffee. By the time the coffee had just entered her mouth, Tang Yenling's brows wrinkled slightly, as if she felt a little uncomfortable with the bitterness of the coffee. But, over time, she slowly began to get used to the flavor of the coffee and even began to enjoy it. The fresh flavor flowed through her mouth and soothed her. The coffee's long-lasting aroma filled Tang Yenling's taste buds, followed by the taste of sweetness. Chapter 207 Plans to Buy a House. Su Fan couldn't help but smile as he watched Tang Yenling begin to enjoy the flavor of coffee. "It seems like you've completely fallen in love with coffee." Tang Yenling nodded and said with satisfaction, "Yes, I now feel that coffee is very good. It makes my body and mind feel relaxed." Su Fan went on to say, "Coffee is indeed a very good drink that not only refreshes the mind, but also helps people to settle their minds and promotes the emergence of creativity." Hearing Su Fan's words, Tang Yenling couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Indeed, life is like a cup of coffee. It may be bitter and uncomfortable in the beginning, but as time passes, we will slowly adapt to the bitterness of life, and find happiness and growth from it. Su Fan nodded in agreement. "You're right. It's only through experience and refinement that you can grow into a better version of yourself." Tang Yenling smiled, looking at the coffee cup in front of her. A warm feeling welled up in her heart. She deeply understood that life is a struggle, and you need to keep exploring and trying to get out of a road that belongs to you. And how could cultivation be any different? She admonished herself so inwardly. Once breakfast was over, the two stayed in the living room and began to pass the time by themselves. Tang Yenling had already enjoyed this habit of eating breakfast for some reason. Originally, for her, who had already been abstaining from eating, it didn't really seem like a big deal whether she ate or didn't eat. But she couldn't resist Su Fan's temptation every time. She had no choice but to compromise. After all, even if you can't starve, you can at least taste the food, right? Tang Yenling understood in her heart that she didn't actually have any dependence on eating. In the deepest pang of her heart there was a voice telling her that it was all because of Su Fan's existence. It was this man who had made himself change away from his previous habits, and from the beginning to the end. She was pondering why this man had made her so dependent when she suddenly heard Su Fan's voice again. "What are you thinking about?" Tang Yenling froze for a moment, then laughed softly. "It's nothing, it's just that I suddenly remembered something." "What is it?" Su Fan asked curiously. "Nothing, don't ask so many questions." In the face of the inquiry, Tang Yenling smiled faintly, not intending to explain anything to the other party. Seeing this, Su Fan didn't ask any more questions. Upon sensing that Tang Yanling was in a good mood today, Su Fan decided that it was time to talk to the other party about buying a house. I want to discuss something with you. I wonder if it's okay. Tang Yanling sniffed and raised her head in a serious manner, waving away what was just inside her head. I'd like to buy a suite. It's still too small and it does seem a bit cluttered and shabby. Not worthy of your status as a demon empress. Feeling Su Fan's sincere gaze, Tang Yanling only felt that the other party was very interesting. This man seems to have changed in the last 2 days. Always courting her. Want to change your home? Why didn't you do it before? Besides, why ask for her opinion? She was still staying in the other's house. How's that? Give me a quick word. Su Fan couldn't wait. Looking at Tang Yanling's eyes in a strange manner, he immediately continued to ask. I don't have a problem with it. Just see what happens. Okay, then let's hurry up and pack up and get going. Tang Yanling subconsciously nodded, having been led astray by Su Fan. After half an hour had passed, the two of them went out and rushed towards the largest real estate sales base in Zhonghai City. Not long after, the two arrived at the largest real estate sales base in Zhonghai City, and a spacious showroom came into view. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh that the environment here was really quite good, and the neat and bright showroom was decorated with all kinds of models and model houses, which made people feel the atmosphere of home at once. Tang Yanling and Su Fan were currently surrounded by a modernized environment. Next to the housing model, a large screen hanging on the wall keeps playing various real estate information, which is fascinating to watch. The environment here isn't bad at all. Tang Yanling sighed. Yeah, this is the largest real estate sales base in Zhonghai City, so of course the environment can't be too bad. Su Fan laughed. He then greeted the salesman and asked a few questions about the house afterward. Miss, may I ask if you are looking for a house? We have the largest housing site in Zhonghai City here, so I believe we can arrange it for you too no matter what type of household. The salesman had a very decent expression and a professional smile on his face. In her eyes, it seemed that Su Fan and Tang Yanling were either second-generation rich or second-generation demolition. After all, so young, actually came alone to buy real estate, when it is a big deal. But all this is just beside the point for her. As long as there is money that is the master. She was also able to take tens of thousands of dollars in commission for selling a property. So, they try to work hard and positively with anyone who comes here. Some of the people who look very plain on the outside may be the ones who think that they're hiding a rich man. And that, deep down, took root in her heart. You have to remember that last year there was such a bloody thing to come. Originally a big man came in to see the house. However, the other party is dressed very simple. All the clothes is the street alley by $12 almost. At the time Moncler outlet store. He wanted the crowd to inquire about the property, but nay, none of them took him up on it. Standing in the eyes of this group of real estate salesmen, it seems that the other party may just come in to rub the free air conditioning. Such people are actually particularly numerous in the neighborhood, thus making them miss out on one of the bigger deals. At first no one received the Moncler outlet store heart bubbling with nameless anger. It is at this time, a freshly graduated college students went forward to patiently introduce to the other side up. The Moncler outlet online eye of this little ninny is not bad, so it is a huge amount of money to buy a dozen sets of real estate. At that time, once this incident had occurred, it also alarmed the group's senior management, and then the group in the annual meeting above praised that just joined the female college students, calling on all employees to learn from her. The customer is God, and they can never treat them wrong. Su Fan looked at the other party's professional smile, then laughed brightly. There's only two of us, so if you see something suitable, introduce it to us. Well done, sir, glad to be of service, the salesman said as he took a laser pointer out from inside his pocket. Immediately afterward, she beckoned towards the duo, signaling them both to look over. Sir, miss, this listing is our company's newest property, and the selling price is relatively cost-effective. I wonder if you're interested in learning more about it. With those words, she just stared silently at the gazes of the Su Fan duo, expecting instructions from the other party. Su Fan followed the salesman's laser pointer and a building model appeared in his line of sight. Chapter 208, This boss has to be pleasing. Su Fan carefully observed the model of the building and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Located in the heart of the city, with easy access to the surrounding area and all the amenities, this property does seem like a good choice. This property looks pretty good. Can you tell me more about it? Su Fan asked. The salesman immediately took out a thick data book and handed it to Su Fan. This is a detailed introduction of our company. It contains all the information of the property, including the house type, area, price, etc. You can flip through it on your own. Su Fan took the data book and carefully flipped through it. The salesman answered his questions from time to time and gave a detailed introduction to the advantages and disadvantages of the property. This 3-bedroom floor plan looks good and is relatively affordable. Su Fan pondered for a while and asked, "But I would also like to find out how the property services and the surrounding environment of the property are?" The salesman immediately took out his cell phone and showed Su Fan the photos and comments around the property. The property service of the property is very good. The environment of the neighborhood is also very clean and tidy. The surrounding facilities are complete, and life is very convenient. Su Fan listened to it. His heart suddenly understood a lot. Before for buying a house inside the winding really do not quite understand. It looks pretty good, but we're going to think about it some more. Can you tell me exactly what the home buying process is? The salesman smiled and replied, "Of course you can. You only need to provide your ID card and the purchase money. We will help you with all the formalities." Su Fan nodded his head, and in his heart, his impression of the salesman's service got better. Worthy of being in the service industry. Tang Yenling watched the exchange between Su Fan and the salesman and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled in her heart. Just now, Su Fan had talked to her about coming to buy a house, but she didn't really understand the real estate situation in the market and didn't know how to choose. Originally, she did not intend to come, but Su Fan said to her in a biased manner, "If you don't go, how will I know what type of style type you like again?" Type of style? When Tang Yenling heard this, her eyes instantly revealed a slight color of confusion. What the hell was the other party talking about? Seeing Tang Yenling react in such a manner, Su Fan paused slightly immediately afterward. He then secretly slapped his hand over his head with a look of self-condemnation. How could I forget about this? After slowing down again, Su Fan smilingly explained to Tang Yenling, "It's just a technical term. In other words, it's what you like about the look of the house and what you put in it." After listening to Su Fan's explanation, Tang Yenling finally understood, and was then willing to follow along to see the house. Seeing that Su Fan had basically taken it, the salesman once again shifted his sights to Tang Yenling's side. How could they not understand in their line of work? But whenever a man and a woman come to see a house, the man's opinion is ultimately just an appetizer. When it comes to the person who actually makes the decision to take the decision, it still depends on what the woman actually thinks. This sales I looked experienced, only to see a little more attentiveness on her face than just a few moments ago. "This young lady, I wonder what your opinion is. Are you satisfied with this house?" With those words, she continued to maintain her smile as she watched Tang Yenling's expression. When Tang Yenling learned that she had been questioned over, a pair of eyes immediately turned to Su Fan's side, waiting for the other party's opinion. Su Fan came over smilingly and said with a soft face, "What do you think?" Tang Yenling subconsciously nodded, a few words popping out from inside her mouth. "Pretty good." When he heard Tang Yenling's words, the salesman burst out laughing. "Sir, miss, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this suite, and it's the newest property, so if you sincerely want it I can apply for a discount for you." Seeing that the man and woman had been taken down by themselves, the corner of Sale's mouth subconsciously ticked. It looks like this month's sales title will soon be hers again. Thinking of this, she secretly clenched her fists, her insides already finished being filled with excitement. Su Fan felt the continuous fluctuation within the other party, followed by a slight frown on his brow. And then, he asked again, "I'd like to ask, how is the after-sales service of this property? If there are any problems after I buy the house, what should I do to solve them?" The salesman smiled and replied, "Our company's after-sales service is very good. If you encounter any problems after buying the house, we will solve them for you as soon as possible. At the same time, we will also provide you with 1 year's free property service." Su Fan's heart was slightly more at ease after hearing this. He then shifted his sight to Tang Yenling's body once more, and when he realized that the other party was currently holding that thick booklet, his eyes flashing with gleams of refined light, had become so completely immersed in the world of flipping through information books that he seemed to have forgotten his own existence. Looking at the other party's appearance of such serious curiosity, Su Fan also smiled heartily. They'll soon have a new home, a place for a fresh start. The line of sight returned to Tang Yenling's eyes, only to see that she was already completely captivated by the idea on top of the atlas. A set of exquisite decoration made her feel at the moment as if the boudoirs of the demon race far away in the midst of the world of the gods were no more than that. According to the things inside his current memory, the bedchamber was just a few simple items. 2 tall stone lions stood guard, demonstrating the majesty of royalty. The door was open, and through the porch, a dark hall could be seen, with dark red embroidered draperies hanging around it, and fragrant lavender wafting from it. Moving forward down the hall, you can see her bedroom. It was an extremely spacious room with a crystal chandelier hanging from the high roof, reflecting the soft light in the room. Hanging on the wall is a beautiful painting with lifelike characters that seem to be able to leap out of the picture and into reality. Near the wall, rows of beautifully carved sandalwood screens were placed, on which various flowers, birds, animals and fairyland objects were beautifully and breathtakingly painted. In the center of the bedroom was a huge rosewood bed with gorgeous draperies draped around it in a profusion of flowers, though her chambers were also very luxurious and extravagant, using all the decorations that were hard to come by outside. But after looking at the wide array of other styles on top of the atlas in front of her, she instantly felt that the place she was living in before didn't smell good anymore. Seeing that Tang Yanling was so lost in thought, Su Fan didn't immediately disturb the other party. The salesman, being the professional that he is, kept quiet after sensing what was going on between the two. To allow customers to have time to think is a necessity for them. Not long after Tang Yanling finally came back to her senses from her own thoughts, she only saw Su Fan looking into her eyes with a smirk on his face. Those eyes looked very soft, and all of a sudden, Tang Yanling felt a trance out of her mind. Chapter 209 Paid in Full. Seeing that the other party was staring intently at herself at the moment, Tang Yanling then asked, "What are you looking at?" "No, nothing, it's just that I saw that you were quite interested in these houses, so I didn't interrupt you out of the blue. How about it? Do you have any favorites?" Tang Yanling nodded, and then immediately before Su Fan could speak, she shook her head again, not knowing exactly what to choose. "Oh, no need to rush, let's just take our time and watch. It's still early in the day. Besides, even if we can't watch it today, we can still come tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. It's not that it's hard to choose, even if I think there are too many to pick from." Tang Yanling didn't hear the contradiction in her own words, but Su Fan did hear it clearly. These houses are actually very loved by each other, so for a while it was hard to know what to choose. Thinking of this, Su Fan followed up by pointing at the suite that the salesman had just recommended. "Ms. Tang, what do you think of this property?" Su Fan deliberately addressed Tang Yanling as a young lady, and a soft gaze just stared into the other party's eyes. Tang Yanling sniffed, and all of a sudden her heartbeat sped up a lot. Her cheeks also flushed slightly immediately afterward, but it was something she forced down. "Not bad looking. I'd like to see how it looks in person though." The salesman immediately took over. "That's great. I have a car here that can take you to the actual house." The salesman then took the two of them to the location of the property. On the way, Su Fan kept observing his surroundings and feeling the atmosphere of the city. Tang Yanling, on the other hand, had been flipping through the information booklet in her hands, seemingly very interested in the specific information about the house. Upon arriving at their destination, the salesman led them into the corresponding three-bedroom house. Tang Yanling walked into the room and couldn't help but marvel at the bright and spacious space and modern decor. Su Fan, on the other hand, observed the layout and details of the house while communicating with the salesman about the specifics of the house. "This balcony is huge. You can dry a lot of clothes." Listening to the salesman's words, Su Fan slowly walked to the edge of the balcony and looked at the scenery outside. "Well, it's not bad looking, and this balcony is in a great location with a great view of the whole neighborhood." Seeing the two of them talking, Tang Yanling also turned her head, and immediately after she followed Su Fan's gaze, she was indeed able to overlook the entire neighborhood with a very pleasant view. The salesman looked at Su Fan's back, then nodded his head and praised. "Yes, the view and lighting of this house is very good, and since there are no tall buildings around to block it, the view is very open." After observing for a while, Su Fan walked towards Tang Yanling. "Show me the atlas?" Su Fan's phrasing was quite soft, just like a gentleman. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan's appearance and instantly froze in place, and then subconsciously handed out what was in his hand. Su Fan slightly took the atlas from within the other party's hand and immediately began to flip through it. Looking at the pictures and text on it, he simply looked down and inquired, "What amenities does this neighborhood have?" The salesman replied with a smile, "The supporting facilities in this neighborhood are very good, with a swimming pool, gym, children's playground, basketball court and many other recreational facilities, and there are 24-hour security patrols to protect the safety of residents." Hearing all this, Su Fan felt very satisfied and turned to Tang Yanling. "This neighborhood is very good, and the price is also more suitable. What do you think?" Tang Yanling considered for a moment and said, "I also think this neighborhood is very good. We can consider it." The two discussed and eventually decided to shop for a home in this neighborhood. They expressed their willingness to purchase a home to the salesperson and began negotiating specific prices and payment options. After a short discussion, they came to an agreement and decided to purchase a three-bedroom house in this neighborhood. Tang Yanling and Su Fan smiled at each other, both in a very pleasant mood. They finally found the house of their choice, and it was chosen with the joint efforts of each other, and they felt very satisfied. Soon the three drove back to the purchase of the building, followed by Su Fan, and the salesman signed the purchase agreement. As the sales clerk asked Su Fan how to deliver the down payment with a smile on her face, she suddenly heard words that surprised her. Su Fan frowned slightly, and immediately afterward, he said, "Do I have to make a down payment?" Even though she was a battle-hardened woman, she couldn't help but sweat for a while after hearing Su Fan ask about it. Is this guy here to cause trouble? Who buys a house without making the final payment? She was angry, and the consequences were dire. It was a great insult to her character for the other party to be so playful with her. If you want to amuse her, why not find another time? Not when she's at work? To realize just how much it hurt her to have most of the day wasted like that? However, she still held back her anger and replied to Su Fan with a smile on her face. Sir, what are you talking about? This joke is not very funny. Listening to the words of Sales, Su Fan only felt very strange. Does it have to be a down payment? Can't you pay in full? Immediately afterward, his face twitched slightly. I mean, couldn't it have been a one-time payment? A lump sum? Sales repeated the other party's words once again. She hadn't yet slowed down from Su Fan's words. That's right, doesn't it? Just have to put a down payment up front? After about a few seconds had passed, Sales finally reacted. It turned out that Su Fan wasn't amusing her, but that this man was really powerful. Immediately afterward, she took a few deep breaths, and the smile on her face grew a bit more. Certainly, sir, if you'll wait a moment over here, I'll fetch a fresh copy of the document. After saying that, she bowed slightly towards Su Fan and the two of them, then left with a smile on her face. Su Fan looked at the back of the departing Sales, only to find it somewhat interesting. I'm afraid that the other party has been working here for so long, and such things can rarely be encountered. Sales returned to him and handed over a file. When he returned to his thoughts, he didn't really care too much. After all, it was just a minor hiccup. He has no qualms about paying a lump sum. Now that he had enough money, this wasn't a big problem for him. After all, the tens of millions of dollars he had gotten from the Fong and Zhang families were still lying inside his bank card. Su Fan's eyes looked through the glass window at the scenery outside, and in his mind, he was also thinking about his future plans. It's not that the two don't have the money to buy a villa, they just don't feel the need to. After all, it was still a small house that was more capable of creating a homey atmosphere, and that was what Su Fan needed nowadays. The villa might have been better, except that it was a little too empty, and there were only two of them. Within a few moments, Sales returned to him and handed over a document. Sir, here are the papers you asked for. Su Fan took the document, flipped through it, and confirmed the contents before saying, okay, one-time payment. Chapter 210, Enlightenment. Sales heard this and the smile on his face grew even wider. She felt like she had scored a major victory in this deal. The man was far more powerful than she had expected and she was really somewhat impressed. Su Fan signed the relevant contracts and agreements with the sale to complete this transaction. When Su Fan stepped out of the door of the sales center, he felt in a very happy mood because they were finally moving. The midday sunlight poured through the gaps in the skyscrapers and onto the city streets. The city's buildings tower over one another, giving it a strong modern flavor, and the streets between the tall buildings are wide and busy with traffic and pedestrians hurrying by. In the gaps of the skyscrapers, one can see some green plants. These plants may not be as lush as they are in the countryside, but they still add a sense of life and vitality to the city. On both sides of the street, trees lined the street, giving a hint of coolness. The trees weren't tall, but their lush green leaves glistened in the sunlight and made you feel good. In this noisy city, this sales office seems to be a separate world. It's filled with all kinds of plants, flowers and trees that are full of life. The lake at the main entrance was turquoise and clear, and the breeze was soothing. Some small birds rested on the branches of the trees, chirping happily as if communicating with everything around them. This beautiful green environment, which allows people to feel the city's busy and fast-paced, but also enjoy a peace and quiet. Su Fandi inhaled, and he actually felt that even the air smelled sweet. Such a city is refreshing, cozy and welcoming. Come on, let's go back and talk about when we're going to move to our new home. After pondering for a while, Su Fan said with a wave of his hand towards Tang Yanling, looking at the other party so excited. Tang Yanling somehow actually felt happy as well. Not long after, Su Fan opened his cell phone app and then called for a car. 10 minutes later the colored cab appeared in front of the two men. Su Fan and Tang Yanling leaned against the car seat, the exhaustion on their bodies gradually dissipating. Suddenly, Tang Yanling laughed. That salesman just now, he seems to have been intimidated by us. Su Fan smiled and responded, that's for sure. We bought that multi-million-dollar house with full payment. When the driver heard this, he couldn't help but interject. Ha, you guys paid full price for a multi-million-dollar house? Su Fan nodded in embarrassment, his face looking a little embarrassed. It's really nothing. The driver drove in silence, his mind reeling with emotion. He couldn't help but think of his own family, mundane but full of warmth, and though he greatly envied the young couple's story, he wouldn't be jealous. After all, he also had a perfect family, so it didn't matter if he worked a little harder. Big sister, you have a good life. The driver couldn't help but let out such an exclamation to express his inner emotions. There were no words along the way, and it wasn't long before the two of them were both back inside the dilapidated rental house. As soon as Su Fan entered the door, he directly collapsed on top of the sofa. He began to think about having a house of his own, and never having to sleep on the couch again, right? Immediately afterward, he slowly raised his head and glanced at Tang Yenling with a look of desire to speak. When she felt such a look on the other party's face, Tang Yenling raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Something to say? Since Su Fan was stumped, let her make the first move. Su Fan didn't open his mouth immediately. Instead, he raised his head to survey the dilapidated rental house. The room was very old, but it was a place that had been with him for some years. He was originally a person who likes to empathize. His heart is actually very soft and delicate, and now that he is about to leave, it is impossible to say that he has no feelings. Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan's eyes for a while in a mesmerized manner, and she too sank down. Although he didn't know what the other party was thinking about, he was able to detect something tiny from the sight of the pair. After a long time had passed, Su Fan was finally slowed down, and immediately afterward, he walked to the window, looking out the window and thinking about the things he needed to purchase for his new home. How should I arrange my new home to make it more cozy? Su Fan muttered to himself. When Tang Yenling sniffed, she instantly took over and walked a short distance to his side, smiling and saying, "Whatever is good. I think the inside of this room is quite good." When he heard Tang Yenling say so, Su Fan instantly froze in place for a moment. He didn't know why the other man would suddenly say that. The inside of this room was full of old and broken things. Could it be that Tang Yenling really liked it? Or did she notice her own hesitation just now? That's not necessary. It would seem a bit unusual to have these old antiques inside a new house. Su Fan snorted and then declined the offer. Seeing this, Tang Yenling didn't insist anymore. It was indeed as Su Fan thought. She actually wanted to take care of Su Fan's feelings to come. Since the other party is so unsympathetic to the place, it would simply be better to move them all. Although the words were said, Tang Yenling's eyes still looked a bit doubtful inside. Immediately afterward, Su Fan smiled faintly. It's not that I can't part with these things, I just think it's kind of a memory. Hey, forget it, it's no big deal. When she heard Su Fan's explanation, Tang Yenling suddenly seemed to realize something. It was too late to think about it, only to see a powerful aura begin to be revealed all over her body. Her dress rose without wind, and then her eyes began to close involuntarily. As Tang Yenling's eyes closed tightly, the air around her seemed to become disorganized. Su Fan looked at the scene in front of him in surprise, not understanding why. Without waiting for him to continue thinking deeply, Tang Yenling's aura was still gradually increasing, and the surrounding air currents began to become turbulent, as if a storm was coming. Su Fan felt that his body was also caught up in it, and he wanted to move away from the other party, but he realized that he couldn't move at all. Immediately afterward, Tang Yenling's body began to tremble slightly, as if she was bearing the brunt of an enormous power shock, but she still firmly closed her eyes, as if she was immersed in some kind of realm. After this scenario had lasted for a while, Tang Yenling finally slowly opened her eyes, and her body's aura slowly began to calm down as a warmth filled the surroundings. When he felt the calm return to his surroundings, Su Fan's face pulled slightly. He didn't understand what had just happened to this woman. Had she just broken through because of her own words? Just as Su Fan's head was filled with confusion, he only saw a shimmering light flash through Tang Yenling's eyes. Chapter 211 Dead Memories. When the dust had settled, Su Fan came down with a slight sigh of relief. In the blink of an eye it was 10 days that had passed, and having money to start the road really wasn't quite the same. The house that Su Fan and his team bought was quickly renovated and ready to move in. Originally, the two went to see the room as just a model house, just for customers to view the inspection with. After the contract was signed, the house that Su Fan and his duo lived in was not far away. These days, Su Fan had been pondering over a matter for a while, since he would be moving there soon. What should he bring with him? According to the customs of some places, if you move, you usually don't bring your original furniture with you. After all, it's not very auspicious, and the ideology of going old and welcoming new runs deep in their hearts. But Su Fan, a young man, would not care about these things. For him, it's time to move, and don't say you won't want anything. In the midst of this intense struggle of thoughts, time passed by, but it could not take away any of the ambivalence. At 8 o'clock in the morning sun was shining, and the entire sky looked crystal clear. While Su Fan got up early, just as he was about to wash up, a call came in. Mr. Su, hello, I'm a staff member of Huixing Real Estate Company. The house you came to buy under our banner a few days ago is now ready for turnkey occupancy. Okay, I know. Hard work, ha. Only after a few more pleasantries were exchanged did Su Fan hang up the phone. Immediately after that, he began to survey this room. Although this room is very shabby, and many items in it cannot be used, but at least it is a memory. is not it? Seeing that Tang Yanling hadn't gotten up yet, he didn't go and call the other party. Nowadays, it's still early, so let the other person sleep more. It's not that urgent anyway. Besides, he wanted to stay a little longer, in a place where he had been filled with memories. Thus, Su Fan swept his gaze slowly over his surroundings as he began to plan how he would pack away the clothes and books. He was mentally calculating how many boxes it would take to move all this stuff to his new home. Just as he was thinking so, Tang Yanling pushed open the door of her slightly worn room and was looking at him with a fuzzy sleepy eye. Su Fan smiled. By the way, let me tell you something. Tang Yanling rubbed her eyes with her hand, then exited and inquired. What is it? Is it important? Oh, it's not that important. It's just that we can move to our new home. Tang Yanling sniffed and immediately came to life. When? Right now. Right away right now. Su Fan smiled even more happily because through his observation, Tang Yanling seemed to be very happy as well. Then let's hurry. Tang Yanling couldn't wait to see the new bedchamber. Although there was only Su Fan so much as an underhand coming, but that didn't matter. Without waiting for Su Fan to continue speaking, she only saw her direct spell instantly change a set of clothes for herself, and her entire appearance suddenly became stern once again. The high and cold temperament of the figure, once again standing in front of Su Fan, himself made the other party swallow hard. Tang Yanling felt the other party's very surprised gaze and was about to open her mouth to ask something. But how could Su Fan give the other party a chance, only to see that he feigned nothing and smiled in general, not intending to say anything more to the other party. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan, suddenly feeling that there was something strange about him, as if he was hiding something from her. But she didn't ask more questions and just silently watched Su Fan pack. Just as Su Fan was rummaging through what he was carrying, a dusty box appeared before his eyes. As soon as the box appeared in front of Su Fan, his first instant reaction was actually to look a little stunned, followed by a flash of reminiscence. So then he carefully opened the box, which contained a bunch of photos and some small souvenirs. He picked up a picture of a young him standing on a college campus with a big smile on his face. This was the photo Su Fan took when he graduated from university and went to Kyoto for internship. The photo was already very old. Some parts of it were already yellowed, and even a layer of dust had fallen on it, since the photos were not sealed with glue. Not to mention the poor conditions of the rental house and sometimes the humidity afterwards. There is no excuse for the photos to turn out this way. Su Fan gently rubbed the photo and looked at himself on it, the expression on his face gradually becoming contemplative. Tang Yanling asked curiously, "Ha, is that you up here?" Su Fan nodded and didn't say anything more, only putting down the photo and continuing to take out the contents of the box one by one. Tang Yanling was a little bored watching him pack up his things, so she began to survey the room. The room that came into sight was small, and there was an old-style oil painting hanging on the wall. The paint had peeled off a bit, and it looked a bit old. Of course it wasn't decorated by Su Fan. The oil painting was originally there before he moved here, and it was expected to be a masterpiece by the previous owner. As his eyes moved, there was a pendulum clock sitting in the corner, the swinging bell making a crisp sound, and Su Fan liked to look at the other side of the pendulum every time he slept on the couch. Not far away from the bookshelves piled up with books. Some of the books have yellowed and covered with dust. Most of them are the old-fashioned books that Su Fan has been carrying on his body. He can't afford to throw them away. Besides, the older the book is, the more flavorful it seems to be. The whole house has a strong old-fashioned atmosphere, giving it an old and cozy feel. Tang Yanling couldn't help but feel that although this place was small, it was filled with traces of her life over the past few days. The environment also looked dirty and disorganized, but she still lived there for so long without the slightest complaint. At this moment, she actually blamed Su Fan. This guy is the host, actually dared to treat her as a guest in such a way. It was really the time to beat and scold. Not long after, she turned her head and saw that Su Fan was still organizing things, and a wave of inexplicable emotion could not help but arise in her heart. Right after Tang Yanling had slowed down, Su Fan handed the photo to Tang Yanling's hand without lifting it. "Here you go." She took the photo and looked at it carefully, realizing that although the Su Fan on it was not quite the same as it was nowadays, she was still able to vaguely distinguish exactly the other party's face through observation. She couldn't help but marvel at how strange the gadgets of this realm really were, and in Tang Yanling's eyes, this was nothing more than a piece of paper, and the portrait on it was actually so real that those mortal painting masters inside the God Punisher world could only look away in front of this picture. However, she didn't ask Su Fan out of much curiosity. After all, there were many more such gadgets, and besides, Su Fan was currently busy with his work. Su Fan, on the other hand, looked at the air for a while, with some confusion in his eyes. Chapter 212, Unwelcome Memories. The line of sight switched to Su Fan's perspective, only to see him continue to stare at another photo which was from his college days, when he was still a simple college student with a life full of dreams and hopes. At that time he felt he could change the world. But now that he has been working for a few years, his life is full of all sorts of chores and pressures, and his dreams seem to be drifting away. However, these were before he had even touched the game of God Punisher, and Tang Yenling had yet to appear in front of him. Tang Yenling began to feel some curiosity towards Su Fan in her heart, and immediately afterward, she said to Su Fan, "You seem to care about these things. Is it because they are important to you?" Su Fan was silent for a moment and finally nodded. "These photos, books and trinkets are my most precious memories in this world, and they accompanied me through those unforgettable days." Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan's deep affectionate eyes and couldn't help but remember her own lost memories. Not long after, as her eyes were confused for a while, an idea gradually appeared in her heart to come. She wanted to ask Su Fan about the people and things inside these photos, but she was too embarrassed to speak directly. She could only silently think that maybe one day she could have her own memories, just like Su Fan. Tang Yenling's mood became calmer at Su Fan's words. She felt Su Fan's inner world and began to understand why he was doing this. She then joined in the busy labor and began to encapsulate the items, nervously and carefully handling every detail, allowing Su Fan to feel her heart as well, and the tacit understanding between the two of them together grew deeper and deeper. As they packed together, Su Fan occasionally rummaged through the boxes to find some old objects. For him, they were very valuable things, some old memories, and it was good to keep them. Just as the two of them were packing up their respective things, Su Fan's fingers touched a hard object, and he reached out to touch it, realizing that it was a small box. He then opened the box, and inside was another photo of a youth and a young girl, the youth looking at the young girl with a look of affection, while the young girl smiled and looked at the camera. Su Fan couldn't help but be stunned. This photo brought him many memories. He had been deeply in love with the young girl, but he had eventually parted from her. Su Fan caressed the photo, a familiar feeling welling up in his heart, as if he had returned to that once upon a time. Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan and realized that his expression was a bit odd, so she couldn't help but ask, "Are you alright?" Su Fan shook his head and replied faintly, "It's fine." Tang Yenling looked at the photo in Su Fan's hand and hesitated, but still asked, "Is that you and your Taoist couple up here?" Su Fan froze for a moment and didn't say anything. Seeing his reaction, Tang Yenling knew she had asked some excessive questions and hurriedly changed her words. "I'm sorry, I'm too." This was the first time Tang Yenling had said this to Su Fan, and even she herself didn't know why it was so. All of a sudden, her eyes began to slump. Su Fan was inwardly shocked when he heard Tang Yenling's question. A girlfriend? They just see each other a lot, he thought, and don't really know each other well. He didn't know how to answer Tang Yenling, and at the same time some conflicting emotions arose in his heart. He realized that he already had some special feelings for Tang Yenling, but didn't want her to know. After all, right now they were just friends. Immediately after that, Su Fan's face twitched, and Tang Yenling was a little confused as she watched his expression, and she also began to sense Su Fan's abnormality. Though she didn't fully understand what she was feeling yet, she knew it was new and different from what she had ever felt for anyone before. Immediately, Tang Yenling's eyes sank for a moment. She sensed Su Fan's nervousness and ambivalence, which caused her to feel some sympathy and good feelings. She didn't know if this feeling would continue, but she decided that she would stand by Su Fan's side and support him when he needed her. Su Fan took a deep breath, trying to stabilize himself. Then he explained to Tang Yenling, "No, she's just my friend." Tang Yenling nodded, then asked again, Then it looks like your eyes seem to care about each other?" Su Fan was silent for a while, then said softly, "Because what is contained in these boxes is my past, the trajectory of my life at one time. I want to take them with me, but I don't want to say goodbye to the past completely." Tang Yenling couldn't help but feel emotion in her heart when she heard Su Fan's words. She knew that for a cultivator, both the past and the future were precious experiences and treasures. These experiences and riches are not only enlightening for cultivation, but also a testimony of one's growth. Tang Yenling also couldn't help but start thinking about her past and future, thinking about what kind of memories and treasures these would leave her with. Tang Yenling took a deep breath, then turned her head to look at Su Fan and said, "Thank you for being willing to share this with me. Although I also have a lot of memories that aren't all that wonderful, but even so, perhaps I should treasure them as you do." As Su Fan sniffed, he couldn't help but feel a pain welling up in his heart, a pain for Tang Yenling. Just how much had such a human girl gone through before she could say such a sentence so gently? But nowadays it wasn't a good idea to continue to extend this topic, only to see him smile and nod, agreeing with this viewpoint of Tang Yenling. After Su Fan and Tang Yenling finished packing their things, they began to call for a car to move the furniture and other large items. Although there weren't many decent guys, but adhering to the principle of not wasting, he decided to move it for the time being and use it. Not long after, the two of them walked to the street. Su Fan raised the cell phone in his hand and started to call and contact the moving company. while Tang Yenling waited quietly on the side. She stood quietly, pondering the meaning of Su Fan's words. Returning to an ordinary life. She found herself gradually yearning for this kind of dull life as well, and Tang Yenling couldn't help but be a little surprised that she, a person who had always pursued excitement and novelty, would actually have this kind of idea. It wasn't long before the cargo drops pulled up to the door. The driver of the car was a large, middle-aged man who looked fit. Su Fan quickly stepped forward and exchanged words with his opponent, moving a total of just one person. After all, Su Fan has already said inside the phone, there is not much stuff, just those lightweight items, because the movers told him that the more people who come to help, the more expensive it will be accordingly. And Su Fan was not a wasteful and extravagant person by nature, so how could he let others make his money so easily? Besides, these things aren't heavy, and the fact that he had to move was just a rite of passage. Wouldn't it have been easier to try to keep it simple and just let Tang Yenling wave her sleeve? Once the handover was complete, the driver walked over to what needed to be moved with a grin on his face. Chapter 213 Celebration. Little brother. Upon seeing the scene in front of him, he admitted that he was dumbfounded. This floor full of household goods, whereas the other side said some trinkets. The child is now the only one who has come, and it is simply not possible to move all of them to the car without a lot of effort. Seeing that the other party's eyes were a bit stunned, Su Fan gave a slight smile. That's all, it's no big deal, just let me carry it myself. Just drive the car in peace, old man. Really? The driver looked at Su Fan's relaxed face, and some doubts rose in his heart. This young man looks skinny. How can he be the one who can move such big and heavy items? For a moment, his entire body was in a daze, and even the way he looked at Su Fan changed a few points. Immediately afterward he couldn't help but be a little surprised and asked, young man, can you move so much furniture by yourself? Su Fan smiled and said, no problem, great strength. The driver still looked like he didn't quite believe it when he heard Su Fan's words. However, Su Fan's next action surprised him. Only to see Su Fan he opened the trunk, and then with one hand holding the refrigerator, he walked towards the car. Driver? What happened? Who is he? What's the other guy doing? A series of question marks suddenly floated above the driver's head. Wow! Su Fan, who originally had a relaxed face, was about to slowly put the refrigerator into the trunk at this moment, when he coincidentally heard the other party's exclamation. It immediately put him in an awkward situation. How could he have forgotten about it? The other party was just an ordinary person, and the strength he was now displaying was simply different from normal. Thinking of this, Su Fan was very theatrical and immediately took out a hand again with a look of exhaustion. Ouch! It's heavy, really heavy. He shouted and gasped as if he was on the verge of being overwhelmed. The scene in front of her, however, all fell into Tang Yenling's eyes. A flash of breathlessness flashed through her heart in a flash. This man, he was still so childish sometimes, but these were put in the eyes of the driver and became different. It was only when he watched Su Fan suddenly use his other hand and appear to be struggling again that he slowly sighed in relief. Down. This is the right way. Otherwise he really thought that he was not good, and dragged down the human race. However, seeing that Su Fan was able to lift a refrigerator with such a skinny body, the driver inexplicably came to have great confidence in himself at this moment. Thinking of this, he said in a nonchalant tone, little brother, let me help you along. Seeing that the other party was about to move the closet alone as he said that, Su Fan instantly panicked and stopped it with his hand. No need, old brother. I can do it myself. Before Su Fan's words were even finished, the driver was full of disbelief as he began to exert himself. Immediately afterward, no matter how hard he tried, the closet only moved a little, and could not be moved at all. Su Fan, I told you I wouldn't let you help, but you didn't listen. Now you're in shock. Su Fan couldn't help but spit out so. Only it was all in his heart. When he felt that he couldn't move it, the driver's face turned green. This is a big disgrace. My goodness, the strength of this young man is remarkable. At this point, the driver couldn't help but be impressed with Su Fan once again. The hiccup was sort of over, and the moving company's van arrived at the destination in no time. Immediately after that, he drove into the neighborhood and parked in front of his new home. Looking at the property in front of him, the driver felt in his heart that Su Fan's two men were really amazing. So young to buy such an expensive house. It was really enviable. Su Fan and Tang Yenling got out of the car and started to get busy. They unpacked the boxes and carried them upstairs piece by piece. The driver looked at their hard-working figures and couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. He once had a dream, but for various reasons he gave it up. As he looked at Su Fan and Tang Yenling, he felt a little jealous, but he also felt relieved, and he hoped that this pair of young people would be happy all the time. After a couple of busy hours, all the furniture and belongings were moved to their new home. Tang Yenling sat on the sofa, Looking at Su Fan's busy figure, feeling her heart soften, she suddenly realized that the so-called return to the ordinary life was not the same ordinary. Rather, they have each other's companionship and support, and share common dreams and goals in the midst of the humdrum. She leaned back on the sofa and looked at Su Fan with a smile, feeling immensely happy inside. Su Fan and Tang Yanling entered their new home and a whole new scene unfolded before their eyes. Only after finally relaxing did Su Fan begin to equate the immediate environment. The interiors are very beautifully decorated and the white walls are covered with wallpaper in a variety of different styles, making the whole space look very bright and cozy. The floors are covered with warm wooden floors that give off a cozy vibe throughout the room. In the living room, there is a large sofa and a set of coffee table. The color of the sofa is light gray, comfortable and soft, so that people will not want to leave when they sit on it. The coffee table has a simple and generous design and looks very elegant with some tea sets and vases on it. In the dining room, the tables and chairs are dark-colored solid wood products which are very durable and at the same time make the dining room look more noble. There was a painting hanging on the wall, a landscape that made you feel as if you were in nature. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. He felt that the designer's vision was quite good, and the decoration style of the entire home was very much to his taste. Come on, let's go shopping? Su Fan turned his head sideways and glanced at Tang Yanling, who was lying on the sofa, and then opened his mouth to inquire. Feeling the other party's soft voice, Tang Yanling nodded slightly. The two of them then walked to the bedroom, where they found a beautiful painting on the wall of the bedroom depicting a small bird singing on a branch, making it feel very fresh and natural. The bed is a cozy, soft queen-sized bed with beautiful linens and pillows that make it very comfortable and relaxing. Su Fan and Tang Yanling walked around this new home, very satisfied with the arrangement of each room. They knew it was the culmination of their hard work and the beginning of a humdrum life ahead of them. When night fell, Su Fan and Tang Yanling sat quietly in the living room of their new home, looking out the window at the lights. The night in this city was much more beautiful than the place they lived in before. There was only a faint light in the living room, and a cozy atmosphere filled the room. Tang Yanling leaned on the sofa, quietly looking out the window, with an inexplicable stirring inside. She prayed silently in her heart that this good time would last forever. Suddenly, she felt Su Fan's gaze on her, and she raised her head to meet Su Fan's warm eyes. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling, and his heart was also filled with emotion. He thanked the heavens for allowing him to share such a beautiful night with Tang Yanling. The two of them didn't speak, just enjoyed the cozy time in silence. The two of them looked at each other, and all the words had no meaning, as if time had stood still in this moment, and their inner world had become more serene and peaceful. At that moment, the two were interrupted from their thoughts by a sudden clamor from the street outside. They turned their heads to look out the window and saw a group of people celebrating something, and Su Fan smiled as he said to Tang Yanling, "Perhaps we can also be like them, celebrating our future lives." Tang Yanling also smiled and responded, "Yeah, welcoming a new future." Their two gazes met again, and they saw in each other's eyes a wonderful promise and tacit understanding of the future. On this beautiful night, their hearts' desires were slowly lit by the point. Chapter 214 Participation. The night was silent, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. The morning sun was breaking, and a faint red color was gradually rising in the sky. As time went on, the red color deepened, as if it was going to dye the entire sky scarlet. The peaks in the distance became visible, with clear outlines and peaks that looked as if they were going to merge with the sky. The morning light grew stronger, conquering little by little the territory of the night. As daylight gradually reaches the ground, the dimly lit earth begins to take on a vibrant appearance. The leaves, the grass, everything was enveloped in this warm sunshine and smelled fresh. The breeze brings a refreshing scent to the air. The red color of the sky receded and was replaced by a surge of orange. The sun rose slowly, like a huge golden ball, shining brightly. Its light illuminates the world and is warm and comforting. In the presence of this beautiful scenery, human worries and concerns no longer matter. There is only this moment of comfort and beauty that fills one's soul. Life goes on, the sun rises and sets, but the view is always so mesmerizing. Facing the daylight, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes and felt the soft sunlight pouring onto his face through the window. He stretched and got comfortable for a moment, then sat up. It was the first time he'd woken up in his new home, and his mood was predictably and rightly very pleasant. Immediately afterward he looked around the room, which was bright and spacious, with pictures he'd brought over on the walls and a pot of greenery on the nightstand. Outside the window was a lush green garden with a variety of brightly colored flowers and lush greenery. He felt as if he were in a world full of life. Su Fan stood up and walked over to the window, opening it as a breath of fresh air hit his nose. The sound of birds chirping happily in the distance made him smile. Such a living environment was a great pleasure to him, and he felt as if he had become fresher and more vibrant as well. Once he was almost done breathing air, he walked back to the bed and sat down to start thinking about his plans for the day. The new beginning brought him endless possibilities and hope, and he was determined to make the most of the opportunity to make his life better. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Immediately afterward, Su-fan narrowed his eyes as a slight feeling of doubt flashed through his heart. Who the hell was calling this early in the morning? Su-fan picked up his cell phone and saw that the caller ID was an unfamiliar number. But this number carried an exclusive number in front of it. His mind began to speculate at once, and he picked up the phone. Hello, this is Punisher of God's Game Company. On behalf of the company, I invite you to come to our press conference. Do you have the time? Su-fan was not very surprised by this invitation. After all, such a big thing had happened to the game of exorcism. How could he say that he should also be subjected to the other party's apology? Besides, his understanding of the game was not something that an ordinary person could do. Immediately afterward, Su-fan agreed without even thinking about it. Of course, I'd be honored to attend. Where is it being held and what time is it? The launch will be held at our company headquarters at 7 p.m. Next Friday, where we will be at the venue to provide you with everything you need, and we hope that you will be able to make it. Listening to the other party's words, Su-fan's eyebrows raised slightly, so he replied, "Thank you very much for the invitation. I will definitely be there on time to participate." After the phone call ended, Su-fan mentally began to ponder how this matter would actually go. Being able to attend the launch of the game in person, he actually wanted more opportunities. He looks forward to talking to the game development team and learning more about the backstory of the game. If you can use this to thus blend in, you may be able to find a bit of it. He'd like to see if this was all an accident, or if it was man-made. If it's an accident, he'll do whatever he can to help the other guy perfect the game. If it was man-made, he didn't mind giving the other party a taste of his own medicine. However, he didn't intend to let Tang Yanling know. After all, if he let this demoness find out the truth of the matter, I'm afraid none of these people would survive. Just as he was pondering how to act when the time came, the door to the room not far away slowly opened. Time came a few minutes ago, and as Su-fan called, Tang Yanling slightly opened her eyes. When she looked around, she realized she was in a new environment. Immediately afterward she rolled over and sat up, feeling a breeze brush against her skin, awakening her body. The half-open window was being gently buffeted by a warm morning breeze, and the curtains fluttered casually with their irregular curves. With that she began to think back to last night, and a smile unconsciously began to spread across her face. Not long after, Tang Yanling slowly opened the door to her room with a brisk pace. The moment the door to the room opened, Tang Yanling's pupils instantly shrank. He was looking at her, and she was looking at her, and the four eyes were just looking straight at each other. After Tang Yanling had slowed down, she immediately noticed Su-fan's gaze lingering on her body, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Su-fan's eyes widened as he couldn't take his eyes off Tang Yanling's body. She only saw that the other party's figure was beautifully defined and charming, especially when she was wearing a tight-fitting white dress, which emphasized her figure even more. He felt his heart beating faster and couldn't help but gulp. Tang Yanling realized that her clothes and figure were attracting Su-fan's gaze, and a generous smile appeared on her face. She faced Su-fan and raised an eyebrow. "Good morning, Mr. Su, do you see anything that looks good?" Her voice was soft and charming, like a spring breeze that gently brushed Su-fan's ears. Su-fan's heart became even more excited when he heard Tang Yanling's voice. He coughed immediately afterward, trying to hide his embarrassment. He averted his eyes, looked out the window, and said, "Yeah, it's a nice sunny day." Tang Yanling knew what Su-fan was thinking as she confidently and elegantly walked towards him, allowing him to see her perfect figure once again. She tilted her head towards Su-fan and whispered, "Then let's go out and enjoy a nice day together." Su-fan froze for a moment, a blank look on his face, and after the blank look came more embarrassment. He wasn't sure what was wrong with the other man, if he was trying to poke fun at him or if he was seriously thinking of spending a nice day with himself. The air just went quiet, his eyes looking a little averted while hers were looking a little aggressive. The wind outside the window was still knocking on the curtains, rippling one invisible ripple after another. Chapter 2:15. Time passed slowly as the two looked into each other's eyes. At this moment Su-fan really did not know what to do. He was the first time he was so embarrassed by Tang Yanling. On the other hand, Tang Yanling appeared to be much more generous, and the knitted brows and smile on her face showed her generous demeanor. "Well, what do you think?" Seeing that the other party didn't reply to herself, Tang Yanling once again inquired. "That, if it's true, then I'm honored." Su-fan's voice was small, so small that it was as thin as a mosquito fly. Looking at the other party who couldn't help but be amused like this, Tang Yanling burst out laughing. Her laughter was as gripping as a devil from hell, which made Su-fan secretly exclaim that the demoness was off her rocker. When looking at Su-fan actually agreeing to it, a trace of a different color flashed through Tang Yanling's eyes, and immediately afterward, she was only seen giggling. giggle, 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 giggle. Don't mess with me, asshole. Su Fan. At this moment, Su Fan's heart was as if he had received a 10,000 point blow. What was wrong with Tang Yanling's demon girl? This period of time as soon as he found that not quite right, and this morning early in the morning to get up actually began to lure him up. This meal operation down. How can not make him feel suspicious? Su Fan was a bit annoyed. Tang Yanling's behavior of playing with her feelings was really unacceptable. His mood became heavy and his eyes revealed disappointment and anger. Tang Yanling couldn't help but smile as she looked at Su Fan's expression. She found such a Su Fan adorable. After all, his true emotions were so obvious. Tang Yanling wanted to get to know him better. She wanted to know what kind of person he really was. Oops, don't be mad, Tang Yanling said gently. Actually, I just wanted to test your feelings. Su Fan's mood calmed down a little when he heard this. He wasn't sure if he really had feelings for Tang Yanling, but he wanted to have a real object of affection, not a plaything to be played with. Then why are you testing my feelings? Su Fan asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Because I want to get to know you. Tang Yanling's voice was full of seduction. Confused. You see, you're so calm, making it somewhat impossible to grasp your heart. So wanting to understand you more, can't you? Su Fan couldn't help but be a little moved when he heard this. He had always felt that he was a very ordinary person. Nothing special, but Tang Yanling's words made him think that he might still have something special. You want to understand me? Su Fan asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yeah, I think you're funny. Tang Yanling's voice was filled with seduction, confusion. When Su Fan heard these words, he felt that his heart had been aroused by Tang Yanling again. He was eager to do something fun with Tang Yanling and to learn more about her inner world. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan's expression and secretly laughed in her heart. She had intended to joke around, but Su Fan's behavior was out of her expectation. As Tang Yanling thought of this, she took a deep breath immediately afterward and decided to change the topic. You're a very smart person. I'm sure you've already guessed why I'm playing this game with you. Su Fan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart when he heard this. He had always felt that Tang Yanling wasn't friendly to him, but now that he heard her say this, the doubts in his heart increased a few more points. Why are you playing this game with me? Su Fan couldn't help but ask. Tang Yanling looked deeply at Su Fan, her tone a little grave. Because I need your help. Su Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in his heart when he heard this. You need my help? For what? Su Fan asked with some confusion. Do you know who I am? Immediately afterward, Tang Yanling continued to ask rhetorically. Su Fan nodded. Of course I know. You're the titular demon Empress. That's right. That's why I need your help. I've been thinking a lot these days, and there's a lot of torment in my heart. I came to this realm because of you, and now I'm planning to leave. Tang Yanling spoke slowly and unhurriedly, leaving Su Fan alone in the wind. Just as the other party was about to continue his story, a loud voice came from Su Fan. I know all about it. Tang Yanling's eyes got a little weird as she sniffed. You knew all that? Why do you know? Su Fan? He was shocked that this woman had such a bad memory. Obviously, she told him before, and now she's turning her back on him? Only after calming down a bit did Su Fan open his mouth immediately afterward. Never mind. That's all. I'm not going to explain much. As to why I know, you don't have to ask much. In any case, I'll just do my best to help you. He waved his hand in a big way, looking very righteous. Seeing this, Tang Yanling's face trembled slightly, just as a look of confusion was revealed straight in her eyes. Su Fan had already walked towards the bathroom. As Su Fan walked, several large question marks came out above his brain. He didn't know what was wrong with Tang Yanling. These things had obviously been said once before. But today, forget it. Let's take one step at a time. Even if the other party wouldn't mention it up today, Su Fan had already made up his mind to help her continue to find her way home. Not long after, he turned on the faucet, and a clear stream of water sprayed out of the faucet and landed in the wide wash basin. The bathrooms are spacious and bright, neat and clean. The lighting on the mirror illuminated his face clearly and brightly, making him look more confident and refreshed. The bathrooms in the new home are equipped with more advanced amenities than in the old house before. An efficient extractor fan will remove the humid air and prevent dampness and mold in the bathroom. The sink and toilet are brand new and have no odor. Su Fan's mood became pleasant as he washed himself. Finally, we don't have to live with 3 days of water cuts and 2 days of power outages anymore. Su Fan cried out in his heart in such a low voice, thus expressing the long-hidden grievances within his heart. Immediately afterward, however, he began to think about the phone call regarding the call from the game company of God Exorcist. From the information on the other side, the press conference is in the last 2 days, and he had a lot to do in those 2 days. Let's say you're going to go ahead and step in and observe for a while. Or maybe secretly visit once to see if the other person is hiding something or not. Coupled with the fact that there was also the presence of this woman, Tang Yanling, he was instantly plunged back into a deep struggle. Should we take Tang Yanling with us or not? This was indeed a problem. Thinking so, Su Fan immediately followed up by cupping a puddle of water with both of his hands and subsequently agitated it towards his cheeks. Wow! The cold water sobered him up for a moment. Chapter 216, It's unattainable. Time passes easily. Like a white horse, like running water in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the press conference for the Punisher game, which was on a Friday. Su Fan got up early in the morning, but it was under the reminder of the alarm clock. For him, sleeping until noon wouldn't be any problem at all if no one called out to him. With that he opened his sleepy eyes to slowly look at the time. 8 o'clock in the morning. What an unforgettable moment this was. Su Fan remembered that when he was a junior in college, he basically woke up at this hour, but that was during the hours when there was an early 8, and once there were no classes in the morning. It was definitely noon before the curtains were drawn throughout the dorms. Stretching his back, Su Fan got up immediately afterward. It didn't take long to get cleaned up before heading towards the kitchen. Today he was going to make his first breakfast since arriving at his new home. When he was inside the old rental house, he always wanted to be convenient, so that's why he often ordered takeout. Besides, that Tang Yanling woman didn't really like food before, so he didn't bother to get it himself. But now it is different. With the opening of Pandora's box, Tang Yanling's appetite is really getting better and better. When he thought of the other party's stomach that was like a bottomless pit, Su Fan started to tremble with vigor. After thinking for a while, Su Fan began to survey the kitchen. The new kitchen was seen to be clean, neat and airy, with sunlight pouring through the large windows and reflecting softly off the smooth marble countertops. The walls of the kitchen are tiled with light-tone tiles that are not only beautiful but also easy to clean. Each wall is equipped with a number of smart controllers that control lights, temperature, music and other devices. The kitchen has well-defined work areas, with each tool and piece of equipment having its regular place. Cutting tools such as knife racks, chopping boards, and cutting boards are neatly arranged on one side of the workbench, while cooking equipment such as stoves, ovens, and steamers are placed on the other side. The walls are also fitted with a number of organizers and hooks for storing various spice bottles and cookware. On the worktop, a smart electronic scale is placed to automatically record the weight of ingredients, helping cooks to be more precise. There is also an automatic coffee machine on the other side. This one has multiple functions such as grinding beans, brewing, adding sugar and milk. With the push of a button, the machine brings a cup of aromatic coffee to the cook. The walls of the kitchen are lined with photos and recipes of food, creating a cozy atmosphere. And in the center is placed a modern dining table, which is made of environmentally friendly materials, smooth and shiny. Su Fan carefully surveyed every corner of the kitchen, and when he sensed that the scene in front of him was all real, his entire body began to cheer. If the previous house could have such a layout, as well as the environment, how could he not order takeout to eat? It was important to know that Su Fan originally liked to cook and was quite good at it. If he didn't make good use of this set of measures in front of him, Su Fan felt that it would be a waste. It's fantastic too. With his cry of alarm, Su Fan scrambled and stepped right into the middle of the busy breakfast preparations. The ingredients for making breakfast Su Fan had already prepared yesterday afternoon, and according to the plan he decided to make an authentic taste of his hometown. Breakfast in his hometown is a delicious and rich dish whose preparation takes some time and effort. Usually, the first step in the morning is to go to the market or the village kiosk and buy fresh ingredients for the day. These ingredients include tofu, eggs, potatoes, shredded meat, green onions, ginger, garlic and more. But right now Su Fan directly omitted this step. After all, the ingredients had already been bought yesterday. The first step is then to blanch the tofu in boiling water. Remove it and place it in a pot with water and a pinch of salt. When it comes to a boil, add the shredded meat, green onions, ginger and garlic, cooking wine, chicken essence and other seasonings and continue to cook. With the scheduled operation steps, Su Fan appeared to be even busier. It was really a long time since he had done anything, and actually appeared to be a bit rusty. Next, he cracked the eggs into a bowl and added salt, pepper, and scallions for seasoning. Whisk well and pour into the pan, whisking constantly as you go, so that the eggs become eggy. Finally, peel the potatoes, cut them into small pieces, add them to the pot and continue to cook. During the cooking process, constant stirring and adjustment of the heat is required to ensure that the dish is tasty and full of flavor. After 10 minutes or so, with the sound of the flame being turned off, he was seen picking up the pan and serving the dish directly into a bowl with some cilantro and shredded chili peppers sprinkled on top. Looking at the accomplished breakfast, Su Fan's heart gave birth to a breath of pride out of his heart. He would like to impress Tang Yanling, A woman who had done all of this delicious food alone. At that time, once the other party revealed envious eyes, he himself pretended to be indifferent and said some meaty words. Su Fan didn't believe that this still couldn't backfire on the other party. Thinking of this, Su Fan began to laugh out loud. Just as he was showing such a weird expression, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "What are you doing?" The sudden sound instantly caused Su Fan's back to feel as if he had received a strong stimulus. Without having time to think much, he knew it must be Tang Yanling getting up. With that he slowly turned back to the table, an awkward smile on his face. "Good morning?" Tang Yanling cocked her head, and then nodded back. "Good morning." She had heard such a greeting from the other woman's lips several times, and so it gradually became familiar. Once it was the morning wake up, will inevitably call on Su Fan. This woman sleeps as if she has no fixed biological clock, and could be up and high at any time of the day or night. And Su Fan was most afraid of the other party waking him up at 2 or 3 in the morning. When looking at Tang Yanling's smiling face, Su Fan finally slowed down. "Breakfast is ready. Would you like some?" Su Fan hurriedly changed the topic, allowing the other party to follow him. "Breakfast? What are we having today?" These days, Tang Yanling actually looked a little tired of takeout. "Originally, I hadn't tried to be fresh and taste the specialties of this realm, but as time goes by, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly appealing about the snacks. And what would be for breakfast today?" Tang Yanling snapped. "Eat the breakfast I made today. It's not something you go out and buy or have delivered." Feeling the feelings of expectation revealed in Tang Yanling's eyes, Su Fan's face then revealed a happy expression, and in the midst of this happiness lay a full measure of triumph. Chapter 217 Tang Yanling's Affirmation. Tang Yanling quietly glanced at Su Fan, followed by a strange look. Su Fan would actually make breakfast himself? How is this possible? After all, in all these days, she had never seen Su Fan move his hands at any time. Now but suddenly told her that the other party got up early in the morning to make a table of delicious food. Tang Yanling could not help but keep a skeptical gaze to. Seeing the other party's less than convincing demeanor, Su Fan instantly felt nothing but embarrassment. "Why don't you believe me, when really I did it myself?" Tang Yanling raised her eyebrows and suddenly spoke out again. "Well, in that case hurry up and show me what's good to eat." "Ha ha ha, Miss Tang, this way please." Feeling that the other party's expression had finally eased up, Su Fan was very happy, and after playfully poking fun at the other party, he drew a pleased gesture towards Tang Yanling. Tang Yanling had some anticipation in her heart and curiously came over to the dining table, only to see some delicate tableware and some fragrant dishes on it. She carefully surveyed each dish, which included fried eggs, and poached eggs, as well as fresh fruit and vegetable salads and milk. As her line of sight moved, Tang Yanling's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The food was all her very favorite things, except that ordering takeout all day had made her almost immune to it. With that, she turned her head to look at Su Fan. "Is that all?" It was as if she was saying that so much of it would not even make its eyes glaze over. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling's gaze and didn't get angry, and immediately afterward, he immediately exited again. "You take a closer look?" Following the other party's gesture, Tang Yanling shifted her gaze once again. When a dish she had never seen before appeared in front of her eyes, it instantly made her feel curious. Without waiting for Su Fan to explain, she only saw Tang Yanling's eyes light up, and she felt that her sense of smell had already been conquered by it. It was too late to think about it, and with a cheering expression on her face, she picked up a pair of chopsticks in a flash. Before attacking straight towards the plate of food, she picked up a slice of tofu and put it in her mouth, only to see the juices spilling out and the flavorful taste. Then she tasted a bite of the egg, which had a smooth and creamy texture that was memorable. Such a simple meal could actually be cooked so deliciously by this man. Tang Yanling immediately gave Su Fan a solemn look. Looking at the other party's expectant face, Tang Yanling only felt some surprise flash through her heart. Since Su Fan usually didn't cook much, he didn't expect him to have such cooking skills. She took a bite of the fruit, which felt sweet and juicy, with some salad thrown in for good measure. Refreshing and comforting. "I didn't see it. You actually know how to cook food when you're serious, and it's quite delicious." Su Fan turned around and saw Tang Yanling's satisfied expression and felt happy too. He understood that making a delicious breakfast wasn't difficult, but being able to see Tang Yanling's happiness meant a lot to him. "No need to be polite. I'll often make you delicious food," Su Fan said with a smile. Tang Yanling looked at Su Fan's confident expression and couldn't help but feel a trace of respect. At this moment she felt her heart filled with a strange feeling. Su Fan looked at Tang Yanling's expression and secretly rejoiced in his heart. He knew that this breakfast he had prepared with all his heart would definitely make Tang Yanling trust and rely on him even more. It wasn't long before he joined the fray. Half an hour later, the two ended the big tummy-clenching affair. Looking at the table full of wreckage, Su Fan's heart flashed with a hint of sweetness before he said to Tang Yanling, "You sit here first, I'll pack up these things and come back. The words were followed by him getting up and starting to clean up. Tang Yenling looked at Su Fan's back, and a warm current came pouring into her heart. This guy, why was he so gentle these days? At one point she wasn't even used to it. And the craftsmanship was pretty good looking, and the breakfast was very satisfying. Not long after, the table was cleaned up and Su Fan wiped his hands as he walked, looking at Tang Yenling who was watching the TV on the sofa. Su Fan looked like he wanted to say something. The press conference was about to start, but he still hadn't thought about whether or not to bring Tang Yenling over to take a look. Feeling Su Fan's gaze, Tang Yenling then turned her head and gave him a puzzled look. Immediately afterward, it was back again, eyes staring straight at the TV screen. What's the matter? Something to tell me? Tang Yenling's voice came slowly, directly making Su Fan's heart thump. After he finally reacted to the fact that the other party should not know about this matter, Su Fan awkwardly scratched his head with his hand. There is indeed something I want to talk to you about. Tang Yenling sniffed, before revealing a look that said it all. What is it? Her voice wasn't icy cold. Instead it seemed a little softer. I've got some things going on outside, so I'm going to make a trip out. So you. Su Fan had just raised his hand, wanting to tell the other party to make sure not to run out alone to see. But when the words came out of his mouth, he saw Tang Yenling immediately snatch the answer. Don't worry, I won't be going anywhere. Tang Yenling raised her head again and nodded towards Su Fan. Looking at the other party's appearance of being so good at talking, Su Fan immediately detected something fishy in his heart. The fact that the other party was so good at talking was really unbelievable to its original. What kind of person is Tang Yenling? What kind of personality does she have? Doesn't Su Fan understand? Today is really the sun hit the west side out. So good to talk like, is not to pit him a hand? Feeling Su Fan slightly twitching, the corners of his mouth twitching, Tang Yenling didn't know why she just felt very funny. Can I still lie to you? It's true that I won't go anywhere. So just relax 100 times. Well then. Looking at the fact that Tang Yenling was so insistent, Su Fan finally chose to compromise. After all, the other guy's tone was still quite nice. So maybe he really did change his ways? He couldn't help but think so. Expecting a miracle for once, changing his clothes, Su Fan turned his head and once again surveyed the layout of the house for a while. Not far from the living room, Tang Yenling was placing her delicate feet on top of the coffee table. There was also a cup of coke tugged on top of his hand, a look of enjoyment on his face. Directly straight away Su Fan would not be able to straighten it out. This guy, he's kinda enjoying himself, haha. He shook his head, putting all those thoughts behind him. It was almost time to leave, and the truth of the matter was something he would certainly investigate. After slowing down, Su Fan gave a deep look towards Tang Yenling's body before turning around and opening the door to the room. As soon as the door opened, the wind from outside began to blow inside. The day was already turning slightly cooler and could make it very noticeable. Chapter 218 Entering the venue for the first time. The morning sun was warm and bright. Su Fan opened the door to his room, and a fresh air hit his face, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. In the distance, birds jumped happily among the branches of the trees and sang cheerful songs, which straight away put people in a happy mood. Su Fan picked up his cell phone and glanced at the time. At this point in the neighborhood's roads, there were still a few old people walking and small children chasing and playing. The trees along the roadside were still verdant, and a few rays of sunlight filtered out from between the branches and leaves, gently brushing Su Fan's face and giving him a fresh breath of air. The air is pleasantly scented with the faint fragrance of flowers and trees, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Walking on the road, Su Fan saw a lot of people. Some were running in the morning, some were walking, and some were rushing as he was. The lake in the neighborhood pond was sparkling and a few ducks were swimming in it as if welcoming the beautiful morning. The roadside stores are already busy with shopkeepers preparing for the day's business. A burst of aroma came from the doorway of one of the bakeries, and Su Fan's nose was instantly filled with the scent of cream and bread. Within a short time he was at the bus stop, waiting for the bus to arrive. Not that you couldn't take a cab, but it wasn't like it was very far from the other side's headquarters anyway. Moreover, every time you take a taxi, the driver will always pull a long list of things to say, talking endlessly so that Su Fan cannot stand. In his mind, every cab driver is a chatterbox. If you're not talking to a passenger, you have to pick up your cell phone and blow smoke up your ass to your coworkers inside the group. Driving is in fact very tiring, and staying in a small, claustrophobic space all day long has always made for an instantly depressing atmosphere. Thus, Su Fan was actually not dissatisfied with them. In fact, he had thought for a long time about whether or not he wanted to buy a car. After all, his driver's license and all that had passed him by on the occasion of his college career, all these years down the line, he had never bought a small car of his own, and he didn't know if it would even be on the road anymore or not. But for boys, there's no car you can't drive if you're bold. Slowly, he began to survey the crowd in front of him. The people on the platform all looked busy, either looking at their cell phones or saying something to the person next to them. In the distance, cars came and went on the streets, and the hustle and bustle of people continued to come from the area, which was close to the center of the city and bustling with activity. On the wall of the station, there is a poster with a colorful picture of flowers and trees, giving you a sense of the vibrancy of nature. Just as his thoughts drifted off into the distance, a big guy slowly traveled into view. Immediately afterward, Su Fan raised his eyes and looked, realizing that it was the exact frequency he was going to take. Immediately in the orderly queue, Su Fan got into the car. The air conditioning in the car was comfortable and made him feel refreshed. As he had been living on a tight budget and it was a day off, Su Fan used $2 to sit in the car for a day while blowing the air conditioner for a day. After all, being alone in a rented house with an old air conditioner blowing on it actually costs money. When he was a freshman in college, he, like everyone else, was full of ambition and wanted to make a name for himself. The wind. However, with the passage of time, Su Fan gradually realized that he was nothing more than an ordinary person, and could not afford to make any waves at all. But all of this has changed because of the game God Punisher, whether it is the emotions in the heart, or the state of life today. Thus, even if it wasn't for Tang Yenling, Su Fan was still eager to figure out what secrets were hidden within exorcism. As Su Fan was lost in thought for a while, the scenery outside the car window flashed by quickly, and the city's scenery kept changing, making one feel the passage of time. As the car drove through the streets and passed through the neighborhoods, Su Fan saw different buildings and people and felt the diversity and vitality of the city. There were also more pedestrians on the road, some in a hurry, some leisurely browsing in the stores, some rushing to school with their backpacks. After half an hour had passed, the vehicle finally traveled to Su Fan's destination, and he got out of the car to start a new day's work. Okay, time to get to work. Time had slowly come to noon, and through observation, Su Fan realized that the crowd around him was gradually growing. Immediately afterward, he raised his head and looked at the building that was the headquarters of the Exorcist Game Company. Watching it again, it still blows him away. The headquarters building of the Game God of Punishment is located in the high-tech park of Zhanhai City, a modern skyscraper. This tall building is especially important in this vibrant and creative place. The building is a futuristic 50-story building with a floor area of over 300,000 square meters, featuring advanced equipment and technology. It is not only an important symbol of the internet industry in the high-tech park, but also one of the urban landmarks of Zhanhai City. From the outside, the building presents streamlined curves and towers over the city, with a technological feel to the facade, which is made of glass curtain wall fused with metal. It is shaped like a fantastic spaceship, light and strong, reminding people of those spaceships in science fiction movies. The rooftop sky garden is beautifully landscaped, incorporating elements of nature, vibrant and alive, and inviting. The plaza of this building is spacious and neat, paved with gray marble floors and lawns dotted with flowers of all colors. A sculpture made of a combination of stainless steel and glass, like a giant bird in flight, soaring in the air with its head held high, so that people can't help but stop and admire. After observing for a while again, Su Fan slowly moved into the hall. When the first look over, the eyes leap into the white marble paved floor. Neat, bright and spacious, like a large high-tech parlor. The staff here is well dressed and greets everyone who comes in with a smile. The lift elevator is uniquely designed with a brilliant glitter in the transparent shell, as if it brings the passengers to a scene from a science fiction movie. Su Fan walked through the hall and arrived at the conference hall where the meeting was held. The atmosphere in the conference hall was serious and solemn, with a long table on the stage, on which were beautiful bouquets of flowers and a high-tech television set. The entire venue was beautifully designed, giving it a cozy yet elevated feel. Following the staff's guidance, Su Fan slowly settled down. The hall is brightly lit and modern, with a high-definition screen that constantly shows promos for the game Punisher. As soon as he sat down, he began to survey the crowd around him, and following the sweep of his eyes, Su Fan saw many people in the industry, a number of well-known game developers and media journalists. Everyone is talking about the impact that the game Exorcism has brought this time.